The powerful president's wife loves me deeply. Yet I was deceived by my adoptive father's slander and sought to seize her wealth. In order to get a divorce, I used every means possible, causing her to suffer greatly. However, even so, she never blamed me. Even after we separated, she still secretly sent people to protect me, and she elevated the Lu family to become the top wealthy family in Jiangcheng. But in the end, I was drained of value by my adoptive father and perished in a long-planned fire. They thought that a carefully designed accidental death could fool Tang Bingyan's eyes, but no one expected that her public identity was just the tip of the iceberg. After uncovering the truth, Tang Bingyan used her connections to wipe out the entire Lu family, and then took her own life at my grave. Anger, regret, and pain consumed every nerve in my body until a dazzling white light rushed towards me. When I opened my eyes again, I had returned to the day before Tang Bingyan felt cold towards me and was preparing to leave Jiangcheng. On this very day, the Lu family deceived and obtained the share transfer contract of the Bingyan Group, leaping to become an unshakable existence in the future. Want to use my identity to swallow the Bingyan Group? Dream on. There is still time. Bingyan, you must wait for me. Hospital ward. Mr. Tang, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Lu family. We never expected that young Master Jin Nian would do such a reckless thing. It has completely embarrassed the Lu family. I will definitely teach him a good lesson when I go back. Are you done? It's not your place to comment on him, the butler thought to himself. A person who is so attached to a useless person, and they treat you like this, you still protect him. You really deserve to be pushed down the stairs by that useless person, almost falling to your death. But he said, yes, Mr. Tang, you are right. Since the contract has been signed, I won't disturb you any longer. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Stop right there. The butler was startled. Young Master Jin Yen, what are you doing here? Bring me the contract. You can leave now. Young Master Jin Yen, what do you mean by this? This is the transfer contract for the Bingyan Group. Mr. Tang promised to transfer it to the Lu family. I snorted coldly. When did she ever promise to transfer the Bingyan Group to the Lu family? She has always promised it to me. Everything is based on my will. I don't want to anymore. So take your people and get out of here immediately. Young Master Jin, don't joke around. The Lu family has raised you for over 20 years. Isn't what you have just the Lu families? You will disappoint the head of the family and the lady. I really didn't want to waste any more words with him, and my gaze suddenly turned fierce. Don't make me repeat it a second time. I'm telling you to get lost. Upon hearing this, Butler Lu knew he wouldn't be able to take the contract today, and he slammed the contract down on the ground. Very well, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Let's go. Closing the door to the ward, I slowly walked to Tang Bingyan's bedside. She looked at me, bit her lip tightly, and after a long while finally spoke. The assets you wanted have already been arranged for the lawyer to transfer to your name. Once the divorce procedures are completed, the handover can take place. You don't need to suppress your dislike for me to come and confirm this in person. You can leave, I don't want to see you. Looking at the nearly broken Tang Bingyan in front of me, my heart was filled with pain. I knew I would always owe this girl. Bingyan, I'm sorry. I sat down, trying to hold Tang Bingyan's hand, but she dodged away. What happened yesterday? I am sorry for you. I will never hurt you again. Please don't leave me. Okay? Tang Bingyan turned her head away from me. Isn't the Bingyan Group enough? What else do you want? Just say it. I said this not to ask for more, but to tell her, from now on, I will no longer fight for any benefits for the Lu family. I don't want anything. I only want you. I do not ask for your forgiveness. I only ask for a chance to make up for my mistakes. Okay? If it were any other time, hearing such words, Tang Bingyan would have probably opened her heart without hesitation. But this time, she felt neither sadness nor joy, only sorrow. Perhaps it is because in every previous instance, I would lower my stance only when I needed something from her. Tang Bingyan's unconditional trust time and again only brought her harm. This time she could not, and did not want to believe anymore. So she said, you are not wrong. I am wrong. Bingyan, let me explain. Alright, you don't need to say anymore. Sign the divorce agreement and hand it over to Away. What else do you want? Just coordinate with Away. I will give you everything I have. I'm tired. Just sign and leave. I know that whatever I say now is not worth believing. It's my own fault. But from now on, please look at my actions. I will absolutely not let you suffer any more harm. Also, we are not getting a divorce. As I turned to leave the hospital room, I bumped into Tang Bingyan's assistant. Chen Xiao, how dare you come here? Are you waiting for Tang to die because of you, so you can come back and add fuel to the fire? Do you have to see Tang die before you are satisfied? Sounds came from the room. Xiao, let him go. If it weren't for Tang being here, you would see how I would deal with you. Chen Xiao brought the man behind her into the room. Tang, this is the best doctor in the city. Lin Ton, whom I contacted. With him here, your injury will definitely heal. Lin Ton, hearing this name, suddenly reminded me of something I had heard in my past life. Lin Tong, a mediocre doctor with only a superficial reputation, gained most of his so-called medical fame through connections and deceit. It wasn't until he caused the death of an extraordinary elder that his misdeeds were made public after thorough investigation. The reason for Bing Yan's paralysis in her previous life seems to be more complicated than it appears. At the very least, this mediocre doctor bears a significant responsibility. In the hospital room, Mr. Tang, I have reviewed your injury diagnosis, and the situation is quite serious. If surgery is not performed in a timely manner, you may spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. But you need not worry. Before coming here, I have already formulated a medical plan. As long as Mr. Tang cooperates, we can perform the surgery tonight, and I can guarantee an 80% success rate. Lin Tong smiled on the surface, but his mind was filled with sordid thoughts. He had long heard that this woman was of extraordinary status, and once the surgery was successful, he would be her savior. At that time, wait, he can't treat him. I couldn't help but walk into the hospital room. What do you mean? Don't let me treat? Are you so eager to see President Tang half paralyzed? You can't cure Bing Yan at all. I can't cure her? I am the top orthopedic expert in this city, and you say I can't cure her? Mr. Tang, are you questioning my professionalism? Just a so-called expert who rose to prominence through connections and has a hollow reputation. Alright, you are the first to question my medical skills. Lin Tong, you are quite something. Since you all look down on me so much, then please find someone more capable. However, as a doctor, I must advise you that if Mr. Tang's injury is not operated on within 24 hours, it could lead to paralysis at best, or even life-threatening risks at worst. You should take care of yourselves. Chen Xiaoxiao hurriedly stopped Lin Tong. Dr. Lin, please don't get angry. We absolutely have sincerity in inviting you here. We can double the agreed consultation fee, and I will make this person leave immediately. Lu Jinyan, last night Mr. Tang fell down the stairs, and you just watched coldly. Now you want to stop Dr. Lin from treating him. What exactly do you want? How can you be so cold-blooded to this extent? I give you 10 seconds to leave here immediately. I know that the ridiculous things I did in the past do not deserve the trust of those present, so I didn't waste any more words with Chen Xiaoxiao, but instead walked towards the heartbroken Tang Bingyan. Bingyan, I don't ask you to forgive me right now. I only ask you to believe me one last time. Believe me, Lin Tong cannot cure you. Give me one day, I will definitely find the best divine doctor in the country, and I will make sure nothing happens to you. Trust me one last time, okay? Tang Bingyan did not respond, only looking at me with her eyes that were as dead as ashes. Beneath her calm expression, her heart had already been pierced by numerous arrows. She looked at the man she had loved for half her life, and for the first time, she saw nervousness, worry, and pleading in my eyes. Trust you? When has President Tang not trusted you? But what about you? How did you betray Mr. Tang's trust? Everyone in Jiangcheng knows how incompetent and useless you are. And you even brought in a miracle doctor. I think you brought him in to harm Mr. Tang's life. Enough, Assistant Chen. Take Dr. Lin back. Mr. Tang, now you're risking your life for this bastard. Shut up. If this is the result you want, I will fulfill it for you. Go ahead. I'll be waiting for you here. I won't accept any treatment until you come back. The firm response revealed a determination to stake her life without hesitation. Just like in the previous life, as long as I want it, as long as she has it, even if it's life, I would give it. Very well, President Tang is truly wise. I hope you won't be begging me to come back then. Dr. Lin, wait a moment. Su Tian, if anything happens to President Tang, you will definitely die a terrible death. Absolutely. After saying this harsh remark, Chen Xiaoxiao immediately chased after Lin Tong. What he needs to do now is to quickly find the renowned divine doctor from his previous life who shook the imperial capital. Bing Yan's injury cannot be delayed any longer. It's okay, one day is enough. This time, he will definitely not let Bing Yan down again. It wasn't until Su Tian left the hospital room with a determined expression that Tang Bingyan slowly opened her eyes. She stared blankly in the direction Su Tian had left, a glance that seemed to imprint his silhouette into her bones. Missy, I don't understand. Why do you have to be Su Tian? Status, position, ability, wealth, he wants nothing. Now that he's taking your life, how long will you spoil him? Do you really want to drag off half your life? The person who spoke out was Wei, who could hardly hide that fierce aura. He had tried very hard to restrain his murderous aura. If he didn't have a strong professionalism, if Missy didn't see Su Tian as her life, he would have really wanted to kill Su Tian with a knife. The day after tomorrow, arrange to return to the imperial capital, Tang Bingyan said. Wei froze for a moment. Could it be that Missy had come to her senses? Finally heart-cold willing to give up Su Tian? However, before Wei could respond in surprise by immediately preparing the plane and immediately going to bring back Dr. Lin. Next, just then, I heard Tang Bingyan weakly hook up a faint smile and gather the corner of the quilt. Don't inform anyone about my injury. Don't tell anyone. She is. What she means is that even if she has to fall down, she can't fall down in Jiangcheng with Su Tian, but in the imperial capital? Otherwise, when she's gone, the family will spread their hatred on Su Tian. Is that right? Ah, anger, hatred, all sorts of emotions filled Wei's eyes. Even if Missy died, she still had to take care of Su Tian's aftermath. Still afraid that the people of the imperial capital would find Su Tian in trouble? But what about Su Tian? What is Su Tian doing? He's taking advantage of Missy's trust and trying to get her killed one at a time. Su Tian, you better not lie this time. If Missy is really dead, I will not let you go even if I have to fight for my life. Su Tian didn't care about Wei and Assistant Chen's distrust of him. His mind was now filled with memories of what happened in the Divine Doctor's last life. I don't know if it was because he was reborn, but he had a very deep memory of what happened in his previous life. He remembers, the Divine Doctor who was hidden in the city in his last life was recently burned alive in a fire. And because of his identity, he was on the hot search. The time seems to be, is the 15th. Tomorrow. A few hours later, Su Tian rushed to the front of a small mansion on Jiangcheng's Long Tian Street. The small mansion was very ancient and simple, with a black door plaque hanging above the wooden door, falling with the words "Wonderful Hand Doctor." When ordinary people see this door plaque, I am afraid they will think that it is claptrap. But Su Tian, who was reborn in the first life, is clear that this piece of door plaque is rewarded by the emperor of the Qing dynasty in his own handwriting. Zhang Zizhen's great-grandfather was the imperial physician for the royal family. Divine Dr. Zhang, no matter what conditions you put forward, I can fulfill them. Please also save my son. I have only one son. Right under Su Tian's nose. At that moment, a man who looked non-rich was pleading in front of the gate. Su Tian saw this man felt somewhat familiar, but for a moment could not recall. In front of the door, Zhang Zizhen's young apprentice heard the middle-aged man's pleas unmoved. I don't know how you found your way over here, but I'll say it for the last time. I don't care what kind of heavenly status you have. It's useless. My master announced his retirement a year ago. He no longer receives any patients. But, the middle-aged man wanted to say something, and then he was greeted by the sound of the door slamming. It was the heavy sound of the door closing. He looked at the closed door. His eyes flashed with thick despair. The last glimmer of hope. Just gone. Nope. The dean said there are still 10 days. Within 10 days cannot find a cure. His son will die. Why did God do this to him? God had already taken away his favorite wife, and now he was going to take away his only son as well? What's the point if he's in a high position? He can't even save his son. He can't save. Until the middle-aged man left in a state of disorientation. Su Tian didn't recall where he had seen the middle-aged man. However, he was not surprised that the man was rejected. In his last life, the only reason he knew that Zhang Zizhen was reclusive in Jiangcheng was because of a hot search. At about 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, Zhang Zizhen was burned alive by fire in this small mansion. And the whole reason why things are on the hot seat is because a year ago, Zhang Zizhen cured a patient who was already seriously ill. Although the patient's family did not pursue responsibility, but this accident has become Zhang Zizhen's heart disease. After that, Zhang Zizhen retired and never healed anyone again. In the days following Zhang Zizhen's death, this accident would be raked over the coals one after another. Just when netizens were accusing Zhang Zizhen of being a quack condemned by heaven, a report suddenly came out of nowhere. Chapter 6 Hot Topics from a Past Life. It turned out that a year ago, that seriously ill patient is not Zhang Zizhen cure death, but in Zhang Zizhen treatment, the patient ate other doctors' prescribed drugs. The patient died on the spot due to a drug collision, and Zhang Zizhen high status, family members and conceal the matter, extorting Zhang Zizhen a few million, then a big deal, a small matter. This pot of cure for death was naturally carried to Zhang Zizhen. Recalling this, Su Tian sighed, it's a pity that divine Dr. Zhang, who has been treating the sick and saving people for decades, was mistakenly victimized by this kind of villain, and he probably won't be able to let go of his mistake until he dies. Crunch dash. Right at this moment, the door in front of Su Tian was suddenly pulled open. Lin Xiao, the youngest apprentice, notified with a cold gaze, my master has returned to seclusion a year ago and refuses to go out to clinics, so don't come over here again for nothing. The words fell. The door slammed shut. Su Tian, who was standing in front of the door, looked at the door that closed with a bang in front of him, and did not show the slightest bit of anger on his face. He knows that the medical death incident a year ago has become Zhang Zizhen's heart disease. If not to solve the misunderstanding of that year, Zhang Zizhen will be out of the clinic is strange. With that, Su Tian didn't knock on the door and directly shouted at the gate. Dr. Zhang, I know the reason why you returned to your home a year ago and never saved a patient again. It wasn't your fault that year that the doctor died. It was because that family member consulted 2 doctors for one illness and took medicines prescribed by 2 doctors at the same time, and the medicines collided, which led to the patient's death. This matter has nothing to do with you. Su Tian's words that increased the volume of his shouts were transmitted into the room from beyond the window. Shasta. The old man who was studying the potion in the room shuddered. The medicinal herbs in his hands fell directly to the ground, and a layer of watery mist instantly surfaced in those tired eyes. As if he had heard something extremely unbelievable, his whole body suddenly shook, and Lin Xiao, who was behind the counter organizing herbs, was stunned for a moment and quickly rushed to the front door and violently pulled it open. What did you just say? At the same time, a husky, calm voice came from the small room inside the clinic. Young man, did you just say I had nothing to do with the accident a year ago? Right. Zhang Zizhen slowly took a deep breath when he heard Su Tian's assured tone, and then he said with a solemn expression, whether it's true or not, thanks for the reminder. I'll get someone to check it out. He hadn't thought before that the human heart could be sinister to such an extent, and had always assumed that he was the one who had ruled people to death. Now it looks like he's going to check it out instead. Divine Dr. Zhang, it will take time to find out what's going on here, but it's likely that you won't live past tomorrow morning. Tang Bingyan had to be operated on within 24 hours, and he couldn't give Zhang Zizhen that much time to check. At this moment, the only thing he can do is to use his own foreknowledge ability to obtain Zhang Zizhen's trust. You curse my master? Lin Zhao's face suddenly sank when she heard Su Tian's words. Zhang Zizhen in the room sniffed, and his face was a bit ugly. He had already believed half of Su Tian's words just now, but at this moment, when he heard Su Tian utter such nonsense as he wouldn't live to see tomorrow morning, he couldn't help but shake his head in self-deprecation. Sure enough, he overthought it, and what happened back then was his Zhang Zizhen's fault, so how can he still fantasize about clearing his name? Ha! The old man shook his head sadly and was about to open his mouth for Lin Xiao to drive people away. However, right at this moment, Su Tian's voice sounded once again. Divine Dr. Zhang, I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, I can guarantee that you definitely won't live past tomorrow morning. If I'm talking nonsense with this statement, I myself won't live past tomorrow. The words are affirming and powerful, but Lin Xiao, who heard this, was furious. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Su Tian's collar, his eyes blazing as he said angrily, what the hell are you babbling about? How could my master die when he's fine? It doesn't matter if you die or not. Don't curse my master. Lin Xiao cursed angrily while yanking on Su Tian's collar and trying to drag him towards the front door. Crunch! It is also this moment. The door to the pharmacy was suddenly opened, and an elderly man in his 70s who appeared interrupted Lin Xiao's movements. Let him go and let him talk. Master! Lin Xiao's face eased quite a bit when he saw the old man, but he glanced at Su Tian and still said angrily, this man cursed you to death in order to ask you to cure him. He is a villain. Zhang Zizhen gave Lin Xiao a warning glance, then slowly shook his head, signaling Lin Xiao not to be impulsive and talk too much. Lin Xiao stifled a grunt of anger and did not dare to disobey Zhang Zizhen, retreating to the side. I've heard of Dr. Zhang's name. I'm Su Tian. Zhang Zizhen didn't reply, and with those cloudy eyes, he looked Su Tian up and down. Soon, a slight disappointment appeared in his eyes. I'm sure I'm still too young. It seemed that what he had just said was just an attempt to get his attention. Chapter 7 It's really on fire. Su Tian? I don't recall that I recognize your kind. Zhang Zizhen's face did not show the anger in his heart as he stared at Su Tian Dao. What happened a year ago is in the past, and I will not ask more questions. I'll just ask you what your intentions are when you say I won't live to see tomorrow morning. I don't know you. Why did you come to me to curse me? An old man in his 70s? Su Tian looked sincere as he said, Elder Zhang is sorry, since I don't have much time. Some of my words may have been offensive. I came here this time because I want to ask Elder Zhang to save my wife. As long as Elder Zhang is willing to oblige, I will help Elder Zhang neutralize the danger to her life once. Just by you? Lin Xiao glanced at Su Tian disdainfully. His master didn't know how many powerful people he had helped cure in the past. Whenever master is in danger, I don't know how many people will volunteer to help. It's his turn? Zhang Zizhen didn't show even half an emotional fluctuation on his face as he listened to Su Tian's arrogant and cocky words. He said with a hint of displeasure in his tone as he looked at Su Tian with both eyes without a ripple. I don't know how you found your way here, and since you know me and what happened a year ago, you must know my character. There are quite a few people who have begged me to cure them, and there's really not a single one who cursed me to death like you did. However, on the basis that it is fate that you and I met, I will give you a chance to explain. Obviously, Zhang Zizhen had gotten angry. Su Tian smiled blandly, but there was not the slightest hint of a joke in his tone. Last night, I had a dream that there was a fire here, so I came here today and wanted to remind Elder Zhang. Before Su Tian could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao next to him directly interrupted. I'm afraid you don't believe a damn thing you're saying. Get out! Zhang Zizhen coldly watched Lin Xiao's movements without speaking, obviously acquiescing to his act of blowing Su Tian out. Su Tian wasn't annoyed either. He knew that his words didn't have much credibility. After all, the excuse of dreaming really wasn't very credible, and I'm afraid no one would believe it if it didn't happen. He walked straight to the counter, picked up the pen on it, left his phone number, and turned to Zhang Zizhen with certainty. Tomorrow at about 5:15 a.m. The pharmacy on the left will be on fire. And while you're putting out the fire, remember to check to see if the liquid in the white bucket is water. Elder Zhang, my words are here. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Here's my number. I'll wait for you to come to me. Strike that. Su Tian smiled faintly and turned around in a dashing manner. The tone of that conviction, and the titanic demeanor, was as if it was 100% certain that a fire was going to happen. And he, Zhang Zizhen, would have inevitably died in the fire without Su Tian's warning? Ridiculous. Watching Zhang Zizhen walk up and pick up the note left by Su Tian, Lin Xiao was very angry in her heart. Master, why didn't you stop me just now? I should have ripped his mouth off. It pisses me off. This villain even cursed you like that. Really think you're some kind of fortune teller. However, Zhang Zizhen, did not even sweep the number on the note and directly threw it into the trash can. Then, he looked at his disciple who was cranky when things went wrong inside. Alright, there's no need to bother with this kind of person. Just don't let him in from now on. Zhang Zizhen shook his head in total disbelief and entered the pharmacy with his hands behind his back. What fire? That's a load of crap. In the early hours of the morning, Lin Xiao closed the door and returned to the pharmacy to decoct the medicine. Although there are still gas tanks in the pharmacy, in order to ensure the efficacy of the medicine, Bolin Hall has always used coal to decoct the medicine. For some reason, Lin Xiao unconsciously remembered Su Tian's words as soon as she walked into the pharmacy, although his mouth said he didn't believe in it during the day. Because Su Tian spoke with conviction, it still made his heart uneasy. An hour later, Lin Xiao finally finished decocting the medicine, and after covering the stove, she was about to go back to her room to rest. His mind recalled Su Tian's words again. I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'm going to stay in front of this stove. I just can't believe it. Lin Xiao gritted her teeth and simply sat down in front of the fireplace, staring at it. During the first half of the night, Lin Xiao was in good spirits, but after 4 o'clock in the morning of the second half of the night, Lin Xiao's upper and lower eyelids began to fight and she was sleepy. Around 5 o'clock, Lin Xiao fell asleep on her knees and passed on. Lin Xiao didn't notice that a faint pungent odor of coal slowly filled the house, and a cloudy wind came from somewhere in the house, blowing up the sparks from the fireplace and landing on the curtains. Instantly the fire flared up. The fire burned all at once and the smoke rolled. As he slept, Lin Xiao, in a daze, felt a burning heat and a choking smell of smoke, and he woke up in a flash. His whole being came to his senses when he saw a blazing fire burning in the room. Fire! It's on fire! Lin Xiao was so frightened that he jumped to the door and was just about to pick up the white bucket at the door when a sentence suddenly flew through his mind. Remember to check that the liquid in the white bucket is not water. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, opened the cap and smelled it. It was gasoline. Lin Xiao was instantly struck by a coldness in her hands and feet. It was gasoline he had just gone to purchase today, and he had just forgotten about it in a moment of panic. The man didn't lie to me. Lin Xiao's heart was shaken, and a cold sweat couldn't help but break out on his back. He would have had to use this to put out the fire just now if the man hadn't warned him. Hoo! Just then, the fire roared up again, and Lin Xiao didn't care why Su Tian knew. He carried the gasoline barrel out and quickly caught a bucket of water. The fire in the room, which appeared to be large, was actually just a couple of curtains that were flammable and didn't burn as badly as it looked, and the flames were quickly extinguished. However, the decoction room was also burned beyond recognition, and Zhang Zizhen, who lived next door, was awakened and hurried over here. His cloudy eyes changed color violently when he saw the pharmacy. How did it catch fire? Just now. Lin Xiao told the whole thing before and after. Speaking of all this, Lin Xiao herself felt a pang of fear. He and Zhang Zizhen both live in Baolin Hall, and their bedrooms are next to the pharmacy. So once the gasoline is poured and burns, they don't even have a chance to escape. Lin Xiao looked at Zhang Zizhen with a pang of hindsight. If it wasn't for that guy yesterday, we'd be in a fire right now. Master, could it be that there are really unforeseen things in this world? Zhang Zizhen also felt very odd, and after a long silence, slowly said, this should just be a coincidence. But, no matter what, it's a life-saving favor that can't go unrewarded. So go find that person's contact information. Chapter 8. $10 million not enough? Okay. I'm on my way, Lin Xiao responded, then hurried to the trash can and started rummaging through it. On the other side, in Jiangcheng Hospital, Su Tian carried the chicken soup that he had boiled all morning and just arrived at the entrance of the hospital when he received a call from Zhang Zizhen. It's River City Hospital. Yes. Aha. Then I'll trouble Elder Zhang to make the trip himself. Hanging up the phone, Su Tian let out a long breath, and the stone that had been blocking his heart was considered to have landed. Zhang Zizhen himself, Tang Bingyan's injury shouldn't be a problem. Su Tian had just arrived at the corridor outside Tang Bingyan's hospital room when he saw Qin Xiaoxiao and bodyguard Wei pleading with Lin Tong to operate on Tang Bingyan as soon as possible. Soon, Qin Xiaoxiao noticed Su Tian who was walking over. She immediately furrowed her willow brows. Su Tian, didn't you say you were going to invite the divine doctor back? I've already invited them. They're on their way here. Su Tian said indifferently. Qin Xiaoxiao sneered disdainfully and didn't bother to bull with Su Tian anymore. Su Tian, you don't have to act anymore. Aren't you doing this because you want money? Wei, give him the money. Swish, swish, swish. As Qin Xiaoxiao's words fell, Wei turned his head to signal a glance, and the 4 bodyguards opened the boxes in their hands in unison. Instantly, piles and piles of bright red bills were exposed in front of Su Tian. Su Tian, as long as Dr. Lin operates on Mr. Tang will soon be able to recover. As long as you agree to the immediate surgery, all this money will be yours. Su Tian faintly swept a glance at the several boxes of banknotes, his eyes not fluctuating in the slightest. I don't want money. No money? $10 million isn't enough? Oh, your appetite has gotten bigger, hasn't it? Well, here's a check in US dollars. How much you want? Just fill it out, said Qin Xiaoxiao directly from the bag inside. Took out a check. Pop sound, heavily slapped in front of Su Tian. Enough? If it were any other day, Qin Xiaoxiao would say nothing to give Su Tian a penny, but there was nothing she could do about it now. Tang Bingyan was already in a coma, and unless it was signed by Tang Bingyan's relatives, no one dared to operate on Tang Bingyan. While Tang Bingyan's relatives were all in the imperial capital, the only one who could sign as a relative right now was Su Tian. Su Tian frowned slightly, not even glancing at the check. He didn't bother to say anything to Qin Xiaoxiao now, and directly brushed past Qin Xiaoxiao and walked straight towards the VIP ward. Su Tian, what the hell else do you want? The only person who can save General Tang is Dr. Lin Tong. Ms. Tang is in a coma now. If we don't operate, she won't be able to sustain herself. Su Tian, one day husband and wife. Your conscience has really been eaten by a dog. Qin Xiaoxiao's angry and anxious voice caused Su Tian's heart to sink violently. Bingyan is in a coma? He didn't have time to think much and ran to Tang Bingyan's hospital room at the first opportunity. Sir, the patient is in critical condition. You can't go in now. The nurse at the door stopped Su Tian. Su Tian saw Tang Bingyan lying on the bed with a pale face through the visiting glass on the door, so weak that even the ventilator was used. Even if Su Tian didn't know anything about medicine, he was able to see how bad Tang Bingyan's current state was. Su Tian, you saw it, didn't you? If you hadn't blocked Dr. Lin Tong from operating on Mr. Tang, how would Mr. Tang have become like this? Now, sign me up. With that, Qin Xiaoxiao was about to shove the surgery agreement into Su Tian's hands. Off. Qin Xiaoxiao was so frightened by the icy cold aura that instantly emanated from Su Tian's surroundings that she shivered and subconsciously closed her mouth. Su Tian ignored Qin Xiaoxiao and walked directly to the side while dialing Zhang Zizhen's number. Not far away, Lin Tong watched Su Tian walk towards him, the corners of his mouth raising in a smug smile. Su Tian had spoken with conviction yesterday about finding some kind of divine doctor, and in front of so many people, it made him lose face. How about now? The divine doctor was not found. Or did you have to come over and beg him? However, it's not so easy to ask him to operate now. This time, he had to make Su Tian kneel down and beg him. Thinking of this, the smile on Lin Tong's face converged, and he glanced at the approaching Su Tian with a cold smile. Su Tian, right now, only I can save General Tang, but it won't be that easy for you to beg for my hand now. Su Tian sniffed his footsteps. Then, he swept a glance at Lin Tong as if he was looking at a fool, before directly ignoring it and walking past him. Lin Tong looked at Su Tian, who had brushed past him, and froze violently in place. What's going on? Didn't Su Tian come over to beg him? Lin Tong looked at Su Tian's back, only to feel that the glance Su Tian had just given him was like an invisible slap that viciously smacked him in the face. He stared at Su Tian with his eyes deadpan, and said almost word for word, is it really too bad that you can't wait for Tang Bingyan to die? In the whole of Jiangcheng, there is no expert whose medical skills are higher than mine. With Tang Bingyan's current state, she can at least last until after the 24 hours she agreed with you. And when I've cured her, I'd like to see if she still protects you, the punk who wants her dead. It wasn't long before Zhang Zizhen hurried to the hospital with Lin Xiao, wearing a tunic that had been washed until it was white. Su Tian immediately greeted him with quick steps. Elder Zhang, where's the patient? Zhang Zizhen did not have any nonsense and directly opened the door. Follow me. Su Tian directly led Zhang Zizhen quickly towards Tang Bingyan's hospital room. In the corridor, Qin Xiaoxiao saw Zhang Zizhen's clothes and couldn't help but frown as she asked, Dr. Lin, do you know him? Don't recognize it. Lin Tong slowly shook his head. A few mocking smiles appeared at the corner of his mouth. Assistant Chen. I'm still considered to have a few thin names in Jiangcheng. Not to say that all the experts in the whole of Huaxia know each other, but the experts in the city and the province, all of them I know, and I haven't even seen this person. I've heard that there are a lot of swindlers around now. You have to be careful. Being swindled out of money is not the second best thing. If a person's life is lost, it's a big deal. When Chen Xiaoxiao heard this, her face instantly turned cold. She had also seen quite a few experts with excellent medical skills, but Zhang Zizhen, regardless of his clothes or appearance, was not at all related to the word divine doctor at all. Such a person can save Mr. Tang? She wouldn't believe it unless she was stupid. Chen Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, saying that she couldn't let Su Tian fool around anymore. Su Tian, Mr. Tang even bet his own life because he believed you could find a doctor. But what have you done? You let Dr. Lin Tong, who can cure Chief Tang, go unused, and pull a random barefoot doctor on the side of the road who claims to be a miracle doctor to treat Chief Tang? Are you just itching for Mr. Tang to die quickly? Before Su Tian could open his mouth, Lin Xiao, who was a bit grumpier next to him, couldn't hold his tongue. Who are you calling a barefoot doctor? Chapter 9 Zhang Zizhen strikes, punching Lin Tong in the face. My master is a famous titan in the medical world both at home and abroad. I don't know how many big shots want to ask my master to save their lives, but they can't find the door. Put, Lin Tong scoffed. Don't say anything about being a leading figure in the medical field. Let me just ask if you have a license to practice medicine? License to practice medicine? Su Weather laughed extremely. How dare a quack with a false name question divine Dr. Zhang? Are you worthy? The smile on Lin Tong's face froze. His face turned blue, and he was trembling from Su Weather. He, for one, had never been humiliated like this before. If it wasn't for Tang Bingyan's favor, even if Su Tian knelt down and begged him, he wouldn't be able to see Tang Bingyan again. Just then, the nurse inside the ward suddenly opened the door to the room. The patient is awake and wants to talk. Which one of you is the patient's family? Bingyan woke up. Su Tian couldn't be bothered to say anything more and rushed into the ward at the first opportunity. At this moment, Tang Bingyan's face was pale and looked very weak. Su Tian's heart clenched when he saw Tang Bingyan's state at the moment. He quickly walked over to Tang Bingyan's bed, squatted down and spoke softly. Bingyan, I've found a divine doctor for you, and I'll be able to cure you soon. I've also made soup for you, so later, when the divine doctor has finished healing you, you can drink it. When Tang Bingyan heard such words, a flash of bewilderment actually appeared on her pale, pretty face. Is she, like, dreaming? Su Tian, when had he ever said such a thing to her? Just then, Chen Xiaoxiao walked over and said furiously, Mr. Tang, Su Tian didn't know where he found a barefoot doctor to help you heal, and he wants to kill you. At those words, Tang Bingyan's gaze gradually regained clarity. With that, a bitter smile appeared in her eyes. Regardless of Su Tian's indifference the day before yesterday, or all the previous events, she had reason to believe that Su Tian could do such a thing. Bingyan, the one I found this time is really a divine doctor. He can cure you. Trust me, Mr. Tang, you should know better than me what kind of person Su Tian is. Chen Xiaoxiao also hurriedly said, General Manager Tang, I beg you, agree to Dr. Lin Tong to operate on you. Only he can save you now. As long as you agree, your body will soon recover. Tang Bingyan sighed in her heart as she glanced at Chen Xiaoxiao and then at Su Tian. Let the miracle healer he finds heal me. Chen Xiaoxiao and Wei several people changed their faces in unison when they heard this. Mr. Tang, we can't let him call out for a miracle cure. You can't risk your life. Dr. Lin Tong is right here. Only Dr. Lin Tong can cure you. I told you, whatever he wants, I'll give it. Tang Bingyan's beautiful eyes slowly opened. Even if she was now sickly, she was able to make people feel that undeniable determination. No one can go against her. Mr. Don. Chen Xiaoxiao's heart was bitter to the core. What kind of magic soup did Su Tian put in Mr. Tang's head? To the extent that Mr. Tang believes in Su Tian, how can he go to the extent that he doesn't even want his own life? But Chen Xiaoxiao also knew Tang Bingyan's character. Once Tang Bingyan made a decision, no one could make her change again. Just like when Tang Bingyan and Su Tian got married, even the elders of the Tang family, Tang Bingyan dared to disobey, let alone her. In the end, Chen Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and did not do more useless persuasion. As Tang Bingyan's assistant, all she had to do was carry out Tang Bingyan's instructions, even if, knowingly, Tang Bingyan's instructions were wrong. Dr. Lin, come out with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. Chen Xiaoxiao spoke to Lin Tong and took the lead to leave the ward. What she had to do now was not to persuade, but to remedy the situation. Lin Tong followed, and Wei hesitated inside silently in his heart before following alone. As he passed by Su Tian, he stopped slightly and said with a chilly expression, Su Tian, if something happens to General Manager Tang, you won't be able to walk out of Jiangcheng Hospital today. After saying that, Wei also left the hospital room with a few bodyguards. Su Tian didn't care about the words of the others. Right now, he only had Tang Bingyan in his eyes and heart. Binjian, trust me, you're going to be fine. Tang Bingyan just smiled at his words and didn't say anything. After Su Tian finished speaking, he got up and made room for Zhang Zizhan. Elder Zhang, please, Mr. Su, don't worry, from the lookout, it's just internal injuries. After I've done acupuncture, there won't be too much of a problem, Zhang Zizhan said in a slow voice. Su Tian's mind stabilized quite a bit when he heard Zhang Zizhan's words, because he knew that the treatment required absolute silence. Su Tian hesitated for a split second before leaving the ward. Outside the ward, Chen Xiaoxiao and Lin Tong talked while staring at the situation in the ward. Dr. Lin, later, if there is a treatment accident, I still hope that you will be the first to perform a surgical resuscitation, Chen Xiaoxiao said. Lin Tong nodded. Don't worry, Assistant Chen, as long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to Mr. Tang. Only then did Chen Xiaoxiao's heart drop a few points. Luckily, it's a good thing Dr. Lin Tong wasn't pissed off by that punk Su Tian. As long as Dr. Lin Tong is here, Mr. Tang should be fine. At that moment, Su Tian happened to walk out of the hospital room. Chen Xiaoxiao jerked her head up to look at him. She looked at Su Tian with eyes that were itching to tear him apart. Su Tian, you're an asshole, letting Dr. Lin Tong, who can cure MS Tang, go without a quack. If something happens to MS Tang, I want you to bury her with her. Su Tian swept towards her with a sniff. If the treatment inside is affected because of your nonsense here, there's no point in continuing to stay by Bingyan's side. You, Chen Xiaoxiao was so infuriated that she clenched her fists hard. With that, she glanced at Lin Tong beside her, who clearly had superb medical skills but had no use for them because of Su Tian's obstruction, and was so angry that she wanted to cut Su Tian's accomplished waste of space into 1,000 pieces. And at this time, inside the ward, Zhang Zizhan had already begun to apply the needles. Chen Xiaoxiao saw Lin Tong staring inside the hospital room and glanced inside as well. And then, she frowned worriedly. Dr. Lin, you didn't say you wanted surgery. Will acupuncture work? Assistant Chen, the reason why Mr. Tang fell unconscious before was because of the broken abdominal viscera and the bruises in his inner abdomen, blocking the blood circulation. Saying that, Lin Tong shook his head. Just relying on acupuncture alone will not be able to expel the bruises in the body, and will likely make the condition worse. Chen Xiaoxiao's face suddenly changed. Stop, Su Tian. Immediately tell the quacks inside to stop. Dr. Lin Tong, you're the only one here who can save General Tang. Quickly go and save Mr. Tang. You quickly go over and save Mr. Tang instead of that quack. Su Tian frowned. Shut up. In her haste, Chen Xiaoxiao raised her hand and was about to swing away from Su Tian to rush into the hospital room. However, just then, inside the ward, Zhang Zizhan suddenly pulled out a silver needle. Instantly, a stream of black and purple blood flowed out down Tang Bingyan's abdomen. The bruises are being drained. Lin Tong's eyes suddenly widened as extreme disbelief appeared on his face. Chapter 10 Remedies. How is that possible? How could the bruises in Tang Bingyan's body be drained out with just a few silver needles? Nope. Some people can do it with a silver needle. That kind of person is called a state doctor. But in the whole of China, the number of national doctors can be counted on one hand. An existence of this level, even the topmost bigwigs in Jiangcheng might not be able to invite them. How could this punk Su Tian invite them? Dr. Lin, what's going on? Without waiting for Lin Tong to regain his senses from the shock, Chen Xiaoxiao's worried voice came from the side. She couldn't help but worry when she saw the dark blood coming out, even though she knew it was bruising. Lin Tong's eyes flickered slightly as he heard Chen Xiaoxiao's voice and looked into the ward. I can't be completely sure right now. Let's just see. Chen Xiaoxiao sniffed somewhat nervously and looked inside the ward again. At this moment, under Zhang Zizhan's constant application of needles, the bruises in Tang Bingyan's body continued to be discharged. Gradually, Tang Bingyan's qi was getting better and better, and her pale face gradually became rosy. Just from her appearance, Tang Bingyan was obviously much better. A moment later, Zhang Zizhan pulled off all the silver needles on Tang Bingyan's body. When Lin Tong saw that he didn't make the next move, his face suddenly turned ugly. That's enough. I can now be sure that this person is a quack without a doubt. Chen Xiaoxiao's heart sank steeply. Dr. Lin, he made a mistake in his treatment? Lin Tong didn't answer either, but opened the door to the room. At this moment, Zhang Zizhan and Lin Xiao were just about to come out. Lin Tong righteously looked at Zhang Zizhan and Lin Xiao and coldly scolded. You're also a doctor, and you want to come and woo people like this by relying on the furtive skills of Chinese medicine? It is precisely because of crooks like you that Chinese national medicine has come to such a gradual decline as it is today. Zhang Zizhan and Lin Xiao both froze for a moment. Lin Xiao is a bit younger and youthful. He simply cannot take the anger. He just wanted to theorize a few sentences, but before he could open his mouth, he was pulled by Zhang Zizhen. Zhang Zizhen looked at Lin Tong indifferently and said, "You're right, national medicine is profound. I really have only learned some of the skin. I don't know what your high opinion is." "Ha!" Lin Tong snorted. "High opinion dare not be, but common sense things, but all those who learn medicine understand. I think you also know that the patient's internal organs are broken. You think that just give the patient to discharge the bruises is enough? Don't you need to sew up your internal organs? How dare you call yourself a divine doctor when you have a few tricks up your sleeve? Shameless. You're not saving people. You're harming them." When Zhang Zizhen sniffed, his wrinkled old face was ancient, but instead he looked at Lin Tong meaningfully and asked, "The broken internal organs must be stitched up, doesn't it need to be?" Lin Tong sneered, "If we don't suture, what if the patient has a second hemorrhage? You're also half a healer. Don't you know that the patient's bruising is used to determine how much the patient's internal organs have been damaged?" Now, even if Zhang Zizhen is calm again, he was angry and laughed. "As you said, but if the internal organs are broken a little, you have to open the belly. This is responsible for the patient?" "Ignorant." Zhang Zizhen threw out his sleeves and walked straight past Lin Tong, without waiting for Lin Tong to react. Zhang Zizhen's youngest disciple, Lin Xiao, looked at Lin Tong with a gaze as if he was looking at an idiot. "Judging from the pulse, the patient's internal organs are far from being broken to the point of needing stitches. Otherwise, do you think she would have survived this long?" Swish! The moment Lin Xiao's words fell, Lin Tong's face swished white. In the perception of Western medicine, the vast majority of internal injuries require stitches, but he had forgotten that most of the stitches in Western medicine were for insurance purposes, and if the Chinese national doctors could accurately determine the extent of the internal injuries, the wounds would not need to be stitched if they were small. This Su Tian, that punk, had invited. Was it really the national doctor of China? Without waiting for Lin Tong to regain his senses from the shock, Zhang Zizhen took a prescription that had been written long ago and handed it to Su Tian. "You follow this prescription to get her medicine. If you can find those 2 herbs on the prescription, you will be able to recover in less than half a month. If you can't find those 2 herbs, you can use these 2 herbs instead. It's just that the effect is a little worse, and the recovery time will be a little longer." Chen Xiaoxiao sniffed and immediately looked at the prescription, after which she hurriedly opened her mouth. "These 2 medicines the imperial family's prescription just happens to have. Give me the prescription. The quality of all the medicines from this family's prescription are much higher than the ones on the market. I'll let them send them over together." Zhang Zizhen nodded slightly and directly handed the prescription to Chen Xiaoxiao, and then, he looked at Su Tian and smiled. "Mr. Su, it's fine over here, so I'll go back first. If Mr. Su needs anything, just feel free to ask." Su Tian nodded. "Alright, I'll see Elder Zhang off." After saying that, Su Tian sent Zhang Zizhen and the 2 of them out of the hospital corridor. Chen Xiaoxiao looked at the backs of the few people leaving, hesitated for a moment, but still came to Lin Tong. "Dr. Lin, can you see if there's anything wrong with this prescription?" Compared to the doctor Su Tian had brought, she trusted Lin Tong, who had excellent medical skills. "Okay, let's see." Lin Tong took the prescription with a few moments of curiosity. "It is." When Lin Tong finished reading the party, a wave of shock suddenly rose within him. The most important thing to measure whether a national doctor is good or not is the prescription. Apart from the medical treatment and the means of questioning, Zhang Zizhen this one prescription, even if it is not a national doctor Lin Tong, are able to see clearly understand, can feel the weight of this prescription. This, by no means, is a prescription that a barefoot doctor can prescribe. It's definitely a national medical powerhouse. To think that earlier he had even inquired whether such a great hand of national medicine had a license to practice medicine. Lin Tong only felt a fiery pain on his face. "Dr. Lin, what's wrong?" When Chen Xiaoxiao saw that Lin Tong did not look right, she could not help but wonder. "It's okay." Lin Tong came back to his senses and hurriedly suppressed what was on his mind. Although Zhang Zizhen's prescription was extraordinary, Lin Tong was also a top expert in Zhangcheng's medical field, and it was naturally impossible for him to show that he was not as skilled in front of Chen Xiaoxiao, especially just in front of someone like Chen Xiaoxiao. Although he didn't know exactly what that general manager Tang came from, he did understand a few things. Tang Bingyan had a big background. If you want to get on the bandwagon, you must also show your worth. It was just that Zhang Zizhen's prescription should be the most perfect in terms of his vision, and he couldn't see half of the problems. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Tong secretly gritted his teeth in his heart and made a decision. And then, with a solemn face, he said, "There is a big problem with the prescription. The medicinal properties of these herbs are mutually exclusive. If given to General Tang, it will lead to a deterioration of his condition. The medicine must be changed." "What?" Chen Xiaoxiao's breathing steeply tightened. "The medicinal properties are incompatible and can lead to worsening of the condition?" Chapter 11 Photos. Dr. Lin, then what should we do about General Tang's illness now? Chen Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked nervously. I'll change the 3 herbs, and this prescription will be the medicine that can cure Mr. Tang. As Lin Tong spoke, he took out a ballpoint pen from his chest pocket and crossed out 3 herbs and wrote in a few others. Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Tong's calm and steady demeanor, and her heart instantly settled down. And then, she breathed a small sigh of relief in her heart. It's a good thing I gave Dr. Lin a look, or I'm afraid there would have been a big problem. Okay, it's a good thing Dr. Lin is here. Otherwise, Mr. Tang would really be killed by the beggar quack that Su Tian had found. It's true, that Su Tian is a fool who can't make things happen. Lin Tong couldn't help but smile faintly when he saw Chen Xiaoxiao's appearance. He changed these 3 herbs. In the layman looks like changing a lot, but the insider look, know that these 3 herbs, the efficacy is similar. His move was a bit risky, but in his experience, changing these 3 herbs wouldn't affect the prescription too much. It wasn't a big problem. Most importantly, by doing so, he was able to show Chen Xiaoxiao that his medical skills were far above Zhang Zizhan's, and best show his value. On the way to send Zhang Zizhan away, after Su Tian and Zhang Zizhan chatted for a few moments, Zhang Zizhan hesitated for a moment and still couldn't help but ask, Mr. Su, all that you were able to tell me yesterday, was it really because of a dream? Zhang Zizhan did not suspect Su Tian of setting the fire, for the simple reason that the back room of the clinic did not have a back door, and if Su Tian wanted to set the fire, he could only go in through the front door. Coupled with the fact that Lin Xiao was in the back room that night, it was simply impossible for Su Tian to quietly set a fire. But how on earth did Su Tian know that their clinic would catch fire? To say he dreamed it, he didn't really believe it. Su Tian smiled faintly. In fact, Elder Zhang can also be interpreted as me having the ability to foretell things. Undiscovered? Zhang Zizhan froze for a moment. In this world, does this kind of ability that science can't explain at all really exist? Zhang Zizhan didn't think about it and knew that Su Tian didn't want to say more, so he shook his head and didn't pursue the matter. Regardless of how Su Tian knew this favor, Zhang Zizhan was remembered. Mr. Su, you can come sit in the clinic sometime. Su Tian smiled. Definitely. After Su Tian sent Zhang Zizhan and the 2 of them away, he had just wanted to go back to the ward when a clear shout suddenly came from behind him. Tin. Su Tian subconsciously turned around when he heard the sound. Then, caught off guard, a beautiful woman in a red halter strapless dress crashed directly into his arms. Tian, didn't you say the night before that you'd call me when you got back? I've been waiting for you for a day and a night, and I didn't know you were here until I asked Brother Su. Brother Tin, have you divorced that Tang yet? How soon can you marry someone else anyway? The woman's hands were tightly wrapped around Su Tian, her clear and bright pupils, her curved willow eyebrows, and her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, extremely endearing. Su Tian frowned in disgust and directly pushed the woman in his arms away with force. At the same time, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a few cold mocking colors. This woman was no one else. It was the female protagonist who had been caught in bed by Tang Bingyan the night before. Lin Miaoyin. She and Su Tian were childhood friends who grew up together. Lin Miaoyin didn't know whether she was provoked by Su Rixin this time, or whether it was intentional, and put on a good show with Su Rixin. Lin Miaoyin, you designed to harm me, and now you have the face to tell me this? Su Tian stared coldly at Lin Miaoyin, his dark, deep eyes as cold as ice. Lin Miaoyin was startled. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that the Su Tian in front of her was like a different person, very unfamiliar. She also couldn't think too much, and hurriedly explained, Brother Tian, I didn't harm you, I just want to talk to you. Enough, you don't have to come back to me anymore. After saying that, Su Tian didn't have the patience to talk nonsense with her and directly turned around and walked into the hospital, leaving behind only Lin Miaoyin, who was sobbing hysterically. Lin Miaoyin looked at Su Tian's coldly departing back, and several times she wanted to open her mouth to call out to Su Tian and go up to Su Tian to explain clearly. However, just that one look just now made Lin Miaoyin feel Su Tian's dislike and hatred. Lin Miaoyin ultimately didn't chase after her any further and left the hospital with tears of aggravation slurping from her eyes. In the alleyway outside the hospital, Su Rixin looked at Lin Miaoyin, who was wiping her tears and running over, and a grim smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had been following Lin Miaoyin when she ran to Su Tian just now. He had seen clearly the scene of Lin Miaoyin and Su Tian hugging each other just now. Not long after Lin Miaoyin ran past, a lewd teenager, heatedly grinning, arrived in front of Su Rixin and said, Boss Su, it's done, said the lewd teenager, handing over his cell phone. There was a photo in the cell phone, and that photo was exactly the photo of Su Tian and Lin Miaoyin embracing each other. I have to say, the lewd teenager had some pretty good photo skills. The photo was taken of a side face, completely unable to see Su Tian's facial expression, but one could clearly see Lin Miaoyin's pitiful, aggrieved demeanor, as if she was pampering Su Tian. If Su Rixin didn't know about Su Tian and Lin Miaoyin's relationship, he would have thought that Lin Miaoyin was Su Tian's wife. Nice shot. Su Rixin took a look at it and praised it greatly. The smile on his face grew even wider. Send me this photo, and I'll transfer the money to your account. Thank you, Boss Su. The lewd teenager hurriedly nodded his thanks. Su Rixin looked at the direction Su Tian had left just now, and the smile on his face tightened slightly. Unfortunately, he didn't have Tang Bingyan's contact information yet. It would be perfect if he could send the photo directly to Tang Bingyan. At this time, inside the hospital. You guys hurry up and go fry the medicine, and bring it over as soon as it's ready. Chen Xiaoxiao had just handed over the prescription to one of her subordinates when her cell phone suddenly emitted a ding message tone. She frowned and pulled out her cell phone to see a stranger with no notes had sent her a picture. Chen Xiaoxiao clicked on the message with a few moments of doubt. Next moment, her pupils plummeted when she saw the photo in the message. What she had received was the very photo of Su Tian and Lin Miaoyin cuddling together. Su Tian. Chen Xiaoxiao pinched her cell phone in death, her small hands trembling uncontrollably. Her hands were a little white from squeezing so hard. How can there be such cheap men in this world? While wanting to get back together with Tang Bingyan and behaving in 100 different ways, he was cuddling with other women at the same time. Moreover, this woman was still the third party who had been caught in bed with Su Tian by Tang Bingyan. Now that Tang Bingyan and Su Tian hadn't even divorced, she already dared to be so open and aboveboard? Scum! That punk Su Tian is nothing but scum. Chapter 12 Tang Bingyan vomits blood after taking medicine. No, I'm going to tell Mr. Tang, I'm going to let Mr. Tang see clearly what Su Tian is. Chen Xiaoxiao was furious in her heart, but the next moment, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly calmed down. No way. Yesterday Su Tian and this woman was caught in bed. Tang Bingyan all seemed to be interested in forgiving Su Tian, and did not want to divorce Su Tian. Just now Su Genius had retrieved the divine doctor to treat Tang Bingyan, and now Tang Bingyan would believe in the authenticity of this photo? Could this one photo really be of any use if it was given to Tang Bingyan now? Tang Bingyan believes in Su Tian to the extent that she can even give up her life. Chen Xiaoxiao's heart was bitter to the extreme. She was helpless and powerless. After struggling for a moment, Chen Xiaoxiao sighed feebly. Wait until there's a suitable opportunity to give it to Mr. Tang in the future. Then, silently, she saved the original photo and put it away. Su Tian sighed. He had just walked into the hospital when he received a call from his adoptive father. Su Pingfeng. Su Tian, do you know how much damage you've caused the family by tearing up the contract signed by Tang Bingyan? You get your ass back here. Immediately. Su Tian's face also turned cold when he heard Su Pingfeng's words. If it wasn't for me, does Bingyan know who you guys are? In the future, don't try to reap favors from Bingyan, and don't tell me what to do. Otherwise, you can't afford the consequences. Pop. After saying that, without waiting for the other party to say anything else, Su Tian directly hung up the phone. And just as Su Tian was about to walk towards Tang Bingyan's ward, he happened to see a middle-aged man taking a look at this ward and that ward, seemingly looking for something. And this person, who was no one else, was the middle-aged man who had been kicked out by Lin Xiao at the clinic yesterday. Su Tian looked at his face, and that inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up in his heart once again. He seems to have, literally, seen him somewhere. Wait, Li Fujiang, the chairman of the Fujiang group in Longjiang province. The value of the existence of the Longjiang province can be ranked in the top 10. The Su family was completely out of the league compared to Li Fujiang. With Su Tian's current status, he was unable to come into contact with a character like Li Fujiang, and he knew this figure because he had seen him in the newspaper in his previous life. His wife, Wu Rong, was his second wife and not the real mother of his son, Li Hua. Wu Rong gave his son a chronic poison in order to take over the family fortune. That poison was colorless and tasteless, and after Li Hua's death, even the doctors couldn't find out anything, but Li Fujiang was not willing to do so, and spent a huge amount of money to bring in a national doctor, who eventually found out the poison that caused his son's death, and also revealed the antidote. Only at that time it was already too late. Su Tian was silent for a split second before walking straight towards Li Fujiang. Hello, Mr. Li. Li Fujiang froze for a moment and looked towards Su Tian frowning. Little brother, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Li Fujiang. After Li Fujiang finished speaking, he stopped ignoring Su Tian and turned around, ready to leave. Su Tian wasn't in a hurry and continued. Mr. Li, your son is dying, and only I can save him. Li Fujiang's body stiffened violently when he heard such words. Rubbing. In the next moment, a sudden burst of anger erupted in his heart. Young man, if you're trying to get my attention with that kind of talk, it's a bit too much. At this moment, Li Fujiang's gaze towards Su Tian was cold to the extreme. People greet him and want to flatter him. They come to kiss his ass. It was the first time he had ever seen such a curse on his son's death. If he wasn't worried that Zhang Zizhan was around, he would have already hit him. Su Tian smiled bashfully and didn't get angry. Mr. Lee, I know you don't believe me, but I think Mr. Lee is well aware that your wife and your son haven't been getting along, right? You're overthinking it. My family is in perfect harmony, Li Fujiang said as he was about to push Su Tian out of the way. Get lost. Su Tian continued. Mr. Lee, your wife Wu Rong tried to kill your son. If you don't believe me, you can go back tonight and check the surveillance to see if I lied to you. Li Fujiang sniffed and quietly looked at Su Tian for a few seconds. Suddenly, he smiled. I'll check the surveillance, but if I don't find anything, there might be one more body on the streets of Central Avenue tomorrow with an unknown cause of death. Towards the end, Li Fujiang's words towards Su Tian were already like looking at a dead man. After the words, he quickly stepped into the elevator with a wave of his sleeve. Su Tian looked at Li Fujiang's back and slowly exhaled a breath. If you deal with people like that, you can really get yourself killed. But Su Tian wasn't too worried. As long as Li Fujiang watched the surveillance, he would understand what his wife had done. The next day, early morning, in the hospital room, Tang Bingyan drank the medicine and had just laid down when Su Tian walked in with a thermos box. When Chen Xiaoxiao saw Su Tian, her heart loathed him even more. Su Tian, why haven't you left yet? Now that Ms. Tang needs to rest, can you stop irritating her? I came to deliver soup for her. Su Tian lifted the thermos box in his hand. Su Tian, what kind of soup did you make? Don't you have any idea in your own heart? General Tang is like this, and you still want to come and harm her? In the past, it wasn't like Su Tian hadn't done things like this before. Once, Tang Bingyan had a stomachache. Su Tian pretended to care about Tang Bingyan and gave Tang Bingyan a pot of soup that was bursting with spice. But Tang Bingyan took all of this as Su Tian's concern for her, and drank all of it, almost ending up in the hospital. Xiao Xiao, let him bring the soup over. Tang Bingyan spoke. Chen Xiaoxiao sniffed in anger. She couldn't figure out. Tang Bingyan in the business circle, known as the queen of business, but why in Su Tian here? There was a complete lack of wisdom in the shopping mall, unmatched, decisive and resolute. But Chen Xiaoxiao didn't want to stimulate Tang Bingyan at this time. She was a bit exasperated and said towards the side, Wei, you try to see if there's any problem with this soup. Wei didn't have any nonsense, took the thermos box from Su Tian's hand, opened it, poured out a small bowl, and drank it all in one go. He was also considered to be the person beside Tang Bingyan, and basically knew all of the ridiculous things Su Tian had done in the past. He had originally thought that the soup Su Tian made this time would still be as unpleasant as before. However, just after he took a sip, he felt that the chicken soup was fresh but not greasy, and was pleasantly salty. Wei couldn't help but mutter a little when he saw Su Tian's appearance with a gentle smile on his face. Is this really the soup you made? Seeing that Wei looked odd, Chen Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked, How is it? Is there a problem? No. Wei shook his head with a complicated look. How can it be? Chen Xiaoxiao did not believe it and personally went up to try the soup himself, and was also a little surprised after taking a small sip. This chicken soup is rare and good. Did he change his tactics? Want to move Tang Bingyan before poking her? Su Tian was also roughly able to guess the mentality of the two through their expressions. Without explaining anything to the two, he walked over to the hospital bed with the soup and sat down. Bingyan, I'll feed you. Su Tian softly looked at Tang Bingyan, his tone very gentle. Tang Bingyan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. In the past, every time Su Tian had spoken to her, he had always looked at her with cold eyes. Where had he used such a gentle tone? Aha! Tang Bingyan looked at Su Tian for a few seconds before nodding with an indifferent expression. Su Tian smiled and picked up the spoon and put it to his mouth and gently blew on it before feeding it to Tang Bingyan. This cozy scene made Chen Xiaoxiao and Wei feel like they were dreaming. Very unreal. If it wasn't for Chen Xiaoxiao and Wei knowing the ridiculous things Su Tian had done before, they would have thought that Su Tian and Tang Bingyan were a loving couple. After drinking a few mouthfuls of soup, Tang Bingyan's eyes were a bit complicated. Su Tian, you actually don't have to be like this. What I can give you, I've already given you all of it. If you want more, I can't give it. Su Tian smiled gently and shook his head slightly. I don't want anything. I just want you to recover quickly. Tang Bingyan looked at Su Tian. A visible fluctuation of emotions reflected in the bottom of her eyes. However, just then, put, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of Tang Bingyan's mouth. Bright red blood spilled into the bowl of soup, diffusing into a bright red. Chapter 13 Was the medication caught according to the prescription I gave? Chen Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly shrunk. The next moment she immediately cried out anxiously. Doctor, nurse, come quickly. Bingyan, how are you? Su Tian also panicked. Off. In her anger, Chen Xiaoxiao pushed Su Tian, who was squatting beside the bed, to the ground. Just then, Lin Tong walked in quickly. What's going on? Mr. Tang just drank a few mouthfuls of soup, then suddenly vomited blood. Chen Xiaoxiao hurriedly said, Lin Tong's heart trembled at his words. It couldn't be because he changed 3 herbs, could it? No, it can't be. The 3 herbs he changed were extremely similar in medicinal properties to the original herbs, and even if there was a slight problem, it couldn't have caused Tang Bingyan to vomit blood. Acupuncture. There must be something wrong with the old man's acupuncture. Thinking of this, Lin Tong quickly walked to the hospital bed and checked out Tang Bingyan's body. Just after he finished his examination, Chen Xiaoxiao immediately asked anxiously, Dr. Lin, how is General Tang's condition now? Lin Tong's face was heavy as he said, according to my preliminary examination, the medication that the patient is taking doesn't have any problems. The reason she's spitting up blood should be because of the acupuncture. What? The two of them, Chen Xiaoxiao and Wei, had their faces suddenly changed drastically. The person who had given Tang Bingyan the needle was the one Su Tian had found. They had been feeling strange before. How could Su Tian be so kind as to actually find a divine doctor to treat Tang Bingyan? Now it seemed that Su Tian was simply trying to get Tang Bingyan killed. Just then, Su Tian suddenly stood up from the ground and yanked on Lin Tong's collar. Quack! What have you done? If anything happens to my wife, I'll kill your whole family. Su Tian's eyes glowed red, living like a wild beast. Su Tian, you've had enough. Thanks to me, I thought you had really hired a miracle doctor before. You're just trying to get Mr. Tang killed. Chen Xiaoxiao scolded sternly. Get lost. You get out of here right now. Put. Right at this moment, Tang Bingyan once again spat out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Tang? Su Tian and Chen Xiaoxiao's 3 faces all changed drastically. Afterward, Su Tian couldn't be bothered to argue anything with Chen Xiaoxiao as he quickly stepped aside to dial Zhang Zizhen's phone. Half an hour later, Lin Tong wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. The patient's condition has stabilized for the time being. Chen Xiaoxia let out a long sigh of relief. It's good to be fine. Lin Tong looked at Su Tian and continued with ulterior motives. However, Assistant Chen, I hope that you can believe in the professionalism of our hospital, so don't let some messy people come to treat the patients. If something goes wrong, our hospital can't afford the responsibility. Don't worry Dr. Lin, it won't happen again. However, just as Chen Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, Zhang Zizhen hurriedly walked into the ward with Lin Xiao. Zhang Zizhen is still the same Tang clothes. Forehead has a layer of fine beads of sweat. It is not difficult to see that he came in a hurry. When Chen Xiaoxiao saw the two, her face suddenly turned cold. You can't go in there. After saying that, she swept her cold eyes towards Su Tian. Su Tian, if you hadn't blocked the way, Dr. Lin Tong would have already cured General Tang through surgery. Now Mr. Tang's condition not only didn't get better but he vomited so much blood. All because of this so-called miracle doctor you invited. Even if I die today, I will never allow him to enter the ward. Lin Tong is a quack. He can't cure Bingyan. As for the reason why Bingyan is vomiting blood, it's still unclear. Step aside and let Elder Zhang take a look. Su Tian's brows furrowed. Oh, Mr. Su, we are all professional doctors. I've already told you the results of the examination just now. It's the acupuncture that went wrong. With that, Lin Tong said to Chen Xiaoxiao, Assistant Chen, I suggest you call the police and let them handle this matter. Such a charlatan who seeks to kill people with his money should be sanctioned by the law. The youthful Lin Xiao couldn't listen anymore and stared angrily at Lin Tong. Shut up. My master has been practicing medicine for dozens of years and has never had a problem. You didn't know where you were playing in the mud when my master was treating people. Lin Tong sniffed with a cold smile. You are plotting to kill people. And the ironclad evidence of the blood that the patient spat out just now is still there. That can't be because of my master. Lin Xiao wanted to say something else, but Zhang Zizhen pulled him back. His aged face, emotionless, cloudy eyes, looked faintly at Lin Tong Dao. Young man, when I administer the needle to the patient, it will only drain the bruises from the patient's body and will not hurt the patient's body. What caused the patient to vomit blood needs to wait for the examination to know. Ha! Lin Tong laughed. It's our hospital's fault instead? After saying that, and without waiting for Zhang Zizhen to say anything else, he looked directly at Chen Xiaoxiao with a strong tone. Assistant Chen, you let these two people touch the patient, but our hospital will not be responsible for any medical mishaps. Also, if you allow these two men to have access to the patient, please discharge them immediately. Chen Xiaoxiao's face sank at the words. Now Tang Bingyan's condition is very bad. How can she be discharged easily? She directly raised her hand and pointed at Zhang Zizhen and the two of them, saying in a cold voice, please leave here immediately. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Su Tian's face became a bit ugly. Chen Xiaoxiao, have you made enough of a scene? Chen Xiaoxiao called him an asshole, scolded him, despised him, and he could ignore it all. After all, he was well aware that before he was reborn, his was indeed an unapologetic asshole. However, Chen Xiaoxiao wants to block Zhang Zizhen from giving Tang Bingyan a medical treatment. This is something he will never back down from. Oh, me fooling around? I'm in no position to block? Chen Xiaoxiao laughed back in anger. Your ability to be the first to complain really hasn't changed. Su Tian, if you don't want to go to the station, you follow the two of them out. Su Tian was also completely enraged when he saw Chen Xiaoxiao's attitude. Chen Xiaoxiao, legally, I'm still Bingyan's husband. I'm her relative. I have the right to decide who to let treat her. All get out of my way. You. Chen Xiaoxiao was a bit exhausted when she heard Su Tian's words, but what Su Tian said was not wrong. No matter how Su Tian and Tang Bingyan's feelings are now, at the very least, Su Tian has not signed the divorce agreement. He is Tang Bingyan's legal husband and Tang Bingyan's most important relative. In comparison, she, an assistant, was not qualified to decide what kind of treatment Tang Bingyan should receive. But, even if she was no longer qualified, she wouldn't stand by and watch Tang Bingyan get killed by Su Tian. I won't let you in. Wei, block the ward door for me, Chen Xiaoxiao said in a strong tone. As the words fell, Wei directly brought a few bodyguards and stopped in front of Zhang Zizhen. Looking at them, unless they were forcibly pushed away, there was no way they would ever touch Tang Bingyan. However, just as the two sides were at a standstill, Zhang Zizhen slowly opened his mouth. Little girl, you don't have to be like this. If it was really me who made a mistake in administering the needles and caused the patient to vomit blood, I'm willing to take responsibility. But, no matter what, you'll have to give me a chance to check to make sure it's not a problem with me applying the needle. Zhang Zizhen's tone was calm, but his eyes were very firm. But before Chen Xiaoxiao could answer, Lin Tong next to her stood out. Our hospital will give Mr. Tang a thorough examination. This kind of thing is not something you liars should bother with. When Chen Xiaoxiao heard this, she also said in a firm tone, I don't believe you guys. I believe in the hospital's test results. Zhang Zizhen frowned slightly and looked at Su Tian in silence. Although he was a good healer, there was nothing he could do if the patient's family and friends did not want him to treat them. These were problems that only Su Tian could solve. Su Tian frowned at the sight. Chen Xiaoxiao had the help of these professional bodyguards. It was impossible for him to force his way into the ward. Soon, Su Tian's gaze landed on Lin Tong. He suddenly laughed. Dr. Lin, you said earlier that it was because of acupuncture that Bingyan vomited blood, but you've taken yourself off the hook. The smile on Lin Tong's face froze slightly. Mr. Su, what do you mean? What do you mean? Su Tian said. I highly doubt that it was your hospital's treatment error that caused my wife to vomit blood. Lin Tong's face instantly turned grim as he said, Mr. Su, you have to speak with evidence. Evidence? Then I'd like to ask, where is the evidence for your claim that my wife's vomiting blood was caused by acupuncture? Su Tian said, looking toward Chen Xiaoxiao, saying, did you join forces with her to try to get my wife killed? Chen Xiaoxiao, I always thought that besides being Bingyan's assistant, you were also Bingyan's good friend. I didn't expect you to join forces with outsiders to try to harm Bingyan. Lin Tong and Chen Xiaoxiao's faces changed drastically when they heard such words. Mr. Su, it was clearly you who hired the doctor who treated the patient with problems. How can you spit blood? Lin Tong said in a cold voice. Su Tian, don't talk nonsense and throw dirty water on me. Chen Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said angrily, what proof do you have when you say something like that? I don't have evidence. That's why I'm looking for evidence. Su Tian said indifferently. If you guys are stopping me, then you have ghosts in your hearts. Your bull ****** ting me. Even though Chen Xiaoxiao knew that Su Tian was an asshole, she was still caught by Su Tian. She didn't expect Su Tian to dare to wrong her like this. I'm bull ****** ting? Su Tian laughed. Then you let the doctor I hired go in and examine Bingyan's body and why she's vomiting blood. Impossible. Chen Xiaoxiao gasped. Oh, you're blocking me like that, and you're saying you don't have a ghost in your heart? Su Tian, you asshole. Chen Xiaoxiao's lungs were about to explode from Su Tian's weather. Clearly Su Tian was the one who had been hurting Tang Bingyan. Now Su Tian instead turned around and slandered her for trying to harm Tang Bingyan. What a no-nonsense asshole. Chen Xiaoxiao was furious, but in the end, she still maintained her last shred of sanity and gritted her teeth. Good. Check. I'll let you guys check, but you can only check, not treat. Also, if you can't find out anything, from now on, General Tang can only be treated by Dr. Lin Tong. You can't tell him what to do anymore. If there was no such waste as Su Tian blocking the way and letting Lin Tong operate on Mr. Tang as soon as possible, she believed that Mr. Tang's body would soon recover. Check first. After Su Tian finished speaking, he looked directly at Zhang Zizhen. Elder Zhang. Trouble. Zhang Zizhen nodded, before walking over to Tang Bingyan and starting to take her pulse. After about half a minute or so, Zhang Zizhen withdrew his hand and got up to look at Su Tian and asked, Mr. Su, your wife didn't vomit blood because of the needles I administered. It was caused by the medication she took. May I ask Mr. Su if he grabbed the medicine according to the prescription I gave him? Chapter 14 Request for Identification from the Dean. Boom! The moment Zhang Zijian's words fell, Chen Xiaoxiao only felt that a 9-day muffled thunderbolt had ruthlessly struck the top of her head. A prescription? He just took a pulse. How did he know that the medicine was not according to his prescription? Could it be that there's something wrong with the prescription, Dr. Lin changed? Thinking of this possibility, Chen Xiaoxiao subconsciously turned her head to look at Lin Tong. At this moment, for the first time, she felt an emotion called questioning towards this famous doctor whom she trusted so much, and under Chen Xiaoxiao's gaze, Lin Tong's heart was also a bit bottomless. But it shouldn't. He just changed 2 medicines, and both of those medicines have similar potency. You didn't follow the prescription? Just as Chen Xiaoxiao and Lin Tong were both a bit flustered in their hearts, Su Tian's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. He had left the matter of grabbing the medicine to Chen Xiaoxiao because he believed in Chen Xiaoxiao's loyalty to Tang Bingyan. It couldn't be that it was really Chen Xiaoxiao who hadn't followed the prescription? Chen Xiaoxiao felt Su Tian's gaze and was a bit weak. She hesitantly said, "The previous prescription. I showed it to Dr. Lin, and he changed 2 of the medicines." Rubbing. The instant Chen Xiaoxiao's words fell, a monstrous rage suddenly exploded from Su Tian's mind. He didn't expect that Chen Xiaoxiao would actually dare to joke about Tang Bingyan's body. However, compared to Chen Xiaoxiao, Lin Tong was even more hateful. "Lin Tong, you dare to change old Zhang's prescription?" Su Tian looked at him as if he could kill. In his previous life, Lin Tong had failed in his medical skills, causing Tang Bingyan to be left with aftereffects after recovering from her injuries. In this life, he didn't think he'd still let this quack get the better of him. Lin Tong felt Su Tian's gaze, like he was being stared at by a beast about to rage, and his back chilled a little. However, he glanced at Zhang Zijian and gritted his teeth. "I just changed 2 herbs with the same potency. General Tang vomiting blood has nothing to do with me. It must be this old man's prescription that has problems." Saying that, Lin Tong suddenly pulled up his voice, pointed at Zhang Zijian, and cursed, "Old man, you are a liar. I have no grievances with you. Why are you harming me?" Without waiting for Zhang Zijian to say anything, junior apprentice brother Lin Xiao directly snorted coldly and spoke disdainfully. "You are also a medical student. Don't you know that some medicines, although similar in potency, will produce different effects when fused with other herbs? With a doctor like you, you're still the chief surgeon of Jiancheng Hospital? Rubbish." Lin Tong felt Lin Xiao's contemptuous gaze and his anger grew even more in his heart. "I vouch for my profession that there is nothing wrong with the prescription I changed. The ones with problems are you 2 quacks who aren't even official doctors." Su Tian's face became a few shades more gloomy. It's amazing that Lin Tong is still talking tough even now. It's a medicine that's poisonous. Can you just change the prescription? This is especially true of the prescriptions of national doctors, which are basically prescriptions given on the basis of years of experience in practicing medicine. Lin Tong changed the prescription without authorization and blamed Zhang Zijian when things went wrong in the end. Simply disgusting. But right now, Tang Bingyan's body was more important. "Elder Zhang, can I trouble you to stabilize Bingyan's condition first?" "Good." Zhang Zijian nodded slightly. After saying that, he quickly took out the silver needle he had with him and prepared to administer the needle to Tang Bingyan. However, right at this moment, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly stepped forward and spoke in a cold voice. "Su Tian, just before the inspection you've already promised to just check and not let this old man out to save the day. You're a big man. Are you going to back out?" This time, Su Tian looked at the righteous Chen Xiaoxiao and really wanted to kill someone. If you hadn't agreed to Lin Tong's change in the prescription, how could Bingyan suddenly vomit blood and fall into a coma? At this time, who gave you the face to still dare to stand up and block? Chen Xiaoxiao glanced at Tang Bingyan and lightly bit her red lips. Even if Dr. Lin altered the prescription, Lin Tong is at least a professional doctor. While this old man you hired, I didn't see his qualifications to practice medicine. For insurance purposes, I can promise you that I won't let Lin Tong continue to treat Mr. Tang, but the next person to treat Mr. Tang must be a professional doctor. Tang Bingyan was in a bad situation now, and she didn't dare to take any more risks. Lin Tong's face turned ugly when he heard that Chen Xiaoxiao wouldn't let him continue to give Tang Bingyan follow-up treatment. "Mr. Su, you'd rather trust this charlatan than me, a professional doctor?" Su Tian frowned slightly and said, "Chen Xiaoxiao, you also know that Bingyan is in a bad situation right now. Get out of the way. Unless he can prove he's a professional doctor, I will never back down, even if I die." "You." At this moment, Su Tian really wanted to make a move. However, just then, Zhang Zijian's unhurried voice suddenly sounded. "I haven't sat in a hospital for the past 30 years, but 10 years ago, I was a professor at the Imperial Rintong Medical College for a few years." Imperial College of Medicine? Chen Xiaoxiao froze for a moment. She was from the imperial capital, so she naturally knew about this Rintong Medical College, which ranked among the top 3 in China. Renton Medical College has produced countless famous doctors in China and can be said to be the cradle of strong medicine in China. and those who can serve as professors in it are definitely the most top doctors in China. It was just that she rarely got involved in the field of medicine, and didn't know much about what was going on in the Rantong Medical College. But, Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Zizhen and suddenly smiled disdainfully. A professor at Renton Medical College? Are you kidding me? She didn't know the medical celebrities, but she knew Su Tian. What kind of person is Su Tian? She knew very well that after leaving Tangbing Inn, Su Tian was a mongrel, good-for-nothing waste. Su Tian was able to hire such a doctor? Ha! Think she, Chen Xiaoxiao, is a fool? On the side, Lin Tong also seemed to have thought of something and suddenly laughed. I'm sure they're liars. At these words, all eyes looked over in unison. When Lin Tong saw this, a confident smile appeared on that fat, greasy face. There is indeed a miracle doctor named Zhang Zizhen in the Rantong Medical College. A medical skill that, looking at the whole of China, not many people can match. Chen Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, somewhat unresponsive. Dr. Lin, is there really such a doctor? Right. Lin Tong nodded and said. However, as early as 10 years ago, that divine Dr. Zhang had already retired without knowing where he was. I've heard that there are also many powerful big shots who wanted to hire divine Dr. Zhang, but they were all turned away by him. Mr. Su, you know what you're capable of. How can you invite such a figure as Zhan Lao? Let alone you. Even the top 10 tycoons in the province may not be able to invite him. With that, he looked at Su Tian with great confidence and said, 10 years ago, our dean had the honor of listening to Elder Zhang's lectures and asked him for advice. If you don't believe me, I can ask our dean to come. Chapter 15. Can you apply the needle for your Mr. Tang now? Now Lin Tong was almost convinced that the Zhang Zizhen in front of him was just waving around under the guise of divine Dr. Zhang. Liar no doubt. Zhang Zizhen raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He didn't know the director of River City Hospital because too many people had heard him lecture back in the day. He knew basically the top doctors in China. And as for those who had asked him for advice, they were countless. Many, even, he didn't even know the names of. However, this action of Zhang Zizhen raising his eyebrows looked like Zhang Zizhen had a weak heart in Lin Tong's eyes. Lin Tong became even more complacent. Old liar, you have nothing to say now, do you? Zhang Zizhen swept Lin Tong lightly. Since your dean has seen me, let him come and see if he recognizes me. Ha, you've been exposed for cheating and you're going to talk tough, aren't you? You charlatans really discredit us professional doctors. Wait here and don't go. I'm going to ask the dean to expose your true colors. After saying that, Lin Tong coldly glanced at Zhang Zizhen and quickly walked towards the elevator. Zhang Zizhen didn't stop either, and the youngest apprentice, Lin Xiao, mockingly laughed lightly and didn't say anything. And Chen Xiaoxiao see Lin Tong this confident, plus she already believed Lin Tong, now more convinced that some Zhang Zizhen is a liar. She coldly glanced at Su Tian. When General Manager Tang wakes up, I'll tell her the truth about this matter, Chen Xiaoxiao said. Remember to mention that along with the fact that you had Lin Tong change the prescription. Chen Xiaoxiao was disliked by Su Tian's faint sentence and wanted to vomit blood, but because it was the truth, she had to break her teeth and swallow it. In about 10 minutes or so, Lin Tong came out of the elevator with a doctor in a white lab coat, with somewhat white hair and looking to be in his 50s. This person is none other than the director of the Jiangcheng Hospital. The dean is outraged when he hears from Lin Tong that someone is impersonating Zhang Zizhen and committing fraud, for no other reason. He once asked Zhang Zizhen for medical advice, whether Zhang Zizhen recognized or not. He is Zhang Zizhen half a student. He had always had great admiration for Zhang Zizhen. Now that someone was impersonating Elder Zhang, how could he not be angry? Lin Tong entered the ward and directly raised his hand to point at Zhang Zizhen in front of him. Dean, the crook who impersonated Elder Zhang is right there in front. Saying that, he came right in front of Zhang Zizhen, towing the line. Old liar, you still dare to impersonate Elder Zhang. What do you have to say now? Once the dean arrives, the liar in front of us should always be revealed, right? Lin Tong's medical skills, there is absolutely no problem. He is all screwed by this liar. Dean will be able to do him justice soon. However, just as such a thought popped up in Lin Tong's mind, he suddenly stumbled when he was pushed from behind. Get out of the way. Next moment, Dean jogged quickly towards Zhang Zizhen. Lin Tong froze for a moment. Had he underestimated how much the dean hated the crooks posing as Elder Zhang? It looks like Dean is going to rush up and hit someone. By the looks of him, bad. Dean, don't be impulsive. You can't hit people. Lin Tong was in a big hurry and hurriedly chased after him. He hated that old crook, but he didn't dare hit anyone. This is a hospital. If anything happens, the dean will have to eat his words. However, next moment, when Lin Tong saw the scene in front of him, his entire body instantly froze in place, only to see that the dean was red-faced and ran to Zhang Zizhen's face, with a strong flash of excitement in his eyes. Elder Zhang, is it really you? Do you remember me? 11 years ago, I listened to your class at the Imperial Rintong Medical College. Ah, and also asked you for a few medical questions. I didn't expect you to come over and didn't go out to greet you, so I hope you won't be offended. The dean was so excited that he was a little incoherent, and he didn't know where to put his hands. This is truly the doctor of the hour. What an idol in his heart. Just as the dean excitedly introduced himself, Lin Tong and Chen Xiaoxiao and the others were all dumbfounded. What's going on? A full 10 seconds passed before Lin Tong slowly came back to his senses. It was just that at this moment, his whole body was shaking a little. So, that crook is really Zhang Zizhen, Zhang Divine Doctor? This is too surreal. Although he had never met Zhang Zizhen in person or listened to Zhang Zizhen's lectures, he was a doctor. It's the doctor who knows Zhang Zizhen's name. He hadn't heard much about old man Zhang when he was in school. This is the medical world of the day. A mythical figure. He never dreamed that today he would meet this legendary big shot. It was ridiculous that he had previously suspected Elder Zhang of being a fraud. Swish. Thinking of the words he had said earlier, Lin Tong's face instantly turned pale. He had offended Elder Zhang, and in the future, it would be difficult for him to mix at a higher level in the medical world. After all, in the current domestic medical community, it was unknown how many people were students of Elder Zhang. Zhang Zizhen's casual remark can cut off his future. It's over. Lin Tong's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his heart was miserable. On the side, Chen Xiaoxiao and the others were dumbstruck when they saw the scene. This Zhang Zizhen in front of me is a professor of the Imperial Rintong Medical College? Su Tian actually knew such a character? How could this punk have invited such a being? Without waiting for Chen Xiaoxiao to think deeply, the dean's furious voice suddenly resounded within the ward. Lin Tong, starting tomorrow, you don't have to come to work. Lin Tong's face instantly paled. Dean. He tried to open his mouth to plead for mercy, but he was interrupted by the dean before he could get the words out. You don't have to explain. The dean sternly reprimanded. Changing other people's prescriptions without authorization, with no medical ethics, and shirking responsibility when the patient vomited blood profusely afterward, with no sense of responsibility. It's because of a handful of scum like you that we have so many doctor-patient disputes in the medical profession. Even though our Jiangcheng hospital is small, it will never tolerate a doctor like you. Lin Tong froze and looked at the grim-faced dean. Bean-sized cold sweat slipped down, and his heart was dead. Done. His career. This is coming to an end. Girl, can I administer the needle for your Mr. Tang now? Just then, Zhang Zizhen's unhurried voice sounded again. Under his gaze, Chen Xiaoxiao struggled to pull at the stiff corners of her mouth, revealing an extremely ugly smile. I was just worried about the president's body before. It's kind of like being concerned, so don't take offense, Divine Dr. Zhang. Now, it's a blessing for our president that Divine Dr. Zhang can treat him. How can I stop him? Zhang Zizhen smiled at his words and didn't say anything else as he began to apply needles to Tang Bingyan. In half an hour, Tang Bingyan had awakened. Zhang Zizhen left the hospital only after checking his pulse and confirming that there was no problem. At this moment, Su Tian had gone to send Zhang Zizhen and the others off, leaving only Chen Xiaoxiao and Tang Bingyan in the ward. That Dr. Su Tian hired is a divine doctor with superb medical skills? After Tang Bingyan heard Chen Xiaoxiao say what happened during her coma word for word, she couldn't help but open her mouth and ask. Chapter 16 Checking out of the hospital. When Chen Xiaoxiao heard Tang Bingyan's question, she skimmed her mouth with a somewhat strange expression. I guess the blind cat ran into the dead rat. Tang Bingyan suddenly fell silent at his words. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. Do you feel as if he's become different? Ever since the night before last, she had felt that there was something different about Su Tian. But what was different? She couldn't tell for a moment. Chen Xiaoxiao snapped. Then, she looked at Tang Bingyan with some dismay. It's been hard for Mr. Tang to die to Su Tian, so it's not like he's going to resurface again, is it? No way. Absolutely not. Although Su Tian seemed to have changed a bit now, when Tang Bingyan was in a coma, Su Tian was still cuddling with other women outside. She must not let Tang Bingyan be hoodwinked by Su Tian any longer. Thinking of this, she let out a cold laugh and said, Oh, how could he change? He must have some kind of conspiracy. Mr. Tang, the divine doctor he hired this time was just lucky. This luck thing has nothing to do with ability. Tang Bingyan's pretty willow brows knitted slightly. Xiao, I know you have preconceived notions about him, but people will always change. Mr. Tang, Chen Xiaoxiao was a bit aggravated. She's really looking out for Tang Bingyan. However, Tang Bingyan didn't give her a chance to speak, directly interrupting. Alright, I'm tired. In the future, you shouldn't say this kind of thing again. Go out. Chen Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to say something, but in the end nothing came out. Now that Tang Bingyan had injuries on her body, she wasn't willing to argue with Chen Xiaoxiao about anything. Chen Xiaoxiao sighed in her heart before walking out of the hospital room. And just as she closed the door to the hospital room, Suddenly, she saw a woman walking quickly into the restroom and the hallway in front of her. That back. Something looks familiar. It's her. How did she get here? Chen Xiaoxiao's face was a bit ugly. That woman was no other than Lin Miaoyin, who had been caught in bed with Su Tian yesterday. She's here to see Su Tian? Chen Xiaoxiao's face steeped in coldness. Su Tian, while you pretend to care about Mr. Tang, you brought this vixen here. Today, I'll let Mr. Tang see clearly how cheap you really are. Then, Chen Xiaoxiao immediately walked quickly in the direction of the restroom. This floor is a VIP ward. Each room is with its own bathroom. Normally no one would come here. At this point, in the bathroom, there were 6 bathrooms, and only the door to the last one was closed. There was also a faint sound of talking coming from that bathroom, and Lin Miaoyin seemed to be talking to someone. When Chen Xiaoxiao entered the bathroom, she heard words like Su Tian and Tang Bingyan. Sure enough, they're coming for Mr. Tang. Chen Xiaoxiao was a little annoyed in her heart, but she still tried her best to suppress her emotions and tiptoed to the bathroom door. At the same time, she took out her cell phone and tapped on the recording. Soon, Lin Miaoyin's voice once again came from inside the bathroom. Big brother Su, I really don't know what to do now. Su Tian wants to plot against Tang Bingyan's property and wants to kill her. I'm so scared. What? Chen Xiaoxiao's body shook and her face suddenly turned pale. She knew that Su Tian was an asshole, but she never thought that Su Tian would try to get Tang Bingyan killed. Why? Tang Bingyan gave him everything she could. She also left all of the Tang family's properties in Jiangqing to Su Tian. What else does Su Tian want? The answer cried out. Su Tian wanted more. Even all of it. This would also be able to make sense of why Su Tian wasn't divorcing Tang Bingyan right now. Because once Tang Bingyan died, legally, Tang Bingyan all the property, Su Tian will have the right to inherit all. Meanwhile, Lin Miaoyin inside the bathroom was still talking to the other end of the phone, about Su Tian's plot. The general content is how Su Tian plotted against Tang Bingyan and ended up inheriting Tang Bingyan's property. Chen Xiaoxiao was so angry at what she heard that she wanted to kill someone. Su Tian is a human-faced asshole. After about 10 minutes or so, Lin Miaoyin in the bathroom hung up the phone. Chen Xiaoxiao heard the commotion and hurriedly ran outside the bathroom. She was wearing high heels, though, and they were loud. Who's out there? Lin Miaoyin in the bathroom heard the commotion and hurriedly opened the bathroom door. All she could see outside was the back of a man hurrying out the door. However, Lin Miaoyin didn't chase out, but picked up her cell phone, which didn't hang up. The notes on the phone, however, clearly showed the word Su Rixin, Big Brother Su. Just now it was Tang Bingyan's assistant who was eavesdropping outside. She should be going to tell this to Tang Bingyan now. Lin Miaoyin's face showed a few moments of a calculating smile. Miaoyin, you've done a great job. I promise you, as long as Su Tian and Tang Bingyan get divorced, I'll be the one to make the decision and let Su Tian marry you. Su Rixin's assurance came from the other end of the phone. Lin Miaoyin smiled faintly. Let's wait until they get divorced. Afterwards, Lin Miaoyin didn't say much to Su Rixin and directly hung up the phone. She looked up slowly, her eyes uncertain. Brother Tian, don't blame me. I don't want to count on you. I just love you too much. One day, you'll know that the person who loves you most in this world is me. Saying that, Lin Miaoyin's eyes gradually became firm. As long as Tang Bingyan knew about this, they should get divorced soon, right? Soon. At the same time, in the VIP ward, Tang Bingyan sat half lying on the bed, and Lin Miaoyin's anxious voice came out from the cell phone in front of her. Su Tian wants to kill Tang Bingyan and plot against his property. I'm so scared. Big brother Su. Persuade him. It was a voice that perhaps she would never forget for the rest of her life. This is the voice of Lin Miaoyin. Moreover, there was a picture of Lin Miaoyin and Su Tian embracing each other in the cell phone. Just by looking at the photo, Tang Bingyan could clearly feel the ambiguity. Tang Bingyan's pretty face was frosty, and in the depths of her eyes, a few moments of despair flowed out, and the corners of her mouth revealed a few moments of self-deprecation. If anything, in the past 2 days, Su Tian had done so many things that once could only happen in her dreams. If she hadn't heard such recordings and seen these photos, she would have almost believed Su Tian. Su Tian still hadn't changed the slightest bit, and everything he did still had a purpose. Everything I have is yours, if you ask. Will I not give it? Tang Bingyan mumbled with some disorientation, her tone revealing endless disappointment. Mr. Tang, you don't have to be too sad. Such a man is not worth grieving for. When Chen Xiaoxiao saw Tang Bingyan in this state, her heart wasn't in the right place either. Tang Bingyan laughed softly to herself. Xiao, go help me with the discharge procedures. Chapter 17. You don't deserve it. Mr. Tang, you can't be discharged from the hospital now that your body hasn't recovered. Chen Xiaoxiao worriedly said. Discharged from the hospital. Back to the empire. Chen Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Although Tang Bingyan's pretty face didn't have much emotion on it, she could still feel Tang Bingyan's disappointment and despair. How is Tang Bingyan not disappointed? How not to be desperate? The man she loved to the bone tried to get himself killed 3 times. Anyone else would have to be desperate. Let's arrange for a lawyer on Su Tian's side to agree to a divorce with him. All my properties in Jiangcheng are left to him. After Tang Bingyan finished speaking, she slowly closed her eyes and stopped speaking. Chen Xiaoxiao was speechless. She only felt that the legendary goddess of the business world in front of her looked so desperate and desolate at this moment. However, this was probably a good thing for Tang Bingyan, staying away from Su Tian. Perhaps Tang Bingyan would be able to gain a new life. But despite this, Chen Xiaoxiao didn't know why, but her heart was still a bit blocked. A moment later, Chen Xiaoxiao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. I'll go make arrangements now. Near noon, Su Tian once again carried a thermos box and arrived at the hospital. Earlier, after sending Zhang Zizhen and Lin Xiao away, he went home to prepare lunch for Tang Bingyan. And the lunch he prepared for Tang Bingyan wasn't some big fish or meat, but a toning porridge that he had spent 2 hours boiling out with all his heart after inquiring about Zhang Zizhen. Only, when Su Tian arrived at the VIP ward, Tang Bingyan's figure was no longer in the room. Just 2 hospital cleaning ants, were cleaning the wards and changing the bedding. A bad feeling surfaced in Su Tian's heart. He rushed forward and asked, "Hello, where is the patient who was here earlier?" The 2 cleaning ants looked at Su Tian suspiciously. One of the older ones asked, "Are you the patient's family? Don't you know that the patient has been discharged?" Discharged? Boom! It was as if something exploded in Su Tian's mind all of a sudden. He quickly asked, "Do you know where she went?" The slightly older cleaning ant said, "We don't know about that. Why don't you check the underground parking lot? They just left not long ago." "Okay, thanks." When Su Tian heard such words, he didn't care about anything else and ran towards the underground parking lot like a madman. He ran to the parking lot as fast as he could. Only Tang Bingyan's cars were all gone. Tang Bingyan, really discharged from the hospital. Su Tian's heart went cold. What's going on? According to the memories of her last life, shouldn't Tang Bingyan have been discharged from the hospital only after her injuries had healed, leaving Jiangcheng in dismay and returning to the imperial capital? How did you leave so soon in this life? There must be something going on here that I don't know about. Did Su Rixin and the others do this? A thick killing intent steeply surfaced in Su Tian's eyes. However, right now Su Tian couldn't care less about that. The priority was to find Tang Bingyan. Su subconsciously pulled out his cell phone. It was only when he clicked on his address book that he remembered that when he was going to divorce Tang Bingyan the day before yesterday, he had deleted all of Tang Bingyan's contact information, not even leaving Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao's. However, just as Su Tian's heart went dead, jingle bells, the cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown caller. Su Tian didn't even think about it and directly connected. And soon, a strange man's voice came from the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Su Tian Su? Not Tang Bingyan." Su Tian was a little disappointed in his heart, but he still spoke. "I am. Who are you?" "Mr. Su, I'm Miss Tang Bingyan's attorney by proxy. I've already prepared the divorce agreement. I wonder when Mr. Su will have time to come over and sign it." "Lawyer? Divorce papers? By the way, I haven't divorced her yet." Several thoughts immediately surfaced in Su Tian's mind. Then, he suppressed the surprise in his heart and asked, "Where are you guys now?" "I'll be right over. I've arrived at the ward where Ms. Tang was previously staying." The man on the phone said, "Okay, I'll be right there." Hanging up the phone, Su Tian turned his head again and quickly ran back to the VIP ward inpatient unit. When Su Tian returned to the ward, a middle-aged man in a suit was already waiting. "Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Wu Yan, Miss Tang Bingyan's attorney. Here are the divorce papers for you to read first." Wu Yan very politely took out a divorce agreement from his briefcase. Su Tian had wanted to leave directly, but on second thought, he now had no contact information for Tang Bingyan, and only knew that Tang Bingyan would return to the imperial capital. The only connection he had with Tang Bingyan now was perhaps the lawyer in front of him. With this in mind, Su Tian suppressed all the emotions in his heart and said, "Wanting me to sign can be done, but I need to see Tang Bingyan. Without seeing her, I won't sign." Before he came, Chen Xiaoxiao had already instructed Wu Yan that Su Tian was not a person who was easy to get along with, so he wasn't much surprised by this request from Su Tian. The smile on Wu Yan's face remained the same. "Mr. Su, Miss Tang has given a great deal of sincerity. As long as you sign, all of Miss Tang's properties in Jiangcheng will be immediately transferred to your name. Now that your relationship with Ms. Tang is broken, meeting should not be necessary. Don't you think so?" Su Tian frowned. "Tell her that I won't divorce her until I see her." "Mr. Su, there's actually no need. Even if you meet Miss Tang, you can only get Miss Tang's properties in Jiangcheng. That's all of Miss Tang's private properties in Jiangcheng now." Wu Yan continued to persuade. "Then it's a no-brainer. I won't sign it. As long as I don't sign, she'll always be my wife." Su Tian was resolute. This, Wu Yan hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Su, let's do it this way. I'll communicate with Miss Tang's side first. You wait a moment. After saying that, Wu Yan walked to the side, took out his cell phone, and dialed a phone number. Soon, Chen Xiaoxiao's voice came from across the phone. Has Su Tian signed? Wu Yan was just about to open his mouth, when suddenly Su Tian behind him took a step and rushed over, taking advantage of Wu Yan's inattention and directly snatched the cell phone from his hand. Mr. Su, Wu Yan wanted to snatch it back, but was stopped by Su Tian. I'll just say a few words to her. Mr. Su, my client has fully entrusted me to handle this matter. If you have anything to say, just talk to me. I'm talking to you? Are you my wife? What do I have to say to you? Wu Yan was directly choked by Su Tian's sentence. Counselor Wu, let him speak. Just then, Chen Xiaoxiao's voice came from the phone once again. Wu Yan sniffed at this and then retreated to the side without another word. Su Tian also stopped paying attention to him and directly asked, Chen Xiaoxiao, where is Bing Yan? Su Tian, you still have the face to ask Chief Tang? Tell me, where were you when Chief Tang was in a coma? Oh, you're hugging another woman, plotting with another woman to get Mr. Tang killed, plotting for Mr. Tang's estate. It's said that a man is invincible when he's cheap. Su Tian, you're already invincible. Don't presume to see Mr. Tang again. You don't deserve it. Chapter 18. Where's my wife? Su Tian froze violently as he listened to Chen Xiaoxiao's icy voice of questioning. What the hell happened? He had been in the hospital taking care of Tang Bingyan for the past 2 days. Where had he been with another woman? As for trying to get Tang Bingyan killed, that was even more impossible. Su Tian, things have come to this point, and you still want to pretend? I don't bother to talk to you anymore. You can sign the divorce letter if you like. If you don't sign it, you can't even touch Mr. Tang's property. Pop. After saying that, Chen Xiaoxiao on the other end of the phone directly hung up the phone. Listening to a busy tone coming from the phone, Su Tian slowly took a deep breath. He glanced at his cell phone and hesitated whether to dial back or not. But in the end, Su Tian gave up and returned the phone to Wu Yan. He knew Chen Xiaoxiao's temperament, and he also knew that Chen Xiaoxiao had a great deal of preconceived notions about him, and it was useless for him to ask again. Mr. Su, look at this. Wu Yan took the phone and sent the divorce papers forward. I'm not signing this until I see her in person. After saying that, Su Tian directly turned around and left the ward. Jingle bells. Not long after he left, his cell phone suddenly rang. The call was from his foster father, Su Pingfeng. Su Tian's face turned cold when he saw the caller ID. For Su Pingfeng to be able to call at this juncture, there was no doubt that Tang Bingyan's departure from Jiangcheng must have something to do with them. With that, Su Tian answered the phone with an icy face. Su Tian, you and Bingyan got divorced? Su Pingfeng's tone was rarely calm. I haven't signed it yet. After Su Tian's words fell, the opposite side fell silent for a moment. Next moment, Su Pingfeng's splintered questioning voice came over at once. What do you mean you didn't sign the divorce? Why don't you sign? What did I tell you before? You get your ass back here right now and make it clear. As Su Tian sniffed, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a few moments of self-deprecation. In his previous life, he had viewed Su Pingfeng as his own father, assuming that everything he did was for his own good and listening to him on almost everything. At that time, was he out of his mind? He would have nothing more to do with this family if he could. But right now, he didn't know exactly what was going on at Tang Bingyan's place. He had to figure it out before he could get to the bottom of it. Thinking of this, Su Tian took a deep breath and suppressed all the emotions in his heart. I'll go back now. Jiangcheng, Fuqing neighborhood, apartment 36, building A. After entering the door, Su Tian looked at his adoptive father Su Pingfeng, who had an ugly face, and his adoptive mother Yang Rongjuan, who had a gentle expression, and spoke directly. Tell me, what did you do to make my wife decide to leave right away? When Su Pingfeng heard this, his face became a few degrees more somber. How do we know if Tang Bingyan left or not? Su Tian, marriage matters. You divorced Tang Bingyan, and you didn't even discuss it with us. Simply nonsense. Pingfeng, don't be angry either. Su Tian is still a child. He's still young. What does he know? Yang Rongjuan had a motherly appearance and advised from the side. Now that Tang Bingyan has taken the initiative to divorce him, he's also very upset. So don't count him out. Humph. Su Pingfeng stifled a grunt. His face slightly eased, then looked at Su Tian. I don't care what you think. After your divorce, all of Tang Bingyan's properties in Jiangcheng will be handed over to you. But with this demeanor of yours right now, how can you make us feel confident to put those properties in your hands? In this case, after you sign the divorce papers, go with me to transfer those estates. We'll help you manage them first, and I'll give them back to you when you're capable of managing them. This time, Yang Rongjuan didn't try to persuade her, but nodded her head in deep thought and said, Su Tian, your father is right. You are young and impulsive now. You can't grasp those industries. Handing them over to me and your father is the most prudent. The corner of Su Tian's mouth slightly revealed a faint arc as he sniffed. You guys called me back. So you want my wife's properties in Jiangcheng? He said how Yang Rongjuan suddenly spoke toward him. And it was true that when things go wrong, there must be a demon. Su Pingfeng stood up with a start. Su Tian, what do you mean by that? I'm your oldest son. How could I harm you? It's also for your own good that I volunteered to keep those properties for you. Su Tian suddenly laughed. For my good? Su Pingfeng, if you really wanted to do it for my good, you shouldn't have wished for my divorce. Su Pingfeng's face darkened at the words. Yang Rongjuan saw this and busily said, Su Tian, we understand your situation with Tang Bingyan, whether it's for her or you, divorce is the best choice. We can make a note that those estates you got after your divorce are still yours, just that we're taking care of them for you for the time being, and any money we make during that time is yours. No need. I said I won't divorce. Can't you understand human language? Su Tian's tone had already revealed an endless coldness. Yang Rongjuan sighed. Su Tian, we've at least raised you for more than 20 years. No matter what, we won't harm you, no? It won't hurt me? Su Tian suddenly laughed. Your so-called won't harm me is to design my wife to sleep with your own son Su Rixin? That's for me to divorce Tang Bingyan and for Su Rixin to marry my wife? Just desperately hoping I'll get a divorce so you can take away the estate my wife gave me? If that's the case, then I'd really like to thank you guys for not getting me killed until now. Su Pingfeng and Yang Rongjuan's faces turned ugly for a while. They didn't expect Su Tian to bring these things out into the open. Without waiting for the two to say anything, Su Tian didn't want to talk nonsense with the two anymore and once again asked the purpose of his coming over. Tell me, did you set my wife up to leave? Where is she now? Little brat, what can Tang Bingyan leaving have to do with us? She will leave because she doesn't want to see you again for a single day. Divorcing her is the only thing you can do to compensate her. With that, Su Pingfeng's face was gloomy. Su Tian, no matter what, I'm your oldest son. If you still want to stay in the Su family, sign the divorce papers for me. Su Tian laughed. Ha, want to be my old man? Su Pingfeng, something like you is not yet worthy. Tell me where Tang Bingyan is. Starting today, we'll make a clean break, and I'll never set foot in this house again. Want to break it off? Can. Sign the divorce and then leave Tang Bingyan's estate behind. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of this house today. After Su Pingfeng finished speaking, 3 middle-aged men walked into the room and blocked the doorway. Su Tian recognized these people. They were none other than the bodyguards of Mr. and Mrs. Su Pingfeng. At this time, Yang Rongjuan didn't have that motherly look she had just had. She took out a document from the briefcase on the coffee table and walked over to Su Tian. Su Tian, you first sign the divorce agreement Tang Bingyan gave you, then sign here, after which you can leave. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Chapter 19. Even if Su Tian wants her life. Su Tian glanced at the contents of the document. It is a gratuitous assignment contract. Su Tian coldly glanced at Su Pingfeng and Yang Rongjuan. Sign? Oh, unless I die. Otherwise, you guys can't think about it. He didn't mean to go out hard. He was well aware of his physical fitness, and after all these years of spending and drinking, his physical fitness was simply not in the same class as these bodyguards. If he really had to fight, he wouldn't be able to beat him at all. Su Tian's attitude made Su Pingfeng very uncomfortable. At this moment, for the first time, he felt that Su Tian was no longer the trash who was at his mercy. Good, good, good. You were raised by me, so you do have a bit of my blood. Only, I'd like to see if you can be tough to the end. Saying that, Su Pingfeng instructed the 3 bodyguards outside the door, saying, take away his cell phone, lock him up in his room, don't give him anything to eat, and when he agrees to sign the papers, when will you let him out? The 3 bodyguards heard the command and immediately surrounded Su Tian. Su Tian didn't resist. Seeing the bodyguard touching his coat pocket, he directly took out his cell phone and threw it on the table, looking faintly at Su Pingfeng and his wife. I hope you won't regret it. After saying that, Su Tian walked towards his own room in this home. When Su Pingfeng saw Su Tian's bashful demeanor just now, a feeling that he had completely lost control over Su Tian arose in his heart for no reason. The feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Regret? Ha! Su Tian, sign and you're a worthless piece of trash. If you don't sign, you don't want to leave here alive. Meanwhile, the high-speed train station in Jiangcheng. Tang Bingyan and Wei's group were standing at the entrance to the station. Chen Xiaoxiao was away, and she had to stay in Jiangcheng to deal with the subsequent matters of transferring those properties to Su Tian. At this moment, Tang Bingyan has been discharged from the hospital for 3 hours. She could have left Jiangcheng a long time ago. Even the high-speed train ticket has been re-signed 3 times, but she still did not go. Previously, after she had seen the ambiguous photos of Su Tian and that woman and the recording of that call, she did die for a while and wanted to leave here. However, when it really came to the moment of leaving, Tang Bingyan's heart felt as hard as if she had been stabbed with a knife. She knew Su Tian was an asshole, and she also knew that Su Tian was not a person worth committing to for life, but she just couldn't let go. Even though Su Tian had hurt her many times, she still deeply loved Su Tian. She wasn't waiting for Su Tian to come looking for her, she was just waiting for news from Su Tian. As long as Su Tian was able to send her a message of retention, she wouldn't hesitate to stay. Only 3 hours, 3 whole hours, Su Tian did not give her a phone call, not even a message. As time passed, the disappointment in Tang Bingyan's heart was like a grain of sand, accumulating more and more. In the past 2 days, she could clearly feel Su Tian's changes. She could sense that Su Tian seemed to be showing signs of coming around. As long as Su Tian said don't go to her, she would give Su Tian another chance, even if Su Tian wants her life. Is it possible that the last 2 days have been a delusion on my part? Tang Bingyan looked at the crowds coming and going, at the couples, but her heart was desolate. Mr. Tang, the ticket check is almost over. We have to enter the station. Wei, who was next to him, reminded. Aha. Tang Bingyan slowly took a breath, suppressing all the emotions in her heart. She finally took out her cell phone and dialed Chen Xiaoxiao's number. She didn't have Su Tian's phone number. When she had a fight with her the night before, Su Tian had changed his phone number in a fit of rage, and she couldn't get through to the number she had saved in her address book. Soon the call was answered. Mr. Tang, have you gotten on the bus yet? Chen Xiaoxiao's voice came from the phone. Tang Bingyan hesitated for a moment and asked instead of answering, has he come to you? No. Chen Xiaoxiao on the other side of the phone answered quickly, with hardly any hesitation. Tang Bingyan fell silent when she heard Chen Xiaoxiao's firm words. Perhaps she really isn't that important in Su Tian's heart. No, to be precise, or Su Tian never had her in his heart. Good to know. After saying that, Tang Bingyan hung up the phone. Before she left, she glanced back at the small, not so busy city behind her. Returning to the empire was her rebirth and her new life. Leave, spare him and spare yourself. Tang Bingyan is gone. On the other end of the phone, Chen Xiaoxiao sat on a chair as if she was deflated. Just now, she said that Su Tian hadn't contacted her, hadn't looked for Tang Bingyan. She said it decisively, but felt a heavy sense of guilt in her heart. She knew how much Tang Bingyan liked Su Tian, and she also knew how hard Tang Bingyan would feel in her heart when she heard her lies. But she had to do it. Mr. Tang, forgive me for lying to you the first time, but I did it all for you. Jiang Province, Jinbin Villa area. There was Li Fuzhong's voice coming from building A008. Pop, bitch, I said Wai Donger's illness is getting worse and worse, so it's because you're behind this. I have only one son. How dare you? How dare you? A middle-aged woman with yellow hair was knocked to the ground, covering half of her face and bruised all over. This woman was no other than Li Fuzhong's wife, Wu Rong. Some time ago, Li Fuzhong's son Li Dong suddenly fell ill. In just a few days, Li Fujiang invited all the famous doctors in the provincial city, but failed to cure Li Dong. Finally, Li Fujiang inquired about Zhang Zizhen, who was once known as a miracle doctor in the country, living in hiding in Jiangcheng, so he hurriedly went to Jiangcheng. As a result, he was kicked out without even seeing Zhang Zizhen's face. Later, he inquired that Zhang Zizhen had gone to Jiangcheng Hospital, and he still went there late. However, in the Jiangcheng Hospital, he met Su Tian. Su Tian told him that it was Wu Rong who poisoned and plotted to kill Li Dong, and originally he only thought Su Tian was a psychopath. However, as he watched Li Dong's illness get worse, he ghostly checked the home surveillance, only to find out that Wu Rong had actually poisoned his son's diet. Say, what kind of poison did you give Donger? Li Fujiang picked up Wu Rong's collar, his gaze so cold that it seemed to be able to kill. His first wife died young and this is his second wife. He had always treated Wu Rong very well, and he never thought that Wu Rong would harm his son. I told you, I didn't poison him, I gave him medicine that will cure him. Wu Rong's face was covered in blood, but there wasn't much fear in her expression when she looked at Li Fujiang. Oh, it's medicine? Li Fujiang laughed in exasperation. I've long since sent the powder you put in Donger's food for inspection. It's a chronic poison. You still want to argue? I told you, I didn't poison. Someone is trying to harm me. Li Fujiang, you've been tricked. She knew Li Fujiang's character too well. As long as she didn't admit to poisoning her, there was a slight chance of her surviving if she didn't give the antidote. Once she admitted it, there was no chance of any more survivors. You poisonous woman, if you don't tell me the antidote, I'll beat you to death today. Saying that, Li Fujiang once again swung his fist and hit Wu Rong. However, no matter how much he fought, Wu Rong continued to deadpan that she hadn't poisoned herself. Just as Wu Rong was being beaten to death, a bodyguard-like youth hurriedly walked in. As if he didn't see Wu Rong on the ground, he walked right up to Li Fujiang and said, Mr. Li, it's been inquired about. That man's name is Su Tian. He's the adopted son of Mr. and Mrs. Su Pingfeng of the Jiangcheng Su Company, and this is his phone number. Chapter 20 Great Gift. The bodyguard said as he took out his cell phone and handed it over to Li Fujiang. However, we've already called several times and it's always been switched off, and our people haven't been able to find him at the Jiangcheng hospital, so we don't know where Su Tian is at the moment. Aha! Li Fujiang took the cell phone and tried to dial it anyway. The number you have dialed has been turned off. Unsurprisingly, a mechanically cold voice came over the phone. Li Fujiang frowned slightly. You go and get ready right away. I'm going to Jiangcheng to pay Mr. Su a personal visit. Now that Wu Rong was dead set against admitting to poisoning, the only person who could save Li Dong was Su Tian. Yes. Just as the bodyguard was about to receive orders to leave, Li Fujiang opened his mouth as if he had suddenly thought of something and asked, what does Su's company do? I'm not too sure about Jiangcheng, but I've heard that assistant Xiao Zhou happens to be from Jiangcheng, and I've heard him mention the Su group before, so he should be clearer. Li Fujiang nodded slightly. Call him over for me for a moment. Soon a young man in a shirt walked in. After entering the door, he carefully said, Mr. Li, what is it that you are looking for me for? Xiao Zhou, I heard that you are from Jiangcheng. Are you familiar with the Su company there? Li Fujiang asked. Zhou Xiaoming's eyes instantly lit up. Familiar. Su's is a kind of famous real estate company over there. Mr. Li, I was classmates with that Su's company's current boss, Su Rixin. Does our company have any cooperation with Su's company? I can take care of communication if needed. He did go to school with Su Rixin. In the past at school, Su Rixin was the second generation of the rich, and he was the little brother who slipped behind Su Rixin. If Fu Jiang Group and Su's company had a cooperation, then the time would come for him to raise his eyebrows. After a long time, Zhou Xiaoming walked out of the office with an excited smile on his face. After hearing that he was not only from Jiangcheng, but also a classmate of Su Rixin, Li Fujiang immediately gave him full responsibility for contacting Su's company. Zhou Xiaoming heard Li Fujiang's tone and seemed to be interested in befriending the young master of the Su family. He automatically ignored Su Tian, his adopted son, and automatically took the person that the old boss, Li Fujiang, wanted to befriend as Su Rixin. After returning to the workstation, Zhou Xiaoming non-stop dialed Su Rixin's phone. Now that not much time had passed since the last reunion, he still had Su Rixin's phone number. Soon, Su Rixin's careless voice came over the phone. Xiaoming, why did you suddenly remember to call me? Is there something important? Zhou Xiaoming opened his mouth with a smile as if he didn't hear the meaning in Su Rixin's words that if you have a fart, let it go and get lost if nothing happens. Brother Xin, it's not a big deal. It's just that I recommended your company to my president. Our president wants to get acquainted with you. Want to get to know me? Su Rixin on the other end of the phone froze for a moment and quickly asked, Xiaoming, what is the name of your group? Fujiang Group. Zhou Xiaoming smiled and opened his mouth. What? Fujiang Group. Su Rixin, who was originally somewhat unconcerned, violently stood up from his position. Xiaoming, you're not joking with me, are you? Of course not. I'm not going to lie. I'm now the assistant to the president of our group. Xiaoming, I didn't expect that in the past few years you didn't show your face, but you've been mixed up to be the assistant to the vice president of Fujiang Group. Awesome. After Su Rixin finished speaking, he suddenly reacted to something. At that moment, he breathed a little sharply. Xiaoming, did you just say that your president wants to get to know me? Yes, Mr. Li just happened to have something to go to Jiangcheng. I heard that we have a good relationship and would like to meet you to say that I will arrange for you to have a meal tonight. No, it's fine for me to make a trip to the provincial city. How can I trouble Mr. Li to personally come to my poor hometown? Su Rixin was busy saying, harm, these are all trivial matters. Mr. Li can even inspect your company in the past. Maybe he can give you a few more suitable projects. Zhou Xiaoming said. Su Rixin breathed even more sharply when he heard this. Okay, I'm going to go get ready for it right now. Su Rixin felt like he was dreaming after hanging up the phone. And what kind of character is Li Fujian? That was a big person who ranked in the top 10 in terms of wealth in Jiang province, an existence that he could only look up to. He had no doubt that if he was able to catch the line of Li Fujian, he would soar to the top in no time. Soon, Su Rixin suppressed the thoughts in his mind and immediately called Su Pingfeng. When Su Pingfeng heard that Li Fujian, a famous big entrepreneur in Jiang province, was coming to Jiangcheng and invited their family for dinner, he was even more shocked than Su Rixin. Xin, your classmates wouldn't lie to you, would they? No, that classmate of mine doesn't have any skills, but he wouldn't lie to me about something like this. That's good. Xin, it's also your ability to get such an opportunity. Your mom and I believe that you'll never be an ordinary person in the future. That punk Su Tian, he doesn't even deserve to lift your shoes in the future. Ha, Su Tian? What can he compare to me? Dad, Don't worry, I will perform well in front of Mr. Lee. As for Su Tian, call him up as well. Without this rotten leaf of his, how can I set off my excellence? Good. This counts as the last bit of use for that punk before he gets kicked out of the Su clan. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The Su family waited at the front door of the house half an hour early. In order to prevent Su Tian from escaping, several bodyguards were keeping a deadly eye around the entrance. XINR, it's fine for your father and I to come, but you still want us to bring this loser Su Tian. Isn't this a disgrace to you? Yang Rongjuan swept a glance at Su Tian with some displeasure. Ever since she had torn her face off with Su Tian, her attitude towards him had changed back to the way it was. Saying that, Yang Rongjuan swept her gaze towards Su Tian Dao. Su Tian, look at your elder brother, about the same age as you. He's already hooked up with famous entrepreneurs in the province. And then look at you, 20-something years old, and still a useless waste who has accomplished nothing. If you lose face in front of Mr. Lee later, I want you to look good. Su Tian lightly glanced at Yang Rongjuan and didn't say anything. Originally, he didn't want to spend time with Su Pingfeng's family, but he changed his mind when he heard that it was Li Fujiang who had invited the Su family to dinner. In his memory, no matter in his past life or present life, Su Rixin had no interactions with Li Fujiang. Unsurprisingly, Li Fujiang was able to come to Su's house in person because he listened to him and went home to check the surveillance. In other words, this time, Li Fujiang was here to see him, and as long as Li Fujiang came, he would have the capital to fight against the Su family. However, after waiting for more than half an hour, Su Rixin did not wait for Li Fujiang and the others, but waited for Zhou Xiaoming's call. Brother Xin, I'm sorry, our car broke down on the road. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it in a while. Car broke down? Su Rixin frowned slightly. Is Mr. Lee alright? Mr. Lee is fine. He asked me to say sorry to you when we arrive in Jiangcheng, and if it's still early when we get there, we'll go over and pay a visit. Zhou Xiaoming said. It's fine, we're not in a hurry. You tell Mr. Lee, if you need any help, feel free to call me. After hanging up the phone, Su Rixin told Mr. and Mrs. Su Pingfeng about Li Fujiang's situation. Su Pingfeng sighed. Go upstairs first. Just as Su Tian was being brought upstairs by the bodyguards, Yang Rongjuan happened to receive a phone call. Su Tian vaguely heard Yang Rongjuan say the word divorce and couldn't help but frown. He had a feeling that the call had something to do with him. However, before he could continue listening, he was forced into the room by the bodyguards behind him. Downstairs, after Yang Rongjuan answered the phone, she came to sit beside Su Pingfeng with a smile on her brow. Pingfeng, that's done. Lawyer Wu has agreed to meet, as long as we go over to get the divorce agreement. Su Pingfeng nodded. Well, when is he coming over? 10 minutes later. Yang Rongjuan smiled back. Next to him, Su Rixin heard his own parents' words and, clouded with confusion, couldn't help but be a bit puzzled, saying, Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? Good thing. Yang Rongjuan laughed, that Su Tian is not divorced with Tang Bingyan. Well, Tang Bingyan all of their own properties in Jiangcheng left all to Su Tian. Su Tian live and die do not sign the divorce agreement. I and your father discussed. Su Tian does not sign. We directly with the lawyer that he agreed. That word we see if we to sign. Su Rixin came to a sudden realization, but although Yang Rongjuan spoke well, he always felt unsure. Mom, Su Tian doesn't agree to the divorce. Will this work? This thing in what can or cannot? I and your father is also Su Tian's parents. Since ancient times, matchmakers, marriage matters, which is not the parents to do the Lord. Su Tian does not agree, but also have to agree. Yang Rongjuan said. About an hour later, Su Pingfeng and Yang Rongjuan returned with a folder after meeting Tang Bingyan's lawyer outside the gate. Su Rixin, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed forward and asked, Dad, Mom, how's it going? Yang Rongjuan's face was a little less than pretty. The divorce agreement has been obtained. As long as Su Tian signs on this, all of Tang Bingyan's properties in Jiangcheng can be transferred over immediately. Su Rixin wasn't too surprised. This kind of thing naturally required Su Tian himself to sign. On the way back, your father and I discussed it, and since we have to have Su Tian sign it, then let Su Tian sign it. Yang Rongjuan sat on the sofa with a stern face. No matter what, we have to make Su Tian sign the words today. Chapter 21 Li Fujiang is here. What if Su Tian doesn't sign? Su Rixin was a little worried. He knew Su Tian too well. Su Tian ate soft but not hard. It's up to him not to sign. Su Pingfeng's gaze was cold. If he dares not sign, I'll make him disappear completely. Su Rixin frowned slightly. He could clearly sense that Su Pingfeng was getting real this time, but Su Rixin was still a little worried. After a few moments of silence, Su Rixin said, Dad, if this is known to Tang Bingyan, she's afraid that she won't let us go. Shinchan, you're just too soft-hearted. Su Pingfeng sighed. Now that Fujian Group's general manager Li holds you in such high regard, With him as your backer, what can Tang Bingyan do even if she knows? I know that Tang Bingyan's identity is very mysterious, and has energy behind her, but Li Fujiang is a saving grace? Xin no poison. When a man should be cruel, he must be cruel. Shinchan, listen to your father. Yang Rongjuan also persuaded from the sidelines. Over the years, although our Su family has had some modest achievements, it's not enough. Only by getting the industries in Su Tian's hands will you have the capital to break out in the outside world. Su Rixin said and fell silent. He didn't want to do anything to Su Tian, not because of the many years of brotherly love with Su Tian, but because of Tang Bingyan. There was no way around it. Tang Bingyan was like a towering mountain, giving him too much pressure. There were too many times when the aura around Tang Bingyan's body pressured him to the point where he couldn't breathe. But what Su Pingfeng and Yang Rongjuan said wasn't wrong, and now that Li Fujiang was interested in favoring him, this was his chance to rise. Su Tian and Tang Bingyan must divorce. He had to get his hands on the estate that Tang Bingyan had left to Su Tian. With this in mind, a flash of coldness flashed across Su Rixin's eyes. I'll go tell him to come down. Saying that, Su Rixin hurriedly ran up to the second floor. Soon, he brought Su Tian down. Yang Rongjuan glanced at Su Tian and pushed the folder in front of her forward, saying, sign it. Su Tian glanced at the document that was none other than his and Tang Bingyan's divorce agreement, as well as many industrial transfer contracts. Su Tian, you and Bingyan are already like this. Mom and Dad are doing this for your own good. Sign it. Su Rixin patted Su Tian's shoulder, looking like a good big brother. Su Tian faintly said, what if I don't sign? The faces of both Yang Rongjuan and Su Pingfeng immediately turned gloomy. Su Tian, we're not discussing with you, we're telling you that today. You have to sign this word even if you don't. Saying that, Su Pingfeng sneered, I think you should also know that every year in China, there are quite a few people who go missing for no reason and whose whereabouts are unknown. If you don't sign, it's impossible to say in case you go missing one day. Su Tian's heart jolted. The reason why he was still emboldened to stay in this home after being put under house arrest by Mr. and Mrs. Su Pingfeng was because he had memories of his previous life. He knew very well that Mr. and Mrs. Su Pingfeng were still afraid of Tang Bingyan and wouldn't lay a deadly hand on him. However, he never expected that Mr. and Mrs. Su Pingfeng would want to kill him so soon. Su Tian hesitated for a moment and said, I have to think about it. Can you give me a little time? You want to stall? Su Pingfeng grunted lightly. Tang Bingyan is gone. She won't be coming back for you. Today you either sign and I'll let you go, or you'll stay in this house forever. Su Tian, don't force us. Yang Rongjuan also spoke up. Su Tian, sign it. As long as you sign it, we'll still be family from now on. Su Rixin said. Su Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the three people in front of him. It was surprising that he hadn't felt that this family, in his previous life, was disgusting to this extent. With Su Tian's silence, the four people in the room looked at each other with 8 eyes, and the atmosphere was condensed to the extreme. A moment later, Su Pingfeng seemed to be a bit impatient and directly got up to pounce towards Su Tian. Shinchan, hold him down. Su Rin Yuspeak reacted at the first opportunity as he rushed past Su Tian's right side. Su Tian was quick on his feet, and hurriedly rolled over from the sofa, allowing Su Pingfeng and Su Rixin to pounce. Afterward, without the slightest stop, he immediately ran towards his room. He didn't think about running out of here, because he knew that outside this house, there were Su Pingfeng's bodyguards. If he runs outside, he's bound to be in worse shape than he is now. For now, all he could do was run to his room and think again. Although Su Tian looked a little weak, he was still quite agile and ran back to his room in 3 steps. Boo! Su Tian had just closed the door to his room when Su Pingfeng and Su Rixin chased him to the door. Boom boom! Su Tian, get out here! You think you're useful just because you're hiding in there? Get thee out! Outside the door, Su Pingfeng and Su Rixin tapped furiously on the door of the room. Su Tian's face was very calm. He quickly dragged all the bookcases, beds, and all the beds in the room to the door, deadlocking it. Su Tian, you think you'll be fine just because you're hiding in your room? Outside the door, Su Pingfeng snorted coldly and said, Xin go to the storehouse and get gasoline. Doesn't he like to hide in his room? Let's just burn down the house and save us the trouble of dealing with him. After Su Pingfeng's words fell, another footstep sounded outside the door. It should be Su Rixin going to the warehouse to get the gasoline. Su Tian's heart thumped. His room was on the 2nd floor and all the windows were welded shut with stainless steel frames, so he couldn't even get out. Su Pingfeng was not wrong. He was now hiding in the room. As long as they set the house on fire, he would surely die. Soon the smell of gasoline wafted out and filled the room. Outside the door, Su Rixin and Su Pingfeng were each holding a gasoline bucket and spreading gasoline around the outside of Su Tian's room. As Su Tian smelled the pungent odor, his mind couldn't help but recall the scene of being burned alive by a fire in his previous life. Su Tian, don't blame us either. If you want to blame, You can only blame yourself. Tang Bingyan's identity is so mysterious. You just want to play dead. You don't know how to climb up by borrowing the big tree that is Tang Bingyan. You brought this all on yourself. Su Rixin poured the gasoline while his mouth was broken. Almost done. Light the fire. Su Pingfeng quickly finished pouring a bucket of gasoline. Yes. Su Rixin nodded, and straight away, he pulled out his lighter and prepared to light it. Pop! The sound of the lighter being pressed was extraordinarily loud. Su Tian in the room clearly felt an aura of death in this one instant. Ding dong! However, just in the nick of time, the doorbell suddenly rang. The next moment, Su Rixin's cell phone followed suit. It's the Su family bodyguard calling. Su Rixin was a bit puzzled that the bodyguard was calling at this time, but he answered it anyway. Mr. Su, Mr. Li and the others are here, right now outside the door. Chapter 22 specially come to visit Mr. Su Tian. Li Fujiang is here. Su Rixin looked towards Su Pingfeng, his face slightly grave. He didn't expect that Li Fujiang wouldn't come early, wouldn't come late, and would come at this exact time. There's no rush. Su Tian can't run away. First go meet Li Fujiang. Let Xin climb into a relationship with Li Fujiang first, then getting Su Tian killed will also be safer. Su Pingfeng said. Su Ri nodded at the news. Good. With that, the two men put down the gasoline barrels in their hands. Su Pingfeng locked Su Tian's room and instructed the two bodyguards to keep an eye on it before going downstairs to greet him. 4 men were standing outside the door when it opened. Li Fujiang stood in the center position. He was followed by 2 bodyguards in suits, and Zhou Xiaoming was on the side. Xiaoming, this should be Mr. Li, right? Without waiting for Zhou Xiaoming to respond, Su Rixin had a polite smile on his face and extended his right hand. Good day, Mr. Li. Li Fujiang glanced at Su Rixin's family and did not see Su Tian. A flash of disappointment flashed across the bottom of his eyes, and he nodded with a faint expression, not shaking Su Rixin's hand. Su Rixin looked at Zhou Xiaoming with some embarrassment, and Zhou Xiaoming hurriedly introduced. Mr. Li, this is Su Rixin, the general manager of Su's company. Li Fujiang nodded slightly. Let's talk inside. Oh, yes, yes. Su Rixin reacted and hastily made an invitation gesture. Mr. Li, please come in. At the back, Su Pingfeng and Yang Rongjuan glanced at each other, a few moments of nervousness coming through in their expressions. This Mr. Li's attitude. There's something wrong with it. Mr. Li, I heard that you had a bit of a problem on the road. Is it nothing serious? As soon as Su Rixin walked through the door, he began to shush him. Mr. Li, your car had a problem on the road. Just ask us to pick you up. Su Pingfeng followed at the side. Mr. Li, you don't know. My son was worried sick when he heard that your car had a problem on the road. Yang Rongjuan also spoke in favor of Su Rixin. However, Li Fujiang frowned. Just now, on the way here, Zhou Xiaoming had said good things about Su Rixin all the way. He still remembers that Su Tian's bland and calm face when he was in the hospital, and when Su Tian was good. His big brother and his family would not be bad, but now it seemed that it was he who had overthought it. However, Li Fujiang was a character anyways, and he didn't show his emotions. After casually responding to a few words of concern from the Su family, he spoke directly. Manager Su, is your brother Su Tian at home? Su Tian? Su Rixin and Mr. and Mrs. Su Pingfeng both looked stunned for a moment. Almost subconsciously, Su Rixin looked to Li Fujiang and asked, Mr. Li, what are you looking for that punk for? Waste? Li Fujiang's face sank. Who are you calling trash? Su Pingfeng was stunned for a moment, and then as if he had thought of something, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Mr. Li, you don't think that my youngest son is my oldest son, do you? Su Tian, he is a waste who has lived for 20 years and has accomplished nothing so far. For the cooperation with the Su family, you can just talk directly to this eldest son of mine. Yes, Mr. Li, Su Tian, that's an indisputable fool who doesn't deserve to meet with you yet. Yang Rongjuan hurriedly agreed. Su Rixin straightened his chest plate as if he was not thinking. Mr. Li, Su Tian is a waste of time who doesn't know anything. If you want to talk about cooperation with Su's, just talk to me directly. Li Fujiang's face was hard to see when he heard Su Pingfeng and Yang Rongjuan's disparaging remarks about Su Tian, and then suddenly laughed when he heard this inexplicably confident statement from Su Rixin. Talk to you? You think I'd make a special trip over here for a partnership with one of your small companies? Boom! Li Fujiang's words were like a heavy bomb that directly blew the 3 members of the Su family away. What do you mean? Li Fujiang didn't come here to meet Su Rixin? What could that be about? How could Su Pingfeng be considered the head of the family? He was the first to return to his senses and carefully looked at Li Fujiang as he asked, Mr. Li, then you came over this time because? This time, I've come specifically to visit Mr. Su Tian. The smiles on the faces of Mr. and Mrs. Su Rixin and Su Pingfeng instantly stiffened. All three were a bit disbelieving their ears. Come to visit Su Tian's. Li Fujian was here to visit Su Tian. And Li Fujian even addressed Su Tian as Mr. Didn't Li Fujian personally visit the house because he favored Su Rixin? Didn't you see Su Rixin's ability and came here in order to cooperate with Su's company? How come they're here for that punk Su Tian? Moreover, how could that punk Su Tian know someone like Li Fujian? Is Mr. Su Tian here? Can I meet with him? Without waiting for the three to return to their senses, Li Fujian spoke again. Su Rixin and Mr. and Mrs. Su Pingfeng opened their mouths at the words, and both of their faces were a bit ugly. At this moment, they suddenly felt that their previous thoughts were somewhat ridiculous. They went so far as to think that Li Fujian had come over for Su Rixin, thinking that Su Rixin had outstanding abilities, thinking that he was about to soar, and that punk Su Tian would never be able to catch up with Su Rixin. But at this moment, Li Fujian's questioning about Su Tian over and over again was like an invisible slap that ruthlessly smacked them in the face, leaving them somewhat groundless. No? Seeing that he didn't get a response, Li Fujian spoke again. A bitter smile appeared on the three men's faces as they sniffed. If it had been an hour ago, they would have been able to drag Su Tian in front of Li Fujian for a walk and use him to get some favors here in Li Fujian. But now, they were just forcing Su Tian to sign the divorce papers. If they let Su Tian come out now, not to mention the benefits, it would be good if Li Fujian didn't help Su Tian against them. Li Fujian frowned when he saw that the three members of Su Rixin's family all looked a bit different. You guys don't want me to see him? Su Pingfeng hesitated for a moment and finally spoke. Mr. Li, the thing is, Su Tian is not at home for the past 2 days. Why don't we wait for him to come back in a couple of days, and then I'll ask him to pay you a visit in person? Not at home? Li Fujian looked a bit gloomy and sighed with some disappointment. If Mr. Su comes back, please contact me. This is my business card. After saying that, Li Fujian left his business card behind and left the Su family with Zhou Xiaoming and the three of them. Phew! After sending Li Fujian away, Mr. and Mrs. Su Rixin and Su Pingfeng collapsed helplessly on the sofa. Su Rixin's face was a bit ugly, and at some point, a thin layer of cold sweat had appeared on his forehead. Dad, how did that punk Su Tian know Li Fujian? What do we do now? What if Su Tian uses Li Fujian to get back at us? Su Rixin was a little scared. Although, it was difficult for him to accept that Su Tian would know Li Fujian even now. The facts were right in front of him. He did not have to doubt for a moment that with Li Fujian's energy in Jiang province, he wanted to screw their Su family. Completely effortless. Dad, Mom, what do we do now? Li Fujian has found his way to the house. If we let Su Tian disappear, what if Li Fujian comes after us for someone? Su Rixin was a bit flustered. He was completely unaware of just how deep the relationship between Li Fujian and Su Tian was. Chapter 23 Going to see Chen Xiaoxiao. Su Pingfeng sighed. Today, we won't be able to move Su Tian's wild seed. What then? Do we just let him go? Su Rixin was a bit nervous. If we just let him go, he will definitely retaliate against us. Su Pingfeng thought for a moment and said, find him and talk to him. We can only reconcile with him now. What if he doesn't reconcile? Su Rixin was still a little worried. He knew Su Tian too well. Su Tian was a mixed-up thing, eating soft but not hard, and holding a grudge. Su Pingfeng's eyes flashed with a fierce look. If he doesn't reconcile with us, I'll let him be buried in the fire tonight. Of course, this was the next best thing, and he didn't want to use it until he had to. Go talk to Su Tian. After saying that, Su Pingfeng led Yang Rongjuan and Su Rixin up to the second floor. At this moment, the door to Su Tian's room had been unlocked by him from the inside. Boo! Su Tian was taking a chair and violently smashing the window. He wanted to break the security window, but the hardness of the security window was beyond his imagination. At that moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door. Su Tian's heart sank slightly, and just as he was about to continue smashing the security window, Su Pingfeng's voice came from outside the door. Su Tian, we just wanted to scare you just now, so sign or don't sign. We respect your choice. Scare me? Su Tian wanted to laugh a little even as he listened. Even using gasoline, you call that scaring me? There was a silence at the door. After a long time, Yang Rongjuan opened her mouth again. Su Tian, the thing is like this. Some time ago, your brother's company lost a huge amount of money and lacked liquidity. That's why we wanted to use the industry that Tang Bingyan had left to you, to turn over a little. It's true that your father and your brother, too, were a bit hasty, but we're family, so how could we bear to burn you? It's really just a scare, so come on out. Su Rixin also spoke up. Su Tian, just now, Dad and I were indeed in a bit of a hurry. I apologize to you. Su Tian couldn't help but frown when he heard such words. He was a bit puzzled in the bottom of his heart. He was planning to set fire to him in front of him to burn him to death. How did he suddenly change in attitude? Could it be that Li Fujian just came over? Su Tian pondered darkly in his heart. He didn't dare to be sure. However, he knew very well that if he fought Su Pingfeng and the others to the end, he was afraid that the final result would be to force Su Pingfeng's family to set fire. Stretching your head is a cut. Shrinking your head is a cut. He had no other way to go but to open the door and wait and see what happened first. Thinking of this, Su Tian took a deep breath and suppressed all the emotions in his heart, moving away from the door and opening the door to the room. Su Tian, what happened just now was all a misunderstanding. In the end, how are we all family? How could we want to harm you? Su Tian looked at him faintly and let out a light hum. Su Pingfeng smiled faintly and opened his mouth as if he was not thinking. By the way, Li Fujian has just come to the house to look for you. What is your relationship with him? Su Tian had only guessed that Li Fujian had come, but now it seemed that it was really Li Fujian who had unintentionally saved his life. The corners of Su Tian's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a smile that was hard to figure out. What kind of relationship? What kind of relationship do you guys think I have with him? Su Pingfeng frowned at Su Tian. If we knew, would we still ask you? Su Tian smiled and didn't say anything. He naturally knew that these three were trying to feel him out, but he was in a situation where it was impossible for him to give up his old self at this moment. After a moment of stalemate, Su Pingfeng sighed. Well, since I don't want to talk about it, you guys don't have to ask too many questions. You go back and rest first. By the way, Mr. Li left a message, so call him back when you have time. With that, he barked. By the way, don't say you're upstairs tonight. Since Su Pingfeng had said so, Su Tian was not polite, and after asking Su Pingfeng for his cell phone back, he left Su's house with quick steps. As soon as Su Tian left, Su Rixin immediately came up. Dad, this kid has Li Fujian as his backstage. We can't get any of the industry Tang Bingyan left him? Xiner, there's no rush. Those who do great things must be calm. Take a look first, then say, Su Pingfeng said. After leaving the front door of Su's house, Su Tian's cell phone had just been turned on, and there were dozens of unfamiliar phone call alerts, all from the same number. Before Su Tian had a chance to dial back, the phone rang immediately, still with the same phone number. Pressing the answer button, Li Fujian's voice came from the phone. Is it Mr. Su Tian Su? Mr. Li Fujian Li, right? It's me. Li Fujian's voice became excited all of a sudden. Mr. Su, you still remember me. That's great. Mr. Li is here for your son's matter, isn't he? Su Tian went straight to the point. Yes, that's right, Mr. Su, when I was in the hospital, I should have listened to you. I went back to check the surveillance after the family scandal. The details I cannot say. Mr. Su, how do you know my son is poisoned? Su Tian didn't bother making excuses and directly asked, do you still want to save your son? Think, of course, Li Fujian said busily. Then don't ask too many questions. Find a place and let's meet. Okay, Mr. Su, wherever you say to meet is fine, or I can go to your home. Li Fujian put his posture low and his tone was polite to a fault. His gesture, if those in the business world of Jiang province knew about it, they were afraid that they would be so surprised that their jaws would even drop. Li Fujian, as the giant of the business world in Jiang province, has always been strong. When has he ever bowed down to people like this? Su Tian thought it was nothing. After all, Li Fujian's life equivalent to his own son was in his hands. Su Tian thought for a moment and said, don't come to the house. Go to Tsueju house. It's a tea house in the neighborhood that's good for talking things over. No problem. I'll send someone to pick you up then? No, I'll just get there myself. Wait for me there. When Su Tian entered the tea house box that Li Fujian had booked, Li Fujian immediately greeted him warmly. Mr. Su, last time in the hospital, I really had eyes to see. I'm really sorry. It's fine. We're kind of not fighting anymore. Su Tian faintly laughed. Mr. Su, I won't dwell on idle words. Since you know about my son's matter, please also tell me, how should my son's poison be detoxified? Li Fujian looked at Su Tian with a solemn expression and asked, I do have a formula to cure the poison, but the medicine isn't very easy to find. Su Tian said, Mr. Su, go ahead and say it. Whether the medicine can be found or not, that's my business. You can give me the prescription to save my son. This favor, I'll keep it all in mind, Li Fujian said. With Li Fujian's attitude, Su Tian didn't hide anything and directly took out the prescription he had written before. Mr. Li, if you follow this prescription and grab the medicine 3 times a day, in less than 7 days, your son's poison should be resolved. Li Fujian took the prescription and glanced at it. It was full of names of Chinese medicines that he couldn't understand, but he was convinced that this prescription could save his son's life. Mr. Su, I don't even know how to thank you. Li Fujian's hands were trembling with excitement. Mr. Su, I won't say anything else. If there's anything you need from me in the future, just ask. After saying that, Li Fujian greeted Su Tian and left in a hurry. And not long after Li Fujian had left, a man in a suit walked in carrying a suitcase. Su Tian recognized this man. He was Li Fujian's bodyguard. Mr. Su, this is what our general manager Li asked me to hand over to you. Just now General Manager Li forgot in his haste to leave and asked me to hand it over to you. The bodyguard put the box on the coffee table and opened it directly. And it was filled with piles and piles of money. No more, no less. Exactly $1 million. This Li Fujian is good at what he does. He didn't make me come here for nothing. The corner of Su Tian's mouth hooked up slightly as he said to the bodyguard, I'll accept this gift from Mr. Li. The bodyguard didn't say anything more, put down the case and left the box. In the box, Su Tian was left alone. After sitting in silence for a few minutes, Su Tian dialed the phone. Lawyer Wu, I've agreed to sign the papers, but I have to see Chen Xiaoxiao once. Jiang Cheng, Yun's group. At this time, Chen Xiaoxiao was sitting in the president's office, burying her head in dealing with mountains of documents. At this time, a secretary-like woman walked in. Assistant Chen, the front desk just called. A gentleman named Su Tian wants to see you, Chen Xiaoxiao said without lifting her head. Let him come in. Earlier, Lawyer Wu Yan had already called her. Su Tian had agreed to the divorce, and the information she was signing now was about Tang Bingyan's transfer of Yan's. Soon, Su Tian walked into the office. Chen Xiaoxiao looked up at Su Tian, picked up a document and pushed it in front of Su Tian, saying, This is the divorce agreement. After you sign it, everything here belongs to you. Before signing, I want to see Bingyan. Where is she now? Su Tian said bluntly. Chapter 24 Imperial City Tang's Group? Chen Xiaoxiao's willow brows furrowed as she looked up at Su Tian. Even if you see General Manager Tang, she can't give you more. Don't be insatiable. Su Tian knew that Chen Xiaoxiao's preconceived notions about him were deep and could not be changed overnight, so he did not dwell on the issue. He just repeated it again. Without seeing Tang Bingyan, there's no way I can sign the divorce agreement. Do you really think that Mr. Tang gave you less to give? Chen Xiaoxiao felt a bit ridiculous. Su Tian, ask yourself, do you think that with your status as the second son of the Jiangqing Su Company, you're worthy of Mr. Tang? Do you know how much pressure Chief Tang is carrying when she was able to marry you down? I hope you recognize reality and stop pestering Mr. Tang. Otherwise, that consequence is not something you can afford. At those words, Su Tian fell silent. He had known for a long time that Tang Bingyan's life and background was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. How could a woman who could hand over hundreds of millions of dollars of industry to him at will be ordinary? And the person who stood behind her to put pressure on her was feared to have the ability to see with his hands. With this in mind, Su Tian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, You're right, the current me is indeed not worthy of Bingyan, but I, Su Tian, will one day stand at the same height side by side with her. Chen Xiaoxiao only found it laughable when she heard this. Su Tian, you really are ignorant and fearless. Su Tian didn't say anything. He glanced at Chen Xiaoxiao, knowing that it would be impossible to contact Tang Bingyan through her for a while, and then he silently turned and left the office. After going out, Su Tian's eyes gradually became firm, since the heavens had given him the chance to relive his life. In this life, he had to be strong. Meanwhile, the imperial capital, the center of the city. A red bas-relief was inlaid on a gilded mansion with the two big words Tangs written in dragons and phoenixes. This building was none other than the headquarters of the Tang Group, which ranked in the top 10 in terms of wealth in China. 36th floor, President's office. With a bandage on her left arm, Tang Bingyan sat behind her desk, looking at the cell phone on the table, not knowing what she was thinking about. Buzz. Suddenly, the cell phone vibrated. Tang Bingyan almost subconsciously picked up her cell phone. Displayed on it was a message from Wu Yan. Mr. Tang, Su Tian has agreed to a divorce. A line of icy cold sentences made Tang Bingyan's face instantly pale. Frozen stared at the line for who knows how long. In the end, Tang Bingyan leaned back on the chair powerlessly. What's coming is coming. Su Tian, are you really that heartless? After a long moment of silence, not knowing whether she was disbelieving or unwilling, Tang Bingyan picked up her cell phone and dialed Chen Xiaoxiao's number. Soon the call was answered. Chen Xiaoxiao's voice came from across the phone. Mr. Tang? Tang Bingyan was silent again for a long time, and finally asked in a slow voice, has he ever looked for me? Once Chen Xiaoxiao on the other end of the phone heard such words, she did not hesitate for a second and said, Mr. Tang, our company's secretary Wu. In the morning he even saw Su Tian and that Lin Miaoyin shopping together arm in arm. Where did he have time to come to you? Mr. Tang, you should stop being soft on Su Tian. Su Tian is a scum, hooking up with another woman before he even divorced you. What a wolf. He's really not worth having you care about. I know. Tang Bingyan tried to restrain her emotions and said in an indifferent tone. After hanging up the phone, Her lips curled into a smile that was pale to the core. She and Su Tian. It's really over. River City Hospital. Lin Tong had just returned from an operation when he received a call from a friend. What? That Li Dong is well? Is it really poison like Su Tian said? How is this possible? Did you hear wrong? The day before yesterday, Li Fujian looked for Su Tian through him because of his son's poisoning, saying that Su Tian said that his son was poisoned and that he could save his son. At that time, he had sworn in front of Li Fujian, saying that Su Tian didn't know anything about medicine and couldn't possibly save anyone, but he never dreamed that the formula Su Tian had given would actually save lives. At this moment, Lin Tong felt like he had been slapped hard, only feeling a fiery pain on his face. However, soon after, a chilling killing intent suddenly flashed under Lin Tong's eyes. Su Tian, first destroying my Tang Bingyan to climb up the ladder, and then hooking up with Li Fujian who I wanted to befriend. Ha, Su Tian, good, really good. It's just that, do you think my Lin Tong's things are that easy to rob? At the same time, Su Tian also received a call from Li Fujian. Mr. Su, my son's condition has turned for the better. I really have to thank you this time. If there's anything you need from me in the future, just give me an order. If I can do it, I'll definitely do it. Su Tian smiled faintly as he listened to Li Fujian's excited and agitated voice coming from the phone. Since Mr. Li said so, then I am not polite. Right now I do have one thing I want to ask Mr. Li for help. Mr. Su, please, Li Fujian said busily. Speaking of which, my matter, it's also a family scandal, but things have come to this point. I'm not afraid of Mr. Li laughing. Su Tian said bitterly, recently, my wife and I had a falling out and she ran away from home. I hope that Mr. Li can help me inquire about her whereabouts. In his previous life, Su Tian only knew that Tang Bingyan's background was very powerful, and did not know exactly what Tang Bingyan's identity was. Su Tian wants to let Li Fujian help him check. If he can check clearly, he also have a bottom in his heart. Ha ha, Mr. Su, I didn't expect a figure like you to have such troubles. Li Fujian laughed and joked. I'm sorry to make Mr. Li laugh. Ha ha ha, normal. Who hasn't had a little trouble with their wife when they were young? Li Fujian was relieved and then asked, I wonder what your lady's name is. Tang Bingyan. Su Tian finished and also explained to Li Fujian the 3 words Tang Bingyan. Which 3 words exactly? Fine. I'll make a note of it. Don't worry Mr. Su, as soon as there's any news, I'll notify you right away. Then I'll trouble Mr. Li. Li Fujian and Su Tian exchanged pleasantries for a while longer before hanging up, and Li Fujian just put down his cell phone and called for his secretary. Just after instructing his secretary to find someone to find out about Tang Bingyan, Li Fujian asked, have you ever felt that the name Tang Bingyan is a bit familiar? Mr. Li, the president of the imperial capital Tang Group, seems to be called Tang Bingyan as well. The secretary said tentatively, it wouldn't be her, would it? The imperial Don Group? Li Fujian thought about it and shook his head slightly. Mr. Su is from Jiangcheng, he shouldn't know that kind of character, so you can check in other directions. It wasn't that Li Fujian looked down on Su Tian, but he had learned about Su Tian's approximate past deeds when he was investigating him. By all rights, Su Tian shouldn't be able to come into contact with that kind of character. Understood, I'll get right on it. The secretary nodded, turned around, and left. Jingle bells. Su Tian's side had just hung up the phone when someone else immediately called. Chapter 25 The trick will be the trick. Seeing the words Lin Miaoyin appear on the caller ID, Su Tian frowned. He didn't want to answer it, but after thinking about it, he decided to listen to what this Lin Miaoyin was going to do. What is it? Su Tian pressed the answer button and directly spoke in an indifferent tone. Brother Tian, where are you now? Lin Miaoyin's voice was a bit delicate. If you have something to say something. Su Tian held back his revulsion at the sweet voice and said, he really couldn't understand why he had liked such a woman before. Brother Tian, why are you being mean to people? Didn't you say you wanted to marry someone last time? I've already told my parents, and my parents asked me to come talk to you to see how soon we can get both parents to meet and discuss the dowry. Su Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The bride price how much do you want? Brother Tian, I like you as simply like you as a person. Money this kind of out-of-body things you mean a little. Look at give $1 million on the line. Su Tian almost laughed out loud when he heard this. $1 million? Is Lin Miaoyin crazy about money? Let's not talk about the dowry or not. Can you tell me first, what makes you think I have $1 million? Su Tian asked with interest. Brother Tian, didn't you divorce that woman? I heard that she left you at least tens of millions of dollars in industries. You don't think I want $1 million a lot, do you? Isn't $1 million a lot? $1 million certainly isn't much. It just depends on whether you deserve it or not. What do you say? Lin Miaoyin froze violently. Brother Tian, what do you mean by that? What does it mean? it means you don't deserve it. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Miaoyin to respond, Su Tian directly hung up the phone. On the opposite side of the phone, Lin Miaoyin listened to the busy tone coming out of her cell phone, and her entire body was a bit dumbfounded. Su Tian, how can you say that about her? With that, she pursed her red lips and looked towards Su Rishin, who had just been watching herself on the phone. Big brother Su. Su Tian, he said, I'm not worthy to marry him. The reason she had called Su Tian was because Su Rishin had found her and told her to call. Just how could she not expect that Su Tian not only didn't want to marry her, but also said such insulting words to her? Su Rishin's face was a bit ugly. Su Tian was no longer the Su Tian of old, and was now completely out of their control. Now that Li Fujiang was Su Tian's backer, he didn't dare force Su Tian to marry Lin Miaoyin. If you can't marry him, you won't be able to get the estate Tang Bingyan left him. Su Rishin pondered for a few moments. A flash of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. We want to get what we want, unless he dies. Lin Miaoyin's face turned slightly white as she said with some trepidation, what are you going to do, big brother Su? You shouldn't be trying to kill someone, right? Lin Miaoyin said with some disbelief. As long as we design it right, what's not to like? Su Rishin's face wore a few shady and brutal smiles. Miaoyin, as long as you're willing to help me, after this is accomplished, I can share half of the property I get with you. No, I don't want it, big brother Su. I'll pretend that you didn't say that. I still have things to do. I'll go back first. Lin Miaoyin was shocked by Su Rishin. Su Rishin is simply crazy. Although she also coveted Su Tian's money, she hadn't gone so far as to kill anyone. Su Rishin was not surprised to see Lin Miaoyin's reaction, but instead spoke with a light smile. Miaoyin, don't you want to know how much we'll get if we kill Su Tian? Nearly $200 million. Think about it, if you take half, you'll be a billionaire in no time. 100 million. Lin Miaoyin was shaken, looking at Su Rishin with shocked eyes. She knew that Tang Bingyan was rich, but she didn't expect her to be so rich, and even more so, she didn't expect her to be willing to leave so much to Su Tian. At this moment, Lin Miaoyin no longer dared to think about how much wealth Tang Bingyan had. Right now, there were only 4 words in her head. Billionaire, if you kill Su Tian, you'll get $100 million. Lin Miaoyin was a little shaken. She looked at Su Rishin and hesitantly spoke. Big brother Su, are you telling the truth? What's in it for me to lie to you? If Su Tian didn't have so much money, could I have spent so much effort? Su Rishin smiled and asked, how about it? Do you want to help me take him down? Lin Miaoyin was a bit hesitant. She knew that what Su Rishin said was most likely true. After all, Su Rishin was also considered a little-known entrepreneur in Zhengcheng. If it was just a few tens of millions, it really wasn't worth the risk to him. One side is 100 million. The other side is to kill Su Tian. Lin Miaoyin's heart struggled for a moment, and in the end, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. Big brother Su, what do you think? What are we going to do? The corner of Su Rishin's mouth hooked up slightly. I'll call him later and tell him that you're sick, leukemia, and need a bone marrow transplant, so he can match it. Big brother Su, in the past Su Tian might still come. Now how could he? Lin Miaoyin was a little unsure of herself. She could hear from the phone call that Su Tian seemed to be disgusted with her right now. Su Rishin smiled confidently. I naturally have a way to make him come, as long as you pretend to be sick and help me out. That's not a problem. It's just that we can't get his assets if we trick him into it, right? Don't worry, as soon as he arrives, I'll arrange to get him on the operating table, and I have the pre-operative notification of the transfer of property ready. Su Rishin's eyes narrowed slightly, light blossoming in his eyes. As long as he signs, on the operating table, some accidents or mishaps are surely unavoidable, right? Lin Miaoyin's eyes lit up furiously when she heard this. Big brother Su, then call him here. I'll cooperate with you. On the other hand, Su Tian had just deposited the money Li Fujiang had given him into the bank not long before he received a call from Su Rishin. Since the last time, he and Su Rishin and their family had sort of half-torn their faces. Could it be that Su Rishin didn't die and still wanted to get the industry left behind by Tang Bingyan from him? Su Tian was a little unsure, but he still picked up the phone. Xiao Tian, just now Uncle Lin called Mom and Dad and said that Miaoyin has been checked for leukemia and needs a bone marrow transplant, and that your bone marrow just happens to be a match for Miaoyin's. So Mom and Dad asked you to hurry and come home. Su Rishin spoke in an anxious tone. Come back soon. Su Tian raised an eyebrow at his words. Lin Miaoyin had just called and wanted to marry him. It's been less than an hour and you're having an attack? And with leukemia, it just so happens that his bone marrow is a match. Ha! The Su family is still not dead. Ha! Su Tian dared to conclude that Su Rishin was again hitting on the idea of the property Tang Bingyan had left him. However, Su Tian didn't point it out, but instead said in a slow voice, there's still a bit of business on my side that I haven't finished, so I'll go over later. Okay, as soon as you can. Su Rishin seemed to be in a real hurry. After hanging up the phone, Su Tian arranged a few things to make sure he wouldn't be in danger this time before taking a taxi to the Su family. After the family sat down, Su Pingfeng went straight to the point. Su Tian, your elder brother should have explained the situation to you as well, and that child Miaoying grew up with you as well. It's impossible for you to see death and save her, right? I've learned that donating bone marrow is not harmful to your body. Instead it has quite a lot of benefits. Just now Miaoying her father called me and I agreed. What do you think about this? Su Tian smiled at the words and looked at the family in front of him. He didn't even believe a single punctuation mark in Su Pingfeng's words. In his previous life, he died and Lin Miaoying was alive and well. However, no matter what kind of machinations the Su family had, Su Tian didn't point it out. This time, how could he not come in vain? Su Tian was silent for a moment before he finally nodded yes. No problem. Su Pingfeng and Su Rishi both flashed a flash of excitement in their eyes as they spoke. However, before the two could be happy, Su Tian spoke again. But I have a condition. Chapter 26 Tang Bingyan sent someone to protect Su Tian. Su Pingfeng frowned. What conditions? Su Tian laughed. It's not a big deal. It's just that I remember when Bingyan got married. She bought me a fund as a dowry and sent it to you guys. There are still a few days left for that fund to be taken out, so I'm hoping that you guys can pass it on to me. Fund, Mr. and Mrs. Su Pingfeng and Su Rishin's faces abruptly stiffened. When Su Tian and Tang Bingyan got married, Tang Bingyan did bring over a dowry of $100 million to buy Su Tian a fund. The contract for that fund was to be taken out 3 years after his marriage to Tang Bingyan. Counting the days, there were still a few days to go, and he would have been married to Tang Bingyan for 3 whole years. Although this money belonged to Tang Bingyan and Su Tian, it had been placed in the hands of Mr. and Mrs. Su Pingfeng, and it was equivalent to Su Pingfeng's family. That's not a small amount of money. Su Tian, is it bad to keep the fund with us? You're still young. Getting such a large sum of money won't do you any good. You still need to be down to earth and make a name for yourself. Yang Rongjuan said bitterly. Yeah, Su Tian, Mom is right. It's easy for you to get unmotivated with that money. Besides, I don't think you want to rely on a woman's money to support you for the rest of your life. Su Tian suddenly smiled as he listened to Su Rishin's heartfelt words. He didn't want to rely on Tang Bingyan's money to support him in his next life, but he even more didn't want Tang Bingyan's money to be taken by someone else. With that, Su Tian looked at the three of them faintly. Whether you want money or for my good, I won't agree to the surgery if you can't get the money. Yang Rongjuan's face was also a bit ugly when she heard this. Su Tian, this is a major event where human life is at stake. The matter of the fund. Let's wait for the operation to be done and then we can discuss it again. The money can't be run away. And if the person isn't rescued, the life will be lost. The smile on Su Tian's face became even more sarcastic when he heard such words. Lin Miaoying is going to die after just finding out about leukemia? Does this family really think he's stupid? He looked askance at Yang Rongjuan indifferently. What does it have to do with me if she's dead or alive? If you don't make things clear about the fund, there's no need to mention letting me save her. Yang Rongjuan didn't know what to say and looked at Su Pingfeng with some difficulty. Su Pingfeng pondered slightly. Let's put it this way. This money was originally yours. I can promise you that when the surgery is over, we'll transfer this fund to you. What do you think? Su Tian raised an eyebrow at his words. Transfer after surgery? Oh, Su Pingfeng's words were so close to directly telling him that he was going to get his hands dirty on the surgery. He looked at Su Pingfeng and spoke with a cold smile. Not good. I said, don't mention surgery to me if you can't get the money. Su Pingfeng frowned and thought for a moment. In the end, a dark aura flashed at the bottom of his eyes, and he seemed to have made some kind of decision as he said, then, I promise you, we'll go through the transfer now, and when you go up for surgery in a few days, that fund will be able to go to your account. Dad, you, flat peaks. Su Rishin and Yang Rongjuan both looked at Su Pingfeng with shocked faces when they heard this. How is that possible? How could Su Pingfeng agree? That's $100 million. Just give it to Su Tian? Even though they all wanted Su Tian to die on the operating table, what if there was an accident in the middle of the process? Su Pingfeng pressed his hand, signaling the two to keep quiet. And then, he looked at Su Tian once again and said, the fund is for you. Are there any other questions? Su Tian glanced at Su Pingfeng and could roughly guess what he was playing at, but he still said indifferently, let's go through the formalities first. Su Pingfeng didn't make a fuss, and directly took Su Tian to go through the transfer procedures. Of course, by going through the formalities now, Su Tian wouldn't be able to get the money right away. After all, it was not a small amount of money and the procedures were so complicated that it would take at least 3 days for approval, and at any time during those 3 days, he could undo the grant process for the fund. Su Tian ran after them for nearly 2 hours before the various formalities were completed and they had to wait for approval. After the formalities were completed, Su Tian directly separated from the Su family. As soon as Su Tian left, Su Rishin hurriedly asked. Dad, what if he really wants to give that fund to him and he refuses the surgery? Refuse? Su Pingfeng slanted a glance at Su Rishin and spoke with a smile. When the time comes, it won't be up to him to refuse. Su Rishin and Yang Rongjuan were stunned for a moment when they heard such words. Dad, what do you mean by that? Su Pingfeng sniffed with a dark smile on his face. You'll know when the time comes. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, an upscale residential area. Why are you trying to hurt me? I'm not happy about it. Amidst a sea of fire, Su Tian's angry roar was heard. Su Tian, don't blame us for being too hard-hearted. If you do, blame it on your lack of respect. Set me on fire and burn him. Su Rishin's mouth was tinged with a cruel smile, and in his eyes, the light of a sea of fire was reflected. Help me. Who will save me? However, no matter how much Su Tian struggled for help, his figure was still gradually engulfed by the roiling sea of fire. In the end, all that was left was a charred corpse. Su Tian, Tang Bingyan snapped out of it. At the moment, her forehead and back were wet with sweat, and she looked as if she had been plucked from the water. Was it a dream? Tang Bingyan looked at the familiar room, her heart slightly relieved. That dream just now was like it was really happening, and she could only watch Su Tian bury himself in the fire without doing anything about it. The feeling of powerlessness nearly suffocated her. After taking a few deep breaths, Tang Bingyan went to the restroom and washed her face, which cleared her head for a few moments. But the more awake she became, the more she felt that the scene she had seen in her dream was real. After returning to bed, Tang Bingyan couldn't sleep. Su Tian's voice begging for help kept echoing in her mind. She could clearly feel Su Tian's despair and helplessness in her voice. After about 10 minutes or so, Tang Bingyan got up, picked up her cell phone, and dialed a call. Wei, from now on, covertly protect Su Tian, and if Su Tian is in danger, report to me at the first opportunity. 3 days later, a private hospital in Zhangcheng. Lin Miaoyin was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face and various tubes to maintain her vitality were inserted into her body. The patient has to be scheduled for surgery right away. Any further delay and the patient will miss the optimal time for surgery and the chances of a successful operation will be greatly reduced. Lin Miaoyin's attending doctor looked at Su Tian and the 3 Su family members in front of him with a grave expression. When Su Pingfeng heard this, he looked at Su Tian Dao with an anxious and grave expression. Xiao Tian, I told you 3 days ago to operate first. You didn't listen. You've been procrastinating for the past 3 days. Procrastinating until now. Lin Miaoyin's critical notice is here. Do you still want to procrastinate? Chapter 27. She helped Su Tian one last time. Su Tian looked faintly at Su Pingfeng in front of him, his face calmly uttering the answer that he had already said countless times over the past 3 days. The money hasn't arrived yet, so I won't sign. Su Pingfeng directly exploded at his words. Money, 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 again. Su Tian, what's in front of you now is a living human life. I've promised you that I'll help you with the closing. And haven't we been working on this as a family for the past 3 days? Can't we save lives before we talk about money? Yang Rongjuan sighed and advised as well. Yeah, Tian, just listen to your dad for once. Saving lives is important. Mr. Su, it really can't be delayed any longer. Lin Miaoyin's attending doctor next to him followed suit. Su Tian looked at the group of people in front of him and smiled. You don't need to morally kidnap me. It's useless. I still say, don't expect me to agree to surgery until the money is paid. Su Pingfeng's face darkened a few more points as he looked at Su Tian's non-negotiable demeanor. In the end, he could only grit his teeth. Okay, I'll call and prod again. With that, he looked at the doctor next to him. Bring over the consent form for the surgery. Meanwhile, outside the ward, a figure hurriedly left after seeing the surgery notice taken out by the doctor. Wei walked to a secluded corner and immediately dialed Tang Bingyan's number. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. Tang Bingyan's cold voice came from the opposite side. What is it? Mr. Tang, Mr. Su is now in Lin Miaoyin's hospital room. He's going to have spinal cord replacement surgery with Lin Miaoyin soon. 3 days ago, after he received Tang Bingyan's order, he began to pay attention to Su Tian, investigating Su Tian and Lin Miaoyin as well as Su Pingfeng and their family. Originally, he wasn't sure if Su Tian really agreed to the surgery. But today, although he couldn't hear the conversation inside the ward, that doctor even took out the surgery notice, so it couldn't be fake. After Wei's words fell, there was a sudden silence on the other side of the phone. A moment later, Tang Bingyan's voice, which was cold to the core, came from across the phone. Su Tian, in order to save that woman, you don't even want to die? At this moment, Tang Bingyan was angry and hateful in her heart. Su Tian actually really wanted to have that dangerous surgery for that woman. After learning about Su Tian's recent movements, she had already checked that doing a bone marrow transplant was a very risky operation. Not only was the patient's life in danger, but the person transplanting the bone marrow was also at great risk. A single misstep can cause permanent irreversible damage to the body or endanger life. However, even if Tang Bingyan was angry in her heart, she couldn't watch Su Tian risk his own life. Finally, she took a deep breath. I'm coming to the hospital right now, and if anything happens to Su Tian before I come to the hospital, you won't be going back to the Tang family in the future. One last time, she helped Su Tian one last time. Next time, even if Su Tian really had to lose his life, she didn't care. For an unknown number of times, Tang Bingyan once again swore in her heart to help Su Tian for the last time. When the words fell, Tang Bingyan didn't care about anything else and went straight up to the roof of the building, getting on the helicopter that had been prepared early on because she was worried about Su Tian. Ding! An hour later, in the quiet hospital room, there was suddenly the sound of a cell phone receiving a text message. Instantly, the gazes of everyone in the ward looked toward Su Tian. Su Tian clicked on the text message, the content of which was exactly the bank's alert text message. Your account with the tail number 5104, transferring a collection of 100,000 yuan. Please pay attention to receiving. The corner of Su Tian's mouth hooked up slightly after reading the message. It's in the books. Su Pingfeng looked a bit ugly. Now you can sign, right? Su Tian suddenly smiled at his words. The money is here. Why do I still need to sign? What do you mean? Su Pingfeng's face instantly clouded over. Seeing this, the smile on Su Tian's face grew a few points brighter. I said, signing is impossible to sign. It's impossible to sign in this lifetime. Well, now that my money is sort of returned to its rightful owner, I won't play with you guys anymore. After saying that, Su Tian smiled, lifted his feet and walked outside. Su Tian, where do you want to go? Su Pingfeng and Su Rixin hurriedly stopped Su Tian's path, their faces terribly gloomy. Su Tian took their money and wants to leave? Not even the door. Su Tian looked at the three people who had stopped in front of him, and his expression did not reveal the slightest bit of panic. What are you guys going to do? If I don't sign, you guys are going to force me onto the operating table? With that, he swept a glance at Lin Miaoyin's attending physician. Even if you guys forced me on, would any doctor dare to force this kind of surgery on me? When Su Pingfeng heard this, his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Suddenly, he smiled. Originally, I didn't want Dr. Lin to take this risk, but if you insist on not signing, there's nothing you can do. Saying that, Su Pingfeng suddenly looked towards the entrance of the ward. Dr. Lin, I might have to trouble you today. When Su Tian heard Su Pingfeng's words, a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Just then, a familiar figure walked in through the door. The moment he saw the person who entered, Su Tian's pupils suddenly shrunk. Lin Tong. How did Su Pingfeng contact Lin Tong? He is emboldened today because he is certain that as long as he does not sign off on the surgery, no doctor will dare operate on him. Because, if something happens on the way to surgery, no one can afford to take the blame. But, Lin Tong was different. He is vindictive and will even do anything to get revenge. Now Lin Tong only hated him. Forced surgery is the kind of thing that Lin Tong can do. Lin Tong entered the door and swept his gaze over Su Tian as if he was not thinking before smiling and looking at Su Pingfeng. It's no trouble. It's my duty as a doctor to cure people. Lin Tong's words fell. Everyone breathed a small sigh of relief, especially Su Rixin and Yang Rongzhuan. Deep in their eyes, they were flashing with excitement. As long as Su Tian is on the operating table, he will definitely die on it. Then, everything Su Tian had would belong to them. Then, Su Pingfeng smiled politely. Then, Dr. Lin, start the surgery. After Su Pingfeng finished speaking, the two bodyguards who had entered the hospital room at some point directly took control of Su Tian. You guys want to force me to operate? I didn't sign the consent form for the surgery, and if I have an accident on the way, none of you will end up well. Lin Tong smiled at his words. Can't you sign and still press your handprint? When you die, who can determine whether you volunteered for the surgery or were forced to do it? After saying that, he directly stepped forward and covered Su Tian's mouth with a piece of towel. Soon, Su Tian's consciousness gradually blurred. Vaguely, he felt himself being racked into the operating room. Then a cold and mechanical voice reached his ears. Check the patient's bodily functions. Prepare for surgery. In Su Tian's days, he could only see the scattered white lights in the operating room, and Lin Tong was running back and forth in the operating room with several doctors and nurses. Su Tian wanted to resist, but he couldn't exert any strength in his body. Su Tian's heart was a little miserable. Did he not expect to be reborn in a new life? Or could he not escape the end of his previous life? He's still going to die at the hands of Su Pingfeng's family, and outside the operating room, Su Pingfeng's couple and Su Rixin's eyes were glittering with excitement. They would soon have access to all of Su Tian's possessions. As long as Su Tian died on the operating table, they would then send Su Tian to the crematorium for a quick cremation. And no matter whether it was Tang Bingyan or Li Fujiang, they couldn't find out half of the problem. However, just at that moment, a rush of footsteps suddenly came from the corridor outside the operating room. the three members of the Su family subconsciously looked up. When they saw the person at the head, the three of them breathed tightly almost at the same time and were almost instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 28 Arrival of Tang Bingyan. Tang Bingyan? Shouldn't she be in the imperial capital? However, without waiting to see how shocked the three members of the Su family were, Tang Bingyan had already stormed into the operating room with a group of subordinates. Who are you people? This is a hospital. An operating room. What do you want? The doctors and nurses in the operating room rushed to stop them. Off. Wei, who had left earlier to pick up Tang Bingyan, immediately stepped forward and waved away the crowds in his way. At this moment, he was panicked to the core, because he was worried that too many people would cause suspicion. He was the only one guarding Su Tian's side. However, how could he not have expected that in the time it took for him to go out and pick up an individual? Su Tian had already been pushed into the operating room. If Su Tian had a good or bad day today, Tang Bingyan would never let him have a good ending. Mr. Tang, the door to the operating room is unlocked from the inside. Soon after, one of Wei's subordinates reported nervously. Wei's heart tightened and he ordered, "Break down the door." "Yes, but it will take a little while." Tang Bingyan looked at the closed door of the operating room in front of her, her breath around her body cold to the extreme. She turned her head to look around at the paramedics, her icy voice devoid of emotion. "Tell the people inside to stop the operation, or if he has an accident, I'll make all of you follow." The doctors and nurses around them all had their hearts fluttering at the words. However, I don't know if they were stunned or not, but no one moved. Su Pingfeng hesitated for a split second before walking quickly to Tang Bingyan. "Bingyan, Su Tian is inside doing surgery. You forcing your way into the operating room like this, in case the doctor gets shocked and something happens on the way to surgery. I'm afraid it's not good." Tang Bingyan looked coldly at Su Pingfeng. "Why did you let Su Tian on the operating table? Don't you know how dangerous this surgery is?" Su Pingfeng sighed, looking heartbroken and helpless. It was Xiaotian himself who said that he and Lin Miaoyin were childhood sweethearts, and that he couldn't just watch Lin Miaoyin go to her death. And today he signed voluntarily. "We didn't force him." The moment his words fell, the temperature around Tang Bingyan seemed to drop steeply to the freezing point. A childhood friend? Oh, a childhood friend. What a childhood friend! No matter how much she paid, even if she could even give up her life for Su Tian, she still couldn't match the words childhood friend. However, no matter how angry Tang Bingyan was in her heart, she still suppressed her anger when she thought of the life-threatening situation of Su Tian in the operating room. Then, her eyes that looked like polar ice moved to Su Pingfeng. "You'd better pray that nothing happens to Su Tian, or else I don't mind scheduling an operation for you as well." Su Pingfeng's heart steeply tightened. Tang Bingyan's icy eyes seemed to be able to shoot straight to his heart. He could clearly feel that Tang Bingyan wasn't joking with him. Meanwhile, inside the operating room, Su Tian felt the harsh surgical lights above him and his disorientation. He struggled to keep his eyes open and see what was in front of him, and under his blurry gaze, Lin Tong walked up to him with a scalpel. At this moment, although Lin Tong was wearing a mask, but in a flash, Su Tian seemed to see Lin Tong holding a scalpel and revealing a hideous smile. Lin Tong looked down at him, that gaze, as if she was looking at a fish on the chopping board to be slaughtered. "Su Tian, because of you, I've lost 2 connections and even my job. It's also because of you that I went from being a top-ranked doctor that countless people flattered to a small doctor in this Thai hospital. Today, all that you will experience is your own fault." As the words fell, Lin Tong's hand holding the scalpel slowly moved to the top of Su Tian's already lifted stomach. Su Tian felt Lin Tong's movements and struggled to raise his hand to try to struggle. However, the anesthesia prevented him from moving an inch no matter how hard he tried. All he could do was to watch the blade, which was glittering with a cold light, get closer and closer to him. Boo! However, at this very moment, the door to the operating room was slammed open. "Stop!" Wei rushed straight in with a group of bodyguards. When Lin Tong saw Tang Bingyan, he shivered, and the scalpel almost fell on Su Tian. Tang Bingyan? At this moment, Lin Tong was directly dumbfounded. He never dreamed that Tang Bingyan, who had already divorced Su Tian in Su Pingfeng's mouth, would appear here. However, without waiting for him to return to his senses, several bodyguards had already rushed to his side and controlled his arms and legs. Wei's body was shaking in terror as he looked at the scalpel clenched in Lin Tong's hand and Su Tian, who had already had his clothes lifted off the operating table. "Lin Tong, you're looking for death." The moment the words fell, he directly kicked up towards Lin Tong. Ka-ching! Well, Lin Tong was already in his early 50s and lacked exercise for many years, so he was directly kicked by Wei and his right leg was broken. The intense pain caused his face to instantly turn pale. Under the gaze of his incomparable fear, Tang Bingyan raised her foot and walked in front of Su Tian. Looking at Su Tian, who was already completely under anesthesia but intact on the operating table at the moment, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And then, She stared at Su Tian for a moment and spoke with a complicated expression. Su Tian, for a woman like that, do you really even want to lose your life? Just then, Wei came to Tang Bingyan's side and asked, Mr. Tang, what about that doctor? Hearing this, Tang Bingyan swept a glance at Lin Tong as if she were looking at garbage, her indifferent tone not containing the slightest emotion. Drag it out and dispose of it. Yes, Wei nodded, and without any nonsense, he directly ordered his subordinates, drag them down and shred them. Lin Tong's pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a pinhole at his words. Extreme fear caused him to nearly lose his voice. No, don't. It pays to kill. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Wei just smiled disdainfully before waving his hand at the bodyguards. The bodyguards immediately increased their speed and dragged Lin Tong out. An hour later, Su Tian was placed in the best ward in the hospital. At this moment, Su Tian was lying on the bed with a pale face, and he had yet to wake up from his coma. Tang Bingyan was holding a handkerchief and gently wiping Su Tian's body. Boo! Suddenly, the door to the hospital room was violently pushed open. Chen Xiaoxiao, who had just gotten the news from this side, rushed in directly with rage. Mr. Tang, Su Tiandu gave up his life for that woman. Why did you still want to bring him back? Tang Bingyan's movement of wiping Su Tian's hands was lurched. She raised her head slightly, her cool gaze landing on Chen Xiaoxiao. You're questioning me? Chen Xiaoxiao's breathing tightened. Her tone instantly softened. Mr. Tang, will you sober up a bit? Su Tian, he doesn't have you in his heart. Now he's bent on divorcing you. You saved him now. When he wakes up, he'll go to that woman again. You'll only make him hurt you more and more deeply if you do this. Chapter 29. Li Fujiang called and informed Su Tian was looking for Tang Bingyan. Tang Bingyan's movements continued, unhurriedly saying, I won't let him go to that woman anymore. Even if he hates me, I won't let them meet again. She could accept that Su Tian didn't like herself, and could even accept that Su Tian liked someone else. However, she couldn't accept Su Tian hurting his body for a woman. Even if Su Tian might hate her, she would never let something like today happen again. Mr. Tang, during the time you were away, I've always had people keeping an eye on Su Tian. I was afraid you'd be sad. I didn't intend to show these things to you, but now, I have to make you realize whether or not what you've done is worth it. Saying that, Chen Xiaoxiao took out her cell phone, clicked on the photo album, and handed it to Tang Bingyan. General Manager Tang, you should stop deceiving yourself. Su Tian is not worth your liking. Tang Bingyan didn't say anything, just looked down at the photos in her phone. Most of the pictures in this cell phone were taken by Su Tian and Lin Miaoyin, and they were very intimate. Of course, it's not from this time, but from a long time ago. Chen Xiaoxiao had been collecting lately, just to wait until Tang Bingyan had recovered from her injuries before handing it over to Tang Bingyan, so that Tang Bingyan would completely die to Su Tian. In her heart, no matter if it was in the past or the present, Su Tian hadn't changed in any way. Su Tian was still the same Su Tian. As expected, Tang Bingyan fell silent after seeing those photos. Her beautiful eyes deadpanned over the photos, crossing them one by one. She didn't have too many obvious emotional reactions, but judging by the way she was holding the phone and squeezing her white fingers, she wasn't exactly at peace. Chen Xiaoxiao naturally saw this one detail. She didn't feel good in her heart, but she also knew that she couldn't be soft at this time. He had to strike while the iron was hot. Chen Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Tang, he only has that Lin Miaoyin in his heart. He doesn't have you at all. Think carefully. Is such a man really worth your love? Tang Bingyan turned off her cell phone. That's enough. Stop talking. However, Chen Xiaoxiao was not willing to give up at all. She gritted her teeth and continued. Mr. Tang, don't deceive yourself and others anymore, okay? I know you've always understood what kind of person Su Tian is. He won't be grateful to you for saving him today. He only has Lin Miaoyin in his heart. You can't even compare to Lin Miaoyin with a finger in his heart. Tang Bingyan's face turned a few points uglier at his words. How can she not know what kind of person Su Tian is? But Su Tian is. How can she easily put it down? Chen Xiaoxiao saw that after all her words had been said, Tang Bingyan still wasn't ready to leave Su Tian behind. She gritted her teeth and said what she didn't want to say but had to. Mr. Tang, you asked me a few times before if Su Tian had looked for you after you left. Well, I'll tell you again. No, he hasn't looked for you even once. Also, he's already agreed to sign the divorce papers, just waiting for me to take care of the Yuns Group's affairs to be able to let him take over directly. He'll sign it right away. Right now, he only has Lin Miaoyin in his heart, and once he signs the divorce papers, all the divorce property you left him will be transferred to Lin Miaoyin's name. Put. Tang Bingyan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Tang. Chen Xiaoxiao and Awei's complexion changed drastically, and they hurriedly went forward to help Tang Bingyan up. However, at this moment, Tang Bingyan had already fainted. Come on man. Somebody. Chen Xiaoxiao anxiously shouted. Although she had lied to Tang Bingyan, It was all for Tang Bingyan's sake. She didn't expect Tang Bingyan to react so violently when she heard her words. Soon, a couple of paramedics came running over at a fast pace. Jingle bells. And just as a doctor began to examine Tang Bingyan, Wei's cell phone suddenly rang. He frowned slightly. He picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was an unknown caller. Worried that it was some kind of important call, he hesitated and finally pressed the answer button and asked, "Hello, is this Mr. Wei, Miss Tang Bingyan's personal bodyguard?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other side of the phone, and his tone was very polite. "I am. What can I do for you?" Wei asked. His cell phone number. Although it was not as confidential as Tang Bingyan's, the average person could not get his cell phone number. "Mr. Wei, hello, I'm Li Fujiang, the chairman of the Fujiang Group in Jiang Province. The thing is like this, I have a friend named Su Tian who wants me to help contact General Manager Tang Bingyan Tang. I don't know if it's convenient to help me contact him?" Ever since the last time Su Tian had commissioned Li Fujiang to help him inquire about Tang Bingyan, he had been very much on board, searching for contacts everywhere to inquire about Tang Bingyan. And inside the entire business circle, Tang Bingyan was very famous, and he had poked around to find out quite a lot of news about Tang Bingyan. For example, 3 years ago, a generation of business legend Tang Bingyan suddenly married to a little-known person in Jiangchang, Jiang Province. Only then did Li Fujiang realize what Su Tian and Tang Bingyan's relationship was. This also made Li Fujiang admire Su Tian even more. After all, he knew a peach blossom news about Tang Bingyan. Back then, the famous 4 young men of the imperial capital in China had all been Tang Bingyan's suitors. Countless business tycoons pursuing Tang Bingyan is not a few. Just pick one out. The background is extremely powerful. And how could Su Tian, as the man who ultimately took down Tang Bingyan, be ordinary? In order to have a good relationship with Su Tian, he also made blood money, looking for countless relationships before he asked for Wei's contact information. Wei froze for a moment when he heard Li Fujiang's words, and then, with a somewhat odd expression, he glanced at Su Tian, who was lying on the bed, and then at Tang Bingyan, who had fainted, and opened his mouth to Li Fujiang on the opposite side of the phone to ask, "Su Tian? You said Su Tian is looking for Mr. Tang? When did Su Tian ever look for Tang Bingyan? Hasn't Tang Bingyan always been the one looking for Su Tian?" "Yes, it's common for young couples to quarrel and fall out. General Tang disappeared because of this small matter, but Su Tian was so anxious, otherwise he wouldn't have begged me." Wei's ears were a bit clouded. He had followed Tang Bingyan for many years, and he knew everything about Tang Bingyan and Su Tian. He really had some difficulty believing that Su Tian would seek out Tang Bingyan. "When did Su Tian say he was looking for Mr. Tang?" Wei asked. 3 days ago. Mr. Su saved my son's life and asked me to help inquire about General Tang. Wei snapped. "What? 3 days ago? You didn't misremember?" Wei was a little incredulous. "There's no misremembering. I'm pretty sure." When Li Fujiang finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "Why? Is there something wrong here?" "It's nothing. I'll tell Mr. Tang about it." "Thanks," Wei said. Okay, Brother Wei, if there is anything in Jiang Province in the future, feel free to contact me." Li Fujiang and Wei exchanged a few polite words before hanging up the phone. Wei hung up the phone, still a little unresponsive. With his understanding of Su Tian, even if Tang Bingyan evaporated one day, Su Tian wouldn't go looking for it. However, if he hadn't looked for Tang Bingyan, it was unlikely that someone like Li Fujiang would have called him personally. In that case, Su Tian would actually entrust someone to ask around for news of Tang Bingyan. It's still a rarity. And just then, Tang Bingyan happened to awaken. She was still a bit out of it when she opened her eyes. "Mr. Tang, you're awake?" Chen Xiaoxiao instantly let out a fierce sigh of relief, and said with surprise on her face. After saying that, she carefully picked up the water on the side and carefully fed Tang Bingyan a sip. Warm water slid down her throat, and Tang Bingyan was able to slow down. She didn't even look at Chen Xiaoxiao and looked directly at Wei to ask, "Wei, who just called?" Just now, while her consciousness was wandering, she vaguely heard Wei mention Su Tian and her when he was talking to someone. Wei hesitated for a moment, glanced at Chen Xiaoxiao, and finally spoke. "Mr. Tang, the one who called just now was Li Fujiang, the chairman of the Jiang Province Fujiang Group." "Tomi Li? She does know this person." 3 years ago, when she came to Jiang Province to start a business, she inquired about all aspects of Jiang Province. This Li Fujiang in Jiang Province is also considered a party figure. Only, Tang Bingyan remembered that her industry in Jiangcheng did not have any business dealings with Li Fujiang. What was Li Fujiang contacting her for? "If it's a business matter, just have him contact someone from the company," Tang Bingyan said. A layer of cold sweat couldn't help but appear on Wei's forehead as he hurriedly explained. "Mr. Tang, he said that Su Tian entrusted him 5 days ago to ask around for news about you. Chapter 30 Chen Xiaoxiao was revealed on the spot. Tang Bingyan was stunned for a moment. Inquiring about me? That's right. Li Fujiang seemed to have heard Su Tian say that you guys had a little conflict, and from what he said, Su Tian seemed to have begged him to help persuade him to make peace. Persuade peace? Without waiting for Tang Bingyan to say anything else, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly stood out. Wei, what are you babbling about? At the moment, she looked at Wei as if she wanted to hack him to death. Wei knew how much Tang Bingyan liked Su Tian, and still told Tang Bingyan such things. Was this hoping that Tang Bingyan would fall deeper and deeper into it? Su Tian has never approached me during this period of time. How could he possibly ask someone to inquire about General Manager Tang, or even find someone to come over to persuade him to make peace? Can you use your brain to think before you say these things to Mr. Tang? Could these things possibly be something Su Tian could do? Wei subconsciously lowered his head when he heard Chen Xiaoxiao's accusation. Tang Bingyan looked at this unusually agitated appearance of Chen Xiaoxiao, her gaze gazing at her as she opened her mouth. You still need to think about what to say and what not to say before you report back to me. So, Su Tian approached me, but you didn't tell me because you didn't think you should. Is that right? Chen Xiaoxiao's heart trembled steeply. Mr. Tang, how is that possible? I don't know why someone called Wei and said Su Tian was looking for you, but Su Tian really didn't come to me. Tang Bingyan sniffed and stared at Chen Xiaoxiao for a moment before speaking. You're one of my most trusted subordinates. Don't let down my trust in you. Mr. Tang, Chen Xiaoxiao, swear that I will never maliciously deceive you in this life. However, just as Chen Xiaoxiao's words fell, a suited bodyguard suddenly walked in. Mr. Tang, Lawyer Wu heard that you've returned to Jiangcheng and is now paying a visit. Attorney Wu? Chen Xiaoxiao's heart abruptly tightened. She had previously instructed Lawyer Wu to get Su Tian to sign the divorce papers no matter what. Originally, she thought that Lawyer Wu would not be able to see Tang Bingyan for a while, but she did not think that Lawyer Wu's side might be exposed. But she never expected that Tang Bingyan would suddenly come to Jiangcheng and that Lawyer Wu would come over to visit. Tang Bingyan took Chen Xiaoxiao's unusual reaction into her eyes and instructed the bodyguard in a faint voice. Let him in. Yes. Soon, the suited Lawyer Wu walked into the room. Before Lawyer Wu could open his mouth, Tang Bingyan spoke directly. Lawyer Wu, has Su Tian agreed to the divorce? Mr. Tang, I'm sorry, Mr. Su doesn't agree to sign and insists on seeing you. Lawyer Wu apologized. Su Tian, he wants to see me? Tang Bingyan's fingers couldn't help but experience a few instinctive light tremors. Su Tian is looking for her. He's really looking for her. When Lawyer Wu saw Tang Bingyan's somewhat unusual reaction, the bottom of his eyes revealed a few moments of doubt. Still, he spoke up. Mr. Tang, I've already reported Mr. Su's claims to Assistant Chen, and I personally suggest that you'd better make things clear before the divorce. Chen Xiaoxiao. Chen Xiaoxiao had been deceiving her all along. Tang Bingyan's fingers abruptly clenched, and she violently turned her head to look at Chen Xiaoxiao, whose face had already turned a little pale on the side. At this moment, an extreme coldness permeated her voice. Chen Xiaoxiao, didn't you say that Su Tian has been with Lin Miaoyin these days and hasn't looked for me at all? Chen Xiaoxiao felt Tang Bingyan's eyes that didn't contain the slightest bit of warmth, and under that invisible and powerful pressure, her body couldn't help but tremble lightly. Although she had been prepared to suffer the consequences of being exposed before, she still felt somewhat unable to bear it when she actually faced Tang Bingyan's questioning. On the side, Wei, who was familiar with Tang Bingyan's character, also had a slight tremor in his figure. He knew that this was a precursor to Tang Bingyan's anger. Under the pressure of Tang Bingyan's aura, Chen Xiaoxiao couldn't control the trembling of her speaking voice. Mr. Tang, Su Tian, he did approach you, but he did so to covet your property. I didn't tell you about these things. It was all for your own good. Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Tang Bingyan with a sincere gaze, explaining to Tang Bingyan. However, before Chen Xiaoxiao could finish, Tang Bingyan suddenly got up and grabbed her neck. Chen Xiaoxiao, you were the person I trusted the most, but you lied to me. Tang Bingyan's gaze was cold to the extreme, looking at Chen Xiaoxiao like she was looking at a dead person. Other things, she may be able to forgive her, but only Su Tian's matter. Unforgivable. Chen Xiaoxiao. Damn it. Chen Xiaoxiao was being choked by Tang Bingyan and couldn't breathe at all. She subconsciously grabbed Tang Bingyan's hand and struggled desperately. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. She clearly felt Tang Bingyan's hand tightening. Tang Bingyan was really trying to kill her. The pain of suffocation and the possibility of her neck being broken at any moment made Chen Xiaoxiao feel as if she saw death right in front of her eyes. Mr. Tang. Wei originally thought that Tang Bingyan just wanted to slightly punish Chen Xiaoxiao, but at this moment, he finally realized that something was wrong and rushed forward to block it. Mr. Tang, Assistant Chen is doing this for your sake. Su Tian has indeed done a lot of assholish things over the years, and Assistant Chen's method of doing things is indeed problematic. but her loyalty to you can be judged by heaven and earth. Assistant Chen has worked diligently all these years. Just this once. You can let her off the hook this time. Tang Bingyan's movements lurched at the words. She stared at Chen Xiaoxiao for a few seconds before slowly releasing her hand. Only, the gaze she looked at Chen Xiaoxiao with was so cold that it didn't contain the slightest bit of emotion. Don't let there be a next time. Ahem. Chen Xiaoxiao sat paralyzed on the ground coughing violently. On her white neck, a purplish-red mark appeared. It was not hard to see how much force Tang Bingyan had just used. However, just as she stopped coughing, she took a deep breath and raised her head to look straight at Tang Bingyan with a firm gaze. Mr. Tang, I shouldn't have kept this from you, but I wasn't wrong. You know better than us what kind of person Su Tian is. He's learned his lesson now. On the surface he's nice to you, but secretly he's afraid that he hates you to death. I know you won't believe my words, but just watch. Su Tian isn't someone who can stay calm. In less than 7 days, he'll definitely reveal his purpose for suddenly starting to treat you well. Tang Bingyan's willow brows furrowed slightly as she looked at Chen Xiaoxiao with an icy gaze. Her complexion didn't change in the slightest, but the bottom of her eyes gave birth to a few strangenesses. After a few seconds of silence, Tang Bingyan spoke indifferently. Wei, take her down to receive the family law. Wei sniffed with a slight sigh of relief. When Tang Bingyan said this now, they knew that this hurdle had finally passed, and Tang Bingyan wouldn't pursue this matter any further. It's just that Chen Xiaoxiao is afraid that she'll have to suffer a bit. The Tang family's family rules are very strict. A family law down. I'm afraid that 10 days and a half months will not be able to get out of bed. Wei said. Sister Chen, let's go. Chen Xiaoxiao nodded her head slightly and looked deeply at Tang Bingyan before following Wei out of the room. At the moment, she didn't have any hurt feelings, and even breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Because, just now, Tang Bingyan was silent. With her understanding of Tang Bingyan must have taken her words in. As long as Tang Bingyan believed that Su Tian's sudden kindness to her had a purpose. This time, the family law, she would not have suffered in vain. And after Tang Bingyan had her defenses up, it wouldn't be so easy for Su Tian to harm Tang Bingyan. That's enough. As long as Tang Bingyan was fine, she would be fine even if she suffered a little bit. After Chen Xiaoxiao and Wei left, Lawyer Wu didn't dare to stay in the room for much longer. And after saying a word to Tang Bingyan, he left the room. Soon, only Tang Bingyan and Su Tian on the bed were left in the room. Suddenly, Su Tian, who was lying on the bed, moved his eyelids slightly. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes, and stepping into his eyes happened to be Tang Bingyan's exquisite face. Chapter 31. Does Su Rixin really think he's stupid? Su Tian froze for a moment and muttered, Am I dreaming? Su Tian reached out somewhat obsessively, wanting to caress Tang Bingyan's face. Honey, you look great. He moved in a very pampered manner, as if he were about to touch a supreme treasure. However, just as his hand reached halfway, Su Tian's eyes suddenly widened. He said with some incredulity, Wife, aren't you in the imperial capital? You're back? Tang Bingyan looked at him faintly. I don't know if she had just heard Chen Xiaoxiao's words, but her tone of voice rarely revealed a few points of detachment and indifference. Well, I just returned. After saying that, without waiting for Su Tian to respond, she directly spoke in a forceful tone. Now that you're awake, come back with me first. After saying that, she ordered the bodyguard at the door to take Su Tian back to her villa in Jiangcheng without any further ado. Su Tian looked at the aura around Tang Bingyan that was a few points colder than usual, and didn't say anything more at this time. An hour later, Su Tian followed Tang Bingyan into the villa and returned to his room that was here before. Starting today, you are not allowed to leave this villa. After entering the room, Tang Bingyan looked at Su Tian and opened her mouth without words. When Su Tian heard this, a bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. Although Tang Bingyan was cold and icy, the fact that he was able to appear here already proved a lot. This woman hadn't changed. It was still the same Tang Bingyan who loved him to the bone. Everything he had done had not been in vain after all. Are you worried about me going to Lin Miaoyin? So you're making me stay here? Su Tian teased with a smile on his face. Afraid I'll go looking for her? Already so possessive of me? Tang Bingyan pursed her red lips lightly and didn't speak. She just quietly looked at Su Tian. Her beautiful eyes, which were nice and deep, were as calm as stopping water. But Su Tian understood that he had hit the nail on the head. Tang Bingyan was mainly worried about him being victimized and wanted to protect him in this almost paranoid way. Not only that, she seems to be doubting him. Rest first. After Tang Bingyan finished speaking, she walked out of the room. Binjian, Su Tian consciously wanted to go after him. Yet just then, jingle bells, his cell phone suddenly rang. Su Tian picked up his cell phone and saw the caller ID belonging to his good big brother Su Rixin, and his eyes abruptly flashed with a murderous intent. But soon, he glanced at the door of the room that had been closed after Tang Bingyan had left, and not knowing what he had thought of, his eyes slightly converged before he pressed the answer button. Something's wrong? Xiao Tian, You're at Bing Yan's villa, right? Su Rishin's voice was very affable. You followed me? Isn't Big Brother worried that something might happen to you? Su Rishin casually made a perfunctory remark and suddenly lowered his voice. Xiao Tian, is it convenient for you to talk now? Is Tang Bingyan by your side? When Su Tian heard this, he abruptly narrowed his eyes. She's not here, so just say what you have to say. I'm at the door of your villa right now, so is it convenient for you to come out? I have something very important to tell you. Su Tian suddenly wanted to laugh a little when he heard Su Rishin's words. Does Su Rishin really think he's stupid? He was almost killed on the operating table by the other side, and at this time, he still mysteriously asked him to meet. Almost wrote the words "I want to harm you" on his face. However, Su Tian glanced at the door of the room where Tang Bingyan had just disappeared and suddenly hesitated. Tang Bingyan now seemed to have doubts about him suddenly being nice to her, or even, perhaps, suspecting that he was uniting with the Su family to harm her. Before he gets Su Rishin dead, he can put Su Rishin waste use through him to eliminate some of Tang Bingyan's suspicions. Thinking of this, Su Tian spoke again. You're outside the villa? I'm already inside, waiting for you in the living room. Because he was a member of Su Tian's family, he used to come over from time to time to look for Su Tian, and the bodyguards outside the villa would not stop him. Okay, I'll go down now. When Su Tian went downstairs, Su Rishin was drinking tea in the living room. Xiao Tian, my parents and I were a bit impulsive in our haste today because we were worried that you would be sad if Lin Miaoyin had an accident. But we are a family after all, and it's impossible for us to harm you. Su Tian suddenly laughed at his words. Su Rishin, don't play the good big brother in front of me. If you have something to say, just say it. The smile on Su Rishin's face froze slightly, but then, he suddenly came a little closer to Su Tian and lowered his voice. This is Tang Bingyan's place. There are some things that aren't easy to say. Let's change places. Su Tian lightly swept him a glance. There's nothing that's not good to talk about, so let's talk about it here. Su Rishin opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but seeing how determined Su Tian was, in the end, he gave up on continuing his exhortation and spoke directly. Alright, if you say that it's convenient here, then I'll be straightforward, said Su Rishin as he looked around and said furtively, Xiao Tian, now that we've tricked Tang Bingyan back according to the plan, Lin Miaoyin asked me to ask you, what are you going to do next? At this moment, behind the relief pillars on the second floor of the villa, Tang Bingyan and Wei are standing here. Hearing Su Rishin's words, her breath around her instantly chilled. Mr. Tang, do you want me to go down and bring Su Tian back? Ah Wei said angrily. There's nothing wrong with what Sister Chen said. Su Tian is a jerk. He's still in contact with that woman. And this time, he's just trying to trick you back to get more from you. As Wei said that, the side was ready to rush downstairs and grab Su Tian up. However, just as he was about to raise his foot, his shoulder was suddenly pressed by Tang Bingyan. Wait! Wei's body nearly unsteadied and kicked the trash can next to him. Mr. Don. Ah Wei just wanted to say something, but Tang Bingyan's willow brows slightly frowned, signaling Ah Wei to keep quiet. At this point, downstairs on the couch, Su Tian was just about to ask Su Rishin what his plans were, but before he could open his mouth, he heard a slight commotion coming from the second floor. His eyes squinted slightly, and he saw two figures hiding behind the second floor's embossed columns, hidden and flickering behind them. Su Tian withdrew his gaze without moving after taking a look. He wasn't surprised by the two people over there. If he didn't know that with Tang Bingyan's character he would definitely be watching him and Su Rishin from the shadows, he wouldn't have wasted his time coming to see this idiot Su Rishin. Su Tian detected a slight movement on the second floor, and so did Su Rishin, who was sitting across from him. At that moment, the corner of Su Rishin's mouth hooked slightly. Su Tian took in Su Rishin's reaction and spoke in tandem. Su Rishin, what is the plan you speak of? Xiao Tian, have you forgotten? Didn't you say that Tang Bingyan is stupid and has a lot of money, and asked us to help play a bitter trick for you so that you could trick her back and then continue to squeeze her value? After you've drained Tang Bingyan dry, you'll take Tang Bingyan's money and go far away with Miaoyin. Xiao Tian, how could you forget such an important thing? It wouldn't hurt your brain from the anesthetic, would it? Chapter 32 My wife is a national treasure. The moment Su Ritian's words fell, behind the second floor column, Wei's fists clenched and creaked. Bastard! Su Tian is an animal. Mr. Tang loved him to the bone, but he repeatedly joined with outsiders to cheat Mr. Tang, and even, he wanted Mr. Tang's life. How could he bear it? And just when Wei couldn't control himself and wanted to rush straight out, he suddenly felt the temperature around him suddenly chill. A Wei backbone cannot help but a burst of cold. The heart welled up a strong sense of crisis, as if there are some wild beasts around to pounce up to devour him into the stomach. He subconsciously slowed down his breathing, slightly glancing sideways at Tang Bingyan. He saw Tang Bingyan's playful and beautiful face, so gloomy and cold that it seemed as if it could drip water. especially Tang Bingyan's beautiful eyes, which were staring at Su Tian like he was staring at his prey at the moment, ready to pounce at any moment. Wei knew very well that Tang Bingyan, this was on the verge of breaking out. Such a betrayal, such a calculation. In his place, as early as the first time, he had already made Su Tian vaporize. The fact that Su Tian was able to survive until now was enough to show how much Tang Bingyan loved him. Wei looked at Tang Bingyan's face and swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. At this moment, it was as if he could already see how badly Su Tian would die next, and under his gaze, when Su Tian heard Su Rishin's words, his face did not reveal much surprise. He looked at Su Rishin as if he were looking at a fool. Drain Tang Bingyan's value? Go far away with Lin Miaoyin? Su Rishin couldn't help but freeze for a split second when he saw Su Tian's reaction. Shouldn't Su Tian have denied it when he said such unfounded things? Why is his reaction so calm? But even though he was a bit confused, he had to frown and open his mouth in order not to be seen by Tang Bingyan in the shadows. Yeah, Xiao Tian, those were your original words at the time. Now what are you going to do next? Or just follow the original plan? Get Tang Bingyan killed and inherit her property? Su Tian suddenly smiled at his words. Big brother, do I look like a retard to you? Su Rishin froze slightly, a bit unresponsive. Xiao Tian, you really have been confused in your brain by the anesthesia. Since you were a child, you are so smart. How can you talk about yourself like that? Well, you're right, I'm not retarded, so the retarded one must be you. Su Rishin's face suddenly sank. Su Tian, what do you mean? Su Tian suddenly stood up. At this moment, he no longer had the slightest smile on his face. What he had was just the coldness of looking at a fool. Su Rishin, you say that I'm going to cheat my wife out of her money in order to go far away from Lin Miaoyin. So what do you think? Lin Miaoyin, what makes her make me do such a thing? In terms of looks, my wife is a national beauty. Lin Miaoyin can't even compare to her on a single finger. In terms of property, 10 Lin families put together don't have as much as a random fund my wife bought me. You've said I'm not retarded, so why would you let my wife, who crushes Lin Miaoyin in every way, go and get mixed up with Lin Miaoyin's slime? In the dark, Wei's entire body froze. What's going on? Is this something Su Tian can say? Su Tian had always been like an obedient lapdog in front of Su Rishin. When had he ever been so manly? And also in this one instant, the icy coldness that Wei had previously felt on Tang Bingyan's body disappeared without a trace in this instant. At this moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Tang Bingyan's mouth. Although she was in a dark place, she was as if she was a light in the darkness, dispersing the darkness, and she was incredibly beautiful. Meanwhile, Su Rishin's face instantly turned ugly when he heard Su Tian's words. He reacted instantly. He had been tricked by Su Tian. Su Tian had long known that Tang Bingyan was here, and this was a trick with him. However, he knew that Tang Bingyan was in the shadows, and now if he flipped with Su Tian, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to walk out of this door. Su Rishin took a deep breath and said with an ugly face, Xiao Tian, how do I know? That plan was all made by you. Didn't you say that you don't like Tang Bingyan, and that you like Miaoyin? Su Rishin, do you want to be shameless? Su Tian nonchalantly interrupted Su Rishin. If it wasn't for the fact that you had previously allowed me to understand my wife's feelings towards me by getting close to Lin Miaoyin, I'd be too dirty to even take a look at that woman. It's this time now, and you're still using her as an excuse to try to alienate my relationship with my wife? Think I, Su Tian, am an idiot, or do you want to show your retarded-like intelligence in front of me? Su Tian's words were so loud that the entire villa could hear them clearly. Wei, who was behind the column on the second floor, was a bit skeptical of his own ears after hearing these words. Su Tian, who approached Lin Miaoyin before, was doing it for Mr. Tang? Is this really true? And beside him, Tang Bingyan's complexion softened a few points once again. She understood that what Su Tian said was not necessarily the truth, but even if it was fake, the words were still Su Tian's, and that was enough. At this moment, after being righteously scolded by Su Tian, Su Rishin's face clouded over, but he knew that Tang Bingyan was precisely watching from the shadows. No matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to go against Su Tian at this time. Thus, even though Su Rishin's heart was no longer stifled, he still had to reveal an extremely forced smile and said, Xiao Tian, I know it's not convenient for you to talk here. Just tell me earlier, why do you have to degrade Lin Miaoyin and I so much just to please Mr. Tang? Well, since it's not convenient for you today, we'll talk about it some other time, and you come back more often when you have time, so that the family doesn't get raw. After saying that, and without waiting for Su Tian to respond, Su Rishin walked out of the villa's gate quickly with an ugly face. Su Tian, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa, not even moving a bit. He just looked at Su Rishin's back, his eyes slowly narrowing. This big brother of his is really tolerant. The matter of the Su family should be dealt with earlier. In this life, He would never let the Su family have a chance to turn over. Right at this moment, a sudden sound of footsteps came from the stairs leading to the second floor, and Tang Bingyan walked down. Su Tian looked at Tang Bingyan and greeted him with a smile. Wife. Tang Bingyan elegantly sat on the sofa opposite Su Tian, that pair of good-looking eyes faintly looking at Su Tian. Big brother came just now? Su Tian also didn't point out Tang Bingyan's knowing question, but just laughed. Came to check on my physical condition. Nothing major. Honey, you're hungry, right? I'll go cook for you. Tang Bingyan shook her head and said, no, your body has only just recovered. Let the kitchen ant do it. The anesthetic has worn off. It's not a problem. After saying that, Su Tian directly got up and went into the kitchen. Seeing this, Tang Bingyan hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed in and fought. Just as the meal was ready and Tang Bingyan had just served it on the table, and Su Tian was still in the kitchen cleaning up the battlefield, a sound of bodyguards blocking the way suddenly came from outside the door. Chapter 33. My wife knows if she's in good shape. Miss Xiao. Mr. Tang is resting inside and hasn't woken up yet. You, Miss Xiao, it's better to wait for us to go and pass the word. Then, a hot beauty with a hot body burst in with a huff. This beauty was about 1.75 meters, wearing jean shorts, revealing a pair of long white legs that were exceptionally eye-catching. This person was none other than Xiao Rongyu, one of Tang Bingyan's few friends. Seeing Tang Bingyan, she immediately said with a small angry face, Bingyan, I heard that trash Su Tian divorced you? The bodyguards who followed them and wanted to stop them, but knowing the relationship between Tang Bingyan and Xiao Rongyu, they were somewhat at a loss as to whether they should stop them or not. Fortunately, Tang Bingyan said in time, all of you go out. Those bodyguards who wanted to stop Xiao Rongyu immediately silently exited the villa. Xiao Rongyu was as if she had returned to her own home, not seeing any outsiders, sitting on her butt next to Tang Bingyan and wrapping her arms around her. Bingyan, I came all the way from the imperial capital to kill you this time to help you get that scummy guy Su Tian killed. Gulp. I don't know if she smelled the meal on the table, but just as she finished, a growl came from her stomach. She subconsciously looked at the table. Shredded pork in Beijing sauce, grilled and fried fish fillet, kung pao chicken and so on. 7 or 8 dishes. Su Tian had known in his first life that he was talented in cooking, and had studied for a while to make a living after being kicked out of the Su family. Although these are home cooking, but Su Tian did extremely exquisite. Color and flavor. See people's fingers. Xiao Rongyu took a deep breath. It smells so good. Because she practically grew up wearing the same pants as Tang Bingyan, she wasn't polite and extremely naturally sat down and picked up her chopsticks to pick up some to taste. All of a sudden, Xiao Rongyu's good-looking eyes lit up. Yummy! However, just as she was about to take a second bite, she was suddenly pressed down by Tang Bingyan. Get up! Xiao Rongyu was stunned for a moment. Bingyan, when did you become so petty? She almost subconsciously looked in the direction of the kitchen. When she saw the back of the man in the kitchen, it was like she suddenly understood something. Bingyan, what are you, hiding fresh meat in a golden house? Su Tian, who heard Xiao Rongyu's words clearly in the kitchen. Fresh meat? However, without waiting for him to have any reaction, Xiao Rongyu sighed to herself and said with a look of being hurt, alas, it is true that depending on men like hands and feet and sisters like clothes, having a man doesn't even allow people to eat. But seeing as how you were able to think things through and told that scum Su Tian to get lost, I'll let your bigotry go. Ugh, either way, your crappy eye for men is an improvement. After all, let's not talk about anything else for a moment. This one's cooking skills are something that punk Su Tian can't even catch up with. Su Tian, waste? I'm not saying that you should have thought about it long ago. With your face value and capital, you want to pick up what kind of fresh meat there is no Why do you have to hang yourself on that crooked neck tree that Su Tian has no face value and no figure? Su Tian, crooked neck tree? As Xiao Rongyu spoke, a few hints of urgency suddenly appeared on her small face. Bingyan, tell me, what type do you like? I'll go find you a few more. Su Tian. He turned around suddenly, his face so grim that it looked as if it could drip water. Xiao Rongyu, you're a 26-year-old spinster who still doesn't have a boyfriend. What kind of bad ideas are you blindly giving to Bingyan here? I'll go? The moment Xiao Rongyu saw Su Tian, she was directly dumbfounded. Who's gonna tell her what's going on here? The little fresh meat who cooks so well in the kitchen is actually Su Tian, the useless scum who can't do anything? Who did you just say has no face and no body? Can't you tell if I have a high face value? As for the body, Su Tian suddenly smiled, and then looked meaningfully at Tang Bingyan. Is my figure good? Bingyan knows. Is it necessary to prove it to you? Xiao Rongyu fish. Okay. She admitted that it was more or less against her will to say that Su Tian's face was not working. As for body image, she subconsciously looked Su Tian over from top to bottom, her eyes lingering in a certain spot for a split second. She couldn't control the redness of her small face for a split second. In the next moment, realizing what she had done under Su Tian's guidance, She clenched her teeth hard. This, however, before Xiao Rongyu could get angry, Tang Bingyan looked at a look that had her backing to be angry at Xiao Rongyu's appearance, and suddenly revealed a trace of a faintly undetectable smile on that cool and stunningly beautiful face. Very good. Xiao Rongyu's eyes snapped open. Good? What's good? In shape? Done. Bingyan was dyed yellow with this scummy old pervert. Bingyan, you have to keep your eyes open. You can't be fooled by this asshole again. Tang Bingyan just gave her a faint look. Uncle told you to go home. Xiao Rongyu froze. My dad told me to go home? How come I didn't know? Tang Bingyan, if you're still here in a minute, you'll know. Xiao Rongyu, what does Bingyan mean? This was her father pressing her, but Bingyan resented her being in the way here and was going to call her old man and order her to go back? Interge, boo-hoo. Bingyan really doesn't love her anymore. She was no longer Bingyan's most important cutie. Thereupon, in order not to be alarmed by Tang Bingyan to her father, she could only look deeply at Tang Bingyan with the eyes of a negative man for a few seconds before she left the villa with a step and 3 turns back. When Xiao Ronyu's figure completely disappeared in the doorway, Su Tian suddenly smiled and looked at Tang Bingyan and opened his mouth. Bingyan, let's go. Tang Bingyan, who was about to sit down to eat. Where to? Su Tian slightly hooked his lips. Upstairs, to thank you for just giving me face. I'll let you see how good my figure really is. Tang Bingyan, eat. The smile at the corner of Su Tian's mouth deepened a few points as he sniffed. Although his wife was still cold at the moment, for some reason, he just felt that she was shy. How did he not realize in his previous life that his own wife was so cute? It seems like it would be fun to tease my wife about nothing in the future. However, in order to avoid making his wife blow up, Su Tian decided to call it a day and obediently sat down to eat as his wife requested. After eating a few bites, Su Tian saw that Tang Bingyan was clearly in a good mood and spoke as if casually. Wife, I want to go back to work. Tang Bingyan's movements suddenly gave a start. Going back to work? Before Su Tian married him, she worked at Su's company. After the marriage, the Su family because she gave the company countless benefits, in order to curry favor with her to promote Su Tian into the company's vice president, but always just hang a name. Later, because she had been giving Su Tian living expenses, Su Tian did not lack that little salary, and did not go back to work. If placed before today, Su Tian said he wanted to go back to work. Tang Bingyan, although she preferred him to accompany herself at her side, and would not force anything, but now, no, Tang Bingyan rejected categorically. During this period of time, you'll stay here. You're not allowed to go anywhere. At those words, Su Tian suddenly fell silent. He knew that Tang Bingyan didn't simply want to put him under house arrest, but was mainly worried that he was still fond of Lin Miaoyin and would do something hot-headed for her. After a long period of silence, Su Tian slowly explained. Bingyan, seeing what happened today, you should also know how my relationship with the Su family is. I didn't understand how good you were before, treating them like family, but I'm waking up now, and I want to take back everything you gave them. Tang Bingyan's willow brows frowned slightly as she said, I'll do these things, you don't have to worry about it. Su Tian sighed. Wife, although soft rice is fragrant, it's more interesting to take back your own revenge personally. Your own things, by yourself, isn't it? Chapter 34 Reward your wife. He clearly remembered that in his previous life just recently, several huge business opportunities had appeared in Zhengchang. If he couldn't seize these opportunities to build up some strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand on the same level as Tang Bingyan in this lifetime. And how can a relationship last between two people who are not equal? However, Tang Bingyan remained unmoved when she heard Su Tian's words. If they hadn't harmed you, I could have cared less, but they've already made a move against you today, and I won't let go of anyone who wants to harm you. When Su Tian heard this, although he was somewhat helpless, he felt a warmth in his heart. However, at this moment, he did not say anything more. Tang Bingyan's character has always said one thing. This time to dwell on it is not only meaningless, but also easy to let Tang Bingyan firm not to let him go back to work. Late night, the second floor bedroom was silent. Tang Bingyan slept on the bed, while Su Tian slept on the sofa. There was no way around it. Both had injuries that they hadn't recovered from. Originally, Tang Bingyan had asked Su Tian to sleep in another room, but Su Tian insisted on sleeping in a room with Tang Bingyan and slept directly on the sofa. No! A sudden shriek came from the bedroom. Su Tian snapped awake. Bingyan, what's wrong? At this moment, Tang Bingyan was sitting on the bed. Her face was pale, she was panting, and there was a layer of fine beads of sweat on her forehead, as if she had been frightened. The babysitter from the next room soon walked in as well. Miss, did you have another nightmare? Su Tian frowned and looked at the nanny. Again? She has frequent nightmares? In the past, he had always felt that Tang Bingyan approached him with a purpose, and had never slept in the same room as Tang Bingyan, but he didn't know about her nightmares. Miss has been having a lot of nightmares lately, and she rarely gets a restful night's sleep. With an explanation, The babysitter went to the nightstand out of habit and removed a bottle of sleeping pills from the drawer. Recently, Tang Bingyan had been having the same nightmare of Su Tian being burned alive. This nightmare had kept her awake for a long time. I'll take it from here. You go out first. Su Tian took the sleeping pills from the nanny's hand, and the nanny didn't say anything more, nodded and left the room. He gave a slight pause, but still put down the medicine bottle and said, "Don't take it in the future. It's not good for your body if you take too much." Tang Bingyan looked up at Su Tian without saying anything. Su Tian looked at Tang Bingyan's rather haggard face, stroked the green silk in front of her forehead, and laughed. "Then I'll tell you a story?" Tang Bingyan frowned. "I'm not a child." Su Tian smiled bitterly. "Alright, then let's talk about the rest." Tang Bingyan didn't say anything, just quietly leaning against the side of the bed, seemingly waiting for Su Tian to speak. Su Tian also opened his mouth after a moment of silence. "In fact, I've always had a question. When you didn't really know me, why did you suddenly want to marry me? Even if one has a bit of unique taste and likes scoundrels like me, is there no one like me in an empire that big? And, after we got married, you didn't get mad at me for all the things I did to hurt you, and you forgave me every time, no matter what I did. The more you did, the less I got used to it, and that's why there was so much behind it. Doing more things to hurt you. You can stop spoiling me so much." Without waiting for Su Tian to continue, Tang Bingyan suddenly said, "Not spoiled." Su Tian, who had wanted to express his emotions properly, was instantly stuck. The reason why he didn't like Tang Bingyan in the first place was because of Tang Bingyan's personality, always chatting the sky to death. When the two had just met, it was often the case that when he was speaking, he had just finished laying the groundwork, and the words he wanted to say behind him were blocked by a sentence from Tang Bingyan before he could say them. At that time, he had almost suffocated his internal injuries countless times by Tang Bingyan. However, Su Tian was used to Tang Bingyan's nature, and after just a moment's pause, he followed her words. "Since I'm not spoiled, let me go to work." Tang Bingyan pondered slightly and said, "Yes, really?" Su Tian was a bit surprised. A few hours ago he had said no, and suddenly he had changed his mind. When had his wife's honor been so nice? However, without waiting for Su Tian to be surprised, Tang Bingyan directly said, "If you want to go to work, go be the president of Yen Group. That company was originally prepared for you." Su Tian. No wonder Tang Bingyan suddenly changed her mind and agreed. However, Su Tian naturally wouldn't just give in. Tang Bingyan had her toughness, and he had his own principles. Then, Su Tian took a deep breath and looked seriously at Tang Bingyan and said, "I'd like to take a trip back to the imperial capital with you this year. And counting the time, your grandfather's birthday is coming up. I don't suppose you want me to accompany you home and use your money to buy the old man a birthday present, do you?" Tang Bingyan frowned lightly. "We're husband and wife. Does it make a difference whose money we use?" Su Tian laughed. "If I even spend your money on birthday gifts, can your family look down on me? It doesn't matter if others look up to me or not, but not your family." Tang Bingyan was silent at his words. At the moment her mind was a bit mixed. In the past, Su Tian definitely couldn't say something like this, and now it had to be said that Su Tian's words had spoken to her heart. She didn't care what her family thought of her, but she didn't want anyone to belittle Su Tian. Most importantly, the fact that Su Tian could think of her family seemed to indicate that Su Tian was beginning to care about her. It was just that she had been tricked by Su Tian too many times. She didn't know if Su Tian was genuinely repentant this time, or if he wanted to use this opportunity to find Lin Miaoyin one last time. She gave him one last chance. Thinking of this, Tang Bingyan gazed at Su Tian and spoke, "If you want to go, then go." If Su Tian still cheats her this time, she will never give Su Tian the chance to leave her again. "Honey, thank you." Su Tian gently cupped Tang Bingyan's cheeks and dropped a soft kiss on her snow-white forehead. "I won't let you down." "Good," Tang Bingyan said. Su Tian smiled with relief at his words. Then, he lowered his head, and his gaze landed on Tang Bingyan's nearly perfectly shaped red lips. However, just as he was about to lean in for a kiss, it was obvious that his shoulders felt a little heavy. The next moment, looking at Tang Bingyan who was breathing evenly, he suddenly didn't know what to say. "I had thought to take this opportunity to reward my wife, but now it seems that she has missed such a good opportunity." He felt sorry for her. Day 2. When Tang Bingyan woke up, she realized that Su Tian had already disappeared. Tang Bingyan frowned, and saw that on the bedside table next to her, there was a bowl of white rice porridge with a note pressed underneath it. Chapter 35 Su Tian returns as vice president. The handwriting on the note was pale and strong. "Honey, I'm off to work. Remember to eat breakfast." The corners of Tang Bingyan's mouth hooked up slightly, and her mood instantly improved. After eating the breakfast that Su Tian had made for her, Tang Bingyan took out her cell phone, preparing to contact the imperial capital side to deal with work matters, when a text message caught her attention. It's a text message to transfer money. The amount on it is 100 million whole dollars. And the person transferring the money happened to be Su Tian. It was noted, "This is our wedding fund. You are the leader in our family. You are in charge." Tang Bingyan looked at the text message and was a little lost in thought. The previous Su Tian had never asked her for money. And now, Su Tian was actually able to transfer the entire 100 million fund that he had gotten his hands on to her. This sudden change always made Tang Bingyan feel unreal. Even during this recent period of time, she sometimes felt that the current Su Tian and the previous Su Tian were two completely different people. It wasn't that she wasn't willing to trust Su Tian, but she was afraid that this was a bigger scam. Hopefully, he really has changed. Tang Bingyan looked at the transfer text message and murmured softly. In the meantime, Su Company, Project Department Conference Room. Su Rixin is having a meeting with a group of executives. Beijiang District has already prepared to build a subway. No surprise, the property prices around the district will rise wildly in the next 2 to 3 years. Just now, Deputy General Manager Wu proposed to take a loan to take this piece of land worth $200 million. As Su Rixin's words fell, everyone in the room raised their hands in agreement. Before the meeting, they had all discussed it, and now the meeting was merely a formality, so naturally no one would object. Since that's okay with everyone, however, just as Su Rixin was about to announce the results, a voice suddenly came in from the doorway. I have an opinion. The voice was unusually abrupt in the large conference room. Who? The smile on Su Rixin's face instantly disappeared. To think that someone would sing against him at this time? The other executives in the conference room looked at the door of the conference room almost simultaneously. In the next moment, the crowd couldn't help but look stunned. Su Tian? What are you doing here? You piece of? You haven't even been in the office for a long time, have you? You have an opinion? Who are you to have an opinion on our decisions? The eyes of the people in the conference room that looked at Su Tian showed undisguised contempt. In everyone's impression, Su Tian was a second-generation ancestor who had little ability but was waiting for death in the company. Su Tian only smiled lightly in the face of the crowd's sarcasm. On what grounds do you have an opinion? It's simple. That piece of real estate in the North River District will open with an avalanche. In his previous life, Su's group had invested in the Jiangbei District property, and had no money to return. If he hadn't gotten all of Tang Bingyan's properties in Zhengchang, he would have faced bankruptcy and closure. However, as Su Tian's words fell, the company's executives looked as if they had heard a great joke, their faces full of mockery and disdain. An avalanche in the northern rivers? What a great joke! Su Tian, even if you want to go back to the company to show off, please grow a brain, okay? Beijiang District is the key development area of Zhengchang. You say the avalanche is avalanche? Seeing this, Su Rixin waved his hand at the crowd, signaling them to be quiet. Afterward, he looked at Su Tian and asked, Su Tian, can you tell me your reason for saying that? Su Tian smiled faintly. That piece of property in Beijiang District was speculated to a very high price because of the planned subway. So what would happen if, at this time, the subway wasn't built or was converted elsewhere? How is this possible? It's planned by the government. How can you say it won't be built? Su Tian, you think this is child's play? Company executives rubbed their noses in it. Su Rixin pretended to shake his head inside, with a look of disappointment towards Su Tian. Su Tian, you're still young. There are some things that you don't understand. I don't blame you. You sit down first and listen well. Learn well. Want to show yourself. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Ha! Su Tian smiled. How about we make a bet today? Su Rixin frowned. What's the bet? If this subway line is not remodeled, I will quit the company from now on and will not meddle in any of the company's affairs. And I will give Su's company $50 million free of charge. As soon as Su Tian said this, Su Rixin's eyes instantly flashed with a bright color. Because he had Tang Bingyan as Su Tian's backer, he didn't dare to force Su Tian to get out of the company. But if Su Tian had taken the initiative himself, he couldn't be blamed. Su Tian saw Su Rixin's expression, and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. However, I have a word first. If the subway is remodeled, I want your position, as well as 20% of the company's shares in your hands. Yes. Su Rixin almost didn't even think about it and agreed directly and painfully. It is important to realize that the subway in Beijiang District, although recently released, has been planned for many years and it is impossible to change it just because you say so. Moreover, if he hadn't gotten some reliable inside information, how would he have dared to take the huge risk of loaning out $200 million to buy the land? Su Tian, this idiot, actually, dared to bet on this. It's so stupid. At this moment, the other executives of the company, too, didn't say anything, but it was evident from all of their expressions that they were all in a state of mind of mockery and watching the show. Their thoughts were the same as Su Rixin's. Su Tian is going to roll. Su Rixin was a bit uneasy after agreeing, and asked with a smile, Su Tian, this matter, you have to say a time. right? 3 days. Su Tian stretched out 3 fingers. After 3 days, if the subway isn't remodeled, I'll voluntarily leave the company. Yes, it's a deal. Su Rixin hurriedly responded, fearing that Su Tian would back out. He then added, to be on the safe side, on this matter, we'll sign a contract, and 3 days later, if the subway is remodeled, we'll transfer 20% of the company's shares to you. As it happens, the company's shareholders are all here today. I wonder if everyone has any opinions on this? None of the company's executives objected when they heard this. After all, Su Rixin is taking their own shares to bet with Su Tian. Lost, they do not lose anything. Won, the company can also get 50 million for nothing. These shareholders naturally less benefit. Soon, Su Rixin drew up a contract with Su Tian on the spot. After both parties signed, Su Rixin looked at Su Tian's handprint and signature on the contract, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile with a few hints of gloom. Su Tian, this is a hole you dug for yourself. Don't blame me. And Su Tian likewise looked at the contract in his hand with a satisfied smile. 3 days later, he would be able to take back 20% of the company's shares and become its second largest shareholder. But he clearly remembered that in the previous life, the subway in Beijiang district was announced 3 days later to be remodeled, for the simple reason that an investor in the provincial capital valued the original subway, that piece of land, ready to build new factories. The Zhangcheng government changed the location of the subway construction in order to attract capital for the factory. And Su's company has suffered a great deal because of this. If the Su family's father and son hadn't forced him to beg Tang Bingyan, he wouldn't have pestered her in his previous life even after divorcing her. Chapter 36 Gifts. After Su Rixin and Su Tian signed, Su Rixin announced that the plan to buy the land would be discussed again in 3 days, and the meeting dispersed. Before leaving, a vice president patted Su Tian's shoulder with a big smile as he passed by. Young man, subway remodeling, I don't know what you think. Go back and pack up and get ready to leave the office. The rest of the company's executives laughed and shook their heads. Everyone thinks that the MTR conversion is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Barring a rare natural disaster, the construction of a subway in the North River district is a done deal. See for yourself in 3 days. Su Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense to the crowd, and directly left the conference room after he finished speaking. After leaving the conference room, Su Tian found all of the company's project materials and bids over the past few years in the company's data room. The subway just isn't being built in the northern riverside area anymore. Not that it isn't being built. And as Nanshan district, where the subway will soon be available, land prices are about to go crazy for a while. In his previous life's memory, there would be a piece of land in the Nanjiang district to be auctioned off tomorrow. He had to get the bid done by tomorrow and then put that bid in under the name of Su's company. Because Su Tian hadn't come to work for a long time, the company had cancelled his position. He went straight to a random conference room with a stack of information in his arms and read it. Speaking of which, ever since he was reborn, Su Tian's memory was particularly good. Not to say unforgettable, but as long as he read it once, he would be able to remember it. However, before Su Tian could see much, Su Rixin and a company vice president greeted a beautiful woman who looked to be in her mid-20s and politely walked over. Miss Tang, inside please. Su Rixin politely introduced himself, his tone filled with modesty and curtness, and Su Rixin mouthed Miss Tang, a pair of large sunglasses covering most of her face, so that people cannot clearly see her appearance. But it is not difficult to see that she is extremely temperament, like a certain big family's $1,000 lady. The young beauty looked pale, and didn't seem to take much offense to Su Rixin's pandering currying favor. Su Rixin and Vice President Wu didn't dare to say anything more, but just curtly smiled and followed behind. Who's this? Such a big party. I heard it's a big client, coming from the imperial capital side. I just heard Mr. Su call him Miss Tang. Maybe it's related to some branch of the imperial capital's Tang group. No wonder Mr. Su and Mr. Wu are so polite. Looking at this appearance, it's almost like they're being offered up as a grandpa. I have to say, though, this beauty is gorgeous. Amidst the murmurs of the workers in the surrounding offices, Ms. Tang was welcomed into the conference room. The vice president beside Su Rixin couldn't help but frown when he saw Su Tian in the conference room. Get out soon. What are you pretending here? Get out. He had just clearly seen that Su Tian basically scanned through it quickly and flipped to the next page in 5 seconds. It's obviously just pretending. Ms. Tang, who was greeted by the two of them, swept a glance at the information in Su Tian's hands, and then, her eyebrows, as she looked at Su Tian, frowned lightly and unnoticeably. However, she didn't say anything, and after taking a deep look at Su Tian, she walked out of the conference room, while speaking to Su Rixin. Let's change places. In the evening, Su Tian found his old workstation and packed up his old things that had been thrown next to his seat like garbage. Suddenly, Su Tian found a beautiful red gift box in the clutter. He opened the box, and at once a platinum necklace appeared before his eyes. The pendant of the necklace is engraved with 2 letters YT. This was the necklace he had carefully selected for Lin Miaoyin in the first place. Y is the first letter of Lin Miaoyin's name and T is the first letter of his name. At first, he was going to give it to Lin Miaoyin on her birthday, but then because of some things, this gift was not given until he was reborn. Thinking of some of the foolish things he had done before, Su Tian shook his head and casually placed it on the table. At that moment, Su Rixin happened to walk in. He was just about to open his mouth to speak when he saw the necklace on Su Tian's hand. He froze slightly when he saw the letters on the pendant. In the next moment, he didn't know what came to his mind, and a few slightly grim smiles suddenly appeared at the corners of his mouth. But the smile only appeared for a split second before he suppressed it. Then, Su Rixin walked in with a smile on his face and said, "Xiao Tian, Big Brother would agree to that bet today not in the hope that you would leave the company, but just to let you understand that you are already an adult, and that impulsiveness comes with consequences." Su Tian looked at Su Rixin with a smirk. "Didn't you want me to leave? You're afraid you can't wait for me to get out of the company, right?" Su Rixin sighed. "Xiao Tian, Tang Bingyan has protected you too well. Without her, I'm afraid you'd have trouble eating right now." Hearing Su Rixin's darkly sarcastic words, Su Tian instantly laughed. "My wife is young, beautiful and capable. She works hard during the day to earn money to support me, and at night she is a little petite wife who lets me do whatever I want." Big Brother, envious? Su Rixin's face steepened. At this moment, he looked at Su Tian with eyes that wanted to strangle him to death. He too now cannot understand. Tang Bingyan not only stunning but also outstanding ability. What she wants to be able to not. How to look on the Su Tian so dry with what cannot waste. "Xiao Tian, there are some things that you have to be able to keep before you can do so. I hope that Tang Bingyan likes you and is not just trying to be fresh for a while." After saying that, Su Rixin directly turned around and left Su Tian's office with a cold face. Back outside the office, Su Rixin pulled up the surveillance at the first opportunity. Soon, a screenshot of Su Tian opening the gift box was saved by him. Afterwards, Su Rixin directly sent the screenshot to Tang Bingyan. After sending the screenshot, Su Rixin also sent a text. "Sibling, Su Tian worked hard at the company today and prepared a gift for you." After sending it, Su Rixin saw that the other party had already received it, and the corner of his mouth slightly curved out. Villa, Tang Bingyan sat on the sofa, her hands squeezing her cell phone in death, her fingers turning a little white. Her cell phone screen was displaying a photo. This photo was exactly what Su Rixin had sent her. She looked at the picture, at the letters on the necklace pendant, and her face was frosty. At the moment, the entire living room seemed to be plunged into the frozen pool under her cold-to-the-ground emotions. After a moment of silence, Tang Bingyan directly found Wei's number and called it. Because she had sent Wei to wait downstairs at Su's company ahead of time, considering that it was almost time for her to leave work. At the same time, after the call was connected, Tang Bingyan ordered without a second thought, "Go upstairs and bring him back." After saying that, she simply hung up the phone. At this moment, downstairs at Su's company, Wei, who had just finished answering the phone, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his back. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he could hear it from Tang Bingyan's tone. Su Tian must have done something stupid again. A storm is coming. Something big is going to happen. "You two come upstairs with me and take Su Tian straight home. Hurry." Wei shuddered to think what would happen next. What he had to do now was to do the things that Tang Bingyan had explained down to him well, or else he didn't know if Su Tian would be unlucky. He was definitely going to be cold. In the meantime, Su Tian swept the overhead camera as if he were not thinking. Su Rixin's eyes weren't right when he left, and according to what he knew about this big brother, it would be a shame to not do something about his sinister and cunning character. Only he didn't look half flustered, but instead, he unhurriedly took out his cell phone, took a picture of the gift box, and sent it to Tang Bingyan. After sending the photo, Su Tian edited another text message. "Honey, guess what I got you?" Chapter 37. Su Tian. When did he become so calculating? He didn't stop Su Rixin from doing anything secretly. After all, he knew that Tang Bingyan didn't trust him right now, and what he had to do now was to go through some things that would make Tang Bingyan not believe other people's words so easily, and in turn not suspect him so easily. Villa. Tang Bingyan looked at the text message on her phone and the familiar gift box in the photo, and looked a little stunned. That necklace, Su Tian is going to give it to her? When you think about it, the letter Y on the necklace pendant is not necessarily the initial letter of the word yin. There is also the possibility that is the word yen. It was only just now that when she saw the photo Su Rixin had sent over, her preconceived notion was that it was sent by Su Tian to Lin Miaoyin. However, it wasn't her fault for being arbitrary. After all, after 3 years of marriage, Su Tian had been so focused on Lin Miaoyin that he had never given her a gift. This was the first time Su Tian had taken the initiative to give her a gift. This caused a strange emotion to well up in Tang Bingyan's heart. However, due to her personality, Although her originally icy complexion had completely eased up, she only faintly replied to Su Tian's 3 words, "I don't know." On the other side, the corner of Su Tian's mouth couldn't help but hook upwards after seeing the text message. Now, regardless of whether Su Rixin had sent something to Tang Bingyan, his crisis was considered lifted. Afterward, Su Tian once again edited a text message and sent it over. "Wait for me to come home from work." "Aha," Tang Bingyan replied quickly, and although there was only 1 word, it caused the smile at the corner of Su Tian's mouth to deepen a few points. Su Tian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his mood relieved, put down his cell phone, and continued to pack up his things, ready to go home. Boo! And just at that moment, the door to the company was violently pushed open from the outside. Su Tian sniffed and looked over to see Wei leading 2 burly bodyguards, walking in at a brisk pace. "Su Tian, Mr. Tang asked us to pick you up and take you home." Wei's expression was cold and solemn, and his tone carried an air of imperturbability. Su Tian's movements suddenly paused. Although he knew before that he shouldn't have guessed wrong, Wei's arrival did nothing but confirm his suspicions. It was good that he reacted smartly, or else the efforts he had made earlier would have been lost again. Then, Su Tian nodded directly to Wei. "Good." With that, he picked up the gift box on his desk and followed Wei out of the office. And when Wei saw the gift box in Su Tian's hand, he roughly guessed why Tang Bingyan had suddenly asked him to pick Su Tian up and take him home. "I'm afraid Su Tian is going on another date with Lin Miaoyin. Even the gifts are ready." When he thought of this, his face turned a few degrees colder as he looked at Su Tian. "Su Tian, don't bring back what you're holding. Don't challenge Mr. Tang's bottom line. This is a gift I bought for your general manager Tang." Su Tian smiled and said, "Ha!" Wei sneered. "Do you take me for a fool, or do you take Mr. Tang for a fool?" Su Tian sniffed and didn't argue anything with Wei, lifting his feet and walking towards the company's front door. Wei looked at Su Tian's emboldened appearance based on general manager Tang's liking, and hated to directly cut him down, but thinking about how miserable he would die if he really dared to be impolite to Su Tian, in case Su Tian was able to resolve today's crisis and then blow pillow talk to Tang Bingyan. In the end, he could only ruthlessly suppress the urge to get Su Tian killed. He just couldn't understand how Su Tian's eyes had gone blind. Compared to that Lin Miaoyin, Mr. Tang is simply a heaven and a hell. I'm afraid that any man would have chosen Mr. Tang, but Su Tian was so focused on that Lin Miaoyin that he was simply brain dead. There were no words along the way, and Wei almost died of anger as he watched Su Tian's very cherished look at the exquisite gift box in his hands. After returning to the villa, Wei took the lead and walked into the living room, where Tang Bingyan was sitting at the table drinking coffee. "Mr. Tang, Su Tian is back." Tang Bingyan gave a light hum and faintly ordered, "Have the kitchen bring up dinner." Wei snapped to attention when he heard this. When he had received Tang Bingyan's call earlier, he had felt an eerie chill through his cell phone. That phone call, Tang Bingyan's tone was clearly permeated with a mountain of rain. It wasn't hard to see that at that time, Tang always knew that Su Tian was going to go to a rendezvous with Lin Miaoyin. Now, for such a man who had little ability and still ate his way out of the house, General Manager Tang had even prepared dinner for him? Su Tian, does he deserve it? Thinking of this, Wei knew he shouldn't have said it, but he still didn't hold back and said to Tang Bingyan, "Mr. Tang, Su Tian said he prepared a gift for you. Would you like to take a look?" On the way he inadvertently saw the letters on the necklace pendant. He already thought that it was given to Lin Miaoyin by Su Tian, and seeing the letters immediately reinforced the idea in his heart. Although he knew that with the extent of Tang Bingyan's fondness for Su Tian, even if he knew about this, he couldn't really do anything to Su Tian. But let's start by saying that he didn't want to eat this dinner in peace. However, how could Wei not have expected that after Tang Bingyan had heard his words, what was revealed on her stunningly beautiful face wasn't anger, but a hint of alienation that was permeated with the slightest hint of embarrassment. At once, Wei was instantly confused. What's going on? Mr. Tang didn't think Su Tian's gift was for her, did he? His family in the shopping mall cold and ruthless killed decisive general manager Tang. How does Su Tian in front of the IQ is not online? Even if you don't have to think about it, you know there's no way that gift is for her, okay? At this moment, he suddenly had some reluctance to let Tang Bingyan see the necklace within the box. He didn't know how sad Tang Bingyan would be when she saw that necklace. In the back, Su Tian had walked into the living room at some point. Su Tian swept a glance at Wei with some dissatisfaction. "I was going to give my wife a surprise, but you spoiled it all." Wei froze. He didn't expect Su Tian to be so calm by now. Is it hard to believe that he prepared 2 gifts? Then, under Wei's somewhat stunned gaze, Su Tian slowly walked over to Tang Bingyan. He didn't sell himself short and just opened the gift box straight away. Instantly, the necklace that looked exactly like Tang Bingyan's on the surveillance screenshot Su Rixin had sent her appeared before her eyes. "Honey, This is a custom necklace I made just for us. 2 letters that just happen to be the initials of the last word of our names. Avi. At this moment, he was directly dumbfounded. Still, just now, he thought that Y was the initial letter of the word Een, but he didn't realize that it was also Yen. However, until now, he didn't believe that the gift, Su Tian, was meant for Lin Miaoyin in the first place. Su Tian. When did he become so calculating? Su Tian naturally didn't pay attention to Wei's mental activities as he smiled and looked at Tang Bingyan and spoke. Wife, do you like it? Tang Bingyan glanced at him lightly, a hint of warmth coming through her eyes, but her mouth only spat out 2 unsavory words. Not bad. Su Tian looked at Tang Bingyan's arrogant and stiff upper lip appearance that was clearly a bit happy, and the smile in the bottom of his eyes deepened a few points. I'll put it on for you then, Su Tian said, and without waiting for Tang Bingyan to object, he directly stepped forward to help Tang Bingyan put on the necklace. Tang Bingyan's skin was already very white and tender, plus today she was wearing a black dress, and that white gold necklace was worn on her white neck, like it was radiating light, shining and eye-catching. She sat quietly on the couch like a queen to be watched from afar. Wife, you're so pretty, Su Tian complimented heartily. Tang Bingyan swept him lightly, the look as if to say, isn't it natural for me to look good? Su Tian almost subconsciously came up and kissed Tang Bingyan on her red lips when he saw this. Tang Bingyan was stunned for a moment. The next moment she was almost subconsciously ready to start responding. Chapter 38. The subway is really remodeled. However, before she could start moving, Su Tian had already separated from her. Honey, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll go make it. Tang Bingyan. Let's not talk about the fact that she's already asked her aunt to make the meal. But is eating the point right now? But without waiting for Tang Bingyan to say anything, Su Tian had already slipped into the kitchen like a cat that had taken advantage of the situation. Tang Bingyan. The next day, Su Tian showed Tang Bingyan the completed bid to purchase the land in the South Mountain District. After Tang Bingyan helped correct a few mistakes, it was pitched. 3 days later, Su Tian bid farewell to Tang Bingyan early in the morning and headed directly towards Su Clan. In these 3 days, Su Tian didn't go to the company, but kept studying as well as accompanying Tang Bingyan. Although Su Tian knew that Tang Bingyan shouldn't refuse, he didn't take the initiative to get closer to Tang Bingyan. Right now, there was still some animosity between him and Tang Bingyan. He wasn't going to actually have anything happen with Tang Bingyan until he could be sure to give her enough trust and security. This was his responsibility and respect for Tang Bingyan. The conference room was very lively when Su Tian entered Su's company. 3 days have gone by and there's no news anywhere that the subway is going to be remodeled. Ha ha, no one will object to me saying that Su Tian is a trash who's full of, right? Harm. If I had known this I would have asked people everywhere to find out what news. Su Tian has nothing to do with making this kind of bet with Mr. Su, he's really sick in the head. The group of executives were discussing the subway reconstruction that Su Tian had spoken about 3 days ago, and in the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Su Rishin walked slowly into the office. He looked extraordinarily refreshed today compared to his usual self. Everyone's here. Ha! Su Rishin saw that most of the top management had already arrived, and the smile on his face became more and more springy. Su Tian is getting the hell out of the company today. He was also relieved of a major problem. Hello Mr. Su. Mr. Su, where did that bastard Su Tian go? Yes, Mr. Su, why didn't Su Tian come with you today? The smile on Su Rishin's face deepened a few points as he listened to the crowd's impatient words. However, he soon restrained his smile and raised his hand to press down, signaling for silence before speaking. That bet was that Su Tian didn't want to come back to work. To get himself a leg up in front of his wife, subway remodeling was out of the question. No surprise, he won't be coming today. The executives all jerked their heads at the words. Not coming? Su Tian said he's not coming and he's not coming? Even if they don't come, they should give us an explanation for their wild rumors, right? When the company executives heard Su Rishin's words, they were all very upset by Su Tian's behavior. Quite a few of them had been frightened for 3 days over this matter. Now that Su Tian had said he wouldn't come, how could they say they wouldn't pursue the matter? Su Rishin saw this and laughed. Alright everyone, this matter also ends here. Su Tian also won't come to the company anymore already. He got his due punishment and won't come to the company to make trouble in the future. However, Su Rishin's words had just fallen, when a voice unexpected by all suddenly rang out from the doorway of the conference room. Who says I'm not coming? I'm here, aren't I? Su Tian. The company's executives heard the familiar voice and looked at the door in unison. Under the gazes of the crowd, Su Tian slowly walked into the conference room. With a big smile on his face, he greeted the crowd. Good morning, everyone, asshole, how dare you come over? Su Tian, didn't you say the subway would be remodeled? Until now, there's no news of any remodeling. You must give us an explanation today. Su Tian didn't get angry as he looked at the crowd's aggressive appearance, smilingly pulling out a chair and sitting down comfortably. Seeing that the situation in the conference room was somewhat bad, Su Rixin immediately walked over to Su Tian and frowned. Xiao Tian, didn't I already send you a text message this morning? Why are you still coming to the company? What? I can't come? Su Tian glanced at Su Rixin. Su Rixin's face stiffened, followed by a helpless sigh. Xiao Tian, I'm not letting you come here for your own good. The subway is unlikely to be rebuilt, and that ridiculous bet you proposed has made them scared for 3 days. If you continue to stay here, the company's people won't let you live well. Su Tian looked at Su Rixin, who was playing the good big brother image again, and let out a disdainful laugh. There's still a day left in the day. What's the rush? However, the anger in the hearts of the senior members of the crowd increased a few points as they looked at Su Tian's emboldened demeanor. Su Tian, is it fun to play us like this? Now, you must give me an explanation, or we're not done with you. Seeing this, Su Rixin once again advised Su Tian with a sincere face. Xiao Tian, you bet with me just want to find an excuse not to come to the company to work. I will talk to Tang Bingyan properly. In Big Brother here you do not need to act. However, just at this time, the hot-bodied secretary Su Rixin, dressed in a professional suit, hurriedly walked into the conference room. Su Rixin looked at her strange expression, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. After Secretary Li walked up to him, she immediately came up to his ear and whispered, Mr. Su, just now the Zhengcheng News released the news that the subway has been rerouted. Su Rixin's eyes widened suddenly. What did you say? At once, the rowdy conference room fell silent, and everyone looked at Su Rixin at the same time. It was only then that Su Rixin reacted to the fact that he had lost his temper. However, before he could say anything to put it off, Secretary Li had already repeated what he had just said once again. Mr. Su, just now the Zhengcheng News released the news that the subway is really going to be remodeled. When these words came out, the entire conference room instantly exploded. What? Remodeled? The subway is really remodeled. How is this possible? Assistant Li, you're not lying to us, are you? Secretary Li's delicate face didn't look too good when she heard the crowd's skepticism. It's really been remodeled. Just do a search on your browser and you'll find it. Check it out. Then, the executives took out their cell phones and started searching for Zhengcheng News. The next moment, they saw the front page headline that had been placed on top. River City subway rerouted to South Hills, posted 5 minutes ago. At that moment, the entire conference room was plunged into a drop-dead silence. Everyone looked at the information on their cell phones incredulously, and there were even people who thought their eyes were blurry and couldn't stop refreshing the news a few more times before confirming that the news was indeed true. Really remodeled. How is this possible? It's really been said by Su Tian. The executives looked at Su Tian as if they were looking at a ghost, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 39 Su Tian. There is someone up there, and the one with the most ugly face was still Su Rixin. At this moment, his face was gloomy to the extreme. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that he would actually be spoken for by Su Tian. It was just that Su Rixin didn't believe that this was a coincidence, and there had to be something Su Tian had done here. Right. Su Rixin didn't know what he remembered, and once again opened his cell phone to check the Zhengcheng News. Then, he saw the reason why the subway was remodeled. Surprisingly, it was because of an investor from the imperial capital, who was interested in the land in the Beijiang district, and that was why it was remodeled. Tudor investors. Tang Bingyan. Su Rixin instantly connected the dots. He knew that Tang Bingyan had a great background and identity in the imperial capital, but he never dreamed that it could be strong enough to make the subway alterations. However, at this moment, how Tang Bingyan is not important to him. The important thing is that now that the subway has been remodeled, Su Tian will be able to get 20% of the company's equity and become the company's second largest shareholder. Thinking about this, Su Rixin was so infuriated that he was trembling. He thought that Su Tian would bet with him and was just trying to find an excuse not to come to work, but he didn't expect that it was the news that he had learned early in the morning that Tang Bingyan was going to invest. Su Tian pitied him, and rubbing his intelligence against the ground. At this moment, he was nearly crushed out of his senses by anger, and he didn't even want to maintain his good big brother persona in front of the crowd. He wanted to scold Su Tian for being a softy and shameless, but when the words reached his mouth, he suddenly swallowed them again, because it suddenly occurred to him that revealing the background of Tang Bingyan's identity right now wouldn't do him any favors. These company executives know the Tang Bingyan behind Su Tian, and are afraid that they will immediately Su Tian saddle up and kiss ass. What's he got to do with it? Can't say. Even if he guessed it, he must never say a word. However, what Su Rixin didn't expect was that what he feared soon still happened. The company's executives gradually recovered from the shock and reacted. Su Tian hit the subway remodeling. There can't be such a coincidence, can there? Su Tian will be right as soon as he says it? Su Tian is unpredictable? This can't be right. There's only one possibility why Su Tian dared to tell us so 3 days ago that the subway would be remodeled. Su Tian has known for a long time that the subway is going to be remodeled. The executives of Su's company were not fools. On the contrary, they were all smart people, or else they couldn't have made it to the top positions of Su's company. Many people immediately reacted to the fact that the most likely reason why Su Tian knew about it was because Su Tian had someone above him and was extremely energetic. At the very least, it's a provincial connection. Thinking about this, many of the higher-ups couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At that moment, many people were a bit flustered. To be able to have the subway remodeled, that wealth was feared to be more than they could ever imagine. If Su Tian wanted to retaliate, I'm afraid that he could vaporize him with just a snap of his fingers, right? And next to him, Su Rishin's face became even more ugly when he heard the murmurs of those executives, but he didn't dare to say anything right now. However, he knew that from today onwards, from this matter onwards, Su's company, he was afraid that it would not be his alone. Su Tian. No, Mr. Su, you already knew about the subway to be remodeled a long time ago? One of the company executives cautiously looked at Su Tian and asked tentatively. When the company executives heard this, they coincidentally looked toward Su Tian, their hearts in their throats. Su Tian took in the crowd's expression. He was worried that he did not know how to explain how he knew that the subway would be remodeled, but did not expect these people to make up their own brains, and it was just as well to save the trouble. Su Tian didn't answer the senior officer's question, only giving that person a meaningful smile. He changed the topic and said, "Now that I'm taking 20% of the company, I don't know if you have any questions?" When the executives saw Su Tian's unwillingness to say more, they were all flabbergasted, and it seemed that they were 80% as good as their guesses. Su Tian, there's someone up there. No one in the room was a fool. Having figured all this out, who would dare disagree? Mr. Su, I have no problem. I don't have a problem with it either. I'll listen to Mr. Su. The entire company's executives all agreed that Su Tian should take 20% of the shares, especially those shareholders, who were extraordinarily enthusiastic, and soon negotiated a set of equity distribution program out, and re-signed the contract on the spot. Since then, Su Tian had officially become the second largest shareholder of Su's company. It was also from this moment that Su's company had two Mr. Su. One Su was Su Rishin, while the other Su, naturally, was Su Tian. Although Su Tian's shareholding was a few points lower than Su Rishin's, because the executives knew that Su Tian had someone behind him, his position in Su clan was not lower than Su Rishin's at all. Su Rishin watched with his own eyes as Su Tian became the second largest shareholder of Su clan, his face turning blue beyond recognition. No way! At this rate, will Su Tian still climb over him? He would never allow that to happen. At noon that day, Su Tian didn't have much to do and went straight home and preparing lunch for Tang Bingyan, and just then, he suddenly received a call from Su Rishin. "Xiao Tian, come to Jiangcheng Hospital, something's happened to Miaoyin." Su Rishin's anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. "Very urgent." Su Tian frowned slightly. "What is it?" Miaoyin knew that there was no possibility for her to be with you anymore. She couldn't accept it for a while and cut her veins and committed suicide. She's being resuscitated right now. The hospital didn't have enough plasma. You know that her blood type is rare after all. Only your blood type matches hers. If you don't want to regret it for the rest of your life, hurry up and come to the hospital to save her. Su Tian smiled at his words. Last time it was leukemia. This time even slitting my wrists was used. Does Su Rishin really think he's a fool? Su Rishin on the other side of the phone didn't hear Su Tian's voice for a long time, fearing that Su Tian wouldn't believe him. "Xiao Tian, I know that we had some misunderstandings before, but this time it's true. Human life is a matter of great importance, so don't play the small temperament anymore." The smile at the corner of Su Tian's mouth grew even wider. "I guess Su Rishin is now squatting in front of the hospital waiting for him?" As soon as he went to the hospital, he was afraid that there would immediately be pictures of him visiting Lin Miaoyin in the hospital, sent to Tang Bingyan's cell phone. To fall for such a trick once can be considered carelessness, but to fall for it twice is stupidity. Does Su Rishin really think he's an idiot? However, Su Tian did not reject it outright. The reason he had kept Su Rishin until now was that he hoped to make Tang Bingyan trust him more through some of his framing. This time, another opportunity. After a few seconds of silence, before Su Rishin spoke again, Su Tian then faintly said, "Okay, I'll go over there now." And just as Su Tian picked up Su Rishin's call, upstairs, Wei also received a call. After hanging up, Wei came to Tang Bingyan's body with a gloomy expression. "Mr. Tang, just now got the news. Lin Miaoyin woke up in the hospital, heard that Su Tian went home with you. A moment of thought, slit his wrists and committed suicide, and is now in the hospital to rescue." Chapter 40. Is this domestic violence? Ever since the last incident with the hospital and the gift, Tang Bingyan had been sending Wei to keep an eye on Lin Miaoyin. Therefore, as soon as Lin Miaoyin had an accident, Wei received the news at the first opportunity. Got it. Tang Bingyan faintly returned. She didn't care about Lin Miaoyin's death. What she cared about was Su Tian's attitude. Wei opened his mouth, wanting to remind Tang Bingyan of something. And just at this time, Su Tian suddenly walked over. Wife, there's some urgent business to go out for a trip, so why don't you ask Auntie to casually fix something to eat? Seemingly having something really urgent, Su Tian greeted Tang Bingyan and left the villa without even having the time to change his clothes. And the moment Su Tian turned around, Tang Bingyan's face immediately turned cold. Tang Bingyan's eyes, which were as dark as black holes, became even darker, and the depths of her eyes were even surging with coldness. Behind her, Wei's body trembled uncontrollably. Su Tian went to find Lin Miaoyin. On his side, he received the news on the front foot, and on the back foot, Su Tian was about to leave. It's definitely not a coincidence. Su Tian had 100% gone to find Lin Miaoyin. Wei looked at Tang Bingyan, whose aura was somewhat terrifying around her at the moment, and couldn't stop cold sweat from breaking out on her forehead. In a trembling voice, he inquired, Mr. Tang, do you want me to go and bring him back? Tang Bingyan didn't say anything, the coldness in her eyes dispersing like a tidal wave as she slowly closed her eyes. The entire living room fell silent. Instead, a feeling of trepidation welled up in Wei's heart. This time, Tang Bingyan's anger was more than ever. Su Tian is finished. It's really over this time. To be honest, at this moment, Wei even missed this week a little. Even though he still didn't trust Su Tian and thought that he was cheating Tang Bingyan. But these days, it's really peaceful. Wei could also tell from the bottom of his heart that Tang Bingyan was living happily this time. And he sincerely hoped that Su Tian would come around and live a good life with Tang. But, Su Tian was still a dog who couldn't change his ways after all. On the other side, Su Tian walked out of the villa area and took a cab on the side of the road, to River City Hospital. Su Tian sat on the car and reported the address, and the driver didn't hesitate, and with a kick of the gas, he drove towards Zhengcheng Hospital. Half an hour later, Su Tian got off the bus at Zhengcheng Hospital and walked straight into it. Su Tian, I knew you'd come. Su Rixin, who was hiding behind the flower bed at the entrance of the hospital, watched Su Tian walk into the hospital with his own eyes, and immediately took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Tang Bingyan. Sibling, I just heard that Lin Miaoyin slit her wrists to commit suicide and came to the hospital to visit, and I saw that Su Tian also came to the hospital. Is he sick? Of course Su Rixin wouldn't be stupid enough to tell Tang Bingyan outright that Su Tian was here to find Lin Miaoyin. As long as he mentioned Su Tian and Lin Miaoyin, it was fine. As for the rest, Tang Bingyan herself understood, and didn't need him to say anything more at all. Su Rixin believed that after Tang Bingyan saw this text message, she would definitely come to the hospital, and it would be best to see Su Tian and Lin Miaoyin together by then. Then, he might be able to explode in this moment after all he had done before. However, what Su Rixin never expected was that after Su Tian walked into the hospital, he didn't walk in, but instead stood at the transparent glass door of the hospital entrance for a while, silently watching all of Su Rixin's moves. The corners of Su Tian's mouth hooked up slightly. Su Rixin, are you really playing me for a fool? At this point, inside the villa, Tang Bingyan closed her eyes slightly, as if she was waiting for something. Jingle bells. Soon, in the quiet living room, Wei's cell phone suddenly rang. Unusually harsh, Wei was taken aback. Although Tang Bingyan didn't say anything, he was able to clearly feel how bad Tang Bingyan's mood was right now. He was afraid of offending Tang Bingyan and hurriedly picked up the phone. He then stopped the cell phone with the palm of his hand and whispered aside to answer the call. After hanging up the phone, Wei's face was a bit stunned. He hesitantly came behind Tang Bingyan, seeming to have something to say and not quite daring to say it. In the end, Wei finally gathered enough courage and said, Mr. Tang, Su Tian. Before Wei finished speaking, on the tea table, Tang Bingyan's cell phone vibrated, displaying a text message from Su Rixin. Tang Bingyan swept a glance at the content of the text message, and in an instant, those dark, deep eyes seemed to freeze into ice. Wei also saw the content of the text message and instantly covered his mouth, not daring to say anything. A deathly silence fell over the living room in an instant. Such silence didn't know how long it lasted. Tang Bingyan picked up her cell phone and dialed Su Tian's number. Where are you? Honey, I'm at the River City Hospital, and there just happened to be a famous doctor over here. Su Tian on the other side of the phone wanted to explain something, but before he could finish, Tang Bingyan's red lips gently opened, and her cold voice came out. Come back. The undeniable voice fell, and without giving Su Tian any chance to explain, Tang Bingyan hung up the phone. He went to River City Hospital? Tang Bingyan suddenly turned her head, her icy eyes sweeping towards Wei. Wei gave a sharp jolt and hurriedly said, the people over there, they just said that. Go find out who he met. Tang Bingyan's voice that was so cold that it didn't have any semblance of emotion came out again. Wei heard, did not dare to say more than half a sentence. Has long been Tang Bingyan this icy cold breath, suppressed gasping for breath. He is like fleeing, like running out of the villa. After about half an hour, Su Tian returned to the villa, and just as he walked into the living room, he saw the frosty-faced Tang Bingyan, sitting on the sofa and waiting for him. From Tang Bingyan's face, as well as the gloomy atmosphere in the living room, Su Tian was able to clearly feel that Tang Bingyan's current emotions and mood had dropped to the freezing point. Su Tian touched his nose and walked over. Wife, this one, if you take it on time, can largely relax your mood and help you sleep. Saying that, Su Tian placed the configured herbal packet in his hand on the tea table. However, Tang Bingyan didn't even look at it. Until now, Su Tian was still lying to her. Su Tian, I told you, this is the last chance I'm giving you. You don't have to go to the office anymore. Tang Bingyan's ghostly cold gaze looked straight at Su Tian, and it wasn't hard to see that Tang Bingyan was truly moved to anger. Honey, what happened? Su Tian asked in a feigned bewilderment. Tang Bingyan directly interrupted in a cold voice, saying, from today onwards, you are not allowed to leave here. After saying that, Tang Bingyan got up and left the villa straight away, and immediately after Tang Bingyan walked out, the villa's door was locked. It wasn't hard to see that Tang Bingyan was making a real move to keep Su Tian locked up this time. Silence in the villa. Su Tian looked around the empty villa and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is it domestic abuse to be secluded by your wife? Su Tian smiled to himself and didn't stay idle, but instead walked to the kitchen and found a casserole for decocting medicines for Tang Bingyan. On the other side, Tang Bingyan was in the room next to the villa next to her. Those good-looking eyes, slightly reddened, filled with icy coldness. Wei, who had investigated the matter long ago, stood behind Tang Bingyan. He felt like he was on the verge of being suffocated by this cold aura from Tang Bingyan's body, suppressing him. Wei's mind was in turmoil right now. He was hesitant to say anything about that one. He really didn't want to say it, but looking at Tang Bingyan in this state, he really didn't know what Tang Bingyan would do. In the past, although Su Tian had also done a lot of asshole things, even when Su Tian was caught in bed that time, Tang Bingyan had never been as angry as she was today. After a long hesitation, Wei couldn't help himself. He forced himself to calm down and quickly organized his words to speak. Chapter 41. Tang Bingyan hugged Su Tian behind her back. Mr. Tang, just now Su Tian indeed didn't return to the company. He did go to the Jiangchun hospital. He went to meet an old Chinese doctor who had just returned from a consultation in a foreign province. Continue. Tang Bingyan's gaze snapped away, and two icy words spat out from her mouth. Wei couldn't help but fight a cold war, took a deep breath of cold air, and continued. Su Tian didn't even go over to the resuscitation room from start to finish, much less see Lin Muin once. This is hospital surveillance that I intercepted from the hospital. With that, Wei turned his cell phone on and played a video. The video was not only clearly shot, but even the sound was able to be heard. Inside the video, the background is a hospital clinic. The sitting doctor is an old man over 50 years old. That doctor had just finished diagnosing a patient when Su Tian walked in and sat in front of him. What's wrong, lad? The doctor inquired. Hello, Dr. Zhang Zizhen recommended me to come here. I heard that you are an expert in treating insomnia? Once the doctor heard that it was recommended by Zhang Zizhen, his complexion was slightly correct. Oh, the original is Zhang Old recommended. This thing, last time Zhang Old mentioned to me, your wife recently insomnia is very serious, right? Well, when I go to sleep, I have nightmares. I don't know if you can cure this disease. Mr. Su, I'll first give you a prescription for concentration and quieting of the spirit. Take a few treatments first and see. Most of the illnesses in this area are caused by mental stress, and as you know, young people are under a lot of pressure these days. Apart from taking medicines, the best thing to do is to spend more time with your wife and enlighten her, the doctor advised. A few minutes of surveillance video ends. The room was silent. From within those first few short sentences, it wasn't hard to hear that Su Tian had already started looking for a doctor for her a long time ago, searching around for medicine, but not telling her. Although Wei didn't like Su Tian very much, from these conversations, it wasn't hard to hear that Su Tian had really put his heart into it this time. Mr. Tang, this is the list of prescriptions from the hospital side, as well as the registration slip. Wei placed the sheet copied from the hospital side carefully in front of Tang Bingyan. Mr. Tang, it seems like we were wrong about Su Tian. However, by the time Wei put down the slip, he looked up and the beautiful figure on the sofa had gotten up and left the room. Soon, Tang Bingyan re-entered the villa. Just as he opened the door of the villa, he smelled a pungent odor of medicine. Su Tian in the kitchen detected the sound of footsteps and turned around to see that Tang Bingyan had already walked to the doorway of the kitchen without knowing when. Honey, you're here. Ha, the medicine won't be ready for a while. That doctor is an old Chinese medicine practitioner. and from what Zhang Lao said, he's cured a lot of people of insomnia. Su Tian tied his apron as if nothing had happened and said with a gentle smile on his face. Tang Bingyan's red lips pursed slightly. She just stood still, her eyes gazing at Su Tian in front of her, not knowing what she was thinking. After a moment, she seemed to sigh softly, and then, she slowly walked behind Su Tian, and with some raw movements, she encircled his waist. Honey, what's wrong? Tang Bingyan didn't say anything either. Su Tian couldn't see her current expression either, and only felt Tang Bingyan's hands around himself tighten. He smiled faintly and turned to embrace Tang Bingyan. Wife, the doctor said that you're under too much stress and anxiety. If it's because of me, I promise you that I won't even leave you in the future. Aha, Tang Bingyan answered softly. That afternoon, Su Tian didn't go to work because he accompanied Tang Bingyan. Day 2. Su Rishin's entire body was bad when he saw Su Tian walk into the office intact, with Tang Bingyan's character. Knowing about Su Tian's visit to the hospital yesterday, how could she let Su Tian off so easily? After returning to the office, the more Su Rishin thought, the more suffocated. Quickly, he suppressed his thoughts and dialed his secretary. Secretary Li, there's an important client on the company's side that needs Su Tian to follow up today. You arrange it. Okay, Mr. Su, may I ask which client from which company? Secretary Li asked. The president of Anjiang Group, Mr. Enrongchuanen. Soon, Su Tian's side got Enrongchuan's information. This file was very detailed. Personal information about Enrongchuan was recorded on it, and there was even some information about Enrongchuan's family members as well as her hobbies. Su Tian then saw the date of the record, which started half a year ago. This client hasn't been followed for 6 months. It looks tricky, but like stocks? During this time in his last life, he just happened to understand the stock market, because his memory was very good after being reborn, and he still clearly remembered a few stocks that went up the most as well as went down the hardest. Half an hour later, in the office of the president of Anjiang Group, Mr. Su's side sent someone over again, and Rongchuan's secretary carefully knocked on the office door and respectfully spoke to her. Su, a touch of displeasure appeared on Rongchuan's cold face. They still dare to send someone over? The secretary returned with trepidation. Mr. You loosely promised to give them another chance before, and they've replaced it with a new person this time, who claims to be the second largest shareholder of the Su Group. Even though the secretary also felt that Su Tian coming over this time was hopeless, she nevertheless dutifully reported with Enrongchuan. The expression on Enrongchuan's face slightly eased at her words, but her cold aura still did not converge. Finally, not so stupid. The last time Su wanted to talk to them about cooperation, they sent a small department manager over to talk to her, obviously not putting her, the president of Anjiang Group, in their eyes. At that time, she didn't even read the cooperation proposal and let the company's security guards kick people out. Now that Su had let the second largest shareholder come over, which barely met her requirements, she could give the other party a chance. And what do you mean, Mr. The secretary didn't dare to speculate and could only reconfirm Enrongchuan's meaning. Let him in. It didn't take long for the secretary to lead Enrongchuan to the office. Hello, Mr. I'm Su Tian from the Su Group. Su Tian handed over the business card with both hands, and when he saw that Enrongchuan had no intention of taking it, he placed it on his desk. Enrongchuan didn't bother to look at the business card. Instead, she stared at the computerized business card on her desk. Just because she'd given Su a chance didn't mean she'd be easily convinced. If Su Tian's performance didn't satisfy her, then he would end up just like the little manager before him, only facing the fate of being kicked out of the company by the security guards. Mr. What are you looking at? Just as Enrongchuan was planning to hang Su Tian out to dry, she saw Su Tian come around to the side of the desk on his own accord, and from this angle she could just about see what was on the computer screen. Unbridled. Do you know the rules? Without waiting for Enrongchuan to snap, the secretary standing in the doorway suddenly snapped. President An's computer is full of company secrets, and it's something you can peek at? Even though Su Tian was the second largest shareholder of the Su Group, the entire Su Group was a small and insignificant company to them. Mr. As Mr. An's secretary, she naturally wouldn't have much respect for Su Tian. Su Tian didn't get angry when he heard the secretary's reprimand, but only laughed lightly and said, if it really was a company secret, Mr. An wouldn't be looking at it in front of me. When you say that, are you questioning Mr. An's lack of understanding of even such basic reasoning? Chapter 42 Mr. An arrived. Your bull ting me. The secretary originally wanted to give Su Tian a downward spiral, but he didn't expect to be backhanded by Su Tian, and now panicked and Enrongchuan to show his loyalty. Mr. I really didn't. You believe me. All right, you go down. Enrongchuan waved her hand expressionlessly at the secretary and sent the person out. When she looked at Su Tian again, there was a bit more interest in her eyes. However, that I light was still cold. Soo-Tian? You're quite eloquent. Thanks for the compliment, Mr. Soo-Tian duly took out the project plan from his briefcase. To be honest, there was nothing wrong with the plan made by Sue's side, but it was too middle of the road and definitely couldn't catch Enrongchuan's eye. So before coming to Enjiang Group, Soo-Tian made slight changes to the plan based on his memories from his last life, and he believed that this time he would definitely be able to get a positive reply from Enrongchuan. However, Enrongchuan didn't even bother to look at the plan that Soo-Tian had placed on his desk to navigate, but instead directly hung Soo-Tian out to dry, placing all of her attention on the stock software on top of the computer screen. Some time ago she bought a stock that netted her $30 million, and now she's ready to put a few more tens of millions into it with her liquidity. But just at this time, Soo-Tian, who had quietly acted as a backdrop on the side, once again opened his mouth. Mr. You can't buy any more of this stock, and it's best to dump the portion that's still in your hands as soon as possible. And Rongchuan's fingers operating the mouse lurched, wrinkling her brows as she looked at Soo-Tian. Reason: in a few hours, this company is going to blow up in a shocking scandal, and the stock price is going to drop right off the charts, and it's not going to pick up again for months to come. Soo-Tian remembers this stock, although it has always been bullish by investors, but because the owner of this company was arrested for whoring on the social page headlines, resulting in the company's stock price fell apart, and Rongchuan suddenly laughed at her words. How did you know that their company would break out in a scandal? Don't tell me that you also moonlight as a gossip reporter. Obviously, she didn't believe Soo-Tian's words. She did her research ahead of time when she purchased this stock and didn't find anything wrong with that company. Mr. I know you don't believe me, but we can make a bet. Soo-Tian re-picked up the planner on the table. If this stock doesn't drop by 5 o'clock today, it's considered a win for you, and for the cooperation with your company. We, Sue, will make a 3-point concession on top of the plan. But if this stock really goes straight down as I said, I hope Mr. Can sign a contract with us at the normal price. You have a good calculation. And Rongchuan laughed coldly. In this way, no matter if I win or lose the bet, it will allow me to cooperate with your Soo clan. Do you think I can't see that? I can't believe you saw that. Soo-Tian feigned chagrin, but there wasn't much pity on his expression, as if this had been expected, and Rongchuan raised an eyebrow at the sight. She then looked at Soo-Tian and smiled. Then I'll give you a chance. If you lose, then even if you work with our Enjiang Group you'll lose tens of millions of dollars. Can you make the call on Sue's company? Sure. Soo-Tian smiled blandly. But, I won T lose. After saying that, Soo-Tian directly put the plan down, turned around and walked towards the outside of the president's office, saying as he walked, I still have something to do so I'll go back to the company first. Mr. I'll wait for your good news. Oh, out of your depth. And Rongchuan was exasperated and laughed, looking at the stock software on the computer screen again. The stock she was looking at was way up in the red. I really don't believe this stock will drop today. Half a dozen times later, just as she was about to add a few hundred more shares, the secretary hurriedly knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. It's not good. What's wrong? And Rongchuan's eyelids jumped, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in her heart. The boss of Zhengtong Group was sentenced to 15 days of detention for visiting prostitutes. And this news is already on the hot search? What did you say? And Rongchuan's face changed drastically. Zhengtong Group is the same stock she bet with Soo-Tian. When news first broke that a company handler had been arrested for visiting prostitutes, the stock quickly went straight down. Although Rongchuan still had some of her funds trapped, because she didn't make any additional investments, the $30 million she had earned before was just enough to make up for her losses, so that she didn't make a profit or lose money. Mr. You haven't made any additions yet, have you? The secretary didn't know about Rongchuan's bet with Soo-Tian, and was afraid that Rongchuan would move her anger to her head because of the loss. This Soo-Tian, it's really something. And Rongchuan didn't answer the secretary. Instead she ordered, I'm going out, prepare a car for me. Soo-Tian came out of Enjiang Group and went straight back to Soo clan. According to his plan, it wouldn't be long before Rongchuan sent someone to sign a contract with them. Now he was Sue's vice president, and despite Su Rixin's reluctance, he had someone pack up an office for him yesterday to hang the vice president's sign. In his last life, he worked hard for Sue's, but he didn't even have an independent office, and could only squeeze into the big office with the marketing staff. Just like that he thought it was because Su Rixin wanted to sharpen himself and was grateful to Su Rixin. He had trusted the wrong person before, and since the heavens had given him another chance to make up for his faults, this time he would definitely not repeat the same mistake. Mr. Su, the boss said he wants a meeting. Soo-Tian had just taken a seat in his office when Su Rixin's secretary came over. I know. After Soo-Tian sent Su Rixin's secretary away, he printed out the contract that had already been drafted and put it into a folder before he got up and went to the conference room. When he walked into the conference room, he found that the company's shareholders and the top executives of each department had all arrived. Under the gazes of the crowd, Su Tian just didn't move and found an empty seat to sit down. This battle is really a bit of a three-courtroom trial. As expected, before he could sit down, Vice President Wu from the opposite side said in a questioning tone, "Vice President Su, regarding the cooperation with the Anjiang Group, is there any reply from Mr. An's side?" Vice President Wu was Su Rixin's confidant, and it was natural for him to stand up for Su Rixin at a time like this, saying what he was not comfortable saying. "I guess it's no good, he's back so soon." When someone snapped, it was as if some switch had been flipped on the other people on Su Rixin's side, and they all aimed their spearheads at Su Tian. "I think I'm afraid I've been kicked back without even seeing Mr. An's face, right? We sent our marketing manager there before, but we couldn't even get a deal. You know Manager Chui is the highest performing talent in the whole company. Vice President Su has only been in office for a short time and doesn't know anything. Not taking the Anjiang Group's agency is a small matter. If he offends Mr. And by rushing around, it would be a huge loss for Su. And don't you guys say that." Su Rixin saw the company's top management finished saying what they wanted to say, and timely came out to solidify his good big brother persona, Xiaotian. "He also wants to share my worries, no matter how he talks with Mr. Un. I won't blame him. Mr. Su, although you're the general manager of the company, and normally speaking we shouldn't question your decisions, but you're not only harming the vice president, but also the company, by siding with him like this." Yeah, the vice president didn't take the contract, and according to the company's rules and regulations, he should be penalized. That's right, even if he is your brother. Even though Su Tian was now the second largest shareholder of the company, and there might be a big shot behind him, but after all, the company's power is still in Su Rixin's hands. Su Rixin's shares are also higher than Su Tian, so in addition to some wallflowers, the company's senior management who originally stood on Su Rixin's side, still have a clear position. Under Su Rixin's authorization, they tried to make things as difficult as possible for Su Tian, inciting the emotions of the other neutral shareholders, hoping to make it clear to everyone that even if Su Tian became a vice president, he was still a worthless piece of trash, unworthy of respect. This, Su Rixin barely suppressed the laughter under his eyes, still making a difficult face in front of the crowd as he looked towards Su Tian. "Xiao Tian, I do believe that you can make progress, but since the other executives and shareholders have taken a stand, you should give everyone an explanation." Su Tian raised an eyebrow. "Account for what?" Vice President Wu spoke up once again. "I'll be blunt. I don't think Su Tian he's capable of taking on the position of vice president. He should be allowed to go to the grassroots level for a few days to exercise before considering promotion. Who here has not practiced from the grassroots level before rising little by little to this position today? A loser who parachuted in based on his family's connections will only make outsiders think that our Su group is unprofessional." A portion of the executives present on Su Rixin's side nodded their heads at the words. "I also agree to revoke Su Tian's position as vice president. The cooperation with the Anjiang Group is so important, and he screwed it up. He must be punished. Su Genius came on board and messed up such an important cooperation. If we let him continue to be the vice president, I'm afraid it won't be long before the company goes out of business." Su Tian listened indifferently to these people's crusade against himself the entire time. It wasn't until the conference room was swarming with people who wanted to run him out of the company immediately that he slapped the desktop heavily. "Who said I screwed up the cooperation with the Anjiang Group?" Vice President Wu chided with a cold face. "You're still sophomoric. Is it hard to sign a contract with Anjiang Group? It's not signed, but it's coming." As soon as Su Tian's words fell, a burst of laughter erupted in the conference room. "Ha ha 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 ha. Who gave you the courage to say such things? What's the excuse for not negotiating? Is it hard to believe that Mr. and will still regret coming over to you to sign the contract of his own accord? If Mr. and really signs a contract with you, I'll kneel down in front of the whole company and apologize to you." Vice President Wu even didn't miss any opportunity to target Su Tian. "But if you don't sign the contract, you'll take the initiative to get out of the company. How about it? Do you dare to promise?" "Dare? What's not to dare?" Originally, everyone thought that Su Tian would concede in order to save himself from staying in the Su group, but I didn't think he'd choose to tough it out. "Are you sure?" Even Su Rixin hadn't expected Su Tian to be so dry. "Xiao Tian, you admit your fault now. I'll transfer you to the marketing department to practice for a period of time. You still have a chance to be promoted. There's no need to make such a stalemate with everyone. I got the company a big client. Why should I admit fault?" Su Tian raised his hand and glanced at his watch. 1 hour at most. Anjiang Group's side will soon send someone to sign the contract. "Fine. Since you're so stubborn, I don't care about you." Su Rixin sighed and said with a disappointed face. However, while he said this on his lips, his heart was snickering. Su Tian, this dumbass, doesn't feel good until he's dead. To his credit, He thought the kid had grown a bit lately and needed to be watched out for. Now it seems that he was completely overthinking it. Based on Su Tian's rotten behavior, Su Group and Tang Bingyan will be destroyed in his hands sooner or later, and Su Tian, the defeated general, would just wait to kneel at his feet and wag his tail like a dog. Vice President Wu waved at the assistant at the door. Someone, go contact the Anjiang Group side. Since you're bent on having your own way, Vice President, we won't give you any more face. However, just at this time, the assistant's face changed drastically after receiving a phone call. Mr. Su, Mr. and from the Anjiang Group has arrived. Chapter 43. Does Su Tian have a girlfriend? What? The people present were instantly shocked when they heard the assistant's words. No one expected the high and mighty An Rongxuan to come over in person. Quickly, go greet General Manager An. Su Rixin spoke in a hurry. After saying that, he immediately got up and walked out. However, without waiting for him to walk out of the conference room, he saw a cold beauty with an extremely strong aura walk in from outside with a group of bodyguards. When the people in the conference room saw the visitor, they all sucked in a breath of cool air, and even the speed of their breathing automatically slowed down by a few points. Rumor has it that An Rongxuan has a stunning face, but she is also a cold-faced overbearing flower, causing countless men who are interested in her to experience repeated blows and fall flat on their faces. Today they met An Rongxuan and could only say that this woman really lived up to her name. Whether it was the appearance or the aura, it made the crowd present instantly bow down, not even daring to breathe. Mr. N has come to visit. Mr. Su has missed out on welcoming him. Please don't be offended. Su Rixin put on what he thought was an impeccably handsome smile and walked over to An Rongxuan. However, An Rongxuan didn't even look at him and walked straight past him into the conference room. Su Rixin's smile instantly froze on his face. An Rongxuan's reaction made him lose face in front of the company's subordinates, but he couldn't have a fit and didn't dare to have any complaints against An Rongxuan. The people in the conference room were a bit confused after seeing An Rongxuan's reaction. An Rongxuan didn't even give face to Mr. Su, so what was the purpose of her coming to Su's? It couldn't be that Su Tian hadn't known the heights of heaven before and had offended this overbearing flower at Anjiang Group to the point that she had personally come to make an inquisition. Could it? At the thought of this possibility, everyone just felt a twinge in the sky. Not being able to cooperate with Anjiang Group wasn't the most fatal thing. If he angered An Rongxuan, that would be the end of Su Clan. The conference room was instantly on edge, and everyone's eyes were filled with resentment and anger as they looked at Su Tian. Make it or break it, loser. Is this going to get them all killed too? Mr. Su Tian. He's already been fired due to his work mistakes. He has nothing to do with Su Clan. If you want to clean him up, you don't need to take us into consideration. Fearing that the entire company would be moved to anger, Vice President Wu directly chose to preemptively draw a line in the sand with Su Tian. Without regard to you? And Rongxuan just have looked at the person who spoke with an extremely cold tone. Years of traversing the mall allowed her to immediately see through these people's minds. Then, the interest in her eyes became even more obvious when she saw in her afterglow that Su Tian still had a calm and collected attitude. The reason why this man hadn't waited at Anjiang Group to sign the contract with her, but had returned to Su Clan first, seemed to have factored in all of her reactions as well. Now that she had taken the initiative to come to Su's, not only was she signing the contract, but she was even standing up for him in the process. Oh, what a good calculation. And Rongxuan hated being used in her life. But today, she didn't mind letting Su Tian use herself to punch the faces of the rest of Su's executives, for no other reason than she had become interested in this seemingly mediocre man. Of course, Su Tian offending Mr. N is treasonous. We will definitely be righteous and personally hand him over to you, Mr. N, to deal with. Vice President Wu had a pleasing smile on his face. As long as you give your word, Mr. N, we will immediately arrange for security guards to break Su Tian's legs and take it out on you. And Rongxuan smiled as she spoke. In that case, the contract I signed with Mr. Su should have nothing to do with the Su Group either. Boom! And Rongxuan's words were like a muffled thunderbolt, directly splitting all the people in the conference room silly, especially Su Rixin and his cronies, who were certain that Su Tian had offended An Rongxuan. All stared with rounded eyes in disbelief. Mr. N, what did you say? It was only after a few seconds that Vice President Wu opened his mouth with a look of disbelief and asked, and Rongxuan lightly glanced at him before speaking. I'm very interested in the plan that Mr. Su brought over. I came over this time to sign with him. Since you guys said that it has nothing to do with Mr. Su, then this cooperation can only be carried out by Mr. Su in his private name. No. Su Rixin's entire body was completely confused. He had fought hard for half a year, but he hadn't been able to get An Rongxuan to let go. How could Su Tian, a layman who hadn't even formally managed a company, so easily facilitate the cooperation with Anjiang Group? How is that possible? How is that possible? With that, he swallowed hard and pursued the question undauntedly. Mr. N, Are you really here to sign a contract with us? No, I'm not signing with you guys. I'm signing with Su Tian. And Rongchuan's cold and unquestionable voice was clearly audible to everyone in the conference room. If Su Tian doesn't serve in the Su group, then I, and Jiang group, will wait for him to form another team. The conference room was silent. After a full moment, Su Tian had taken out the contract and placed it in front of An Rongchuan. It was only then that Su Rixin reacted and hastily changed his words. You've misunderstood, Mr. We were just joking with Su Tian. He's the second largest shareholder in the company, and he's also my brother. How can he be fired? We also misunderstood that he had offended you just now, so we wanted to teach him a lesson. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, naturally everyone is happy. And Rongchuan faintly swept Su Rixin a glance. Misunderstanding? And then she smiled and shook her head. While directly signing the contract Su Tian handed to her, she realized that the name of the contract Su Tian handed over was still Su Group. After signing, she looked at Su Tian, a flash of doubt in her eyes. In fact, Su Tian can use this opportunity to set up a new business. Only by virtue of the cooperation with the Anjiang Group, it is enough for him to quickly set up a team and pull in investment. Only, Su Tian didn't seem to want to do that. Of course it's a misunderstanding. Su Tian, don't you think so? Su Rixin looked towards Su Tian with a look of apprehension, fearing that Su Tian would really want to set up another portal at the critical moment. Since you say it's a misunderstanding, big brother, then of course it's a misunderstanding. Su Tian took the contract from An Rongchuan's hands and said in a nonchalant manner, I'll follow up on the follow-up cooperation, in the name of the assistant manager. After saying that, Su Tian looked at An Rongchuan again and spoke with a smile. Mr. I wish us a happy cooperation. Aha. And Rongchuan nodded. I have things to do, so I'll go ahead. Su Tian directly walked out of the conference room after he finished speaking. Watching Su Tian's back disappear in front of the conference room, some light emerged in his eyes. Mr. It's almost 4 o'clock now. It's a rare opportunity. Why don't you let me be the host and treat you to dinner? Su Rixin, accompanied with a smile to the side of An Rongchuan, said, in the future, our two companies to cooperate, each other still need to know more about understanding. No need. I'm working with Su Tian. As for you guys, there's nothing to know. And Rongchuan resumed her aura of a cold-faced female devil. After saying that, she didn't even look at Su Rixin and directly led her men towards the door. When Su Rixin saw that An Rongchuan was so disrespectful to herself, yet she was pleasant to that punk Su Tian, he was so angry that his blood pressure kept spiking and his face turned purple. But An Rongchuan, this big Buddha he couldn't afford to offend, could only pretend that nothing had happened just now, and quickly followed An Rongchuan's footsteps to send her away. Take care of yourself, Mr. I heard you're Su Tian's big brother? And Rongchuan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked back at Su Rixin. Yes, I'm Xiao Tian's big brother, and I'm usually very close to Xiao Tian, Su Rixin shamelessly said without changing his face. Since An Rongchuan was satisfied with Su Tian, he naturally had to make An Rongchuan believe that the two of them, he and Su Tian, were brothers. So does he have a girlfriend now? Girlfriend? Su Rixin was slightly stunned, not understanding An Rongchuan's intention in asking this. Does he have a girlfriend? And Rongchuan frowned unhappily when she saw Su Rixin stammering, impatience already vaguely emerging in her eyes. Chapter 44. Take you to my wife. Su Rixin almost subconsciously shook his head. No, he didn't. Joking aside, if An Rongchuan knew that Su Tian's wife was Tang Bingyan, I'm afraid that she would be even more likely to cooperate deeply with that loser. After all, people who wanted to climb into a relationship with Tang Bingyan could line up from downtown Jiangcheng all the way to the suburbs. He absolutely couldn't let An Rongchuan know that Su Tian had such a big backer. No. An Rongchuan hooked her lips in an unprecedented manner, nodding at Su Rixin in satisfaction. That's good. Then, Su Rixin's head was full of questions, not understanding what An Rongchuan meant at all. And Rongchuan naturally wouldn't have the patience to explain to him. And just as Su Rixin frowned and meditated, she had already stepped on her 7-centimeter high heels and walked away. On the other hand, Su Tian returned to his office and let his assistant send his altered plan to the marketing department. Since being reborn, a lot of the directions are different from the last life. Su Tian, in order to prevent Su Rixin, dog anxious to jump over the wall to engage in some small action, decided to participate in the whole cooperation with the Anjiang group this time. The afternoon flew by, and before you knew it, it was almost time to go to work. Su Tian simply packed up his things and was about to leave work when he heard a crisp clatter of high heels from outside the door. Da. The door of the office was knocked 3 times, not heavily, and immediately afterward a delicate and graceful figure appeared in the doorway. Su Tian raised his eyes in surprise. Mr. Looking for me for something? The fact that An Rongchuan was able to personally come over and sign the contract with him meant that he had won the previous bet, so he was now facing An Rongchuan with little pressure. You've planted eyes in the Zhengtong group? No. Su Tian shook his head. Then how do you know that one of their handlers visited a prostitute and got caught? And Rongshuan asked curiously, can it be that you have the ability to see things before they happen? Just think of me as unpredictable. Now that the result is that I won. I hope to work well with Mr. And in the future. Su Tian had no intention of explaining more within Rongshuan. There was no point. You can call me Rongshen, Mr. And is too much of a stranger. And Rongshuan changed her usual strong style, and even her voice became a few points softer. It's not appropriate, is it? Su Tian looked at Rongshuan in surprise, not understanding what the other party was trying to do here. Su Tian, you're a smart man, so I'll get right to the point. And Rongshuan wasn't the kind of person to squirm, and once she realized that she was interested in Su Tian, she decided to take the initiative. In addition to a cooperative relationship, I would like to develop further with you. Development? Develop what? Su Tian wasn't completely retarded, but because it was just too out of character for this to be said by this female president who had made countless men swoon, but was out of reach, it made him even think for a moment that he was hallucinating because he hadn't gotten any rest in a while. Do I have to spell it out? And Rongshuan huffed slightly, but continued. Su Tian, I like you and want you to be my boyfriend. What? This time Su Tian was truly confused, and Rongshuan, who had only met him twice, took the initiative to confess to him. What was the situation? And Rongshuan hooked her lips in satisfaction when she saw Su Tian's bewildered look. Afterward, she directly unlocked the office door and took the initiative to walk over to Su Tian. We're all adults and we're all single. Nothing's impossible. I don't expect much from a boyfriend. Just one thing. You have to be completely faithful when you're with me or else. Wait. Su Tian hurriedly pushed away Rongshuan, who wanted to lean over. Who said I'm single? I already have a wife. He had managed to salvage a little bit of goodwill with Tang Bingyan now, but he didn't want to let their relationship hit rock bottom once again because of the rotten peach blossoms outside. This woman, don't mess with him. And Rongshuan's face suddenly turned cold when she heard Su Tian's words. Even if you don't want to be with me, you don't need to find this kind of lame excuse. I've investigated. You're currently single. And Rongshuan was angry. Usually it was those men who followed her around attentively to curry favor. She had never taken the initiative to chase anyone. For the first time in his life, he put down his body to take the initiative and confess, and was even rejected. Originally she should have stopped immediately, but the desire for challenge in her heart made her unwilling to give up like that. You investigated me? Su Tian heart. Before he hated to get rid of the relationship with Tang Bingyan, but also the marriage of the matter hidden tightly. In addition to the Su family and the Tang family as well as Tang Bingyan's a few cronies, very few people know that he is already a married man, and Rongshuan didn't investigate and thought it was normal for him to be single. But he had to clear up this misunderstanding as soon as possible. After all, he had decided from the moment he was reborn that he must live a good life with her in this life and make up for the mistakes of his last life. What's more, with Tang Bingyan's possessiveness, if he let her misunderstand that he was still involved with other women, whether he could get out of the villa's gate tomorrow was still another story. The main thing is that it's okay for him to be a little angry, but it's not good if his wife gets angry. Thinking of this, Su Tian said to Rongshuan with a solemn expression, Mr. Then you may not have checked. I do have a wife already, but because my wife and I keep a low profile, we haven't intentionally publicized our relationship. You lay low? And Rongshuan snorted. She didn't believe Su Tian's words, so low-key that even his own big brother doesn't know he's married? Who would believe such a lame excuse? Su Tian, even if you're rejecting me, you still have to think of a more reasonable excuse, right? What kind of person do you think I, and Rongshuan, am that I can just be cheated by you? And Rongshuan was really a bit angry. If he were any other man, I'm afraid that the moment she said her confession, he would have been busy nodding his head and agreeing, but Su Tian made this kind of favored response and rejected her with the lie that he already had a family. It made her feel like her pride was being provoked, and it directly fueled her desire to win and give up even less easily. I'm not lying. I do have a wife. Su Tian was very helpless. Why don't we wait for an opportunity, and my wife and I will host a dinner together to treat you to a meal, which is also a way to wish us a smooth cooperation. When he brought Tang Bingyan to meet with Rongshuan, how should the other party believe it? I just don't know if Tang Bingyan is willing to cooperate. After all, Tang Bingyan's daily schedule was extremely full, and this kind of meaningless treats would probably be categorized by her in the category of wasting time. Bring your wife to see me? And Rongshuan's expression flashed with an odd look. Then she nodded. Okay, if you can really let me see your wife, I'll believe you and I won't pester you in the future. No matter how proactive Rongshuan was, she still had her own pride. Her pride and principles prevented her from doing something like being a third party. However, she really didn't believe that Su Tian had a wife. Chapter 45. My wife is busy making money to support me. Su Tian saw Rongshuan nod her head and thought for a moment. Okay, I'll go back tonight and ask my wife when she's available. And Rongchuan only thought that Su Tian was trying to stall for time to find a woman to put her off, and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Your wife is still a busybody? Su Tian nodded rightfully. Well, busy making money to support me. And Rongchuan, does that mean he's softening up and taking it for granted? But Rongchuan was only silent for an instant. Then, as if reacting to something, she suddenly laughed. I was worried before that you didn't like money that much. Since you do, then tell me earlier. Marry me. You cannot work. I will give you a fixed allowance every month. Su Tian wasn't much surprised to hear Rongchuan's remarks, which were considered odd in the eyes of ordinary people. After all, Rongchuan was a notoriously strong woman, and something like keeping a man was nothing to her. Just, no need. My wife is prettier than you, richer than you, and all her industries are available to me if I want them. I have no reason to choose you compared to her. And Rongchuan's brows furrowed at the words. Su Tian in order to reject her, lying that he has a wife even said than her beautiful rich, this is to take her as a fool to cheat? Well, I hope to meet your soon-to-be wife that you've been bragging about to the heavens tomorrow, and I'd better not be disappointed. After saying that, Rongchuan glanced at Su Tian and walked straight towards the company's gate. After Rongchuan left, Su Tian looked at the time, so he prepared to take a sip of water and then go home to find Tang Bingyan to discuss about meeting Rongchuan tomorrow. However, when Su Tian went to the pantry to finish his drink and prepare to leave, a young man in his 20s, who was quite handsome, walked in. When the handsome youth saw Su Tian, he immediately frowned and asked in a somewhat conspiratorial manner, why are you still here? Don't you need to go and please Mr. Un? Su Tian raised his eyes and saw that this handsome young man was a shareholder of the company called Yun Shua. Yun Shua was a standard second-generation rich man who inherited the family business after graduating from college. But his mind was not on business. Instead, he had been hiring professional managers to manage the family's company. As for the shareholders' meeting of Su Clan Group, he originally didn't want to participate in it, but because he had a good relationship with Su Rishin and was worried that Su Rishin would be given a hard time by the company's patriarchs, he came over frequently to participate in the shareholders' meeting after Su Rishin had taken over the company to give him a leg up. But according to Su Tian's memories of his first life, Yun Shua trusted Su Rishin, treating Su Rishin as a little brother. But in fact now at this time, Su Rishin has given him a huge cuckold, and later also because of learning that Su Rishin robbed his beloved woman, depressed and died, Su Tian withdrew his thoughts, and a flash of unpredictable color flashed across his eyes. He didn't have much interaction with Yun Shua and didn't want to cross paths with him, so he explained, Mr. N and I are also just working together commercially. Oh, a business partnership? Yun Shua looked Su Tian up and down, his expression contemptuous. Don't pretend. I heard everything Rongchuan said to you just now. After the meeting, Yun Shua overhears Rongchuan confessing to Su Tian. He instantly understood why the order that Su Rishin had prepared for half a year without taking, would be taken care of by Su Tian in half a day. This directly made him attribute the reason why Su Tian had allowed Rongchuan to sign a contract with them to the fact that Su Tian had played a dirty trick to seduce Rongchuan. In fact, if only Yun Shua had been a little more patient, he could have heard Su Tian's words of rejection of Rongchuan afterward. But when he hears Rongchuan confess, he assumes that Su Tian will do anything to get the order from Jiang Group, and angrily runs to the general manager's office to tell Su Rishin the news. Now he was even fighting for Su Rishin. It was clear that Su Rishin was so capable, but he was on the verge of being climbed on top by Su Tian, who had used such underhanded means to sign the contract. Ashok, I guess it's a misunderstanding. Behind Yunshua walked into the pantry. Su Rishin spoke for Su Tian. I believe that Xiao Tian is not such a person. He will not do whatever it takes to engage in subterfuge in order to cooperate with the order. This order must be Xiao Tian rely on the ability to get. Originally, Yun Shua's words were very subtle, but Su Rishin was directly pointing out that Su Tian had gone to seduce Rongchuan in order to get the contract with Jiang Group. So much so, instead, that it seems like he's sitting on a charge. Rishin, you need to stop favoring him. How can he be capable of signing an order worth millions of dollars when he's a punk who loafs around all day and never refuses to do his job properly? I know he's your brother, but you can't keep indulging him like this, or else a good company is going to be in shambles. If our competitors know that Su Tian went to seduce Mr. In for the order, the reputation that our Su Group has managed to build up will be ruined. Right now it's almost time to go off work. The employees in the company are not interested in working. Many people choose to come to the pantry to touch the fish. They had long gotten the news that Su Tian had taken down the Jiang Group's cooperation project, and they were all surprised that Su Tian, who was originally a waste of nothing, had changed so much in a short period of time. But at this moment, the employees heard Su Rishin's words, and it dawned on them. It turned out that Su Tian had shamelessly seduced Rongchuan in order to get the Jiang Group's cooperation project. Subterfuge is common in shopping malls, but as a man, and the second largest shareholder of the company. It is surprising that he would do such a thing. As expected, this Soo Taeon hadn't changed and still couldn't get on the stage. Ashok, I think you've really misunderstood Goten. Soo Rishin was pleased in his heart, but on his face, he forced himself to put on a look of anxiety to defend Soo Taeon and said, a woman as outstanding as general manager and, even if Xiao Tian admires her, there is nothing wrong with it. In case the two of them are in love with each other? Two loves? Yun Shua sneered. The men chasing after An Rongxuan can line up from the center of Jiangqing City to the suburbs. Would she look at Soo Taeon, a punk who can't do anything? I think Soo Taeon must have used some underhanded means to deceive general manager and he, Mr. Yun, words can't be spoken. Seeing that Yun Shua's words were becoming more and more excessive, Soo Rishin directly interrupted him with a cold face. Nonsense? Then why do you think you were able to get the contract from Mr. and so smoothly? Also, why did Mr. and come to your office and say he liked you? Boo! Yun Shua's words were like a heavy bomb, causing the surrounding employees who had gathered around to instantly explode. Originally they had scruples, and even the gossip was kept as low as possible. But when they heard Yun Shua say that An Rongxuan had actually confessed her love to Soo Taeon in Soo Taeon's office, they all let out an exclamation of surprise as their eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 46 Soo Rishin. Scum! Who is An Rongxuan? That's the notorious high-flying queen of Jiangqing's high society. She actually had a real crush on Soo Taeon? Was she blind? Or did she have some kind of handle in Soo Taeon's hands that she had to yield? At once, the eyes of the onlooker employees looked at Soo Taeon with increasing contempt. Not only are they idle losers, but they are also scumbags who play with women's feelings for their own benefit, which is just disgusting. It's not that I don't want to talk about it. Soo Taeon sighed and looked embarrassed. It was general manager and who asked me to keep it a secret. But since it's caused you guys such a big misunderstanding, for the sake of general manager and my reputation, I'd better explain. It's not true that An always has a crush on someone, but it's not me. She said she's never chased anyone before and asked me to give some advice. The confession you heard before Mr. Yun was just chief and rehearsing with me. The surrounding employees were stunned when they heard Soo Taeon's words. Yes, is that right? However, in regards to Soo Taeon's explanation, the crowd again felt that it made more sense. After all, no one believed that An Rongxuan would look at a waist like Soo Taeon. And how do you explain the contract? Yun Shua's face changed, but he still aggressively pursued the question. Soo Taeon raised an eyebrow before glancing at Soo Rishin in some confusion. Big brother knows about the contract too, Mr. and has wanted to work with us for a long time, but the last time Mr. and asked Big brother to meet, he didn't have the time, so I had to meet Mr. and instead. Wait, Soo Rishin suddenly interrupted him. Mr. and has long wanted to work with us? When did that happen? Why don't I know? That day Big brother you and Nissen went to the concert and forgot your work cell phone at home. I answered the phone for you, and then called you later and said that the concert was about to start, and asked me to go over and talk to general manager and, have you forgotten all about that? Soo Rishin's face changed violently, and he subconsciously looked at Yun Shua with some weakness. It was only at this moment that he remembered that he did receive a phone call from Soo Taeon a few days ago, but he was focusing on coaxing the beauty to be happy and in doing so gained the support of the beauty's family. So where did he have the heart to listen to what Soo Taeon had to say? So he hurriedly perfunctorily hung up with a few sentences, not realizing that he had actually missed out on such an important piece of news. However, how did Soo Taeon know that he was with Xingyue that day? Could it be that he had inadvertently revealed it to him? Damn it! Soo Taeon, this idiot, had actually blurted out the fact that he was dating Xingyu together in front of Yun Shua. What if Yun Shua found out the truth? When Soo Taeon saw that Soo Rishin was in disarray, his lips slightly curved up in a mocking arc that was slightly fleeting. Don't look at Soo Rishin, who usually calls Yun Shua brother and sister, but in reality he is behind the scenes hooking up with Yun Shua's childhood fiancé in Xingyue. In her last life, even though Xingyue later married Yun Shua for the sake of her family's interests, she still often cheated on him with Soo Rishin behind his back. Yun Shua is because too much trust Soo Rishin, and finally he was harmed by him to nothing. From the clothes and food of the rich second generation down to live in rental housing hobo. Soo Taeon will know this, but also because in his previous life, Yun Shua wrote a song to express the anger in his heart after being down and out, but it was transmitted to the internet but accidentally became the year's reddest network god song, bursting all the major short video platforms. Yun Shua also turned over and entered the singing world, becoming a hot singing star, and even soon asked for the singing heavenly king. But he suffers the double blow of betrayal by a friend and lover, and even when he is back on top, life is not happy. He worked so hard to forget his injuries that his body collapsed before he was 30. The reason why Soo Taeon had returned to work for the Soo Group, besides getting back the shares that belonged to him, his main goal was to recruit Yun Shua. With the change of times, the development space of traditional industries has been repeatedly compressed. Therefore, He understood that if he wanted to stand by Tang Bingyin's side, he couldn't stick to these industries of the Su family. He had to be innovative. And in the future, it's all about self-publishing, and those who were the first to test the waters are making even more money. He already had preliminary plans and had learned of Yun Shuo's talent, so he naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. Easing the relationship with Yun Shuo was the first step. As expected, Yun Shuo's two sword brows furrowed when he heard Su Tian mention the concert in Misan. He didn't have the heart to pursue the matter of An Rongxuan and Su Tian's confession, but instead, his eyes stared tightly at Su Tian as he pursued. The concert you're talking about, was it the one held at the beginning of the month at the Zhengcheng Grand Theater? Was it the famous Russian Casa Orchestra? Yes. Do you like listening to classical music too? Mr. Yu, Su Tian feigns surprise. I've heard that tickets for this concert are hard to come by, but with your status, it shouldn't be hard to get VIP seats, right? Of course it's not difficult. Yun Shuo clenched his fists, and angry fire erupted from his eyes. Then the miss in your mouth, is it in Xingyue? Yeah, she's my big brother's college alumni, so you know MS. And two? Su Tian looked as if he suddenly realized, and laughed cheerfully. I almost forgot. General Manager Yun and my big brother were university classmates. This world is really small. Isn't Miss An the fiancé of Mr. Yu? A small employee next to him made a surprised noise, and was quickly covered by the person next to him. Yun Shuo liked Xingyue very much, and usually didn't show much love in the company. Even the small staff knew that the two were engaged. Now Su Rixin is going to a concert alone with his best friend's fiancé? It's a little inappropriate how it is. The employees looked at Su Rixin, and the look in their eyes changed from respect to skepticism. There Mr. Su wouldn't really be a scummy guy who digs up his brother's corner, would he? Su Rixin, what's going on? Yun Shuo's face was horribly gloomy. Of course he remembers that concert. He, in order to curry favor with Xingyue, especially asked someone to buy 2 VIP tickets. But Xingyue said that she had a girlfriend who studied music, especially wanted to see the show. Because she didn't get the tickets, disappointed for a long time. Yun Shuo had little interest in classical music, so when he heard Xingyue say that, he gave her both tickets. He had actually been wondering if Xingyue had hooked up with another man all this time, but without evidence. He didn't want to speculate, but the whole concert watching thing is so weird. Even if Su Rixin really wanted to see it, there was no reason why he wouldn't come to him, his friend, and instead go to his fiancée. Then, Yun Shuo thought of something else. On the very night of the concert, and Xingyu brought back a gift box after she came back, saying that it was a return gift from her best friend because of the tickets, and that the bracelet as a return gift she had been wearing. Originally, Yun Shuo thought it was really a gift from his best friend and didn't care. Even if Xingyue never wore the jewelry she gave him, he had always thought that it was because he had bad taste and Xingyue didn't like it. Now it seems that the bracelet wasn't even a gift from any BFF. Ashok, you've misunderstood. Things aren't what you think. Su Rixin originally wanted to see Su Tian's jokes, but he didn't expect to draw fire, and he couldn't wait to go up and give Su Tian a punch to vent his anger. Chapter 47 Su Rixin messages Tang Bingyan. However, the immediate priority was to eliminate Yun Shuo's suspicions, so Su Rixin could only explain stiffly. Yun Shuo, this is really a misunderstanding. It was Xingyue who said that her best friend temporarily stood her up. That's why she called me to let me accompany her to the concert. Yun Shuo's face suddenly turned a few points colder. So you're admitting that it was you who listened to the concert with Xingyu that day, right? He had wondered before why Xingyu and her girlfriends had to go to a concert and take the trouble to have their hair beautified and permed, and their clothes and accessories carefully chosen. He and Xingyu grew up together, childhood sweethearts. He knows her very well, usually go out with her girlfriends and even lazy to put on makeup. But that one time it was perverse, and he just assumed it was because he was going to a concert and Xingyu wanted to dress up. But just now, when he heard that the person who originally accompanied Xingyue to the concert was Su Rixin, the doubts he had been harboring were suddenly answered. No, not me, it's Star Moon, her. Su Rixin was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to explain. Star Moon? The corner of Yun Shuo's eyes and eyebrows were filled with coldness. You call it kindly. Oh, Su Rixin, you and I were classmates for 4 years in college, knowing full well that Xingyue and I are childhood sweethearts. Both sides have met parents and have a marriage contract. And yet you're hitting on my woman behind my back? No, Ashok, you are truly mistaken. Su Rixin had already felt the strange looks from the employees around him. He understood that if he didn't make it clear today, he was afraid that his reputation in the company would be in tatters. Soon, he tried to stabilize his mind and looked at Yun Shuo with a sincere expression. Ashok, the reason why I went to the appointment was actually because I wanted to explain to MS, and that I wanted her to be with you properly. Oh, yeah? Yun Shuo angrily pulled out his cell phone and found a picture of the necklace that Xing Yue had posted in her circle of friends on the night of the concert and asked in a cold voice, "You prepared an elaborate gift just to reject her? How do you explain this bracelet, which she wears to this day?" Su Rishin's face was pale. Damn it! That stupid woman actually wears the bracelet he gave her every day. It's not like she's killing herself. He had clearly instructed before not to be so high profile. So Mr. Su also gave Mr. Yun's fiancé a bracelet? The onlooker employees were amazed. How is Yunshua's fiancé like this? I'd never just take a man's bracelet, and I can't wear it every day. Unless it's a man I have a crush on. Yunshua's fiancé's family conditions are certainly not bad. She's not a money-hungry salvage girl. Then there's only one reason for receiving the gift. She likes Mr. Su. The employees looked like they had discovered a new continent. And although they only dared to whisper, these words still reached the ears of Su Rishin and the others. Su Rishin couldn't wait to kick all those gossiping employees out of the company right away. But it was at times like this that the more agitated he got, the more vain he looked. Ashok, let's find a place to talk. I really don't want to ruin your relationship with MS. That won't be necessary. Yun Shuo clenched his fists and suddenly punched Su Rishin hard in the face. Su Rishin, you really make me feel sick. After saying that, Yun Shuo directly turned around with a cold face and walked out of the crowd. There were more and more employees gathered around, and those who rushed afterward were filled with confusion when they saw Yun Shuo leaving with a gloomy face. It's too unkind of Mr. Su to do this. Yun Shuo is his good brother. Su Rishin usually in the company to give people the feeling of a fluttering gentleman. Employees who cannot imagine that he is a good brother behind the corner of the villain. Su Rishin was so angry that his face turned green, but he couldn't afford to snap. And he was about to send the onlookers away when he saw Su Tian arrive in front of him with an apprehensive look on his face. Big brother, did I say something wrong? The corner of Su Rishin's lips twitched slightly, but with so many people watching, his good big brother persona couldn't fall apart. Thus, he could only force down the anger in his heart and pulled out an ugly smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "No, it has nothing to do with you. It's all Ashok's misunderstanding. I'll find a chance to explain it to him." Su Tian revealed a look of relief at his words. "I also think this is a misunderstanding. How could big brother like his good brother's fiancé? Even if he likes it, he should just keep it bottled up in his heart. It's impossible for him to do something as disgusting as digging up a wall." Su Rishin, this dumbass. However, he didn't want the rumor to spread in the company and still smiled as he looked around at the employees and opened his mouth. "I don't like Xing Yue. I went over to the appointment that day, but I also wanted to make it clear to her, so that she and Ashok could be together properly. And I gave her the gift as a return gift for the concert ticket, because I heard that the ticket was very expensive. I didn't expect Ashok to misunderstand it, and that's why it got into such a mess." That's right. Su Tian came to a sudden realization. "I felt strange just now when I heard General Yun's accusation. He must have misunderstood. How could you possibly like General Yun's fiancé? The woman you like is obviously the strong woman type. After all, you have the same dream as me. Alright, it's time to get off work. Xiao Tian, you pack up and go home early. Mom knows you've been working hard lately. She specially stewed ribs for you." Seeing that Su Tian was getting more and more out of line, Su Rishin hurriedly interrupted him. At the same time, he looked at the employees who were watching the show not far away and said in a cold voice, "Off the clock. Do you all want to stay and work late?" The employees immediately scattered. Su Tian looked at Su Rishin's exasperated figure and raised an eyebrow without moving. Although these rumors cannot shake Su Rishin's position in the company, they do affect how the company's employees view him. For a person in power who does a fair job, the employees will not think too much about his virtues. However, when people realize that Su Rishin's talent is not that outstanding, they will start to rehash old scores and pick all kinds of faults from him to prove that he is not worthy of the position. And after today's incident, Yun Shuo would definitely not be able to support Su Rishin without any hard feelings, which then meant that he had one more enemy at the shareholders' meeting. Even though Yun Shuo's favorability towards him was still negative, he was sure that he would have the opportunity to gain the other party's trust in the future. After work, Su Tian naturally wouldn't listen to Su Rishin's words to go back to the Su family. The only reason he didn't retaliate now was because the time was not ripe. The moment he learned that he had been reborn, Su Tian vowed to get back all that the Su family owed him. However, before returning to the villa, Su Tian had deliberately circled around to the shopping street and queued for an hour to buy 2 boxes of rose cakes. And just as Su Tian was standing in line, boo, clang, Su Rishin is exactly the kind of person who throws a tantrum in his office and smashes everything he can before giving up. Su Tian, this son of a, dared to count on him. If it wasn't for Su Tian's words, Yun Shuo wouldn't have created a rift with him, and the employees wouldn't have listened to those rumors. Even though Su Tian acted like he was innocent, he just felt that Su Tian was doing it on purpose. Under the anger, Su Rishin thought of Yun Shoa bumping into An Rongxuan in Su Tian's confession earlier, and a calculation was made in his heart and a cold smile appeared on his face. Then, he instantly took out his cell phone and sent a message out. Sister, today a female boss and my brother confessed. Although the conditions of the female boss cannot be compared to you, but the other side cannot help but passionate and active. My brother's character is simple, and the world is not deep. I worry that he cannot resist for a moment and will make a mistake. You look after him more. Humph. Su Tian's nonsense had caused Yun Shua to break with him. Then he himself wouldn't be able to live too comfortably. Chapter 48. Where's your wife? Jiang Cheng, Tang family villa. Tang Bingyan sat on the sofa, exuding a gloomy and icy aura around her. Mr. Tang, you. Wei read the words and immediately understood that it must be that scummy guy Su Tian who had gotten into trouble again. But just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the villa's foyer. Honey, I'm home. As soon as Su Tian entered the door, he realized that Wei clearly had a look of hatred on his face. He was baffled for a moment. In the next moment, he guessed that it should be Su Rishin looking for his wife to complain again. At that moment, Su Tian took 2 quick steps and came to the side of the sofa, placing the box of snacks in his hand on the coffee table and squatting down beside Tang Bingyan in a positive manner. Honey, I have something to report to you. Instead of letting his wife be disappointed in herself because of the slander of a villain, she should take the initiative to confess herself. That's what they say about confessing and being lenient. Tang Bingyan stared expressionlessly at Su Tian. What is it? Su Rishin's news still affects her greatly. Just a moment ago, she had almost blurted out that Su Tian should never go to the company again. But when she saw Su Tian, who came home on time after work, for some reason, she dismissed the idea again. She could feel the changes Su Tian had made during this period of time, and was even more afraid that these were Su Tian's means of trying to get rid of her. Tang Bingyan laughed bitterly in her heart, not realizing that there would be a time when she would be walking on thin ice like this. Then let's give him another chance, if Su Tian really can't resist the temptation. Thinking of this, various complex emotions tumbled and undulated within Tang Bingyan's beautiful eyes. Eventually, she sighed in her mind. Never mind, we'll talk about it then. Wife, today I went to talk business on behalf of Suze. I met a female client, and after the contract was negotiated, she actually said she liked me. Su Tian's expression was quite one-dimensional. I rejected her outright, saying that I have a wife, and she didn't believe me when I said that my wife is the best-looking beauty I've ever seen, even 100 times better looking than a traffic star. Honey, do I look so unlike a man with a heavenly wife? Tang Bingyan. She didn't expect Su Tian to take the initiative to confess, and while surprised, she didn't know what to say for a moment about Su Tian's flurry of rainbow farts. Su Tian, however, continued as if he hadn't noticed Tang Bingyan's complicated expression. To convince her, I then said I could bring my wife to meet her. Wifey, are you doing anything tomorrow? If it's okay, could you accompany me to meet the female client so that she can be convinced? On the side, Wei looked at Su Tian with a dumbfounded expression. Let Mr. Tang meet a female client? What's this about? He's not comfortable if he doesn't piss off Mr. Tang for a day? However, just when Wei was already prepared for Tang Bingyan to get angry, he saw that instead of getting angry, their general manager Tang asked with some surprise, "You want me to go with you to see her?" Yeah, Su Tian nodded, but then, he added extremely understanding, "But I know you are usually very busy. If you do not have time, I will go to rebuff her. Anyway, I have explained clearly, I am a man with a family." She loves to believe it. The big deal. What time tomorrow? Tang Bingyan directly interrupted Su Tian. Will 6 o'clock do? Su Tian froze slightly, then immediately added, "Just go to that Western restaurant you like." You actually remembered? Tang Bingyan was a little lost in thought. She had expected to hate him so much that he wouldn't pay attention to her preferences, much less remember what this Western restaurant meant to them. Your wife's preferences. Of course you have to remember them. In fact, he was a bit vain. He had been thinking about how to get rid of Tang Bingyan's entanglement all the time in his previous life, and hadn't remembered her preferences at all. The reason he remembered this Western restaurant was also because after his divorce in his last life, Tang Bingyan had repeatedly chosen the meeting place there. With that, Su Tian smiled and picked up the snack box on the coffee table. Honey, here's the rose cake I bought especially for you. Why don't you try it? Wei, who was standing on the sidelines, shook the goosebumps off his body. Where did this scum learn to be so carnal? Also, doesn't he know that Mr. Tang usually doesn't like sweets? However, just as Wei was planning to go over and dispose of the box of treats for Tang Bingyan, he saw Tang Bingyan pick up a piece of rose cake and place it on her lips and take a light bite. Is it good? Su Tian had an expectant look on his face. Yummy. Tang Bingyan nodded and finished a whole rose cake with reserved elegance. Avi, it's amazing how love can make you lose your sense of taste. For the first time, he felt a little redundant standing here. Early the next morning, Su Tian called in Rongchuan to arrange a time and place to meet in the evening, and Rongchuan had originally thought that Su Tian would drag his feet in finding a good candidate to play his fake wife, but she hadn't expected him to send an invitation so quickly, so naturally she gladly accepted. She was really curious about what the woman Su Tian had found who was prettier than her and had more money was like. With curiosity, and Rongchuan arrived at the Estée Laurent Western restaurant half an hour earlier. At 5:50, Su Tian walked into the store. Mr. You're here so early. Su Tian sat down opposite in Rongchuan and opened his mouth with a smile. I was out on business this afternoon and happened to be closer to this restaurant. And Rongchuan raised her eyebrows and stared at Su Tian, asking, where's your wife? I told her to be there at 6. It should be soon. Su Tian glanced at his watch and added, but my wife is busy with work, so it's possible that she'll arrive a little later. Forget it, Su Tian. Such an excuse won't fool me. And Rongchuan, as if she had already demolished Su Tian, laughed softly and opened her mouth. Are you going to say later that your wife is working overtime and can't come over today? Originally, and Rongchuan didn't believe that Su Tian really had a wife, and now that she saw him come alone, she was even more certain of her suspicions. You went out of your way to tell such outrageous lies in order to reject me. Am I really so bad that you're not even interested in getting to know me? As she spoke, and Rongchuan's face had sunk. She had never been someone who would be a stalker, but this time she was truly angry. Angry that Su Tian had used this way to perfume her. Not, I do have a wife. Su Tian felt that he was more wrong than Sinus. He had even asked out the day-to-day Tang Bingyan. Why did Rongchuan still refuse to believe it? And Rongchuan snorted coldly, just keep making it up. After saying that, and Rongchuan didn't say anything else and just quietly waited for Su Tian's so-called wife to arrive. A few minutes later, and Rongchuan raised her hand and glanced at her watch, then turned the surface toward Su Tian and asked, it's already 6 o'clock. Where's your wife? I'll call and ask. Just as Su Tian took out his cell phone from his jacket pocket and was about to make a call, his cell phone rang ahead of him. Chapter 49. Honey, you're finally here. It's without Tang Bingyan's orders, Wei never took the initiative to contact him. Is there really something Tang Bingyan can't leave? Su Tian looked at the caller ID and rubbed his brow. This was a big misunderstanding. Hello? Su Tian. Mr. Tang has to go over a little later. Is Bingyan working overtime? There's no rush. It's just as well to come over when she's done. Well, anyway, you guys wait a little longer. Wei's tone was a bit hesitant, and it seemed that he was also unwilling to say more to Su Tian, and he quickly hung up the phone. Su Tian pointed to his cell phone and said to Rongchuan, unfortunately, my wife really has something to do, but don't worry, she'll be here soon. It's okay, I'll wait for her. I'll wait as late as I can. And Rongchuan smiled like she was trying to block all of Su Tian's retreats and said to him, even if she works overtime, she can still get off work before 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, right? If she's staying out all night, I can wait for her. And this restaurant is open all night anyway. We take our time. We always wait for her, but only if. And Rongchuan supported her hands on the dining table and poked her body out to get closer to Su Tian. You really do have a wife. Of course. Su Tian wasn't flustered at all. After an hour, Tang Bingyan still hadn't come. Su Tian knew that Tang Bingyan was busy and couldn't bear to call and rush her. But Wei called once more. Su Tian. Mr. Tang still needs some time on his side. Is she still busy? It's okay. Su Tian didn't think twice about it and hung up after saying so, but Rongchuan's face showed an expression that was as expected, and she hooked her lips somewhat triumphantly. She didn't want to immediately dismantle Su Tian's trick, and just followed his words. I'm not in a hurry either. We can just keep waiting. So the two sat in the Western restaurant and waited for almost another hour. At this time, it was already past dinner time, and the guests in the Western restaurant gradually decreased, but Tang Bingyan still didn't show up. After waiting for another 2 hours or so, the phone call by Wei rang once again. Su Tian quickly picked up the phone and heard the tone of Wei's voice on the other side, which seemed to be quite a bit of fearfulness. Sorry, Mr. Tang's side hasn't gone out yet. This time, Su Tian finally heard a hint of clues from Wei's tone and hurriedly asked, is Bingyan busy over there? Or is she? Su Tian thought of another possibility in his mind. Was it that yesterday Tang Bingyan promised him to come over and meet in Rongchuan because of impulse? And now Tang Bingyan regretted it, so she didn't want to come over for the appointment. So he tentatively said to Wei, if it's not possible, let's forget about it today. It's just as well to make an appointment when Bingyan has time. As soon as Su Tian's words fell, Wei on the other end of the phone hurriedly said, can't be cancelled. General Manager Tang really has something very important to deal with on her side and can't go over there for the time being, but she'll definitely rush to see you today, so you'll have to wait a little longer. Please. I know. You tell Bingyan for me that I'll wait for her and tell her not to be anxious. Su Tian saw that Wei swore that Tang Bingyan would rush over, so he responded. However, He pondered in his mind what exactly Tang Bingyan was unable to get away from for so long. Could it be that something happened at the company? Then he thought it was unlikely. With Tang Bingyan's means, no matter what the trouble, these few hours down should be solved properly. And what exactly has kept her from showing up until now? Seeing that the time was nearly midnight, and Rongchuan on the opposite side ran out of patience and opened her mouth to talk to Su Tian. Su Tian, don't put on a show anymore. I know that you don't have any so-called wives at all, and you're not married, so this excuse doesn't work with me. With that, she smoothed her hair in a victorious manner and said with a laid-back attitude, since you're single, I have the right to pursue you. Su Tian cried and laughed a little at Rongchuan's words. Mr. What does it take to believe that I really didn't lie to you? Want me to believe that? And Rongchuan raised an eyebrow. That's naturally if your wife can appear before me today and put my doubts to rest, otherwise I'll default to you being single. She's definitely coming today. Su Tian thought of what Wei had said to him earlier and said firmly, as long as you have the patience to wait, Mr. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Well then, I'll wait. And Rongchuan summoned the waiter to ask for a cup of coffee, clearly intending to continue spending time with Su Tian. Even though she could already be 100% sure in her heart that Su Tian didn't have any wives at all, she still maintained a subdued stance to accompany Su Tian as he waited on. After all, if you wanted to chase someone, especially someone like Su Tian who was the first one to interest her, you had to show a little bit of patience as well, didn't you? Unconsciously the time has passed another hour. Despite the fact that this Western restaurant is open all night long, there are almost not many dining guests in the restaurant at this time of the day. Except for Su Tian and in Rongchuan's table, there is only a pair of young couples in the corner. Half an hour later, the young couple also checked out and left. And at this time, only Su Tian and in Rongchuan were left in the Western restaurant. The waitresses in the restaurant frequently cast inquiring glances their way. These two people have been sitting here since 6 o'clock, but they only order drinks and not the regular meal and don't leave, so they can't have no money and want to skip the bill, right? And Rongchuan felt the strange eyes of the restaurant waiter and her face was a bit ugly. Her patience had run out and she simply planned to showdown with Su Tian. Su Tian, you, however, just as Rongchuan was about to open her mouth, she suddenly heard a crisp wind chime ringing at the entrance of the Western restaurant. Immediately afterward, an extremely delicate figure walked in from outside, and Rongchuan subconsciously looked in the direction of the doorway, and just one glance caused her to stiffen, her eyes widening in surprise, only to see the woman who came in the small face without powder. Such a sheep-fat jade skin in the night light illumination exudes a white glaze of delicate luster, the beauty of the shocking. She was wearing a beige professional suit, obviously simple without any complex decorations, but still could not hide the woman's aura that was as bright as a river of stars that made people unable to take their eyes off of her. The word Su Tian had once said suddenly popped into Rongchuan's mind. My wife is prettier than you and richer than you. Originally, and Rongchuan didn't believe it, but now that she saw the young woman walking towards her, she clearly had felt an extremely strong sense of crisis, but she still couldn't take her eyes off, even though this woman was supposed to be her love rival, and Rongchuan still had to admit that she was prettier than herself. Most of all, this woman's aura was inferior even to her who had been in the mall for a long time. You are, and Rongchuan couldn't help but get up and look at the young woman who entered, and just as she had opened her mouth, Su Tian had quickly greeted her. Honey, you're finally here. He intimately pulled Tang Bingyan's arm back in front of Rongchuan. Mr. Let me introduce you. This is my wife Tang Bingyan. Now you should always believe that I didn't lie to you, right? Chapter 50. My wife looks so good even without dressing up. And Rongchuan looked complicated as she surveyed the intimate behavior of the two people in front of her. To be honest, when seeing Tang Bingyan's first glance she was even a little undecided, secretly thinking in her heart that this woman would not be the actor Su Tian had found to act with him. But then he thought, how could a woman like Tang Bingyan willingly cooperate in an act? There was only one possibility that she would show up here, and that was that these two were indeed a couple. Hello. Tang Bingyan looked at Rongchuan indifferently, greeting her with only a slight nod, a look of rejection. Hello, my name is Rongchuan. Such a Tang Bingyan gave Rongchuan a great deal of pressure, causing her to immediately fight the urge to get to the bottom of the matter. Honey, is there something temporary going on at the office? Su Tian pulled Tang Bingyan to sit down and greeted the waiter to come up with a cup of warm water. He tried the temperature of the water in front of Rongchuan before handing it to Tang Bingyan. You drink some water first. Aha. Tang Bingyan slightly lowered her eyes. A slightly unnatural look surfaced in her eyes after she heard Su Tian's inquiry, but when she raised her head again everything returned to normal. I've spoken to Wei. If you really can't get away you can make another appointment some other time. Su Tian pinched Tang Bingyan's shoulders heartily. However, I've ordered the set menu in advance, so you should drink some warm water to warm up your stomach before you eat, otherwise you'll easily get sick. And Rongchuan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, watched as Su Tian shushed Tang Bingyan, the expression on her small face extremely complicated. She felt that she just shouldn't be sitting here. After the dishes were all served, the meal was even more unpalatable to her, and she just hurriedly ate a few bites before leaving the table early on the pretext that she had something to do. Su Tian looked at Enrongxuan's wretched back and was slightly relieved. This time, Enrongxuan should really believe that he is a married man and won't be entangled in the future. Right, wife? Su Tian skillfully cut the steak on his plate to just the right level for entrance and exchanged it with the plate in front of Tang Bingyan. I'm sure you're hungry after working so long. Eat more. The corner of Wei's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he heard Su Tian's words as he followed Tang Bingyan in. Working so long? Hell of a job. His President Sama had been grooming himself since 1 in the afternoon, with the air of crushing his love rival by his face value. After driving 5 makeup artists, 8 stylists, and 12 costumers crazy, she wouldn't have known what to toss if she hadn't seen that she was running out of time. God knows it's just to meet a common love interest, and for those who don't know, they think they're going to meet the president of M. Of course, he wouldn't tell Su Tian any of this, and in his case, Su Tian's credit value was still negative. If Su Tian knew that Mr. Tang had taken such pains to prepare for this date, wouldn't this scumbag's tail go up to the sky? Su Tian didn't know what was going on in Wei's mind, and even spoke to Wei in a complaining tone. You're the person Bingyan trusts the most. She should be reminded to rest and eat on time when she's busy at work. Avi, this has nothing to do with work at all, okay? Never mind, just pay attention next time. Su Tian didn't notice Wei's expression that was hard to explain. Instead he seemed to think of something in general and said with Tang Bingyan, wife, I told this Mr. And how excellent my wife is. She didn't believe it before, but now that she sees you in person she definitely believes it. Unsurprisingly, she shouldn't have any more thoughts about me from now on. After all, with such a beautiful wife, why would I still look at those vulgar girls outside? You see, you just came from the company overtime without doing any dress up is already so good looking. This if dress up that will not let her hate to find a crack in the ground? Chapter 51 Su Tian crashes into adultery. Tang Bingyan, Avi. He suddenly felt that Tang Bingyan was driving everyone crazy, and in the end all of them were dissatisfied. So he simply wore back to the usual dress-up approach is not very wise. However, Su Tian's seemingly unintentional words were quite flattering to Tang Bingyan. She hooked her red lips imperceptibly, and after finishing her meal, she held Su Tian's hand as if it was casual. Su Tian felt a warm touch coming from his right hand, and subconsciously lowered his head, realizing that his hand was being tightly clutched by Tang Bingyan's small hand, and his eyes couldn't help but ripple up with some smiles. Let's go, wife? Walking out of the restaurant door, the surroundings are extremely quiet. You can only hear the crisp ringing sound of Tang Bingyan's high heels. The bright moonlight and street lights echo each other, pouncing on the ground. Su Tian was in a bit of a trance, even experiencing a feeling of being in a state of tranquility for years. In his last life, he and Tang Bingyan never had the chance to get along calmly like this, and such a rare peaceful time after being reborn actually made him feel so good. No conspiracy, no misunderstanding, just him and Tang Bingyan both. However, the two of them didn't walk for long before Su Tian's footsteps suddenly lurched. Just a short distance away, two people were walking quickly towards a hotel. Su Tian almost subconsciously picked up his cell phone and snapped a few pictures. What's being filmed? Besides Su Tian, Tang Bingyan opened her mouth and asked. Su Tian lowered his eyes to the picture he had just taken, his eyes somewhat meaningful. My good brother rooms with his good brother's woman. That's right, the ones who just walked into the hotel were none other than Su Rixin and his brother Yun Shuo's girlfriend, and Xing Yue. I don't know if the photos in his hand were unintentionally seen by the company's employees. Will his good big brother's persona completely collapse? Early the next morning, Su Tian went to work at Su's as usual. After explaining clearly with Enrongxuan, he believed that Enrongxuan would not continue to pester him. As expected, the person who came to Su's today to discuss follow-up cooperation was the project manager of Anjiang Group, and Su Tian sent the person out of the company after discussing follow-up cooperation matters with the other party. However, just when Su Tian thought that today's day would pass peacefully, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, an email beep sounded, and employees from all departments of Su Group received an anonymous email almost simultaneously. The email colorfully describes how Su Tian doggedly flattered his clients and even dined together late into the night to impress his female clients. Also added to the attachment were photos of Su Tian entering the restaurant with Enrongxuan last night and eating and chatting at the restaurant, a few of which looked intimate because of the location of the shots. All the photos, no trace of Tang Bingyan at all. There was a picture and the truth, and it instantly made Su's employees know that Su Tian, the newly appointed vice president, was willing to sell his sex in order to bring in clients. Mr. Su is so bright and open-minded. How come he has such a brother? It's the first time I've ever seen a man sell his color to seduce a female client. It's disgusting. If everyone in the company goes out to talk about cooperation in the future and does this, won't the company be in disarray? Because this anonymous email was sent in a group, Su Tian naturally saw it. He scanned the contents of the email and couldn't help but sneer. He didn't even have to think deeply to guess who the person sending the anonymous email was. Those executives were also biased against him. But since he hadn't made any moves that actually had an impact on the company, it was natural for things to be left alone. He had only been in the company for a short time and had gotten 2 large orders, of which no one was more anxious than Su Rixin. Su Tian hooked his lips in a smile, but there was no laughter in his eyes. Su Rixin, do you still think that I'm the fool you toyed with in my last life? Since you made your own death, don't blame me. Chapter 52 Su Tian sends photos. After Su Tian returned to his office, he also utilized an anonymous account to send an email to everyone in the entire company. The title of the email was, Shock. Mr. Su was actually the third party who interfered in Yun Shua and in Xingyu's relationship. Attached to the content, it was clearly the photo Su Rixin and Xingyue had taken of Su Rixin and Xingyue entering the hotel in front of the hotel in the middle of the night yesterday by Su Tian. The company's employees hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Su Tian seducing a female client in a late-night restaurant, and then they received such an even bigger landmine that they collectively exploded. Oh my god, how is this possible? Mr. Su acts in a bright and open manner. He doesn't look like this kind of person in any way. There's even a picture of them going to a hotel in this email. What's impossible? Yunshua loves his fiancée so much. There are pictures of them in the office. I'm certain that the woman dating Mr. Su is Yunshua's fiancée. Aren't Mr. Su and Yunshua good brothers? Yunshua learned that Mr. Su has been so busy lately that he even moved his office over to help him. So how can he be so kind as to return the favor? Earlier in the pantry, although some of the employees had heard something about Su Rixin and Yunshua's fiancée, but after all, there was no evidence, and it was only spread on a small scale, and didn't attract too much attention. But now, this anonymous email with justification directly confirms that Su Rixin is the third party who destroyed his brother's relationship. After the news that Su Rixin had snatched Yunshua's girlfriend came to light, Su's female co-workers were all a bit righteously indignant, holding out for Yunshua. After all, Yunshua, how to say, is also a multi-cash rich second generation, usually loved to dress up, very popular with the company's female colleagues. As for the male co-workers who saw the email, they were also quite critical of Su Rixin's approach. We are all men. Think differently. The most unacceptable thing is to be cuckolded, and this cuckold is still being worn by his good brother himself. Su Tian didn't pay attention to the various remarks about Su Rixin in the company. He got off work on time, intending to go home to have dinner with Tang Bingyan, but just as he stepped out of the company, he heard a heated argument. So what if I just like Su Rixin? In my eyes, he's just 10,000 times better than you. The woman's sharp voice stimulated Yunshua's heart word by word. Yunshua was with Xingyu just now when he received the email. He didn't immediately have a showdown with Xingyu after he found out that day that Xingyu and Su Rixin were dating behind his back. He always held a hint of fluke in his heart, hoping that Xingyu would look at the two of them as childhood friends and break off their relationship with Su Rixin. And Xingyu did listen a lot during this time, and often ran to the company to find him before work. But when he saw the photos in the anonymous email, he realized that the reason why Xingyu had been so active in picking him up in the past few days was basically because she wanted to use the opportunity to go and cheat on him with Su Rixin. Yunshua was so angry by those photos that he lost his mind and directly argued with Xingyu in front of the company. Xingyu, if you don't like me, then why did you agree to get engaged to me? He had thought that he and Xingyu were in love with each other, but he didn't realize that in the end it was all his own fault. Why are you engaged to you? If it wasn't for family pressure, do you think I would have gotten you? Since her mind was exposed, and Xingyu didn't bother to pretend anymore. Rixin, he was able to take over the family business at a young age and had a successful career, while you, Yunshua, you will only hand over the company to someone else to take care of, and every day you are idle and waiting for death with your share of the shares. I even feel ashamed for you. I loiter every day? Yunshua clenched his fists with an iron face. And Xingyu, so that's how you've been looking at me all along? If Xingyu and Su Rixin's betrayal made Yunshua angry and desperate, then Xingyu's words were the last straw that broke the camel's back. If he really was a waste of space, he would never have listened to Xingyu in the first place, shifted his work focus to Su Clan, and dutifully cleaned up Su Rixin's mess. However, Su Rixin not only enjoys the fruits of his efforts, but also cheats on him with his fiancée behind his back, which is simply too deceitful. Yes, that's how I see you. You're just a loser in my eyes. The only person I love is Nishin's brother, and you don't deserve to be compared to him. And Xingyu stared at Yunshua with a look of contempt. So, if you don't want things to get too ugly, then be sensible and take the initiative to go talk to my parents about breaking off the engagement. After saying that, Xingyu did not look at Yunshua again and left without looking back. On Singing Moon, Hearing the woman he loved insulting himself like this, Yun Shua Jair roared in anger and wanted to chase after him. Just then, a speeding SUV suddenly rushed out of the intersection. The driver didn't expect anyone to run off the road and was too late to brake. Yun Shua was also surprised, but the next moment, he suddenly some relief, and even self-loathing thought simply directly hit by a car to die. 100. There will be no worries. Chapter 53 Working with Yun Shua. However, just in the nick of time, a figure suddenly appeared behind Yun Shua and quickly grabbed his arm to yank him back. Because of inertia, the two fell to the ground together, looking for death. As the SUV passed the two, the driver poked his head out of the window and cursed. What bad luck! The expected sharp pain didn't appear. Yun Shua opened his eyes to see the person beside him and froze violently. How come it's you? In the next moment, as if he had reacted to something, his face instantly turned cold. Su Tian, are you here to see my joke? Mr. Yun, I was kind enough to save you. Don't you dare to distinguish between right and wrong, okay? Su Tian got up from the ground and patted the dirt on his body, after which he extended his hand to Yun Shua. Yun Shua's face remained ugly as he frowned and pushed Su Tian's outstretched hand away, gritting his teeth and bracing himself on the ground to stand up. You kind? Yun Shua snorted coldly. Subterfuge for contracts and female clients. You're no better than Su Rishin. Forget it, whatever you say, I won't bother with you. Su Tian didn't care about Yun Shua's prejudice against himself. He saved Yun Shua out of instinct, and didn't act like he was therefore trying to make Yun Shua know how to return the favor. But his indifferent attitude instead angered Yun Shua even more. Even you look down on me? Who are you to look down on me? Su Tian raised an eyebrow at his words, and then, he looked at Yun Shua with a faint smile. You have to show something if you want people to look at you, don't you? Saying that, his voice breathed out a few hints of compulsion. Mr. Yun, do you want to turn the tide against all odds? What do you mean? Yun Shua stared at Su Tian warily, like a squirrel whose territory had been violated. What kind of adversity am I in? But it's just a woman. I'm worth millions of dollars, so I'm still afraid that there's no woman who likes me? Su Tian spread his hands. It's best if you can think that way. However, Su Tian's bland look made Yun Shua even angrier. Surname Su, are you also looking down on me? Thinking that I'm a loser who relies on my family to muddle through? Su Tian still looked at him indifferently. It doesn't matter what I think of you. What matters is, do you want to make the person who betrayed you pay the price? What do you want me to do? Aren't you Su Rishin's brother? Yun Shua was a bit wary. Are you the one he sent here to trap me? Su Tian raised his eyebrows at Yun Shua. You're still Su Rishin's best buddy, and he didn't screw you over just the same? Yun Shua was silent. He heard from Su Tian's words that Su Tian didn't seem to like Su Rishin's style. Yun Shua had originally thought that Su Tian was just a white boy who relied on cajoling women to get to the top, but now he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to understand the man in front of him. Could it be that Su Tian hadn't spoken unintentionally earlier, but had intentionally dismantled Su Rishin and reminded himself of his adulterous relationship with Xing Yue? But Su Tian is Su Rishin's brother. Why would he do that? And so on. Yun Shua suddenly remembered that Su Rishin had inadvertently revealed to himself that Su Tian was the adopted son of the Su family and was very disobedient, giving his parents and him a headache. Su Rishin even called Su Tian a white-eyed wolf at the time, not knowing how to return the favor to the Su family. Now, it seemed that he actually didn't understand Su Tian at all, but under Su Rishin's intentional guidance, he had a preconceived notion that Su Tian was an ungrateful waste of space. But, is that really the case? Right at this moment, Su Tian opened his mouth once again, the compulsion in his voice even more pronounced. General Manager Yun, do you want everyone to know Su Rishin's true colors? Do you want Xing Yu to regret that she looked at the wrong person and lost a man who truly loved her? Chapter 54 Countermeasures. Yun Shua's fists clenched abruptly when he heard Su Tian's words. After a moment of silence, he looked straight at Su Tian with his eyes and asked, What do you want from me? Although he was heartened by Su Tian's offer, he still had sense. He didn't feel that Su Tian would help him for no reason. Su Tian slightly hooked his lips. I wish to join forces with you to make Su Rishin lose his reputation, wanting you to become my helper in the future. And in return, I'll make those who hurt you pay. Yun Shua sniffed and fell silent. Soon after, he frowned at Su Tian and asked, Why do you want to take revenge on Su Rishin? Because he shouldn't have hit on my woman. Your woman? Yun Shua raised his eyes in surprise. Which woman? En Rongchuan? Or maybe there's someone else, but it's been crossed by Su Rishin? But no matter who it was, at this moment, Yun Shua gave birth to a feeling of sick friendship that he and Su Tian were in the same boat. Since Su Tian had also been cuckolded by Su Rishin at one point, it meant that he wasn't the only one who had committed stupidity. Yun Shua's heart felt better, but on the surface, he still put on a condescending demeanor. Then I'll give you a chance to work with me, but I'll warn you in advance. Don't try to trick me or sway my decision. Don't worry, we're in a partnership. I'd be harming myself if I harmed you. Su Tian tried to get Yun Shua to lower his guard. What are you going to do? An icy cold aura flickered in Yun Shua's eyes. Just as Su Tian had said, he certainly wanted to make In Xingyue regret it. Not only In Xingyue, but also Su Rixin. He would make this pair of dogs pay for betraying him. Su Tian smiled faintly when he heard Yun Shua's inquiry. You now tell your parents that you want to break off the marriage contract with In Xingyue and terminate all cooperation with the In family, and cancel the dowry that you were originally prepared to give to In Xingyue as well. Su Tian remembers very clearly, in her last life, In Xingyue's family was relying on the Yun family's investment, from an inconspicuous small business gradually ranked among the top 100 companies in Jiangqing City, and later on, it was by virtue of the Yun family's resources that the Yun family was ruthlessly left behind. Since he wanted to help Yun Shua, he had to stop the cooperation between the two families. What did you say? Yun Shua heard to break off the marriage contract. Face changed. Some for a reason, this I'm afraid. Su Tian raised an eyebrow. What? Could it be that you still want to marry In Xingyue now? No, why would I even want to marry that watery woman? Yun Shua denied. The reason why I got engaged to In Xingyue, aside from the fact that we're childhood friends, there's also a part of it that there's project cooperation between our two companies. Both sides knew each other, plus the entanglement of interests. Yun Shua and In Xingyue's engagement was a logical thing to do, and could also be described as a business marriage. Now all of a sudden I want to break off my engagement with In Xingyue. This will affect the company. Even if I don't want to marry In Xingyue anymore, I can't do it so suddenly. Suddenly? Su Tian suddenly interrupted Yun Shua. I heard that the In family was recently bidding for a piece of land, for which your family also invested $50 million in them. Taking out $50 million isn't exactly hurting your Yun family, but if anything goes wrong with this project, your family's company will be at risk of a broken capital chain. You should also be clear that the reason your parents are willing to take this money is because In Xingyue is their future daughter-in-law, and by helping the In family, they are also helping you. Now that you're clear that In Xingyue's heart isn't in you at all, why did you let the In family pick up this bargain for nothing? In his previous life, Su Rixin had been entangled with In Xingyue, while In Xingyue had accepted the Yun family's investment to develop her own company while using her own savings to fund Su Rixin and lying to Yun Shua that she was investing her money. In this life, if the Yun family's side wanted to break off the engagement again after letting the In family take that highly competitive piece of land, they were afraid that their previous investment would have to be hitching a ride. Chapter 55. You don't want me to do that, do you? Yun Shua pondered for a while and finally sighed and took out his cell phone. I'll call my dad to find out first. Then, my parents are very happy with In Xingyu. If I suddenly tell them that I want to break off the engagement, I guess they will still turn around and scold me, thinking that it's because I've been messing around with the womanizer outside that I'm sorry for In Xingyu. If you feel bad about speaking, then I'll do it for you. Su Tian stretched out his hand towards Yun Shua's cell phone. You? Yun Shua hesitated. Can you do it? After all, there's nothing you can do to get your parents to agree to break off the engagement right away, so you might as well let me try. Su Tian didn't give Yun Shua a 100% guarantee because it wasn't believable. Okay. Yun Shua hesitated for a split second, but finally handed over the already unlocked cell phone. Su Tian opened his address book and found Yun Shua's mother's phone number and dialed it. Hello? Shou Shu. Why are you calling me at this hour? Aunt Yun. I'm not Yun Shua. I'm Yun Shua's friend. Su Tian said in an extremely worried tone. Yun Shua almost committed suicide just now. We are now on our way to the hospital. Can you come over? What? Yun Shua was shocked and subconsciously reached out to grab his cell phone, but Su Tian was quick to stop him. Yun Shua's mother was shocked. What? Suicide? How could this happen? How could Shua suddenly not be able to think straight? Auntie, come over here before you say anything. River City Hospital. Su Tian hung up the phone after saying that. Come on, let's go to the hospital too. Yun Shua questioned with some anger. Su Tian, what are you up to? Why did you lie to my mom that I was going to kill myself? When you were in front of the company before, if I hadn't pulled you back in time, you wouldn't have been killed? Do you dare to say that you didn't have the slightest idea of committing suicide at that time? Su Tian's words caused Yun Shua to freeze, and at the same time, there was some fear in his heart. If Su Tian hadn't pulled him back today, he would have had to meet the speeding car, and at that fast of a speed, he would indeed have been in a bad way. After all, your family and the In family still have a partnership. Breaking off the engagement is not child's play. If you don't let your parents know the seriousness of the matter, they will definitely think that you're doing it because you're fighting with In Xingyue, or starting a fight, and feel that the responsibility lies with you. And just in case if someone from Anne's side of the family finds out and comes running over to make a scene, there's no chance that your parents will disagree even more with letting you break off your engagement. Yun Shua sniffed with a flash of realization on his face. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bit of guilt under his eyes. Just now, as that car rushed by, he was genuinely having a few light thoughts. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little afraid. If he really died, what would his parents do? Immediately afterward, Yun Shua looked at Su Tian, and a few strange things came out between his eyes. Su Tian, what's wrong? Su Tian was heading outside when he saw Yun Shua suddenly stop and couldn't help but glance at him in surprise. Is it actually true that Yuan and Rongshuan aren't like I thought? When Yun Shua first heard and Rongshuan confess to Su Tian, coupled with his preconceived impression, he felt that Su Tian was subterfuging for the sake of pulling in clients. But now he didn't feel that Su Tian was like the kind of man who ate soft food. Of course, she did confess, but I rejected that too. Su Tian said, Mr. and gave me that order, and it wasn't because he liked me. There was no need to tell Yun Shua about the bet, but such an explanation would certainly convince Yun Shua that what he had seen before was a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Yun Shua felt uncomfortable all over because of his guilt. Why did you help me when I said that about you? I told you before, we have the same goal. It's mutually beneficial. I help you now, you help me later. Su Tian didn't care about Yun Shua's previous misunderstanding. After all, he was clear that the reason Yun Shua had that impression of him was all because of Su Rishin's subtle influence around him. His big brother, who was a beast with a human face, was afraid that he wouldn't let go of any opportunity to throw dirt on him. Seeing that Su Tian didn't hold a grudge, Yun Shua also stopped squirming. Alright, then what do you need me to do? I'll definitely help you. I hadn't thought of that at the moment, but there's one thing I'd like you to do for me in the future. Su Tian looked at Yun Shua, a smirk flashing across his eyes. When Yun Shua felt Su Tian's gaze, he suddenly felt some chills running down his spine, as if he was the prey being watched. You don't want me to do something like that, do you? He shook off the goosebumps and refusal was written all over his face. Let me tell you, this young master, I'm a seller of art. Chapter 56 Convincing Parents. Su Tian returned a blank stare. If he didn't know in advance that the other party would be the future singing heavenly king who would set all of China on fire, just based on Yun Shua's theatrical appearance, I'm afraid that he would have to persuade him to go to the theater. You're overthinking it. I'm sexually normal. I'm just hoping that, if you go into showbiz as a singer, you'll let me be your manager. In these few days of rebirth, Su Tian also made plans for his future self, the investment in these industrial projects of the Su Group. Although he could continue to run them with the memories of his previous life, compared to those boring projects, he found the entertainment industry more challenging and more to his liking. Most importantly, the most lucrative industry under the Tang family was the entertainment industry. If he wanted to be recognized by Tang Bingyan's family, he naturally had to make some achievements in the entertainment industry. Of course, he didn't want to debut on his own, but wanted to be an agent in order to not expose his privacy to everyone. And Yun Shua was his first target. This is a future superstar, so it's in his best interest to make a good relationship before it's too late. How did you know I wanted to be a singer? Yun Shua was stunned for a moment when he heard Su Tian's words. He is well aware that he has no talent for running a company, and his real interest was singing, but he knew very well that his parents definitely didn't approve of him entering the entertainment industry, so he hadn't divulged this to anyone. Su Tian smiled faintly. I think you have a good voice. Singing must be good. Yun Shua was silent for a long time and finally spoke. Thank you, but I shouldn't be very likely to sing. After all, my parents are quite prejudiced against the entertainment industry. There's still a long road ahead, so you don't have to be in a hurry. But if you enter the entertainment industry, remember to find me as your manager. Success, then it's a deal. Even though Yun Shua didn't think he could enter the entertainment industry, he still agreed to Su Tian's request. It's always good to have a dream, just in case it comes true someday. On the way to the hospital, Su Tian and Yun Shua both unified their caliber in advance. Even though Yun Shua had no superficial injuries on his body, it could be argued that because he had been hit by a car, he would have to have a full body checkup just to be on the safe side. The two of them had just arrived at the hospital's emergency room to register not long before Yun Shua's parents hurried over. The two rushed straight to the emergency room as soon as they entered the hospital, both with obvious panic and anxiety on their faces. Yun Shua sat on the bench outside the emergency room, his face a little white because of nervousness, so it really looked like he was in shock. Auntie and uncle, you don't need to be in a hurry. I've already registered to arrange for Yun Shua to have a checkup. There won't be any problems. Yun Shua's parents were slightly relieved when they saw that there were no obvious injuries on Yun Shua, who was sitting on the bench, but then Yun Shua's mother tensed up again. Blinker, what's going on? Why would you suddenly want to kill yourself in a good cause? Yun Shua bowed his head in silence in the face of his parents' concern, just as he had agreed with Su Tian beforehand just now. This sad and disheveled look is what makes his parents so anxious. Auntie and uncle, you really can't blame Yun Shua for this. Su Tian spoke up at the right time. Yun Shua was also hurt too much by An Xingyue, so he didn't think about it for a while before. Too badly hurt by An Singing Moon? Father Yun frowned and asked, what exactly happened? What on earth had Xingyu done that would cause his son to have like thoughts? Su Tian sighed. He had some conflicts with Misin and Su Rixin. Yun's father was slightly stunned, and then his brows frowned even tighter. Ashok, did you have a fight with Xingyu? And what's up with Su Rixin? Isn't he your good buddy? You had a fight with both of them at the same time? Su Tian quickly opened his mouth. No, it is Su Rixin and Xingyue, two people behind the back of Yunshua cheating, and now this matter is known to everyone in the company. A lot of employees are behind the back of the discussion. Yunshua was affected by the influence of gossip, which is a momentary impulse. Chapter 57. They don't deserve it. Nonsense. Father Yun's face suddenly changed. Yun mother frowned. How is this possible? Xingyu, this child is the one I've watched grow up since she was a child. Knowledgeable, gentle and virtuous. How could she possibly cheat on Yunshua and Yunshua's good brother behind Yunshua's back? I see that Xingyu the child, although occasionally a little princess temper, but her character is absolutely no problem. Is there some misunderstanding in this? Su Tian sniffed without moving and exchanged a glance with Yunshua. It seems that this in Xingyu usually didn't work on Yunshua's parents' side, and after something like this happened, Yunshua's parents' first reaction was surprisingly misunderstanding and disbelief. Su Tian sighed. Auntie and uncle, you don't know, and Xingyu has never liked Yunshua. The reason why she was engaged to Yunshua was also all because of the benefits her family could get from your Yun family, which she admitted to herself and Yunshua. Usually Yunshua buys in Xingyue gifts that in Xingyue doesn't even bother with, but she carries a bracelet from Su Rixin on her body every day. And the photos of Xingyu and Su Rixin secretly dating were sent to everyone in the company in a mass anonymous email. And now the employees of the company all know that Xingyu is screwing Su Rixin behind Yunshua's back. Alas! I reckon this person who sent the secret email should also be unable to see the two of them cheating Yunshua, so they did that. Yunshua also received one. If aunt and uncle don't believe it, they can ask Yunshua to find that email. Su Tian made a wink at Yunshua when he finished speaking. Yunshua understood, and busily shook his head to refuse. It's just a few photos. Nothing to see. Yun's father's face turned cold. Bring me the cell phone and let me take a look. The more Yunshua said this, the more he felt that this matter was not simple. He grabbed his cell phone from Yunshua's hand and quickly found the anonymous email from his email address. The intimate photos of Xingyue and Su Rixin on the email stung Yunshua's father's eyes, causing him to barely drop his phone on the floor. Shua, why didn't you tell us all these things? I originally thought that Xingyu was well-behaved and sensible, but I didn't expect her to be such a shameless woman. Such a woman definitely doesn't want to enter our Yun family's door. Uncle, you shouldn't blame Yunshua. Yunshua originally thought that Misin's young age was just a momentary craving for freshness. That's why he had been holding back, wanting to give her a chance to come back. But he didn't realize that Misin had put all of her heart and soul on Su Rixin's body. Earlier, when she said she wanted to see a concert, Yunshua especially asked a friend to go through a lot of trouble to get her VIP tickets, which he gave to Su Rixin when he changed hands. Even I, an outsider, can't stand to watch, and have been urging Yunshua and Xingyu to break off their engagement, but Yunshua still can't think of anything else, and wants to give Xingyu another chance. Auntie and uncle, you guys should hurry up and persuade him as well. Ashok, why are you such a deadbeat kid? Yun's father had a look of hatred. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to find a good woman to marry if you're in such a position? Why do you insist on forcing yourself to be with a woman who doesn't like you? But now our two families are engaged, and there is cooperation. Yunshua had a difficult look on his face. What cooperation or not? Can't it be that for the sake of cooperation we're going to marry a woman who's a watery woman into the family? Shua, leave this matter alone. I will definitely seek justice for you. Yunshua frowned. Then the cooperation between our two families. Don't worry about this. The amount I intended to invest in the Yin family before has not yet arrived. I will now immediately notify the finance to terminate the payment. This money I will not invest in the Yin family again, even if I donate it to the Hope Project. They don't deserve it. Chapter 58. Dressing up. Saying that, Yunshua's father directly took out his cell phone and called his secretary. Yunshua's mother, on the other hand, pulled Su Tian's hand with a grateful face. You're also a friend of Shua's, aren't you? It's thanks to you that you've enlightened him, or else something would really happen to our family Shua, and then this family would be broken up. Auntie, my name is Su Tian. I'm Yunshua's friend. You don't have to worry. I'll stay with him more during this period of time to keep him from imagining things. It's really rare for our family Shua to have a friend like you. Then I'll trouble you. Come to the house and sit down some other day when you're free. I'll cook you a few specialty dishes. Yunshua's mother was truly grateful to Su Tian. The same as a friend. Su Rixin make betrayal Yunshua rob Yunshua fiancé thing, while Su Tian can Yunshua emotional bad time to comfort. Really is no comparison, there is no harm. Mom, this time it's really thanks to Su Tian. If he didn't pull me in time, I'm afraid. Yunshua sighed. I've also thought it through now. Instead of feeling sorry for myself over a woman who doesn't care about me, I should work hard in making Xingyu regret her choice. Ashok, it's great that you figured it out so quickly. Yun's father was relieved. Don't worry about the annulment. I'll step in and fix it. Subsequently, it wasn't until the two witnessed Yun Shua enter the examination room to receive a checkup and waited until the checkup report came out that everything was normal before they were ready to leave. Before leaving, Yun Shua's mother was still uneasy and advised, Shua, why don't you go home and stay for the next 2 days? She was just worried that her son would not be able to think straight because of the shock of Xingyu's incident. No, I'm going to let Su Tian stay with me for 2 days. That's good. You young people are more chatty. Su Tian, then our family Shua is counting on you. After Yun Shua's mother, who had taken one step and turned back 3 times, was pulled away by Yun Shua's father, the two of them, Yun Shua and Su Tian, also walked out of the hospital. Su Tian, I didn't realize that you were quite talented at acting. Yun Shua let out a long sigh of relief. Su Tian smiled faintly and threw Yun Shua's car keys to Yun Shua. Let's go. Where to? Yun Shua asked uncertainly. Step 2 of the plan. Change your look. Modified? Yun Shua glanced down at his suit and tie outfit and asked rhetorically, is my suit not formal enough? Formal, but too formal. Su Tian couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at Yun Shua's unenlightened appearance. Objectively speaking, Yun Shua's skin was white and his looks and figure were good, but he felt that girls like mature men. And in order to make Xingyue pay more attention to him, he was obviously only in his 20s when he was in the prime of youthfulness, but he dressed himself in an old-fashioned, rigid and mute manner. He still remembers a stage public performance of Yun Shua in his previous life, doing a blonde parted medium curly hair, wearing a pure white casual dress, coupled with his youthful and clean temperament directly bombarded the whole venue, and even because the fans were too excited almost a riot. Yun Shua now was even younger than he was then, and getting a hairstyle and dress like that, his face value would only be higher than that time in his previous life. People were visual creatures. He couldn't believe that Xingyu wouldn't be moved when she saw such a Yun Shua. Soon, Su Tian took Yun Shua to the mall and picked out a few casual style stores, letting the shopper match a few sets of clothes for Yun Shua. And of course, the color was a watery white. Yun Shua's skin is already white with no flaws. After wearing a pure white casual dress, standing in front of the fitting mirror is really some let a person's eyes light up the feeling. Wouldn't it look a little too frivolous to show up at the office in this? Yun Shua, used to the old-fashioned black suit, suddenly turned into a white leisure suit is really a bit uncomfortable. No, do you believe that if I post a picture of you right now to the company group, you'll gain a large number of fangirls? Or don't? Su Tian smiled at his words. Then he opened his mouth as if he suddenly thought of something. By the way, speaking of the company's employees, do you know that Rong Yen, the personnel department manager, likes you? Yun Shua was first stunned, then asked rhetorically, where did you hear that? More or less, I can feel it. Yun Shua was silent for a moment, then nodded. I admit that she does have a crush on me, and also confessed to me when I was in college, but I only liked Xingyue at that time, so I just rejected it, and told her not to come looking for me in the future. Su Tian smiled and said, actually, I think Rong Yen is quite a good person. You have her contact information, right? Give her a call and ask her to come out for a meal together. Su Tian didn't come to Su Group often at all in his previous life, and naturally he couldn't detect Rong Yan's feelings for Yun Shua. In his previous life, however, he had heard something big. Yun Shua suddenly died in the 4th year of his marriage to Xingyue. Not long after, the fact that Rong Yan drove over Xingyue made the news in Jiangcheng, and the purpose of Rong Yan doing that was to avenge Yun Shua's death by knowing that Yun Shua was killed by Xingyu. Now that he heard Yun Shua's words, Rong Yan had already liked Yun Shua for 4 or 5 years. Even though she had already been rejected a few years ago, she had come to work at Su's group after graduating from college in order to have the opportunity to see Yun Shua a few more times. She's a nice person, but I'm not in the mood for relationships anymore, and I don't like her. He just fell out of love and immediately called to ask Rong Yan out. Such a scum style he really cannot accept. It's just for you to buy her dinner, and it's not like you're going to be privy to her right away. Su Tian knew Yun Shua's concerns and smiled as he spoke out. What's more, this is also a chance for the two of you. You rejected her before because your heart was all about Xingyu and you didn't understand her. Now since you've already broken up with Xingyu, you should naturally look at the other outstanding women around you as well, in case you realize after getting to know her that you were just blind before, and that Rong Yan is the most suitable woman for you. If you back out because of your concerns, won't you miss out on a good marriage? And haven't you always wanted to get back at Xingyue? You quickly found true love after breaking up with her, and this is also a means to get back at her. Yun Shua still shook his head. I don't want to use my feelings to get back at her. Of course I didn't let you intentionally find someone to use as a shield in order to get back at Xingyue. I'm just giving you and Rong Yan a chance to get to know each other. and if you really don't like her after you've gotten to know her, then it's just fine for everyone to say that they're good friends. Rongyan's family history and looks are not bad in all aspects. She must have common interests with you, and is hundreds of times better than the vain and Xingyu who only knows how to shop and do beauty treatments. So why not give it a try? The girl who even gave up her life for Yun Shua in her last life. He didn't want the two of them to end up miserably in this life as well. That's fine, but I'm just asking her out for dinner. A friend at best. Yun Shua deliberately emphasized the word friend before taking out his phone and sending a message to Rongyan. Chapter 59 Yun Shua's son that exploded in his previous life. Rongyan quickly replied and finalized the time and place of the meeting with Yun Shua. After accompanying Yun Shua to buy clothes, Su Tian incidentally reserved a seasonal limited edition handbag at the women's clothing store next door. This store's limited edition handbags only have VIP members who are qualified to reserve them, and Su Tian still used Yun Shua's mother's quota to reserve the first batch of stock, which he will be able to get a week later. He was going to use this handbag as a gift for Tang Bingyan, even though it wasn't the anniversary of the two of them right now. Since he had already decided to make it up to Tang Bingyan, Su Tian would prepare little surprises every now and then. Go. Where to? Yun Shua, who really didn't like shopping too much, managed to put those bags with clothes into the trunk, and was just about to let out a sigh of relief when he heard Su Tian's words, and his body visibly stiffened. Su Tian smiled slightly. Barbershop. A few moments later, Su Tian communicated his general requirements to Mr. Tony, and the final result, although not as good as the professional stylists in his last life, was already a world of difference compared to Yun Shua's usual rustic and rigid hairstyle. Yun Shua looked at the mirror at his own head of golden brown with a little bit of slightly curly hairstyle, and then with the current body of pure white casual clothes, although also feel not bad, but just feel a little uncomfortable. Su Tian nodded with satisfaction. There will be a rehearsal for the company's annual meeting tomorrow afternoon, so you'll wear this over. Annual meeting rehearsal? Yun Shua was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked a little uncomfortable. Originally, he did have to go to the annual meeting rehearsal tomorrow. After all, there was in Xingyu's program. But now, tomorrow is the last review before the annual meeting. You must be there. Besides, I didn't send you over there to be a spectator. After saying that, Su Tian took out a piece of paper with sheet music and lyrics from his pocket. He had learned music in his previous life, and this was written according to his memories of his previous life. The song, however, was written by Yun Shua after he endured a blow to his downfall, and then became an overnight sensation by chance. What is it? Yun Shua took the paper and stared in shock. You wrote this tune? No. Su Tian made an excuse. I bought it from a talented lyricist. It's so well written. Can you introduce me to the songwriter? Yun Shua excitedly clutched the paper in his hands with glowing eyes. It was also so well written that he didn't even know why, but he felt like he found traces of himself in the tune. Did the person who composed the song have some kind of marvelous bond with him? I'm afraid I can't do that. The other guy sold me the song on the condition that I keep his identity a secret, and as you know, artists have some strange habits. The reason why he wanted Yun Shua to perform at Su Group's annual meeting was because this annual meeting had invited guests from all walks of life, and there happened to be the bosses of two music companies on the invitation list that he had seen in the administration department yesterday. Since this song was able to explode into popularity in his previous life, Yun Shua's performance at the annual meeting this time would also attract widespread attention, which could also pave the way for Yun Shua to enter the entertainment industry in advance. After this incident within Xingyu, he believed that Yun Shua's parents should be fearful and would not ask too much of Yun Shua. If Yun Shua wants to enter the entertainment industry and sing while taking care of the family company, Yun Shua's parents should not be strongly opposed to it. After Su Tian told Yun Shua about his idea, Yun Shua also got excited. It has always been his dream to be a singer, and he would like to be able to stand on stage one day and sing the songs he writes. I thought it would always be a dream unattainable, but I didn't expect the opportunity to come so suddenly. Okay, I'll go back and work on the song for now. After saying that, Yun Shua turned around and left as fast as he could. It's a song that he really loves so much. After going back, Yun Shua slightly changed the discordant parts of the lyrics and the score, and then stayed up until the early hours of the morning practicing the song. The next afternoon, he arrived at the company's rehearsal hall on time. That boy is so handsome, isn't he? Is he a staff member from outside the company? You guys just noticed? I saw it a long time ago. What staff? That's Mr. Yoon, okay? Oh my god, he's actually Mr. Yoon. Why do you look like a different person? Mr. Yoon is actually so handsome? In the past 2 days, Yun Shua can be described as the center of the company's gossip, and originally many female employees had some sympathy for Yun Shua. But now, when the crowd saw Yun Shua's refreshed attire, they all covered their mouths in surprise. At this moment, Yun Shua had just turned into a benchmark of high wealth in the hearts of all the female staff. Alas, I was so blind before that I actually thought that Mr. Su was even more handsome than Mr. Yoon. It seems that General Manager Yoon just didn't dress up before. This dressing up is more than enough to enter the entertainment industry. Not far away, the young woman who was checking the acoustics with the crew heard the commotion at the door and couldn't help but frown in annoyance. Yoon Chua is here too? I've made it so clear, and he's still coming to pester me? Is he even giving up the last bit of a man's self-respect? The woman was none other than In Xingyu. Although she wasn't an employee of Su's, she had previously prepared an elaborate program for Su's annual meeting in order to make Su Rishin pay more attention to her. It's just that she didn't expect Yoon Chua, this punk, to be so shady that he even came over to watch the rehearsal because there was a program for her. Thinking of this, In Xingyu looked back in the direction of the door with some impatience, but instantly froze in place. Who was the young Korean man in a clean white casual suit, smiling lightly and greeting the employees? Shouldn't Yoon Chua be a man who wears old-fashioned and uninteresting clothes all day long? But the man who was at the door at that moment was a world away from what she remembered. At this moment, Yoon Chua was like a male lead coming out of a Korean drama, exuding a charisma that made people unable to take their eyes off of him when he raised his hands and threw his feet. And Xingyue even secretly pinched her fingers with her hand, thinking she was hallucinating. How is that possible? How could Yoon Chua have such a transformative change in a short period of time? And for the moment, the chatter around them continued. How do you look at it? It's Mr. Yoon who looks better. Why would In Xingyu let Mr. Yoon go and not choose Mr. Su? Actually, General Manager Su was quite circumspect in his looks, but it's far from General Manager Yoon. Geez, I really want to burn all those suits that Mr. Yoon had before. He looks like an insurance salesman when he wears them, and he looks so much better when he dresses casually like this. In fact, if we talk about identity and background, it's also Mr. Yoon who is better, right? Mr. Su only has our company, but Mr. Yoon has shares in many listed groups. He came to our company just because of brotherly love, to help support Mr. Su. The result is that Mr. Su is still ungrateful. Behind the scenes and Mr. Yoon's fiancé hooked up. It's really too much. Just then, Su Rishin happened to walk in from outside the hall. Chapter 62 Choices. His face, which had heard all of the employees' words in his ears, was so gloomy that it seemed as if he could kill someone. He coughed heavily, his intense anger causing him to not care about maintaining his persona, and shouted directly at the crowd. You were told to come here to rehearse. Anyone who keeps gossiping will all get out. The employees shut their mouths when they heard Su Rishin's scolding. After Su Rishin saw Yoon Chua, he forced down the jealousy in his heart and squeezed out a smile. Yoon Chua, you didn't come to the company in the past 2 days, and you didn't reply when I contacted you. Did you encounter something? Do you know how worried I am about you? He had a straight face, not the slightest hint of guilt for having done something wrong. His feelings towards Yoon Chua were more of a grudge than gratitude. Even though Yoon Chua had usually been taking care of him as a brother, he always felt that he was being pressured by that innate nobility in Yoon Chua, as if all the good that Yoon Chua did for him was a handout from on high. Yoon Chua was a man of the people wherever he went in the university. He could call the wind and rain with his hands, and he was like a little follower when he followed Yoon Chua around. Although after graduating from college and entering society, he took charge of the family's company with real power, while Yoon Chua took the shares of the whole day idol. The reputation also fell, but the kind of inferiority complex formed from the bone still let Su Rishin in all aspects of the Yoon Chua want to step on the feet. So he gave Yoon Chua the idea to show a mature and steady side in front of the shareholders and in Xingyue, and at the same time told Yoon Chua that women like safe and reliable boyfriends, and asked him not to interfere too much in Xingyue's life and give her enough private space. He did get his way, and looking at Yoon Chua's fiancé chasing after him every day to shush him, Su Rishin had an indescribable feeling of triumph. Originally he thought that such complacency would continue for a long time, but he did not expect Su Tian's unintentional words to expose the relationship between him and In Xingyue. When Yoon Chua saw Su Rishin's posturing, he couldn't wait to spit out the meal he had eaten at noon. I don't thank Mr. Su for thinking about it. Mr. Su has a lot of work to do day in and day out, so it's better to care more about the things you should care about. Su Rishin didn't expect Yoon Chua to not give himself any face at all, and his face suddenly stiffened. On the side, and Xingyue also came back to her senses from her amazement at Yoon Chua's costume. Then, in addition to dislike, there were a few more points of smugness in her gaze towards Yoon Chua. What else could Yoon Chua's sudden change of dress be for? But it's just to attract her and get her back. But soon, she slowly frowned and looked at Yoon Chua and opened her mouth. Yoon Chua, stop messing around. It's me who doesn't like you who wants to break up with you. It has nothing to do with Rishin. You're placing all the faults on his head. Are you still a man? If Yoon Chua came over and said a few kind words to her, she might actually be able to give him a bit of a chance. But what was the difference between Yoon Chua giving Su Rishin so little face now and slapping her in the face in public? Relocation of anger? Yun Shua sniffed and sneered. I came over today to attend the rehearsal for the annual meeting, and I really don't have that much time to waste because of irrelevant people. You attend the annual rehearsal? A trace of consternation flashed in Xingyue's eyes. How did she not know that Yun Shua was also going to attend the annual rehearsal? However, before she could continue to be surprised, the manager of the administration department walked up to the crowd with a program and smiled shyly at them. Please be quiet. Today is the last rehearsal for the company's annual meeting, and we're making the final selection of the official program. Because of the limited time available for the annual show and the fact that we have a couple of big names coming over to support us, their times and order of appearance can't be changed. So the program we've already set up will need to be tweaked a little bit. With that, she looked at the crowd in front of her with some difficulty and spoke. That means that some programs may have to be cut. Originally, the program and the length of time were not conflicting, but Xingyue and Yunshua both suddenly wanted to add programs, so the originally scheduled program had to be adjusted and changed. Add to that the need to take care of the schedules of the celebrity netizens that were brought in, so a show had to be pulled. But most of the programs in this annual meeting were performed by more than one person, and those employees had sacrificed their time to rehearse hard for several months, and suddenly said that taking it away would surely cause dissatisfaction among the employees. So the administrative manager decided to take away the single-member programs. The current solo programs were in Xingyue's modern dance, Yun Shua's solo song, and HR manager Rong Yan's solo dance. Although the most important thing that should have been cut from these three was Rong Yan's dance, because Rong Yan's dance was very effective. It was the program that had been prepared since the beginning of the preparation for the annual meeting. If we were to take out this solo, not only would it affect the effect, but it would also be unfair to Rong Yan, who had been rehearsing so hard. After much thought, the executive manager made a decision. The current program for the annual meeting includes 2 solos, and because of the repetitive format and the limited length of the performance, we had to resist cutting one. Saying that, the administrative manager looked toward Xingyue standing beside Su Rixin and Rong Yan, who was sitting quietly in the corner with a distinctive temperament, and said with some difficulty, "Ms. and manager Rong, what do you two have to say about this? Are you kidding me?" And Xingyue glared at the administrative manager in dissatisfaction. I've performed in large theaters that hold tens of thousands of people before, and my willingness to agree to perform a program at a small-scale annual meeting like yours is still for the sake of General Manager Su. And now you're just going to withdraw it when you say so? The administrative manager gave a helpless bitter smile. Miss N, your program is indeed very wonderful, but since the programs of the previous annual meeting have all been arranged in advance, this sudden proposal of yours to perform a program, and also a 10-minute solo dance, is indeed a bit. Normally, a solo dance would be just right at around 5 or 6 minutes, but because of the relationship between Xingyu and Su Rixin, the administrative manager had some things he couldn't say directly. Since both of you are performing solo dances, why don't you go ahead and perform each one and let everyone vote on which program should stay? What? And Xingyu's mind directly exploded. It's already your honor if I can perform for you, and now it's your turn to decide whether or not I'm going to perform. Who gave you the face? Enough! You say less. Su Rixin finally couldn't help himself. He looked directly at Xingyue and spoke. I think Xiao Tian's proposal is good. Since both of your programs are too similar, why don't we compare them and choose the best one to come out and show the true elegance of our Su group? Nishin, you think I should compare myself to her too? And Xingyue's eyes widened in shock, and her eyes flooded with tears of aggravation. Su Rixin even didn't give her face in front of the staff, making her compete with a first-line employee. What difference was there between that and slapping her face in front of everyone? Just give up your spot if you don't want to compete. Chapter 61. He's really looking at me. Su Rixin acted like a big-hearted person, trying to regain some goodwill in front of the company's employees. He knew very well that if Yun Shua hadn't suddenly wanted to add a program, naturally there wouldn't be this farce now, but he had already created a conflict with Yun Shua now, and he didn't want to have any more head-on conflicts with Yun Shua even if it was for his own benefit. At least in front of the crowd he had to act like he still wanted to ease his relationship with Yun Shua, so he directly said with a hammer blow, "No one else has any objections, right? Let manager Xingyue and manager Rong Yan each perform, and the final result will be voted on by everyone to choose the program that can be performed at the annual meeting." I have no opinion. Rong Yan coldly glanced back at Xingyu. She had always liked Yun Shua and naturally had no good feelings towards Xingyu, her love rival. If Xingyu was really a good match for Yun Shua, she would naturally silently bless these two and give up her feelings for Yun Shua. However, Xingyue had clearly been engaged to Yun Shua, but she secretly hooked up with Su Rixin behind Yun Shua's back, which caused a glimmer of hope to arise in the heart of Rong Yan, who had already only wanted to silently look at Yun Shua a few more times. Rong Yan thought of the message Yun Shua had sent to her yesterday and subconsciously looked up in Yun Shua's direction. Yun Shua felt Rongyan's burning sight and coughed lightly in a somewhat unnatural manner, making a cheering gesture at her. Rongyan's cheeks were hot and she hurriedly lowered her head, but her heart was beating faster and faster. Since everyone is okay with that, you two should get ready to start the match. After Su Rixin finished speaking, he completely ignored In Xingyue's sorrowful eyes and turned around to walk with Secretary Song to the stage and sit down, acting as if he was a judge. Su Tian also pulled Yun Shua, who was standing still, away and found a seat behind Su Rixin. On the other side, and Xingyu and Rongyan both walked into the fitting room to change clothes, and Xingyu looked at Rongyan condescendingly. You're no match for me, so you can still keep yourself from losing face by voluntarily giving up now. Rongyan laughed lightly and said, it's not certain who actually wins. Her words meant something else. Whether it was this match or Yun Shua, she was determined to win. Then we'll see. And Xingyu sneered disdainfully. Full of confidence, she felt that it was impossible for her to lose to Rongyan. With her strength, even in a fair match, she completely hanged Rongyan. Not to mention that there was also Su Rixin present today, and all the advantages were all hers. She just went on stage with confidence. It had to be said that In Xingyue did have a foundation in dance, and that her kind of arrogant and domineering aura, though somewhat unappealing in reality, was an aura that could be utilized to her best advantage on stage. After a fast-paced dance, the stage erupted in applause. Before, the employees of Su's company were still a bit prejudiced against In Xingyu, but after watching her dance they had to say that In Xingyu did have the capital to be proud. Once the dance was over, In Xingyu proudly and gently tugged up the hem of her skirt to do a princess salute, and then like a peacock that had already won, she walked toward the stage with her proud head held high and sat directly on the empty seat beside Su Rixin. This caused the minds of many employees to begin to waver. No matter how annoying In Xingyu was after all, she was the rumored girlfriend of the boss of their company. What's more, In Xingyue's stage presence is truly impeccable. This made the employees who originally thought that In Xingyue only wanted to put on a show change their original prejudice, and the scales in their hearts gradually tilted in her favor. When Rongyan changed into her dance clothes and appeared on stage, the employees under the stage were still immersed in Xingyue's marvelous dance moves and were unable to return to their senses. Rongyan also grew up learning dance, participated in many competitions, originally like this occasion. Of course she will not be nervous, but Rongyan stood on the stage, feeling the gazes of the people below the stage were watching her. This also included Yunshua's. What to do? She began to get nervous. The accompanying music played, and Rongyan instinctively brought out the professionalism of a dancer, but her heart was in turmoil. Yunshua usually didn't come over to visit the rehearsal. Why would he come over today? Rongyan had danced this dance a few times before, and had done it smoothly, but now, even if she didn't deliberately look in Yunshua's direction, she could feel the man's focused gaze. Is he looking at me? It's like he's looking at me. He's really looking at me. Rongyan was so distracted that she missed her original 3.5-week jump, sending her tumbling to the ground in a heap. The crowd on stage was in an uproar. Young Yan made such a big blunder that there was no need to even vote. The winner was already decided. And Xing Yue gloated and laughed. Didn't she learn to dance? How could she still make such a mistake? Ri Xin, if you let her go on stage, she'll definitely disgrace your company. Rongyan's face turned pale as she clenched her teeth and climbed up from the stage. With a blunder like that, there's really no need to compete anymore. But Rongyan's self-respect and pride would not allow herself to give up, so she continued to dance the entire dance as if nothing had happened. There was also applause from the stage after the performance, but it was clear to everyone that such applause was just sympathy for Rongyan, sympathy for her losing the match. What's going on? Manager Young has done exceptionally well in his first few rehearsals. Yeah, she's going to wow the crowd with this dance if she performs it at the annual convention. Pity, is she too nervous? After all, it's a comparison with MS. Anne, so it's normal to be nervous, right? MS. Anne's personality is a bit bossy, but her dancing skills are really impeccable. This rehearsal hall was originally a temporary remodeling of the conference hall, and the seats on the stage were very close to the stage, so Rongyan naturally heard the chatter of the employees underneath. She lowered her head, a bitter smile curling her lips. She still lost. In fact, she wasn't afraid of losing, but she wasn't willing to lose to Xing Yue. Yunshua should be disappointed in her too, right? Rongyan didn't even dare to look up in Yunshua's direction for fear of seeing the man's disgusted gaze. However, Yunshua, who was sitting under the stage at this time, was staring at Rongyan with unblinking eyes. He originally thought that Rongyan was a soft and weak little woman, but the fact that Rongyan still insisted on dancing the whole dance after her mistake just now gave him a new understanding of this woman he had known since her college days. Perhaps Rongyan was not as uninteresting as he thought, or maybe they just lacked a chance to get to know each other. Even though Yunshua still didn't have a heartbeat right now, he wanted to take a step forward and give each other a chance. Isn't there no need for a vote? It's pretty obvious who wins or loses, right? just when people were feeling sorry for Rongyan. And Xingyue was like a peacock that had won a fight, strutting in front of the administrative manager. However, just as in Xingyue's smug words fell, Chapter 62 Going Home to My Wife. Wait, isn't there a program that hasn't been reviewed yet? Su Tian suddenly got up and spoke. Normally, General Manager Yun's program should also be audited. No exception should be made just because he is a shareholder of the company. This, the administrative manager was somewhat for, while in his heart he also greeted all of Su Tian's relatives. You can't make an exception for shareholders? That's putting it mildly. Su Tian is a member of the Su family and is naturally not afraid of holding shares in his hands, but she was just a common laborer. How dare she tell Yun Shua's show what to do? That's okay, just follow the process. Yun Shua was unconcerned and walked to the front of the stage with a big smile. However, instead of walking directly onto the stage, he walked up to Rong Yan and extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner. Miss Rong, I need a backup dancer for my show. Can I have the honor of inviting you to dance for my song? What? Rong Yan's words were a bit incomplete because she was too excited. Young, don't you want to? Yun Shua saw Rong Yan's dull look, inexplicably feeling a little dull. No, not. Rong Yan felt that she couldn't explain herself and could only nod her head uncontrollably to show that she was willing. Su Tian watched Yun Shua and Rong Yan's interaction with relief. Originally, he also wanted to suggest Yun Shua to invite Rong Yan to perform with him, but he didn't realize that Yun Shua was already unschooled. He, the matchmaker, was pleased at such a marked improvement and was the first to lead the applause. Next, I'll sing a song for you, Falling Snow. Yun Shua made a pleased gesture to Rong Yan while walking to the stage with a microphone. Soon the accompaniment sounded, and Yun Shua's voice with magnetism struck and shook the eardrums of the audience on stage. This song was written in the last life when Yun Shua was down and out, and the song style was naturally somewhat melancholy. However, by this life's Yun Shua slightly altered. Surprisingly, in the midst of the grief, there are a few more points of wanting to get back to the top of the air. Rong Yan had originally danced ballet, but because of Yun Shua's tunes, she had temporarily changed to modern dance. Though still a bit rusty in their chemistry, the pairing of handsome men and beautiful women on stage makes it possible to completely overlook the flaws of a first-time collaboration. Yun Shua's song was so stunning that after the song was over, the whole room was silent and the crowd was still immersed in that evocative atmosphere that they couldn't extricate themselves from. It took several seconds before thunderous applause erupted from the scene. Mr. Yun sang this song really well. Manager Young accompanied the dancers just right. 2. This program should definitely be performed at the annual meeting. It's sure to wow the guests those companies have invited. Since Manager Rong's solo dance wasn't chosen, why don't you accompany Mr. Yu? It feels like Manager Rong and Mr. Yun are a good match. The female employees under the stage looked at Yun Shua with little stars in their eyes. They all thought Yun Shua was a rigid and uninteresting man before, but they didn't expect that today Yun Shua had transformed his style of dressing and also displayed his talent. This is clearly the ideal man in their hearts. What was wrong with my eyes before? I actually thought that Mr. Su was more handsome than Mr. Yun. I really should go see an ophthalmologist. Me too. I even substituted Mr. Su in a novel about a domineering president before. Now I think about how blind I really am. Shu, keep your voices down so the boss doesn't hear. However, the sound of these few employees exchanging words was still heard by Su Rishin. He acted as if nothing had happened on the surface, but in his heart he was about to explode with anger. He hated it when people compared him to Yun Shua. Originally when the two were together in college, he was like Yun Shua's follower. Unobtrusive. It is not easy to graduate. He got the real power of the company, but Yun Shua is idle all day to take the dividends to Mix's life. He only found a trace of superiority in the body of Yun Shua, but now he hadn't even had a few days of comfort before Yun Shua destroyed all the image he had worked so hard for. No, he had to think of a way to never go back to the way he was back then. And just as he was pondering how to find a reasonable excuse to cancel Yun Shua's program, and Xingyu had already run to Yun Shua to raise hell. Yun Shua, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Yun Shua looked at Xingyu and suddenly felt that this woman that he had liked for more than 10 years was a bit strange. Why did you let that bumpkin dance for you? You did it on purpose to disgust me, didn't you? Before Xingyu had time to steal joy for winning against Rongyan, she was once again stolen by the other party and directly vented her anger on Yun Shua's head. After Xingyu finished speaking, she thought that Yun Shua would still allow her to play her big lady temper like before and would comply with her to give up her program. But it was clear that this time she had hit the wrong note. And Xingyu, don't put gold on your face. I let Rongyan dance for me because she's suitable. As for you, since you've already chosen Su Rishin, I'll wish you two a long life and a lifetime together. Don't go wreaking havoc on others. Yun Shua liked Xingyu before and indulged her irrationality, but now that he had seen through this woman's true colors, he naturally wouldn't accommodate her like a fool anymore. After saying that, Yun Shua didn't bother to take care of the furious Xingyu anymore and directly came to Rongyan, who had already changed out of her dance clothes. Remember our date tonight? Remember. Rongyan earlobes red. This is the first time Yun Shua invited her to dinner. Originally she planned to take 2 hours off after rehearsal to go to the beauty salon to do a styling before going to the appointment. Then I'll meet you in the underground parking lot after work. Good. Rongyan silently sighed in her heart. Her most wretched appearance had already been seen by Yun Shua, and it would not help to change her look on the fly. But why would Yun Shua suddenly ask her out for dinner? Couldn't be trying to make it clear to myself to stay away from him in the future, could it? Yun Shua hadn't said anything yet. Rongyan had already brainstormed in her mind how she had been rejected, and like a rabbit that had been robbed of its beloved carrot, she hung her head and left. Su Tian, have you ever felt that there's something wrong with Rongyan? Yun Shua stared at Rongyan's back and thought, you'll just have to ask her yourself about that. Su Tian could more or less guess Rongyan's mental activities, but he didn't intend to explain too much to Yun Shua. After all, falling in love was a matter between two people. It would be counterproductive for him to interfere too much. Then, for the date tonight, will you go with me? Yun Shua was a little nervous, and if Su Tian went with him, he wouldn't be at a loss for words. Don't look at Yun Shua as a rich second generation, but he is as innocent as can be when it comes to relationships. Other than in Xingyue, he had never dated another girl. Su Tian cannot help but sigh, and Xingyu exactly what eyes ah, put the pearl do not want, but prefer a Su Rishin that fisheye pearl as a treasure. What's the point of me tagging along when you go on a date? Su Tian waved his hand at Yun Shua. Go by yourself. I still have to go home to accompany my wife. Chapter 63 Tang Bingyan's Terror. What? Do you really have a wife? Yun Shua was shocked. No wonder Su Tian was unmoved in the face of An Rongshuan's confession and Tang Xian's gesture of goodwill. So he already had a wife. Who's your wife? Bring her out sometime so I can meet her? Let's talk about it when we have the chance. Su Tian said vaguely. He was clear that Tang Bingyan didn't like messy parties, and the fact that he was able to go with him to meet An Rongshuan last time had already been considered to be giving him face. I'm going home now. Call if you need anything. These 2 days, Tang Bingyan was very busy, working overtime every day, coming home later than him, so Su Tian planned to get off work early today and go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients to personally make dinner for Tang Bingyan. Su Tian bought a lot of fresh ingredients from the supermarket, and at the same time went to Jiangxing City's famous online snack store to buy a box of osmanthus cakes. The last rose cake seemed a bit too sweet, so Su Tian switched to a slightly lighter flavor this time. Just as he parked his car and walked into the villa carrying a large bag of ingredients, he realized that the villa was quiet and there was no sound at all. Normally, even if Tang Bingyan didn't go home, there were security guards and servants on duty in the villa, but not a single person had been seen since Su Tian had returned. Could it be that Bingyan gave the servants at home a vacation? Su Tian first put the ingredients into the kitchen, thought about it, and then picked out the box of cinnamon cakes. He took out his cell phone, intending to ask Tang Bingyan if she knew what the situation was. However, after he dialed Tang Bingyan's phone he heard an icy electronic tone. Hello, the user you are calling is temporarily unavailable. Please dial again later. Is my cell phone out of signal, or is the signal on Bingyan's side bad? Su Tian frowned, wanting to go to the living room to make another call, but just as he came out of the kitchen and was about to go to the living room, he suddenly caught a vague whiff of blood in the air. Because of his experiences in his previous life, Su Tian's alertness was very high. Intuition told him that this strong smell of blood was only produced after a person had lost a lot of blood. Su Tian's heart sank violently. It's not like there's a robber in the villa, is it? He held his breath and kept his footsteps light, trying to find the source of the blood. Eventually, he realized that the smell of blood was coming from the basement. Su Tian has always known that there is a basement in his family's villa, but in his last life, Tang Bingyan expressly forbade him to go down there. At that time, he and Tang Bingyan were on the same page, so naturally he wouldn't be curious about what secrets that mysterious basement had. Yet now he stood at the entrance to the basement staircase, facing the oncoming stench of blood in the cool breeze, his heart beating faster and faster uncontrollably, as if it were about to burst through his throat. Something can't really be wrong. The first thought that popped into Su Tian's head was that Tang Bingyan had put a large amount of cash jewelry in the basement, and the servants in the villa had led the robbers to the basement under the robbers' coercion. If Tang Bingyan comes back, it may also be at. The robbers were naturally thinking of killing people after they got the money, which is why such a strong smell of blood wafted up. Su Tian glanced at the blackened entrance, took a deep breath, turned around and returned to the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife, and walked back again silently. He wasn't sure what was going on down there and didn't dare call the police. Worry for Tang Bingyan made him forget about the danger for a moment, and he tiptoed down the stairs. The further down Su Tian went the heavier the smell of blood became. It wasn't until later that the strong, Sickening blood stench caused Su Tian to only be able to cover his mouth and nose, or else he was truly afraid that he would directly vomit out without noticing. After he walked down the stairs, he heard a noise coming from the basement at the end of the corridor, the sound of a whip lashing. Could it be that the robbers haven't left yet? Su Tian raised his guard and quietly leaned over. Yet when he approached the closed door of the basement, he saw the scene inside through the glass window. Su Tian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle when he saw the scene inside the room. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from inside. "Ah, Tang Bingyan, you shall not die. Ah ha." The voice was so mournful that it seemed like an evil spirit crawling out of hell, and it was frightening. Su Tian's footsteps lurched, and a strong sense of shock and dismay surfaced in his eyes. Through the glass window, he could see that there was blood everywhere inside the room, and Tang Bingyan was sitting on the sofa in the room with an indifferent face, and by her side stood Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao, who he hadn't seen for a long time, while in front of her knelt a bloody and inhuman figure. Su Tian could only distinguish that she was a woman from her screams. On top of that, the woman was covered in blood, and she was convulsing, obviously suffering greatly. Su Tian had even seen the eerie white bones exposed on the woman's arms as she struggled, while piece after piece of skin and flesh were scattered on the ground beside her. Such a visual impact made Su Tian feel his limbs go cold, and even though his ability to withstand it was already very strong, his scalp was still a little numb at the sight of such a gruesome image. "Go on." In the next second, Tang Bingyan's cold voice rang out, at this time in front of her as if it was an object without any life in general, which could be disposed of by her at will. After Tang Bingyan's order, Chen Xiaoxiao raised her hand and swung the whip, ruthlessly lashing out at the woman's body. "Ah!" The woman screamed again, rolling and struggling on the ground, while not stopping cursing under her breath. "Tang Bingyan, those things should have had a share of me. That's what I deserve. I'm your sister. You'll get retribution for laying hands on me." "Sister?" Su Tian looked at the bloodied woman. His pupils suddenly tightened. It seemed that this woman should be a member of the Tang family. However, there were many members of the younger generation of the Tang family, not to mention the side branches. He didn't know who this woman was either, but judging from her voice, it certainly wasn't Tang Xin just right. "Tang Bingyan, if Grandpa knows that you mutilated your arms and legs, you will definitely be kicked out of the house. I'm going to tell Grandpa about your crimes. Grandpa loves me so much, he definitely won't allow you to do this to me." The woman struggled, her body slowly backing away as she tried to crawl to the door, but she had lost too much blood from her injuries, and this attempt to escape was nothing more than a dying struggle in the eyes of Tang Bingyan and the others. Tang Bingyan just sat there calmly, looking at the screaming and yelling woman with an indifferent face, and by this time, the woman who had crawled to the door with her last desperate breath had raised her arm high enough to grip the doorknob. However, right at this moment, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly dodged to the young woman, reached out and choked the woman's neck, easily lifting her up. The woman had trouble breathing from the chokehold, and could only let out a hoarse roar like a broken bellows. She struggled uncontrollably, moving her limbs about, but was completely unable to break free. This sudden change caused Su Tian to consciously take 2 steps back, while Chen Xiaoxiao, who had a keen sense of hearing, immediately realized that there was movement outside the door. "Who's out there?" Chapter 64 Honey, do you want cinnamon cake? Su Tian's body subconsciously stiffened for a split second when he heard the voice, but then he sighed softly and slowly raised his hand to open the door to the basement room. "Su Tian?" When the two of them, Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao, saw Su Tian, their breathing steeply tightened. "Oops, Su Tian, why are you back so early?" A flash of panic flashed uncontrollably in Wei's eyes. It was just now getting off work, and normally speaking, Su Tian should still be on his way home, and wouldn't be back until at least an hour later. Damn it! Su Tian came home early. Why didn't the doorman at the villa entrance notify him? Compared to Wei's panic, there were a few more points of contempt and hatred in Chen Xiaoxiao's eyes when she looked at Su Tian. She had been chastised by Tang Bingyan before because of Su Tian, but she didn't blame Tang Bingyan at all, and only felt that her family's eldest miss had been confused by the scum of the earth. Su Tian, as long as she was there, she would never let Tang Bingyan hurt herself again because of this man. As for Su Tian, he hadn't had an overly intuitive feeling outside the door before, but at this moment, facing the bloody to-the-point picture in the room directly, and sniffing the sticky blood odor that came to his face, he physiologically felt an extreme discomfort. Although he had always been very clear that Tang Bingyan was able to sit at the helm of the Tang family at a young age, her methods were certainly not simple. But even though he had prepared for this, his heart was still a bit shocked when he saw this bloody and tragic picture. However, after experiencing various grudges in his last life, he had already seen clearly in this society of deceit. He understands that kindness and goodness can instead be a fatal weakness. Soon, Su Tian adjusted his facial expression. Then he walked into the basement with the box of treats in his hand, trying to keep himself looking as if nothing had happened. Tang Bingyan's face had become unusually ugly since she had seen Su Tian, and there was even a hint of determination to destroy everything in her eyes. She had originally wanted to let Su Tian go, but Su Tian had given her hope. If Su Tian were to take it all back now because he had seen this, she really couldn't control what crazy actions she would do. However, just as Tang Bingyan was ready to meet Su Tian's disgust or even be called disgusting, right away, Su Tian actually shook the box of snacks in his hand in front of her and asked softly, "Honey, do you want to eat Osmanthus cake? You want some cinnamon cake?" At this instant, even Tang Bingyan, who was just calm to the point of being almost cold-blooded on weekdays, was stunned for a moment. In the next moment, she suddenly looked up at Su Tian. She hadn't expected that she wouldn't see any hatred or awe on Su Tian's face. Gradually, the ice and snow under Tang Bingyan's eyes seemed to show signs of melting. "Wife," seeing that Tang Bingyan didn't reply, Su Tian gently reminded, "The osmanthus cake won't taste good if it's left for a long time." On the side, Wei, who had witnessed all of this, couldn't help but hold his forehead. "What an idiot. You don't even look at what kind of occasion this is. How dare you ask Missy if she wants to eat osmanthus cake? Is this the time to eat osmanthus cake?" However, just as he was cursing Su Tian in his heart for having a problem with his brain, he saw Tang Bingyan's small hand somewhat stiffly receive the box of snacks that Su Tian handed over. She silently opened the box and took out a piece of cinnamon cake and brought it into her mouth for a bite. Alright, Su Tian didn't have a problem with his brain. It was he who had a problem with his own brain. Tang Bingyan took a small bite of the osmanthus cake, then looked at Su Tian and asked in a faint voice, "Don't you have anything to ask me?" "Of course I have," Su Tian rightfully said. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Tang Bingyan's lips as she sniffed. Sure enough, what's coming is coming. Next moment, she heard Su Tian open his mouth in a solicitous tone and asked her, "I just bought ribs in the supermarket. Do you prefer to eat them braised or steamed?" Snap! The half piece of osmanthus cake in Tang Bingyan's hand fell into the dim sum box, and not far away, Wei and Shen Xiaoxiao also looked like they had seen a ghost. "That's all you wanted to ask me?" Tang Bingyan stared at Su Tian's eyes very seriously, trying to read Su Tian's thoughts at this moment, but Su Tian's eyes were very calm and without ripples. "Of course, what else is there?" Su Tian had a matter-of-course tone. "If you don't like ribs, wife, I even bought carp to make soup for you. Aren't you going to ask me why I'm doing this?" Tang Bingyan looked straight at him and opened her mouth. "Why?" Su Tian seemed a bit puzzled. In the next moment, he glanced back at the woman who was being carried in Chen Xiaoxiao's hands, and then came to a sudden realization in general. "Are you asking her? She must have done something wrong to offend your wife and you punished her. Chen Xiaoxiao. This was definitely not the scummy Su they knew before. Tang Bingyan also didn't expect Su Tian to say this, and for a moment, she didn't know how to answer. "Don't worry, wife, I'll always support you no matter what you do, and it's not impossible to get rid of those people who piss you off if you want to. Just don't get yourself in trouble. It's a legal society after all, so if you really can't handle it, leave it to me and hubby will find a way to help you out." Chen Xiaoxiao sucked in a breath of cool air. Regardless of how Su Tian had said these needy and goosebump-inducing words, just by virtue of Su Tian, this soft rice man, he dared to say that he wanted to seek justice for his family's young lady? Who is he to say? If it wasn't for Missy, this scum Su Tian would have died 1,000 times under the Su family's calculations, really out of his depth. At this moment, the two of them, Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao, had only one thought in their minds: there was no way their family's eldest miss would eat this. However, just as the two of them were filled with contempt for Su Tian in their hearts, they saw a light smile instantly emerge on Tang Bingyan's originally cold and frosty delicate face. Immediately afterward, she nodded, and a smile like the first blossoming of a warm sun actually appeared on her small face. "Good." Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao, the two subconsciously glanced at each other, both seeing panic in each other's eyes. Can it be that their Missy is also possessed? Jingle bells. Without waiting for the two to return to their senses, a sharp cell phone ring suddenly rang. Wei glanced at the caller ID, and a clear panic surfaced in his eyes. "Missy, it's the old man's phone," Tang Bingyan said expressionlessly. "You pick it up." Wei could only connect the call stiffly and hit the speakerphone. "Master, why are you calling Missy at dinner time? Is it something important? Put Bingyan on the phone." Elder Tang's voice on the other end of the phone was stern, as if he was holding back his anger. Wei looked at Tang Bingyan with some apprehension. Tang Bingyan nodded at him, and Wei hurriedly took a few quick steps to hand his cell phone to Tang Bingyan. "Hello, Grandpa?" "Bingyan, why weren't you the one who answered the phone just now? What are you doing now?" Elder Tang's tone carried an obvious questioning. It was obvious that he had already heard something before he purposely called over. Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao's faces were grave. They were both clear that the Tang family's oldest taboo was family discord. If Elder Tang knew what had just happened, he would definitely be furious, and might even go to the family law. "I'm at home," Tang Bingyan replied in a faint voice. Your home in Zhangchang? Elder Tang's tone was still stern. Then I ask you, did you let someone take the third girl? Is that Grandpa on the phone? Without waiting for Elder Tang to finish his sentence, Su Tian next to him grabbed the opportunity to ask, let me have a word with Grandpa? Chapter 65 Wife, I can sleep with you. Who are you? After Elder Tang heard Su Tian's voice, his tone became a few points colder. Hello Grandpa, I'm Su Tian. Su Tian replied in a respectful tone. Originally, after marrying Bingyan, I was supposed to take the initiative to go to the imperial capital to meet you, but I've been a bit busy with work lately so I haven't been able to pay a visit, so I hope that Grandpa will forgive me. But don't worry, Grandpa, everything is fine on Bingyan's side in Zhangcheng, and the two of us will go back to see you together after a while. You are Su Tian? Elder Tang was a bit surprised. As early as when Tang Bingyan got married despite her family's opposition, he had investigated Su Tian as a person. It's just that, didn't Su Tian dislike his granddaughter and had been trying to get a divorce? Could it be that he was so impressed by his granddaughter that he changed his mind and wanted to live peacefully with her? It's me, Grandpa. Su Tian acted as if he didn't even realize that Elder Tang was angry. Both Bingyan and I have been quite busy these past 2 days. It was hard for me to get off work early today, so I stewed ribs for Bingyan, but she doesn't seem to have much of an appetite. Although it's quite rude to ask, can you tell me what Bingyan usually likes to eat, Grandpa? Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao were both dumbfounded as they listened to Su Tian gossiping with Elder Tang on the other end of the phone. This Su Tian is really blind, isn't he? Couldn't he hear that Donald was getting angry? However, being stirred up by Su Tian, Elder Tang was also heartbroken for his granddaughter. And when he heard that Tang Bingyan had no appetite lately, for a moment he even forgot the purpose of his call. Bingyan she's been a picky eater since she was little. Getting her to eat on time has been a lot of work for me. Tell you what, I'll have the butler put together a recipe and send it to Wei so you can refer to it. Okay, thank you Grandpa. Su Tian spoke again as if he suddenly thought of something. Grandpa, do you want to talk to Bingyan? Then I won't bother you guys. I'll give her my cell phone here. No need. Elder Tang sighed. You and Bingyan have a good meal. After saying that, Elder Tang took the initiative to hang up the phone. Meanwhile, the imperial capital. Old master, aren't you going to ask Missy? The butler beside Elder Tang asked with some surprise. No need to ask. Elder Tang took off his glasses and rubbed his brow. I've investigated that boy Su Tian. Just an ordinary boy. He originally didn't want to get married to Bingyan, and Bingyan spent a lot of effort in order to chase him. With that brat by Bingyan's side, Bingyan is definitely not going to do those things, much less dare to let him see blood. But Su Tian's status is still too low. He doesn't deserve Missy. The housekeeper added a cup of tea to Master Tang. The eldest miss has not suffered much for this marriage. I'm too old to care that much. As long as Bingyan likes it, I'll let her. And the children of our Tang family don't need a marriage to sacrifice themselves. Those children of the big families, who are all mercenary at a young age, may not be worthy of Bingyan. Elder Tang did see things through. That's true. I was not expecting that boy to personally cook for Missy. That's much better than those male children. Zhangcheng Villa. Su Tian handed his cell phone to Tang Bingyan. Honey, I don't think I said anything wrong to upset Grandpa, did I? Tang Bingyan stared at the cell phone Su Tian handed over, slightly stunned for a moment before shaking her head. Su Tian had changed so much in the past 2 days, making her always think that she was still in a dream. A beautiful dream that she didn't want to wake up from no matter what. Missy, will the old man he call again? Wei spoke carefully. He still couldn't quite believe that the matter had just been turned over. He felt that perhaps Elder Tang didn't want to question Missy in front of Su Tian, an outsider, and wanted to settle scores. It shouldn't be, Tang Bingyan faintly said. She understood her grandfather's character, and before that, her grandfather must have investigated Su Tian, and she was also clear that with the degree of care she had for Su Tian, it was absolutely impossible to use those means in front of Su Tian. That was why Su Tian's presence would not require any explanation at all for her. Honey, let's get up there quickly then. It's kinda cold in here. Su Tian rushed at Tang Bingyan and stretched out his hand. Let's go. I'll cook and eat for you. You go upstairs and take a bath first. I'll call you when the meal is ready. Next time, you can just let Wei and the others do these dirty jobs. How can you come to a place like this? Su Tian, how are you talking to Missy? It's not your turn to ask what Missy does, is it? Chen Xiaoxiao was simply furious when she saw Su Tian in this state. Who does he think he is to tell Missy what to do? Wei helplessly tugged at Chen Xiaoxiao. Just cut the crap. You still want to be confined? Su Tian was obviously trying to curry favor with their president. So how did Chen Xiaoxiao turn into a dictator? It's no wonder this woman has been single for over 20 years and can't find a boyfriend. Am I wrong? You won't be taken in by this slag too. Chen Xiaoxiao was still a bit unconvinced, but when she saw Tang Bingyan's emotionless and icy eyes, she swallowed back the words that were already on her lips. Missy, young Master Su, you guys go up first, just leave this place to us. Wei hurriedly opened the door of the basement room. The air flowed and the original heavy smell of blood in the room faded a lot. Chen Xiaoxiao's anger knotted and she glared fiercely at Wei. She's only been in confinement for a few days, and even Wei has turned against her? And you call him a scumbag? Does he deserve it? Chen Xiaoxiao was confined because Tang Bingyan hid the news about Su Tian. And naturally she didn't realize that Su Tian went home on time from work every day for the past few days, and shushed Tang Bingyan. But all of this awe saw in his eyes, although he didn't believe in the return of the prodigal son. But now since Su Tian wanted to live a good life with Missy, and Missy didn't care about her past grudges, he felt that he had no qualification or reason to oppose. However, when he saw that Chen Xiaoxiao was still hostile towards Su Tian, he figured that she hadn't figured it out that quickly. If she couldn't figure it out, so be it. Wei just hoped that she wouldn't be smart enough to disobey Oniachan again. He hadn't lived long enough and didn't want to follow the punishment for 3 days. In the middle of the night, Tang Bingyan's bedroom. Fire. The overwhelming fire engulfed everything. Tang Bingyan could even feel the burning temperature of the flames scorching her skin. In the midst of this great fire, Su Tian's figure disappeared from her sight little by little, and in the end, it was completely engulfed by the flames. No! Tang Bingyan let out a loud roar and bounced up from the bed. She covered the location of her heart at her chest, like a dehydrated fish, and breathed in fresh air in big gulps. Her heart was beating irregularly, giving her the feeling that she was constantly falling. Tang Bingyan clenched her teeth in pain, trying to suppress her body's violent trembling. There was a pop as the lights in the room were turned on, and she subconsciously squinted her eyes to block out the warm white light pouring down over her head. Just then, a figure ran through the doorway and wrapped her directly in his arms. Tang Bingyan was dazed for a moment, but the familiar scent quickly calmed her. Honey, did you have another nightmare? Su Tian and Tang Bingyan were still sleeping in separate rooms. Before he had planned to sleep on Tang Bingyan's master bedroom sofa, but Tang Bingyan felt that this was not a good way to rest, so he simply let the servants in the villa pack up a room next door. In fact, Su Tian wanted to sleep with Tang Bingyan, but he also felt that it was too fast to progress all at once, so he wanted to wait for a suitable time when Tang Bingyan would completely trust himself before letting the two of them take their relationship a step further. But tonight he was a little distracted. A moment ago he was in a daze, only somewhat asleep, when he heard a shriek from next door, so he didn't even think about it and rushed to Tang Bingyan's room at the first opportunity. As expected, when he saw Tang Bingyan's appearance, he knew that her sleep anxiety was acting up again. I'm fine. Tang Bingyan's body stiffened a little as she was held in Su Tian's arms. It's really okay? Su Tian saw Tang Bingyan's obviously pale face but still trying to be brave with some heartache. If you're scared, I can sleep with you. Chapter 66. To please him? As soon as Su Tian's words fell, he felt the body in his arms stiffen for a moment. Su Tian hooked his lips slightly and hugged Tang Bingyan a little tighter. Isn't there anything you want to ask me? Tang Bingyan was silent for a few seconds, slightly pushing Su Tian away and raising her gaze to look straight at him. There were some things she had to face sooner or later, and instead of worrying all day long that Su Tian loathed herself because of those things, it was better to just show her face. But since Su Tian refused to leave when she initially filed for divorce, she wouldn't let go again even if Su Tian thought she was cold-blooded and thought she was evil. What do you expect me to ask? Su Tian was somewhat helpless. It turns out that his wife still cares about what happened in the evening, and is even so worried that she has nightmares even in her sleep. Is he so untrustworthy? Well, recalling all the bad deeds of his last life, he suddenly felt that if he was Tang Bingyan, he was afraid that instead of trusting himself, he would also dismantle himself. When you think about it that way, his kissing wife is definitely true to herself. Won't you think I'm horrible? Tang Bingyan paused and asked in as calm a tone as possible. That's because she deserves to die. Su Tian hugged the person in front of him once more. This time he hugged her very tightly, as if he wanted to embed Tang Bingyan into his body. Bingyan, you're not scary. You did those things because the other party touched your bottom line. Even though Su Tian had many misunderstandings about Tang Bingyan in his previous life, he was also clear about how much pressure Tang Bingyan had been under along the way. She is surrounded by people who want to get her killed at any time to get to the top, and that includes those who are supposedly her relatives. But what if I'm the one who maimed the innocent? Then I'll accompany you as well. Su Tian lowered his head and gently kissed Tang Bingyan's forehead. Because I know that you will never hurt me. Tang Bingyan stared at Su Tian for a long time, and the ice and snow in her dark eyes gradually began to melt. She gazed straight at Su Tian, her tone frighteningly calm. Su Tian, don't lie to me. It won't be. Bingyan, Su Tian said softly, I will never lie to you again. Even though you may not believe me right away, I'm going to show you that I'm sincere and that I want to have a good life with you. Aha! Tang Bingyan let out a light hum. Only her beautiful eyes were still as dark as ink. Su Tian, if you're still lying to me, I hope you're sure you can lie to me for the rest of your life. In the meantime, a VIP room of a beauty club in the center of Jiangqing City, and Xingyu and her 3 sisters were receiving services from the beautician. Leaving a woman as smart and beautiful as you, Sister Xingyu, not to chase after her, but running to find an unimpressive Rongyan. I think Yunshuo's eyes are really blind. That's him not being able to catch up with our Star Moon and trying to find a replacement for Star Moon. Only, TSK, that's a really bad replacement to find. As one of the sisters spoke, as if she suddenly thought of something, she looked at Xingyu and said, Xingyu, I remember that your family still has a cooperation with the Yun family. You and Yunshuo have fallen out like this, so there won't be any problems with that cooperation, right? And Xingyu sniffed disdainfully and hummed lightly. Yunshuo looking for another woman is just to piss me off. He wouldn't dare to mess around on such a big deal like our 2 families working together. It's also true that he's looking for Rongyan, but he's just playing a trick on you. Unless he really doesn't want to have anything to do with you anymore. There's no way he'd dare to get his hands dirty on the cooperation between your 2 families. And Xingyu sniffed, and the look on her face grew a few points more smug. However, just as she was about to continue her tirade with her good sisters, the cell phone next to her suddenly rang, and Xingyu glanced at the caller ID and hurriedly gestured at the others to keep quiet. My grandmother called. Then you answer it, Star Moon, and we'll keep quiet. And Xingyu picked up her cell phone and walked to the inner room of the box. Her voice softly opened her mouth and asked, Hey, Grandma, why are you calling me so late? Because the power of the Yin family was still in old Mrs. Anne's hands, and Xingyu's attitude towards her grandmother was quite respectful. Oh Star Moon, Grandma asked you something. A somewhat old but still majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. Why hasn't that money from the Yun family been transferred? What? The Yun family's funds haven't been transferred? And Xingyu frowned in surprise. Didn't they promise to transfer the money today when the bank opens? The Yun family side said that there was a problem with their account. Part of the cash was frozen, and it would take a week for the money to be transferred. When Xingyu heard the old lady's words, the anger in her heart surged up. What in the world is Yun Shuo and his family up to? How can they drop the ball at a critical time when the cooperation was negotiated long ago? Old Mrs. Anne was obviously also very dissatisfied with the Yun family's approach, but someone like her who had been through the thick and thin would always think a little more holistically. Xingyu, tell Grandma the truth. Did you have a fight with Yun Shuo recently? No quarrel. And Xingyu was a bit vain, but she still pretended to be calm and said, I'm quite good with him. You child, in front of Yun Shuo don't always play the big lady temper. The Yun family's condition is not worse than our family. He is also a pampered young master. If you let him chase after you to make you call all day long, there will be a day when he will be impatient as well. Listen to Grandma. You put your stature on hold. Take the initiative to buy him some gifts or cook him a meal. Let him know that you're attached to him, and the cooperation between our 2 families will naturally go a little smoother. Grandma, why do you want me to please him? I'm not his nanny and I have to cook for him. Why should I? And Grandma, I've told my family before that I have a sweetheart, and Yunchua is nothing more than a family marriage out of interest. How can you? Shut up, old Mrs. Anne's tone changed and she seriously chided at Xingyu. Xingyu, I can let you do whatever you want with other things, but marriage matters are not child's play. Since our family is already married to the Yun family, I don't care who you like, but outwardly you have to fulfill your responsibilities as the Yun family's daughter-in-law, and you absolutely can't let anyone pick out any faults. You have to know that now is the rising period of our family company. As long as we get that investment from the Yun family, and in the future our company grows and develops, I won't care who you want to be with. But if the cooperation between the 2 families is messed up because of your capriciousness, I won't spare you. Even though everyone in the Yin family knew that Xingyu didn't like Yun Shuo, they still arranged for Xingyu and Yun Shuo to get engaged for the sake of the family. Of course, the Yin family had only agreed to a temporary engagement, which could be cancelled once the Yin family had developed through the Yun family's power. Now that they hadn't gotten that investment from the Yun family, neither old Mrs. and nor Xingyu's parents would allow Xingyu to affect the relationship between the 2 families at such a critical juncture. I don't care what method you use. In these 2 days, you must go and coax Yun Shuo, so that their family will strive to transfer that sum of money to the company's account as soon as possible. Do you hear me? Chapter 67 No comparisons without comparisons. I know. And Xingyu reluctantly replied, I'll be at the company tomorrow to bring him food. Noon the next day, the 2 of them, Su Tian and Yun Shuo, were eating lunch in the company cafeteria. How was your date yesterday? Su Tian asked as he ate. Yun Shuo hesitated for a moment, but still truthfully said, Su Tian, I had a showdown with Rongyan. Showdown? Showdown for what? That's when I told her it was your idea to ask her out to dinner, and that the main reason I asked her out was because I wanted to use her to piss off Xingyu. Then I apologized to her, I didn't think I should have used her, and told her that I wasn't ready to get into my next relationship right away, and that she and I could be friends for now. Soo-taeon didn't expect Yun-shua to be so honest and tell Rong-yen all about their plan. Isn't this the rhythm of the note? But now since Yun-shua had already shown his cards to Rong-yen, and Rong-yen could still agree to be friends with him for the time being, it meant that the other party didn't care either. Forget it, if you and her really can't make it, it's good to be friends. After all, this was Yun-shua's personal matter, and Soo-taeon wouldn't interfere too much. Yun-shua sighed. Actually, I think Rong-yen is a good person. I previously deleted the contact information of all my female friends, including Rong-yen's, after I got together with her because I was worried about Xingyue's jealousy. Actually, come to think of it, when I was in college Rong-yen and I got along pretty well in the same club. At least I didn't resent it if I was a friend. Well, you shouldn't have too much pressure either. Soo-taeon comforted him. Yun-shua nodded slightly. There's one more thing. Yesterday my father told me that they didn't remit money to the Yin family's company on the grounds that the company's account was frozen, and that he had already begun to work on recovering the funds for the project that the two families had worked on together, and that the Yin family's side hadn't noticed for the time being. Well, the company's certainly foolproof with your father himself. But, however, just as Soo-taeon was about to urge Yun-shua to be careful of the Yin family's recent movements, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking over. It's an Singing Moon. Soo-taeon immediately silenced his voice and continued to bury his head in his food. And after the embarrassment of yesterday's public quarrel with Yun-shua, today's In Xingyu acted as if nothing had happened, and came to Yun-shua's seat beside her in a condescending manner and sat down. Yun-shua, you're having lunch. What a coincidence. I had someone order you a nutritious meal from a 5-star hotel. With that she commanded the two bodyguards behind her to place a lunchbox on the table. Yun-shua raised his eyes to look at the several dishes, none of which were his favorite, but basically Su Rishin's favorite. Soon, his eyes fell on one of the seafood kanji, other things he didn't like to eat even if he didn't like them. Didn't In Xingyu know that he was allergic to seafood? And Xingyu didn't notice Yun-shua's expression. Instead, she still said to Yun-shua as if she was giving charity. Yun-shua, look, I specially brought you lunch. What happened before was my fault, so don't be angry. I'm rather straight-tempered. I've always been this character. Shouldn't you already be used to it? Eat the meal I brought you. I'll take it as you've forgiven me. Soo-taeon couldn't help but put down his chopsticks and looked up at the woman sitting across from him, and Xingyue's brain circuits were truly puzzling. He'd never seen anyone apologize like that before, and today had been a real eye-opener. In fact, he knew very well that In Xingyu was willing to take the initiative to bow down to Yun-shua this time, and he thought that it was because of the pressure given to her by the Yin family's side, which was why she reluctantly came over to admit her mistake. It was a pity that this missy was usually accommodated by Yun-shua had long been accustomed to it, and in her dictionary there was no such word as apologizing and admitting fault with Yun-shua, so even if the pressure to bow down, but also still do enough posture, posing a high and mighty lady look, if it was the usual Yun-shua, he might still eat In Xingyu's words and choose to forgive her. But now that Yun-shua had seen In Xingyu's true colors clearly and hated this woman to the bone, he naturally wouldn't be soft on her anymore. As expected of Soo-taeon, Yun-shua directly pushed away the seafood kanji in front of him and said in an icy tone, "And Xingyue, we've been together for so long before. Aren't you clear that I'm allergic to seafood?" And Xingyue was stunned for a moment. "Are you allergic to seafood? Damn it! When did Yun-shua tell her about his seafood allergy? Besides, how did she have time to remember what Yun-shua liked to eat and didn't like to eat? There are so many people around now. Why would Yun-shua say it even if he is allergic to seafood?" She'd come in low and apologized, and he had to embarrass her in front of everyone? And Xingyu slowly clenched her fists, already unable to resist the urge to swear at Yun-shua. But as soon as she thought of her grandmother's instructions on the phone yesterday, she took a few deep breaths and barely suppressed the fire again, squeezing out a smile once and said, "Maybe I forgot, but I bought a lot of dishes. You can't drink seafood porridge, you can still eat other dishes. These dishes you brought are basically things that Su Rishin likes to eat." Yun-shua's lips hooked into a cold smile. "And Xingyu, are you sure you're here to deliver meals to me and not to Su Rishin? The meals sent to me don't have anything I like to eat, but are all things Su Rishin likes to eat. This apology is really sincere." And Xingyue's face sank a few points more at her words. "I had someone send you these things before. I remember you clearly ate them happily, right? Yun-shua, this time it is indeed my fault. Stop it, okay?" Yun-shua smiled mockingly at his words, his eyes filled with sarcasm. "He had a good meal before? Oh, that's because In Xingyue rarely sends anyone to bring him food, and once in a while he's touched to the core. Not to mention the dishes he didn't like. I'm afraid he wouldn't hesitate to swallow even the rancid leftovers. Come to think of it, every time In Xingyue had delivered food to him before, Su Rishin had been present, and every time, he had had dozens of boxes of food delivered in one go, because he couldn't eat alone, and Xingyu would share those dishes with others, which naturally included Su Rixin's share. Now it seemed that Xingyue had already calculated that bringing him meals was merely a front, and the main purpose was to use those meals to please Su Rixin. It turns out that long before he knew anything about it, these two had been hooking up behind his back. He also thought of Su Rixin as a friend before, but really he made a stupid mistake. Come on, what's a big man like you being pretentious about? I sent you so much food, how can you not waste it? And Xingyu said and took a box of sauce ribs and placed it in front of Yunshuo. Hurry up and eat, these dishes won't taste good if they get cold. Su Tian, who watched the whole thing from the sidelines. Is this woman out of her mind? Even if she couldn't let go of her body to please Yunshuo, she went to great lengths to send so many things that Yunshuo didn't like to eat, and instead of feeling ashamed when she was broken up, she rightfully forced Yunshuo to have to finish the things she sent him. Yunshuo had even been able to tolerate such a woman before, so it seemed that love could really make people blind. But it was clear that Xingyue had made a mistake this time, and even the blindest of people had a day when they came to their senses. I told you I don't like these dishes. I'm not a trash can. Take it away. And Xingyu never thought Yunshuo would dare to be so insensitive to her face. Her sharp nails almost sank into her flesh under her anger. Yunshuo, don't go too far. You think I'm going overboard now. So did you think about how much you were going overboard when you were making love to Su Rixin behind my back? And Xingyu was so angry that her eyes reddened. The reason why she had the upper hand when she argued with Yunshuo before was because Yunshuo let her have everything and refused to let her suffer a little bit of aggravation. How did it come to this now? Just when Xingyu was so infuriated that she was ready to break into a rage, a slender figure wearing a beige professional outfit came in front of her, and Xingyu looked at the woman who approached her with a horribly gloomy face. Rongyan, why are you such a... Rongyan acted as if she didn't see Xingyu and came straight to Yunshuo's side while placing an exquisite food box in her hand on the table. Yunshuo, are you having lunch? It just so happens that I've made a few dishes with my own hands to add to your meal. As she spoke, she opened the food box and took out an exquisite dish from it, 4 meat and 4 veggies, as well as cold snacks and extremely regular cut fruits for the end of the meal. Chapter 68. Su Tian looks at Su Ri's new computer. Rongyan, did you make all these yourself? Yunshuo looked at the smiling woman standing in front of him with surprise. He thought that a career-oriented strong woman like Rongyan would not bother to get down to the kitchen herself. Yes, Rongyan smiled embarrassedly, but my craftsmanship is average. Don't mind if you don't. You worked so hard to cook for me, how could I ever resent that? Yunshuo smiled and looked at the table, noticing that the dishes Rongyan had brought out were all what he liked to eat, and even the fruits and snacks were perfectly suited to his tastes. Soon, his eyes landed on one of the cinnamon lotus root taro dumplings. He doesn't usually have a big sweet tooth, but he loves cinnamon lotus root flour taro dumplings because it's a snack his grandmother used to make for him when he was a kid. Whenever he was upset, Grandma would serve a bowl of osmanthus root flour taro dumplings, and if it was the season of osmanthus blossoms, Grandma would even garnish them with fresh osmanthus flowers. Just try it, and if it's not good, you don't have to force it. Yunshuo heard Rongyan's soft voice, and only then did he remove his gaze from the osmanthus flower lotus root powder taro dumplings, and then his gaze fell on the other dishes. How did you know I love charbroiled lamb chops? Yunshuo was a bit surprised. There's also this mapo tofu, which is also my favorite. Wow. Manager Rong actually knows even General Manager Yun's tastes. The employees around the cafeteria, who were silently eating melon, had a look of knocked on their faces when they heard the news. Some people, who still call themselves Mr. Yun's fiancé, don't even know about Mr. Yun's seafood allergy. I apologize to have to treat people as garbage cans. Simply send something sent to people's hearts. But where the cloud always brain normal point also know how to choose. Ha ha, I wouldn't have the face to stay on if I did. You guys wait. And Xingyu's face was as black as a pot when she heard the voices around her. Her stern sight viciously gouged out Rongyan and angrily left. Anyone want to add to the menu? Yunshuo called to the secretary who was sitting not far from the meal. These things that Xingyu brought, give them to everyone to share. Although these dishes were not to his taste, they were after all the handiwork of a 5-star chef, and it was shameful to waste food. Thank you, Mr. Yun. Then we're welcome. The foodies were all smiles as they not only got to see a good show for free, but now there was food to go with it. At this moment, many people felt that the rumors were wrong, and that Yunshuo was not as stereotypical and unreasonable as the rumors in the company. What about these? After the secretary distributed the dishes that Xingyue had sent to the nearby employees, she looked at the plates and bowls that Rongyan had brought over and asked, I can eat all of these. Yunshuo guarded his food and stared at the secretary with general vigilance, as if he was afraid that the dish in front of him was going to be taken away. But, the secretary said, looking at the desktop in confusion, I'm afraid even 4 people can't finish all these dishes, right? If you can't finish it, pack it back up for me for a late night snack. Yun Shua scooped a spoonful of mapo tofu under Rong Yan's expectant gaze, then immediately gave a thumbs up. Rong Yan, how come I didn't know before that you still have a chef's skill? If you opened a store, I would patronize it every day. Really? Rong Yan lowered her head in some embarrassment. It's good that you like it. I like it. All these dishes are very much to my taste, so don't stand there. Sit down and eat with me too. Yun Shua greeted Rong Yan and sat down, then asked, did you personally make that osmanthus lotus root powder taro dumplings as well? Aha. Rong Yan nodded and said to Yun Shua, I remember listening to you chatting with other students in college and mentioning that grandma often made this for you, but the ones I made are definitely not as good as the ones in the store. The movement of Yun Shua's hand to clip the food was lurched, and he looked up at Rong Yan incredulously. What? What's going on? Rong Yan was stared at by Yun Shua's eyes and felt weak. Shouldn't I make a fool of myself? No. Yun Shua hurriedly explained. I just didn't expect that my casual remark would be remembered by you until now. If Yun Shua had agreed to date Rong Yan before, it was because of Su Tian's suggestion and his own guilt of not being able to respond. But for a moment, he was truly touched. Even he didn't remember that he had ever told his classmates about this. But Rong Yan had memorized it and had even made a point to learn this dessert. So this is what it feels like to be loved. It turns out that love is more than just endless apologizing and compromising. It can be so romantic. Su Tian had been acting as a professional backdrop on the side, silently bowing his head and eating the set meal on his plate. Being invisible stuffed, I do not know how many dog food he. This moment, suddenly some want to own wife. When the afternoon was almost over, Su Rixin called Su Tian to his office. What's it to me? After entering Su Rixin's office, Su Tian directly opened the door. Su Rixin maintained his usual unchanging smile on his face. Xiao Tian, how can I say that I'm also your big brother? Can't I ask you to come over if there's nothing serious going on? Nothing serious, then we don't have much to talk about. I still have to go home to accompany my wife, so I won't delay big brother. Xiao Tian, have you been misunderstanding big brother lately? About that Xingyue thing? I can explain. I don't like her at all and have always rejected her, but she is Yunshua's fiancé after all. I was worried that telling Yunshua would make him feel disgraced, so that's why I'd been hiding it. But I didn't expect Yunshua that he still misunderstood. Misunderstanding? If it was Su Tian before he was reborn, he might have really thought that this was a misunderstanding, thinking that it was Yunshua who didn't give Su Rixin a chance to explain. But the current Su Tian had long since ceased to be the fool who had been tricked by Su Rixin. Jingle bells. Without waiting for Su Rixin to say anything else, the cell phone placed on the desk suddenly rang. Su Tian's afterglow saw that the caller ID was a woman's name. He had some impression of this name, and it seemed to be Su Rixin's suitor as well. Xiao Tian, you sit down first, I'm going to take a call. Su Rixin's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly took his cell phone and walked into the balcony of the office. He is very good at enjoying himself. When he chose the office, he deliberately left himself a room with a small terrace. The terrace with 2 deck chairs and a small coffee table. Usually nothing. Su Rixin will be on the terrace to drink afternoon tea. However, it was clear that the soundproofing of this terrace wasn't very good, and even though Su Rixin hid outside behind Su Tian's back to make a phone call, there were still intermittent sounds coming out. I'm sorry, the company is busy this week and I may not be able to find time for you. Tell you what, I'll make sure to find time to go shopping with you next week, okay? Su Rixin's tone was gentle, different from the nonchalant reaction he had when dealing with Xingyue. Presumably this would be a fish that hasn't been hooked yet. Su Rixin, this person selfish, and extremely snobbish, and the goal is very clear, treating just no or not yet cokes to the hand of the woman. He can still pretend to be as steady as a thoughtful good gentleman look, but treat like Xingyue such a woman who has already been dead. There is not so much patience. Su Tian had no interest in listening to any more of Su Rixin's fleshy love talk and turned his attention to his desk. Su Rixin's computer screen was left open, and Su Tian saw a WeChat message alert in the lower right corner of the screen. He probed at Su Rixin's direction again and realized that the other party was so focused on calling and coaxing people that he didn't even notice his side. So he moved his mouse to the WeChat interface. One of the conversations at the top was another familiar name, Yan Xingxue. Su Tian's pupils shook dramatically after seeing the conversation between these two people. Chapter 69, giving away a limited edition sports car. This name Su Tian can never forget. Last life and his downfall. Is this woman claimed to be his sister? Several times to help him, and finally even in order to save his death. At that time, Su Tian was very curious about Yan Xingxue's identity, wanting to know why the other party had risked her life to save herself. It was just a pity that he was in a situation where he was also in a difficult position himself and was not capable of investigating at all. Then why did Yan Xingxue help herself in her last life? Su Tian's mood was a little heavy, hurriedly turned off the WeChat interface, pretended to be as if nothing had happened and waited for Su Rixin to come back, and after a few more random perfunctory sentences, he found an excuse to leave. Such heavy emotions were maintained until we got home. Tang Bingyan quickly noticed his anomaly and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you, Bingyan?" Su Tian took a deep breath and looked up to Tang Bingyan. "You know that I'm the adopted son of the Su family, right? What happened?" Some complex emotions suddenly surfaced in Tang Bingyan's icy cold eyes. "No, I just suddenly wondered about my birth. Are my real parents still alive? Do I have any other relatives?" Su Tian thought a lot on the way home. Yan Xingxue claimed to be his sister and helped him so recklessly. Could it, indeed, be his kin? After all, he had very few friends in his last life, and the only person who could value him more than his own life, besides Tang Bingyan, was Yan Xingxue. If Tang Bingyan was there because of love, then what was Yan Xingxue there for? "Isn't it enough that you have me?" Tang Bingyan forcefully wrenched Su Tian's chin, forcing him to look squarely at himself. "There's no need to pursue the past. You just need to remember that you're Su Tian, my husband, and that's enough." "That's not what I meant." Su Tian thought that Tang Bingyan was too possessive and could only explain in tears. "I just thought that maybe my family was looking for me as well." Tang Bingyan was silent, and the hand that cupped his chin was slightly hard, leaving a mark on Su Tian's skin. Su Tian saw that Tang Bingyan's mood was a bit off, so he changed his words. Okay, since you won't let me check, wife, I won't." This character of Tang Bingyan's, who didn't feel comfortable letting him associate with other people, was exactly the same as in her last life as well. In his last life, Tang Bingyan disliked the rest of the Su family and always wanted him to break away from the Su family, and at the time, Su Tian felt that Tang Bingyan was cold-blooded and heartless, and wanted to divorce him from his family. Now that she thought about it, I'm afraid that Tang Bingyan had long since seen that Su Rixin and the others didn't have good intentions towards her. "Honey, I've promised not to look into it. Will you smile?" Seeing that Tang Bingyan's face was still cold, he couldn't help but raise his hand and touch her face. "Wife, you still look good when you smile. Like this?" Tang Bingyan expressionlessly hooked up the corner of her mouth, pulling out a stiff arc. "Su Tian, it's good that you're happy. I have to say though, as stiff as it is, it's still damn good looking." He stared at Tang Bingyan's breathtakingly beautiful face and thought of another question that had confused him for a long time. Why would someone like Tang Bingyan, who was both talented and beautiful, and who was already sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars of property in her 20s, look at herself? "Honey, why are you being so nice to me?" Su Tian encircled Tang Bingyan's waist in a sitting position on the sofa. He clearly felt the body of the person in his arms stiffen for a moment, and his bad intentions made him resist giving her a squeeze on the waist. Tang Bingyan's body stiffened even more, as if it had turned into an ice sculpture in Su Tian's arms. "I'll always be good to you." After a long period of silence, Tang Bingyan slowly opened her mouth. "Then, in return, I'll always be good to you." Su Tian took advantage of Tang Bingyan's inattention and quickly tilted his head to give her a kiss on her red lips before getting up and stretching as if nothing had happened. "So hungry. Honey, I'm going to make dinner. What do you want to eat tonight?" The warm touch on her lips hadn't faded yet, and Tang Bingyan looked at Su Tian's back in a bit of a daze, not coming back to her senses until he walked into the kitchen. "It seems like it would be nice if every day was like this." An involuntary smile so light that it was often unnoticeable appeared on her face, and she too walked briskly to the kitchen. During the lunch break on the second day, Su Tian and Yun Shua were both about to go to the cafeteria to eat when they suddenly saw a group of female employees rushing towards the elevator in a hurry, with a look of excitement on their faces. "What's going on and what are you going to do?" Su Tian pulled a female employee and asked. "Vice President, Mr. Yun." After the female employees saw the two of Su Tian and Yun Shua, her expression twisted a bit as she stammered and replied, "No, it's nothing, we're just going for a stroll." After saying that, she simply ran away without looking back. "There's definitely something wrong." Su Tian and Yun Shua exchanged a glance and very silently turned around and walked towards the high-rise special elevator. Soon they arrived at the lobby on the first floor of the company. "Where's the boss? Did anyone inform the boss?" A lot of people had gathered around the main entrance and were pointing in the direction of the outside and talking excitedly. "It's said to be limited to 100 units worldwide, MS, and is really something. If someone is willing to give me such a racy sports car, I will definitely take her to the Civil Affairs Bureau on the spot to get a license. A silver and white sports car. It's the first time I've seen it. It's so cool." Today was an eye-opener too. Su Tian looked in the direction of the crowd and found a silver-gray sports car parked outside the company, while Xing Yue in a short halter dress stood in front of the sports car like a car model, holding a delicate velvet box in her hand, which by the looks of it should contain the car keys. "Boss is out. The boss is here." At this time, the crowd suddenly made a way by default, and the suited Su Rixin quickly walked out from inside. "MS. Anne, what brings you here?" After Su Rixin saw Xing Yue, he first revealed a look of surprise, then frowned. "Are you here to find Yunshua?" "Rixin, I'm here to find you. and Xing Yue's eyes were full of love as she walked to Su Rishin's front, handing over the box in her hand. Didn't you mention before that you especially liked this sports car? I asked a friend to buy it for you. She looked at Su Rishin with an expectant face like she was offering a treasure, waiting for Su Rishin's praise. Nishin, I like you, and from the first moment I saw you, you were the only one in my heart. Since you don't have a girlfriend either, why don't you try it with me? It seemed to be in retaliation for Yunshua not giving her face yesterday, or perhaps he was no longer satisfied with just maintaining an ambiguous relationship with Su Rishin. She wants to be Su Rishin's proper girlfriend. She wants Yunshua to regret treating her like that yesterday, running to her to make amends with her, begging her for forgiveness, begging her to get back together. Chapter 70 Project Taken. Confession. Confessed. Gosh, a beautiful woman confessing her love to me with a limited edition sports car. A man would be so excited that he would pass out. Such a high-profile confession by Xingyu not only attracted the onlookers from the employees of Su Group, but also attracted many passers-by. Su Rishin maintained a gentle appearance on the surface, but in his heart, he had cursed Xingyu, this idiot, 1,000,000 times. Now that their scandal has gone viral, and Xingyu still has to be so high-profile. What a dumbass. Su Rishin didn't want to bear the bad reputation of prying his brother's corner, but this limited edition sports car was really what he had dreamed of. Su Rishin asked a friend to inquire about this limited global sports car when he learned that it was on sale, but in the end, he didn't get a spot. Now that Xingyu wanted to give him this car, he naturally had no reason not to accept it. But you can't just take it, you have to find a good reason. And also he definitely couldn't agree to be with Xingyu in front of everyone. If this got out, how could he still maintain the persona of a single noble gentleman? I appreciate your feelings, I just casually mentioned it before, but I didn't expect you to be so attentive. I'm really touched. Su Rishin took the box in Xingyue's hand in a feigned manner and raised his voice as if he had no intention of doing so. I'll transfer the money to you later. Nishin, you didn't have to transfer money to me. What is the relationship between the two of us? There's no need to be calculating. And Xingyue saw Su Rishin collect the car keys and thought he promised himself. The smile on her face became even brighter. Then do I count you? Now, there are too many people here. Let's go up and talk, Su Rishin said, and without waiting for Xingyue to respond, he turned around and walked inside the company, and Xingyue had no choice but to quickly follow. Su Rishin's means of coaxing a woman is indeed brilliant. In front of everyone, he receives the gift but promises to transfer money to Xingyue. Even if he is brought up by people with ulterior motives in the future, he can still excuse it as a favor between friends. Moreover, he didn't openly admit that Xingyu was his girlfriend, so if he wanted to dump Xingyu in the future, he could also shrug off the fact that it was all Xingyu's wishful thinking. He promised nothing, so naturally he's clean. As for transferring money, he knew Xingyue too well, and Xingyue loved him to death. There was no way she would take his money. Is this a successful confession? Has the lead actor said yes yet? Su Rishin and Xingyue left one after the other, leaving the onlookers outside in a daze. You should say yes, right? Being confessed to by such a beautiful woman and still not saying yes, isn't that ungrateful? Not necessarily. I don't think that guy comes from a simple background. Didn't you hear someone call him boss? Maybe he's a big boss. Big boss and rich girl. This is a perfect match. TSK. Su Tian, who was in the middle of the crowd, couldn't help but shake his head when he heard the comments of the passers-by. This Xingyue was really keen on getting killed. The delayed payment on the Yun family's side. The Yun family must have instructed Xingyue to curry favor with Yun Shua. Otherwise Xingyue wouldn't have made a special trip to the company to give Yun Shua a meal. But this Xingyu is usually used to being a princess, because Yun Shua did not give her face to continue to be her licking dog. In order to retaliate even high profile in front of the company and Su Rishin confession, with such a loser daughter, the Yun family's company won't make it. Yun Shua, who had come downstairs with Su Tian, only took a hasty look at what was happening outside before turning around and going up the stairs. Su Tian didn't follow. At a time like this, he needed to give Yun Shua some space alone. However, he believed that Yun Shua could figure it out. It was just that anyone who thought that the woman they had been pursuing for 5 or 6 years was confessing to another man in front of them would not feel comfortable in their heart. In the next few days, Xingyu, because Su Rishin did not explicitly reject herself, as if she had already taken herself as Su Rishin's real girlfriend, and even more so as the boss's wife to the company's employees to tell them what to do. Yun Shua completely treated Xingyu as a transparent person, and even when he saw it in the company, he never took the initiative to greet her. That afternoon, Su Tian was drinking afternoon tea in Yun Shua's office. Jingle bells. Suddenly, Yun Shua's cell phone rang. It's my dad calling. Yun Shua glanced at the caller ID. It should be the result of that project that the Yun family is competing for. Su Tian sniffed and put down his cup. Yun Shua didn't intend to carry Su Tian on his back either, and directly pressed the speakerphone. Hello? Ashok. That project was taken by our family. Yun Shua's father on the other end of the phone sounded a bit agitated. That proposal of your friends was very good, allowing us to find a small company to work with that had no advantage among the bidding companies, and easily beat the Yun family. Because the Yun family intended to cooperate with the Yun family when this project was tendered, they did not sign up. By the time Yun Shua's father knew what Yun Xingyu had done, it was too late to sign up for the competition. So Su Tian gave Yun Shua's father the idea of picking a small company with little background to work with among the other bidding companies. In this way, the small companies that had no hope of succeeding in the bidding got the favors given by Yun, and Yun was able to succeed in the bidding more easily. Also, Ashok, I've officially announced the annulment of your engagement with Yun Xingyu, and this time, I still have to thank your friend. Without his reminder, to this day, your mom and I would still be kept in the dark. Yun Shua's father, after Su Tian's reminder, had already withdrawn all of his investments in the Yun family side of the family before canceling the engagement. Even if the two families fall out now, the damage will be small. Just as Su Tian was on the phone with Yun Shua's father, upstairs in Su Rixin's office, and Xingyue was sitting on Su Rixin's lap playing a handheld game, completely unaware of what she was about to face. I'll call ahead and make reservations for whatever you want to eat tonight, because Xingyue had given him the sports car of his dreams. Su Rixin had treated her considerately during this time. Even if Xingyu pestered him every day, he didn't show much impatience. Yeah, I'd like to eat Japanese food. And Xingyue looked up and kissed Su Rixin on the cheek. Honey, you're so good to me. Xingyu, today should be the day of the bid opening for that project your family is involved in, right? Did your family side contact you? Su Rixin asked as if he had no intention of doing so. No, but don't worry. And Xingyue was confident, all other competitors are not enough to fear. As long as the funds are in place, this project will definitely be my family's. Fortunately, I was worried that because of me, it would create animosity between your family and the Yun family. In case Yun Shua he encouraged his parents to withdraw their capital. He wouldn't dare. And Xingyu was still confident, the Yun family has a lot of interests involved with our family, and the whole body will be affected by one hair. It is impossible for the Yun family to create a suspicion with our family just because Yun Shua said a few bad words. And it's all because of our Yun family behind the Yun family's development into one of the top 50 enterprises in Jiangqing over the years. Without our Yun family, where would they have gotten to where they are today? Chapter 71 In Xingyue was beaten up. Su Rixin nodded. That's right, although your Yun family doesn't have as many assets as the Yun family, you have connections. And in today's society, without connections, it's simply difficult to move an inch. Yun Shua relies on your family to be able to feed and clothe himself, but he doesn't know how to cherish it, and he finds faults to fight with you 2 times a day. Even I, a brother, can't stand to see it any longer. It must be said that Su Rixin's ability to invert right and wrong is also at the level of a movie star. It was clear that Yun Xingyu made the sky and the earth, and Yun Shua was either beaten or scolded if there was anything that didn't suit her. But in Su Rixin's mouth, it turned into Yun Shua looking for a fight. It's still Nishan's brother who's good to me. I don't really have any feelings for him at all. And Xingyue was very flattered by Su Rixin's defense. This time our family got the project, and after the formalities are complete, I'll go talk to my grandmother and let you take a stake in it and participate as well. Su Rixin slightly hooked up the corners of his lips, revealing a smug smile. Xingyu, you're too good to me. It's the honor of my life, Su Rixin, to know such an understanding woman like you. However, just as the two were flirting and making love, and Xingyue's cell phone suddenly rang. It's my dad on the phone. I think he's here to tell me the good news. Su Rixin also raised an eyebrow, his face showing joy. He had also invested some in this project of the Yun family, and now that the Yun family had taken the project, he could also get a piece of the pie. The Yun family was simply doing others a favor, and Yun Shua was nothing more than his underling. Dad, isn't there good news? And Xingyue asked excitedly. And Xingyu, you go home immediately now. And Xingyu's father's tone was serious. However, and Xingyu was still immersed in her own beautiful dreams at the moment and completely failed to hear her father's anger. Okay, I'm going home now. Putting down her cell phone, and Xingyue gave Su Rixin another kiss on the cheek. My dad told me to come home. I guess he wants to celebrate, so just wait for my good news. Good. The smile on Su Rixin's face grew a few points thicker. Listen, after a while, I'll take you to see my grandmother. I think my grandmother will like you. If you want Su Rixin to participate in Anne's project as well, you must go through old Mrs. But Xingyue was confident that Su Rixin was 100 times stronger than Yun Shua, and her grandmother would definitely agree to them being together. Su News said with a favored smile. Good. And Xingyue couldn't wait to rush back to the Yin house and couldn't wait to ask as soon as she entered. Dad, Mom, are you planning a celebration? Did you make reservations at the hotel ballroom? Or are you going to Grandma's house? She hurriedly changed her shoes in the foyer and ran towards the living room, expecting to see her parents full of smiles. Yet what awaited her was a slap from Anne's father. Splat! Half of An Xingyue's face instantly burned and hurt. Dad? An Xingyue was dumbfounded by the blow, covering her face for several seconds before she reacted and screamed at Anne's father. What are you doing? Seeing her daughter being beaten, Mother An painfully came over and wrapped her arms around An Xingyu and complained to Father An. What can't we talk about? She is your own daughter. How can you bear to hit her hard? If she wasn't my own, I'd whip her right now. Anne's father's lingering anger was still fresh, glaring at An Xingyue and panting. Go ask your good daughter yourself what she's done. You guys are off your meds, aren't you? An Xingyue was pampered since she was a child, and had never been subjected to this kind of aggravation, and naturally did not speak with a lightness of voice. Shouldn't you guys be celebrating the success of the bidding now? And what's with the madness at me? She didn't give up the chance of a candlelight dinner with Su Rishin to come home in a hurry just to be slapped. Star Moon, cut the crap. Mother An's face was also a bit ugly when she heard about the bidding. It's all because of the Yoon family. Originally they said that they would cooperate with us and take that project down together. Who knows that they have been refusing to transfer the money with the company's account having a problem. And when the bidding took place today, they even cooperated with a small, no famous company to grab the winning qualification with us. What? And Xingyue was shocked. The Yun family snatched the winning bid qualification from us? What happened? The Yun family is well-funded and strong. Mother An sighed. In the end, the qualification to win the bid was naturally obtained by them. How can the Yun family go back on their word? And Xingyue was enraged and yelled frantically. How dare they rob our family's project and not give us the funds? It's simply bullying them too much. If they only want this project, it's not like we can't understand. Mother An was worried. When you and Yun Shua get married, what's the difference between the Yun family and our family? It's just what? And Xingyue just felt a gush of vertigo. She no longer wanted to hear any more bad news. It's just that Yun Shua's father announced in public after the bidding was over that the marriage contract with our An family was cancelled, and that none of them would work with the Ans again in the future, and that all the projects that we had worked together on before were unilaterally withdrawn from their investment. Mom, you're not kidding. And Xingyu's body swayed and almost fell over. How dare the Yun family break off the engagement? If it wasn't for us, the Yun family couldn't have developed so quickly, and now that the Yun family is developed, they want to kick us away. No way. This time, the Yun family must give us an explanation. Mother An hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, Xingyu, tell Mom the truth. Is it related to you that the Yun family suddenly wants to break off their engagement? A momentary weakness appeared in the bottom of An Xingyu's eyes. However, in the next moment, she thought of Yun Shua licking herself for so many years and immediately shook her head. How could it be related to me? However, when Father An heard An Xingyu's words, his anger rubbed off on him. If you hadn't done something to make Yun Shua angry, how could the Yun family suddenly cancel the engagement? Useless thing. Do you know how much An paid for this bid? Not only did you stop a production line for the sake of sufficient liquidity, but you also took out a loan from the bank to invest in the preliminary preparations. Now that the project has been snatched away by the Yun family, they still want to make a clean break and draw a line with us. This is to bankrupt An. Do you know what Yun Jinting told me when I went to question him? He said if he wanted to know why the engagement was broken off, he'd go back and ask the good daughter you raised. And you dare to say that this has nothing to do with you? How did I raise you? This dumbass? Have I ever reminded you that it's a critical period before the project is obtained? You usually coax Yun Shua a bit. Don't play the big lady temper. And Xingyue's heart sank at the words. Xingyu, tell Mom the truth. What's going on between you and Yun Shua lately? Did you have a fight? Or have you been playing games with him again in a unilateral Cold War? If it's just a fight, we still have room for redemption. Otherwise this time our Ans will really go bankrupt. How can we explain to your grandmother? Mother An still knew her own daughter's character very well. An's father looked like he suddenly thought of something and questioned in a cold voice. Last time Grandma called you and instructed you to send some gifts to coax Yun Shua. Did you? And Xingyue realized what was going on, and her heart was already a little hexed. Still, she tried to hide her weakness under the questioning of her parents. Dad, Mom, I have no problem with Yun Shua. Don't you guys know my character well? Although I occasionally have a little temper in front of Yun Shua. But what girl in a relationship doesn't have a little trouble with the person she's in love with? I have no problems with Yun Shua lately, and I've always been polite in front of Yun Shua's family. Don't you guys know that? And Xingyue really did not say wrong, although she had a bad attitude in front of Yun Shua, but in front of Yun Shua's parents, but has always shown a famous lady's appearance. So much so that Yun Shua's parents feel that she is well behaved and understandable to treat her as their own daughter in general, and from time to buy her all kinds of gifts. If Su Tian hadn't found a way to make Yun Shua's father, Yun Jinting, see in Xingyue's true colors, I'm afraid that everyone in the Yun family would still think that it was Yun Shua who bullied in Xingyue. It's true that you've always performed well on the Yun family's side, so why does Yun Jinting suddenly have such a strong opinion of you? Who knows? I don't think I've done anything to wrong their family recently. Dad. Mom. I think it's because the Yun family thinks that the Yun family is a big company now and can't look at us, wanting to appease the other big families in Jiangqing City. This can't be blamed on me, can it? I'm also a victim. Anne's father originally had doubts, but seeing how righteous Xingyu was, he also began to be shaken. Mother An, on the other hand, completely believed in Xingyu's words and painfully touched in Xingyu's face that had just been swollen by the beating. Star Moon, I've let you suffer this time. Child's father, Xingyu and Yun Shua are clearly just fine lately, but Yun Jinting is talking as if our Xingyu has done something wrong to their family. I think this time, they are really purposely looking for a fight, wanting to use us and then kick us away. Yun Jinting, do you really think our An family is easy to bully? Father An slapped the coffee table fiercely. Our An family has been working diligently to assist the Yun clan, and now you've crossed the river and torn down the bridge. It's simply too much of a bully. Chapter 72. He was really blind before, and Xingyu saw that her parents were on her side, and her apprehensive heart fell back into her stomach. Luckily, she knew how to do superficial work and usually acted like a well-behaved and understanding person in front of the Yun family's parents, making them praise her. And that idiot Yun Shua had always defended himself in front of his parents, so the Yun family's side was quite satisfied with her as their future daughter-in-law. Only soon she frowned again. Why would Yun Jinting suddenly be unhappy with her and break off the engagement? She believed that Yun Shua, that licking dog, loved her to death, and even if she knew she didn't like him, she would still stalk herself to death and wouldn't break off the engagement, much less speak ill of herself to her parents. And her public delivery of a sports car to Su Rishin and her high-profile confession will only cause Yun Shua to have a sense of crisis. In order to keep himself from leaving, he should have gone out of his way to be nice to himself. After all, wasn't the reason why Yun Shua had changed his dressing style before, and intentionally interacted with Rong Yan's kind of woman who couldn't rise to the top in front of her, all for the sake of wanting to escape, hoping to get her attention? In Xingyu's mind, Yun Shua was like a dog she raised, at her beck and call, and also unconditionally protects his master, never betraying her. However, now why would the Yun family side withdraw their investment and openly announce the annulment of the engagement? And Xingyu scratched her hair in annoyance. Damn it, it must be Yun Shua again. Yun Shua wanted to use this radical way to make her feel a sense of crisis and willingly marry him. It's downright mean. Thinking of this, and Xingyu's face suddenly turned cold. Yun Shua wanted to use this disgusting way to recover her. It was a dream. She then looked to her father and said, Dad, now that the project isn't available, do something. At this point in time, what else can I do? Anne's father said without any good sense of humor. Since the project has now been snatched away by the Yun family, if we want to keep the company, we can only get the Yun family to agree to pull us in and recoup our losses as much as possible. If the Yun family side is willing to agree, there's still a possibility of repairing the relationship between our two families. But if that old fox, Yun Jinting, is really bent on tearing his face off with us, I'll have no choice but to proclaim to others in the same industry the ugly face of the Yun family that they're tearing down bridges after crossing the river. As long as the Yun family's reputation is stigmatized, I'll see which company dares to work with them in the future, and which family dares to marry their daughters off. And Xingyu sniffed, and her heart immediately gained strength. Dad, just do it. We definitely can't let the Yun family ride over us. Alas, Xingyu, I originally thought that Yun Shua was a man that I could trust for life, but I didn't expect their family to be so despicable. Yes, you err. It's really hard for you to keep pleasing the Yun family during this period of time. And Xingyu finally sighed in relief as she listened to her parents' comforting words. Early the next morning, and Xingyu bounced around a few places and finally found Yun Shua, who was with Su Tian, at a cafe. She walked directly to Yun Shua in anger. Yun Shua, I gave you face right. I didn't expect you to be this kind of ungrateful villain. You're going to dump me and break off your engagement with me now that you have a new love, aren't you? This marriage was contracted between our two families. What gives you the right to unilaterally break it off? Yun family wants to kick us out when you get a big project and eat alone behind our backs. Don't even think about it. And Xingyu's furious features were all twisted, without the slightest bit of a famous lady's demeanor, stretching out her finger to point at Yun Shua and cursing, frequently attracting the attention of the other customers in the surrounding area. Yun Shua didn't even blink an eyebrow in the face of Xingyu's shrewish and unreasonable accusations. Instead, he expressionlessly picked up the coffee cup in front of him. You came to me just to say that? Or what? And Xingyu saw Yun Shua was this indifferent attitude, even more fiery. That project should be our own family's. You robbed my family's project. Shouldn't you give me a statement? This time around, even Su Tian was shocked by Xingyu's hocus-pocus face. He had originally thought that if it came to shamelessness, no one could compare to Su Rishin. Now it seemed that this in Xingyue was simply even more green. It's no wonder that these two stink, in a sense. They're a perfect match. And Xingyue, are you calling me ungrateful? Yun Shua laughed coldly, but in his heart there was only desolation. This was the woman he wanted to hold in his hands and love. He was really blind before. He looked straight at Xingyue with his eyes and slowly spoke. Who was it that said that the marriage contract was contracted by both parents and could not be counted at all? And who was it that said they didn't like me at all and wouldn't even look at me if they weren't pressured by their family? Shouldn't you be happy that I'm breaking off the engagement now? And Xingyu was choked so much that she couldn't retort, resentfully glaring at Yun Shua and warning viciously. Yun Shua, don't pull this useless crap with me. In short, the marriage contract cannot be broken. I order you to call your father right now immediately and ask him to share the project he got and develop it with us. After that, if you insist on breaking off the engagement, it's not impossible, but you must pay me the youth loss fee. And in the future, all related projects must be unconditionally ceded to him. If you do as I say, I can still forgive you and continue to be friends with you. Otherwise, I will hate you for the rest of my life and die with you. And Xingyu showed her cards. She knew how much Yun Shua loved her and simply couldn't accept a complete break with her. The reason why Yun Shua had been tossing around so much during this recent period of time was simply because he wanted to bring her back to his senses, including finding Rongyin, that woman who was not up to par. It was just to piss her off and make her jealous. So she came over to find Yun Shua this time, was very sure that he would compromise, just like before. As long as she was angry and threatened Yun Shua with termination of friendship, Yun Shua would be like a dog, kneeling in front of himself, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. However, this time, Xingyue didn't realize that she had played it wrong. Yun Shua looked at Xingyue's hideous features and shameless face and suddenly felt like dreaming. Why did he love Xingyue so much before? Why? He had always felt that Xingyue was just a bit of a big mistemper, which he could tolerate, but now he finally realized that Xingyu wasn't just bad-tempered, even that heart was black. And Xingyue, I was really blind to look at you before. What did you say? And Xingyue rounded her eyes. Say that again for me? I said, I regret that I gave my feelings on someone like you before. After saying that, Yun Shua got up and walked towards the outside of the cafe. Chapter 73 Old Mrs. Anji. Yun Shua, what do you mean? Stop right there. And Xingyu was so angry that she stomped her feet, but Yun Shua left without looking back. She gained a bunch of customers in the cafe to look at her differently, and felt ashamed to fly out with her head down as well. In this moment she thought Yun Shua was trying to catch her out, and that he would purposely stay at the door waiting for her to chase her out, just like before. Only this time, there was no one waiting for her outside the door. Because the project for which the Yun Shua family had taken the tender was still going through the process, the final result had not been publicized. So apart from the relevant personnel who knew the inside story, no one else was clear about the specifics. Because Xingyu had been bragging about her own company's success in this tender before, the employees of Su Group up and down the line thought that had taken the project, and when they encountered Xingyu in the company, they always went up to her and flattered her a few times. However, Xingyu did not have the heart to enjoy those employees boasting anymore. She was always distracted when she came to Su's to look for Su Rishin these days, and her attitude towards Su Rishin was not as cordial as before. Su Rishin naturally noticed Xingyue's anomaly and silently guessed if it was because Yun Shua's changes over the past few days had shaken Xingyue. He was worried that because the Yin family had now taken a large project and was about to be ranked among the top 50 enterprises in Jiangchang, they had become high-minded and could not see him as the general manager of a small enterprise. Even though Su Rishin never wanted Xingyue to turn into his marriage candidate, he could never let go of the benefits that were about to come his way. And Xingyue had promised him that she would pull him into the development once and got the project. And at such a critical moment, he would not allow anything to go wrong in the relationship between himself and Xingyue. So, Su Rishin started to shush Xingyue again, and his attitude became even gentler than before, and he even took the initiative to ask Xingyue out to watch a movie. Just as the two bought their movie tickets and were about to enter, and Xingyu received a call from her grandmother, and Xingyue avoided Su Rishin and quietly stepped aside. Hello, Grandma, how are things at the company? Xingyue, the Yun family's side is just too much of a nuisance. Old Mrs. An's exasperated voice came from the phone receiver. They simply refused to reconcile with our family. And that bastard Yun Jinting, he even dared to not answer my calls. How can I say I'm also his elder? Yet he doesn't even give me face. The Yun family obviously could have solved An's difficulties by drafting a cooperation agreement, but they chose to stand by and watch. This is to push us to the brink. That old guy really doesn't care about old times at all? And Xingyue was also enraged. It's true that like father, like son, their family is no good. The Yun family is so unkind and unrighteous. I will never give up. Old Mrs. An had been overwhelmed by anger and despair. Yun Jinting thinks he can rest easy without seeing me? He's dreaming. I'm going to let everyone see their Yun family's ugly face clearly, so that they can no longer raise their heads in the Jiangcheng business world. Grandma, what are you doing? Don't worry, Xingyu. Grandma will go and get you justice this time. Old Mrs. N was confident. I'll let everyone know that Jin Shua is a thing that sees things differently. Grandma, don't be impulsive first. What plan do we discuss together? Before Xingyu could finish her sentence, old Mrs. N had already hung up the phone. Perhaps because Xingyu's grim expression was just a bit frightening, Su Rixin hesitated for a moment before walking over. Xingyu, the movie is about to start. What's wrong with you? Did Jin Shua call and harass you again? No, Rixin, don't think too much. I'm fine. And Xingyu blushed miserably and shook her head, but her heart was a little apprehensive. What's going on with the Yun family? Wasn't Yun Shua trying to catch her and force her to change her mind? How come you haven't offered to go to their house and apologize? Since it's not him, let's hurry inside. Su Rixin thought that Yun Shua had come to pester Xingyue again, making her waver, so he wrapped an arm around Xingyue's waist and led her towards the movie theater. He booked a couple's seat and deliberately chose a romantic movie. In this environment and atmosphere, wasn't Xingyue completely taken by him? That Yun Shua first changed his style of dress in the past 2 days, and then he and Rong Yan were making love to each other. Do you still think you can't see what he's trying to do? Only no matter how hard he tried, he would still end up being his own underdog. Su's group. It was supposed to be a weekend, but the employees were working overtime because of the annual conference cascade afterward. At lunchtime, because Su Tian went out to meet a client, Yun Shua went to the staff cafeteria to eat alone. The employees who also came over to eat saw Yun Shua alone and whispered, Mr. Yun even came to work overtime today. The boss didn't even come. The boss is busy with his date. Doesn't Mr. Yun, the single dog, have to work overtime? So it looks like the rumors are true. Boss and Xingyue have become a thing? Can that still be a lie? I saw Xingyue confessing her love to the boss with the keys of the sports car with my own eyes before. But didn't they say that Xingyue is Mr. Yun's fiancé? What fiancé? And Xingyue has never admitted it, so I guess it's just wishful thinking on Mr. Yun's part. Su Rixin naturally doesn't allow the company to have rumors against him, so he has Xingyue clarify that he and Yunshua don't have an engagement at all. And Xingyue was overwhelmed by Su Rixin's gentle attitude, and because Su had little business dealings with the Yun family, she pretended to make a phone call while passing by the pantry. But in fact, she skimmed off the relationship with Yun Shua, saying that the two of them did not have a marriage contract at all, and that it was all Yun Shua's wishful thinking that was pestering her with his dead skin. The parties involved had taken a stand, and those onlookers who were eating the food naturally shifted their positions again. The persona of the affectionate second man works, but to stalk him is paranoid and no woman will like it. The small staff who were originally infatuated with Yun Shua because he changed his dressing style also quickly lowered their heads, saying that a stalker paranoid man like Mr. Yun can't be wanted, and might be suspected of domestic violence in the future. Yun Shua, of course, knew nothing about these public opinions, nor did he know about Xingyue's comments of backpedaling in front of everyone. After lunch, he was about to go back to his office when he saw a small assistant running over out of breath. Mr. Yun, go down and take a look. What happened? Yun Shua saw the anxious look on the little assistant's face, so he accelerated his pace towards the elevator room. There's an old lady in the lobby making a lot of noise and saying she wants to see you. Old lady? Yun Shua frowned, having some guesses in his heart about the identity of this old lady. When the elevator reached the first floor, Yun Shua had just stepped out when he heard one sharp, piercing, pale voice after another coming from the hall. Where's Yun Shua? Tell him to get his ass out here. If I don't see Yun Shua today, I'll smash your company. Yun Shua looked in the direction of the hall, only to see a short old woman with gray hair spilling her guts. The two vases placed at the front desk had been smashed to pieces by her, and the receptionist girl stood trembling and teary-eyed next to the old woman, with obvious fingerprints on her face. Why don't you call security? Yun Shua coldly questioned the assistant beside him. She says she's in charge of Anne's group, the little assistant said with difficulty. Even though there was no business dealings between the two companies, she didn't dare to offend this big shot. Forget it, I'll take care of it. Yun Shua held back his anger and walked over quickly. When he had heard upstairs that it was an old lady causing trouble, he had guessed that it would be Xingyu's grandmother, but he had never thought that the Yin family would really be so bottomless that they would come to the company to cause trouble. Stop it! Yun Shua's voice restored a moment of silence to the hall, only to quickly ignite the fuse of another bomb. Yun Shua, you're finally willing to show up. When old Mrs. and saw Yun Shua, she excitedly pounced over and rushed at him, kicking and punching. You little brute, our Yin family didn't give Star Moon to you to be spoiled. Now that your Yun family has gotten rich, you're going to start a mess? I'm going to let everyone know the ugly face of you negative man today. Chapter 74 saying what you want and giving you a token of affection. Mrs. please behave yourself. Although Yoon Shuo was angry, his upbringing didn't allow him to make a move against an old woman, and he could only dodge old lady Anne's attacks as much as possible. Even so, his cheek was still scratched with a bloody scar by Mrs. Anne's nails. You backstabbing scum. Old Mrs. Anne's afterglow glanced at the growing number of onlookers and her voice got louder. Who was the one who pestered our star moon like a dog in the first place, saying he wanted to take her as his wife? With your condition, you don't deserve our star moon at all. Our family sees you as honest and reliable. That's why we let you get engaged to Star Moon. But you are good. Now the family company developed. On the flip-flopping want to go to climb the mansion gold. Do you really think we in family people are fools? Let you take advantage of not say anything? I was so blind in the beginning. Why did I agree to your marriage with Xingyu? Mrs. And could not help but point at Yin Shuo and cursed, and after ruthlessly taking out a bad breath, she put on a soft appearance to try to win the sympathy of the onlookers. If you hadn't deceived Xingyu with flowery words and made Xingyu follow you to her death, I wouldn't have sent my granddaughter to the fire pit. Your Yun family just sees us as good bullies, playing with my granddaughter's feelings, and wanting to squeeze all the value out of her before kicking her away. I'm going to expose your true colors in front of everyone today, so everyone can see how disgusting you and your Yun family are. Yun Shuo listened to old Mrs. Anne's mid-air scolding and even forgot about the pain of the bruises on his face for a while. Is this the same kind and compassionate old Mrs. An? He would bring gifts to the Yin family to visit Mrs. An in person during the New Year's festivals, and at that time, Mrs. An was still full of praise for him, treating him like her own grandson and loving him as much as she did. And the old lady in front of him at that moment was like a crazy old woman who had turned right and wrong and had a repulsive face. Moreover, listening to this, the Yin family never considered him as a good match for Xing Yue, and in the end, it was all his wishful stalking. Oh, Yun Shuo smiled to himself. It turns out that his feelings are worthless in the eyes of the Annis. In this instant Yun Shuo was actually a little disheartened. He had once really treated old Mrs. and his family, even when he learned that Xing Yue had hooked up with her own good brother behind her back. He hadn't taken it out on the rest of the Yin family for that reason, and had been prepared to honor old Mrs. and as if she were his own elder. But he hadn't expected that in the end he'd only get merciless mockery and curses. What's that look on your face? Why do you make it look like I've wronged you? Don't think I don't know. You've been fooling around with the little outside behind Star Moon's back for a long time. You're already engaged to Xingyu, but you're still restless to cheat outside. And finally encouraged Yun Jinting to tear up the contract with him, snatch away all our projects, and make us go bankrupt. You're really more vicious than Chen Shimi. Just as the old lady's words fell, Su Tian, who had learned that there was a disturbance downstairs, also hurriedly arrived. He heard those vicious curses from old Mrs. An, and immediately walked angrily into the crowd of onlookers. What are you old woman babbling about? How could Mr. Yun have an engagement with Xing Yue? Old Mrs. An, who was wantonly venting her anger, heard that someone dared to question herself. Her pair of mean eyes looked straight at Su Tian. How is it impossible? I'm Xing Yue's grandmother. Can what I say still be false? Then she looked chilled again as if she realized something. Could it be that this scumbag Yun Shuo has been playing the single persona in the company? He said he's not engaged to our family Xingyu, right? You've all been deceived by him. He and my granddaughter grew up as childhood sweethearts, and our two families were engaged when they just turned 18. And the families that have good relations with our two families know that the two of them have been together for a long time. My granddaughter has always wanted to marry into the Yun family to teach her children, and she is usually obedient to Yun Shuo and his family. But I didn't expect the Yun family to turn their backs and cancel the engagement when they said they would. Let's all judge me. My granddaughter has been with Yun Shuo since she was 18 years old, and now that the Yun family has developed, Yun Shuo has turned his back on her, wanting to start a fight and kick my granddaughter away. On what grounds is this? Yun Shuo, you must give our An family a statement today or I'm not done with you. Old Mrs. Anne's words left all the onlookers present dumbfounded. What? And Xing Yue was really Yun Shuo's fiancé? However, is this old lady confused by her anger? Why has she started talking nonsense? For her to say that Xing Yue was bent on marrying Yun Shuo was a huge joke. Old Mrs. Anne originally thought that the crowd of onlookers would join her in denouncing Yun Shuo, but she didn't hear the expected curses and couldn't help but curiously scan around. She immediately noticed that the eyes of these onlookers were not right, but she wasn't sure what was going on. Su Tian sneered and spoke once more. You even made up such an outrageous lie in order to slander Mr. Yun, and Xingyu is my big brother Su Rixin's woman, my future sister-in-law. How could she have an engagement with Yun? Nonsense. When old Mrs. An saw Su Tian questioning herself over and over again, she was furious. And what are you? How can my granddaughter be your sister-in-law? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll rip your mouth off. Are you old lady being reasonable? And Xingyu is my big brother Su Rixin's girlfriend. The whole company knows about this. Now you come to my brother's company to make a fuss and slander him as a third party. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Old Mrs. N was dumbfounded when she heard this. She only knew that Yun Shua was working at Su Group, and in a hot-headed moment, she personally came over to settle the score with Yun Shua. Now that she thought back carefully, she had heard Xingyu say that Yun Shua seemed to be working in her friend's company and had shares. She opened her mouth and looked at Yun Shua in a bit of a trance, and after seeing the bruises on Yun Shua's face, she suddenly looked away somewhat sheepishly. What the hell is going on here? Su Tian's words caused the onlookers to come to their senses, and at the same time, they also figured out what was going on. That receptionist girl who had just been slapped by old Mrs. and walked over quickly. Are you really in Xingyu's grandmother? Then how come you don't know that in Xingyu doesn't even like Mr. Yu, earlier, and Xingyu even said that the marriage contract was all wishful thinking on Mr. Yun's part, and that the two families hadn't settled on it at all. And a week ago, and Xingyu made a high-profile confession to our boss in front of the company and gave him a sports car as a token of love. Chapter 75 Su Rishin, Shameless Male Jr. You're full of, old Mrs. and was shocked and refused to believe it no matter what, you're all in cahoots. How many favors did Yunshua give you to help him tell this kind of lie? We didn't lie. The receptionist girl continued unwillingly. The day of Xingyu's confession was a working day. Many of the company's employees saw it, and someone even took a small video. That's right, before Yunshua learned that Xingyu and our Mr. Su went to a hotel room behind his back and had a big fight with Xingyu. We originally thought that Mr. Su had snatched his good brother's girlfriend, but Xingyu came out to dispel the rumors herself, saying that she only liked our Mr. Su and had nothing to do with Yunshua at all. There is no engagement with Mr. Yun. It's your granddaughter's own words. If she doesn't want to say it, I don't think anyone is forcing her to say it, right? Originally, because of Xingyu's explanation and her trust in Su Rishin's character, the company's employees thought that Xingyu really had no relationship with Yunshua, and that it was just Yunshua unilaterally pursuing Xingyu. But the words of old Mrs. and just now directly confirmed that Xingyu was lying. And Xingyu is clearly engaged to Yun Shua and still goes behind Yun Shua's back to get a room with his best buddy. After the employees were shocked, they all whispered as if they had discovered a new continent. Oh my god, our Mr. Su is really a male mistress. I also didn't think Su would be such a person. He and Yun are good brothers. Yun still came to work in the company because he had to help him. How can he be like this? Even if he's my boss, I'm still going to curse. And all third parties get what's coming to them. By the way, have you guys heard that the big project that Xingyu had been bragging about everywhere before? The Yun family didn't get it at all. If I were the Yun family, I wouldn't be able to continue working with them anymore. I've also heard that the Yun family originally relied on the Yun family to make some money. Most of the projects they're involved in are invested by the Yun family. Without the Yun family, the Yun family wouldn't be able to get any projects at all. Then how dare Xingyu cheat? Her grandmother still dares to come to the company to cause trouble? Never seen such a shameless family. The surrounding chatter grew louder and louder, and these people didn't avoid old Mrs. N at all. Old Mrs. N was so angry that she turned pale and trembled when she heard all the sarcasm and curses against her own family. She had come to Su's today with high spirits in order to seek justice for Xingyu and the Yun family, and to make the Yun family lose their reputation. But she didn't expect that instead of bringing any benefits to herself, such a mess would make her learn the real reason why the Yun family wanted to break off the marriage contract. And Xingyu didn't even tell her that she was the one who dumped Yun Shua and denied her engagement with Yun Shua in public. It was a hard slap in her face in front of everyone. Su Tian stood in the crowd watching the fun, his afterglow glancing in the direction of the company's entrance from time to time. He had just sent a Weibo message to Su Rishin, and instead of directly saying that Mrs. N had come over to cause trouble, he had found an excuse to say that the company had come to a big client to cooperate with him. Su Tian knew that with Su Rishin's personality, he would definitely rush back as fast as he could, fearing that he would snatch the client away. As expected, Su Rishin, who was watching a movie with Xingyu, hurried over after receiving Su Tian's WeChat. Su Tian rushed straight through the crowd when he saw him enter and pulled Su Rishin's arm. Big brother, you finally came back. This old lady came to our company to cause trouble. The customers are scared away. She also said you are the third party. How to persuade cannot be persuaded. Cannot be? Let's call the police. In an instant, everyone in the company hall looked at the bewildered Su Rishin, and at the same time, they also saw Xingyu, who was intimately holding Su Rishin's arm. Su Tian's words appeared to be a snub, but in reality, they caused everyone present to realize Su Rishin's presence. The VP is still defending his brother at this point. Is his brain okay? And Xingyu's grandmother has admitted that Xingyu and Mr. Yun were engaged. Isn't Mr. Su the third party? This Xingyu is really shameless. She said that she has no relationship with Mr. Yoon. It's Mr. Yoon who is stalking her, but in reality, she is taking advantage of the Yoon family in every way. Now that the Yoon family is about to close down because of offending the Yoon family, but she still has the heart to come to the company to stalk Mr. Soo and Mr. Soo for a date. It's really refreshing, the bottom line. Soo Rishin realized what had happened and hurriedly shook off In Xingyue's hand. What the hell happened? Why did In Xingyue's grandmother come to his company to cause trouble? And what about the fact that the anchor company is on the verge of going out of business? Didn't the Yoon family just get a big project? But he had just heard the employees talking about it, and it seemed that the Yoon family had robbed the Yoon family's project, and had almost driven the Yoon family into a desperate situation of impending bankruptcy. How is this possible? Obviously, when he watched the movie just now, and Xingyue had sworn to assure him that once he signed a contract with the Yoon family's side, she would immediately pull him in. How can a duck fly when it's already in the mouth? Soo Rishin had often heard In Xingyue and himself talk about how powerful the Yoon group was, and how the Yoon family didn't dare to tear themselves apart from them. But reality had slapped him hard in the face and sobered him up, and Xingyue was simply lying to him. Perhaps it was In Xingyue's usual generosity that made him think that the Yoon family was strong, but now that he thought about it, the Yoon family might not even be as powerful as he thought it was. How else would they be in a bankruptcy crisis over a single project? Damn it! This In Xingyu dared to give him a blank check. Soo Rishin originally didn't have much affection for In Xingyue, and before he was willing to flirt with her, it was because he wanted to take revenge on Yoon Shua, and secondly, he wanted to get some benefits from the Yoon family. If he had known that the anise were false, he might as well have focused on other women. For example, Qin Yubing of Qin Feng Industrial has at least 60% of the company's shares in his hands, and he has a say in the company. Recently, Qin Feng Industry had also gotten a big project, but it was a pity that in order to suppress Yoon Shua, and because of In Xingyue's promise, he had recently put his heart and soul into her, and had missed a few dates with Qin Yubing. Unfortunately, what a shame. Soo Rishin heard many unpleasant accusations and turned blue with anger. Because of this damned old lady of the Yoon family, the prestige he had managed to build up in the company was ruined. He knew too well the style of these employees. Even if they didn't dare to point their fingers at him because of his status, they would definitely be unable to avoid pointing fingers behind his back. Most importantly, in case it causes other shareholders to be dissatisfied and collectively force him to step down. I'm afraid even his dad won't be able to protect him. Seeing Soo Rishin's pale face in anger, and Xingyue rushed over to old Mrs. and in anger and haste, yelling at her, "Grandma, what are you making a scene for? This is the company. Is it a place for you to make a scene? How dare you yell at me? Tell me, is what they said true? Did you really hook up with another wild man behind Yunshua's back?" When old Mrs. and finished speaking, her sharp eyes looked at Soo Rishin. If eyes could kill, I'm afraid that Soo Rishin at this time would have already been killed by 1,000 cuts. "Grandma, can't you talk properly? Nissen is not some wild man. I'll explain it to you at home." The last expectation in Mrs. Anne's heart was shattered. Seeing In Xingyu's attitude of wanting to put things to rest, how could she not understand that her granddaughter really had a relationship with this man called Soo Rishin? When Mrs. Anne thought of how she had come to Soo's house to make a fuss without finding out the cause of the facts, and even scratched Yunshua's face, she hated to find a crack in the ground at the moment. In all her years of living, she had never been so humiliated, but words spoken are like water thrown out. Old Mrs. Anne knew that she could not undo it, so she vented all her anger on Soo Rishin's head. She arrived in front of Soo Rishin as fast as she could and yanked on his collar and cursed loudly. "Why don't you do something good at a young age and have to be a mistress to destroy people's relationship? Do you want to be shameless?" Chapter 76 Soo Rishin's Secret Girlfriend. Soo Rishin was unable to defend himself, and could only explain in a pale and feeble manner. "This is a misunderstanding. Old lady, listen to my explanation." "What do you have to explain?" "My granddaughter and Yun Shua both had a good relationship originally. If you hadn't seduced my granddaughter, would she be with you? Yun Shua's family is one of the top 50 companies in Jiangcheng. How could she look at a small boss of a third-rate company like you? It must be you who coaxed my granddaughter with flowery words. I've seen a lot of little white men like you. Don't you just want to eat soft rice? Bah! Shameless! Grandma, what are you babbling about? It has nothing to do with Nissen. He's not stalking me. I'm the one who likes him." And Xingyue was heartbroken for Soo Rishin and ran over to tug on old Mrs. Anne's arm, dragging her to the side. "Soo Rishin is funny and motivated, 10,000 times better than Yunshua, who only eats and waits for death. I don't want to marry Yunshua even if I follow Rishin and suffer." "You shut up." An old lady heard in Xingyu's words and almost didn't pass out from anger. "Don't disgrace me here. Hurry up and apologize to Yun Shua and promise to live a good life with Yun Shua in the future. If you have any dealings with this kind of soft rice man again. Otherwise I'll make today's incident known to everyone, so that everyone will know that this man is a soft rice-eating little white boy." and Xingyue's eyes reddened with heartache when she saw Su Rixin's face turn blue with a shaky look. She instantly growled at old Mrs. and with a strained neck, "Grandma, who are you to make me apologize? Do you think Yun Shua is as dedicated as he is? He also found a small staff of this company to fight every day in the company. Why don't you talk about him?" Old Mrs. You've really misunderstood. Su Rixin took the opportunity to clear his name. "I was really not aware that Xingyu was already engaged to Yun Shua. Yun Shua and I are good brothers. How could I steal her fiancé? I knew that Yun Shua was pursuing Xingyu, so I endured the pain of rejecting Xingyu's confession. But for a girl as outstanding as Xingyu, I would have been impressed by her even if I had a heart of stone. Then I felt that since the man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried, I have the right to pursue my own happiness. So it's only recently that I've gotten a little closer to Xingyu. I swear to God, I really didn't know she was already engaged to Yunshua." Relying on the fact that Mrs. and did not know the truth, Su Rixin described himself as an innocent victim in a few words. This made the unidentified onlookers of the staff really think that he was wrongly accused, and that it was Xingyue who concealed the marriage contract without authorization and shamelessly pursued him backwards. By the looks of it, there's something else going on here. If Mr. Su really didn't know that Xingyue and Yun Shua had an engagement, it's understandable that he was moved by Xingyue's frantic pursuit. It's all Xingyue's fault. She has her feet in two boats dangling two men at the same time. And Mr. Su was also deceived. Su Tian's lips curled into a sarcastic smile when he heard the surrounding staff's comments. As usual, his good big brother understood what to say to minimize his losses. Only, does he think that by denying it to death, he can salvage his reputation? The fun has only just begun. Then, he hurriedly stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Su Rixin's shoulders, sweetly comforting him. "Big brother, are you alright? Don't be general with this kind of person. The cleaner is the clearer. If you didn't rob Mr. Yun's fiancé, justice will be on your side." As he spoke, he took advantage of the crowd and Su Rixin's inattention, but with his other hand, he quietly took out the cell phone in Su Rixin's jacket pocket. I believe in justice." Su Rixin lowered his head slightly, a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. If Su Tian, the idiot, hadn't called him out in public, he would have taken the elevator upstairs long ago. Where would he have needed to confront old Mrs. and in public? Sooner or later, he was going to make this idiot pay. "Big brother, you calm down. Don't get angry and break your body." Su Tian glanced in the direction of the company's entrance and lowered his voice again to ask, "Do you need me to call the police to deal with this? Don't mind your own business." Su Rixin was getting upset and glared at Su Tian without any good reason. "Call the police? Isn't he embarrassed enough?" Su Tian nodded and silently retreated. Once back in the crowd, he looked down at Su Rixin's cell phone in his hand. The last time he was in the office he overheard Su Rixin's unlock code. It shouldn't have been changed in such a short period of time. He smoothly unlocked the password, flipped to the address book and quickly browsed through it, then locked his eyes on the name Qin Yubing. This Qin Yubing is the president of Qin Phone Industry. In the Jiangcheng real estate sector is also considered to be a strong woman who calls the shots. He did not expect that this woman is also a fish raised by Su Rixin. Not only the call logs, but WeChat also contains tons of explicit love messages. Su Tian continued to scroll through, and found that even just now, when Su Rixin was within Xingyue, he was also sending fleshy messages with Qin Yubing. He opened the text message screen and quickly edited a text message. "Honey, I miss you. Can you come visit me at work?" After seeing that the text message had been sent successfully, Su Tian quickly deleted the text message, and then found another opportunity to put the phone back into Su Rixin's pocket. The entire time Su Rixin's attention was on old Mrs. and in Xingyue, and he didn't care about him at all. After Su Tian sent the text message, he realized that the winds of public opinion among the crowd had completely reversed. Su Rixin was usually very good at buying people's hearts when he was in the company, trying his best to create the image of a good boss who was gentle and considerate, with a good sense of humor. Even after his affair with Xingyue came to light, he still had a large group of supporters. Now that they listened to Su Rixin's explanation, they all felt that he had been cheated by Xingyu, a woman with 2 feet in 2 boats, and part of the female employees were heartbroken as they cursed Xingyu for being shameless, while the other part scolded old Mrs. and for her lax discipline. There were even people who scolded Yun Shua, feeling that as Su Rixin's good brother, he didn't take the initiative to step aside and fulfill his good brother and sweetheart. It was as if only Su Rixin was the most innocent victim in this chaotic triangle. Yun Shua indifferently looked at Su Rixin's sympathetic appearance and only felt a wave of nausea. He was subconsciously about to turn around and leave, but Su Tian blocked his way. "Don't leave yet. You have to watch the whole scene even if you're watching the show." Su Tian lowered his voice and Yun Shua said, "The whole field?" Yun Shua froze, not knowing what drug Su Tian was selling in his gourd. Even if the evidence was overwhelming and could be cleared by Su Rixin, He really couldn't think of any other way to make this pair of dogs eat their own words. I told you it would make, and Singing Moon would regret it. However, without waiting for Yun Shua to open his mouth to inquire about anything, and Xing Yue suddenly ran over angrily. Yun Shua, you're a coward. You're getting a kick out of seeing me and Nishan lose face now, aren't you? Today, she lost her face and didn't dare to do anything to the old lady, so she could only vent all her anger on Yun Shua's head. Su Rixin, who was following in Xing Yue, also sighed. Yun Shua, you are my good brother. There have been a lot of misunderstandings between us. Please believe me, I haven't done anything wrong to you. I hope you won't trip up on the project with Xingyu and her family. Chapter 77. Why did I send you nude photos? I have to say, Su Rixin is indeed awesome. With a light sentence, not only did he describe his metamorphosis within Xing Yue as a misunderstanding, but he also implied that Yun Shua would do anything to get revenge. Rixin, you don't need to be so humble. And Xing Yue was heartbroken. If we are really at fault, it's because we didn't see his true colors in time. After saying that, she directly swept her cold eyes towards Yun Shua. Yun Shua, you're planning to count on me, counting on Rixin. Your heart is evil. You'll get your retribution. Su Tian simply sighed in awe. How can anyone be so shameless as to turn right and wrong upside down? Grandma, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't even need to apologize to a scum like Yun Shua. If their Yun family wants to tear their faces apart, just do it. I'm not afraid of him. Looking at Su Rixin beside her, a sense of pride that she could sacrifice everything for love was born in Xing Yue's heart. Romeo and Juliet, Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai, wasn't their love for each other also not blessed? But even that didn't stop them from choosing each other firmly. Rixin, even if I'm the enemy of the world, I will definitely not compromise. You're the best man I've ever met, and I have no regrets about being with you. And Xingyu directly regarded herself as a tragic heroine in a Mary Sue drama. Regardless of whether or not the surrounding melon eaters were touched, she was moved to tears by herself, and hugged Su Rixin to death, with a look that she wanted to work together with him. However, the confident in Xing Yue did not wait for Su Rixin life and death response, but waited for a loud slap. A competent woman in a dark gray professional suit suddenly rushed into the crowd, yanking in Xing Yu's hair with one hand to rip her off Su Rixin's body, and with the other hand, she ruthlessly struck in Xing Yu's face. Ah! And Xing Yue screamed as she was hit. She looked to the woman who had suddenly appeared and screamed shrilly. Where did you get that crazy? What gives you the right to hit me? Beating you is light. The gray-clothed woman scornfully looked at Xing Yue, whose hair was scattered with 5 fingerprints on her face, and angrily cursed. You shameless, if you dare to pester my boyfriend again, I'll skin you. Your boyfriend? What are you babbling about? And Xing Yu stared incredulously at the woman in front of her with wide eyes, and then turned her head to look at Su Rixin for help. Nishan, do you know this crazy? Yu Bing, why are you here? Su Rixin's face suddenly changed, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't expect Qin Yubing to suddenly come to the company to look for him, and in order to not let his behavior of having 2 feet in 2 boats be exposed, he could only pull Qin Yubing to the side in a panic. Yu Bing, you go first, I'll explain it to you afterward. I'm not leaving. This shameless woman is even pestering you? If I don't show her some color today, she won't be able to recognize her own identity. Qin Yubing is aware of Xing Yue. Once she and Su Rixin had a date and overheard Xing Yue sending Su Rixin revealing photos of her clothes. At that time, Su Rixin explains that it's Xing Yue who keeps pestering him, and that he's bitter after refusing several times to no avail. At that time, she had proposed to personally intervene to solve the problem for Su Rixin, but the other party said that they could take care of it themselves, coupled with the fact that after that, she really did not find Xing Yue harassing Su Rixin again. Qin Yubing gradually forgot about this woman. In the past 2 days, Qin Yubing had originally had suspicions in her heart because of Su Rixin's cold shoulder. After receiving Su Rixin's text message just now, she was overjoyed, and without even thinking about it, she put down her work and drove to Su's. But Qin Yubing didn't expect to see Xing Yue sticking to Su Rixin like she had no bones just as soon as she entered the company. Seeing Xing Yu pestering her boyfriend in front of everyone, she was immediately overcome with anger and directly rushed up to give Xing Yu a slap. In her opinion, it must be that Su Rixin had rejected Xing Yue, and Xing Yue was not willing to do so, so she brought people to the company to cause trouble. As Su Rixin's real girlfriend, she naturally had to step in and share Su Rixin's worries at this time. And Xing Yu, why are you so shameless? You can't live without seducing other people's men, can you? Qin Yubing pulled Su Rixin behind herself and stood in front of Xing Yue in the posture of a proper house. My boyfriend has warned you and told you to stop pestering him, but you have to be a stalker. You like to be a mistress, don't you? Then I'll do a good job of publicizing for you, so that everyone in Jiangchang knows that you, and Xing Yu, are a who likes to meddle in other people's relationships. I'm a mistress? And Xing Yu laughed back in anger, pointing at Qin Yubing's nose and yelling, are you out of your mind? I'm Rishin's girlfriend, do I need to interfere? Where did you run out from? Go to the hospital if you're sick in the head. Don't daydream all day. And Xingyue had never seen Qin Yubing before and thought that she was just Su Rishin's suitor who had come running mad because she had learned that Su Rishin had a girlfriend. Are you Su Rishin's girlfriend? Qin Yubing snorted. Don't flatter yourself. A few days ago Su Rishin even spat to me about an ugly who kept pestering him. If it wasn't for the company's business, I'm afraid he wouldn't even look at her. I'm guessing that's you who's been shamelessly pestering him under the guise of a company investment? Su Rishin's heart went cold when he heard these two women arguing, so he could only go forward to persuade them. You guys stop arguing, have something to say. There are a lot of people here. It's easy to be misunderstood. Qin Yubing and Xingyue were also people who wanted to save face. If they weren't pissed off, how could they fight like shrews in front of everyone? So after they heard Su Rishin's words, their emotions all eased. Maybe there really is some kind of misunderstanding? Qin Yubing took a deep breath and averted her eyes from Xingyu. She worried if Su Rishin would dislike her if she insisted on making a fuss here. And Xingyue was still eyeing Qin Yubing intently, but she didn't have the aura of a quarrel anymore. In her opinion, this woman must have failed in her pursuit of her man and was annoyed and wanted to throw dirty water on them. Wouldn't it suit thee if she continued to argue with her outside? On the side, Su Tian saw in Xingyue and Qin Yubing subside, and a dark aura surfaced in his eyes. Su Rishin wants to put the matter to rest. It's impossible. Today he would definitely make everyone present see the true colors of this villain. He stepped forward, looking like he was fighting for Su Rishin. And Xingyu, I always thought that you and my big brother were truly in love. I never thought that it turned out to be just you making a fool of yourself by pestering him all the time. And you're already seriously affecting my big brother's life in doing so. And Xingyue originally wanted to put things to rest, but when she saw Su Tian come out to question herself as well, she exploded. Su Tian, you piece of trash, keep talking nonsense and I'll have someone break your legs. Don't think that I wouldn't dare to do anything to you just because you rely on Rishin to indulge you. As the saying goes, a sister-in-law is like a mother. So I'm your elder. So if you keep talking nonsense, I'll do it for Rishin and kick you out of the Su family. Su Rishin had just breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart lifted up again before it could fall back into place. The veins on his temples popped up as he looked at Xingyue, who wanted to go several hundred rounds of cursing with Su Tian. Su Tian, this accomplished waste of space. Qin Yubing saw that Xingyue had called herself Su Tian's sister-in-law. So naturally, she wasn't willing to show any weakness. Yuck, still sister-in-law? And Xingyu, you are getting more and more shameless. Nissen only didn't want to put words in his mouth because he has business dealings with you, and he's always complaining to me about you pestering him. It's getting tiresome, Qin Yubing said, took out her cell phone from her handbag and found the voice in the WeChat chat log and played it in public. Honey, who is that woman called in Xingyu? Why does she keep pestering you and sending you nude pictures? Chapter 78 Beat the hell out of you scumbag. At the same time as the voice rang out, the small murmurs around them disappeared and the whole place went silent. Soon, Su Rishin's voice came out from the cell phone. Just one client. Our company has been working with her family recently. Su Rishin's tone doted. Baby, don't worry. I have nothing to do with her. Besides, my good brother Yunhua likes her. How could I possibly snatch her from my brother? Since you don't like people, make it clear. Qin Yubing's tone was clearly a bit dissatisfied. I'd like to, but we all still have to work together. So it would be too awkward to meet up later if we put words in my mouth. Su Rishin continued to explain in a good-natured manner. When this cooperation is over, I won't have any interactions with her anymore. You don't know, she's been pestering me all these days, and I'm about to die of annoyance. If it wasn't for the sake of the cooperation, I couldn't wait to get as far away from her as I can. Then wouldn't it be better if you knew to tell Xingyu that you have a girlfriend? The voice of Qin Yubing was a bit sullen and couldn't wait to swear sovereignty. Su Rishin kindly coaxed. I told her at that time I said I have a favorite person, soon to determine the relationship, but Xingyue did not believe, had to stalk and pester me, but also threatened me with withdrawal of funds. I have no way out. Honey, I know you're aggrieved, but this project is very important to me. I really can't afford to offend Xingyu. After this project is over, I won't work with her anymore, okay? Alright then, when this project is over, you immediately cut off all contacts with that woman, and I'll introduce a few projects to you. Qin Yubing paused and continued, but this is also too shameless, knowing that you have a girlfriend still pestering you. It seems that I should find a few girlfriends to go and teach her a good lesson. All of them are hanging out in the same circle, since Xingyu doesn't follow the rules. I can't be blamed for bullying the small with the big. Don't go find trouble with her. Although Xingyu is annoying, she is after all my brother's fiancée. If you really go teach her a lesson and she cries and makes a scene, there's no way for me to explain to my brother. Don't worry, you're the only one in my heart. How can a woman with mediocre looks and little ability like Xingyu be compared to you? Alright then, but you have to come out and accompany me this weekend. Shin Yubing was thoroughly coaxed by Su Rishin. This passage was heard by the surrounding crowd. If Su Rishin hadn't stepped forward and snatched the cell phone from Shin Yubing's hand, I'm afraid there would have been even more explicit flirting to follow. Shin Yubing, why did you release the private conversation between the two of us to outsiders? Su Rishin was about to be infuriated. He had never expected Shin Yubing to broadcast the intimate conversation between the two in front of everyone. Isn't this my way of clearing your name? Shin Yubing looked at the exasperated Su Rishin in surprise, finally realizing that the situation was not right. And you clearly said that you would accompany me on the weekend. But as a result, you said that something was wrong this morning. Aren't I working overtime? Su Rishin subconsciously made excuses. On the side, Su Tian took the opportunity to speak. And Xingyu, you heard this recording. What else is there to defend? My big brother knows that you're Yun Shua's fiancé, and has also admitted that he doesn't like you, and that you're the one who's stalking him. I told you my big brother couldn't be a third party. He and Yun always were good brothers, so how could he be with you? It's all because you made trouble from it. You failed to seduce my big brother, and out of love, you provoked my big brother's relationship with General Manager Yun. Why are you such a woman with such a vicious mind? And Xingyue listened to Su Tian's accusations dumbfounded, trembling, unable to say a word for half a day. That recording just shattered all her pride and illusions. How could she not have expected that Su Rishin would talk about her so much behind her back and with another woman? A full moment passed before she reacted by lifting her hand and fiercely flinging Su Rishin across the face. Su Rishin, you're a scum. I'm stalking you to death? Would I have pursued you if you hadn't kept giving me hope that you liked me? Earlier you were listening to a concert with me and admitted in person that you had feelings for me but were dedicated to your relationship and wanted to start as friends first. And now you turn around and say I'm stalking you? If you didn't like me, why didn't you just tell me? Why did you accept my investment and receive my gifts? And Xingyue said as she flung out 2 movie tickets from her jacket pocket. If you're so reluctant, why don't you go on a date with your girlfriend instead of going to a couple's movie with me? The movie ticket fell to the ground, and Shin Yubing rushed over in an arrow step and bent down to pick it up. Couple's seat is still really a couple's seat. Shin Yubing, who had always shown herself as a strong woman, had red eyes and tear marks at the corners of her eyes. Didn't you say you had to work overtime? The general manager of the hallowed Su Group. Working overtime is to accompany others to watch a movie in the lovers' hall? With a pop sound, Shin Yubing slammed the 2 movie tickets on Su Rishin's face. The movement was not large, but it was like a crisp slap. Su Rishin's face was pale with no defense. He originally thought that the ambiguous attitude could make these 2 women dead set on being a spare tire by his side, but he didn't expect it to turn over. How could the surrounding company employees not have expected this ending? Especially those female employees who had believed in Su Rishin with all their hearts, but they were even more heartbroken. How they did not expect. They worshipped the boss, but his immoral appearance of foot in 2 boats soft rice man. That's not true. Boss, how could he be such a person? The front desk girl's filter is shattered and she's already skeptical. Now that the truth is out, what's not to believe? We all wronged Yun Shua before. It was clearly Su Rishin who knew that Yun Shua and Xingyue had an engagement and still went to hook up with Xingyue. Hooking up with Xingyue while chatting with other women on WeChat. Isn't this the scummy Sea King? You guys, look at his skillful maneuvers. I guess it's not the first time he's done this kind of thing. 2 feet in 2 boats? I'm afraid 3, 4, more than that? On the side, old Mrs. Anne's blood pressure spiked and she pointed at Xingyu with a trembling arm and cursed. And Xingyue, is this the man you defend? You caused our family to go bankrupt soon for this brute Su Rishin. And what about him? Old Mrs. Anne was distressed. He's looking at your money. After she finished yelling at Xingyue, she shakily swung her arm to hit Su Rishin again. Star Moon, let me explain. I'm not. What else do you have to explain? And Xingyu snapped out of it and also pounced up to follow old Mrs. and to fight the man in front of her. She lost everything for this man, but didn't realize that in the end, the love she was looking forward to was nothing more than a joke. I love you so much and you're hooking up with other women behind your back and calling me a stalker. I'll beat you to death. You dead scum. Chapter 79 Gutted. Su Rishin was coldly slapped twice by Xingyue and hurriedly ducked behind Shin Yubing. However, how could Shin Yubing still help him at this time? And soon she also joined the group beating Su Rishin. Bastard. I trusted you so much and you lied to me. Shin Yubing was not stupid. Since Su Rishin had dared to turn right and wrong to make Xingyu sound so bad in front of himself, it was highly likely that he had also slandered himself in front of other women. All of her original intense feelings had turned to nothing, and now all she wanted to do was take it out on herself. You guys stop fighting. We're going to call the police if you don't stop. Su's employees symbolically went up to stop them, but since Su Rishin had previously ordered that the police were not allowed to be called, they were too lazy to mind their own business. These people will all have to work in the company in the future. so they naturally don't dare to offend Su Rishin. But from today, Su Rishin's hard-earned image, too, is ruined. He won't get any respect for a long time to come, at least in the company. Su Rishin covered his head in a sorry state, dodging the tussles of both Xing Yue and Qin Yubing, but he was originally too concerned about his face to really get into a fight with a woman, and his fighting strength was naturally inferior to that of the two women, who had been overcome with rage. Su Tian, come help me and pull these two crazy women away. Su Rishin's face was grabbed by the nails of the two women with a few bloody marks, and he could only turn to Su Tian, who was the closest to him. Su Tian naturally wouldn't go up to help, and with a disappointed expression on his face, he stood in place and muttered, "Big brother, I didn't expect you to really be like this. You really let me down." "No, Xiao Tian, you believe me. There is a misunderstanding." Su Rishin was worried that Su Tian would doubt his previous actions because of this incident, and was busy explaining to him. However, he had to deal with the beating of the three women in front of him. Where was the energy to make up stories? Yun Shua, who was standing on the other side of the room coldly watching this farce, couldn't help but shake his head straight. This Su Tian, his acting skills were just too strong. Su Rishin and Su Tian's arrangement, step by step, fell into the trap that had long been laid out, and Su Rishin even to this day is still oblivious. "Damn scum, why don't you go to hell?" And Xing Yue cursed harshly as she greeted Su Rishin on top of her, and suddenly she was pushed by Su Rishin and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. And Xing Yue, stop right there. Su Rishin finally erupted. "Don't think that just because you're a woman I don't dare to hit you." Su Rishin gasped for air, like an earth dog that had been cornered. He couldn't afford to mess with Qin Yubing, but what did he have to fear from the soon-to-be bankrupted family? And Xing Yue, on the other hand, this time it was as if she hadn't heard it, standing frozen in place and looking in the direction beyond the crowd. Yun Shua, who had his arms wrapped around his hands, had an upright posture and watched this farce with cold eyes. The tears in Xing Yu's eyes became even more raging, and the moment she saw Yun Shua, it was as if she had been drained of all her strength. No longer able to beat Su Rishin, she had cried her makeup off, broke two of her well-kept fingernails, and wore her hair like a crazy person. At this time, she suddenly remembered that she was also once a little princess who was held in Yun Shua's heart and loved, and did not need to suffer this kind of aggravation at all. Yun Shua. And Xing Yu suddenly woke up and rushed to Yun Shua's face like she was trying to grab the last straw to save her life, reaching out to jump into his arms. "I was wrong. It's me who was momentarily obsessed. I really know I'm wrong. You forgive me, okay? I'll never dare again. Let's get married. Let's live a good life together." However, just as Xing Yu was about to jump into Yun Shua's arms, Yun Shua dodged to the side, causing her to pounce, and Xing Yue couldn't collect herself and directly flung herself out, falling hard to the ground. Old Mrs. Anne's intestines were repenting. How could she not expect Xing Yue to be so stupid, losing her golden son-in-law in her hands for a soft-eating scum? But when things came to this point, she could only spare an old face to look at Yun Shua and open her mouth. "Yun Shua, now that the truth is out and Xing Yue knows she's wrong, you should forgive her. After all, you've been dating for so many years. You have feelings anyways. Star Moon is turning back in time now, so you can just pretend nothing happened, okay? Don't worry. When we get back I'll definitely discipline Xing Yu and teach her how to be a qualified virtuous wife. I can guarantee that from now on my granddaughter will be down to earth with you and will never think twice." Now your father's side is angry. I can understand. After you go back today, can you explain to them for me? Find a time some other day, our two families to get together, the ice to release the old grudges, and by the way then sign the cooperation agreement. The project cooperation cannot be postponed. If it continues like this, our ends will really be collapsed. Yun Shua, for my sake, just forgive Xing Yu. How about our two families continue to cooperate? Yun Shua looked at old Mrs. and expressionlessly, without any emotional fluctuations in his heart, he waited until old Mrs. and had finished, staring at himself with an expectant face, before he spoke. "For your face? I'm sorry, Mrs. But you no longer have face with me, and I never ask about my family's company, about project cooperation. You'd better talk to my father in person. As for my marriage to Xing Yue, just like she said, she never agreed to it, so naturally it doesn't count. The Yin family only thinks about their own interests. Even if they know that it was Xing Yu who betrayed him first, they can still shamelessly ask him to forgive, not even considering how much damage Xing Yu's cheating has brought to him. There was no way he was going to have anything more to do with this family." Old Mrs. Anne's face changed at her words. As an elder, she had already had to ask Xing Yue to bow her head and apologize, but Yun Shua was so unmoved that it instantly made her feel disgraced. Then, she looked at Yun Shua and her tone became hard. "Yun Shua, you're the one I've watched grow up. Do you really want to tear your face off with our Yin family? You're a big man. And Star Moon is merely too young and hasn't made a mistake of principle. So what can't you forgive? Error of principle? Yoon Shua froze slightly, then smiled. She's already gone out and roomed with Su Rishin. According to you, is it that as long as she hasn't gotten a license to marry another man, it's not considered a mistake of principle? At this moment, he suddenly felt so stupid that he had considered such selfish and self-serving people to be over family. When old Mrs. and saw that Yoon Shua really didn't give herself any face at all, her old face became even uglier. Yoon Shua, is this how you talk to your elders? However, without waiting for her to continue to lash out, an icy voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Ashok, what's that bruise on your face? At the same time as the voice rang out, a group of people walked in outside the company. At the head of the group was none other than Yoon Shua's father, Yoon Jinting. Chapter 80. Tang Bingyan's grandfather comes to Zhengcheng. Yoon Jinting was also followed by Yoon Shua's mother and a middle-aged man. The man looked a bit similar to Yoon Xingyu, and it was no surprise that he was Yoon Xingyu's father. When Yoon mother saw the scratches on Yoon Shua's face, she immediately sped up her pace and ran over to Yoon Shua's side. Dad, Mom, what brings you over? Yoon Shua was a little surprised, fearing that his parents would be distressed, subconsciously wanted to cover the wounds on his face, but he was a step too late. Yoon mother's eyes reddened, and she painfully reached out her hand to caress the wound on Yoon Shua's face. She could tell at a glance that the scratches looked to be from a woman's fingernails, and asked directly, Ashok, who hit this? And Xing Yue or old Mrs. Yoon mother knew her own son's character well, and the Yoon family's education made it impossible for Yoon Shua to go and fight a woman. But now she had some regrets, regretting that she had taught Yoon Shua too well, too decently, and allowed the women of the Yoon family to bully her. In-laws, this is all a misunderstanding. Old Mrs. and looked at Yoonmoo in alarm and quickly spoke. Let's not let people see the joke here. Let's find a place to talk first. Misunderstanding? Mother Yoon directly stepped forward and blocked Yoon Shua in front of her as she looked at old Mrs. and with an unprecedentedly cold gaze. My son was in a trance and almost got into a car accident after he found out that Xing Yue cheated on him. And now you're mentioning misunderstandings to me? If my son hadn't been saved by a fellow traveler's friend, I'm afraid he'd still be lying in the hospital. And Xing Yu cheated on her husband. This is an established fact. Don't tell me that she is young and unintelligent. She just made a small mistake. In China, when you reach 18 years old, you are an adult. She should pay the price for what she did. Old Mrs. and was shocked at her words. She hadn't expected this episode at all. No wonder the Yoon family was so angry. On the side, and Xing Yue's father's face steeply sank when he heard Mother Yun's words. Although he knew that his family was in the wrong, this morning he still licked his old face and pleaded with Yoon Jinting to calm down. And it took a lot of persuasion to get Yoon Jinting to loosen up and consider recooperation. But An's father suddenly received a call saying that his mother had gone to Su's to find Yoon Shua to cause trouble, now by his own mother. Plus Xing Yu cheated and also put the blame on Yoon Shua's body. The cooperation between the two families is likely to be completely hopeless. He was shaking with anger at the thought of the An family's impending closure. But he didn't dare to be angry at old Mrs. So he could only vent all his grievances on Xing Yu's head. He suddenly stepped forward and walked in front of Xing Yue. Then, Pop, you unfilial daughter, how do I usually educate you? And Xing Yue's father went up without saying anything and slapped Xing Yue hard twice, knocking Xing Yue's eyes out. Why don't you quickly apologize to Yoon Shua? And your future mother-in-law? No need. I can't afford to be this future mother-in-law. Mother Yoon sneered. Before, your daughter said in front of many people that the marriage contract between the two families doesn't count at all. And now we've also announced in public that the marriage contract is broken. And in the future, your Yoon family will have nothing to do with my Yoon family. Mrs. Cloud. And Xing Yue's father's face was like dirt, but he was still racking his brain to explain. My mom must have been unaware of this before. Otherwise she couldn't have come over to Yoon Shua. Can't. Mother Yoon coldly said. Not to mention that you guys don't know. Even we didn't expect our son to be bullied by Xing Yue all the time. Hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of jewelry, dresses, my son buys for Xing Yue every season. And also to take care of her preferences, especially to ask friends to buy VIP tickets for various concerts. As a result, your good daughter wears the clothes my son bought for her, takes the tickets my son got and invites other men. What does she take my son for? As an ingrate? And whoobang. Before we just broke the cooperation between the two families and didn't fall on our sword. Not to take into account the friendship with your Yoon family, but to draw a line with you as soon as possible, so that my son will no longer be touched. But now since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame our Yoon family for being merciless. Saying that, Mother Yoon turned back to look at Yoon Jinting. Old Yoon, since the Yoon family is so blatantly bullying my son, I'm going to make sure that they never have a chance to turn over a new leaf again. In the Yoon family, although it had always been Yoon Jinting who managed the company, the weight of Yoon mother's words was not light. One word from her now was tantamount to completely cutting off the Yun family's way of life. Ashok, go home with mom and get medicated. After Yun mother finished speaking, she directly pulled Yun Shua and walked towards the outside of the company without looking back. Yun Jinting hurriedly followed. As he passed Su Tian, he nodded slightly in greeting. Su Tian, who had his back to the doorway, read the other party's mouth and shook his head with a smile, indicating that there was no need to thank him. In-laws, let me explain. Old Mrs. and hurriedly chased after her when she saw this. Anne's father and Xing Yue followed close behind. After the Yun family and the Yun family's crowd left, the crowd that had gathered around them dispersed. After a long time, Yun Shua, who had left Su's company with his parents, made a call to Su Tian. I heard my dad say that you were the one who sent the message informing him and my mom? Well, I'm worried that no one will be able to suppress Mrs. and if she makes a scene. Thanks, bro. Yun Shua was a bit emotional. I owe you another favor. You're still being polite to me. Su Tian smiled disinterestedly. Just remember our agreement. Don't worry, won't forget. Yun Shua thought for a moment and then continued. I've also figured out during this time, rather than keep failing to do what I love, it's better to work hard for my dreams. It's good that you think so. Hold on. I've got a call coming in on my end, so I'll leave you to it for now. Su Tian looked at Tang Bingyan's name on the caller ID with some surprise. It was now office hours, and Tang Bingyan usually didn't take the initiative to call him when she was working. Hello, honey, what's wrong? Su Tian, are you doing anything tonight? No, why? Su Tian smiled and asked, wife, are you trying to ask me out for a two-person world? Tang Bingyan was silent for a moment before continuing. My grandfather came to Zhengcheng at 5 in the afternoon. Wei parked his car in front of a shopping mall in the downtown area of Zhengcheng. Su Tian carried a large gift bag and hurriedly got into the car. Honey, why did Grandpa suddenly come to Zhengcheng? Su Tian had originally planned to go to the imperial capital with Tang Bingyan to meet the Tang family's old man after he himself had made some progress in his career. But now that Elder Tang had come to Zhengcheng, he couldn't help but see him. After receiving Tang Bingyan's call, Su Tian came to a shopping mall close by to pick out a gift for Elder Tang. Grandpa is old and has rheumatism, and with the recent continuous cooling over in the imperial capital, his body was a bit overwhelmed. So he went to the hot spring sanatorium over in Zhengcheng to stay for a while. The Tang family had quite a few properties in Zhengcheng, including a single villa in the Lausan Hot Spring Villa. Speaking of which, when Tang Bingyan was able to meet Su Tian, it also had something to do with accompanying her grandfather to the mountain retreat. Grandpa's health isn't good, so should we find a doctor to take a look at him? Su Tian thought of Zheng Zizhen. Chapter 81. A love rival wants to give away a sports car. No, Grandpa brought the family doctor over, and he can't trust anyone but Dr. Li. Su Tian nodded while rummaging through the various gift bags by his feet. Honey, I got some gifts for Grandpa, and I didn't know if he'd like them, so I got a little bit of everything I could think of. In his last life, because he was bent on divorcing Tang Bingyan, he hadn't gone to meet her parents since the beginning. After living 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had ever seen Master Tang. Chen Xiaoxiao beside Wei swept a glance at the gifts Su Tian had bought, and a flash of disdain flashed across the bottom of her eyes. However, in the way of Tang Bingyan's majesty, he pursed his thin lips tightly and ultimately didn't dare to say anything. Grandpa would have loved it. Tang Bingyan pulled Su Tian's hand, her always icy tone rarely softening a few points. As long as I like it, Grandpa will like it too. After a long time, Wei pulled up in front of a villa. Su Tian followed Tang Bingyan into the villa and saw the white-haired old man sitting quietly on the main seat drinking tea. The old man was probably in his 60s, and his aura around him was not angry. Grandpa, first time meeting, my name is Su Tian. When Su Tian saw the old man, he immediately stepped forward with a respectful face and said, originally, after receiving the license with Bingyan, I was supposed to go to the imperial capital to see you, but during this period of time, Bingyan and I have been busy with our work, so we have been delayed. After Su Tian finished speaking, he saw Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao come in and busily picked up the gift bags in their hands. Grandpa, I bought you a gift, and I didn't know what you liked, so I bought some of everything for food. This one is 50 years of wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain. It's a cane sugar-free snack from Longevity Fast. This is a padded sweater undershirt. The corner of Elder Tang's eye twitched when he saw the gifts being piled up on the coffee table by Su Tian. A huge pile of stuff, disorganized like a grocery store. However, the gifts that Elder Tang usually received were either antiques or cultural curiosities, and there was really nothing like Su Tian who bought so many household items. This kid, he's quite something. Tang Bingyan is his most beloved granddaughter. Looking for the object he naturally want to investigate. It had to be said that the Su Tian in front of him was rather far from the profile. Grandpa, if you don't like these, take them and give them away or receive them in the warehouse. I didn't have time to prepare them this time in a hurry. I'll definitely be more attentive next time I give a gift. Have a heart. Elder Tang's sharp gaze swept over Su Tian a few times, his voice neither cold nor warm. Tang Bingyan raised her eyebrows in surprise. This reaction from her grandfather was a pretty good first impression of Su Tian. Previously, when Su Tian acted heaven and earth, Tang Bingyan hid the news without a drop of water. So naturally, Tang Laozi didn't know that Su Tian was almost cheated on by Su Rixin's design. In the information that Elder Tang had investigated, Su Tian was nothing more than a man who had little ability and didn't like Tang Bingyan. It was true that Su Tian's status was not worthy of Tang Bingyan, but who let his granddaughter like it? Since the two were already married, he naturally wouldn't beat them up. After all, the Tang family didn't lack anything, and his granddaughter didn't need to go to a marriage. But first, in the information that Elder Tang investigated, Su Tian didn't like Tang Bingyan at all. So this time Elder Tang originally came to Jiangcheng with the intention of bringing Tang Bingyan back to the imperial capital. Only, from the moment he entered, Su Tian had been considerate of Tang Bingyan, and it wasn't like the information showed that he had no feelings for his granddaughter. Was it a deliberate act in front of him? Elder Tang didn't move as he sized Su Tian up, wanting to dismantle his poor acting skills. He slowly withdrew his gaze from Su Tian and looked at Tang Bingyan and asked, "Bingyan, how's the company's business over here lately?" "Everything is normal." Tang Bingyan had always been shy with her words. "That's good." Elder Tang's words changed. "I heard that you had a car accident a while ago." "Grandpa, it's my fault." Su Tian's heart thumped, knowing that Elder Tang was about to raise an accusation. He busily explained, "It's me who didn't take good care of Bingyan." "Grandpa, he had nothing to do with the crash. I wasn't watching the road." Tang Bingyan didn't want to bring up the car accident again. It would remind her of the pictures of Su Tian and Lin Miaoyin together. "No, I was the one who made Bingyan angry and that's what distracted her. It's all my fault in the end." Su Tian said sincerely, "I promise, this will never happen again." Elder Tang's expression eased some more when he saw Su Tian take all the blame on himself. And just then, a warm voice came from the stairs. "Grandpa, a guest?" Only a tall and thin young man in a dark suit walked down from the second floor. After he saw Tang Bingyan sitting across from Elder Tang, his footsteps paused for a split second before he sped up. "Bingyan, you're here." Su Tian followed the direction of the voice and a familiar figure was introduced to his eyes, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Gu Beicheng. He actually came to Jiangcheng. Gu Beicheng was a famous nobleman in the imperial capital, Tang Bingyan's childhood friend, her trusted partner, and the future husband of Tang Bingyan that the entire Tang family recognized. In his last life, Su Tian had felt that this man was unpredictable and good at hiding his emotions, but because he hadn't focused his mind on Tang Bingyan at all, and was so intent on getting out of his uncontrollable marriage, he hadn't taken the trouble to watch out for Gu Beicheng as a person. After being reborn, he calmly recalled all the past in his previous life, only to realize in hindsight that the reason why he and Tang Bingyan had such deep misunderstandings and contradictions. This man could not be faulted. "North City, you're just in time. Let me introduce you." When Elder Tang saw Gu Beicheng, a gentle and loving smile appeared on his face. "Su Tian, this is my friend's grandson, Gu Beicheng. Beicheng grew up with Bingyan and is considered half my grandson." There was an undisguised cordiality in the old man's tone. "Beicheng, this is Su Tian. Hello Mr. Su." Gu Beicheng walked to Su Tian's side and extended his hand to him. "I've heard a lot about you." "Hello." Su Tian looked at Gu Beicheng's hand that reached out of his own accord, and the decent smile on his face, and a dark aura flashed in the bottom of his eyes. This man was exactly the same as in his previous life, treating him as a love rival with equanimity, a really difficult character to deal with. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you'd be coming over with Bingyan today, so I didn't prepare a meet and greet gift, but I'll make up for it some other time and deliver it in person." Gu Beicheng somewhat apologetically explained to Su Tian, "When I heard that you and Bingyan got married before, I originally planned to come over to celebrate for you guys, only that there were too many things going on in the company during that time, so I couldn't get out of it." "Mr. Gu, you are too kind." Su Tian's vigilance value towards Gu Beicheng had already been pulled full in his heart, but on the surface, he still didn't move to exchange pleasantries with him. Since they are Bingyan's acquaintances, there's no need to be so outgoing, not to mention that Bingyan and I don't lack anything, so the gifts will be waived. Even if you're close to someone, you can't afford to be less courteous. Gu Beicheng paused, then continued, "You should like sports cars at your age. Come to my garage someday and pick one for you." Chapter 82 Honey, do you want to take a hot spring with me? After saying that, Gu Beicheng turned his head to look at Tang Bingyan. "Bingyan, I've taken over that overseas company you wanted to acquire before. I'll discuss the specific details with you in detail when I come to the study in a while." The expression on Tang Bingyan's face didn't have any obvious changes. She just spoke faintly. "Why did you come over?" Hearing Tang Bingyan's words, Su Tian then remembered that the Gu family's industries were spread all over the country. Just like the Tang family also had a branch on the Jiangqing side. Gu Beicheng, as the successor of the Gu family, would take a month or two every year to deal with the company's affairs at the branch on the Jiangqing side. But ever since Tang Bingyan had come to Jiangqing to marry him, Gu Beicheng had never come back. So what was Gu Beicheng's purpose in coming to Jiangqing this time? Simply come over here for a branch inspection, or I was the one who asked Katagi to accompany me. Elder Tang opened his mouth and explained. It's not much fun for an old man like me to come to Hot Springs Villa. It's rare that this child Beicheng is filial. He doesn't mind being bored with me and is willing to accompany me over. It's not boring with Grandpa, and I love hearing your anecdotes from your youth. Gu Beicheng smiled and said, Bingyan, you and Mr. Su will stay on this side of the mountain villa today. I'll have the maids prepare a room for you now. Then thank you, Mr. Gu. Su Tian was uncomfortable with Gu Beicheng's masterly demeanor, but on the contrary, he was well-spoken and gracious and considerate so that no one could pick out any faults. Compared to Su Rixin, who hated to write the little calculations in his heart on his face, a man like Gu Beicheng was really not easy to deal with. Calling Mr. Gu is too outgoing. Just call me Beicheng like Grandpa and the others. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, I'll call you Xiaotian from now on. Okay, Mr. Gu, feel free. Su Tian responded with a faint smile. Mr. Gu, you've come to Jiangqing as well? Just at this time, the two of them, Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao, who had gone to put away the gifts, went and returned. After seeing Gu Beicheng, Chen Xiaoxiao immediately came over to greet him warmly. It's been a long time. This time you can stay in Jiangqing for more days. A few old guys in the company are not too peaceful during this period of time. With you here, Missy doesn't have to work overtime every day. Bingyan, you've encountered something tricky on your side? Gu Beicheng looked at Tang Bingyan in surprise. He considered himself to be Tang Bingyan's most trusted partner. If something happened to the company, Tang Bingyan wouldn't hide it from him. A little thing, I've already solved it. Tang Bingyan swept a warning glance at Chen Xiaoxiao. Chen Xiaoxiao shrank her neck in fear, but she wasn't afraid in front of Gu Beicheng. Instead, she even complained to Gu Beicheng excitedly. You can persuade Missy more. It's simply a workaholic. When you're busy you don't eat 3 meals on time. Now that I have you to watch over Missy, I can rest assured. Xiaoxiao, taking care of Bingyan's living is your business. You can't do a good job and then you push it all on Beicheng. I'm afraid you don't want to be docked from your paycheck again, right? Elder Tang chuckled. Although Chen Xiaoxiao was Tang Bingyan's assistant, she grew up in the Tang family, and Master Tang treated her like half a granddaughter. So Chen Xiaoxiao had always said whatever she had to say in front of the Tang family, and would not be restrained. Master, I can't help it. You know Missy's temper. I can't persuade her even if I wanted to, so I can only ask Mr. Gu. You stinky girl. There's always a reason. Elder Tang laughed and scolded, clearly not blaming Chen Xiaoxiao. Bingyan, this isn't the first time Xiaoxiao has tattled. Gu Beicheng feigned seriousness. If you don't eat on time because of overtime work again, I'll have to go to the company every day to supervise you. She's making too much of a fuss. Tang Bingyan looked faint. And lately Su Tian would cook dinner for me. I haven't worked overtime for a long time. Saying that, Tang Bingyan pulled over Su Tian's hand without moving and clasped her fingers tightly. You're too skinny. You need to make up for it. Su Tian smiled and patted the back of Tang Bingyan's hand. But if your assistant doesn't say anything, I still don't know that you usually don't eat lunch at the company. So it seems like I'm going to have to supervise you every day from now on. When Elder Tang saw that Su Tian and Tang Bingyan were getting along well, not at all like they were forced to, the original bit of doubt was dispelled. Only, he glanced at Gu Beicheng again and sighed softly. How nice it would have been if Bingyan had chosen North City in the first place. Just his own granddaughter, what character he is clear in his heart. Since he chose Su Tian, I'm afraid that there is no possibility of changing for a while. You young people go play by yourselves. I'm a little tired. I'll go to my room and take a nap. Su Tian sniffed and was about to go forward to help the old man back to his room. But he saw that Gu Beicheng had already taken the first step to assist the old man Tang from the sofa. Bingyan, you show Su Tian around the manor. I'll help Grandpa upstairs to rest. Trouble. Tang Bingyan nodded and waited until Elder Tang went upstairs before pulling Su Tian out of the villa. Su Tian withdrew his eyes after taking a glance at Gu Beicheng. Meeting with Gu Beicheng for the first time, the other party put on a full master's posture, and he was told that he could talk and laugh with Elder Tang, that he was trusted by Tang Bingyan, and that even Tang Bingyan's men treated him as one of their own, and as long as he was there, he, Su Tian, was nothing more than an outsider. But so what? Su Tian sneered in his heart. If something like this had happened in his previous life, he would have only become furious and blamed Elder Tang for them not treating him as a family member, and had a huge fight with Tang Bingyan. But now he was not the same brainless fool he had been before. Even if Gu Beicheng declared his sovereignty in front of him, what could he do? He was only Tang Bingyan's legal husband now, and as long as they didn't get divorced, as high as Gu Beicheng's presence was, his status could only be Tang Bingyan's partner. Going to the hot springs? Seeing that Su Tian's state was a bit off, Tang Bingyan thought that he was unhappy because of the atmosphere in the living room just now. Su Tian came back to his senses and instantly pulled Tang Bingyan's hand and asked rhetorically with a smile, "Honey, you want to join me in the hot springs? Who wants to soak with you?" Tang Bingyan's stunningly beautiful face was a bit unnatural. "You go by yourself." "Not then. It's not like I don't want to be there for you." Tang Bingyan was still really inconvenient these 2 days. "You can go if you want to. You've been busy with work lately, so relax." "Not going anywhere." Su Tian turned around and wrapped Tang Bingyan in his arms, saying with a straight face, "Where is a hot spring more important than accompanying your wife?" Chen Xiaoxiao, who had just come out of the villa, saw that Su Tian had actually reached out and hugged Tang Bingyan, and was so angry that she rolled up her sleeves and wanted to rush up. "Damn it, how dare he make a move on Missy? Stop it." Gu Beicheng also saw Su Tian and Tang Bingyan, but he didn't shout like Chen Xiaoxiao. "Mr. Gu, why are you stopping me too?" Chen Xiaoxiao reddened her face and looked unconvinced. "Su Tian, that scummy guy is lightly mistreating Missy and making a move on her. Aren't you angry?" Chapter 83. Honey, why are you still throwing yourself at me? Gu Beicheng remained unperturbed. Only a dark aura seemed to flash through his eyes when he withdrew his sight. They are legally married. What right do you have to stop him? But he is not sincere to Missy. He only covets Missy's money and status. Chen Xiaoxiao retorted unconvincingly. Xiao. Gu Beicheng aggravated his tone. "It doesn't matter what purpose he has. What matters is Bingyan's attitude towards him. What's more, if he just likes money, that's nothing to be afraid of at all. It's just that he wants more than just money." Chen Xiaoxiao collapsed her face. She had wanted to ask Su Tian what he wanted more than money. Could it be that he really wanted Missy's life? But as she recalled that Tang Bingyan had almost died in a car accident for Su Tian before, it wasn't impossible. That's too scummy. Her family's eldest daughter is the queen of the imperial city's business community, the first beauty of China, but she married Su Tian, who has no skills and only eats soft rice. This was already a disadvantage, and if that scumbag takes advantage of it, there's just no justice. Su Tian was so vicious that she cursed him to die without being able to reincarnate. Chen Xiaoxiao was already furious, staring fiercely at Su Tian's hand wrapped around Tang Bingyan's waist, itching to rush straight up and chop him up. You're still too sullen. Gu Beicheng turned around and walked towards the backyard. "Didn't you say you wanted me to guide you in archery?" "Just now." Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Gu Beicheng's back, stomped her foot unwillingly, and finally left after him. "I really don't know what Mr. Gu was thinking. He shouldn't have given jagged guy Su and Missy a chance to be alone right now." After dinner, Su Tian and Tang Bingyan both went back to their bedrooms, and it wasn't long before a knock sounded at the door. Gu Beicheng walked in from outside with a folder. "Bingyan, I have something to discuss with you. Can you come to the study? It's just as well to say it here." Tang Bingyan sat on the sofa without moving. Su Tian had originally planned to evade, but on second thought this was their bedroom. Where was the reason for him, the rightful husband, to go out and leave Gu Beicheng alone in a room with his wife? Coupled with the fact that in her previous life, Tang Bingyan hadn't been in the habit of discussing company secrets with her subordinates behind his back, and no matter what she did, she wouldn't let him avoid it. So Su Tian sat down peacefully on the other side of the sofa to read a financial magazine. Gu Beicheng glanced at Su Tian, wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything and walked straight to Tang Bingyan's side to report with him. Gu Beicheng had always been a professional when it came to official business. Su Tian didn't deliberately listen and continued to read the magazine in front of him. However, I don't know if it was because I was too tired in the last 2 days, or Gu Beicheng's voice was too hypnotizing. Su Tian hugged the magazine, her eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and finally she even fell asleep sitting crookedly on the sofa. "Bingyan, I think we should discuss this project." Gu Beicheng was discussing a big project for next spring with Tang Bingyan. "Hush." Tang Bingyan, however, suddenly raised her index finger. Gu Beicheng closed his mouth in surprise and followed Tang Bingyan's gaze before realizing that Su Tian, who had already had a nightly meeting with Zhou Gong about the project. "Let's talk about it tomorrow." Tang Bingyan got up and went to the cabinet to get a blanket, gently walking to Su Tian's side to help him cover up. Her behavior finally caused a crack in Gu Beicheng's perfect expression. "Bingyan, this project is very important to Tang. I know in my heart." Tang Bingyan's words had already revealed a hint of impatience. "Then I'll go back first." Gu Beicheng slightly lowered his eyes, and his expression returned to normal when he looked up. He quickly gathered up the papers spread out on top of the coffee table and turned to leave with them. Su Tian vaguely heard the sound of Gu Beicheng closing the door in his sleep, and despite his heavy eyelids, he tried to open his eyes. "Honey, are you guys done talking? Beware of catching a cold. Go to bed and sleep." Tang Bingyan reached her hand towards Su Tian, wanting to pull him up, but Su Tian hadn't woken up yet, and in a daze, he reached out his hand instinctively towards his own arms, and directly wrapped the unguarded Tang Bingyan into his arms. Well, although Tang Bingyan was very light, but unluckily when she fell down, she pressed into an important part of Su Tian's lower body. This time, Su Tian was completely sober. Tang Bingyan didn't seem to have expected Su Tian to suddenly lash out either, and lay on top of him at a bit of a loss. Honey, isn't it inconvenient these days? Why are you still throwing yourself at me? Su Tian let out a light laugh, smoothly wrapping his arms around Tang Bingyan's waist as he got up, lifting her up in a horizontal hug. Tang Bingyan's body stiffened for a moment. In the next moment, a slight pout surfaced on her cold face. You put me down. During this period of time, although Su Tian had some cuddling gestures towards her, this was the first time that they had been so intimate with each other, making Tang Bingyan a bit at a loss. She had long since gotten used to Su Tian being cross-eyed towards her, and now this thoughtful and warm person always gave her the feeling that she was in a dream. Not letting go, Su Tian domineeringly carried Tang Bingyan to the bedside, and after putting her down, he himself laid down on it, not knowing whether he was saying to Tang Bingyan or to himself, I will never let go of you again in this life. Bingyan, are you asleep? Gu Beiqing's volume was not too loud, just enough for the two people in the bedroom to hear clearly. Su Tian and Tang Bingyan were both stunned, and soon both had unhappy looks on their faces. Let's talk tomorrow if there's anything, Tang Bingyan said in a cold voice. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be bothering you at this late hour, but something suddenly happened over at Skywind Entertainment that involves the company's reputation and word of mouth, and I have to discuss it with you as soon as possible. Even if the company closes down, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Tang Bingyan's tone grew colder and colder, but Gu Beiqing outside the door still refused to leave. Just as the air pressure around Tang Bingyan's body was getting lower and lower, Su Tian sat up from the bed. Honey, it looks like something is really wrong. Let Mr. Gu come in. After Su Tian was reborn, he aspired to be a 24 filial piety good husband who was considerate of his wife. His wife had to work hard on official business at this late hour, and he certainly couldn't act like a jealous man without reason. What's more, Su Tian was well aware of Gu Beiqing's bit of heart towards Tang Bingyan. Instead of letting Gu Beiqing have an excuse to go to his wife alone tomorrow, it would be better to settle the company's business under his nose today. Tang Bingyan didn't want to talk about business at all tonight, but now that she was stirred up by Gu Beiqing, any ambiguity was gone. What made her most speechless was that Su Tian even let her work as well. She had thought that Su Tian had really changed during this period of time, but it turned out that he was still just as incomprehensible as before. Su Tian suddenly felt a chill down his spine and couldn't help but sneeze. When he rubbed his nose and looked up again, he seemed to feel the ghostly chill hidden beneath the calm black eyes of Tang Bingyan before she got out of bed. He was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes showed some confusion. Am I not being considerate enough? Chapter 84 Shangyaran. After Gu Beiqing came in, he felt that the atmosphere in the room was a bit strange. Still, he quickly adjusted his expression and said with a slight apology, Bingyan, I'll try to make this short and not disturb you and Mr. Su's rest. You know Shangyaran, right? Gu Beiqing handed a pile of documents to Tang Bingyan. He was accused of raping an underage girl. So did Shang? When Su Tian heard Gu Beiqing's words, he quickly remembered the news he had heard in his last life. Shangyaran is a singer from Tianfeng Entertainment, an entertainment company under the Yun Group, and has been recognized by industry insiders for his low, magnetic voice and unique creative style. Coupled with his handsome appearance and outstanding temperament, he has attracted countless fans to go crazy for him. He held a solo concert 1 year after his debut and filled the venue. His popularity and heat even threatened Xia Yuxian, the national idol who had previously exploded in popularity due to a talent show. Shangyaran and Xia Yuxian are both idol plus strength singers, with a high degree of overlap in resources. As a result, they are often compared to each other by the media, and privately, fans of both sides have been fighting for a long time. Some time ago, Shangyaran was just officially announced to sing the theme song of a tribute movie, which means that he has officially been recognized by the mainstream, and his future is unlimited. But it was not long after the official announcement was exposed to this kind of scandal. If the business is also therefore blocked by the entertainment industry, then most of the resources that belong to him would be snatched away by Xia Yuxian, and his star path would be completely cut short. Currently there are testimonies from the victimized girl, as well as her parents' accusations, and the companies that are competing with us have also sent their water armies down, especially Superstar Media. Not only do they want to destroy Shangyaran, but they even want to destroy Tianfeng Entertainment's reputation, so it will be very troublesome if we don't handle it well. Can we be sure he was framed? Tang Bingyan had some impression of this person, Shangyaran, having met him once before at the annual meeting, and he didn't look like a pervert who would molest a minor, but she wouldn't jump to conclusions about anything. And if Xiang Yuran really was a pervert who raped an underage person, she definitely wouldn't condone it. I've asked Xiang Yuran's agent, and I'm 100% certain that he was framed. Gu Beicheng's men did an investigation immediately after the accident, and are now able to be 100% certain that Xiang Yuran was framed. But something like molesting an underage girl is simply impossible to prove one's innocence, even if dirty water is thrown at them. And even if it really went to court, the case trial cycle is long. Even if the court can finally Xiang Yuran justice, that period of time his reputation cannot be regained again. The company's PR department suggested looking for the girl's parents to reach a private settlement and get them to drop the case. But this would also have a big impact on Xiang Yuran's reputation. Xiang Yuran is currently one of the company's most profitable singers. There are still a lot of endorsements and commercial performance contracts in his hands. And now there are brands that have already sent lawyers letters intending to terminate their contracts with him. Bing Yan, if this matter is not handled properly, it will cause a huge impact on Tianfeng Entertainment's reputation. What do you think we should do for the follow-up? Although Gu Beicheng came over to Tang Bingyan for instructions, but in fact he is clear that there is no other way to resolve this matter. Only by the company to come forward and the girl's family to reach a settlement, and at the same time then push the company's other singers to take over the resources of Xiang Yuran. After all, litigation is a long period of time, and the company is not a charity. To be able to minimize the loss is what the company decision makers should consider. After Gu Beicheng was silent for a moment, he spoke again. Bing Yan, Xiang Yuran has made a lot of money for the company anyways. If we have to abandon the car to protect the kingpin this time, isn't it a bit too unkind? Are there any other solutions? Tang Bingyan asked expressionlessly. No, Gu Beicheng shook his head. The trickiest thing is that we can't get any evidence to prove that the other side is framing the case, and the media is now pushing the case towards the victim side. Then do what you said before. Tang Bingyan's expression still did not have the slightest fluctuation. She was the decision maker of the company, not a philanthropist, and naturally had to put the company's interests first. Wife, right at this time, Su Tian, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly spoke. I have a way to dismantle the false accusers and clear Xiang Yuran's name. Su Tian remembered that the same thing had happened in his last life. After making money, Xiang Yuran began to subsidize poor students, and sometimes even personally invited those students to dinner to encourage them to study well. And this time, it was only the parent of that underage girl who was trying to extort a huge amount of compensation, so she taught her own daughter to lie, guiding public opinion to pour dirty water on Xiang Yuran, falsely accusing him of molesting and raping a minor. He remembered that in his last life, despite the fact that the parents weren't lying at a high level and the court didn't find Xiang Yuran guilty, the company chose to settle with the girl's family because public opinion was already in an uproar and the company was desperate to stop the damage. As a result, Xiang Yuran was regarded by the public opinion as a thief, but got more intense abuse and accusations, and Xiang Yuran's career was ruined. But a few years later, perhaps that little girl had been feeling guilty about Xiang Yuran, and finally stepped forward to clarify under tremendous pressure. And only then did the outside world know the truth of the matter. Although he had also once harvested the sympathy of countless netizens after the truth was revealed, those sympathies could not help him in any substantial way. But the belated truth couldn't bring Xiang Yuran back to the top again. His career and future had long been in tatters because of that false accusation, and he would never be able to turn it around again. The original dazzling and bright star had fallen because of the greed of the false accuser, which made Su Tian sigh. Su Tian himself can very well understand what it's like to be framed and lose your reputation. Plus Xiang Yuran is an artist under Tang Bingyan's company. He also wants to do his best to help Tang Bingyan recover her losses. Mr. Su, without waiting for Tang Bingyan to open her mouth, Gu Beicheng said with some disapproval. I can understand you wanting to help, but showbiz PR is so deep. I'm afraid if you don't have experience. Su Tian ignored Gu Beicheng's skepticism and instead looked seriously at Tang Bingyan. According to the program you discussed before, the most you can do is to reach a settlement with the girl's family. In which case, not only do you have to pay a huge amount of compensation, but you also lose Xiang Yuran's reputation and acting career. Wife, believe me, I'm 100% sure that I can not only clear Xiang Yuran's reputation, but also make the framer get the punishment he deserves. Taking another step back, even if my method doesn't work, you can still adopt the strategy you just used to reach a settlement with the victim, so it would be better to let me try first. Chapter 85 Gu Beicheng was slapped in the face. Mr. Su, Gu Beicheng listened to Su Tian's explanation, and the arc of his mouth was obviously a little stiff. He knew that Su Tian wasn't capable of much, but he hadn't expected Su Tian to be so self-absorbed. This time Xiang Yuran's scandal was not even handled properly by the PR team that had been in the circle for more than 10 years. So where did Su Tian, a layman, get the confidence to say that it could be resolved satisfactorily? However, in front of Tang Bingyan, Gu Beicheng still maintained his gentle and elegant image. He frowned just a little hesitantly and advised, if you fail, You'll surely anger that girl's parents because of it, and I'm afraid it'll be even more difficult to talk about reconciliation at that time. I know you're well-intentioned, but it's better to leave this matter to a professional team. Don't you think so, Bingyan? After Gu Beicheng finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Tang Bingyan. Tang Bingyan was the most decisive woman he had ever seen, and he believed that she could tolerate Su Tian, but Su Tian hadn't touched her bottom line yet. No one could influence her when it came to matters of fundamental interest, not even Su Tian. However, next, then let him try. Snap. Gu Beicheng only felt an invisible slap viciously smack him in the face. Without waiting for Gu Beicheng to return to his senses, Tang Bingyan spoke again. Starting tomorrow, make Su Tian the general manager of Tianfeng Entertainment, and you have the entire company cooperate with him in dealing with Shang Yaran's dispute. Tang Bingyan's words even made Gu Beicheng's brows abruptly tighten. He was silent for a split second, and then instead of persuading Tang Bingyan to give up the idea, he changed his mind again. It's fine to let Mr. Su handle it, but it's best to hold off on the matter of letting him become the general manager. If Mr. Su suddenly parachutes in as a manager, it's sure to cause dissatisfaction among the company's other executives and cause too much pressure on Mr. Su. What's more, if Mr. Su's solution doesn't work, then he as the general manager will have to take full responsibility, and because of his relationship with you, Bingyan, it will also affect your and the company's reputation. It would be better to let Mr. Su try out as an ordinary employee first, and if he can turn the situation around and solve this PR crisis, then we can logically let him take up the position of general manager, and we won't be left out of the loop. Gu Beicheng knew Tang Bingyan too well. Once the other party had made a decision, it would not change easily. And more than letting Su Tian work at Tang Bingyan's company, Gu Beicheng didn't want to expose Su Tian's identity. Once Su Tian was directly appointed as the general manager, just based on the level of gossip of the company's employees, it might be possible to find out that he and Tang Bingyan were already legally married to each other, which was the last thing Gu Beicheng wanted to see. Tang Bingyan frowned slightly. She actually wanted Su Tian to come work in her company a long time ago, but Su Tian refused her and had to go back to Su's work. Now that Su Tian had managed to take the initiative to come and help, she naturally had to give him a higher position to keep the person. However, just as she was about to open her mouth to say something, Su Tian suddenly said, I think Mr. Gu's proposal is very good, and it's true that I don't know much about the operation of an entertainment company. Someone will help you understand. Tang Bingyan's tone was undeniable. It was clear that Su Tian must be allowed to take the position of manager directly. Honey, I just want to help you solve this crisis. As for the position or whatever, it will be more convincing to consider it after I make some achievements. However, Tang Bingyan's brows frowned a few points tighter at his words. Seeing that Tang Bingyan refused to agree, Su Tian sighed and finally decided to make a killer move. He came to Tang Bingyan's front and squatted down slightly, tilting his head to look at her seriously and intently. I also don't want to be described by others as a soft rice man who only relies on his wife. Just give me a chance to perform, okay? Tang Bingyan's ears were burning from Su Tian's several calls of wife. In front of Gu Beicheng's face she still maintained her stalwart and domineering female CEO image, but in the end, she still loosened her mouth in accordance with Su Tian's wishes. Then I'll listen to you, but if anyone dares to give you a hard time, just let me know. Su Tian smiled faintly. There's no need to trouble your wife with such a small matter. I'm sure Mr. Gu will arrange it for me. Having achieved his goal, he smiled and turned back to Gu Beicheng, and meaningfully increased his tone again. Mr. Gu, don't you think so? Gu Beicheng froze, then nodded slightly and pulled the corners of his somewhat stiff mouth. Bingyan, I will arrange Mr. Su's entry procedures. Meanwhile, a certain rich villa area in Jiangqing City. Reporters who had gotten wind of the situation surrounded the entrances and exits. When they saw Shang Yaran's car appear, they swarmed around like flies that smelled something fishy and surrounded the entire car. Shang Yaran had just gotten out of the car when he was almost disliked in the face by the microphone that was raised over to him. He ducked back in disgust, quickly lowered the brim of his hat and pulled up his collar. Shang Yaran, do you have any explanation about the recent buzzing accusation that you molested an underage girl? Is it true that you have a long history of molesting and harassing the minors you sponsor, as alleged in the news story? You've been sponsoring underprivileged students for the past few years. Are you using this as a cover for some of your kinky hobbies? Half of the needy students you sponsor are girls. Does that mean you've been planning this for a long time? In the face of these sharp and mean questions, Shang Yaran just sank his face, blocking his entire face with his hat and collar, and walked inside the villa with his head lowered under the open path of his agent and bodyguard. Broker Zhou Ping, half of his body blocked in front of Shang Yaran, while pushing away the reporters' microphones and cameras for Shang Yaran. Sorry, we do not accept everyone's interview for the time being. At the same time, we are actively collecting evidence, and will soon give everyone a satisfactory answer. Our family is also in compliance with the law and good character, and will definitely not do those things that go against the bottom line of morality. Just as their group was walking towards the inside of the villa, a tall and thin reporter suddenly rushed out and blocked in front of Zhou Ping and Xiang Yaran. Law-abiding and of good character? Oh, don't be ridiculous. Look at these pictures of you sharing a room with these underage schoolgirls. Doesn't that tell you something? In fact, these reporters took photos that are available on the internet. They are the photos left by the company in order to publicize Xiang Yaran's charity work in the first place. The photos were taken when Xiang Yaran and his sponsored students shared a room to eat snacks and chat, but the screenshots this reporter took out deliberately erased several male students, creating the illusion that Xiang Yaran only shared a room with underage female students. Xiang Yaran could only stop in his tracks when he was stopped in his tracks. He looked up at the intentionally doctored photo and clenched his fists angrily. The other reporters, seeing this tall and thin reporter take out a photo, became even more excited and crowded over in the direction where Xiang Yaran was. Xiang Yaran, now that there are photos to prove it, do you still want to argue? The reason why you subsidize students in poor school districts is just to satisfy your own selfish desires, right? The victim has personally admitted that you gave her a drink that would make her sleepy and that you took off her skirt, and she is still underage. So how could you do such a disgusting and nasty deed? Thanks to your previous positive behavior in front of outsiders, but behind your back, you are so bottomless, even threatening underage girls in the name of charity. Are you not afraid of retribution? Chapter 86. My daughter is 12 years old. Xiang Yaran coldly raised his head to look at the reporters who disliked the microphone to his face. He was indeed angry at first when he saw those photos, but seeing that these journalists were able to talk nonsense and convict him of trumped-up charges based on a single, carefully manipulated photo, it calmed him down instead. Do the journalists who are righteously and painfully in front of him at this time really want to know the truth and do justice to the victims? No, they just want to pin the molestation of a minor on him and spew out a big eye-catching story. I didn't do any of that. Xiang Yaran raised his volume and emphasized, I believe the court and the relevant departments will return justice to me. When the reporters saw Xiang Yaran speak, they were as excited as a vicious dog that smelled a bone, pressing the camera shutter uncontrollably, unwilling to let go of any of his subtle expressions. The reporter, who was as thin as a bamboo pole, bristled and aggressively pursued, the evidence is all here, and you still want to argue? You are a pervert who raped an underage girl. Oh, I remember that you have a 9-year-old sister who died accidentally last year. Now do I have a justifiable reason to suspect that she was played to death by you? Ah! Before the reporter could finish his words, he was directly kicked out by the furious Xiang Yaran. Yaran, calm down. Seeing that Xiang Yaran couldn't help but move his hand, Zhou Ping quickly reached out and pulled him back with a deadly grip. There were cameras all around, and he was sure that the footage of Xiang Yaran hitting someone just now would be made a big deal out of. But Xiang Yaran had been completely enraged by the reporter at this point. He still hadn't gotten over the grief of his sister's death, and this reporter's malicious speculation had touched the last of his scales. Ah, Xiang Yaran, are you annoyed by what I said? Ah, crazy. Xiang Yaran is crazy. Pull him away. Justice will be late, but it will never be absent. Xiang Yaran, you'll get what's coming to you. It was only until the reporter was about to be killed by Xiang Yaran that the surrounding people finally pulled the furious Xiang Yaran aside with all their might. The reporter who had been beaten by Xiang Yaran was out of breath, and his eyes were full of resentment when he looked at Xiang Yaran. Xiang Yaran, sooner or later you will pay for your behavior. You're just a scum. I'll make sure that the people see your ugly face. Only after the reporters were dispersed was Xiang Yaran escorted into the villa. Xiang Yaran's face was grim. His fingers were also cut when he hit the man just now, and were dripping blood uncontrollably, yet he walked slowly forward in silence as if he didn't feel a thing. Zhou Ping's face was anxious as he called and contacted the company's PR team, telling the other party the original story of the scene that had just happened outside the villa. However, the speed of information dissemination nowadays was already flying. Right after they had just returned to the villa, the internet had already circulated the video and photos of Xiang Yaran hitting someone just now. Coupled with the journalists who added oil and vinegar to their descriptions, they had labeled Xiang Yaran as a morally corrupt character. Righteously indignant netizens swiped their messages and swiped the screen in unison, telling Xiang Yaran to get out of the entertainment industry and sympathizing with the reporter who was injured by Xiang Yaran. No one cared about what that reporter said, and even less cared about why Xiang Yaran hit the man. At this point the dirty water that had been poured on Xiang Yaran had become a fuel for the netizens' frenzy, and the entire entertainment world was boiling over. After about 5 minutes, Zhou Ping received a call from a senior member of Skywind Entertainment. The other party did not give him a chance to explain, and scolded him severely, and even threatened to suspend him for review if he did not settle the matter. Zhou Ping hung up the phone with a dirt-colored face and turned his head to look at Xiang Yaran, who was sitting on the sofa. Yaran, no matter how angry you are, you can't make a move. Those paparazzi are intentionally trying to provoke you to force you to make a move. so that you can send the handle to them by yourself. You've been out for so long, how come you're still so calm? Zhou Ping was in pain, but then he saw Xiang Yiran fidgeting with his sister's picture frame on the coffee table. In the end, he shook his head helplessly, swallowing any blame that was about to come out of his mouth. That reporter just now did have a foul mouth. Zhou Ping could understand what Xiang Yiran had done and even felt that the reporter deserved to be beaten. But the other netizens were unaware of this. Under the intentional incitement of journalists, netizens only feel that Xiang Yiran hit people as annoyed and lawless, and even more will feel that Xiang Yiran did so excessive. He suffered, everything is justified. Jingle bells. Just as Zhou Ping was fretting about how to minimize the harm of public opinion through public relations, Xiang Yiran's cell phone on the coffee table rang. Zhou Ping glanced down at the caller ID. There were no notes, but the number was very familiar. He soon remembered that the owner of the number was the father of the underage schoolgirl. Zhou Ping had a jolt and hurriedly took the lead in grabbing the cell phone before Xiang Yiran picked it up. I'll take this call for you. Don't be impulsive. Zhou Ping pressed the answer button, and a cold and hoarse man's voice immediately came from the receiver. Did you get the notice from the court? Zhou Ping didn't move and turned on the recording function, then calmly negotiated with the other party. Hello, I'm Xiang Yiran's agent Zhou Ping. Any requests you have on your side can be mentioned to me. As long as you're willing to return justice to Xiang Yiran in front of the outside world, I'll be able to satisfy you with any conditions. The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone burst into a rage after hearing Zhou Ping's words. What the hell are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who would sacrifice my daughter for money? Xiang Yiran is a scum. He did such disgusting things to my daughter. I will sue him to jail. Seeing Li Chang retorting so stiffly, if people who didn't know the truth really thought that he was standing up for his daughter with righteous indignation, obviously an asshole who will do anything to extort money, but wants to take the moral high ground. Zhou Ping's head hurt from his anger, but he forced himself to hold back his anger and persuaded him in a good manner. Li Chang, before your daughter almost dropped out of school, the tuition and books were paid for by Xiang Yiran, and Xiang Yiran also paid to set up a cafeteria at the school, so that those students who are as poor as your daughter can have nutritious lunches. Now you're turning black and white in front of the media to smear Xiang Yiran just for the sake of profit. Won't you feel uneasy in your conscience? So what if Xiang Yiran paid my daughter's tuition? Isn't that how he sells his persona as a philanthropist? Li Chang snorted disdainfully. What's more, should I give my daughter to him to let him spoil her because he paid for her to go to school? My daughter is only 12 years old and still doesn't know anything. Is Xiang Yiran he still a human being? Chapter 87 Treatment Options. Zhou Ping's blood pressure rose with anger. This Li Chang was full of lies and simply had no bottom line. Xiang Yiran is a scum. In addition to my daughter there must be other children victimized. Even for the sake of other children I will not back down to compromise. Li Chang was still crowned and energized. Xiang Yiran, who was beside Zhou Ping, couldn't hold back any longer and directly reached out to snatch the cell phone. Li Chang, without proof even if you make a scene in court the judge won't find me guilty. Don't you want money? Then I'm going to make sure you don't get a penny. He, Xiang Yiran, you really don't see a coffin without tears. Li Chang's sinister voice was full of threats. Then you'll just wait and see if I'll sue you for losing your family and your reputation. He cut off the phone as soon as the words were out of his mouth. Xiang Yiran listened to the blind tone in the receiver, and the knuckles holding the cell phone were slightly white from the force. Asshole. Yiran, you calm down. Why bother with him? The priority is to hurry up and find a way to minimize the impact of this matter. I'll fight him if he wants to. I didn't do any of those things and I'm sure the courts will give me justice. Xiang Yiran did not expect his good intentions to do charity, but by Li Chang such a shameless person extortion. Great disheartened and broke the idea. My ancestor, you'd better stop for a while. I'll tell you, you mustn't talk nonsense on the internet during this period of time. Everything is at the mercy of me and the company. Early the next morning, a lot of fans holding banners gathered outside the headquarters of Skywind Entertainment. These fans are not very old. Most of them are young girls in their 20s. The banners carried slogans such as Xiang Yiran is not guilty. We believe in Xiang Yiran and always support Xiang Yiran. There are even radical little girls holding banners such as rumor mongers die for the whole family, shouting slogans, rubbish company, return Xiang Yiran's innocence. Obviously, they are quite dissatisfied with Tianfeng Entertainment's handling of the news by letting it fester without doing anything, and they are trying to force the company's top management to pay attention by demonstrating in front of the door to seek justice for Xiang Yiran. Of course, the demonstrations and shouts of these fans also attracted the attention of reporters from various media outlets, and when Su Tian got out of his car he saw a female reporter with a serious expression reporting on the scene of the parade. At present, the parents of the victim have commissioned a lawyer to formally file a lawsuit with the court, and we have to believe that the law will eventually give a just verdict and bring the perpetrators to justice. Pedestrians passing by saw the fans' demonstration and stopped to point at the little girls. What a world! Anyone can have a brainwashed fan. Those entertainment stars were just playboys in ancient times. Where's the good in that? That's right. Standing on the stage and moving his lips can earn millions a day, but the bitter ones are the ordinary people. I think that Shang Yaran is a pervert. Otherwise, why would he leave so many charity programs alone and only subsidize underage girls in poor school districts? I reckon the victims must be more than just the Lee family's girl, and all the female students in that school that receives funding should be questioned and interrogated. Some people chose to put the matter to rest. If it wasn't for the Lee family taking the initiative to come forward this time, all of us would still be in the dark, and after that, there wouldn't necessarily be many small children who would still be persecuted by that pervert. These passers-by gossiped with gusto, obviously only hearing the news from hearsay, but it was as if they were witnessing it with their own eyes. Su Tian also saw a reporter with a band-aid on his forehead who was as thin as a bamboo pole unsuspectingly come up to those female fans, holding a camera and microphone and throwing one sharp question after another at those fans. Fans of the world is not deep, thought the reporter can return their idol justice, have opened their mouths to say that Shang Yaran is wrongly accused, hope that the relevant departments can thoroughly investigate. However, they are not aware that their remarks will only be labeled by journalists with ulterior motives as not distinguishing between right and wrong, brain dead and other eye-catching labels. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the top floor of Tianfeng Entertainment, the people involved in the meeting each had a grave expression. Now this news occupies the headlines of the society and entertainment pages, making a big fuss. Every day people run to the downstairs of the company to make trouble and demonstrate, and we have received hundreds of complaints. Can your public relations department come up with a reasonable solution or not? Guo Qishan, the executive president of Tianfeng Entertainment, slammed the desktop fiercely and angrily yelled at the executives attending the meeting. Aren't they usually quite articulate? Why are you all mute now? If you can't come up with a solution today, you people in charge won't want your year-end bonuses. In the face of Guo Qishan's scolding, the heads of the departments didn't even dare to utter a breath. After Guo Qishan finished his temper, he looked at the lawyer sitting on his left-hand side and opened his mouth to ask, "Lawyer Song, if we really want to fight with them in a lawsuit, what are our chances of winning?" Lawyer Song wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and said with a grave expression, "Although there is no substantial evidence on the court side, but the current public opinion are sympathizing with the victims, accusing the vocal business as well. The court side will also take into account the impact of public opinion, refuse to easily close the case. The longer the process of the case trial dragged on, public opinion, the more unfavorable to us." Guo Qishan's face became more and more ugly at his words. In other words, as long as the case is not closed on the court side, there is no way to prove Shang Yaran's innocence. During this period of time, the business value that Shang Yaran has accumulated with great difficulty will be destroyed, and it will also affect the reputation of the whole company. Now is the rising period of Shang Yaran's career. This news is equivalent to his future acting road sentence to death. No brand to cooperate with him again. His albums and concerts will also be boycotted. How long will the entire case trial process take at the soonest? Guo Qishan took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. It could take a year or two at the earliest, and maybe even longer if the victim's family continues to appeal. Hearing Lawyer Song's words, not only Guo Qishan, but even the other executives present sucked in a breath of cool air. It would take a year or two, and even if Shang Yaran was cleared of the charge of molesting a minor in the end, his popularity and status would not be as unaffected as it is now, and even during this time of fighting the lawsuit, the company would have to put in even more effort to take care of the aftermath for him. Is there any way to minimize the losses? After a moment, Guo Qishan looked at Lawyer Song and asked. Lawyer Song pushed the lenses of his glasses hesitantly and said, "Actually, there is also. I suggest that the company side and the victims reach an out-of-court settlement, so that they can withdraw the case, which will minimize the company's losses." Chapter 88. Su Tian steps in. No, Zhou Ping couldn't sit still at that moment and spoke in a hurry. Once an out-of-court settlement is made, won't it further solidify this trumped-up charge? Iran, he didn't do those things. He shouldn't have to bear such a slur. Which is more important, preserving Shang Yaran's reputation alone or preserving Tianfeng Entertainment's reputation? A middle-aged man sitting diagonally across from Zhou Ping spoke in a cold voice. Is it hard to believe that we're going to smash the jobs of all the company's artists for the sake of Shang Yaran alone? Zhou Ping said angrily. Du Xiaowei, what do you mean by smashing other artists' jobs? Shang Yaran didn't threaten the minors. He's innocent. Why should he admit to other people's slander? Ha! Du Xiaowei snorted and coldly hummed with disdain in his eyes. Zhou Ping, how can you say you're a big agent now? Why are you still so naive? Do you still think that it's Shang Yaran's reputation alone that's damaged now? If his scandal doesn't die down, it will involve the whole company. Even the reputation of other artists will be affected. You want to return justice to him, but do you have evidence that can prove his innocence? It's useless to say anything when you don't even have proof. At the moment, to put things to rest, choose and Li Chang's family out of court settlement is the best way. After that we send some water army to whitewash. Showbiz every day there are so many news. It won't be long before no one will mention this matter again. The executives nodded approvingly at that. I think Xiao Wei is right. We can't let Shang Yaran alone affect the reputation of the company's other artists in the entertainment industry. At present, several popular artists under our company have not been affected for the time being, but there are already some small actors who have been returned by the crew one after another, and people's crews don't want to take the risk. This kind of thing, if it drags on, it's definitely not good for the company or the other artists. After one person opened his mouth, the other brokers complained, blaming Zhou Ping and Shang Yaran for affecting his artists' resources. Zhou Ping looked at the crowd's crusade against him with an iron face, so angry that he couldn't say a word. When Shang Yaran became popular before, these agents and artists all wanted to pull his hype, rushing over to flatter and please, and the company also utilized Shang Yaran's popularity to bring a lot of job opportunities to other unknown small singers. As a result, now these people, instead of knowing how to be thankful, they had also resented Shang Yaran for dragging them down. When Du Xiaowei saw that the other executives agreed with him, an imperceptible smile curled up on his lips. Then he pretended to turn his head to Guo Qishan and opened his mouth for advice. Mr. Hua, this matter boils down to your decision, but it's about the company's development and future. It's not the time to care about old feelings. Guo Qishan naturally cannot afford to give up the commercial value of Shang Yaran, the company's hard work to cultivate artists. It is difficult to make money in the past 2 years, but to face the fate of the blocking of the snow, anyone is not willing. But at the same time, he also knew very well that Shang Yaran's reputation was completely ruined. Even if the court finally ruled that he was innocent, the reputation damaged during this period of time could not be undone. If this is the time when the break is over, it is likely to involve the other artists of the company. When Zhou Ping saw that Guo Qishan seemed to be moved by Du Xiaowei's words, his heart sank and he quickly spoke. Mr. Hua, you have to believe in Iran. It's impossible for him to do something worse than this kind of beast. It's Li Chang and his family who abetted the little girl to lie, obviously wanting to blackmail her. Even if this kind of villain chooses to give money to settle privately, afterward they will be greedy and make waves again. Then Iran's future in life will be completely ruined. Du Xiaowei smiled and shook his head. Zhou Ping, why are you still not enlightened? The question now is not at all whether or not Shang Yaran has done those things. What we need to do now is how to minimize the company's losses. Public opinion is biased towards the weak and has already convicted Shang Yaran. Our company is favoring Shang Yaran. It will only cause the outside netizens to transfer their anger onto the entire company's head. Du Xiaowei, you. Zhou Ping was about to argue reasonably with Du Xiaowei when he saw Guo Qishan cough heavily. He directly raised his hand to stop what Zhou Ping was going to say next. Zhou Ping, now is indeed not the time to be intentional. As Du Xiaowei said, now whether Shang Yaran is innocent or not is no longer something we have to consider. The priority is that we should minimize the negative impact of this fiasco on the company. Guo Qishan's words were equivalent to sentencing Shang Yaran to death. Zhou Ping's face turned pale, his body shook, and he subconsciously grabbed Shang Yaran's arm beside him, and Shang Yaran looked terrifyingly calm. He should have been clear about the company's position a long time ago, shouldn't he? He's just a commodity to the company, which doesn't care about his innocence, just that he makes money. Once this commodity has been thrown sewage, the company will not bother to erase the sewage and hold the victim responsible, but will only let this worthless commodity perish on its own. Guo Qishan saw that Shang Yaran didn't open his mouth and nodded in satisfaction before sighing in consolation. Shang Yaran, the company can well understand your feelings, but we can only put things to rest for the sake of the overall situation. Du Xiaowei, you go to Li Chang's family to find a private crunch. However, before Guo Qishan could say the words behind him, the originally closed conference room door was suddenly pushed open. Then, a handsome young man with a slender figure walked in idly from outside. I'm sorry, am I interrupting your meeting? However, although the youth said so, there was no trace of apology on his face. Moreover, he didn't have the slightest intention of exiting. Instead, he walked slowly into the conference room, and then his eyes swept over the bodies of the people in the conference room one by one. And then, he smiled and spoke. Introduce myself, my name is Su Tian. I'm a new employee who came over to report for duty today. Where did you come from? Seeing that Su Tian had interrupted Guo Qishan's words, Du Xiaowei's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if he wanted to kill someone. Can't you see we're in the middle of a meeting? Get out. However, Guo Qishan was not as indolent as Du Xiaowei. He carefully sized Su Tian up before asking, you're the new employee who came over to report for work today? Just this morning, Gu Beicheng did give him a call, saying that a person would come to the company to help deal with Shang Yaran's crisis. However, Gu Beicheng said on the phone that the people sent were nothing more than ordinary employees, so he didn't need to treat them differently. It was just that, even if this person was an ordinary employee, but in the end, it was an existence that could make Gu Beicheng personally call to inform him, so he had to treat it with caution. Exactly. Su Tian nodded his head slightly and didn't sell the story. Directly opening the door, Mr. Hua, I've heard that our company's artist, Shang Iran, was involved in a scandal of molesting and sexually assaulting a minor, and I have a way to be able to minimize the company's losses. Chapter 89 Letting Go. You have an idea? Guo Qishan looked straight at Su Tian as if he was judging the truth of his words. Yes, and by following my method, both Shang Iran's innocence can be restored and everyone can see the true face of the rumor monger, and the company won't suffer any losses. Guo Qishan's expression as he looked at Su Tian appeared to have a subtle change. It had to be said that Su Tian's words had moved Guo Qishan's heart. Shang Iran is the cash cow of Tianfeng Entertainment. Guo Qishan naturally wanted to keep him. If he wasn't forced to do so, he wouldn't want to cut off Shang Iran's acting path. At this moment, when Guo Qishan saw that Su Tian's tone was so certain, his mind moved as he looked at him and asked, "Tell me about your approach." Du Xiaowei, who was on the side, changed his face at the words, and a flash of morose coldness flashed in his eyes. He also had a few semi-popular singers under him, and as long as Shang Iran was blocked, then his resources would be divided up among the artists he brought with him. It was so hard to hope for a good opportunity. He didn't want to just miss it. How could he allow Shang Iran to still have room to turn around? Mr. Hua, he's just a newcomer who just joined the company. He's not qualified to be involved in such an important decision. What's more, what if he's an undercover agent sent by another entertainment company or a reporter from one of the media outlets? Su Tian smiled at his words. He gave Du Xiaowei a look of deep meaning and opened his mouth without haste to explain. Other companies should be busy dividing up Shang Iran's resources right now. Where would they have the heart to come to Tianfeng Entertainment to work undercover? As for the media reporters, they've all shifted their interviews to the victim's side now, and there's no need to go through all the trouble of blending into the company. Su Tian's words did make sense, but the executives present still didn't quite believe that he had the means to clear Shang Iran's name. Young man, you're just a freshly hired junior staff. What can you do? Even our professional PR team that deals with the media all year round couldn't do anything this time. Where did you get the confidence that you can preserve Shang Iran's reputation? I know that newcomers always want to make a career when they first enter this business, but your lack of experience and eagerness to show. If you're not careful, you'll make a mistake, and then not only will there be no way to clear Shang Iran's name, but it will also even make the whole company bear the charge of harboring a tainted artist. When Du Xiaowei saw that a few other executives' tone was also skeptical, his heart was secretly happy, so he hurriedly struck the iron while the iron was hot. Mr. Hua, it's better to hurry up and kick this newcomer out who doesn't know the sky and the earth. I bet he doesn't have a good heart. Without waiting for Guo Qishan to open his mouth, Su Tian directly said, "Naturally, I don't ask you to trust me 100% before I resolve this matter." But, saying that, he turned his head slightly, his gaze looking straight at Du Xiaowei. "The way I see you, it seems that you don't want Shang Iran to restore his reputation? What are you babbling about? How could I?" However, before Du Xiaowei's latter words could be uttered, Su Tian once again questioned. Even Mr. Guo wanted to confirm for the first time what exactly I have to do to be able to handle this PR crisis. While you interrupted me 3 times, what are your intentions? You, Du Xiaowei could only retort with a strained neck as his facial features twisted by Su Weather. That's because I don't even want to listen to your nonsense. It's just an insult to all of our intelligence. It's just a waste of time. Even our company's professional PR team can't do anything about it. So who are you to say that it can be solved? It's not up to you alone to decide if I can solve this crisis. Su Tian didn't pay any more attention to Du Xiaowei, but instead turned his head to look at Guo Qishan. Mr. Hua, you're the executive president of Tianfeng Entertainment, aren't you? Is it hard to believe that you have to go through a tiny agent to approve any decision you make? If that's the case, then I'll leave you alone. Su Tian wore a smile to retreat, which further caused Du Xiaowei, who was known as the tiny broker, to have his blood pressure spike. As expected, Guo Qishan glared fiercely at Du Xiaowei at his words and scolded him sternly, "Be quiet and stop interrupting." But, although Du Xiaowei was unconvinced, he eventually swallowed his words when he saw Guo Qishan's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. However, after he turned his head to look at Su Tian, he gradually calmed down after looking at Su Tian's age of just graduating from college at most. Even a professional PR team can't come up with a solution, so what can a fresh rookie make waves? Thinking of this, Du Xiaowei was relieved. He simply leaned his body back and leaned on the back of his chair, just waiting for Su Tian, the jumping clown, to make a fool of himself in front of everyone. Guo Qishan looked at Su Tian once again. "Can you tell me your method now?" "The method can't be said yet, but give me a week's time, and I will not only return Shang Iran's innocence, but I will also be able to preserve Tianfeng Entertainment's reputation." "Can't say?" Guo Qishan's brows furrowed. Du Xiaowei, as if he had already expected it, pointed at Su Tian and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Who are you, and how dare you speak up here? Anyone with a bit of experience knows that PR has an expiration date, so why should we give you a week? And why should we trust you when you can't even come up with a solid program right now? I think you're just trying to use this opportunity to get the attention of the company's top management. And let me tell you, Claptrap has no use at all with us. Immediately after, Du Xiaowei hurriedly looked at Guo Qishan again. Mr. Hua, this newcomer's performance is just too strange. At a critical time like now, it's better to kill 100 by mistake than to let one go. In case he's a spy sent by a rival company, we're in big trouble. Left and right, he's a newcomer who doesn't contribute much to the company, so I'd rather kill him by mistake than let him go. Now fire him immediately. Guo Qishan ignored Du Xiaowei shouting this time, but instead stared sharply at Su Tian. Are you sure you can clear Shang Yaran's name within a week? Naturally. Su Tian nodded. If I can properly handle this matter within a week, then I need you, Mr. Hua, to promise me a condition that doesn't go against my principles and provide me with a position that corresponds to my abilities. Su Tian was originally not interested in the business of the Su Group, and as he wanted to start his own self-publishing industry later on, it would be better for him to accumulate some experience in Tianfeng entertainment. The reason why Su Tian offered to help Shang Yaran was both to give Shang Yaran a chance and to give himself a chance to make a fresh start. He wanted to completely get rid of the fate of his last life. Then what if you can't clear Shang Yaran's name after a week? Su Tian smiled with certainty. If I don't get it done, I will compensate for the losses the company faces. Why should we trust you? Du Xiaowei still disdained Su Tian's words. If you screw up and you pat yourself on the back and we can't even find you, you don't really think any of us would be stupid enough to believe your bull *******, do you? The other executives were also incited by Du Xiaowei's emotions and showed disapproval, but since Guo Qishan hadn't spoken, they couldn't open their mouths. I believe him. Just at this time, Shang Yaran, who had been silent, suddenly raised his head. He looked directly at Guo Qishan and spoke. Mr. Hua, I hope you can give him a chance to help me with PR. The executives of the company have all seen him as an outcast, and now one of them has come forward to say that he can clear his name. Since there was no way back for him, he might as well let go. Chapter 90. Pick up your wife from work. If you're not comfortable with that, I can still sign a contract with the company. Su Tian spoke again. I'll even put up a little deposit up front. Su Tian had already thought about it before he came to Skywind Entertainment. Although he didn't have much cash in his hands, he had 20% of the shares of the Su Group. He can discount those shares if he needs to. The bond won't be necessary, but you'll have to sign an agreement to fulfill your promise. Su Tian was, after all, a person arranged by Gu Beichang, and Guo Qishan was not so distrustful. They didn't have a better option right now anyway, so they might as well let Su Tian give it a try. If Su Tian succeeded, then all would be happy, and if Su Tian really messed this up, all the losses would be borne by him. For Guo Qishan, it was the best of both worlds. Yes, Su Tian readily agreed. After the meeting was adjourned, Su Tian intended to take the elevator downstairs when he suddenly heard a footstep from behind him. Mr. Su, wait. Su Tian turned back to find Shang Yaran walking quickly towards him. The young singer-songwriter of yesteryear was visibly looking a little haggard because of his recent poor rest. What can I do for you, Mr. Shang? I want to thank you for whatever it is you're trying to help me with, but I'm so grateful that you're willing to believe me and clear my name. Shang Yaran said and bowed deeply at Su Tian, then turned around and left quickly without waiting for Su Tian to respond. Su Tian stared at Shang Yaran's back and smiled thoughtfully. This person seemed quite interesting as well. After Su Tian left Tianfeng Entertainment and stopped for a moment in front of a literally decorated flower store, he pushed open the door and walked in. Welcome. The flower store clerk hurriedly greeted her warmly. May I help you? I want a bunch of red roses. Yes, all the flowers in our store are flown in the same day from the Yunnan side. Very fresh. Sir, how many do you need? Su Tian thought for a moment. Take 19. He didn't choose the 99 roses that symbolized long-lasting. After all, 99 roses were too inconvenient to hold, and he guessed that his own wife's honor didn't really want him to be too high-profile. The clerk quickly wrapped 19 red roses for Su Tian. Sir, are you giving this to your girlfriend and do you need to write a card? No need. Su Tian took the bouquet from the clerk's hands and smiled faintly at her before leaving. The flowers are for my wife. Old couples don't need cards for those forms. The clerk stared blankly at Su Tian's back disappearing in front of the store, and said with some emotion, all married and still able to buy flowers to send to his wife. His wife is really enviable. The enviable Tang Bingyan was currently sitting in the president's office of the Yen Group, and across from her stood three nervous-looking company executives. Why is the budget for the South Side project 5% over? Also, what's going on with the land that was auctioned off last quarter that has no plans to start construction until now? What about the research report from the marketing department? Tang Bingyan's words and the invisible aura around her pressed the three executives to catch their breath. Mr. Don, One of the short and fat executives wiped a handful of beads of sweat on his forehead and warily opened his mouth to explain. It's not that we don't do things seriously, but it's that project, in the South City. I don't need to hear an explanation. I want results. Tang Bingyan interrupted with a cold tone. Available. I'm going to ask you one last time. Does this program need to be replaced? The executives' hearts fluttered. No need. No need to change. Give me a deadline. At the mention of deadlines, the executives immediately buried their heads again. This deadline, if you say less they can't finish. Say more, Tang Bingyan will definitely not agree. Just as they were in a dilemma, Wei suddenly knocked on the door from outside and walked in. Mr. Tang, Mr. Su is here. The three executives, who were shivering from the immense pressure, sniffed. Then, they saw the expression of the cold-as-ice devil president in front of them change from cloudy to clear. The three men were almost instantly dumbfounded. Who is this Mr. Su? Speaking of which, Su Tian before he was reborn had always been very disgusted with this marriage with Tang Bingyan, and naturally wouldn't admit their relationship to the outside world. And Tang Bingyan has been obedient to Su Tian and has not publicized their marriage. Now although the relationship between her and Su Tian has eased, but Tang Bingyan is not sure whether Su Tian wants to go public or not, so she still maintains the original state. So even these executives of the company do not know Su Tian's identity. However, those who could sit in the upper positions of the company were all human savants, and they knew from Tang Bingyan's reaction that this Mr. Su must be of extraordinary importance to their general manager Tang. So, one of the executives spoke up with a good eye. Mr. Tang, you should be busy with the project first. We'll discuss it with you later. After saying that, the three people saw that Tang Bingyan didn't object and very tacitly slipped away. And just as the three of them came out of Tang Bingyan's office, they saw a handsome, lean young man walking over from the other side of the corridor with red roses in his hands. The executives sucked in a breath in unison. They had worked at Yun's group for so long, but they had never heard of any gossip about Tang Bingyan. This person in front of him dared to come and send flowers in such a grand manner, so it seems that this Mr. Su is really not ordinary. However, after having just been reprimanded by Tang Bingyan for their uncertain future, the three of them didn't dare to gossip freely, and after glancing at Su Tian, they all lowered their heads and quickly ran towards the elevator room. Su Tian was a little curious about their reaction of avoiding snakes and scorpions after seeing themselves. However, he didn't think deeply about it, but very naturally walked into Tang Bingyan's office, and then, under Tang Bingyan's somewhat stunned gaze, he walked up to her and shoved the 19 red roses in his hand into her hands. Honey, can you get off work early today? It's been a long time since we've had a two-person world. Tang Bingyan stared blankly at the delicate red roses in her hands, seemingly not reacting for a moment to what Su Tian had said. This was the first time Su Tian had given her flowers, and they were red roses. What did that mean? But Wei, who was standing in front of the office, looked at Su Tian with a look of disgust, using this old-fashioned tactic to coax their family's eldest daughter to be happy. Not even close. Wouldn't their great lady be pleased by a bouquet of ordinary and vulgar roses? And, still, such a buttoned-up dozen. Sure enough, an uncomprehending straight man like Su Tian doesn't understand anything. However, just as Wei was bellyaching and spitting on Su Tian's straight male operation, he was surprised to see his family's 10,000-year-old cold iceberg female president unexpectedly hooked her lips in a rare moment, and a slightly fleeting smile appeared on her pretty face. Wei froze. It's his eyes, isn't it? He subconsciously rubbed his eyes, but he saw that although Tang Bingyan had resumed her usual noble and cold demeanor, she tightly grasped the bouquet of roses in her hand and walked to the front of the antique rack, picking out a porcelain vase. Wei, go add some water to the porcelain vase. Avi, dumbfounded, he took the porcelain vase in Tang Bingyan's hands. This is a yuan Qinghua worth millions of dollars, and it was treated as a vase by his missy? Is there anything more outrageous in the world? Chapter 91 Holding a press conference. And just when Wei was a little skeptical, after Shang Yaran left Tianfeng Entertainment, he took a low-profile taxi back to the dormitory the company had prepared for the trainees. This side of the dormitory is for small artists who haven't made a debut or have just made a debut. But because his apartment and villa have been under the watchful eye of media paparazzi all night long, he can only go to the company's staff dormitory for a while to avoid the storm. He threw himself into the couch. It was so quiet around him that it made him turn on the TV to bring some more life into the dead silent room. The parents of the victim in the Shang Yaran incident have filed a lawsuit with the court. On the surface of the positive and sunny popular singer in private is actually molesting underage girls' perverted color demon. This station will continue to follow the progress of the case. I hope that the perpetrators of the aggression will be brought to justice. A news report from a local TV station came on the TV, and a female reporter in professional attire was standing in front of the camera with a microphone, talking eloquently. We have contacted the victim's father, Mr. Lee, and we learned through an interview with Mr. Lee that Xiang Yuran and his agent had tried to settle the case privately, wanting to use money to take advantage of the victim's family to drop the lawsuit and give a false confession to clear Xiang Yuran's name. It's hard to imagine that the popular idol, who is sought after by millions of teenage girls, is actually a moralistic hypocrite behind his back, and instead of refusing to admit when he's made a mistake, he has to use despicable means to force his victims to compromise. Mr. Lee said that he will soon hold a press conference to disclose the case to the media at large, so please let's wait and see. Zhou Ping sighed with some headache when he saw Xiang Yuran staring blankly at the TV screen. Iran, turn off the TV. Zhou Ping could well understand Xiang Yuran's despair at the moment. The little girl he helped becomes a sharp blade that harms him, and the company that was supposed to be his secure backing wants to abandon him. If the young man named Su Tian had not suddenly come forward today and said that he would give him a week's time to clear Xiang Yuran's name, I am afraid that the door of hope in Xiang Yuran's heart would have been closed forever after the meeting. Iran, didn't the company side now promise to give Su Tian a week's time for him to deal with it? Just in case Su Tian can really clear your name, everything will come out in the open. Zhou Ping was clear that no matter how helpless and angry he was, he could not show any negative emotions in front of Xiang Yuran. Now that he was Xiang Yuran's pillar, he absolutely couldn't mess up. But in fact, Zhou Ping also has no bottom in his heart. In case Su Tian's public relations failed, gave Xiang Yuran hope and kicked him back to the abyss, that kind of consequences he does not even dare to think about. Originally, Xiang Yuran froze and stared at the TV screen, and it was only when he heard Zhou Ping say Su Tian's name that he reacted a little. I'd like to believe him. Xiang Yuran smiled to himself. This is probably my last hope. That night, Su Tian got a thick stack of information. This includes the major components of Skywind Entertainment, but he didn't expect to see an unexpected name, Yan Qingxue. That Yan Qingxue who had saved him several times in his last life and who had recently become entangled with Su Rixin. The Yan family that she was now a part of was now annexed by Tang Bingyan's Tianfeng Entertainment and became a subsidiary of Tianfeng Entertainment. After that, his gaze traveled downward and found several properties that had been publicly auctioned by the court after the Yan family was annexed, as well as the current addresses of the Yan family members. Subsequently, Su Tian contacted a private detective and asked him to once again investigate in detail the Yan family, especially Yan Qingxue's current situation. 3 days later, Mr. and Mrs. Li Chang summoned reporters from major media in Jiangcheng to hold a press conference, and also linked the largest webcast platform in Huaxia to broadcast the press conference live. Li Chang had already filed a lawsuit with the court before, but he summoned reporters to publicly broadcast while going through the process, obviously trying to manipulate public opinion to convict Xiang Yuran. Zhou Ping learns that the country's largest live streaming platform will be publicly broadcasting, and worries that Xiang Yuran will be stimulated, so he confiscates his communication tools and tablet at home, and cuts off the Wi-Fi at home, not wanting to let him be affected. And just as Zhou Ping was planning to lock up all the confiscated cell phones and tablets, he suddenly heard Xiang Yuran's cell phone ringing. Zhou Ping glanced at the caller ID and realized that it was Su Tian calling. Zhou Ping carefully glanced at Xiang Yuran and answered the phone in Xiang Yuran's place. Mr. Su, any progress on your end? Watch the live stream. Su Tian on the other end of the phone was succinct. Watching live? Zhou Ping froze, then confirmed. Is it to watch Mr. and Mrs. Li Chang's press conference? Exactly. Good. Zhou Ping hesitated for a moment, but finally took the tablet and walked next to Xiang Yuran. Iran, Mr. Su asked us to watch the live broadcast together. Sitting on the sofa in a daze, Xiang Yuran heard Su Tian's name before he had an emotional reaction, and he raised his head to look at the live streaming platform that had been opened, a flash of gloom in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of a 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng City, Mr. and Mrs. Li were holding a press conference. Can accommodate nearly 1,000 people and the banquet hall was crowded, and there are even foreign journalists not far from the province hurriedly came, in order to get the first-hand material to report. On top of the temporarily built high platform at the innermost part of the banquet hall sat the victimized female student's father, Li Chang, and mother, Qian Lily. Li Chang was dry and thin, with a sharp-tongued look, and he wore an ill-fitting patched suit with a serious expression, while Qian Lily beside him was pretending to wipe her tears from time to time with a sad look. The reporter recorded the Li Chang couple's appearance, and has already thought about what kind of headline should go back for this live broadcast. Netizens should be happy to bring justice to the couple suffering from the unfortunate loss of their child, and to denounce the despicable behavior of Xiang Yuran. Everyone please be quiet. After the press conference began, Li Chang took the microphone from the table and said in a heavy tone, "Thank you very much to all of you in the media for giving us the opportunity to seek help from the law. You should know that we are dealing with popular celebrities who have their hands full, while my wife and I are nothing more than poor people who recycle waste products for a living. We do not fear the forces of evil, much less bow down to money. I believe that justice may be late but never absent. and that scumbag who hurt my daughter will be severely punished by the law. Li Chang's righteous speech impressed all the media present, while Chen Lily beside him was crying more and more fiercely, even sobbing softly in front of the media camera. Oh my doomed daughter, it's all my fault. If I hadn't trusted outsiders so easily, I wouldn't have let you suffer like this. I originally thought that Shang Yaran was genuinely trying to help our family out of their misery and allow my daughter to continue her studies, but I never thought that he had such a nasty and dirty mind towards my daughter. If I could have paid more attention to my daughter, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. I'm an incompetent mother who watched her get trashed by that pervert and couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 92 Su Tian strikes. If Li Chang's speech just now successfully provoked the sense of justice among the reporters and the crowd, then at this moment, Qian Lily's self-accusation was an instantaneous ignition of the reporters' anger. Asshole. Seeing Li Chang, Qian Lily and his wife so shamelessly reversing right and wrong through the live broadcast, Zhou Ping was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. He turned his head to look at the expressionless Shang Yaran and asked with some concern, Iran, are you alright? Don't listen to these people's nonsense. However, Shang Yaran just had his eyes glued to the screen. He went to the scene. Him? Zhou Ping was a bit surprised. Who? With that, Shang Yaran pointed to a corner in the live broadcast, and Zhou Ping followed the direction of his finger and found a familiar back. The youth sitting on the right side of the Tong Tian Times reporter should be Su Tian. Su Tian actually went to the scene of Mr. and Mrs. Li Chang's press conference. Zhou Ping sucked in a breath of cool air and thought to himself that this person was also too reckless. Now the public opinion at the press conference has turned all the way to Mr. and Mrs. Li Chang, and Su Tian can't solve any problems by going over there single-handedly. If he were to go up and clarify for Shang Yaran at a time like this, it would only cause those media outlets to rebel, while making the netizens watching the live broadcast loathe Shang Yaran even more. Zhou Ping suddenly felt that perhaps it was not a wise choice to let this inexperienced young man do public relations for Shang Yaran. Apprehensively, he shifted his gaze to the tablet screen once more. At this moment, a reporter stood out and showed the evidence he had gotten to the crowd of media present. And this person was the bamboo pole-like reporter who had been beaten by Shang Yaran in front of the villa before. He's a reporter for the Japanese language headline called Sun Jianbiao. Most of the explosive news in this fiasco came from Sun Jianbiao, including this press conference of Mr. and Mrs. Li Chang, which was also financed and planned behind the scenes by Japanese headlines. His actions have also transformed Japanese language headlines from a third-rate gossip tabloid into a positive energy media that advocates justice, and has received widespread support and recognition from netizens and the industry. Only to see the camera Sun Jianbiao fussily took out a pre-prepared USB flash drive and projected the contents of the USB flash drive onto the screen of the venue. These photos are the evidence we've collected. They show Shang Yaran alone in a room with several underage girls. It's self-evident what his intentions are. Earlier, I used these photos to ask Shang Yaran himself for confirmation, and he became enraged because he couldn't explain his reasons for gathering these girls together individually, and brutalized me in public. Therefore, I have a reasonable suspicion that Shang Yaran is trying to silence me in a violent manner to try to cover up the truth because he is weak-minded. Sun Jianbiao's words were like a heavy bomb, raising the atmosphere within the venue to a new level once again. Bastard! This Shang Yaran doesn't deserve to be human. Those girls are still underage, and for him to gather them all together individually, his mind is really too dirty and nasty. It's hard to imagine the dehumanizing treatment of those innocent girls behind those photos. The journalists present sympathized with their beaten counterparts, while hating to cut Shang Yaran into 1,000 pieces. And that's exactly the scenario Sun Jianbiao wants to see. He looked at the crowd of righteous indignation on the stage, hooked his lips in triumph, and continued, now that the evidence is all there, and Shang Yaran as well as his agency still wants to try to confuse the public, encouraging his fans to defend and whitewash him, trying to manipulate public opinion. It's really lawless, Sun Jianbiao said, and then aimed the microphone at the couple Li Chang and Qian Lily, who were sitting in the center. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, I sympathize very much with what happened to your daughter and don't want you to reopen your wounds to recall those painful memories. But in order for the perpetrators of the crime to be brought to justice, I still want you to tell everyone what happened as it happened. Believe me, the general public will always be on the side of justice to support you, and you don't have to worry about being retaliated against by Shang Yaran as well as his company. Li Chang couldn't help but redden his eyes when he heard Sun Jianbiao's righteous words. He bowed deeply to Sun Jianbiao and the media present. Thanks a lot guys. Thank you. In fact, before that day we felt that our daughter's mood was not quite right, but no matter how much my wife and I asked our daughter, she did not say anything until that day when we found bruises on her arms and strangulation marks on her ankles, and it was only after my wife and I pressed her that she told us what had happened to her. At that time, my wife and I were both confused. How could we not realize that the apparently kind and helpful Shang Yaran was a human-faced pervert behind the scenes? Afterward we even learned from our daughter that this was not the first time something like this had happened. Li Chang said as he took out his cell phone and found a recording, playing it in public to the crowd present. He made me take my clothes off, and pulled my skirt. And after that, what else did that beast do? The sound of a little girl crying comes on the recording. Daddy, I'm scared. Recording put half. Xian Lily will sob uncontrollably cried. All blame me and only two people did not take good care of our daughter. Even let that pervert have the opportunity to take advantage of. If we knew beforehand Shang also is such a person. Rather let our daughter drop out of school will not send her into the tiger's mouth. No, it's all my fault, Li Chang said angrily and blaming himself. I'm the head of the family. I'm useless. If I could earn more money for my daughter to go to school, he wouldn't be bullied by this pervert. Shang Yiran. I didn't protect my daughter before because of my incompetence, so this time I'm going to make sure that Shang Yiran gets the punishment of the law no matter what, and get justice for my daughter. Shang Yiran, this pervert, has gone so far as to repeatedly prey on minors. I'm sure there must be other victims besides my daughter, and I implore the families of those victims to also bravely come forward and expose the evil deeds of this criminal. Li Chang's angry and regretful look, Qian Lily's mournful wail, and the recording of the victimized little girl made the reporters present reach the peak of their anger and hatred towards Shang Yiran. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even more abusive and vicious curses. I didn't expect Shang Yiran to be such a person. That little girl is still underage. How could he lay his hands on her? I've even seen him on TV before. What a 5 good youth quality idol. He doesn't deserve it at all. How many of those who mix with the entertainment industry are clean? But I didn't expect Shang Yiran to be so bottomless. Is he a psychopath who would do that to a little girl? Definitely a psychopath. I heard before that he was suborned to have so many good resources. People like this who will do anything for red have no moral bottom line at all. Zhou Ping's face was ugly as he looked at the abusive pop-ups that were like a tidal wave in the live broadcast room, and said powerlessly to Shang Yiran, "Let's not watch it." With that, Zhou Ping took the initiative to turn off the pop-up. However, just as he was about to close the live broadcast, he suddenly saw the youth sitting in the corner turn his head and whisper a few words to the reporter of the Tongtian Times beside him. That reporter was unimpressed at first, until the youth showed him something, and his eyes suddenly lit up and his expression became somewhat excited. Chapter 93 Fish, Hooked. Soon after, this Tongtian Times reporter Chang Hua nodded to Su Tian. Suddenly, he stood up fiercely and spoke with righteous indignation. The evidence is overwhelming, so we can't allow Shang Yiran and his agency to continue to deny it. We absolutely can't tolerate the appeasement of such an evil person, or else there will be more victims. When Mr. and Mrs. Li Chang saw the logo of the Tongtian Times on Changhua, they felt even more secure in their hearts. After all, Tongtian Times is a veteran newspaper, known for its authority, and although it has gradually declined with the development of new media, it undeniably still has a certain credibility. Li Chang hung his head slightly, hiding the smugness in his eyes, and after a few seconds he looked up again, looking at Changhua with a face full of gratitude and emotion. This reporter friend, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. In order to do my daughter justice, I will know everything. Okay, I'm going to start my questions, but before I do I'd like to show Mr. Li, M.S., Chien, and the other reporters in the room a few pictures. After saying that, Changhua took the USB flash drive and walked to the front projection, allowing the launch staff to project the contents of his USB flash drive on the big screen. When the people in the venue saw this, they all looked over in the direction of the big screen. Soon, several scrolling photos were displayed. The photographs are of a young girl of 7 or 8 years old, wearing a pink princess dress with an ornate crown headdress, with a stage in the background behind the girl, while a coherent look at the dozen or so photographs reveals that they are a group of photographs taken while the girl was performing a dance. Changhua waited for a full minute, and after confirming that everyone present had seen and looked at the photos clearly, he turned his head to look at Li Chang. Mr. Li, can you answer what you think of the little girl in this picture after looking at these photos? Opinions? Li Chang was slightly stunned, obviously not knowing why Changhua would suddenly ask this question, but he still spoke up and answered. This little girl is beautifully dressed and cute, and very talented. And what do the others present have to say about it? Zhanghua once again threw the question to the other reporters present. Of course it's cute, to go on stage at such a young age but not see any stage fright at all. She will definitely be a professional dancer when she grows up in the future. The little girl is quite good looking. I could wake up smiling in my dreams if I had a daughter like that. I know, this little girl is from a certain art troupe in the imperial capital, and is also the youngest official member of that art troupe, and has won countless awards since she was a child. And now that the little girl has reached adulthood, she is pursuing further studies at a certain art academy in France. Reporters opened their mouths to voice their opinions about the little girl in the photo, mostly praising and envying her parents. However, these reporters soon reacted and looked at Changhua in confusion. as if they couldn't understand why Changhua was asking them this question that had nothing to do with the theme of today's conference. Everyone thinks the little girl in this video is so cute and talented, right? Changhua nodded, then played another set of photos on the big screen. So, let's all take a look at these again. This time, instead of a cute little girl, the photo is a set of screenshots of Twitter statements. The date on top of the screenshot is 5 years old, and the content is a comment below the last set of photos of a little girl performing just now. Most of the comments were the same as the reactions of the reporters present just now. There were those who praised the little girl for being cute and pretty, those who said that the little girl's first time on stage performance without stage fright was excellent, and those who envied the little girl's parents. However, the last screenshot is a comment with a mosaic of ID and avatar, grass, 3 years of blood money, death penalty is not a loss. The journalists in the room instantly exploded after seeing the comment. Does that speak human language? He's a pervert, isn't he? Why is this man's speech so obscene? Wouldn't such a person be banned? How disgusting. How can you say such nasty things to a little kid? Those present are media people with a keen sense of smell. See Changhua deliberately give this microblogging account code. All feel that there will be big news can be excavated, have raised their cameras to take pictures to save evidence. And Zhou Ping, who was guarding in front of the live stream, was waiting for Su Tian to find a way to save the day. But when he saw such a set of screenshots, his entire body was not well. What's going on here? He's not trying to put this trumpet on Shan Yiran's head, is he? But isn't this reporter from the Tongtian Times the one Su Tian found? Zhou Ping clenched his fists angrily, itching to rush straight into the screen to grab Su Tian's collar and ask for an explanation. Shan Yiran beside him, on the other hand, appeared much calmer, and there was no extra expression on that miserable white face, only indifference and despair. At the same time, the rows of pop-ups in the live broadcast room flew by, and the netizens had already been brought up to speed, adding the identity of the owner of this anonymous screenshot to Shan Yiran's, and launching another round of insults against him. Oh my god, the comments are so perverted. It must be Shan Yiran's Weibo trumpet. How can he be so nasty? The girl in the picture is still underage. I think he's a psychopath. This kind of person should die. And let him live to waste national food? Changhua looked at the righteous indignation of the reporters on the stage and explained with a dignified expression. Normal people who see this little girl's picture will think that the little girl is talented. And only psychopaths will have nasty thoughts like the ones in the screenshot coding comment just now. When Li Chang saw that Changhua had taken out another piece of evidence to convict Shan Yiran, an eager look emerged in his eyes and he nodded his head in a hurry. This reporter has a point. Looking at the time on the screenshot, it's already 5 years ago. I didn't expect Shan Yiran to be so good at disguise, always deceiving the general netizens with a healthy and kind image. Even the child's mother and I were deceived. I have absolute reason to suspect that my daughter is not the first victim, and if Shan Yiran is not severely punished, many more innocent children will be harmed. Seeing Li Chang's righteous indignation, Su Tian, who was sitting on the stage, looked down at the pop-ups on the live streaming software, and the corners of his lips hooked up slightly, revealing a smile that was as expected. Fish, hooked. Standing next to the projection, Changhua's afterglow swept a glance at Su Tian on the stage, and then withdrew his sight, his eyes staring straight at Li Chang, who was still performing with great effort, a perplexed look appearing in his eyes. Mr. Li, are you so angry reading this comment because you also think that people with such comments are perverts and potential criminals? Is that even a question? Li Chang replied with a straight face. How can someone who can say such nasty remarks be a good person? He must be a pervert who would usually harass little girls. Mr. Li is right. Meanwhile, a reporter on stage opened his mouth in solidarity with Li Chang. What is said online is often a microcosm of human nature in reality. Can anyone who can say such things be a decent human being if not a pervert? Hurry up and announce it. This trumpet is definitely Shan Yiran. Those unscrupulous media and also his agency should stop trying to whitewash him. Changhua got the answer he wanted and nodded his head in satisfaction, but he didn't refute the tirades against Shan Yiran from all the journalists present. Instead, he pulled up another set of pictures. Now let's see who this person who left a nasty message on the internet really is. After hearing Changhua's words, the reporters were all energized, and their cameras were aimed at the big screen in front of them, fearing that they would miss this important moment of witnessing Shan Yiran's taint. This is Shan Yiran's trumpet. Maybe in addition to these can also dig more powerful gossip. However, just as a clear screenshot with no mosaic appeared in front of everyone's eyes, everyone's mouths dropped open in shock. The name of this microblogging account is called Strongman, and the personal authentication above shows that it is the father of the victim of the incident of underage schoolgirls being molested by celebrities. Li Chang, Chapter 94 Produce Evidence. Swish, the faces of the reporters present all changed instantly after seeing this familiar ID. At that moment, the entire launch site was plunged into a deathly silence. Not only the reporters, Li Chang was equally dumbfounded at the moment. Originally, He had already prepared himself, intending to take the opportunity to fall on his sword when Manhwa revealed that the real owner of this trumpet was Shang Yaran, once again inciting the emotions of the reporters present. But he didn't realize that it was his own Weibo account that was on that screenshot. Suddenly, it was as if he suddenly thought of something, and his face instantly turned pale. The silence at the conference site lasted for a full 10 seconds before the journalists present gradually reacted. This is fake, right? This Weibo trumpet should belong to that pervert Shang Yaran. How could it be Li Chang? It must be a P picture. There's no way Li Chang would say something like that. What are the intentions of the person who made the P picture to spread rumors, falsely accusing the victim's family like this? Is their conscience eaten by dogs? Sun Jianbiao, who was still smug, immediately stood up after seeing the screenshot of Li Chang's microblogging and raised his hand to point at Zhang Hua and cursed. Changhua, I didn't expect you to be a human-faced guy too. Can you shamelessly turn right and wrong upside down for the sake of traffic and benefits? Yutongtian Times How to Say is also a veteran newspaper. Now in order to get people's attention even go so far as to picture to do perjury. Simply for the sake of profit even face don't. In response to Sun Jiangao's exasperated accusation, Changhua did not get angry, but only calmly and self-assuredly replied back. Sun Jianbiao, I really doubt your professionalism as a journalist. This is a public press conference broadcast live for the whole country. With so many reporters on stage with one pair of eyes staring at me, how can I possibly take a screenshot that has been PS processed to frame Li Chang? If you guys don't believe me, you can go look under this tweet from 5 years ago and see if there's a message from him. Changhua's words immediately reminded the journalists present, and they hurriedly took out their cell phones to open their microblogs and flipped up the comments under the relevant content. Immediately afterward, a reporter with quick hands flipped to the comments. Surprisingly, it's true. It's really sent by Li Chang. You guys hurry up and flip it, in reverse chronological order. One person found Li Chang's comment, and the other journalists in the room sprang into action, including other netizens who were watching the live stream. Tens of millions of people at the same moment corroborated that Zhanghua had not faked, let alone lied. That nasty comment was left by John Lee himself 5 years ago. Just as the crowd was shocked, Changhua projected his cell phone screen onto the screen again, and then flipped the conversation between Li Chang and the other netizens. Those conversations were nasty and unpleasant. Some netizens who couldn't stand to watch accused Li Chang of letting him delete the comments, but instead of being unrepentant, Li Chang also cursed with the netizens. On top of that, Changhua also turned over Li Chang's likes from a few years ago, and most of the liked videos were rubbing yellow videos, some of which had already been harmonized, while the only ones left were related to underage girls. After Changhua showed the crowd the records of these likes and messages, he turned his head to look at the pale Li Chang. Mr. Li, do you have anything else to explain? Changhua's words made Li Chang wake up like a dream. He scrambled to pull his cell phone out of his jacket pocket, his index finger scratching haphazardly in an attempt to unlock it. Changhua couldn't help but sneer when he saw Li Chang's panicked state. Mr. Li, it's already too late for you to think of deleting the message and like records. Li Chang's movements jerked. He clutched his cell phone tightly, and after a few seconds of silence, he jerked his head up to look at Changhua and said, so what if those messages were left by me? Things have gone on for so long, I don't even remember. At that time that was just me being idle and joking around with the netizens. What can that mean? Just kidding? Changhua let out a light laugh. Mr. Li, do you want me to help you recall what you said just now when you didn't see the owner of this Weibo account? You said how can someone who can say such nasty things be a good person? They must be a pervert who would usually harass little girls. I can assure you that I have not tampered with your statement, and if you don't believe me, you can have your friends who were there to videotape it do a replay to see if those words were your own just now. Snap. Changhua's words were like a loud slap in Li Chang's face. Li Chang opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. However, Zhanghua didn't stop there, and put up Li Chang's accounts on other social media programs on the big screen again. The comments continued to be nasty and obscene, dating back as far as 5 years. Instead, the most recent was about a month ago, when his account liked and left a comment on a Lolita video on a restricted website on the island. Li Chang saw his accounts being stripped out one by one, gradually turning from initial shocked disbelief to despair. However, he wondered why this reporter was able to find out so precisely and unerringly that these accounts were related to him. Mind you, a few of those accounts he didn't even remember, and some of them were even smaller applications. He's not a psychopath at all, and the reason for his comment is nothing more than internet followers. But now that the statements in question are all out there, it's like he really is a pervert who likes underage people. The reporters on stage saw one piece of evidence after another being thrown out, and some of them even forgot to take pictures. How could they not have expected this to take such a turn for the worse? As for the netizens who were guarding the live broadcast and watching it, they were even more furious. Li Chang himself usually likes these perverted contents, and he has the audacity to condemn Xiang Yiran with a straight face? This is being used as a gun by him, isn't it? Who would have thought that the person who was just now righteously accusing Xiang Yiran of his crimes would himself like to watch those nasty and lewd videos? Look at all the content he's liking. It's all stuff that ordinary people on special sites don't even see. God, how could there be such a pervert? Sun Jianbiao, who was originally assured of victory, did not expect Li Chang to have so many handles found by Manhwa. He glanced hatefully at Li Chang and Chen Lili, who were sitting on the stage at a loss for words. And then, he suddenly grabbed a microphone from the reporter beside him. He couldn't be led by Manhwa anymore. Even if Li Chang had liked those underage porn videos, there was no way to clear Xiang Yiran's name. He had to divert all the attention of everyone present to Xiang Yiran. Everyone, please listen to me. However, just as Sun Jianbiao opened his mouth, Chang Hua directly interrupted him. As you can see, Li Chang is the psychologically challenged pervert of his own words. He has repeatedly liked illegal pornographic videos, and the evidence is too strong to allow him to deny it. It is the presence of people like them that allows the underground chain to flourish. Perverts with nasty hobbies who are accomplices to their underage victims. That's why we should never condone such perverts when we find them. As he said that, Chang Hua turned his head in Li Chang's direction, looking at him as if he was burning with rage. Li Chang, you human-faced moralistic pervert. Not only do you browse perverted pornographic videos on the internet, but you also lay hands on your own daughter. Do you still have humanity? Chapter 95, Laying Hands on Your Own Daughter? His sentence was deafeningly powerful, and at the same time made the entire launch site once again fell into a deathly silence. What is Manhwa talking about? Li Chang is laying hands on his own daughter? These words were so informative that these journalists, who were obviously thinking alive, did not know how to react for a moment. Sun Jianbiao had originally wanted to pull the crowd's attention back to Xiang Yiran, but now after hearing Chang Hua's words he also froze in place like a puppet. What does he mean by that? It took a few moments before people were mingling in twos and threes. Laying hands on your own daughter? Talking about Li Chang? What did John Li do to his daughter? It's not what I think it is. At this point, netizens who watched the launch through the live streaming software were also shocked. They no longer have the heart to consider what the real purpose of this press conference, but also directly threw Xiang Yiran out of the sky. They were too curious about what exactly was going on with the outburst that Manhwa was talking about. Li Chang had originally been too struck by the sudden reversal to say anything in retort, but after hearing Chang Hua's accusation against himself just now, he immediately slapped the table and stood up to yell madly at him. Asshole! What are you talking about? That's my own daughter. Do you believe I'll sue you for slander? At this time, Sun Jianbiao also reacted, and he immediately accused in a loud voice, Manhwa, there must be a limit to making things up. Li Chang is the victim's biological father. For you to say these things without evidence is slander, and you will be held legally responsible. Only after Sun Jianbiao opened his mouth did Li Chang slightly regain some of his senses. Knowing that at this point his every move was being broadcast live through the camera, he tried to collect his emotions and tried to calm himself down. I don't know who sent you, but I won't accept such a slander from nothing. Chang Hua had prepared for the photos inside the flash drive when Li Chang and Sun Jianbiao questioned him. You guys want proof, right? Fine. Then I'll show you all the proof. As soon as his words fell, another Weibo screenshot was displayed on the big screen, which showed the background of a bedroom with a middle-aged man sitting on the bed with his arm around a little girl in a halter dress. The little girl looked at the camera as if she was a bit constrained, but tried to pull a smile out of her face while the man with his arm around the little girl smiled broadly. The tweet above this screenshot also has a caption that reads, "This is my daughter. Not bad, right?" It was also accompanied by a crooked smile emoticon that came with the system, which looked a bit obscene. All the journalists in the room cringed in some disgust after seeing this photo. Isn't that photo a bit much? How can you have a teenager in a halter dress for a photo like this? Oh my god. Li Chang even put such photos on the internet. It's worse than animals. He can't really have some special perverted fetish like the regular reporter said. Such a person should be arrested immediately. Li Chang watched in shock as his tweets were screenshotted and posted on the big screen, and after being stunned for a moment, he hastened to defend himself. What's wrong with this? This halter dress is my daughter's dance outfit that she wears when she dances, and she even wore it during her performance. And this photo was just a photo taken to celebrate my daughter's first performance on stage. I just sent it out to share with the internet. Chang Hua coldly interrupted his explanation, his words getting sharper and sharper. How dare you say that such photos are ordinary photos? Do you think that the netizens' eyes are blind? Even your sophistry now won't change the fact that you have a nasty fetish. And if you don't think the photos are conclusive evidence, then I have other evidence on my side that proves you're a total pervert. Chang Hua's words caused the reporters present to hold their breath, while also aiming their lenses at the large screen in front of them, wanting to be the first to capture the decisive evidence Chang Hua had spoken of. At this point in time, these reporters had already forgotten the initial purpose of coming to the press conference this time. and were completely attracted by the evidence Manhwa had thrown out, subconsciously expecting him to throw out more evidence. Earlier, after finding out about those nasty remarks of Li Chang, I went to interview his neighbors, and you can watch this interview below. Speaking of which, even without Su Tian, Manhwa was more inclined to trust Shang Iran. So, after this happened, he went and interviewed Li Chang's neighbors. Soon, a middle-aged woman appeared on the screen, but in order to protect the woman's privacy, Manhwa purposely mosaicked the woman's face. Li Chang turned his head to look at the big screen with an ashen face, and after seeing that middle-aged woman, his face became even more ugly. And at that moment in the screen Manhwa had already started the interview. May I ask if you are the neighbors of Mr. and Mrs. Li Chang and Qian Lily? Exactly. Then can you describe to us how this person Li Chang is usually like as a person? Character? The middle-aged woman's tone was clearly somewhat disdainful. He is a rogue gangster. What kind of character is there? All day long he doesn't do anything right. Eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. You mean he has a vice of whoring and gambling? Yes, of course they have. And the family is being chased by loan sharks who have painted all over the walls, making a mess of the whole building. There was disgust in the middle-aged woman's tone. His daughter-in-law still has some savings, but they were also all lost by Li Chang, who tricked him into gambling. And he also lost the tuition fee that his daughter-in-law had saved for her daughter, which made her almost drop out of school. And in the end, she was still subsidized by a celebrity in order to continue to study in high school. In fact, his daughter's life is quite good. Jianshui City, so many school districts, but the school where she is the big star was selected to become the object of help. Otherwise a young age to drop out of school to work, to Li Chang that bastard to pay back the debt. That is really this life is ruined. So have you heard the news before about Li Chang accusing the star of molesting his daughter? I heard about it. I have to say that Li Chang is really good at backtracking. Maybe he thinks that no one knows about all the nasty things he's done? Can you elaborate on what he has done? Changhua continued to press her. Do I need to say it explicitly? You see, his daughter is also quite beautiful, and the child's mother sometimes works night shifts and does not come home. The family can be just the two of them. This lady, although Li Chang is idle and not doing his job, he is not so bad as to lay his hands on his own daughter. Do you have any solid evidence for what you said? To what evidence? Our old house sound insulation is not good. Who happens a little something? A few other families can hear clearly. If you do not believe what I said, and then ask more to ask other neighbors, surely also say so. So Qian Lily didn't find out once? Chapter 96 Complete Reversal. What's the point of finding out? Do you think his daughter-in-law is any good? The middle-aged woman sneered. Li Chang is a scum. The fact that Qian Lily can live with him for so long shows that the two people stink. Neither of them are any good. Testimony from other neighbors was dropped on the big screen afterward. Although those neighbors said not as revealing as the first middle-aged woman, but they all said that in the evening will come from Li Chang's house will be scolding and arguing, and the girls' cries, which is enough to prove that Li Chang at least have domestic violence of their own daughter's behavior. Reporters listening to these accusations against Li Chang have been greatly surprised. How they did not expect, only a few days' time, this righteously to protect their daughters, the murderer of their daughters to bring to justice the great father, in the twinkling of an eye turned into a despicable and nasty pervert, and even die out of human nature to his own daughter. Changhua stared at the sweating Li Chang with an angry face and rebuked in a cold voice. Li Chang, with all the human and material evidence, are you still not admitting your guilt? Li Chang's face reddened with anger as he frantically yelled at Changhua. What kind of witnesses are those people you interviewed? They usually have a grudge against me and are deliberately lying to frame me. That old woman has long looked at our family unfavorably and wanted to drive us away. And now that she's gotten the chance, she's naturally going to add fuel to the fire and falsely accuse me. You can't listen to that old woman's side of the story. Changhua just looked at him coldly at his words. More than one of those people I interviewed just now can testify that you were once violent towards your daughter. If one person's testimony is not credible, are the testimonies of those 5 people still not credible? Do I need someone else's approval to educate my daughter? Li Chang nearly lost his mind in his anger. After saying that, he directly turned his head to look at the reporters around him. Haven't any of you in this room ever beaten your own children? So you are also psychopaths who incest your own children? Reporters see Li Chang not only unrepentant, even began to point the finger at their own. The heart of the anger can no longer be suppressed. Li Chang, you're still unrepentant even now. Hitting and scolding children is originally the wrong way to teach. We will not freely do it to our own children, but are willing to use more patience to educate him. Don't speculate about people with your dirty mind. We're not in the habit of forcing our daughters to wear halter dresses for photos. Li Chang was so angry that he was trembling in the face of the reporter's siege. You guys have wronged me. I'm not a psychopath at all. My daughter was disobedient and I only beat her a few times. I definitely didn't do anything else that I shouldn't have. However, no reporter believed him. Li Chang, Now that the witnesses and physical evidence are in front of you, it's useless for you to argue any further. All those accusations you made against Shangyaran before were actually things you did to your daughter yourself, right? That's why you can talk in such detail. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I never did those things. If you say that again, I'll kill you. Li Chang was so exasperated by Chang Hua's aggressive questioning that he lost his mind. He jerked up from his seat and swung his fist at Zhang Hua. This sudden turn of events left no one around them reacting. By the time the security guards on both sides went over to stop them, Chang Hua had already received a punch in the stomach, and his entire body bowed down in pain, slowing down for half a day before standing up. Get off me. I'm going to kill this asshole. You guys let go of me. Li Chang was being held by 2 security guards, still struggling uncontrollably. His eyes were red as if he wanted to eat people, glaring viciously at Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua took a deep breath, rubbed his punched stomach, and tried to straighten his chest and the other reporters present. Now we all see that this Li Chang is not only a pervert who molests his daughter, but also has serious abusive tendencies. I reasonably suspect that he is accompanied by long-term domestic violence against his own daughter in addition to molestation, and I hope that the relevant departments will thoroughly investigate. Bastard! How dare you accuse me falsely? I didn't do those things. If you dare to frame me again, I'll kill your whole family, so watch out. Li Chang's mouthful of words in his anger was all the more reason for the other journalists in the room to be certain that he had violent tendencies, and with the numerous evidences such as the patting and the neighbor's interview just now, their dissatisfaction with Li Chang has reached an unprecedented peak. Meanwhile, the netizens watching the launch in the live broadcast room had been completely unable to contain their anger. Damn it! These two even turned black and white to use us as guns. How could I not have thought before that Li Chang is actually a pervert who covets his own daughter and Qian Lily doesn't even care about it? How could there be such disgusting parents under the sky? How can he have the face to accuse Shangyaran with a straight face, when his own behavior is worse than Shangyaran's? Wait a minute. You guys said that those behaviors that Li Chang accused Shangyaran of were not false accusations, right? It was a stone's throw away. Countless netizens reacted instantly. There is no credibility whatsoever in the accusations of such scum. Shangyaran was obviously blackmailed by this black-hearted couple who failed to do so before changing to false accusations. We've all been tricked by this Mr. and Mrs. Li Chang. This pair of black-hearted couples even went so far as to backtrack and falsely accuse Shangyaran. Without Shangyaran, their daughter wouldn't even be able to finish high school. This is the modern version of The Farmer and the Snake, isn't it? So far, the farce has been completely reversed, and Shangyaran, who was also notorious because of Li Chang's false accusation before, was also cleared of suspicion and became a victim. Zhou Ping, who was watching the live broadcast with his tablet computer in his arms, watched as the situation was reversed step by step, and those netizens changed from cursing Shangyaran to sympathizing with him and even showing solidarity, which simply gave him a feeling of being in a dream. Su Tian actually did it. After a moment of trance, he suddenly turned his head in excitement and patted Shangyaran's shoulder. Iran did it! He did it! Su Tian proved your innocence, and those trumped-up charges will never be put on your head again. How could Zhou Ping not expect that Su Tian, a layman, would actually find a way to clear the dirty water poured on Shangyaran in such a short period of time? But how did this Su Tian do it? It's amazing that he could find so much evidence. Or was it by his blind cat bumping into a dead rat and unintentionally discovering Li Chang's special fetish? At this moment, Shangyaran, who hadn't opened his mouth, was still looking at the screen in the live broadcast seriously. The entire broadcast was now covered in rows of rapidly skimming pop-ups. There was no more abuse of him on there, but instead a screen full of sympathy and encouragement. After a moment, Shangyaran, who had been watching the pop-up screen, moved his fingers slightly, as if he had thought of something, and a dark aura suddenly flashed in his eyes. Chapter 97 Nailed to the Pole of Shame. Zhou Ping beside him was oblivious as he stared at the pop-ups on the screen, unable to control his mouth as he cursed Li Chang, this animal, even screwing his own daughter. I originally thought that he and Qian Lily two people are just greedy for money, want to extort a few million hush money from you, but I did not expect that he himself, even thieves shouting to catch thieves, themselves are psychopaths, but also want to accuse you, falsely. Shangyaran slightly narrowed his eyes. Brother Zhou, do you also think that Li Chang is a psychopath who would molest his own daughter? Zhou Ping was stunned at Shangyaran's words, then rightfully asked, what else? With so many witnesses and material evidence at the conference, how can this be fake? Shangyaran shook his head at the words. Indeed, that reporter listed a lot of evidence, including photos and interviews. Summarizing them together is indeed very impactful, but let's take these evidences out individually to see if they can really constitute evidence to accuse Li Chang of molesting his own daughter. Zhou Ping also froze at his words, and he carefully recalled the evidence that Chang Hua had made public, from the initial microblogging trumpet message, to that photo of the father-daughter duo taken by the bed in the bedroom, and the neighbor's testimony. It really doesn't seem to tell us much when you break it all down. Like those Weibo messages, maybe Li Chang is just following the trend. Or maybe he really does have some special fetishes, which only means that he has a problem with his character as a person. But it doesn't mean that he would really do it to his own daughter. And that Weibo photo with his daughter was normal. Without the padding of the lewd comments that preceded it, it could have been taken as a normal photo. More like an interaction between a father and daughter. As for the testimonies of those neighbors, at most, they could only prove that Li Chang as a person had a tendency towards domestic violence, or that Li Chang had created conflicts between him and them, and that these people had deliberately exaggerated. But all this evidence adds up and directly makes Li Chang look like a psychopath who would prey on his own daughter. After Zhou Ping figured it out, he jerked his head up and looked at Xiang Yiran incredulously. Could it be that this Li Chang is not? No, or not necessarily. Xiang Yiran took Zhou Ping's words and continued, but none of that matters now. For media opinion, the truth is no longer necessary to dig up. That's right, those evidences alone are enough to convict him, making it impossible for him to turn over. Even if Li Chang is wrongly accused, no one will believe it. Zhou Ping couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the silently departing figure of the lowly dressed youth on the live broadcast screen. The reason why Su Tian didn't ask Mr. Wu for help was to increase the credibility of this evidence, because as long as someone from our Tianfeng Entertainment makes a move, no matter how crucial evidence is found to prove your innocence, you'll be questioned about faking it. It's not like our company didn't issue a statement before, and even though we found evidence in front of us that Li Chang used to domestically abuse his wife, the outside world and the media thought that it was evidence we intentionally fabricated in order to get you off the hook to throw dirt on Li Chang. That's why Su Tian started from the side of the journalists who came to the conference, teaming up with journalists from the Tongtian Times, a veteran newspaper that used to enjoy prestige in the media world. And that's how he turned the situation around. And the reason why Zhanghua Mosaic Li Chang's microblogging account in advance was also aimed at letting the media and public opinion criminalize such an act first, before publishing the truth in reverse. Once Li Chang's image of justice collapsed, then he no longer had the opportunity to argue and explain. And after that, those evidence and interviews even nailed him to the pillar of shame, unable to turn around. Each of these links is very critical. The slightest carelessness will be a total loss, and even cause more serious smearing and impact on Xiang Yiran's image. But Su Tian did every part of the perfect and just right. Not only let the people believe that Li Chang's words cannot be trusted, but also Xiang Yiran innocence. Su Tian's series of actions could be completely summarized in a few words: use the other's way to return the favor. Didn't Li Chang want to manipulate public opinion to falsely accuse Xiang Yiran so that he would have a hard time saying anything? Then Su Tian would make him eat his own words and turn himself into that human-faced pervert in his mouth. It was because Su Tian's deployment of all this was so natural that it even made him, a person with countless public relations experience, fail to spot the cracks for a moment. Or it was only after Xiang Yiran's reminder that he figured out Su Tian's entire layout. That seemingly ordinary youth really did have such skillful means. What shocked Zhou Ping the most was that he had never seen Su Tian in the entertainment industry or any media before this. And he could tell from listening to Su Tian's conversation with Guo Qishan that Su Tian was really a completely inexperienced newcomer. He was really shocked that a newcomer could kill the experienced PR team and solve this PR crisis alone. The conference ended hastily because Li Chang lost his mind and hit someone. But the media reporters guarding the various exits refused to leave, trying to dig out even more explosive and fierce news from both Mr. and Mrs. Li Chang and Qian Lily. Li Chang, is there anything you want to explain about the fact that you molested your own daughter? Ms. Qian, did you have prior knowledge of your husband's behavior? Were there other children victimized besides your daughters? Li Chang, just now at the conference I saw that you showed no remorse. So is it safe to assume that you don't realize that your own actions have constituted a crime? Facing a microphone and camera that was raised over and almost disliked his face, Li Chang was simply furious, while Chen Lily beside him just covered her face in embarrassment and tried to dodge the camera to keep herself out of the picture. You people don't talk nonsense. I haven't done anything. You guys are making rumors and false accusations. I haven't molested my own daughter at all. She's my own daughter. How could I possibly do such a thing? You journalists who are only concerned about the world are being taken for a ride and don't realize it. You're aiding and abetting the enemy. It's an accomplice. Li Chang indignantly defended himself with a grim expression and fierce eyes. It's just a shame that his look was automatically interpreted by these reporters as annoyance. But just now, the regular reporters have found out what you said on your social media accounts before. How do you explain this? You have indeed made nasty and lewd comments. And judging from your browsing history, you have been favoring photos and videos of minors. Do you still want to argue that these are false accusations? I was just idly watching randomly. There was no preference at all. Those were planted on me by them. I didn't even search. However, did not wait for Li Chang finished. The reporter's questions threw out once again, those pictures we have identified. Not forged. and that the initial message account after investigation is also your own microblogging account. This point cannot afford to deny you. And there's also all those testimonies from your neighbors pointing to you as a pervert who molested your own daughter. No, I didn't do it. That Chang kid is deliberately trying to frame me. So why don't you guys believe it? Why should I be convicted because of his side of the story? The neighbors around me have a grudge against our family, and they're trying to set us up, trying to get us out of that neighborhood. One neighbor may have intentionally lied. Are you trying to say that all of your neighbors all conspired to lie and frame you? And there is absolutely no sequential contradiction in what each one said. Do you think that's possible? How could it not be? They just set me up. Li Chang stretched his neck and refused to admit defeat. Admit it. You yourself are a dirty and nasty pervert. You even poured dirty water on Shang Yaran. Is your aim to extort money from Shang Yaran and his agency? Don't you be ridiculous. I'm not. I didn't. Li Chang still hissed frantically, but this time no one believed him. Just as these reporters were chasing after Li Chang and Mr. and Mrs. Qian Lily, Changhua walked out from the entrance of the hotel. Chapter 98 Retribution. Seeing that they couldn't ask for news from Li Chang, the reporters rushed over to Changhua's side again. Reporter Chang, can you tell us a little bit about how you found this crucial evidence? Did you suspect from the beginning that Mr. and Mrs. Li Chang had committed perjury to frame Shang Yaran? Changhua shook his head at the words. I didn't think that Li Chang and the others were framing Shang Yaran at the beginning. I just felt that the existing evidence didn't have the means to completely convict Shang Yaran. So I wanted to investigate more deeply so that he didn't have any space that could be cleared. But I didn't expect that this investigation found out about those perverted and sordid behaviors of Li Chang. Changhua's sentence completely cleared his relationship with Shang Yaran, making it clear to the reporters present that he didn't start investigating Li Chang in order to whitewash Shang Yaran, and making the credibility of the evidence he found another level higher. But it's a good thing I did a lot of research, too, or we'd be wrongly accusing an innocent and good person. Zhanghua spoke eloquently in front of other media cameras. In today's rapidly evolving society, the truth is never buried, and the malice that lies beneath it will eventually be detected by the media at large as well as the masses. Zhanghua's words elicited a round of applause. On the other hand, Sun Jianbiao, who was standing not far away, had a sullen face, with an expression as ugly as if he had eaten. Originally, he should have been the protagonist of this conference, and he should have spiritedly rebuked Shang Yaran's crimes together with Li Chang, and been praised by the vast number of media and enthusiastic netizens. However, Changhua's simple dumping of a few photos and a few recordings turned him into a complete clown. Now the case of Shang Yaran molesting a minor has been completely forgotten, and the focus of the crowd's current discussion is that Li Chang, a humane and animalistic father, actually laid hands on his own daughter. After all, this news involving ethics satisfies the curiosity of the eating public, and coupled with the twofold reversal, it is even more attention-grabbing. Those reporters who deal with news material and hotspots all year round will not be unclear about what viewers want to see. Of course, they will not work on Shang Yaran again, but they will try to find ways to plan to dig out some more gossip that can be broken from Li Chang and Chen Lily couple. Now if he went back to harboring and defending Li Chang, he would only become a target and invite countless accusations and abuse. Sun Jianbiao how do not want to believe that their own carefully planned this game of chess actually ended up in a losing situation. He could only watch as the reporters surrounded Changhua, consulting him on one question after another like stars. Asshole. He hammered his fist into the limo next to him in a fit of rage, causing the sirens to go off. Yet even then no one tried to give him a look of concern. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping, who was watching the live broadcast in his apartment, saw the live feed and slapped his thighs in joy. This beast Li Chang should have gotten his comeuppance a long time ago. Didn't he love to use internet opinion to throw dirt on you before? Now it's time for him to enjoy being trolled and spat on. But Zhou Ping was a professional agent after all, and he soon calmed down. Afterwards, he looked at Shang Yaran with some hesitation. However, although it has been proven that Li Chang is also a psychopathic asshole, it doesn't completely clear your suspicion. If Li Chang breaks the pot and intends to break the net with you and refuses to change his story, what should we do then? Although Shang Yaran will no longer face the pressure of public opinion, and the court will ultimately rule against Li Chang due to lack of evidence, but the lawsuit continues to fight will still affect the future of Shang Yaran. Producers and brands are savvy enough these days not to use artists with potential pitfalls. Even if there had been a clear reversal of public opinion to prove Shang Yaran's innocence, they would not work with Shang Yaran hastily until the court had made a final judgment. In this way, Shang Yaran's future amounted to remain in a precarious state, and those resources that should have belonged to Shang Yaran would certainly be divided up by other competitors in the same period. Don't worry, I'm sure he can work it out. This time Shang Yaran's eyes were even more determined. He felt that this launch was just the beginning, and that Su Tian would definitely have other moves afterward. Just as Zhou Ping thought, after this press conference, The incident on the internet about Xiang Yiran molesting underage girls was completely reversed, and those who abused Xiang Yiran all turned their spearheads to Li Chang and Chen Lili couple, forming a new round of internet violence. Those reporters went to Li Chang's house in the neighborhood of the two couples' workplaces after the press conference in order to dig up first-hand materials. Li Chang's job, which was originally won because of public sympathy, was also fired by his boss because of the exposure of the truth. He was cornered by those reporters and wanted to temporarily find a place to land to avoid the wind. However, his family's relatives and friends all shunned him, and there was even a part of the people who ran to the reporter's side to break the news to fall on the well. Li Chang usually has a bad reputation to begin with, so the remarks and testimonies provided by these people who broke the news to reporters naturally became increasingly unfavorable to him. As for Qian Lili, she was similarly thrust into the limelight by public opinion. As a mother, instead of protecting her daughter, she and Li Chang are working together to deliberately falsely accuse and frame Xiang Yiran, and this period of time has also been scolded by righteous netizens just like Li Chang. The living room of Li Chang's old house was in a mess, while Chen Lili was carrying a huge suitcase, while her other hand went to tug on her daughter's arm, intending to pull her out of the house. Li Chang scurried to the door in one step to stop the mother and daughter, and questioned in a cold voice, "Where are you going? And you have the nerve to ask where we're going?" Qian Lili collapsed and yelled at Li Chang, "You don't need to care where we go. I'm going to divorce you, and you'll never see me or my daughter again." Li Chang now has long been endlessly pestered by reporters exhausted. At this time there is no strength to argue with Qian Lili. "You don't look at what time it is. Don't play with your temper. There are reporters downstairs and at the entrance to the neighborhood. It's just embarrassing for you to go out now. In a few days those reporters will be off chasing other big stories. Who will remember us? And when we get the money we'll be able to change cities and live again." "Li Chang, do you have any brains at all?" Chen Lili roared at Li Chang with red eyes. "If it is not for the money, we will not be reduced to this situation. Now the network is so developed. Do you think that no one will recognize us in another city? You see what kind of life we've been living these days. We've been scared all day long. I don't even dare to turn on my cell phone. I don't dare to go to the unit. As long as I go out there are people pointing their fingers at me. And there are also people who curse that I'd be hit by a car when I go out and want to pour gasoline on our house. You were so publicized before. Now everyone knows our real information. Our relatives and friends have cut us off. We don't even have a place to settle down. What's the use of asking for that money?" Chapter 99. Another press conference. Qian Lili is now remorseful. If she hadn't listened to Li Chang's bull ***** in the first place, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation now. "I should have stopped you if I had known. Now you're killing yourself and dragging me and my daughter into it. Everyone knows that it's our family that's pouring dirty water on Xiang Yiran. How are you going to let your daughter behave in the future?" The more Qian Lili said, the more she regretted. And in the end, she directly covered her face and cried out in pain. "I was really blind to marry you in the first place. Have you ever given anything to this family besides playing cards and asking me for money? The thing that I, Qian Lili, regret most in my life is marrying you. If I could choose again, I'd rather end up alone for the rest of my life than to be with you, much less let my daughter suffer this kind of crime as well." The little girl stood at Qian Lili's side at her wit's end, and could only pat her shoulder uncontrollably to comfort her. "Mom, don't cry." Listening to her daughter's comfort, Qian Lili was even more in tears. As she cried, she suddenly looked at Li Chang with rounded eyes as if she realized something, and her voice raised an octave. "Li Chang, tell me the truth. What that reporter said can't be true, right? You're babbling about something." Li Chang almost didn't turn his back when he heard Qian Lili's questioning. "Other people throw dirty water on me? Even you don't believe me? Fomi is our own daughter. Although I sometimes have a quick temper to teach her a lesson, but only beat her twice and scolded her a few times. How could I possibly do that kind of beastly thing? Those are all planted evidence." However, the suspicion in Qian Lili's eyes did not dissipate a few points. "Humph, how can I be sure that you haven't lied to me? You can even do such shameless things as falsely accusing the benefactor who subsidized our daughter's schooling. I should have known long ago that you have no bottom line at all. Didn't you agree with me when you first heard you could get the money? Now that something's happened you're putting all the blame on me. Do you have a conscience? You also have the nerve to question whether I have a conscience? If I really have no conscience, I would have taken my daughter and run away. Who would still be suffering with you here?" However, Qian Lili acted as if she couldn't hear him, just beating her chest and wailing, her shrill voice making Li Chang's head spin. Jingle bells. Just when Li Chang wanted to go to the balcony to smoke a cigarette to get some air, the cell phone placed on the sofa suddenly rang. Originally, these days he has not been answering the phone, but now he has a belly full of anger with no way to vent. So he took a few steps and ran to the sofa and grabbed the phone and pressed the answer button. And then he was scolded without saying a word. "I was falsely accused by those brutes. Don't bother me anymore. I'm warning you, if you call again, I'll kill you at #/ Just as Li Chang was frantically cursing the other party with all sorts of vicious expletives, a calm voice suddenly came out of the cell phone's earpiece. Mr. Li, don't be in a hurry. I have a way to help you get out of your current situation. Li Chang froze, then nervously pursued. What do you have in mind? Who are you? Why do you want to help me? If someone had come to his door a few days ago and said he wanted to help him, he would have gladly accepted. But now those journalists and media are eager to fall on the well and dig out some more dirt to make a big fuss. So how could they possibly be kind enough to help him? You don't have to know who I am. You just have to know that I can get you out of this mess so those reporters never bother you and your family again. Really? Li Chang's tone was skeptical. You're of use to them now. So of course they're going to be watching you closely, trying to dig up more hard-hitting news from you. The youth on the other end of the phone smiled faintly, then continued, as long as you now immediately withdraw the case to the court, and then tell everyone the truth. Admit that you framed Shang Yiran for the sake of profit. When the truth about this matter comes out, the heat won't be able to go down in a few days. The media can't get anything more valuable from you, and naturally won't be able to pester you anymore. Li Chang sniffed and immediately roared with rage. What kind of bull solution is this? Asking me to voluntarily admit to framing Shang Yiran? Isn't this forcing me to the brink of extinction? You are Shang Yiran's agency, right? If he now admitted that he had framed Shang Yiran, not only would he not get any benefits, but he would also be made more guilty. Unless he's out of his mind, he's not going to voluntarily give away his handle on his own accord. Li Chang, you wouldn't still be naive enough to think that after that day's press conference you'd still be able to get hush money from Shang Yiran, would you? Previously, Tianfeng Entertainment did want to use money to settle things with you privately. That's because they didn't want to damage the company's reputation as a result. That's why they didn't want to go through the formal procedures to pull the plug with you for a long time. But today's time has long been different. Public opinion has not believed your words, and that you are falsely accusing Shang Yiran to throw dirty water on him. Tianfeng Entertainment side naturally do not need to spend money to eliminate disasters, and your side simply do not identify Shang Yiran's strong evidence. Even if it is really to the court, will lose. Before, you could still pressurize Shang Yiran as well as Tianfeng Entertainment with the advantage of public opinion, but now that this only advantage is gone as well, do you think you'll still be able to get the money? Since you're not going to get the money no matter what you do, you might as well come clean now and apologize to the media and the public at large to wrap things up as fast as possible. There's a limit to how hot any story can be, and in less than a week, the reporters paparazzi who surround you will be drawn to other hotspots and stop chasing you. But if you persist and are determined not to drop the charges, those reporters will try to dig more gossip out of you, and your whole family will have no peace. Li Chang sniffed in silence. A few moments later, he hung up with a sullen face. The youth's words put him in a dilemma. If he withdraws the case now, he's a basket case. But just as that youth had said, it was now impossible for either Shang Yiran or Tianfeng Entertainment to give him any more hush money. If he doesn't drop the charges, those reporters will keep pestering him, and wherever he goes, someone will be pointing fingers at him. The harassment they've been subjected to by reporters over the past few days has exhausted Li Chang. If it goes on much longer, he'll go crazy. Although Li Chang was not sure about the identity of this strange youth or his purpose, it was certain that the other party's words were correct. The reason why he was so sure that he could get the money a few days ago was because public opinion treated him as a victim. And those netizens who did not know the truth also took it upon themselves to denounce Shang Yiran on his behalf. But since the press conference, his reputation is in tatters and no one believes him anymore. Grass. Li Chang angrily kicked the trash can beside him, grabbed his hair and sat on his butt on the sofa. I just want some money. Is this too much? Why do each and every one of you push me? Li Chang couldn't figure out how his seamless plan could turn out like this. The media vilified him as a pervert who threatened his own daughter, and even his wife had to take her away from home. But the reason why he went to frame Shang Yiran was also for the sake of this family. Isolated and helpless, Li Chang's emotions gradually broke down, and now he finally realized the situation in mood of Shang Yiran a few days ago. But Shang Yiran still has the support of an agent who believes in him, while Li Chang is now a street rat and everyone is shouting at him. 3 days later, instead of stopping the curses about Li Chang on the internet, more and more netizens denounced him. There are even netizens who have humanized Li Chang's home address and sent him razor blades, dead rats and other couriers. Eventually, Li Chang couldn't resist the pressure and used his own microblogging to send out a statement that he was willing to reconvene a press conference. Chapter 100. The phone call. Tang Bingyan answered. This press conference was even more lively than the last one, and even journalists from neighboring cities had rushed to the scene by high-speed train. Li Chang and Qian Lily both looked haggard. Li Chang, in particular, was like a scared bird, his eyes struggling to avoid the camera, fear written all over his face. As soon as it was time for the launch to begin, he quickly grabbed the microphone on the table and spoke the words he had already drafted several times. sorry to take up everyone's time, but I'd like to make a clarification regarding the previous case where Shang Yaran threatened my daughter. Shang Yaran has never done anything to violate my daughter. It is all my rumor and slander. I arranged my wife to lie with me, and also abetted my daughter to record to deceive reporters, but my initial purpose was just to extort some money from Shang Yaran. I'm not a pervert, and I haven't made any lewd gestures toward my daughter. Li Chang's words caused the atmosphere of the scene to instantly boil over. Shang Yaran was actually framed. This black-hearted couple deserves what's coming to them. Good people don't get rewarded. This is outrageous. Li Chang and Shen Lily listened to the curses from the stage and couldn't raise their heads more and more, but they tried to apologize in order to be able to calm the anger. I'm sorry, it's us who were lucrative and took advantage of public opinion's sympathy for the weak and planted evidence to frame Shang Yaran. We really know it's wrong. 1,000 mistakes are mine and my wife's fault. Our daughter is innocent. She's still young and has to go to school. I hope the media won't go to the school to squat anymore. Oh, if I had known it would come to this. Why did I do it in the first place? Now that you know you're wrong, what did you do earlier? Although Li Chang apologized, the reporters on stage didn't buy it. Shang Yaran was kind enough to help you, but you've returned the favor with a vengeance. Have you all had your conscience eaten by a dog? The most disgusting thing is that they utilized the sympathy of the masses and used innocent netizens as guns. After something like this, who will dare to do justice in the future? And who knows if there will be a reversal? But that little girl is also quite pitiful. To be used as a tool to make money by her own biological parents. The little girl is better to study hard and strive to get out of such a family of origin earlier. Fans of Shang Yaran who were watching the live stream online were swiping on the pop-up screen after hearing the apologies of Mr. and Mrs. Li Chang. Shang Yaran is innocent. Those who can't curse him indiscriminately get out and apologize. I've known for a long time that our family Yaran wouldn't do such a thing. But you guys just didn't believe it. Now that the truth has come out, those unscrupulous media that only follow the trend, their faces are all swollen, right? Su Tian, who was also watching the live broadcast, put down his tablet and rubbed his brow. It is said that justice may be late, but it is never absent. In his previous life, Shang Yaran did wait for belated justice, but he paid a rather painful price. His entire life had been ruined by a single lie. So what was the point even if it cleared his name? And how many of those internet users who are outraged on the internet really care about the victims? From Shang Yaran to Li Chang, there is no lack of real righteous people, but most of them just want to find a way to vent the hostility in their hearts. The public tends to focus not on what's true, but on the talking points that will get them talking at the end of the day. The world of the internet was supposed to be like that, but it still gave Su Tian a sense of accomplishment to pull an innocent person back from the edge of the abyss. After this public relations, Su Tian is even more determined to develop in the direction of self-media. He could now practice in Tianfeng entertainment for a while, and when he had accumulated enough connections and resources, he could start another business. After being reborn, he had figured out that he wanted to live a good life with Tang Bingyan, so he'd have to work harder, too, to become a mate who could stand alongside her soon. Meanwhile, a certain rich area in Jiangshui City, Zhou Ping, who watched Li Chang's live apology, was simply overjoyed. Did it? Su Tian actually did it. Before, I didn't understand just how Su Tian was going to operate in order to clear your name. I didn't realize that he was going to make Li Chang personally admit to the false accusation. This move is really too high. No whitewash is as effective as the person's own admission of false accusation, so that the dirty water they've thrown at you will be completely enough to wash it away. Zhou Ping is very glad that he believed in Su Tian, instead of letting the company lose money to settle the matter privately. This time, Su Tian had really given them a big surprise. Iran, for such a big happy event, we must celebrate. But I think you should still go to the temple first to worship and wash away the bad luck. Zhou Ping had already thought about how he was going to celebrate, but then he saw that Shang Yaran was staring down at the cell phone in his hand, and didn't seem to have heard what he was just saying. Iran, I'm talking to you. Li Chang apologized in public. You can completely turn over a new leaf now. Aha. Shang Yaran's tone was light, still staring intently at the cell phone screen. Iran, you're waiting for Su Tian to contact us, right? Zhou Ping was, after all, an agent who had brought Shang Yaran for several years, and he was able to get an insight into the other party's thoughts through a small action of Shang Yaran. According to reason, Su Tian should have given us a call. Was he busy and forgot? I'll go ask, Zhou Ping said, and also took out his own cell phone and dialed Su Tian's number. It rang for a long time and no one answered. It was just when Zhou Ping was about to hang up that the call was finally connected. Hello? It was a woman's voice that was cold with a strong edge. Who are you? Zhou Ping snapped. Perhaps the voice aura was too strong, making his tone a little tense as well. Excuse me, this is... Shang Yaran was at Zhou Ping's side and also heard the voice of the woman who answered the phone, and asked with some surprise, it's not Su Tian, did you call the wrong number? This, Zhou Ping confirmed again. That's right, At the same time, Tang Bingyan, who was holding her cell phone, frowned slightly. Su Tian was in the shower when she heard her cell phone ringing and there was no caller ID, so she casually answered it for him. Because it wasn't a woman's voice on the phone, it made her a little more patient. But this little bit of patience also ran out when Zhou Ping was busy confirming that the number was right or wrong. Just as she was about to hang up, Su Tian, wrapped in a towel, walked out of the bathroom and casually asked, "Who's calling?" "Looking for you." Tang Bingyan expressionlessly handed over her cell phone. "Hello?" Su Tian obediently answered the phone, rubbing his hair with one hand as he spoke. "Who is it?" "Mr. Su, it's me." Zhou Ping hurriedly spoke out. Su Tian then thought that he hadn't saved Zhou Ping's phone number. "Broker Zhou, looking for me? Who answered the phone just now? I thought I had dialed the wrong number." Zhou Ping took a long breath. Chapter 101 wants a villa. "My friend," Su Tian explained succinctly. He didn't say that Tang Bingyan was his wife. After all, he understood that with Zhou Ping's ability, knowing that he had a wife was easy to investigate who his wife was. At that time, not to mention the fact that he would be seen as a soft eater. In the company, he would also be treated differently because of the identity of Tang Bingyan's husband. And Zhou Ping was, after all, in the entertainment industry, and his mind was always more active than the average person. Being together so late and answering the phone for Su Tian, even if they were friends, the relationship between them must be more than just ordinary friends. Even if it's not a girlfriend, it's still in the middle of a fling, and there's even a good chance it's a one-night stand. But he didn't look deeper than that. He just smiled. "Mr. Su, don't be so formal. You can call me Zhou Ping or Brother Zhou. I'm calling you because I want to thank you for clearing the suspicion for our family Iran. This time, it's considered that Iran and I owe you a favor. In the future, if there's anything you need us to help on your side, just ask. Don't be polite. Brother Zhou is too polite. I'll ask Mr. Guo for the reward. You don't have to bother. In that case, I won't force you, but this favor is valid forever." Zhou Ping exchanged a few pleasantries with Su Tian before handing his cell phone to Iran. "Iran is with me as well. He wants to say a few words to you." "Mr. Su, thank you." Iran had ventriloquized several times in his mind, but after receiving the call, he still only said a few simple words. "It's just a show of hands." "Mr. Shan doesn't have to be polite." Su Tian half-joked. "If you really want to repay me, give me an autographed album. I have a friend who was a fan of yours. Rong Yan like Iran." And Su Tian even saw a retweet in her circle of friends about clarifying for Iran. But at that time, Iran was still in the limelight, and her retweets naturally backfired. Now that the dirty water on Iran's body was cleared, he could ask for an autograph and then have Yun Shua give it to Rong Yan, which was also considered a benefit for his brother. "No problem, as many sheets as you want." Iran agreed without hesitation. After hanging up the phone, Su Tian felt Tang Bingyan's gaze looking straight at him. "Honey, you know about the scandalous reversal of Iran, right?" Su Tian was still wiping the water droplets from his hair with the half-dry towel on his head. More than the recognition from the outside world, Su Tian was more like Tang Bingyan to prove that he was a man who could stand on his own and even share her burden. "Well, you're good." There was no surprise amongst Tang Bingyan's expression. She had always been clear about how good Su Tian was. So this time when Su Tian offered to go to Tianfeng Entertainment to solve Iran's PR crisis, she agreed without hesitation. "Wife, you don't seem too happy?" Su Tian keenly sensed that Tang Bingyan wasn't happy that he had satisfactorily resolved Iran's PR crisis. "No." Tang Bingyan shook her head. Whatever Su Tian wanted, she would give it. But now, she had some regrets. She didn't want Su Tian, who was so outstanding, to be seen by others. "Don't worry, wife. I'll prove to Grandpa and the Tang family that your choice wasn't wrong." "Su Tian, you don't need any proof." This time Tang Bingyan solemnly turned her head towards Su Tian. "You're the best." "The best?" Su Tian thought of how he had spent his entire day loitering against Tang Bingyan before he was reborn. In order to disappoint Tang Bingyan, he even intentionally screwed up his work and made her clean up the mess. It wasn't that Su Tian wanted to blacken himself, but asking himself, if that was called the best, then I'm afraid there were no rotten people in the world. "Honey, I think your filter is a little thick." Su Tian tightly wrapped Tang Bingyan in his arms. "But I like it, keep it up." It was thanks to Tang Bingyan's super thick filter that he still wasn't sentenced out of the game after repeated death-defying acts. After all, a queen-level person like Tang Bingyan, who was one in a million, was always surrounded by men who were not lacking in attentiveness. One childhood friend Gu Beichun was enough to give him a headache. If there were a few more, I'm afraid that his family's ancestral aged vinegar altar would be overturned. But despite Su Tian's words that he was worried that Tang Bingyan had too many peach blossoms and that he was unmotivated to work, he still showed up at Tianfeng Entertainment on time the next day. This time he came all the way to Guo Qishan's office unhindered, and even Guo Qishan's assistant personally came downstairs to pick him up. and kept sending him to the door. Guo Qishan had been waiting for Su Tian in his office for a long time, and stood up enthusiastically when he saw him. Su Tian, come sit over here. I didn't realize you were so experienced in PR at such a young age. I can't help but be impressed. Mr. Gui is flattered. Su Tian smiled faintly and sat down opposite Guo Qishan. Mr. Su, you've done a great job with the public relations regarding Shang Yiran this time. Not only did it clear Shang Yiran's suspicion, but it also gave him a lot of new resources, and even our Tianfeng Entertainment stock price has risen 3 points in the past 2 days. Your tactics don't even look like you're a newcomer to the entertainment industry. Instead, you're better than a PR team with years of experience. Su Tian quietly listened to Guo Qishan's praise, and probably figured out the other party's routine. Compliment him first so he lets his guard down. Then again, he said he was in a difficult position, and as for the conditions he had previously agreed to, he was afraid that they would be greatly discounted. However, Su Tian had also expected Guo Qishan to do this. Gu Beicheng told him not to reveal his identity, and naturally he would not mention it to Guo Qishan. And even with Gu Beicheng's character, he might even hint that Guo Qishan should not give him an important position. As expected, Guo Qishan see their own mouth half a day. Su Tian does not take the trick, so can only be their own long run away from the topic to pull back. Xiao Su, you came here today to talk to me about the position, right? In addition to the position, there is one more condition. Su Tian opened the door and said, Mr. Gui is a nobleman who forgets a lot. It can't be that he doesn't remember, right? Remember, Guo Qishan said sardonically. How could I forget? You tell me your conditions first. I want a property with Mr. Gua. Su Tian thought of the fact that after Yin Qingshue's family went bankrupt, they had to auction off the villa in Jiangshui dynasty in order to pay off their debts, and that villa ended up being auctioned off by none other than Guo Qishan. Where? Guo Qishan didn't expect Su Tian to make such a simple request and asked in disbelief. I'll definitely give you what you see. Xiao Su, River Water Dynasty 88. When Su Tian finished speaking, he clearly felt Guo Qishan's face stiffen. It was no wonder that this Guo Qishan had been a dead ringer for Yin Qingshue's father before. This villa, which was equivalent to his trophy, was naturally not easy to get out of his way. Therefore, Su Genius would have proposed to Guo Qishan at the very beginning that in addition to a job, he should also fulfill one condition of his. What? Mr. Guo won't cut the cord? Chapter 102 Make her an overnight sensation. Su Tian stared at Guo Qishan, picked up the paper cup in front of him, and calmly took a sip of water. If Mr. Guo really refuses, there is no need to force. Only I heard that Mr. Gui is a man of his word. Before you promised me a promise in the face of the company's senior management. If now backtracked, Xiao Sua, you've got it all wrong. Guo Qishan's eyes flashed a touch of displeasure, but it was fleeting. Since I promised you, I will definitely fulfill my promise. Only that villa in Jiangshui dynasty has a very important meaning to me, but I'm a person who keeps his promises. Don't worry, I'll let my secretary prepare the relevant documents now. After Guo Qishan finished speaking, he dialed the intercom and called his secretary in. When the secretary came in, he called the other man to his side again and whispered something in his ear. 10 minutes later, the secretary returned with a stack of documents and placed them in front of Su Tian. Without waiting for Su Tian to go through those documents, Guo Qishan spoke again and said, Xiao Su, you're a credit to the company. I definitely won't treat you poorly. The house in this location. Now even if you have money you can't buy it, but since you'll be coming to work for the company soon, and you're considered to be my right-hand man, there's no way that I'll treat you poorly. Tell you what, I'll sell this property to you at 60% off the auction price, and as long as you pay, I'll have someone go through the title transfer. When Su Tian heard Guo Qishan's words, his hand movements lurched and he cursed the old fox in his heart. That condition he said was to get Guo Qishan to give him this villa, but Guo Qishan played word games with him, describing the delivery as a purchase. This villa was sold at a very high price that year. Even if Guo Qishan gave him a 60% discount, that can also casually buy several houses in other parts of Jiangcheng. However, the expression on Su Tian's face didn't fluctuate too much, and he continued to stare at Guo Qishan calmly and with a smile on his lips. Dealing with a mall veteran like Guo Qishan won't go so smoothly. It was something he had anticipated before, but it would be naive for the other party to think that this level of disorganization would be enough to make him disorganize himself. Guo Qishan originally wanted to see Su Tian's furious appearance, but he didn't expect Su Tian to not have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction in his expression. He frowned as he surveyed Su Tian, as if trying to discern some other emotions from his face, yet ultimately failed. As things stood, he could only keep up the charade, trying to maintain the appearance of a boss who kept his word. Xiao Su, you don't have to worry, I've already had the transfer agreement prepared. It doesn't matter if the money isn't enough for the time being, as long as the money is in place on your side, that villa will be yours at any time. Su Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, glancing at Guo Qishan with a smirk before speaking. Thank you, Mr. Hua, for cutting me off. Guo Qishan could not figure out Su Tian's thoughts. His heart was not happy but still according to the original process before, and took out another contract. This contract, also for you. You see if there is anything unsatisfactory. I immediately let the personnel department to modify. Su Tian sniffed and picked up the contract. He had just opened it to see its contents when a cold light flashed in his lowered eyes. The party A of this contract was not Skywind Entertainment at all, but a small company under Skywind Entertainment, Green Fruit Music. Skywind Entertainment, as one of the largest companies in the entertainment industry, had many branches under its umbrella, encompassing film and television, variety shows, live broadcasts, music, and many other projects. But as we all know, Tsinghua Music is at the bottom of these companies. The company's artists, in addition to Du Xiaowei under the combination of debut after the solo singer Nie Jingjing, the others are 180 lines outside the small transparent. Some even Baidu Encyclopedia does not have. Moreover, this company basically belongs to the state of being put out to pasture by Tianfeng Entertainment, in which Du Xiaowei is the sole owner of the company and says nothing. Guo Qishan still put on the appearance of a good boss who sympathized with his subordinates and patiently advised, Xiao Su, as you are well aware, Tianfeng Entertainment is currently a very mature entertainment company, and I was really impressed by your performance when you dealt with Shang Yaran's PR crisis earlier. I thought about it and ultimately felt that instead of letting you go straight into Skywind Entertainment to retire peacefully, it would be better to give you some more opportunities to break in. Young people, you should not rest on your laurels. You should dare to fight. I believe that with your strength, you will definitely bring out excellent artists. Su Tian didn't open his mouth. Only his eyes grew a few degrees colder. He was told to go to a branch that was almost abandoned, with the pretense that he believed in his abilities and that it was a training exercise for him. It was no wonder that the Yin family couldn't fight Guo Qishan and ended up in bankruptcy. However, the fact that Guo Qishan wanted to send him to Tsinghua Music was expected. After all, as early as when Gu Beiqing asked him not to reveal his identity and to solve Shang Yaran's PR crisis as an ordinary employee, he guessed that Gu Beiqing wouldn't let him develop. Guo Qishan waited for a while, and when he saw that Su Tian was hesitant to speak, he took out another folder. Ko, I'm ready for you. These are the list of all the artists of Green Fruit Music, except for Nie Jingjing, who was single-handedly promoted by Du Xiaowei, who was not convenient to change agents. The other artists are at your disposal, and I've already spoken to that side as well, so not only will you be an agent after you go over there, but you can also participate in all the company's decisions. The future of Green Fruit Music depends on you. Such a big hat deducted. If it is a fledgling newcomer, I'm afraid that Guo Qishan would have been grateful. Full of fighting spirit, want to make a career. It was a pity that these words were useless to Su Tian, who already had 2 lives of experience. In the entire Green Fruit Music, apart from Nie Jingjing, there wasn't a single artist who could stand on their own. He couldn't pick his way through all these little transparencies. However, Su Tian still opened the file box Guo Qishan had handed over and carefully looked through the artist's information inside, trying to find a fish that had fallen through the net. With those extra years of experience from his previous life, he flipped through the documents extremely fast, with a glance, so much so that it made Guo Qishan even suspect that he hadn't even looked at them carefully. Little Su. Just as Guo Qishan wanted to speak, Su Tian's finger lurched and stopped on the penultimate page of the list. Murong Shui, 22 years old, graduated from the Royal Conservatory of Vienna. Work, white and blue gum commercial song. Su Tian had heard of this person, Murong Shui, before, because in his previous life he had been eating white and blue gum in order for Lin Miaoyin to quit smoking. He had a bit of an impression of this brand's commercial song that had exploded in popularity one year. It can be said that during that time, the song was played on the streets and alleys, and it also brought Murong Shui, a newcomer who had just entered the entertainment industry, into the limelight. Normally speaking, the company is striking while the iron is hot by giving Murong Shui a single or recommending her to brush up her face on audio variety to build up her connections, if she is lucky enough to be spotted by a famous music producer who will create a customized album for her. Her future acting career will be smooth sailing. Even if you don't get the chance to work with those big producers, you can at least still suck up through the show. But ever since that commercial song, Murong Shui has never moved again. Not to mention singles, albums, not even stand for the same company brothers and sisters to mix the work. Su Tian fell into a deep thought as he looked at this personal resume that contained almost no information at all. In his impression, Murong Shui's voice was in very good condition, and she was also pretty, so if she operated properly, she might really be able to enter the public eye. He also remembered that this time period, before long, Murong Shui would have a chance to explode in popularity, but in her last life, she didn't seize this opportunity, and thus was completely forgotten, never leaving any memorable works behind. And now, there's still time. This time, He wanted to make Morong Shui return to the stage, explode in popularity overnight, and become a dazzling new star in the entertainment industry. Chapter 103 Moving in with your wife. After making up his mind, Su Tian handed over Morong Shui's piece of information to Guo Qishan. Mr. Hua, I want to bring this artist. Guo Qishan took the information and glanced at it, and confirmed with some surprise, you're taking her? There's no mistake, right? He really couldn't figure out why Su Tian would make such a choice, despite the fact that there were no artists that could come up with anything inside green fruit music. This one picked by Su Tian was even worse than the others, with almost no presence at all, and even he, the executive president, wasn't impressed at all. No mistake, I'll take Muriel. When Guo Qishan saw Su Tian's insistence, his lips curled into a meaningful smile. Originally, he had thought that this Su Tian was still somewhat capable, but now it seemed that he was still nearly on fire. Just the selection alone doesn't make him a top-tier agent. Although this Morong Shui once had a hit commercial song, but the follow-up did not have any resources. Signed for so long is still not even a few fans of the small transparent, empty good voice and beauty, and what is the use? Or can not become a climate. There was no lack of talented and good-looking artists in today's entertainment industry, and he had seen too many of them like Morong Shui, who had good innate qualities but was obscure. Su Tian was still inexperienced and didn't know what kind of artist to choose, but it was just as well. Let Su Tian suffer more blows and he would be willing to be obedient. It could be said that this choice of Su Tian's was considered to be to Guo Qishan's liking, so he signed the appointment agreement without hesitation. I approved this document. From today onwards, Morong Shui is an artist under you. Take this document to Du Xiaowei. He will arrange it for you. Su Tian quickly skimmed through the appointment contract before signing his big name as well. Thank you, Mr. Guo. Also, I've arranged for your office. Guo Qishan paused and added, the company provides dormitories for official employees, and for brokers like you, the dormitories are all high-grade apartments. I'll have someone send the address to your cell phone in a while, and if there's anything you need you can just talk to the administration department, and they'll help you add to it. With that, Guo Qishan got up and patted Su Tian's shoulder. Xiao Su, you're the one I've looked up to. Don't let me down. Su Tian nodded politely while walking out of Guo Qishan's office with the documents in his hand expressionlessly. Not long after he left, he received a message from the administration. His dormitory is in the Blue Mountain Mansion. Upscale apartments indeed. It seemed that although Guo Qishan was a little bit treacherous, he nevertheless didn't treat him poorly in terms of employee treatment. Among the dormitories under the name of Skywind Entertainment, Blue Mountain Residence was considered the best. A lot of famous agents and artists live over there. Even Shang Yiran had lived in the Blue Mountain Residence for a year when he first started out. After getting the keys to the apartment from the administration department, Su Tian began to contemplate finding a time to move. Officially becoming an agent is like having half a foot in the entertainment industry. If he still lived in the wedding room with Tang Bingyan, he might be followed by the paparazzi to expose his identity, and he didn't want those bottomless paparazzi to bother Tang Bingyan. Only, Su Tian hadn't figured out how to tell Tang Bingyan about this. It was impossible to live apart for a long period of time. It was best to get Tang Bingyan to agree to move in with him, and then go back to the villa when it was vacation time. After thinking about it, Su Tian still planned to edit a WeChat to probe his wife's honor first. Wife, I've already joined Skywind Entertainment. The company's treatment is good, and they've also assigned me a dormitory. In the past, when he sent a tweet to Tang Bingyan, he would get a quick reply. Even though it was only a short 1 or 2 words, Tang Bingyan would never go more than half an hour without replying. But this time Su Tian waited for a long time with his cell phone, and there was still no movement on Tang Bingyan's side, so he gave Wei a call. Hey Wei, is Bingyan busy right now? I tweeted her and she ignored me. Mr. Su, what did you send to Chief Tang? Wei lowered his voice to a whisper. It's just been 2 days. Don't you dare die. Even though Wei hadn't spoken to Su Tianming about Tang Bingyan's mood after seeing the WeChat, from his trembling behavior, one could already guess about 8 or 9 times. LOL. I'm afraid this whole moving dorm thing isn't going to go so well. Su Tian knew very well what Tang Bingyan's heart condition was, but this time, he really did have a reason why he had to move. If his marriage to Tang Bingyan was exposed, the person who would be most affected was not himself, but Tang Bingyan. As the heir to the Tang family, the pressure Tang Bingyan was under was far beyond what outsiders could imagine. In case the paparazzi found out about his relationship with Tang Bingyan, then the Tang Group shareholders' side would definitely be the first to raise hell. In a family like Tang's, a strong marriage is a must, so the heir must also look for a door-to-door marriage object. Before Tang Bingyan directly took the account book and he registered marriage in Jianshui, the Tang family up and down are against. But this is also about the reputation of the Tang family. So in addition to Elder Tang and a few elders know about this matter, even the nephews of the Tang family's side branches were hidden from the public without any knowledge. although Tang Bingyan didn't want to hide it. At that time, because Su Tian was also very disgusted with the marriage, the two of them were equivalent to a state of hidden marriage. If it was exposed unprepared, it would definitely be a problem for Tang Bingyan. He couldn't share Tang Bingyan's worries, or at least he couldn't be a drag on her at a time like this. And after he became an agent to take artists to catch up with the notice, day and night, all night are common things. The two wedding villa and far from the company, live in the artist dormitory is the most convenient. But how could he get Tang Bingyan to agree to him moving to the company's dormitory? Su Tian frowned and pondered. Then suddenly his eyes lit up and he immediately took a taxi back to his and Tang Bingyan's marital home, Phoenix Feather Villa. After Tang Bingyan gave the executives a meeting, she picked up her cell phone again and glanced at it. There were no new messages. Su Tian hadn't moved since he sent her that WeChat. Mr. Tang, it's after work. Do you want to go back now? Wei carefully opened his mouth to ask while observing Tang Bingyan's expression. Not going back. Tang Bingyan stepped on her 7-centimeter high heels and walked towards the president's office like a speeding wind. I'm working overtime at the company tonight. But, Wei frowned and said hurriedly, Mr. Su He. Tang Bingyan's footsteps lurched. What happened to him? He said to wait for you to come home for dinner. You tell him that there's no need to wait for me. After Tang Bingyan finished speaking, she walked into the office. With a ping, the door to the office was slammed shut. Wei sighed helplessly as he looked at the closed door in front of him. His Missy, this time, was really angry. Wei has long known that Su Tian, that boy, cannot be relied upon. Originally thought that after the previous car accident, that thing, he can change his ways, but did not expect just a few days to stop. And then the old ways. This man, he's hopeless. Just as Wei was planning to call Su Tian and ask what was going on, the office door was suddenly opened. Tang Bingyan's cold as frost face appeared in front of Wei. Even though he had long been accustomed to it, he couldn't help but shiver. Tang, Mr. Tang, book me a flight to Australia tonight. Wei didn't dare to slack off. Okay, I'll go and order it now. Before he could leave, however, he heard the elevator doors stop. Su Tian walked out of the elevator carrying a suitcase. Ancestor ugh, Wei wailed and immediately rushed towards Su Tian. Are you leaving home? He was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Wasn't this directly poking at Tang Bingyan's scales? Who said I'm leaving home? Su Tian gave Wei a puzzled look. So this is, I'm moving with my wife. Su Tian had already thought about it, and it was entirely possible for Tang Bingyan to move into the dormitory that the company had provided him with as well. Originally, Tang Bingyan often work overtime. Go back to the time is very late, and the Blue Mountain Mansion side of the living a lot of celebrities. As long as he and Tang Bingyan is not the same in the same out, even if the paparazzi encountered will not suspect anything, coupled with the fact that Tang Bingyan usually keeps a low profile, never appearing in magazine interviews or attending shareholders' meetings of companies affiliated with the Yun Group. Even Guo Qishan and a group of senior executives of Tianfeng Entertainment have never seen her, so she doesn't have to worry about her identity being exposed at all. And taking a step back, even if Tang Bingyan's identity was exposed, it was normal for the big boss of Tianfeng Entertainment to have a set of properties over here in the staff quarters, right? Just then, the office door was opened once more, and Tang Bingyan said to Wei while looking down at the contract, have you booked your flight yet? Prepare your car. Tang Bingyan's afterglow saw a pair of familiar shoes, and she stopped and looked up just in time to see Su Tian, who was pulling a suitcase, smiling at her. Why are you here? Tang Bingyan remained cold on the surface, but the 10,000 years of cold ice in her eyes quietly melted away a corner. I came to pick you up from work. Su Tian looked around. No one immediately came forward and said, I did not say that the company gave me a dormitory. I went home to the two of us daily necessities to pack out a set of the future if I close late. We will go to the dormitory side of the residence. Okay? Tang Bingyan. She had originally thought that Su Tian was going to avoid her again and move to the company dormitory alone, but she hadn't expected him to pack his things as well. You're going to let me move in with you? Tang Bingyan tried to restrain herself, making her tone calm and light. Or else, Su Tian said with a straight face, do you want to separate just after you get married? Avi. He was really shocked by this tawdry maneuver of Su Tian's to invite his family's Missy to live in the staff quarters, but with his years of knowledge of Tang Bingyan, she didn't seem to resent it. Love is so easy on the brain. Wei silently spat in his mind, oblivious to the disaster that was about to befall him. By the way, wife, what did you just say about booking a flight? You're going on a business trip? It's not me, it's Wei. Chapter 104. Honey, have your relatives left yet? Inexplicably named Aw. He's traveling? When did this happen? How does he not know? So it's Wei who's traveling. Su Tian sighed in relief. That's great. I even bought Kobe beef tonight. I'm going to make you a steak. The beef won't be fresh if it sits for a long time. Well, go. Tang Bingyan nodded, seemingly completely forgetting how firmly she had refused to have dinner with Su Tian with Wei earlier. Su Tian looked at Tang Bingyan, who was immediately ready to follow him. Can you get off work? Yes. After Tang Bingyan finished holding Su Tian's hand, she was ready to leave. Mr. Tang, then the airfare. For Australia. Wei stood in place at a loss for words. You'll get a week's vacation after the project. Without looking back, Tang Bingyan walked towards the elevator room on Su Tian's arm, leaving Wei alone in the wind. Although it was indeed nice to have a week's vacation, he had obviously taken leave from General Manager Tang earlier and said he wanted to go back home. How did such a principled president of his family become so fickle? And just as Wei rushed to the airport with his suitcase with a grudging face, Su Tian and Tang Bingyan returned to the Blue Mountain residence apartment. Honey, come on in. Su Tian also came over for the first time. First took Tang Bingyan for a tour, then put the suitcase into the bedroom. This apartment is a little small. We won't be living over here very often. Just make do, okay? Aha. Tang Bingyan seemed to be pleased by the wee in Su Tian's mouth, and instead of releasing the cold air, she opened her suitcase and began to pack her things. Why don't I go make dinner then and you take a shower? Su Tian carried the ingredients into the kitchen after he finished speaking. Tang Bingyan found a brand new set of pajamas from her suitcase and walked into the bathroom. Just as Su Tian had just fried the steak to 5 minutes of doneness, the apartment doorbell suddenly rang. Who is it? Su Tian was a bit surprised. He had only moved here for a day. Normally speaking, except for a few executives of the company, no one should know that he lived here. Could it be the property? Coming to say hello to the new owners? Su Tian came to the entrance hall with a shovel in his hand and opened the door to his room, freezing for a moment at the sight of the youth standing in the doorway. Shang Iran, why you? Outside the door, Shang Iran was holding a bottle of champagne in his hand, and he was also shocked to see Su Tian wearing an apron and holding a spatula in his hand. Mr. Su, you're cooking? Ah, yes. Su Tian had a moment of panic. He didn't know if Shang Iran had seen Tang Bingyan. Right now, Tang Bingyan was still taking a bath, so if he saw it, or even if the hidden marriage was exposed, it would still be a bit of a problem for Tang Bingyan. But soon Su Tian calmed down and looked at Shang Iran and asked, how did you know that I live here? I heard from Chow that you moved in across the hall from me, so I thought I'd stop by. Ah, you live across the street from me? Su Tian was even more surprised as he glanced in the direction behind Shang Iran. Don't you live in the traffic circle villa area? He didn't realize that Shang Iran lived so close to him, so he was really careless. Before, I was living over there, but before, because of that incident with Li Chang, many paparazzi went over there to block me, so I moved to the company dormitory. That's so. Su Tian laughed dryly, not knowing what to do. Why? Is it inconvenient? Seeing that Su Tian looked embarrassed and had no intention of inviting himself in, Shang Iran took the initiative to ask. No, it's actually my girlfriend in the shower. Su Tian intentionally raised his volume, reminding Tang Bingyan, who was in the bathroom. Honey, my company colleagues are coming over. Shang Iran froze, not realizing that Su Tian had a girlfriend, and now the girlfriend just happened to be there. Come on in. After Su Tian reminded Tang Bingyan, he greeted Shang Iran and went in. Shang Iran slightly lowered his head, just in time to see a pair of ladies' high heels at the entrance hall, feeling more and more uncomfortable. I'd better not disturb you in your girlfriend's two-person world. I just came over to say hello. This bottle of champagne is for you, and I'll treat you to dinner sometime later. After saying that, Shang Iran turned around and went back to his house without saying a word. Su Tian looked at the champagne that had been forced over by Shang Iran and shook his head helplessly. Looks like he's going to have to prepare a return gift. Who's here? On the other side, Tang Bingyan had already finished her shower and walked out of the bathroom fully dressed. Shang Iran. Su Tian held out the champagne in his hand to Tang Bingyan. He heard that I moved over, so he came over to say hello, and now he's gone. Aha. Tang Bingyan nodded, her expression unreadable. Su Tian was startled in his heart and hurriedly explained. Wife, it's not that I don't want to publicize our relationship, but I want to wait until I've made a career for myself before I do so. I know you don't mind where I come from, but I don't want to be told by outsiders that I'm a pussy-eating gigolo, and I don't want them pointing out that I'm not good enough for you. The main reason he didn't say it was because he was worried that the exposure of their marriage would have a bad effect on Tang Bingyan. After all, he understood that compared to Tang Bingyan herself, she cared more about his feelings. However, Tang Bingyan's face remained chilled when she heard Su Tian say that. Who dares? Of course they wouldn't dare say it to my face, but what do I care what they think behind my back? Su Tian smiled helplessly. Wife, I know I've done a lot of assholish things before, and my creditworthiness with you has been overdrawn, so now you can trust me once more, okay? When I become an ace agent in the entertainment industry and form my own professional team, we'll go public then, even if I don't care what other people think of me. I don't want you, wife-sama, to be thought to have a bad eye by those people out there. After Su Tian's words fell, the living room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Only after a long time did Tang Bingyan speak. 1 year. The implication was that after a year, they would have to make it public regardless of whether Su Tian had made achievements or not. Good. In a year's time, I'll be sure to hold your hand honorably and make up a big wedding for you again. With that, Su Tian knelt on one knee in front of Tang Bingyan. Miss Tang Bingyan, are you willing to be my wife? From now on, me and everything I have, all of it belongs to you. Tang Bingyan's thick and slender eyelashes fluttered fiercely. She lowered her eyes to look at Su Tian, who was kneeling in front of her, her earlobes gradually turning red. It was a moment she had waited too long for. At this point, she couldn't even somewhat believe what was in front of her. Wife, do you promise me? Su Tian raised his head and saw Tang Bingyan looking at herself in disbelief with a stunned look, some heartache. But still, in order to ease the atmosphere, he opened his mouth and said, my knees are going to be numb. Tang Bingyan woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly pulled the person up from the ground. Everything I have has been yours for a long time. Su Tian immediately got up to hold Tang Bingyan in his arms and lowered his head to kiss the red lips of the person in his arms. He was clear that for the relationship between himself and Tang Bingyan to be completely free of any hard feelings, it would not happen overnight. But now that the woman in his arms had collected the aura of a queen, and her slender hands had taken the initiative to wring his neck, it made Su Tian unable to resist wanting to go further. Honey, have your relatives left yet? Chapter 105 Morong Shui. Haven't you thought about it yet? The atmosphere was just right, and Su Tian asked tentatively. Tang Bingyan was slightly stunned, some clarity returning to her eyes. Then she gently nodded, and just as Su Tian picked up Tang Bingyan in a horizontal hug and walked toward the bedroom, jingling, the cell phone Tang Bingyan placed on the coffee table suddenly rang. Su Tian's movements abruptly froze. He understood that Tang Bingyan didn't like it when people called him directly, and once the phone rang it was usually a big deal. I'll take the call first. Tang Bingyan struggled a bit and got off of Su Tian, quickly walking over to the table and picking up her cell phone. The person on the other end didn't know what had been said, and she was silent for a moment before speaking in a cold voice. I know. You tell the marketing department to get over there right away. I'll be there in an hour. Su Tian knew that something had indeed gone wrong on the company's side. With some regret, he went back to his room to get her handbag. By the time she returned to the living room again, Tang Bingyan had already buttoned up to the top button of the shirt that had just taken advantage of the chaos to be unbuttoned by Su Tian. I've got some business to take care of, so I can't eat your steak. After saying that, Tang Bingyan walked over to Su Tian and placidly kissed his thin lips. Su Tian felt the softness on his lips, and the depression in his heart subsided for the most part. It's okay, I'll make it for you some other time. After saying that, Su Tian put on Tang Bingyan's jacket for her and sent her downstairs to the parking lot before going upstairs alone. Su Tian stood in front of his house and hesitated for a moment, so he turned around and knocked on the door of the room across the street. Which one? Shan Yaran came out to open the door and was a little surprised to see Su Tian. Mr. Su, how do you? My girlfriend is working late at the moment. Do you want to have dinner with me? Su Tian smiled at Shang Yaran. The bottle of champagne you sent. It's better for you to open it yourself. Wait for me then. 5 minutes later, Shang Yaran, who had changed his clothes, appeared in the dining room of Su Tian's house. Come and taste my handiwork. Su Tian's previously fried steak was brought up, and he simply made a vegetable salad. The steak had already cooled, and before Su Tian brought it out, he warmed it up again in the microwave. And although the taste was definitely not as good as the one right out of the pan, it was good that he had bought a 5-grade Wagyu this time, and the quality made up for the lack of cooking. Thanks. Shan Yaran uncorked the champagne bottle and poured a glass each for himself and Su Tian before sighing. I didn't think you would choose to become an agent. How? Su Tian asked in disbelief. With a physical condition like yours, if you become an actor, you'll probably be an overnight sensation. Shan Yaran had seen quite a few handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment industry, but none of them had been able to leave a deep impression on him like Su Tian. Actors even. Su Tian laughed and shook his head. I don't know how to act. It's better for me to be an agent. Which branch did Mr. Hua ask you to go to? Shan Yaran asked as he took a bite of his steak. Green fruit music. Su Tian answered truthfully. Green fruit? Shang Yaran froze, then his brows tightened. This company's artists are not easy to lead. Green fruit music, except for Nyejingjing, is a small transparency that has not been checked. It's really kind of hard for an agent with no resources to go there and try to make something happen. Actually, this arrangement may not be bad for you. The artists who can make it in Tianfeng Entertainment as well as a few other agencies under it have been pretty much carved up, so even if you go over there, there's no one to bring you. And green fruit music is different. There's only Du Xiaowei alone there. If you go there to develop, you might be able to catch a chance. That's what I thought. Seeing that Shang Yaran was so serious in analyzing the pros and cons for himself, Su Tian asked a few more questions. Iran, You've been in Tianfeng Entertainment for so long. What's your assessment of this person, Du Xiaowei? I see that the fans on the internet have a pretty good impression of him. Su Tian was a bit impressed with Nye Jingjing, the artist Du Xiaowei had brought along, and even read some reports about him. Nye Jingjing, this woman is to take the route of hype black and red, poor temperament scandal, so although there is heat, but never can be compared to those heavenly kings and queens level singers, and before Du Xiaowei took her on, she changed several agents, and either she was exasperated by her messy temper, or she couldn't look at them. It wasn't until her agent changed to Du Xiaowei that she tightened up. As for Du Xiaowei, this person always has a face of a Svengali in front of outsiders, so he has a pretty good reputation in the entertainment circle. Of course, he didn't have a good impression of Du Xiaowei from the fact that when he first entered Tianfeng Entertainment, Du Xiaowei had gone toe-to-toe with him over the matter of Shang Yiran, but it didn't stop him from finding out a little bit about Shang Yiran's attitude towards Du Xiaowei. Shang Yiran shook his head. That person is very good at doing superficial work. In fact, those who have dealt with him in the entertainment industry are clear that he is by no means a good person. You must be careful when you go over to his side. Beware of him digging a hole for you behind your back. Don't worry, I'll be on my guard. Shang Yiran's assessment of Du Xiaowei coincided with Su Tian's. Judging from these words from Shang Yiran, he really wasn't defending himself, but anyone who had some bad intentions of their own and posted this recording online could once again put Shang Yiran in the spotlight. Actually, you should be careful too. Su Tian put down his chopsticks and looked at Shang Yiran, who was a bit confused at the words. Don't trust others easily, and even more so, don't take the initiative to give away your handles. Shang Yiran seemed to have thought of something. His eyes darkened and he nodded silently. Su Tian knew that he had poked his sore spot, but he still had to say it. The fact that Li Cheng framed you is a wake-up call. Su Tian continued. Your kindness doesn't always lead to good results. Next time you want to do charity, just let your agent or assistant go and interface with the relevant people. There's no need for you to get too close to those being helped groups. Well, I won't make that mistake again, Shang Yiran said sullenly. The lesson learned this time was enough for him to remember for the rest of his life. Day 2. In an office in the Green Fruit Music office building, Du Xiaowei sat in the boss chair with his legs crossed and a cigarette in his mouth. His body was dressed in an expensive high-fashion suit, and the wristwatch on his hand was a limited edition of a certain brand, worth at least $1 million. The years had left their mark on his face, though he looked much younger than his actual age due to proper care. There was also a young girl sitting on the double sofa inside the office. The girl wore her hair crisp and straight, her sundress was washed and white, and the canvas shoes on her feet were years old, but such shabby dress can't hide the girl's own charm. Her delicate face without a single blemish and her innate innocence are enough to make her kill a bunch of stars, but those originally soulful black eyes were filled with blood, and there was not a trace of blood on the white porcelain one skin. Her whole body was wrapped in despair, and there was exhaustion in her eyes. Du Xiaowei finished a cigarette and pressed the butt into the ruby-encrusted ashtray, then changed his position and looked at the girl on the sofa. Morong Shui, my patience is limited. Haven't you thought about it yet? Morong Shui's body trembled violently, and a closer look would reveal that her hands, which were clenched into fists, were shaking, but on her face was a stubborn look that refused to compromise. Du Xiaowei frowned tightly and knocked on the desktop with some impatience. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a sharp knock suddenly sounded outside the door. Come in. Du Xiaowei, who had been interrupted, was a bit annoyed and his tone was quite grumpy. Immediately after, a tall and thin middle-aged man ran in panting, and without waiting for Du Xiaowei to speak, he took the lead and shouted, Manager Du, it's bad. The headquarters side sent a newcomer over, saying that he's the company's agent, and he also told all of our departments to actively cooperate with him. Does Mr. Was side have something in mind? Chapter 106. Why are you so popular? Despite the fact that Green Fruit Music, under the umbrella of Skywind Entertainment, is just a small, insignificant company that has been at the bottom of the list year after year, but it was, after all, a subsidiary under Skywind Entertainment, which was better than the top and still a lot better than those sketchy little entertainment companies. The assessment of the Green Fruit Music artists and staff were all very strict, just like the headquarters, and those who were able to work in the company had gone through several re-examinations before they got the opportunity. Since Du Xiaowei was the head of Green Fruit Music, both artists and staff members who wanted to enter the company had to go through him first. But now that the company's side hadn't gotten any wind of the situation, the headquarters side had suddenly sent an agent parachuting in. So the company had very strong opinions about the newcomer who hadn't even appeared yet, especially those of Du Xiaowei's cronies, all of whom had already placed Su Tian in a hostile position. Du Xiaowei's eyes went cold as he sniffed, an angry feeling radiating from his body as he snorted disdainfully. A newcomer? It's that Su Tian, right? Yes, it's Su Tian. Manager Du, you know him? Du Xiaowei seemed to be thinking of the day Su Tian went toe-to-toe with himself at the headquarters meeting, and his face hardened a few more points. It's just a rube who doesn't know anything and gets a chance by playing smart. This kind of minor character doesn't need my trouble. But, the middle-aged man was a bit embarrassed and was about to open his mouth, but he was interrupted by Du Xiaowei. I'm the boss here at Green Fruit Music. Can a newcomer like him still turn the tables? Du Xiaowei rolled his eyes. Su Tian, that layman, had actually found the right public relations method to clear Shang Yaran's name. He surnamed Su spoiled my good deed. I haven't yet sought to settle the score with him, and now he's taking the initiative to come to my door to seek abuse. He simply doesn't know how to die. It's just as well that this time we're settling old scores with new ones. Once Shang Yaran was blocked, the resources that originally belonged to him would definitely be divided into Nie Jingjing's hands. As a result, instead of being blocked, Shang Yaran is now reaping more sympathy and support, and even his endorsement fees have gone up a lot. In this way, the artists under him were still being pressed by the artists on Zhou Ping's side, and he didn't know when he would be able to make a name for himself. When the tall and thin man heard that Du Xiaowei was going to settle the score with Su Tian, he had a bottom line in his heart and was busy flattering him. On our company's side, it's still necessary for you, Manager Du, to personally come out in order to subdue those ungrateful brats. The tall and thin youth was in a hurry to report to Du Xiaowei just now and didn't notice Morong Shui sitting on the sofa, and now that he saw her, he immediately understood Du Xiaowei's intentions, and his face involuntarily revealed a lewd smile. Morong Shui's body stiffened and her clenched fists clenched a few points tighter. Nothing else, right? Du Xiaowei impatiently glared at the man and scolded. Nothing, hurry up and get the hell out of here. Don't delay my business. Yes, I'm going out. I'm going out. The tall and thin man understood and hurriedly exited the office, and purposely closed the office door tightly before leaving. The office was quiet again. Du Xiaowei looked in Morong Shui's direction. The impatience in his tone was already very obvious. Morong Shui, stop pretending to be innocent. How many actresses in this circle are clean? You should have come to your senses when you entered this circle. Not everyone is as patient as I am. Don't continue to make a nuisance of yourself. Morong Shui sniffed and pursed her pale lips. Not speaking. Yuki, why don't you get the hang of it? Seeing that Morong Shui remained unmoved, Du Xiaowei's attitude softened again. If you follow me, I promise to give you all the resources in my hands, so we can all get what we need. Why not? As Du Xiaowei said this, he stood up from the boss chair and came over to Morong Shui's side, continuing to follow the instructions. This kind of thing happens once in a while. As long as you obey me, I can not only promote you, but also transfer your father to a better hospital and pay for his surgery for you. Morong Shui's body stiffened more and more because of Du Xiaowei's proximity and quickly moved towards the edge of the sofa, making a pose that she intended to run away at any time. But Du Xiaowei was confident that Morong Shui wouldn't run and wouldn't dare to run, so he gave an inch and put his claws on her waist. Xiao Shui, you've been in the company for 2 years now. The flowering period of an actress is only a few years. You've already wasted 2 years. Do you have to wait until people are old and yellow before you get the hang of it? With your condition, if you had followed me when you first joined the company, you would definitely have become a popular actress like Nie Jingjing by now, maybe even more popular than her. It's a pity that you are too stubborn. Wasted a good time. You see, with you the same time the debut of those artists, even if it is not a big hit, at least can drive a luxury car, live in a large villa, clothes and food. You don't feel sorry at all? Du Xiaowei was soft and hard, but Morong Shui remained unmoved by his words. Gradually, his patience ran out. Morong Shui, don't you dare refuse to drink until you've been punished. You think you're spending time with me now, waiting until your contract with the company expires, so you can regain your freedom to sign with another company. Don't be naive. Du Xiaowei snorted, mockery in his tone. When you were under me, I was able to push out your resources, and you think that if you're out of contract, some other company will want you? Although Tianfeng Entertainment isn't a dominant player, it's still an existence that occupies half of the entertainment industry. As long as I let out some wind, you won't be able to sing on stage again for the rest of your life. Morong Shui's nails entered into sinking into the flesh when she heard this shameless comment from Du Xiaowei. She suddenly raised her head and looked straight into Du Xiaowei's eyes. Also, as you said, there are so many people in the entertainment industry. Why me? I'm not the kind of woman who can sell her body for profit. What's selling your body? Don't say it like that. Du Xiaowei's lewd gaze lingered on Morong Shui's delicate body. This is called utilizing one's advantages wisely. Morong Shui, you've been in the entertainment industry for a while. You can't still be so naive, right? Do you really think those heavenly kings and queens became popular by their own strength? If no one holds you up, even if you're a phoenix, you'll still have to slump in the mud. Look at that with you at the same time debut of the Qin Jianlian, a plastic face, singing and tuning, everything is not compared to you. But people have already released 2 albums, but also can shoot a TV series with the popular boy acting as a couple. She was just a dirt chicken before, The reason why she's so hot isn't because I introduced her to Mr. Lee, that's why she flew up to the top? Little white flowers like you are everywhere in the entertainment industry. You have no background and no connections, and you don't pay, so why should people's bosses support you? Chapter 107 Morong Shui is my person now. Unless you're like Nye. People are a rich family. Family property billions. As long as you want to make an album gold medal producer with her pick. How many people rushed to go to write songs for her? And look at you. You don't have a rich family to back you up. And if you continue to be so fake and noble, you won't be able to get ahead in this life. Du Xiaowei said and looked at Morong Shui's increasingly pale little face and continued. Little Snow, I've always thought that you're a smart girl. I hold all the resources of green fruit music in my hands, so as long as I say a word, I can make you famous. You follow me this time. Wait for a while, I will give you to change a few rich boss. You do not look at them older, but out of generosity, the time to smash the money will never be soft. Not to mention the album, even the national tour casually open, to ensure that will not treat you poorly. Pop. Morong Shui listened to Du Xiaowei's nasty words and couldn't bear it anymore, lifting her hand to give Du Xiaowei a slap. Du Xiaowei froze for a split second as he was hit. In the next moment, his face steeply sank as he glared sorrowfully at Morong Shui. Little, you're a toast. I don't want to follow you anymore. I want a new agent. After saying that, she stood up from the sofa with a resolute attitude, but she didn't take 2 steps before Du Xiaowei pulled her back. Morong Shui didn't have much strength. That slap just now wasn't much different from a massage for Du Xiaowei, but this act of resistance on her part still angered him. Want to change agents? When you come under me, I'll see who dares to be your agent without my approval. Morong Shui's pretty face was slightly red because of her anger. She clenched her fists tightly, and there seemed to be fire flickering in her cool and penetrating black eyes. Don't you bully me. I'm a bully? Du Xiaowei sneered. I'm just bullying you. What can you do to me? As he looked at Morong Shui's face of anger and reluctance, the fire of lust in his heart burned even brighter instead. He couldn't wait for Morong Shui to compromise on her own, and simply reached out and pounced in her direction. Little Shuier, obediently follow me. I promise to make you a big hit. Get the hell out of here. Morong Shui struggled desperately, but the difference in strength between her and Du Xiaowei was too great to break the other party's large, iron-clamped hands. I'm going to yell for someone if you keep this up. Go ahead and yell and see if anyone can come to your rescue. Du Xiaowei directly raised his hand and cupped Morong Shui's chin, threatening, even if you don't think about yourself, don't you care about your dad? He's still lying on the hospital bed right now. Morong Shui's original struggling movements instantly stalled, and a touch of despair surfaced in her eyes. Du Xiaowei knew that he had poked Morong Shui's pain and took the opportunity to hold her tightly in his arms and lowered his head towards those rouge-colored thin lips and kissed her. However, just as he looked down, the door to the office was suddenly kicked open with a bang. A tall, thin, and upright young man walked in from outside with Faith. He walked into the office, and his gaze fell on Du Xiaowei, who was furious from the shock and anger, and said lightly, Broker Du, spring hasn't arrived yet, so take care of your health. Du Xiaowei's movements froze abruptly. Morong Shui took advantage of the chaos to push Du Xiaowei away with force and retreated to a safe distance, also looking in the direction of the door in panic. Du Xiaowei narrowed his eyes unhappily, and after seeing that it was Su Tian who had come in, his face was so ugly that it seemed as if he could eat people. Su Tian, who let you in? I knocked on the door outside for a few minutes and no one answered, so I kicked the door right in for fear of something happening to you. Su Tian Bull ****** Ted without changing his face. After saying that, after his eyes lingered on the embarrassed Morong Shui for a moment, he turned around and closed the wide-open door again. What did you come to see me for? Seeing that he was on the verge of getting Morong Shui, but Su Tian came to mess up at this time. Du Xiaowei gritted his teeth and glared at Su Tian standing in the doorway, his blood pressure skyrocketing. Su Tian calmly walked to the chair across the desk and sat down, raising the file in his hand. Of course I'm here to see you for the handover. This is my posting document. Please ask manager Du to sign on it. Du Xiaowei coughed pretentiously and walked over to Su Tian with a sullen face, snatching the document in Su Tian's hand and giving it a cursory glance. It's really a 10-year document. With a displeased look on his face, he fished out a signing pen from his desk drawer and quickly signed his big name on the last page of the document, then chaotically gathered the document and threw it towards Su Tian's arms. I signed the papers. Now you can go. Su Tian smiled faintly as he straightened up the scattered papers, then slowly stood up from his chair. Don't dawdle. Get out. Du Xiaowei had lost his patience. He had waited for 2 years, and with great difficulty, he was about to break through Morong Shui's defenses, but at the critical moment, he was spoiled by Su Tian. But he wasn't in a hurry to settle the score with Su Tian. Anyway, this kid was under his command. He wanted to deal with him as simple as crushing an ant. There was no hurry. Today it was hard to catch the opportunity. He must be good. Morong Shui, this pretentious little to clean up the obedience. Morong Shui's face grew paler and paler. She knew very well that Du Xiaowei wouldn't just let it go today. When she thought that after the youth left, she would have to face Du Xiaowei's persecution again. Her expression was desperate and her body shook. She watched the youth with the documents get up and then walk straight toward the door, and her heart, which was still beating violently, sank a little. At the same time, the corners of her lips slowly quirked up in a touch of self-deprecation. What was she expecting? Du Xiaowei is a dominant force in this company and no one can save her. However, just as she was about to resign herself to her fate in near despair, the youth, who had walked to the door, suddenly looked back at her. Coldly colliding with the youth's spring-like eyes made Morong Shui's heart steeply leak a beat. The next moment she heard the youth at the door and herself say, "What are you doing? Not leaving yet?" Ha! Morong Shui froze violently, frozen for a moment, unable to understand the meaning of the youth's words. It took a few seconds for her to point at herself with a foggy head. "You're asking me to come with you?" Su Tian found it funny. "Is there anyone else in this house?" "Su Tian, what are you up to again?" Du Xiaowei's face was frighteningly gloomy. "Manager Du, you're really an expensive person. You don't even remember the content of the entry document you signed yourself just now?" Su Tian reopened the document again and pointed to the line in the center. "What's the content?" When Su Tian saw Du Xiaowei's impatient look, he knew that he hadn't looked at the posting document carefully, so he kindly explained it to him. "From today onwards, Morong Shui is the artist I'm bringing in." Chapter 108. Haven't seen much of the world? What? Du Xiaowei's face suddenly changed. "Say that again?" Morong Shui, who was standing dumbfounded, was also confused, and didn't react at all to what was happening. "I said that from today onwards, I'm Morong Shui's manager." Su Tian patiently repeated it again. "Are you kidding me?" Du Xiaowei sneered. "Morong Shui has been under me for 2 years. Who are you to snatch her away?" Su Tian pointed at the document with an innocent expression. "You just signed the papers yourself." Du Xiaowei had just wanted to send Su Tian away, and hadn't even looked at the details of that document carefully. And now that he had heard the words, he immediately rushed over to Su Tian and snatched the document from his hand to look at it carefully. Sure enough, he saw a line in the document. He stared at the handwriting on the document for a few seconds before staring at Su Tian and asking, "Forged, right? If you don't believe me, call Mr. Guo personally. After all, this posting document was approved by Mr. Guo. Did you think I wouldn't ask?" Du Xiaowei glared viciously at Su Tian and turned his head to get his cell phone. Manager Du had better hurry. Su Tian slowly made his way back to the front of his desk. "I still have to arrange the next jobs for my artists." Morong Shui stood stiffly in place, looking at the youth and Du Xiaowei who were confronting each other in a trance. Is she dreaming? She, surprisingly, can actually change agents? On the other side, Du Xiaowei directly opened his laptop and turned on the software intending to video contact Guo Qishan. Morong Shui looked at Du Xiaowei's look of determination. A hanging heart once again sank to the bottom. Du Xiaowei was the patriarch and head of Green Fruit Music, and the artists under him supported 80% of Green Fruit Music's income. The Niejingjing under him was enough for him to secure his position as a gold medal broker. And even over at the head office, he was still a high-ranking person with a voice. Now in front of him is just a newcomer to the company. Want to steal people with Du Xiaowei? I'm afraid it's not that easy. Morong Shui didn't even need to think about it. She could guess that Guo Qishan would definitely favor Du Xiaowei and let this newly promoted manager choose another artist. Suffice it to say that a seed of hope had just sprung up in her heart, only to germinate and be snuffed out by the merciless reality. Mr. Guo. The video was quickly connected and Du Xiaowei sat upright, adjusted the position of the camera and opened his mouth to greet Guo Qishan. Su Tian passed, right? Have you seen the posting papers? Guo Qishan on the other side of the video was also sitting in his office, drinking tea while videoing with Du Xiaowei. Du Xiaowei glanced coldly in Su Tian's direction before looking at Guo Qishan. Mr. Guo. He's in my office right now. It just so happens that I have something to tell you. What is it? Guo Qishan also saw Su Tian through the video. Mr. Guo. I've read the document Su Tian brought over. The artist he wants was originally the one I'd been bringing in, and it's all been brought in for 2 years, and now that her contract hasn't expired, it wouldn't be right to directly change her agent, would it? Guo Qishan frowned slightly at his words and thought for a moment before speaking. That Morong Shui you're talking about, right? It's just a little transparent. What can you do if you give it to him? Du Xiaowei sniffed and immediately explained. Morong Shui is indeed a little transparent, and because of that, I can't give him the person. Su Tian is a newcomer. If he wastes all his time on such a small person with no future, it would be a waste of the resources the company has given him. Su Tian is an agent. The most important thing for an agent is to have a good eye and know how to choose people. With all due respect, just by the fact that he chose Morong Shui, who has no future in development. In my case, he's an unqualified agent. Morong Shui, who was standing on the side, heard Du Xiaowei's words, her fists hidden behind her back tightened again, and her heart was in her throat, pounding and jumping. Su Tian, on the other hand, was listening to Du Xiaowei's complaint in a dignified manner, without the slightest change in the expression on his face. The company isn't far behind in resources, and since he's already chosen someone and I've agreed, it's a done deal. Guo Qishan had absolutely no intention of giving Su Tian another replacement. To him a tiny Morong Shui followed whichever agent was the same. A flash of coldness flashed through Du Xiaowei's eyes, but on the surface, he put on an appearance of looking out for the company. Mr. Hua, it may seem like it's just a small artist, but Su Tian is acting out of line. If the company's other managers and artists knew about it, I'm afraid they'd have a problem with it. And as the manager of Green Fruit Music, I can't allow someone like that to act out of line in the company. Du Xiaowei paused and then proposed a solution. Mr. Hua, I've come up with a plan to get the best of both worlds. How about I give him Jiangmu to take? Jiangmu has now made a name for herself in the ancient-style music circle, and previously singing theme songs for popular online games has sucked in another batch of game fans. So next I'm going to let her develop in all aspects of film and television and song. And it's just as well for Su Tian to take advantage of this opportunity to practice a bit. Du Xiaowei's behavior on the surface seems to be looking after the big picture. He took the initiative to give up the money-making artist in his hands. In the eyes of outsiders, properly a good senior who was looking out for the company. No one will know what he really thinks underneath all this planning. A fledgling layman dares to call his bluff. Don't dream of it, Su Tian. Du Xiaowei is planning to let you take Jiang Imo. What do you think? Guo Qishan stared intently at Su Tian on the other end of the video, observing his reaction. Broker Du is trying to switch with me? Su Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. It's not impossible. Du Xiaowei's heart was secretly happy. I didn't expect this kid to be bought so easily. Really, even God is helping him. Originally, Du Xiaowei was worried that Su Tian would definitely take the opportunity to sow discord in front of Guo Qishan and tell him that he forced Morong Shui. But he didn't think that this kid was quite sensible. Morong Shui's body trembled terribly as she listened to Su Tian's words, and the only bit of hope in her heart was dashed. Jiangmu is a rising star. While she is a small transparent with only one commercial song in 2 years since her debut, anyone knows how to choose. What hope did she have? Just now, she had expected that she would be able to get out of Du Xiaowei's clutches, which was really naive. Du Xiaowei had warned her long ago that as long as she was still in his hands, she had no choice. As long as Du Xiaowei doesn't let go, no one dares to take her. She won't get any more out of this. Morong Shui's face was bloodless with despair. Du Xiaowei had a smug look on his face when he saw this, and even slightly picked his lips at the angle of his back to Guo Qishan, and swept his eyes twice over Morong Shui's pretty face with a lewd gaze, using a small star that was just a little bit hot to get rid of Su Tian. It seemed that this kid hadn't seen much of the world either. Chapter 109 Take away Morong Shui. What else do you want? Du Xiaowei warned Su Tian with his eyes not to be insatiable. Su Tian, however, smiled coldly as if he didn't see it. People can be exchanged, but I think Morong Shui is good in all aspects, and may not fail to become a popular actress in the singing world in the future. I'm afraid it won't be possible for you to exchange a third-line starlet for me. If you insist on replacing them, replace Nie Jingjing under you with me. What did you say? Du Xiaowei froze, and it took a full 5 seconds before he reacted, instantly changing his face and roaring at Su Tian. Su Tian, I think you're off your meds. A newcomer dares to ask me for a lion's share? Do you really think I don't dare to clean you up? After he finished yelling at Su Tian, he turned his head and complained to Guo Qishan. Mr. Hua, you see, this brat Su Tian is deliberately trying to cross me. To compare Morong Shui, a small transparency in the entertainment industry, with Nie Jingjing, the most popular under his command, was simply not knowing how to die. Du Xiaowei lost his demeanor by Su weathering cursed on the spot, and if he hadn't been so out of it, Morong Shui wouldn't have been able to believe what she had just heard. Su Tian, you didn't agree to swap her with Jiang Mo? Su Tian looked at the storming Du Xiaowei, his expression still calm. Broker Du, you're saying I'm deliberately messing with you? Mr. Hua asked the people of the company to cooperate with me while you refused to do so. Could it be that you, Manager Du, can disregard Mr. Hua's orders and act as you wish? It seems that this Green Fruit Music is not a branch of Tianfeng Entertainment at all, but you're Du Xiaowei's turf. You can decide at will whether an artist stays or goes, and even the instructions of General Manager Gui can be disregarded. Su Tian didn't think it was necessary to tell Guo Qishan about Du Xiaowei forcing Morong Shui to subterfuge because Guo Qishan had a lot of work to do day in and day out, and it was unlikely that Guo Qishan would take the lead for a small transparent person. Not to mention that things like subterfuge are commonplace in the entertainment industry, so maybe Guo Qishan will still think that Morong Shui is uneducated. Only by poking Guo Qishan's sore spot would he dismiss Du Xiaowei's proposal as he expected. Guo Qishan didn't care about a little transparency like Morong Shui, so what did he care about? Of course it's your own position and rights. Du Xiaowei is now a dominant player in Qinghua music. All the employees look up to him. There is no one who can constrain him, which is something Guo Qishan does not want to see. As an agent, Du Xiaowei originally had a lot of connections in the entertainment industry, so if he had second thoughts and brought his artists to set up his own business, it would be an absolute loss for Tianfeng Entertainment. Du Xiaowei's heart thumped when he heard Su Tian's words. He hurriedly rebuked coldly, "Su Tian, don't give me any nonsense. How could I not follow Mr. Guo's orders?" Du Xiaowei had followed Guo Qishan for so many years, so he naturally knew exactly where the other party's scales were. Guo Qishan would never allow his men to engage in any kind of family dominance and go against his orders. Just as Du Xiaowei was scolding Su Tian, his afterimage saw that Guo Qishan's face on the other end of the video had sunk. Du Xiaowei's heart skipped a beat. Oops, Guo Qishan did get angry, even though he was well aware that Su Tian's words just now were deliberately provocative. What the other party said was actually correct. Du Xiaowei's power in the branch is getting bigger and bigger, and he was even more vocal during the last meeting, not even putting him, the executive president, in his eyes. Moreover, Guo Qishan had heard some rumors during this time that Du Xiaowei still had private dealings with people from the Yen Group. Thinking of Du Xiaowei's recent performances, Guo Qishan immediately said in a deep voice, "Du Xiaowei, you hand over Morong Shue's contract to Su Tian. I promised him before. This is settled. Mr. Guo." Du Xiaowei wanted to say something else, but was rudely interrupted by Guo Qishan. "Du Xiaowei, do you really think that green fruit music is your turf and I can't interfere? I don't mean this," Du Xiaowei explained sardonically. "If you don't want to give Morong Shui to him, that's fine. Then swap Nie Jingjing over." Du Xiaowei was choked speechless. Nie Jingjing is his money tree. How could he change Nie Jingjing? The fact that Guo Qishan was able to say the words for him to give Nie Jingjing to Su Tian showed that he was really angry. So Du Xiaowei could only soften his attitude even if he was unwilling. "Mr. Guo, it's because I slipped up just now. I'll go do the handover procedures." "Du Xiaowei, Su Tian was sent over by me. Do what you need to do. Do as you please." Guo Qishan warned some more before cutting off the video. Now he was somewhat glad that he had made the decision to transfer Su Tian to Qinghua music. Du Xiaowei is now covering the sky with one hand over there, and if there is no one to check and balance him, he is afraid that there will be a lot of trouble in the future. But Su Tian is really too indolent. For a small artist with no fame, the first day he arrived at the company, he got into a fight with Du Xiaowei, not knowing how to hide his sharpness at all. So Harry Rash really can make some achievements in the branch, and Du Xiaowei equal? Guo Qishan couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache again when he thought of Su Tian's vision for selecting people, but with things as they were, he could only wait and see what would happen. After Guo Qishan gave the order, Du Xiaowei could only coldly call the HR manager over and ask him to handle the handover of Morong Shue's contract. Su Tian calmly sat on the chair and waited for the personnel manager to prepare the relevant procedures, then signed his name on it. Du Xiaowei's eyes flashed with thick hatred, itching to tear Su Tian into pieces. This asshole, how dare he badmouth him? God knows how long he had waited for this day. It was so hard to have a chance to get Morong Shui, and on the verge of doing so, it was still too hateful to let Su Tian spoil it. Just as Du Xiaowei was staring at Su Tian and grinding his teeth, Su Tian had already finished the handover regarding Morong Shui with the personnel manager. He rose with the contract in his hand and made a gesture of salutation at Du Xiaowei. "Manager Du, thanks for making it happen." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the door, and when he passed by Morong Shui, he saw that she was still dumbfounded, so he stopped and opened his mouth. "Go away, don't disturb Manager Du's work." Ah, good. Morong Shui hadn't yet gotten over her shock. Everything that had just happened was like a dream to her. It even made her not dare to act rashly for fear that she would wake up from her dream. Hearing Su Tian's reminder, she subconsciously took a step to follow. When she walked to the door, she heard Du Xiaowei say to her in a sorrowful tone, conspiratorially, "Morong Shui, do you really want to follow an inexperienced brat and let him be your manager? Now that you walk out of the door of this office, it will be too late to regret later." However, Morong Shui didn't stop her steps as if she didn't hear, and followed Su Tian out of the office. Chapter 110. I'm not that casual. For her, even if there was no future, it was better than staying and being spoiled by this scum Du Xiaowei. When Du Xiaowei saw Morong Shui follow Su Tian away without hesitation, he was so angry that he kicked over the chair beside him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a face for you. What do you think you are? There are plenty of little girls prettier and more understanding than you. Do you really think I can't have you? Until the two of them, Su Tian and Morong Shui, arrived next to the elevator, they could still hear those filthy curses from Du Xiaowei. The more Du Xiaowei thought about it, the more unwilling he became. In fact, Morong Shui's age is not young in the entertainment industry where newcomers come and go, and it was because of Morong Shui's refusal that Du Xiaowei felt that he had been wedded and kept chasing after her. Now that Morong Shui was so ungrateful, then he would like to see what future she, Morong Shui, could have by following an agent with no resources or fame. A few moments later, downstairs in Su Tian's office. The area of this room is not as large as Du Xiaowei's, but there are as many office facilities as there should be, and the hardware is also very good. After all, Su Tian was sent here by Guo Qishan himself, and even though this place was dominated by Du Xiaowei, he wouldn't treat him poorly in such small and minor details. Su Tian led Morong Shui into the office, then rummaged through the cabinets again, finally finding a medical kit and taking out a band-aid from it. Tape the wound and don't touch water for a while. After receiving the band-aid handed over by Su Tian, Morong Shui realized that the back of her hand had an additional bloodstain at some point. It should have been left behind when he argued with Du Xiaowei. He didn't feel any pain just now, but now that he heard Su Tian mention it, Morong Shui felt that it really hurt a little bit at the wound. Just as she lowered her head to apply the band-aid, Su Tian sat down in his office chair, quietly surveying her every move. Morong Shui had a baby face, obviously an adult, but she looked just like a high school student. With looks like that, it's a great advantage to be in the entertainment industry. After all, even if a singer doesn't need to rely on his or her face to make a living, it has to be denied that artists who have both singing skills and beauty will be more popular. Morong Shui, who has not received any work in the past 2 years, still maintains the simple innocence of the first time out of school, like a small white flower that has not been polluted. Such a dusty and clean temperament is a refreshing sight in the showbiz world of competition, but it is also this kind of temperament that makes it easier to attract those with ulterior motives. They felt that a world-weary little girl like Morong Shui was good to hold, and could be left to their desecration. It was also thanks to Morong Shui's firm stance that she didn't degrade herself, otherwise her aura would have long been exhausted by the complex bat of the entertainment industry. Originally, Su Tian had never understood why Morong Shui had a red-hot commercial song but was still obscure after 2 years of debut, and today he finally understood the reason. Morong Shui's family was originally from a good background, and was even able to send her abroad to study, but her father suddenly became seriously ill, and the costly treatment emptied the family's coffers. Morong Shui, with the love of music into the entertainment industry, want to realize their own dreams at the same time to make money for their father's treatment, but did not expect to meet the human face of Du Xiaowei, so that their own acting career is almost cut off. Morong Shui does not have a background in the entertainment industry, nor does she have a family like Nie Jingjing that can smash money for resources, and then when she meets the unsuspecting Du Xiaowei, she can only watch the artists who signed with the company at the same time as herself put out singles and catch up with the announcements, and even those who are not as good as she is can mix up with the public. Instead, she stayed quiet and never did anything more than that jingle. Morong Shui, who had already applied the band-aid, looked up to sneak a look at Su Tian, her nerves still taut, like a jittery kitten. Su Tian noticed her line of sight and turned his head to look over, realizing that the other party's eyes immediately fled away. He could understand Morong Shui's current mood. The young girl who was not yet deep in the world, just entered the society and met such a scum as Du Xiaowei, which naturally brought a very big shadow to her. Even if he had saved her today at the hands of Du Xiaowei, she wouldn't immediately drop her guard, because she couldn't be sure if Su Tian was also harboring nasty thoughts about her just like Du Xiaowei. Are you emotionally stable? Su Tian sized up Morong Shui for a moment before asking. Stabilized. Morong Shui tugged at her skirt in some embarrassment. Being alone in the office with Su Tian made her a little uneasy. Then I'm going to ask you some basic questions next. Su Tian opened his own notebook. From today onwards, I'm your agent, and I have to have a rough idea of your situation. I understand. Morong Shui nodded fairly cooperatively. What announcements have you taken since you signed with the company? No. Morong Shui looked gloomy and shook her head. Except for one commercial song, there's nothing. Strictly speaking, that commercial song wasn't considered a resource given to Morong Shui by Green Fruit Music, because Morong Shui was only qualified to sing that song by virtue of standing out in the audition, and then signed with the company afterward. Su Tian nodded, taking brief notes in his notebook. He had expected Morong Shui's answer. It was similar to what he remembered from his last life. So do you go out and get any cover or songwriting work in private? Morong Shui's eyes dimmed at her words as she shook her head and added, the company does not allow artists to take announcements in private. So are you single now? Include a total of how many previous relationships and who you've been with and tell me about them. No. Hearing this question, Morong Shui subconsciously tensed. She bit her lips and replied, not before either. I've never been in love. This time it was Su Tian's turn to look at her in surprise. At an age like Morong Shui's, never having been in love was indeed surprising. That's too innocent. It's easy to get ripped off in the mixed-up world of entertainment. Then is there a 419 object? Su Tian continued to ask. Although Morong Shui has never been in a relationship, it doesn't necessarily mean that she doesn't have a one-night stand. If the other party broke the news, the impact on Morong Shui would be very great. No, Morong Shui blushed and said righteously, I'm not that casual. Not bad. Su Tian gave Morong Shui a thumbs up. I like people with a bottom line. Although this kind of thing was a matter of your willingness, even if it wasn't in the entertainment industry, it was normal. But Su Tian still felt that it was too risky. Not only was it easy to be photographed and blackmailed by the paparazzi, but it was also unsafe. Morong Shui did not have any messy scandals when it came to her emotions, which was pleasing to him as an agent. Thanks. Morong Shui pursed her lips and lowered her head again, not knowing what she was thinking. So who's taking care of your social apps now? Chapter 111 Accepting or Not Accepting Subterfuge. It's in Viagra's hands. Morong Shui returned. No wonder Morong Shui's microblogging dynamics are only 7 or 8 a year. They've grown grass. I'll get your social accounts back afterward. And then I'll scrutinize all of your social accounts above to screen and cull. And if there's any content that doesn't fit into your line of development, I'll delete it. The most important thing about making it in the entertainment industry is the persona. However, Su Tian felt that with a simple character like Morong Shui, there was no need to add too complicated a persona to her, and it would be good to keep her as she was. Although the queen is popular, the little white flower that sways in the wind and stubbornly refuses to give in is very easy to attract die-hard fans. Trouble. Morong Shui cast a grateful smile at Su Tian. You're welcome. I'm your agent. It's what I'm supposed to do. Su Tian thought for a moment and then asked, also, did the company send you your monthly base salary? It's been a year since I sent it. Muriel sighed. That means you haven't gotten a paycheck in a year? Su Tian was shocked. This Du Xiaowei was simply not human. Aha. Then what was your income for the year originally? Su Tian pursued. Just, go out to work. Morong Shui was a little embarrassed. She can't take announcements or privately write songs to sell to other record labels, so she's stuck with tutoring, etiquette, and the like. Su Tian's face sank. Every agency has a base salary for signing artists, which ensures that the artist can have an income even during the period when he or she is just starting out. But Du Xiaowei snow Morong Shui, do not give her a job, and forbid her to take the notice outside, even a few $1,000s of the base salary to withhold not to give. This is clearly want to let Morong Shui desperate, and he compromised. This kind of tactic is just too underhanded. Just a few $1,000s of base salary. For the small artists who have notices are nothing, but for the jobless Morong Shui, it is the life-saving money she used to live. Su Tian didn't need to ask to guess how difficult Morong Shui's life had been over the past 2 years. It's a shame that she's so gifted and talented that she can't publish the songs she writes, can't go on stage, and doesn't have any opportunity to do anything but subsidize her family by doing work that has nothing to do with her acting career. Morong Shui should have wanted to wait until her contract with the company expired so she could sign with another agency herself. But the age at which an artist can remain in top form is only a few years, and Morong Shui has wasted her youth for nothing, earning less than a white-collar worker in an ordinary company. What's more, even if the contract did expire, just by Du Xiaowei's heart, how could he let Morong Shui have other opportunities? As long as Morong Shui didn't let Du Xiaowei have his way, her acting career would basically never grow again. No one would cross the line with a big agent with connections and resources like Du Xiaowei because of a small transparent. Su Tian remembered that just now. At Du Xiaowei's place, he seemed to have heard the other party mentioning Morong Shui's father's surgical expenses. It seems that Murray has been under a great deal of financial pressure. Su Tian pondered for a moment, then said to Morong Shui, don't worry, the company owes you salary. I will let the finance department make up for all of it. After that, he took out his cell phone and called the company's finance manager. Wu Qishan's fury has spread throughout the company. Du Xiaowei doesn't dare to make any small moves at a time like this, and it's still not difficult to let Morong Shui get the wages she deserves. As expected, although the manager of the finance department was a bit reluctant, but in the end, he painfully agreed to pay back the salary to Morong Shui. Su Tian put down the phone and looked at Morong Shui again. Wait a while before you go to the financial settlement. A year's salary isn't much, but it should be enough for an emergency. Thanks. Morong Shui didn't expect to get her paycheck back, and the gratitude in her gaze toward Su Tian increased by a few more points. But even with this money, she sees no hope for her future. Having been out of work for 2 years, she has long since become a yesterday's flower in the entertainment industry, and is not as valuable as a newcomer picked out of a music academy. Even while 22 is the right age for ordinary people to start hustling, it's not considered young in the entertainment industry where youth is eaten. Su Tian saw the worried Morong Shui, and after a moment of silence, he spoke once more. Morong Shui, I have one more question for you. What? Morong Shui tensed up once more. Are you able to accept subterfuge in order to get resources? Morong Shui's sniffing face swish turned pale. Su Tian could probably understand her principle when he saw this reaction from the other party, but for the sake of his future work, he still needed to hear Morong Shui confirm it herself. After all, in the entertainment industry, Subterfuge is commonplace. He had to figure out Morong Shue's bottom line so that the two wouldn't be at odds later. I'm not trying to force you into anything. In principle, if an artist wants to move up the ladder, there's no stopping them from being an agent. I won't interfere with your choice, but one must be prepared. I can't accept it. Morong Shue was silent for a moment before she spoke with difficulty. No matter what happens, I can't accept being suborned. Very good. Su Tian nodded appreciatively. He'd seen too many that liked to take shortcuts, and one wrong step was all it took. There are also many popular actresses in the entertainment industry who have been exposed as having gold masters behind them, and most of the gold masters have families, so once they are exposed, their reputation and word of mouth will be ruined. Some of the questions may be pointed, but I, as your agent, with an attitude of responsibility for you, must ask them. From now on, I'll be in full charge of your work and life, and you'll have to check in with me on whoever you're hanging out with during your usual private time, so don't go private. If you fall in love, you must also report it to me at the first opportunity and not hide it, or suffer the consequences. I'm done. Now do you have any questions for me? Morong Shue stared blankly at Su Tian, obviously not quite used to this pace of questioning. Before, Du Xiaowei was holding some sort of unpleasant purpose, and most of the time when he spoke to her, his tone was either flippant or seductive, and when his patience ran out, he would be eerie, but he would not be as serious and grave as Su Tian. However, Su Tian acting in such a serious manner made Morong Shue feel at ease. I don't have a problem with that. I'll keep you posted on anything. Very good. Su Tian was satisfied with Morong Shue's attitude, and confirmed some more minor details to her, then exchanged cell phone numbers with Morong Shue to add WeChat. That's all for today. You go back and rest early. Come to the company's recording studio at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Now you can go. See you tomorrow then. Morong Shue left Su Tian's office in a trance. She still didn't have a shred of truth in her until she walked out of the office. Is Su Tian really going to take her? And there's a studio session scheduled for tomorrow. She hadn't sung in a long time. Would she disappoint Su Tian tomorrow? Morong Shue now had no confidence in herself at all, and was even more afraid that she would be disliked by Su Tian. She had managed to get out of Du Xiaowei's clutches with a little bit of hope. If she is abandoned by Su Tian again, she dares not imagine what will happen to her. Su Tian went through all the information related to green fruit music in his office, and by the time he got off work, it was already past dinner time. He didn't drive to the office today, and after he walked out the front door of the office, he was about to take a cab when he saw a car not far away rushing at him with double blinkers on. Su Tian stood still and waited for a while, and that car unexpectedly drove over. When the car drove up to him and the window rolled down, he couldn't help but be stunned to see the person inside. Chapter 112 Girlfriends are strict? Why are you here? Su Tian pulled open the car door and got in. I heard you were reporting over here today and came over to see you on purpose. Shan Yiran restarted the car. Why did you get off work so late? Did Du Xiaowei purposely find fault to make things difficult for you? No. Su Tian fastened his seatbelt and said with a faint smile, he would have wanted to make things difficult for me, but unfortunately he didn't have the chance. Ha ha ha, I actually don't think you're the one who's going to be bullied either. Seeing Su Tian's relaxed demeanor, Shan Yiran didn't pursue the work matter any further. It was Su Tian who was a bit surprised by Shan Yiran's leisure. Don't you need to catch up on announcements in the next 2 days? Shan Yiran, as a traffic star, coming to pick him up from work in such a leisurely manner was a bit out of the ordinary. Normally speaking, the matter of Li Chang's family falsely accusing Shan Yiran has been resolved, and the media should be scrambling to interview him during this time. But Shan Yiran has not attended any more events except for one tweet after the truth came out. No schedule has come out from the studio side either, which has made fans who have been worried about him anxious. I'm the one who pushed off those announcements. I've been so tired for a while and wanted to rest for a while. When he thought about being falsely accused, Shan Yiran's mood was still a bit low, but he quickly adjusted, a small smile pulling at his lips. Enough about me. Do you have any plans for the evening? It just so happens that I'm going to a private party today, and a lot of the people in it are in the entertainment industry, so I can introduce you to them and get to know them. Originally, Shan Yiran couldn't be interested in doing anything lately, so naturally he didn't want to attend the party. But Zhou Ping was worried that he was left with a psychological shadow because of what happened to Li Chang, so he often encouraged him to go out. Coupled with the recent lack of movement on the studio's side, many people in the outside world are speculating whether Shan Yiran will directly withdraw from the circle. Zhou Ping wanted to clear up this rumor, so he ordered Shan Yiran to go to the party today, which made him reluctantly go out. Shan Yiran did not want to go there so early, and after driving around the street twice, he ghostly drove the car to the entrance of Qinghua Music. It just so happened that he had heard that Su Tian was working today, so he waited at the door for a while, not realizing that he would actually be allowed to wait. Su Tian knows that Shan Yiran is kind to help himself. As an agent, The Hans must have a wealth of human resources, and he is now in the circle, properly a newcomer. In addition to Shang Yiran and the staff of the Green Fruit Music, he almost does not know anyone. My girlfriend is traveling on business and it just so happens that there's nothing to do today, so I'll go with you. Thanks for arranging it for me. You're still polite with me. Shang Yiran waved his hand carelessly and turned the steering wheel toward the business district. Half an hour later, Shang Yiran brought Su Tian to a membership-based entertainment club. After walking into the hall, Su Tianyi realized that his outfit was out of place with the handsome men and beautiful women present. It's just a private party. Don't all dress up like you're going to walk down the aisle at any moment. Then look at himself. Although he also wore a suit to work today, but it was on the casual side, and it stood out in front of those grand and ornate dresses. Relax. Look at all the scantily clad ones. Most of them are entertainers. Shang Yiran saw Su Tian's embarrassment and lowered his voice to explain to him. Most of them come here to pull resources, so naturally, they have to dress up. It's fine. Su Tian nodded. Well, he didn't care about other people's strange eyes, so he simply followed Shang Yiran and walked in. Isn't that Shang Yiran? He hasn't made any public appearances since that last incident, and I've heard rumors that he's retired from the industry, so it seems the rumors are false. How could he possibly retire? You don't know how hot Shang Yiran is right now. Although everyone was shouting at him when the accident happened, but after he clarified it later, he gained a lot of pity and sympathy. His popularity soared, and a lot of brands are rushing to work with him, and the limelight has even overshadowed Xia Yuxuan. Previously, Shang Yiran was falsely accused of molesting an underage girl and the entertainment industry was in an uproar. Even people outside the circle were paying attention to the progress of this matter. Now that they saw Shang Yiran come to the party, most of them turned their attention to him. Previously, many people thought that Shang Yiran could not turn around this time, molesting a minor such a thing, even if it is falsely accused. As long as the plaintiff does not let go, it is simply not wash. And I also heard that Tianfeng Entertainment is planning to spend money to settle the matter, which is the same as sending off Shang Yiran's future acting career. Who would have thought that in just 1 week's time, things would take a 180-degree turn? Not only did Shang Yiran not become a pervert that everyone shouted at, he also gained sympathy and compassion, and his popularity skyrocketed. As intense as the curses against him were before, he is now as popular as ever. The showbiz industry tends to be the norm. Before, all the people hate immediately with Shang Yiran clear relationship, but now the times are different. They see Shang Yiran, and then have to come over. Su Tian was standing right next to Shang Yiran, and naturally, he had gotten a lot of attention. Who is that handsome guy beside Shang Yiran? Is he also from Tianfeng Entertainment? I haven't seen it before. Is it an actor or a singer? Too many people were curious about Su Tian's identity, so someone boldly came over to inquire. Brother Shang, this friend beside you is? His name is Su Tian. He's my buddy. Shang Yiran put his arm around Su Tian's shoulder and introduced him to the people around him. Your company has signed a newcomer? What's the route? Acting or singing? He's not an artist. He's an agent. Shang Yiran explained. Su Tian also took this opportunity to take out the business cards he had prepared in advance to distribute to them. Hello guys, my name is Su Tian. You're a broker? One of the middle-aged men looked at Su Tian in surprise. It was the first time he had seen an agent who looked so handsome. The entertainment industry is full of handsome men and beautiful women, but the agent who was better looking than the artist can really not see a few. But why is Shang Yiran with a budding agent? He had been friends with Zhou Ping for many years, and it was impossible for him to suddenly change agents. Su Tian calmly finished his greetings amidst all the people's various speculations. Then he and Shang Yiran found an unoccupied sofa to sit on. No sooner had they sat down than a waiter came forward to ask what they needed. Want a drink? Shang Yiran ordered a low-proof cocktail, then looked at Su Tian. Give me a glass of sparkling water. Su Tian thought about it. Although Tang Bingyan hadn't returned from her business trip, she definitely didn't want her to drink. What? Is the girlfriend on such tight leash? After the waiter left, Shang Yiran said half-jokingly, can't even have a glass of wine? Chapter 113. Your girlfriend won't be mad, will she? You'll get it when you have a girlfriend. She hates the smell of alcohol. Su Tian smiled faintly without explaining too much. I won't drink. I'll drive the car back for you later. What does your girlfriend do? Why don't we have dinner together someday? Shang Yiran was genuinely curious as to what type of girlfriend someone like Su Tian would have. My girlfriend is rather busy. Wait for me to ask her. Su Tian said perfunctorily. He wasn't sure if Shang Yiran had ever met Tang Bingyan, but he didn't intend for the exposure to cause trouble for Tang Bingyan during their hidden marriage. Even though he and Shang Yiran were now considered friends, he still didn't want to cause trouble. Alright, ask her then. Seeing Su Tian's reluctance to mention his girlfriend, Shang Yiran just assumed that he was keeping a low profile and didn't care. By the way, I heard that you want Murong Shui? That's right. Su Tian nodded. Why her? Shang Yiran was a bit puzzled. There are so many artists in the company. Even if Su Tian picks an undeclared trainee, it's better than Morong Shui, a small transparent who has been on the scene for 2 years or is still unaccounted for. I think she's quite talented and was delayed under Du Xiaowei, Su Tian explained. Well, that's right too. Shang Yaran thought back to the Morong Shui he had seen. She's pretty and has a good tone. The singing scene is really lacking this one lately. Du Xiaowei, that person, is very good at crooked hype, but it's really all a bluff. And he also likes to gang up in the company. And a lot of talented small artists in Xinhua music have been held up. Anyway, you're just starting out now, so if there's anything I can do to help, just ask. Shang Yaran thought for a moment and continued. Next season, I plan to release a new album, so it's fine to leave her a chorus song or let her be the female lead in the music video. Thanks. I won't be shy about needing your help when the time comes. The waiter brought over what they had ordered, and Su Tian picked up the sparkling water and clinked glasses with Shang Yaran. Iran, there you are. Just at this time, a woman in a long black dress with long curly hair stepped on 7-centimeter thin-heeled high heels and walked over in their direction. The woman came to the two of them, bringing with her a strong fragrance of roses. She was slim and slender, like an elegant black swan, and came over and sat directly on Shang Yaran's lap. You don't look too good. Do you want me to recommend an old herbalist to take a look at you? Sister Shang Yaran was somewhat speechless as he gave the woman a seat before the other party lifted the hem of her skirt and sat down in front of the two. Su Tian sized up the visitor and immediately recognized the woman as diva Wang Manshan. Wang Manshan is also considered a household name, but she was labeled too early because of her overly outstanding appearance. And despite her good singing ability, she lost out on the Best Female Singer at the Huaxia Golden Melody Awards a few times because the song she chose when she first started out didn't quite match the qualities of her voice. Su Tian remembers that Wang Manshan released a new album this year, with a big breakthrough in song style, and after the album was released, it received unanimous praise from music critics in the industry, and she also won the Best Female Vocalist Award at the 36th Chinese Golden Melody Awards with this record. However, there is still some time before the Golden Melody Awards open, and for the time being, although Wang Manshan also has a certain status in the singing world, she is not yet considered a diva because she does not have the awards to add to it. What Su Tian knew about Wang Manshan in his previous life, apart from the gossip that was talked about by netizens, was that this award-winning album of hers was indeed well-deserved. After Wang Manshan sat down, she dropped her gaze on Su Tian, her eyes naked and straightforward, which made Su Tian think of some previous rumors about Wang Manshan in the entertainment circle, saying that she changed boyfriends faster than she changed clothes, and that she specialized in picking on young fresh meat under the year. Iran, you have this kind of superb little handsome boy beside you, why don't you introduce me to sister? Shang Yaran helplessly glanced at Wang Manshan and opened his mouth. His name is Su Tian. He's my friend, but don't hit on him, Sister Shan. He has a girlfriend. Her own mind was seen through by Shang Yaran. Wang Manshan was not annoyed. Instead she looked at Su Tian with a different meaning. It's not like I said I wanted him to be my boyfriend. Of course, as per Shan's character, she just wants to play 419. It seems that Shang Yaran and Wang Manshan are still on good terms, at least to the point of being mouthy. Don't be so direct. What are you going to pay me if you scare someone away? Wang Manshan glanced at Shang Yaran in a pretense of pouting, then got up and squeezed between Su Tian and Shang Yaran. Sis Sandy, don't bother, he's not dating. Shang Yaran's eyelids jumped straight up. Su Tian was brought by him, so he naturally had to protect a little. If we don't date now, we can do it later. Wang Manshan still refused to die. Sister, I have plenty of time. Queen Wang Tian. Su Tian calmly averted his eyes. I guess in a little while, you might not have that much time. Diva? Wang Manshan froze, then laughed mockingly, but no one has ever called me that. Little brother, you flattered the horse's hoof. No one had ever called her that in the entertainment industry, and although she had debuted early and had a bit of influence in the singing world, it was because she had never won a proper award that she was still ostracized by the mainstream Chinese music scene. That's what you'll be called from now on. When Su Tian saw Wang Manshan's somewhat unpleasant reaction, his expression didn't change. Instead, he said in an old-fashioned manner, I, for one, know how to read faces, and MS. Wang's career luck has been very strong lately. That's a pretty special way to strike up a conversation. Brother, Wang Manshan naturally didn't believe Su Tian's words, but still naturally cooperated with him. Then show me what's going to happen to my career. In a little while, I'll be going to the Golden Melody Awards. Do you think I'll be able to win? Su Tian deliberately turned his head and stared at Wang Manshan's face for a long time before continuing. Of course it's going to win, and it's going to be Best Female Vocalist. The pre-rebirth Su Tian had once spent quite a long period of time loafing around, and still had a lot of knowledge about these showbiz news. It was also because of the memories from his last life that now made it not a struggle for him, a newcomer, to enter the entertainment industry. He was pretty sure that the best female singer at this year's Golden Melody Awards would be Wang Manshan. Brother, who did you learn your coaxing skills from? Wang Manshan sniffed and laughed softly. Although it's cliched, sister, I'm quite used to it. Not to cajole you, but you're the best female singer at this year's Golden Melody Awards, and I can figure out that the best male singer at this year's awards is. Wang Manshan stared dumbfounded as Su Tian rattled off a few important awardees, eventually sighing somewhat helplessly. How much are you drinking here? I didn't drink and I'm not drunk. Su Tian picked up the sparkling water in front of him and waved it in front of Wang Manshan's eyes. Do you want to make a bet with me? Bet? Wang Manshan narrowed her eyes slightly as she surveyed the front sitting beside her. For the first time she realized she had people she couldn't see through. What do you want to bet on? Let's bet on who the best female singer will be at the Golden Melody Awards this time. And if I'm right, you have to promise me one condition. Sister. And what if you're wrong? Wang Manshan's eyes rolled, her mind quickly calculating. You can also promise me a condition? Of course, Su Tian replied with certainty. Anything? Wang Manshan seemed to be smiling, her body slightly leaning forward to walk in front of Su Tian, murmuring and whispering, then if the conditions that my sister and I raise are excessive, your girlfriend won't get angry, right? Chapter 114 Recording Studio. She won't. Su Tian remained calm, because Wang Manshan didn't even have a chance to make a deal. Well then, I'll make this bet with you. Wang Manshan stuck out her little thumb. It's a deal. You can't go back on your word. No problem. Su Tian saw that Wang Manshan even came up with such childish behavior as pulling the hook, and spat in his mind, it's still you who drink more, isn't it? Su Tian. This joke can't be made. Shang Iran, who was still being left out in the cold at the side, was a bit anxious. Did Su Tian forget that he had a girlfriend? How could he make this kind of bet with Wang Manshan? Wang Manshan is a famous player in the entertainment industry. If Su Tian loses, she will definitely take the opportunity to make some excessive demands. What's more, this bet was a sure loss for Su Tian no matter how he looked at it. How could Wang Manshan get the Golden Melody Award for Best Female Vocalist? It's okay, I've got it covered. Su Tian finished the glass of sparkling water in one gulp and got up to say goodbye to Wang Manshan. It's getting late. Iran and I will leave first. MS. Wang, don't forget about our bet. Shan Iran followed Su Tian to leave the reception site with black lines all over his head, and on the way back Su Tian drove, and Shan Iran stared straight at him from the passenger side, staring him down in his heart a little hairy. What are you looking at? Something on my face? If it wasn't for the lack of alcohol in the sparkling water, I would have really thought you were drunk, Shan Iran said as he stared at Su Tian. He thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out why Su Tian had made the bet. Aren't I sober? Su Tian didn't return his head, focusing on driving. But, Shan Iran opened his mouth, and finally swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Forget it. In any case, you have your own heart on the line. He was Su Tian's friend, not a parent, and he didn't need to be told what to do about some things. Don't worry, I've never lost a bet. Wang Manshan's career will go up a notch after she gets Best Female Vocalist. He made his opponent owe him a bet, and the deal was a bargain any way you looked at it. The next day, Green Fruit Music. The fact that a new agent had come over from the headquarters side had spread throughout the company. In the morning, several of the company's recording studios were in a state of overcrowding. Recently, the company is going to select a few trainees to debut, so they booked the studio in advance to record demos to facilitate the agent to take to the headquarters to audition. These trainees are all 16 or 17 years old, and the oldest trainees are no more than 20. All of them are in the prime of their youth and splendor. Because she had agreed on a time with Su Tian, Morong Shui came to the recording studio early this morning. She had changed her dress today, still a white dress with traditional lace at the corners, a $50 a piece style from Commercial Street. She looked a little out of place compared to the group of gussied-up little trainees. The good thing was that Morong Shui's face was indeed exquisite and flawless, and coupled with her dusty temperament, it made her not be compared in the least amongst those polished trainees, but instead added a few more points of unique charm. 5 minutes had passed since the time agreed upon with Su Tian, and Su Tian had yet to arrive. This left Morong Shui somewhat at a loss, and just at this time, a demurely dressed female entertainer walked out of the elevator room. As she walked and talked and laughed with the people around her, she didn't notice Morong Shui, and her high heels stepped directly on the top of Morong Shui's feet. Ah! She was unsteady with her weight and almost fell too. You don't have eyes. The woman was startled. After stabilizing her stance and seeing that the person blocking her path was actually Morong Shui, her face became more and more ugly. How come it's you? This woman is the very same Jiang Mal that Du Xiaowei was going to use to exchange for Morong Shui yesterday, because Du Xiaowei has the most resources in her hands, coupled with the fact that she knows how to hype and rub hotspots. She has released 2 albums in her debut year, and has become a newcomer in the singing world, with a momentum that pushes the third-tier artists. because Jiang Mu had the most traffic among the newcomers in the same batch. Almost everyone else surrounded her, rushing to please and flatter her. But Jiang Mu was not in a very good mood today. Yesterday, the matter of Du Xiaowei and Su Tian stealing someone had spread all over the company, and Su Tian chose Morong Shui, who had been on the scene for 2 years but was still unknown. And I heard that it was Du Xiaowei who was unwilling to let Morong Shui go and wanted to exchange her for Morong Shui. But it turned out that Su Tian even disagreed. Now that the news had spread, she had become the joke that the company's employees talked about after dinner. Zhang Mal had been angry all night because of this incident, and now that he saw Morong Shui again, he naturally took her as a thorn in his side. In front of Morong Shui, Jiang Yamo raised her chin condescendingly and stared at her with a look of disgust. "Why are you here? The agents sent me over." Morong Shui was not surprised that Zhang Mal had such an attitude. In fact, most of those at the company treated her that way. "Oh, an agent?" Zhang Mal snorted at his words. "But it's just a little white boy with little ability. Not even 30 years old agent. What climate can he become? You really take his words as holy orders." The few trainees beside Jiang Mal sniffed and mocked along with them. "Mal's sister, you don't say that. She is now a new agent designated big star. Surely it won't be long before it will be read all over the world. People, bottom line, we are these small newcomers. See her have to take a detour. Ha 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 ha. I've also come to see what the future light of the green fruit looks like." A female trainee deliberately came up to Morong Shui's face and scat under her breath. The new manager's eye for choosing people isn't very good either. With this rustic outfit, those who don't know would think it's the company's janitorial service. You didn't think having a new agent would make you soar, did you? A loser who can't even be promoted by a senior agent as powerful as Brother Xiaowei, but he still wants to be a big star? It's really ridiculous. The taunts from these few newcomers made Zhang Mal feel refreshed. She stared at Morong Shui with a smug face and said condescendingly, "Don't underestimate her. She started her career earlier than all of us. When we see her, we still have to call her senior." While seniority is also discussed in the entertainment industry, this only applies to some fixed industries. Artists like these who feed off of traffic get no respect if they debut early but never have much fame. Especially a small transparent like Morong Shui, who hadn't received any work yet after so long since her debut, not to mention not having much of a fan base, would be stepped into the dust. Morong Shui had long since seen clearly the worship of high and low in the entertainment industry, and had heard too many similar comments over the past 2 years and had long since become numb. So Jiang Mu's words did not have any lethal effect on her. Zhang Mal didn't see the reaction he wanted from Morong Shui's face, and skimmed his lips a bit irritatedly before making another wink at the trainee beside him. That trainee immediately understood what she meant and stepped forward to push Morong Shui to the side. "Please make way. Our sister Mal has to use the recording studio. Now sister Jiang Mal has to catch up with announcements every day. Her time is precious. You don't want to delay her. Chapter 115 is bound to be an overnight success." Morong Shui was abruptly pushed away, a flash of unwillingness in her eyes. If it were normal, perhaps she would have chosen to recognize her own misfortune because she didn't want to get involved in the strife. But today, because she had already made an appointment with Su Tian to record, she didn't want to back down. Seeing that Morong Shui refused to leave, the trainee's words became even meaner. "Why don't you get lost? I've never seen someone as insatiable as you. You've already climbed up the ladder and hugged the new manager's leg, but you still want to come and grab the recording studio with us trainees. Do you still want to be shameless?" The practitioners' voices were so loud that they startled the tuning teacher in the studio, who frowned and looked in the direction of Morong Shui and the others, growling unhappily. "This is the place for recording. If you don't want to record, get out of here all of you and don't delay everyone." The tuning teacher snapped, making that trainee even more smug. "Get lost? What's the hold-up?" Morong Shui had no choice but to pick up her canvas bag and turn around, ready to walk out of the recording studio. However, just as she turned around, a figure behind her blocked her path. Only to see a young man idly walking into the recording studio with a folder. After seeing the people inside, he abruptly hooked his lips and smiled. So many people. The trainee who had embarrassed Morong Shui saw Su Tian walk in and took a few steps back with some cowering, while also using his eyes to seek help from Jiang Mal who was beside him. Su Tian, no matter what, was also the agent that Guo Qishan had handpicked to come over, and a small trainee like her who hadn't even signed an official agent naturally didn't dare to make a move. Jiang Mal saw the culprit who had reduced himself to a laughingstock, and instantly raised his willow eyebrows and made a stern face. "Broker Su, control the people under you. Don't let her come out to humiliate and splash around, or else it's our company's overall image that will be affected." Su Tian raised an eyebrow. Even if he had only known Morong Shui for a short while, he was clear that her character was unlikely to engage in such behavior as spilling her guts. Jiang Mu himself had found fault, but now he was backtracking, describing Morong Shui as the one who had caused a disturbance and disrupted the order. "It was really interesting. It's not for you to worry about how I manage the artists under me. But I'm interested in banning a few people right now, and guess who it's going to be? Su Tian's words caused Jiang Mo to become enraged, and she asked back in that snarky tone. What a big mouth, you think you're the boss? Still want to block me? But just a little bit of power to get carried away. Really think of yourself as a dish. She's an artist under Du Xiaowei. If Wei doesn't speak up, who dares to block her? In the face of Jiang Mao's provocation, Su Tian just calmly picked up his cell phone and unlocked it, pressing a string of numbers to his ear. Hello, Mr. Gua. Jiang Mao had originally been in an aggressive stance, but now that he saw Su Tian directly calling Guo Qishan, his face suddenly changed. It's not a big deal. It's just that there's an artist on the side of green fruit music who doesn't listen, and I want to block her. You don't have to call and apply next time? You can just block it? Su Tian's words caused even Jiang Mao's effort to maintain his aura to dissipate in an instant. Her body trembled slightly, and her small, rosy face from fear abruptly turned ironic. The few trainees beside Jiang Mao who had taunted Morong Shui were even more terrified, lowering their heads in an effort to lower their presence for fear of being affected. But this artist is under Manager Du. Can I just block him too? Handle it as I please below the third line? Okay, got it. Hearing the words that artists below the third tier were to be dealt with as Su Tian, Jiang Mao could no longer remain calm. She hurriedly took a few steps to Su Tian and bowed vigorously. Broker Su, I know I'm wrong. I didn't think through my words just now. Can you forgive me this time? I won't make this mistake again. Jiang Mo's face was pale and shivering, and there was simply no more of that smug look that he had a moment ago. Su Tian called Guo to make her completely sober and recognize her identity. Even though she was now a minor celebrity, in the eyes of the company's senior management, she was only a minor artist of less than the third tier. During this time Jiang Mu was being held up by a group of small newcomers and got a little carried away, almost forgetting that she wasn't much of a big shot at all in the traffic-heavy company, and that those resources she had could easily be replaced by someone else. Su Tian watched with interest as Jiang Mo apologized humbly, and only after a moment did he speak leisurely. Don't you know who to apologize to? Do you still need me to teach you? Jiang Mo was slightly stunned, then realizing what Su Tian meant, she bit her lips tightly with a humiliated look on her face, but despite the reluctance in her heart, she eventually turned to look at Morong Shui. Morong Shui, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? After she apologized with Morong Shui, she couldn't wait to look at Su Tian. Broker Su, I've apologized to Morong Shui. Can you give General Manager Guo a call and not block me? I really won't dare next time. Su Tian glanced at Morong Shui and asked, satisfied? Where had Morong Shui seen this battle? She was busy nodding her head, so Su Tian turned the cell phone in his hand to show Jiang Mao, and there was indeed a string of phone numbers on the screen, but he didn't dial them. Jiang Mo stared blankly at Su Tian's cell phone and froze for a full 5 seconds before reacting, and then glared at Su Tian with an angry face. How dare this kid lie to her? At this moment, Jiang Mao couldn't wait to slap Su Tian. However, just as she was about to lash out, she looked to hear Su Tian coldly say, next time, that call will be more than just undialed. His meaning was clear. If Jiang Mo dared to be rude to Morong Shui next time, then he would really call a Guo Qishan to block her. Jiang Mu shuddered violently, her heart falling like ice. Still not going? Su Tian swept a stern glance at her with his eyes. This recording studio was applied for by Morong Shui. Are you going to rob it from us? In the face of Su Tian's threat, Jiang Mao didn't dare to say a word and hurriedly pushed away the trainee beside him, leaving with a resentful face. When the other practicing students saw Su Tian's tactics, they also trembled with fear and quickly slipped away. Even Jiang Mao didn't dare to call Su Tian's bluff anymore, and they, the undeclared trainees, were even less qualified. Morong Shui stared at Jiang Mo's back, a face overflowing with disbelief. Jiang Mu, surprisingly, just grayed out. She stood in the center of the studio, momentarily at a loss for words. So this is what it feels like to be defended. She'd never gotten it, and now she was suddenly a little afraid of losing it. After watching the entire process of Su Tian teaching Jiang Mo a lesson, the tuning teacher was also worried that he would become the cannon fodder to be relieved of his wrath, and hurriedly explained to Su Tian. It's true that this recording studio was first booked by Morong Shui, but just now Jiang Mu said that she couldn't put off an announcement this afternoon, so that's why I wanted to give this one to her to use. Su Tian didn't hold him accountable, only finding a seat at the doorway, and waved at Morong Shui, handing her a piece of A4 paper. Morong Shui saw an old song printed on it, Diva Xiaoyiru's hit song, The Past is with the Wind. Can you sing this song? Su Tian didn't explain to Morong Shui why he wanted to record this song, but as long as Morong Shui sings this song well, in the next big event that shocks the entire entertainment industry, it is bound to be an overnight hit. Chapter 116. She's going to stand on a 10,000 person stage and sing. Will do. Morong Shui was stunned at first, then nodded. Xiaoyiru was her childhood idol, and she knew most of the songs, but she didn't understand why Su Tian suddenly asked her to sing the song. Begin. Su Tian thought for a moment and added, the first 2 times aren't considered official recordings, so you'll find the feeling first. Good. Morong Shui stood in front of the long-lost microphone and was surprisingly a little nervous. It had been so long since she'd officially been on stage that even the memories of singing in the studio were very long gone. When the tuning teacher saw that Su Tian didn't pursue the matter, he was relieved and immediately began to do the preparations before recording. When the intro sounded, Morong Shui leaned slightly closer to the microphone. She stared at the lyrics in front of her, listening to the familiar melody, but her voice was so dry that she couldn't make a sound as if it had been sealed. What's the situation? The tuner, who had already started into the backing track, was dumbfounded. The intro had been played a long time ago, and Morong Shui hadn't even opened her mouth yet. Don't be nervous, take your time. Su Tian could see that Morong Shui's emotions were unstable, so he walked out of the recording studio to go get her a cup of water. I'm sorry, Morong Shui took the cup handed to her by Su Tian helplessly, like a small child caught in the act of making a mistake. It's okay. Su Tian gently patted her shoulder as a sign of comfort. I'll try again. Morong Shui violently tilted her head back and finished all the water in the paper cup, then ran back to the recording area. For once, she was able to open her mouth and sing, but the results were less than satisfactory. If Su Tian hadn't heard Morong Shui's singing voice before, he wouldn't have been able to believe that the person standing in front of him had undergone professional vocal training. Mr. Su, knowing exactly how badly she had performed, Morong Shui took a deep breath, then asked jitterily, can I do it all over again? Aha. Su Tian nodded. In the course of the morning, Morong Shui sang the song over and over again a dozen times, but she could never find the feeling. Su Tian also changed from being pleasant at the beginning to frowning. Through these 2 hours or so of auditioning, he found the problem with Morong Shui. Perhaps sensing Su Tian's displeasure, the tuner also became a bit trembling, not even daring to utter an atmosphere. He even looked at Morong Shui with some skepticism, thinking that this little artist who was looked at by the newest agent was not very good. Morong Shui's afterglow detected the tuner's gaze as if it was a thorn in her back, and she lowered her head in embarrassment, her face pale. She really wanted to sing the song well, but the more she rushed it, the less it turned out. Is it possible that she's been away from the stage for so long that she's no longer fit to sing? Morong Shui bit her lips tightly, and her originally light pink lips gradually turned scarlet. Even she was disappointed in herself. Well, what about Su Tian? Morong Shui didn't even dare to look at the camera in front of her, and from the moment she entered the recording area, she was either staring at the lyrics or looking at her feet. Originally, Su Tian had planned to record a video, but the video recorded in this way wouldn't work at all. One more time, Su Tian said with a cold face. Oh, good. Seeing that Su Tian was still willing to give her a chance, Morong Shui sighed in relief and silently resolved to sing well this time, but it was contrary to her wishes. Morong Shui was too eager to prove herself in front of Su Tian to perform well, and the effect of the display was even more counterproductive. Stop! Su Tian finally couldn't help himself and opened his mouth to interrupt Morong Shui before she finished singing. What the hell is wrong with you? It's hard for me to imagine a student at a proper conservatory messing up a song, getting even the basic pitch wrong. Morong Shui, God gave you talent not for you to use it to waste. If even you give up on yourself, then no one in this world can help you. Maybe your previous experience has made you disappointed in this circle. There are many people in the entertainment industry who are in a worse situation than you, and they haven't given up. So who are you to give up on yourself? Think about what your original intention was when you entered the entertainment industry. Can you now stand up to the music you love? If you don't have the means to withstand this kind of pressure, then quit the industry before it's too late, and I'll have the company terminate your contract and return your freedom. Only, are you really willing to never sing on stage again? Su Tian had already understood the crux of Morong Shui's problem. She hadn't been on stage for too long, and coupled with Du Xiaowei's deliberate suppression, she had long since lost confidence in herself. If you want her to regain her confidence and return to her previous state, you're going to have to do something drastic. The atmosphere in the studio dropped to freezing point. The tuner saw that when provoked by Jiang Mao, he was able to have a calm attitude, and Su Tian was angry, exuding an irrefutable kingly aura around him, so he was scared that he buried his head even lower, trying his best to reduce his presence, fearing that he would accidentally be angered by this new manager. Even the tuner, an outsider, was so tense, and Morong Shui, who had been reprimanded by Su Tian, could feel that sense of oppression even more. Her body stiffened as she listened to Su Tian's reprimand, her face stinging hotly as if she had received several slaps. As Su Tian said, if she can't sing in the future, is she really willing? No, she's not willing. Morong Shui, now sing again. If you still can't meet my requirements this time, then I will no longer work as your manager in the future. What? Morong Shui raised her head in shock, her pupils suddenly tightening. If Su Tian didn't want her, would she have to face the same fate as before? The best outcome is that Su Tian kindly terminates her contract for her and returns her freedom. But by leaving Green Fruit Music, there was no way any other agency would sign her again. And there's a worse outcome, which is that she'll still be sent back to Du Xiaowei. Thinking of this, Morong Shui's body trembled, and a chill ran up her collapsed straight spine. Tune her into the accompaniment. Su Tian didn't give Morong Shui time to consider and prepare. The mixer immediately played the backing track, and the studio erupted into a soothing melody. However, the prelude ended, and Morong Shui still froze in place without speaking. The tuner looked at Su Tian with some difficulty, thinking that this Morong Shui should be completely snowed under from now on. However, this time Su Tian didn't ask the tuner to immediately pause the accompaniment. It wasn't until a third of the song's accompaniment had been played, and as it was about to enter the climactic part, Morong Shui suddenly opened her mouth. For once, even the tuner, who had been dismissive of her, was shocked. This heavenly voice was really coming from this girl who had been cowering a second before? Can't be abandoned. One day, she's going to stand on a 10,000 person stage and sing. She wanted all of China to hear her singing. With such a belief, Morong Shui broke open her mouth and surprisingly broke through the magic barrier in her heart and was no longer nervous. After the song ended, the studio was silent. The tuner was enamored with the song and couldn't help himself. Su Tian, on the other hand, revealed a pleased gaze and spoke with a smile. Isn't this something that can be sung well? Chapter 117 The big news that shook the entire singing world. I can't believe I did it. Morong Shui's eyes reddened with excitement. Just now, although she didn't sing a song in its entirety, she was pleasantly surprised to find that her condition had returned. Re-record it again and remember to look at the camera this time. Su Tian waved his hand, signaling the tuner to continue playing the accompaniment. This last one was recorded well by Murray. Even the tuner, who had been unimpressed with her, was impressed. Take a break. There are other things to do in the afternoon. You'll go ahead and have lunch in the staff cafeteria. Su Tian took a towel and threw it to Morong Shui. Morong Shui, who came out of the recording studio, had reddened eyes and tears contained in her eyes. It had been a morning of ups and downs in her life, and now that she was finally relaxing, inexplicable emotions swept over her like a tidal wave. She wasn't aggrieved by Su Tian's rebuke. Instead, she had a sense of celebration after the robbery. What are you crying about? Su Tian took Morong Shui to the staff cafeteria, and on the way, he inadvertently turned around and saw Morong Shui's reddened eyes. Think I'm talking too much? No, it doesn't. Morong Shui hurriedly wiped the corners of her eyes. I know you're doing it for my own good. Just so you understand, Su Tian actually didn't have much experience in dealing with girls, and was also afraid that he had just been too hasty to leave any impression on Morong Shui. But Morong Shui's ability to withstand the situation was a bit better than he had expected. By the way, can you dance? When he arrived at the cafeteria, Su Tian ordered 2 set meals, and while waiting for his meal, he asked Morong Shui. Morong Shui returned. I learned a little bit of classical dance when I was young, but I stopped learning after I started middle school. I've signed you up for dance lessons. There will be a professional instructor to teach you, as well as gymnastics and combat. You'll have to learn a little bit of all of them. You're not required to be proficient, but you should at least look like you've taken dance lessons in terms of your temperament. Aha! Morong Shui busily nodded her head, suddenly realized something, and rounded her eyes in surprise. Fight, defense. Su Tian smiled and knocked Morong Shui's head. Next time you get bullied, fight back yourself. Although I'm your manager, I can't be like an old mom guarding you all the time. Got it. Morong Shui blushed a little and quickly lowered her head to pick up her meal. And during this period of time, you can feel free to follow your teacher and learn. Don't pay attention to the company's gossip. Since I said I would take you, I will naturally get you the best opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Su. Although Morong Shui wasn't sure of Su Tian's intentions of letting her record an old song and letting her learn to dance, she was willing to listen to his arrangements. Don't call me Mr. Su, it's too formal. I'm older than you. Just call me Brother Su. Okay, Brother Su. The blush on Morong Shui's face hadn't faded yet, but she still nodded obediently. Su Tian looked at her like this, like the little rabbit he had raised as a child. However, he was also clear that in time, Morong Shui would definitely become a hot new star in the Chinese singing scene. At that time, she would not be the poor little thing that could be bullied now. For the following half a month, Morong Shui attended classes on time every day according to the class schedule Su Tian had arranged for her. In addition to learning dance and combat, she also had to take some voice lessons, and even Su Tian had hired a violin teacher to teach her the violin. Morong Shui's schedule was packed, leaving the house at 7 o'clock every day and not getting out of class until the neon was first light. However, Morong Shui didn't feel hard work. Instead, She enjoyed such a fulfilling life. The crowd at Green Fruit Music knew that Su Tian had brought Morong Shue into the recording studio, and they all thought they were going to make a big move. But other than having Murray Snow record an old song, there was no more news. Some people couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that he wanted Morong Shue to be a returnee and rejoin the talent show? A few years ago, talent shows were prevalent, and there were really over-the-top artists who became popular through talent shows. However, these 2 years the dividends of the talent show has long been divided. Plus this year on the Ministry of Culture side issued a statement, expressly prohibit the pink circle of fundraising behavior, so that the investors of the talent show have withdrawn their investment. The talent show debut of the artists are also not enough to become a big climate. Even for Green Fruit Music's trainees, the company tends to keep the ones with good qualifications and debut them directly, while only those who are mediocre will find a way to hype them up and then send them to participate in the program. If Morong Shue also went to a talent show, not to mention whether she could debut or not, her reputation alone would be in tatters. It's likely that even all of that passerby goodwill that you built up when you first started out will be lost. As a result, the eyes of those artists in the company when they looked at Morong Shue during this period of time always had some gloating sympathy in them. After all, if Morong Shue re-emerged through the talent show, it could be their juniors, and they would have even more capital to show off in front of this bumpkin. Half a month later, in the biggest office on the top floor of the company, Du Xiaowei was leaning back in his boss chair with his legs crossed and a cigarette roll in his mouth. That Morong Shue girl, has there been any movement in the past 2 days? A middle-aged man dressed in a rustic style hurriedly replied, Brother Wei, you don't have to worry about her. She's currently attending classes at the company every day. Or there's no announcements whatsoever. Su Tian, he's just a newcomer. Where would he have any good resources in his hands? As long as your side doesn't let up, Morong Shue won't be able to escape from you even if he tosses and turns. That being said, but you can't let your guard down. Keep a close eye on that side for me. Du Xiaowei glared at the middle-aged man warningly. Understood. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded and said, But Brother Wei, you really don't need to go through so much trouble for a newcomer. He, Su Tian, is just a rash young man. He needs no experience in the entertainment industry, and he needs no connections. So what is he going to do to compare with you? Although he was hand-picked by Mr. Guo to come here, but it won't be long before Mr. Guo realizes that we, Green Fruit Music, still have to let you, Brother Wei, preside over the big picture. This flattery made Du Xiaowei quite popular. He comfortably pressed the cigarette out in the ashtray. Then, as if he thought of something, he asked again, What about Nie Jingjing's side? She hasn't made much of a fuss in a while, and I've already had the PR department put down a water army to clean up the mess, so it won't be long before people won't remember her little bit of negative press. When the time comes, we'll arrange a few more red carpets for her, buy a couple of gaudy press releases, and we'll make sure she's worth a lot more. Okay, just do as you say. Du Xiaowei nodded perfunctorily. Nie Jingjing is now a popular actress, and her family has a background, so she doesn't need him to worry about it every day. Just as Du Xiaowei was expecting Morong Shue to fail to make a name for herself under Su Tian and turn back to beg for her favor, Morong Shue had just returned home when she swiped a big news that shook the entire singing world. Chapter 118 Morong Shue is on fire. News content 4. At the age of 53, Diva Xiaoyiru's death due to illness has shocked the singing world, and friends in the circle have sent out condolences and expressed deep regret over the passing of Xiao Diva. Morong Shue brain buzz sound. She worshipped the goddess actually passed away? She looked at the time again. It was 2 days ago. Morong Shue had previously heard that Xiaoyiru was suffering from leukemia, which is why she had to retire from the circle to recuperate. However, a year ago, Xiao Tianho's surgery was successful and her health was said to have improved, but she did not expect her condition to suddenly relapse. Jingle bells. Just as Morong Shue was about to continue reading, the cell phone that she had thrown aside suddenly rang. Morong Shue was a little surprised after picking up the phone and seeing the display on it clearly. This person was someone she had previously met at the Jingle audition. Named Chen Qingfang. Chen Qingfang was not selected in the first place and was eventually signed away by another agency, although she did not make it big, but she could be seen sporadically in the entertainment section about her. The two exchanged contact information during the interview, and when she was chosen as the singer for the commercial song, the other party did contact her often, but then the other party sent her messages less and less often, and even the messages she took the initiative to send over were stone silent. Morong Shue understood the reason for this, and did not force it, and gradually forgot about this person. Why would she suddenly call after such a long time? With a question, Morong Shue pressed the connect button. Hello, Snowy, you can do it. Don't forget your good sisters when you make it big in the future. Chen Qingfang's tone seemed quite excited, but Morong Shue was confused. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Snowy, what kind of relationship do we have? Why are you still being modest with me? Chen Qingfang feigned displeasure. Are you blaming me for not contacting you all this time? That's because I can't help it. I catch up with announcements every day and don't even have time to sleep. I really don't have time. Xingfeng, I really don't know what happened. Perhaps Morong Shue's tone was too serious. Chen Xingfang on the other end of the cell phone paused and asked with some surprise. How could you not know that your tweets are now being swiped on real-time hot searches? Hot search? Morong Shue frowned. What hot search? She quickly exited the call screen and opened Twitter again. Since her microblogging account was now being handled by Su Tian, the microblog she was logging into now was not her own. Soon, she swiped on a tweet that her big number had sent out half a month ago. The content is a video of her in the recording studio with the caption, "I've kept you all waiting. After that I will adjust my mood and start again, singing an old song for everyone in honor of my idol." Because this microblog was sent half a month ago, no one mocked Morong Shue for rubbing it in at that time, but instead gave her a lot of encouragement. But what really put this tweet on the hot seat was another story. Not long after the news of Xiaoyiru's passing was announced, her circle of friends, a well-known musical director, released a microblog, claiming that he and Xiaoyiru had been planning a musical adapted from Xiaoyiru's youthful experiences, and had not yet been officially launched when he learned of the sad news. In honor of his late friend, he plans to start a musical project soon and to select a suitable singer to play the role of the young Xiaoyiru. After this tweet was posted, it went on the hot search, while the official account of the musical also sent out a tweet asking netizens to suggest suitable singers. And underneath that tweet, the one with the most calls was Morong Shue, who posted the video half a month ago. It started when a small fan recommended Morong Shue, and then many netizens said they hadn't heard of this person and searched to find Morong Shue's microblog. Netizen 1, how about the organizers take a look at this girl? At Murongshu. Netflix 2, where did you find that treasure upstairs? What a great voice. Netizen 3, it's disgusting to jump out and rub it in at a time like this. Netizen 4 at Netizen 3, see clearly the date and then black. People half a month ago to send a tribute to the idol of the microblogging. How is to rub the heat? It's hard not to be able to. She cannot foresee in advance to know the death of Xiao Tianhou disease? Because the netizen who questioned Morong Shue is a marketing number with tens of thousands of followers. Because instead of succeeding in throwing dirt on her, she has repeatedly raised her heat. That tweet of Morong Shue's also caught fire. Sugar plum at Yuki's house. Ah, what do I see? Is Yuki making a comeback? Snowy sugar snowball. It's alive, Snowy A. I'm so excited. She's always said she's a fan of Xiao Tianhou, so if she can play the young Xiao Tianhou, she'll be able to fulfill her wish, right? Morong Shue looked at the message underneath the tweet and even rubbed her eyes a little incredulously. She's been out of the public eye for so long, and there are still fans who remember her? A wave of warmth welled up from the bottom of her heart, leaving her with mixed feelings. The last time she was discussed on a large scale like this was when she just debuted singing that commercial song. Little Shue, are you still listening? Chen Xingfang's voice came from Morong Shue's cell phone. Even if she didn't speak for a long time, Chen Xingfang didn't hang up. You're going to be a hit if you do get this opportunity. And now that video of you singing is on the Hot 100, so as long as the heat continues to stay on, you'll definitely be contacted by the side of the musical's organizers. Did you get a new agent? This is a really high marketing strategy. And how did you guys get so lucky, favoring this 1 in a million chance that you met? Chen Xingfang was chattering and very excited, but Morong Shue didn't listen to much. It took more than 10 minutes before the other party had to hang up because they were in a hurry to make the announcement. Morong Shue also breathed a sigh of relief. However, before she could slowly digest her emotions, her cell phone rang again. This night, she had done nothing but answer the phone and respond to messages for over 2 hours. Artists who had little contact, or who had only exchanged contact information and hadn't been in touch, called her, some to congratulate her, some to ask her for insider information. Morong Shue also did not expect that one day there would be so many people who would use the tone of a friend to exchange pleasantries with her. The heat on Twitter continued into the next day. Morong Shue and her video microblogging together on the first page of the hot search, and still under the premise of the company did not buy hot search up, and Morong Shue had gone from that flash-in-the-pan little transparency to a current internet sensation. What the hell is going on? Du Xiaowei's face turned green when he saw the hot search. Yesterday he went to dinner with his producer and the meal lasted until 2 a.m. When he got home he went straight to bed, thus missing out on last night's heat. If it wasn't for his subordinate Li Chongshan reporting to him, he wouldn't have known until now. Chapter 119. The villa is given to you in advance. Brother Wei, now that microblogging is particularly hot, what should we do? Li Chongshan sweated coldly. Du Xiaowei took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He followed the developments on Twitter in real time on his cell phone. After a long time, only pretended not to care and said, but it's just a hot search, at most half a day to hang. Look at your little interest. But, Li Chongshan explained hesitantly, the messages under the musical's official and producer Han's microblogs, Morong Shue's call is the highest. I don't know what kind of luck that Morong Shui girl had. Just after posting a cover of Xiaoyiru's old classic song, Xiaoyiru died. It's like God is helping her. Sure, the musical will definitely get off the ground? Du Xiaowei barely maintained his composure and asked, will it be a hype? Producer Han said it himself. He's not someone who would just hype and rub it in. Not to mention that Xiaoyiru was still his longtime friend, so how could he not consume the deceased? Du Xiaowei's face became a few points more ugly at his words, but he didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, Tianfeng Entertainment Guo Qishan's office. Guo Qishan, who was dressed in a suit, patted Su Tian's shoulder and complimented. Alright, you're really something. After he got the news, he called Su Tian to his office. Previously, he had transferred Su Tian to Green Fruit Music and gave him a lot of permissions, which caused a lot of discontent among the executives as well as the managers. Now that Su Tian had just joined the company not long ago, the artist under his command, Morong Shui, was on the hot seat without the company running the show, which was enough to show that his decision was correct and that Su Tian was indeed a talent. Although Guo Qishan, a man with a suspicious nature, was good at using people, he didn't care what Su Tian's origins were, whether he had a background or not. As long as he could do things for him and help him make his artists popular, he would reuse them. Mr. Gui is too kind, Su Tian humbly said. It's thanks to you, Mr. Gua, for giving me the opportunity. No arrogance. Not bad. Su Tian's words were very flattering to Guo Qishan. He walked to his desk and opened a cabinet, on which he took out a contract and a door card and put them in front of Su Tian. I can transfer the house you wanted before to you in advance. As for the money, you don't need to worry about it. You can pay me back in installments. Also, I'll notify the finance department and give you an extra performance bonus afterward. As long as you make the grade, I will never treat you poorly. Then thank you, Mr. Gua. He picked up the contract and the door card and gave them a cursory scan before loading them into a folder. At the same time, he once again cursed the old fox in his heart. Guo Qishan said on his lips that he would not treat him poorly, but this house according to the agreement should have been his, and now the other party is only giving him in advance. In fact, not only does he have to pay for it, but there's no way he's going to leave Green Fruit Music until the house is paid off. This old fox has one more person working for him, but he himself has paid nothing. But as long as he could get that villa back, Su Tian didn't care about these small details. In his last life, Yan Xingxue gave her life to save him, and he is now just returning a house, which is really not worth mentioning. Su Tian now although Morong Shui has the heat, only Xiaoyiru's influence is too big in the circle. Many people want to rub off on the heat this time. How sure are you that Morong Shui can get the female lead in this musical? You should know that this is a hot role. Not only singers, musical actors are concerned about the casting, and even the flow of small flowers have recently begun to publicize the campaign to try to get a piece of the pie. According to the scale of the previous musicals of producer Han, the whole of China's 20-city tour is the most basic, and because Xiaoyiru also has a certain influence overseas, then perhaps also arranged to perform in Europe. Whoever can play the role of the young Xiaoyiru will definitely be able to soar to the top and become popular all over the world. Su Tian smiled faintly at his words. This role must be Morong Shui's. Good. I'll see what happens then. Guo Qishan appreciated Su Tian's self-confidence, and at the same time, he was also a bit impressed with Su Tian. When Su Tian had asked for Morong Shui, the little transparent Morong Shui that no one was optimistic about, from Du Xiaowei. Originally Guo Qishan had thought that his eye for people was not working. However, no one had expected that in just half a month's time, Su Tian had made Morong Shui, a small transparent person, active in the public's line of sight, and had become a popular artist who was widely noticed and discussed. If not for the suddenness of Xiaoyiru's death, Guo Qishan would have thought that all of this had been planned by Su Tian. But think about it is also impossible. Su Tian, how powerful. It is impossible to foresee in advance no Xiaoyiru will die. Not to mention will not know Xiaoyiru's best friend Han producers will start a large-scale musical tour in the name of Morning Xiaoyiru. Of course, the fact that Su Tian had just taken office and made such an achievement was also something that Guo Qishan was pleased to see. In this way, on the side of Green Fruit Music, it was no longer a situation where Du Xiaowei was the only one. Su Tian was not interested in the calculations in Guo Qishan's mind. After leaving the office, he rushed to an appointment at a cafe in the central business district. Mr. Su, this is the information you asked me to investigate. The private investigator handed over the information he'd gathered in the meantime. Su Tian flipped it open and glanced at it, immediately frowning. He asked the private detective to investigate the detailed information of Yan Xingxue's family, but from among those investigated, he could not find any clues related to himself. Su Tian had known since he was a child that he was the adopted son of the Su family, as he had previously wondered if this Yan Xingxue's parents, Yan Jinsong and Su Shoya, could be his real parents. But through the private investigator's investigation, he realizes that he is not supposed to have any blood relationship with the family. But why would the Yin family from his previous life help him? This period of time through the investigation of the Yin family had brought back some memories of Su Tian's previous life. Not only Yin Qingxue, who had died desperately to save him and was buried in the fire, but even the Yin family's parents, who had once silently sponsored him when he was down and out. Extrapolating from the timeline, the Yin family's company had long gone bankrupt at that time, and both Yin Jinsong and Su Xiuya were having a hard time. Even then, they took their savings. When Su Tian thought of having such a family silently paying for himself in his last life, his heart felt like he had overturned a spice jar, with a mixture of flavors. However, at the moment, Su Tian was more interested in helping the Yin family out of their predicament than investigating his relationship with the Yin family. But he had no dealings with this family at all, and if he showed up rashly, he might make a mistake. Mr. Su, this is all the information I can investigate. Seeing Su Tian staring at the document in front of him without saying anything, the private detective explained with some difficulty, "Even if you're not satisfied, there's nothing I can do." The last time he handed over the information from his investigation to Su Tian said that he would have to investigate more deeply. He went through half a month of visits and even went to Yen Jinsong's hometown. But what he also found out was also trivial and insignificant. But this Yen Jinsong is also strange enough. Obviously his hometown is in the imperial capital. Letting go of the promising future of the imperial capital, he preferred to come to Jiangshui to settle down. The investigation can come to an end. Su Tian looked at Yen Jinsong's current address on top of the document, and suddenly had an inspiration in his head. "You still need to do one more thing for me. And of course, after it's done, I'll double the payoff to you." "What is it?" the private investigator asked in a rush. Chapter 120. Go over and deliver the villa. Su Tian lowered his voice. "Do you have any friends over at the hospital?" "Alas, one has to make a bit of a bitter trick to deliver the villa in a less abrupt manner." 2 days later, Su Tian followed the address on the information to find the current addresses of Yen Qingxue's father, Yen Jinsong, and mother, Su Xiuya. After Yen Jinsong's company went bankrupt, Su Xiuya brought him to join her brother Su Mingli, and now both of them are living in Su Mingli's villa. Su Tian had just come over when he saw the figure that was busy in the flower garden of the villa's courtyard, only to see Su Xiuya wearing rough clothes, a sun hat on her head, and a large pair of scissors in her hand. She was vigorously pruning the slanting out branches and leaves of the flowers. Su Tian's brows slowly furrowed when he saw this. Exposing yourself to the sun in order to trim your bushes should not be something a normal person would voluntarily do. Suddenly, a sharp, mean woman's voice rang out from the yard. "Big sister, what's wrong with you? Cutting up my favorite peonies," only to see a bejeweled, long-haired, middle-aged woman walk out of the villa. Su Tian immediately recognized the woman as Su Xiuya's sister-in-law, Zhang Yuzhen, through the photo given by the private detective. As soon as the woman arrived at the flower garden, she looked disgruntled and said, "You've been doing this for so long, how come you still haven't grown at all? But when I asked you before, you said it all had to be cut off." Su Xiuya explained with some embarrassment. "That was probably a slip of the tongue as I was discussing something important with Vixen." Zhang Yuzhen looked painfully at the peony flower that was cut off its branches and leaves and only a lone flower was left. "But even so, how can you say that you were a lady of the mansion before? You should have your own judgment. It's my fault, so let me go to the flower market and get you another plant." Su Xiuya wanted to put things to rest. "You tell me the variety of flowers." "Humph, what are you buying with?" Zhang Yuzhen said in a conspiratorial manner. "This is a friend to send me expensive varieties. The flower market is not for sale. Even if there is, it costs tens of thousands of dollars a plant. Can you afford it?" "Ha, so expensive?" Su Xiuya does not understand flowers. "Did not expect a common rose to be tens of thousands of yuan. I now with your brother-in-law hands really do not have so much money. Or not wait for the weekend Qingxue back. I ask her to send a salary without." Zhang Yuzhen impatiently waved her hand. "Alright, just the shabby wages she earns from doing odd jobs for people. You guys better keep it for yourselves." Just then, a car drove into the courtyard of the villa. The window rolled down, and a head peeked out from inside. "Why are you all in the yard when the sun is so hot?" This person was Su Xiuya's younger brother, Su Mingli. "Honey, why are you home so early today?" When Zhang Yuzhen saw Su Mingli come back, she hurriedly ran over to open the door for him. "It's a nice day today. I want to organize the flower garden. My sister couldn't be bothered. She had to come over to help me. No matter how much she tried to persuade me, it was useless." Zhang Yuzhen pretended to complain bitterly and made a gesture in front of Su Mingli. And Su Xiuya was also used to her sister-in-law's change of face. She didn't want to bother about these small things to upset her brother, so she also rounded up for Zhang Yuzhen. "I'm bored staying at home, so I might as well help Yuzhen with some work." She saw Su Mingli get down from the car, but did not see Yen Jinsong's figure, and was a bit strange. "Mingli, how come your brother-in-law didn't come home with you?" Brother-in-law's at the office. Something suddenly came up that he needed to take care of. Su-mingli explained somewhat sheepishly, "Sister, you also know that my brother-in-law is highly capable, and there are some things he can't do without stepping in, but he's been working overtime for half a month straight. His body won't be able to cope if he keeps this up." Su Shoya was especially distressed when she thought of how poorly Yen Jinson looked recently and how he didn't sleep enough for 5 hours a day. How could you let him work overtime all the time? Su Mingli's eyes wandered when he heard this, not daring to look squarely at Su Shoya. He didn't have much talent in managing a company, and Zhang Yuzhen had been blowing her pillow that she couldn't let Su Shoya's family live for nothing. So after Yen Jinson's company went bankrupt and went to work for his own company, Su Mingli pushed all of the work onto him. When Zhang Yuzhen heard Su Shoya complaining, her face immediately changed. "Sis, that's not true. How many hitmen are not tired these days? It was easy for my brother-in-law to be his own boss before, and he could make whoever he wanted. But now isn't his company bankrupt? With his reputation in the community, what company would still hire him? My family, mainly, gave him a job offer. What's wrong with letting him work 2 days? Besides, is brother-in-law working overtime for us? That's for himself. He's working hard now to gain experience for himself. Experience is wealth. If it weren't for Mingli, he wouldn't have anywhere to go even if he wanted to work overtime." Zhang Yuzhen was generally possessed by the playwright. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became, and even pretended to wipe the corners of her eyes. "Mingli, even though she's your older sister, and there are some things that I shouldn't say, but older sister is just too much. Since my brother-in-law's company went bankrupt, my sister moved in with her family, lived in the house for so long. Clothes, food, housing and transportation all need money. These I didn't count with her, thinking that talking about money hurts feelings, but my sister, all day long, playing some small calculations, afraid of their own losses." Su Shoya heard Zhang Yuzhen's words, her face was pale, trembling and unable to say a word, and she didn't know whether she was angry or too sad. She knew that it was hard to be a parasite, but she didn't expect Zhang Yuzhen to turn things upside down like this. "Sis, it's true that you can't leave your brother-in-law over there in the company, and it's voluntary for him to work overtime. The economy has been in the doldrums lately, and it's tiring for me to raise so many people on my own. So can you be considerate and sympathetic to me? Okay, enough of that. I'm going to the grocery store first." Su Shoya silently swallowed her tears back into her stomach, took off her sun hat, went back to the villa to get the environmental bag, straightened her spine and walked out the door. Su Tian, who was standing behind the tree, saw the situation and his face was hard to see. This Su Mingli and his wife are two white-eyed wolves. The villa in front of him was still given to Su Mingli's family before Yen Jinsong went bankrupt. Moreover, Su Mingli's company was able to grow today thanks to Yen Jinsong's resources. As a result, the Yen family is now bankrupt. Su Mingli family not only did not know the favor, but also rode to the head of Yen Jinsong family to make trouble. When Su Tian saw Su Shoya's state of being a parasite, it reinforced Su Tian's idea of returning Jianshui Dynasty 88 to the Yen family. An hour later, Su Shoya came out of the supermarket and walked back with 2 shopping bags full in her hands. Su Mingli's family obviously has a driver who was on call all day, but Zhang Yuzhen thinks it costs gas and never lets Su Shoya use it. The villa they live in now is not near a bus or subway, so every time Su Shoya goes to the supermarket to buy groceries and back, she needs to walk. Just as she was 2 intersections away from the villa area, she suddenly noticed a slender, handsome young man across the road. Su Shoya's eyes unintentionally landed on the youth's face and abruptly blushed. Chapter 121. It's almost exactly the same as. Then, she subconsciously muttered under her breath, "It's so similar, it's really similar." Soon, the youth came from across the road, and before his eyes got closer and closer, Su Shoya suddenly panicked. However, just at this time, the youth suddenly covered his chest in pain and collapsed in front of Su Shoya. "Ah!" Su Shoya exclaimed sharply, hurriedly throwing down the shopping bag in her hand and quickly walking a few steps to the youth's side. "What's wrong with you? Are you alright? Save! Ambulance!" Su Tian's expression was very painful, and his speech was breathless. "Please, help me call an ambulance." As soon as the words left his mouth, he fainted. "Boy, wake up, wake up!" Su Shoya fumbled with her hands and fished out her cell phone from her jacket pocket and quickly dialed 120. "I'm calling an ambulance." "You hold on, the ambulance will be here soon." After making the call, she pulled Su Tian's curled-up body straight and made him lie flat on the ground, not caring whether Su Tian could hear her or not, repeating over and over in a panicked tone, "Hold on, never hold on." 10 minutes later, the sound of an ambulance siren came from far away. Su Shoya watched as the paramedics who came down from the car put the youth on a stretcher and carried him to the car, and followed suit. "Are you a patient's family?" a little nurse asked. "What's wrong with him?" "I'm not." Su Shoya wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. "I was walking on the road and he suddenly fainted covering his chest. What kind of disease is he suffering from? This has to be taken to the hospital for the most further examination. The nurse heard that Su Shoya is a passerby. Then some difficulties. They need a person to accompany the patient to the hospital. But generally passers-by are willing to call an ambulance is good. No one is willing to also accompany along to the hospital to cause trouble for themselves. Heart disease cannot be ruled out at this time. So it can. Before the little nurse could say anything, Su Shoya took the initiative to follow her into the ambulance. I'll accompany him, or there'll be a caretaker. The little nurse naturally begged for it, and quickly got into the car, and after closing the door, the ambulance sped off toward the nearby hospital. 2 hours later, Su Tian, who was lying on the hospital bed, woke up leisurely. Boy, are you awake? Su Tian turned his head and saw Su Shoya sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at himself with a worried expression. Did you drive me to the hospital? Thanks. In order to get acquainted with Yen Jinsong's family, he purposely waited for Su Shoya on her way to the supermarket before pretending to be sick and collapsing in front of her. Only recently Su Tian had been busy familiarizing himself with the business, and because Tang Bingyan hadn't returned from her business trip, he simply slept directly in the office, and the excessive fatigue caused him to fall asleep directly in the ambulance, and he didn't wake up until he was sent to the general ward. Don't mention it. Human life is at stake and I'm sure anyone who comes across it will help. Su Shoya had just heard the doctor say that no obvious symptoms of illness had been examined, so she asked again with some concern. Young man, do you usually wear uncomfortable? How could you suddenly faint? It's probably just overtime and fatigue these days. Su Tian smiled gratefully at Su Shoya. I'll pay attention in the future. You might as well do a full body checkup later. Su Shoya thought for a moment and added, by the way, should I contact your family? Contact family? Su Tian's eyes dimmed, and he was busy saying, no need. I don't have a good relationship with my family. Not so good? Su Shoya's brows furrowed as she sniffed, seemingly thinking about something. After a moment she tentatively asked, just chatting. I still don't know what your name is. My name is Su Tian. What is your name, auntie? When Su Shoya heard this, a flash of surprise suddenly flashed in her eyes, and immediately afterwards she replied, my name is Su Shoya, so you can call me auntie ya. Aunt ya. Thank you so much. Su Tian thanked again. All of Su Shoya's reactions were within his expectations, and it seemed that she should know him, but in his previous life, at this time of the year, the other party should not have seen himself yet. Now that it's been moved up 3 years because of his plan, I just don't know what exactly he has to do with Su Suya. Also, could Su Suyai she knew his real parents? Su Tian had known since he was a child that he was the adopted son of the Su family, but he didn't know who his real parents were. Su Pingfeng was tight-lipped about his birth, and that adoptive mother of his would even get agitated and call him a white-eyed wolf when he asked questions about his birth. The young Su Tian didn't want to make his adoptive parents angry, so gradually he stopped asking about his birth parents. Now that he had seen the true colors of Su Pingfeng's family, he naturally longed to find his true relatives. It was only that Tang Bingyan seemed unwilling to let him investigate her origins. With this thought, Su Tian sighed quietly. This wife of his is good at everything, but she's so possessive that she's even jealous of her family. Why are you sighing all of a sudden, little Sky? Su Shoya's words pulled the thinking Su Tian back to reality. When she saw Su Tian looking over with some surprise, she suddenly realized that she had slipped up, and busily added, you don't mind if I call you Xiao Tian, right? I see your age, only a few years younger than my daughter, and feel that calling you Xiao Tian is more intimate. Of course I don't mind, Auntie, you're my benefactor. It's just a term of endearment. You can call it whatever you want. I don't dare to be your benefactor. Su Shoya was surprisingly somewhat flattered. Just at this time, her cell phone suddenly rang. Su Shoya glanced at the caller ID and smiled apologetically at Su Tian. Tiny, I'm going to take a call. Aha. Su Tian nodded and watched Su Shoya walk out of the hospital room. Soon, the sound of Su Shoya's speech resounded outside, but she deliberately lowered her tone, so Su Tian couldn't hear it clearly. So he tiptoed to the door and stayed close to the room. But even then what he heard remained disconnected. We're in Ward 302. It's so similar. It's just like. And he said his name was Su Tian. Anyway, come over and take a look. 5 minutes later, Su Shoya pushed open the door of the hospital room, and Su Tian had already laid back on the bed long ago. Xiao Tian, the doctor said it's best for you to be hospitalized for 1 night for observation and then discharged tomorrow. No, I think I'm fine now. Su Tian made a move to get out of bed, but was stopped by Su Shoya. How was that? You don't even realize how dangerous it was just now. Su Shoya said anxiously, in case over-fatigue triggers a heart attack, it could kill someone. You must stay at the hospital for 1 night today. Without waiting for Su Tian to open his mouth to reply, a knock sounded outside the ward. Su Shoya hurriedly went over to open the door, and Su Tian saw a middle-aged man in an old suit walk in. This person he had met in his previous life was Yen Jinsong. Yen Jinsong visibly froze after seeing Su Tian. Chapter 122 and Madam are practically cut from the same mold. Seeing this, Su Xiaoya hurriedly spoke. Xiao Tian, let me introduce to you. This is my husband Yen Jinsong. Just now I didn't make it clear on the phone. He thought it was me who had gone into the hospital, so he rushed over immediately. Hello, my name is Su Tian. Su Tian took the initiative to greet Yen Jinsong. I just fainted on the road. It was Auntie Ye who saved me. Only then did he adjust his expression to greet him. Hello, I'm Yen Jinsong. I just heard Suwa say that your family can't come over to be with you, so I'll stop by and accompany you for a physical. Don't bother. I know my body well enough to be fine. Su Tian really didn't want to do a medical checkup, not to mention that he wasn't sick at all, and was just looking for a reason to get close to Mr. and Mrs. Yen Jinsong. It's better to have it checked out. You're going to stay in the hospital for observation today anyway. You'll be fine in a hospital bed. I'm going to contact the doctor right now. Fearing that Su Tian would continue to refuse, Su Xiaoya handed her handbag to Yen Jinsong and turned around to go out to find a doctor. Only Su Tian and Yen Jinsong remained in the hospital room, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. In the end, it was Yen Jinsong who took the initiative to break the silence. Xiao Su, you're from Jiangshui? Aha, Su Tian answered, then shook his head again. Actually, I don't know where I'm from because my adoptive parents are from Jiangshui, so I've been living in Jiangshui for as long as I can remember. Foster parents. Yen Jin murmured thoughtfully, looks like it's really that kid. What? Su Tian feigned confusion. Nothing. Yen Jinsong continued. So how are your foster parents treating you? That's all. I'm an adopted son after all, and they've done a lot to raise me, but I've never been very close to them. What? How can they be so irresponsible? Yen Jinsong was a little angry, obviously in the first place. Halfway through his words, Yen Jinsong realized his slip of the tongue and quickly changed his words. Since you've been adopted, you should be given enough love and care, and adoptive parents like this are so irresponsible. I've gotten used to it. It's really nothing. Su Tian had been observing Yen Jinsong. Judging from Yen Jinsong's reaction, perhaps he also knew his adoptive father. Su Pingfeng, Xiao Tian the doctor is here. Su Xiaoya walked in from outside with the doctor. In the time that followed, Su Tian had to do a full body checkup accompanied by the Yen family couple. After tossing and turning for more than 2 hours, the lifeless Su Tian finally returned to the hospital room. Xiao Tian, what do you want to eat tonight? Why don't I make it and bring it to you? Su Xiaoya glanced at the ingredients she bought from the supermarket. Do you want to eat ribs? This is too much trouble. Aunt, yeah, I'll just order takeout. Su Tian refused. Takeout is unhealthy. It's better to eat home-cooked meals without worry. Su Xiaoya still wanted to insist, but she saw Yen Jinsong tugging on her sleeve and giving her a wink. The nutritious meals in this hospital are just fine, since Xiao Su doesn't want to trouble us. Let's go back first. Aunt, yeah, please leave me a contact information. When I get better I want to thank you properly. Saying thank you or not, it's just a little thing. Don't take it to heart. Although Su Xiaoya said so, she still exchanged contact information with Su Tian with each other. Just after leaving the hospital, Su Xiaoya grumbled and Yen Jinsong said, Old Yen, why didn't you let me bring food to Xiao Tian just now? How poor is he alone in the hospital? Would you dare to eat a meal brought to you by a stranger? Yen Jinsong said, you're in too much of a hurry. For Su Tian, we're just two strangers. It's kind of you to send him to the hospital. If you send him food again, it seems a bit overly attentive. But Xiao Tian is not a stranger. He is. Su Xiaoya's eyes darkened. Even if we find him now, there's no need to tell him those things and get him involved in the grudge of the previous generation. That wouldn't be good for him. Yen Jinsong's tone became serious. We couldn't adopt him in the first place, and now we can't disturb his peaceful life even more. Alas, Xiao Tian, this child, life is too bitter. Su Xiaoya's eyes reddened a bit, and she silently wiped a tear from her eye. I was just talking to him and got the impression that he doesn't have a good relationship with his foster parents. Yen Jinsong sighed. It's just a pity that all those contacts I had before can't be used anymore. Or else I'd have to find out how the surname Su has treated Su Tian all these years. That surname Su is really something too. We gave him such a large sum of money to raise Xiao Tian in the first place. He said he would take care of Xiao Tian as his own son. How can he go back on his words? We can't help Su Tian much now that we can't protect ourselves, and the only thing we can do is to never let him know about his birth. Then can I still go to see Xiao Tian in the future? I see that the boy is practically carved from the same mold as Madam, as good looking as Madam was when she was young, and it's even if I didn't find him before, but now that I have found him, I really can't do it to treat him as a stranger. Of course you can make contact, just take your time and not be too enthusiastic. Yen Jinsong mused for a moment before continuing, and if he is a child who knows how to repay kindness, he will definitely take the initiative to come to you. Early the next morning, green fruit music. Morong Shui had just walked into the company when she was surrounded by a group of people. Good morning, Elder Morong. Good morning Yuki. Sister Snow, your previous cover of Xiao Tianho's song was just too good. I think you're very promising for that role of the young Xiao Tianho. Even though Morong Shui already knew that her covers were on fire, she still had some difficulty adjusting to the flattery of those small artists in the company. In response to these people's unsolicited gestures of goodwill, she merely nodded faintly before heading upstairs towards Su Tian's office. On the other side of the company hall, Jiang Mao hid in the dark following Morong Shui's back, his eyes gloomily clenching his fists. The few trainees standing beside Jiang Mao were talking and mingling. That Morong Shui doesn't know what kind of luck she's had, but she's on fire with just one cover. Where it's her luck, it's all run by the new agent. I originally thought Su Tian was just a little white boy who came in through the back door by relying on connections, but I didn't think he was really something. But he only has one Morong Shui in his hands now, so maybe he'll pick a newcomer later. A few of the practitioners who had yet to debut moved to want to follow Su Tian. Jiang Mo, who had been cold and didn't say anything, was even more annoyed when she heard those newcomers' remarks, and she sneered. Morong Shui is still on fire because Xiao Yiru died. What does this have to do with Su Tian? It's just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. Sister Jiangmu, but if Su Tian hadn't let Morong Shui cover the song, she wouldn't have been able to catch fire. A small singer next to him who had just debuted not long ago said, normally speaking there's not much traffic in covering old songs. If we want clicks, we all cover the recent internet god songs. Su Tian can't want traffic and let Morong Shui cover old songs. Surely there must be a purpose for him, right? Chapter 123 How to Get a Stranger to Take a Cottage. Oh, newcomers are just short-sighted. Jiang Yemo remained unconcerned. Do you know how many people in the entertainment industry are eyeing that role? Whoever gets it will directly soar. Morong Shui, a small transparent who has been on the scene for 2 years without being traced, and she doesn't have a background. What is she going to compete with those people? Really think you can get this kind of sought-after role amount by a cover tweet? Dream on. There was some truth to Jiang Mao's words. Female singers in the entertainment industry are now eyeing this opportunity, and there are even actors who can't sing who want to cross over and get a piece of the action. Even though Morong Shui was the hottest of the netizens' nominations right now, it wouldn't take long for those singers with a fan base to arrange to build up the momentum so that their fans could turn up the heat. Morong Shui had neither the investment of a gold master nor the popularity of millions of fans, so the competitiveness wasn't really the strongest. Sister Jiangmu has a point. The little newcomers next to him nodded. How could it be the turn of the little transparent to have such a good resource? I think Morong Shui is going to be empty-handed this time. Jiangmu's face eased up a bit. Morong Shui, that bumpkin only has a little heat and wants to step on my head? She doesn't deserve it. Meanwhile, Morong Shui, who was at the center of the storm of public opinion, arrived at the door of Su Tian's office and gently knocked on the door. Come in. Su Tian was picking out a thank you gift for Su Shoya online when he heard the knock on the door and spoke without lifting his head. Brother Su. Morong Shui walked in from outside. Feel free to sit down and wait for me. Su Tian picked out 2 boxes of bird's nests, bought another set of high-grade cosmetics, and also added 2 bottles of aged flower carvings to his shopping cart in passing, settled the bill together, and filled in the company's address before looking up at Morong Shui. How's your talent class going? Are you having any trouble with it? No. Morong Shui shook her head obediently, while looking at Su Tian with eyes that were still somewhat ashamed. Previously, she had some complaints about Su Tian's decision to not give her notice but arrange for her to attend classes every day. After all, dance and form classes were child's work, and even if she had some foundation, it was impossible for her to turn into a professional dancer through a few weeks of classes. But now that she knew Su Tian's purpose, musicals were still mainly singing-based, and although they also required dancing and body language, as long as it wasn't obvious that the same hands and limbs were stiff, it wasn't much of a problem. And after all her training, she was no match for dancers with basic skills, but she was adequate to perform musicals. Su Tian nodded in satisfaction as he heard her say that there was nothing wrong. Then, as if he thought of something, he added with Morong Shui, take off your jacket and I'll take a look. Morong Shui, who was originally sitting on the sofa, was so frightened that she directly stood up after hearing Su Tian's words. Her face was pale and guarded, as if she had encountered something terrible. As soon as Su Tian raised his head, he saw Morong Shui's pale face and suddenly realized that the other party might have misunderstood his words. When he saw Morong Shui's shaky look, he was worried that she would faint from fear and immediately changed his words. Okay, you go back and take a picture. Before he could finish, Morong Shui took a deep breath and slowly unzipped her jacket and took it off, revealing the tight dance outfit inside. Su Tian was a bit surprised by Morong Shui's actions, but he soon had no time to pay attention to that. Morong Shui had a deceptive melon face, but perhaps because she didn't exercise often, her upper body was still a bit on the chubby side. Of course these are evaluated by showbiz standards. Morong Shui 1 meter 6.5 tall, 105 pounds among ordinary people is considered normal or even thin body, but in the entertainment industry is the fat crowd. Originally, Su Tian thought that Morong Shui would drop her weight a little more after this half-month course training, but he didn't expect it to look like it was instead going to be a little more plump than the first time he saw her. It would definitely not work to bring such a Morong Shui to the audition. Have you not been controlling your diet for a while? Su Tian took out his notepad and looked at Morong Shui's class schedule for this period of time. Well, Morong Shui nodded with a red face. The class was too consuming. I didn't control it for a while. She is not the kind of how to eat or not fat physique. Coupled with the recent receipt of arrears of wages, the economy is not so tight. Convenience stores after 8 o'clock boxed lunches buy one get one free. Morong Shui every night after class will still add a late night snack for themselves. During this time you have to pay attention to weight control. It is best to lose another 10 pounds. And I recommend that you alternate between aerobic and anaerobic. Aerobic jogging will be more suitable for you, and it will also work on the breath. Su Tian wrote a few words in the to-do list on his work notes. When I go back in a few days to make a detailed fat loss program for you, you have to strictly follow my plan to control your diet and exercise. I'll apply to the company and get you a nutritionist. Also, your dorm room is vacant, and it's close to where I live, so it's easy for me to find you whenever I need you. Su Tian took out a room card from his desk drawer. You can move in any time. I've signed up for the musical theater casting application for you, and so far the auditions have passed, so I'll let you know when the retests are coming up. Morong Shui dumbly listened to Su Tian's arrangement and saw a room card with the words Blue Mountain Mansion printed on it again. There was always a feeling of unreality. She nodded mechanically and said goodbye to Su Tian again, walking out of Su Tian's office as a wandering soul. It's amazing that she's actually going to be auditioning for a prestigious musical soon. It was something she wouldn't have thought of a month ago. After Morong Shui left, Su Tian took care of some more chores in his office. Su Tian then gave Su Xiuya a call, saying that he wanted to pay a visit. Su Xiuya stammered for half a day on the other side of the phone, and finally agreed with Su Tian to meet at a tea house near the villa area. Su Tian knew in his heart that it was because Su Xiuya was now living under a fence and did not dare to invite outsiders to the villa as guests. He didn't want to make things difficult for Su Xiuya, so he didn't pursue the matter further, but took the gift to the agreed-upon tea house. It also reaffirmed his determination to give the villa away as soon as possible. But now that they had only just met each other, making such a request rashly would definitely scare Su Xiuya. Su Tian, who was sitting in the car, was a bit distracted, so he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Yun Shua. Su Tian, how can I get someone I don't know very well yet to accept a villa in peace? Yun Shua, who are you going to adopt? Su Tian, Yun Shua, old Su, don't you have a girlfriend? You can't mess around behind your girlfriend's back. I knew that relationships between men and women in the entertainment industry were messy, but I didn't realize that you've only been working at the entertainment company for a few days and you've already gotten into the vices of capitalism. Chapter 124 Rent. In the face of Yun Shua's righteously indignant accusations, Su Tian's head was filled with black lines. Su Tian, what are you talking about? I'm not messing around. I am trying to give a house to my elders. They have saved my life. It's not too much for me to give a house, right? Yun Shua. It's just a favor. Why do you make it sound like a subterfuge? Like you said, the other person saved your life. You use this reason to send directly on the line tangled what? Yunshua, but Lao Su you can just into the entertainment industry not long, out so generous, even the villa can afford to send. Su Tian, how can I say that I also have shares of Su Clan in my hands? A villa is still affordable to give away. Of course, in order to pay off Guo Qishan's debt immediately, I'm afraid he'll have to throw out all the shares in his hands. However, the various relationships involved were too complicated for Su Tian to explain to Yun Shua, so he could only find an excuse that was relatively loophole-free. Yun Shua, okay, in this way, you say you have a set of house empty want to rent out, but hanging agent has been no one asked, coupled with the recent tight hands, want to rent out the house as soon as possible for some money turnover. Ask her if there are any friends who want to rent a room. In this way she will most likely choose to rent your house. You symbolically charge a little bit of money first according to the ordinary apartment. Don't tell her it's a villa, and then directly take her there. She can't even back out if she wants to. Su Tian, talent Yun Shua, this kind of solution can even be thought of by you. Yun Shua, that's right, you don't look at who I am. I'm telling you, this method of mine, it works 100%. Su Tian, alright, if it really works out, I'll invite you out for dinner someday. Soon arriving at the location agreed upon with Su Xiuya, Su Tian put away his cell phone, organizing the language in his mind with the intention of waiting for a while to mention the matter of renting a room with Su Xiuya. When he walked into the tea house carrying the gift, Su Xiuya was already sitting in the seat by the window. Aunt yeah. Su Tian earnestly placed the gift he brought on the table. this is a little bit of my heart. It's not anything expensive. I still hope that you don't mind. Auntie, how could I resent that? Su Shoya was also a bit flustered when she saw how serious Su Tian was. I'll just accept it. This gift is also too expensive. She saw the fancy cosmetics and supplements inside the gift bag and tried to push them back again. Su Tian hurriedly pressed Su Shoya's hand. Auntie, this is a little token of my appreciation. I hope you take it. If you refuse to take it, I won't have the face to see you in the future. Alright then, thank you Xiao Tian. Su Shoya hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the gift. After that, the two of them drank tea and chatted for a while before Su Tian suddenly said, Auntie, actually, I came over today. Besides wanting to thank you, I have a request. What is it? You tell me. Su Shoya was a bit surprised to see Su Tian being so formal. As long as Auntie can help you, I will definitely help. It's like this, although I haven't known you for a long time. Auntie, I feel that you are very kind, just like my elders, plus you have saved my life, so I was wondering if I could recognize you as my godmother, so that in the future we can all walk around often. Ha, you want to recognize me as your godmother? Su Shoya stared blankly at Su Tian, her expression becoming somewhat complicated all of a sudden. Why? You could have declined if you felt uncomfortable. Su Tian observed Su Shoya's expression, suddenly feeling that the other party was acting a bit strange after hearing the words he had just said. Not shock, but rather surprise, with some apprehension mixed in with the surprise. No, convenient. What's not convenient? Su Shoya lowered her head in an effort to force back the tears in her eyes, then raised her head and smiled at Su Tian. If you don't mind, where else would I say no? I heard old Yen say that you live with your adoptive parents, and they don't seem to be treating you well. Old Yen and I only have a daughter who is a few years older than you, so if you are willing to do so, you can think of me as your real mother from now on, and although old Yen and I aren't rich, we will still take care of you as much as we can. Su Tian smiled at his words and spoke. In the future, I will treat you and Uncle Yen as my own parents. No, it's time to change your name to godparents. Su Tian had lived 2 lifetimes without knowing who his real parents were. In his previous life, he was blind, but he took his enemies as his benefactors. In this life, there is still a chance, and he wants to make up for the favor he owed the Yen family in his previous life. Yen Jinsong and Su Shoya obviously do not have a lot of money, but still have to save money to support him. Yen Xingxue in order to save him, and even lost his life. He didn't think it was too much to ask for a godfather, a godmother, and a sister. Hey, good boy. Su Shoya looked relieved. I'll go back and tell old Yen. He'll be happy too. Then I'll invite you and godfather to dinner some other time. Saying that, Su Tian took out his cell phone and pretended to look at it. Now that I've recognized my godmother, I'm going to start working out the house after that. He pretended to have a call come in and put his cell phone to his ear. Hello? What? Suddenly saying no rent again? Did the other guy say what the reason was? I've got a cheap rent on this apartment. Oh, I know. Please let me know if anyone else is looking at the house. Su Tian put down his cell phone, frowning and sighing with a distressed look. Tian, what's wrong with you? Is something at work not going well? Su Shoya didn't know Su Tian's job yet, so she could only guess through the content of his phone calls. No, Su Tian sighed. It's my own personal matter. If it's possible, talk to your godmother. Although I don't necessarily have the ability to help you, I can still give you ideas. Su Shoya was concerned about Su Tian's matter. Su Tian sniffed and asked in a feigned distress. Godmother, do you have any friends who want to rent an apartment? Renting a room? Su Shoya froze. Yes, I have a vacant house. Because I live in the company dormitory so no one has been living. Recently I have some tight hands, so I want to rent out the room. But in the agent hanging more than 2 months no one asked for. A few days ago it was hard to have a person who wants to rent. But before signing the contract, the other party and suddenly do not rent. Then is your rent too high? Su Shoya asked. I don't think it's too high. My flat is in the center of town. Rent is 1,500 a month. It should be considered cheap. Current rental prices in downtown Edgewater start at 3,000 for even an old house. So 15,000 is really cheap. 1,500 is pretty cheap. So is it inconvenient to get around? Su Shoya also felt strange. In the city center of the house, the rent is only 1,500 a month. How can it not be rented out? It's convenient. There's a bus and subway nearby, and the amenities in the neighborhood are very convenient. But I don't know why there's just no one to rent it. Su Tian said bitterly. I still have to pay off my credit card next month, and I had originally planned to be able to collect half a year's rent straight away. In that case, then I'll ask my friends for you if any of them want to rent a room. Su Shoya said thoughtfully. Su Tian smiled faintly. Then I'll trouble godmother. Progress towards completion of the plan, 20%. Chapter 125 Honey, let's go back to bed. Even though Su Shoya wanted to help, she still had to discuss such a big matter as renting an apartment with Yen Jinsong. Since the company went bankrupt, the family is in debt and has to live with his brother's family in order to save money on rent. Even if Su Tian's set of rent was only 1,500 a month, it was still a considerable expense for them. You're saying that Ko wants to rent out the house? After Yen Jinsong got off work in the evening, Su Xiaoya told him about the conversation she had with Su Tian during the day. Yeah, he said he lives in a dorm and has a vacant house for rent. Su Xiaoya was very indignant. Surname Su was really bullying too much. We gave him so much money in the beginning as the adoption of Xiaotian's remuneration and Xiaotian's living expenses. He must not have given Xiaotian. Otherwise Xiaotian would still worry about paying back the credit card of a few $1,000s. The Su family must have treated him badly. Otherwise he wouldn't be living out there alone. At the mention of Su Tian's encounter, Yen Jinsong's expression didn't look too good either. If it wasn't for the fear of Xiao Tian's birth being exposed, how could I not go to Su Pingphone to settle the score? Madam's only child is living such a miserable life. When we die, how can we explain to Madam? We still have a bit of savings in our hands, and after this month's payment, there's still more than 10,000 left, so if Xiao Su is really struggling financially these days, I'll just take that money out. Saying that, Yen Jinsong took out a bank card from his jacket pocket. Let's just give the money. Xiao Tian must be too embarrassed to ask for it. Su Xiaoya thought for a moment and then added, why don't we rent Xiao Tian's house? You mean, move out of your brother's house? Su Xiaoya nodded. I know you don't want to rely on my brother's family all the time. Anyways, he has already started a family, and it's not too convenient for us to always live on his side. I heard from Tiny that his house is in the center of town, and it'll be a lot easier for you to get to work. By the way, today Xiaotian also said that he wants to recognize me as his godmother, and that I can still cook for him in the future when we rent his house. Yen Jinsong sniffed with a surprised face and said, he recognized you as his godmother? Without waiting for Su Xiaoya to speak, he directly nodded. In that case, let's rent it. Su Tian is indeed a good boy who knows how to repay his kindness. After saying that, Yen Jinsong handed the bank card to Su Xiaoya. As for your brother's side, you should also find a chance to talk to him. Aha. Also, it's my dad's birthday party next week, and the old house side wants us all to go back. Yen Jinsong knew that Su Xiaoya didn't like the Yen family's side, and said in relief, if you don't want to go, I'll just say that I have to work overtime, and just send the gift over. Anyway, the Yen family didn't even care if they attended or not. After going through so many things, Yen Jinsong had long since looked away. That won't do. No matter what, we can't miss our dad's birthday banquet, or else people will gossip. Su Xiaoya didn't want Yen Jinsong to be embarrassed because of herself. I'll prepare a congratulatory gift for our father in advance. After Su Tian parted ways with Su Xiaoya, he went to Yen Group to pick up Tang Bingyan from work. Tang Bingyan is a standard workaholic, traveling for a week. The first time after coming back is not to go home and rest, but directly to the company to give a meeting to the executives. Su Tian remembered that in his last life, Tang Bingyan was working around the clock, plus the aftermath of the car accident, resulting in a whole lot of problems at a young age. So after being reborn, Su Tian consciously wanted to reduce the time Tang Bingyan worked overtime, but after all, he couldn't follow Tang Bingyan around all the time, so there wasn't much success yet. Wife, have some soup first. Go back to sleep after eating. Have you not had a good rest for a while? In the private restaurant near Yun's group, Su Tian gave Tang Bingyan a bowl of chicken soup with flour gelatin, his face somewhat distressed. There are some tricky projects over there. Tang Bingyan silently finished the bowl of soup and ate the dishes that Su Tian had clipped to her. She was very picky about her food, and Su Tian also took the menu and studied it for a long time before ordering 4 dishes and 1 soup. Even if you're busy, you have to eat on time and rest on time, or your body won't be able to handle it. Su Tian didn't ask too much about business matters. Even though Tang Bingyan never hid anything from him, even the highest level of confidential documents in the company, he was allowed to look at them as he pleased. In his last life, Su Tian couldn't understand Tang Bingyan's behavior and instead felt that it was a form of bondage. Now that I think about it, just how blind was he before to let down this trust and deep love? Su Tian, don't you have anything to tell me? Tang Bingyan wasn't very excited today. Su Tian was aware of that, but he hadn't been able to find a reason for it. Now that he heard her ask this question, Su Tian's heart sank with a thump. Could it be that Tang Bingyan found out about his hospitalization? Whether it was knowing that he had faked his hospitalization or misunderstanding that he was really sick, it was not good news for Su Tian. He had always known that Tang Bingyan wasn't 100% at ease with herself yet, so it was normal for her to send someone to investigate him while she was on a business trip. Honey, listen to me. Su Tian weighed his words. I was, that day. Who was the middle-aged woman you were meeting with? Tang Bingyan's tone returned to its usual indifference. Middle-aged woman? Su Tian was slightly stunned. In the next moment, he reacted violently. and hastily swallowed back what he wanted to say. You mean in the tea house? Besides the tea house, there are other places? Tang Bingyan's face worsened. Su Tian hastily waved his hands. No, 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 no more. As he spoke, he let out a fierce sigh of relief. It seemed that Tang Bingyan only knew that he and Su Xiaoya had met at the tea house and didn't know about his previous hospitalization. Her name is Su Suya, and she did me a small favor earlier, so I sent her a little gift to thank her. Just like that? Tang Bingyan certainly didn't feel that Su Tian had anything to do with that middle-aged woman called Su Xiaoya, only that she still didn't want Su Tian's social circle to be out of her control. Aha! Su Tian weighed his words. Wife, I'm very much in tune with this auntie, so I'll recognize her as my godmother. You won't mind, right? Tang Bingyan's pretty face was obviously a few points colder. How long have you only known her? And you trust her so much? She had tried so hard for so long, but she hadn't been able to gain Su Tian's trust. Now a stranger just did him a small favor and he's going to recognize the other guy as his godmother? Even though Reason told Tang Bingyan that she shouldn't eat this kind of meaningless jealousy, she couldn't help it. Su Tian, what should he explain to dispel Tang Bingyan's doubts? One couldn't say that he was reborn and Su Xiaoya's family had saved his life before, could he? After thinking about it, Su Tian said in an evasive manner, Wife, I'm just a small staff now, so even if other people want to cheat me, they won't get much out of it. I was adopted by my adoptive parents when I was young, and I realized some time ago that they weren't sincere to me at all, and now I have no other relatives besides you. So when I met Antya's family before, I felt that it was God's way of making up for my lost family. You don't need other relatives. Even though Tang Bingyan's tone was still cold, she was still pacified by Su Tian's phrase, I only have you. I really don't need it, but Antya did help me after all. Tang Bingyan frowned slightly. Why didn't you look for me if you needed help? Another soul torture. Weren't you on a business trip before? And I'm your husband. I should take the responsibility of protecting this family. How can I trouble you with everything? Su Tian broke into a cold sweat while explaining. Such a lame explanation didn't seem quite able to muddle through from Tang Bingyan, but to his surprise, this time Tang Bingyan didn't seem to pursue the matter further. Next time, wife, you're not angry anymore? Su Tian curtly pulled Tang Bingyan's hand and walked out of the restaurant side by side with her. Then let's go back to bed. Chapter 126 Playing so big. When did you get so oily? Tang Bingyan sized Su Tian up with a scrutinizing gaze, as if she was trying to discern something from his expression. Su Tian was speechless. I just saw that you've been too tired lately and wanted you to take an early rest. Where were you thinking? Tang Bingyan. Well, she did think the wrong way. It's not like something couldn't have happened when the two were in a good mood before. She could give Su Tian anything, even her own life, and she didn't care about that now that the relationship between the two was clearly warming up. But for some reason, whenever she was about to take that step, there was always a voice in Tang Bingyan's mind reminding her to wait a little longer. Originally she was not sure she could keep Su Tian by her side. If something did happen and the novelty wore off, would things go back to the way they were between them? Tang Bingyan wasn't willing to gamble. Wife, get in the car. Su Tian didn't know what was going on in Tang Bingyan's mind and thought that she was too tired from working overtime continuously. I'll drive. You go lie down in the back for a while and I'll call you when we get home. No need. Tang Bingyan looked back, pulled open the passenger door and sat in. She was indeed too fatigued for a while, and fell asleep against the back of her chair on the way back. Su Tian cranked up the temperature of the air conditioning in the car and deliberately slowed down the speed of the car, waiting until he reached the apartment building. Tang Bingyan still showed no signs of waking up, so Su Tian directly picked her up. When Tang Bingyan was carried out of the car by Su Tian, she unconsciously wrapped her arms around Su Tian's neck. Such an unconscious action caused Su Tian's heart to soften. He gazed tenderly at Tang Bingyan's cheeks that were like perfect works of art and whispered, Wife, maybe I'm not enough of a man to compete with you right now, but in my life, I'll fight tooth and nail to protect you, just like you did in your previous life when you tried your best to protect me. Because it was inconvenient to hold Tang Bingyan, Su Tian could only pull the rune card out of his jacket pocket with one hand, and after entering, he didn't pay attention to whether the door was closed or not, so he hugged Tang Bingyan and walked towards the bedroom. As she walked to the living room, Tang Bingyan opened her eyes, and after a moment of confusion, her eyes returned to clarity. She struggled slightly, trying to get off Su Tian's body. Su Tian had a rare opportunity to see Tang Bingyan just waking up from sleep, not like the usual cold and strong, but instead some contrasting cute. Honey, I've hugged you all the way, shouldn't you give me a reward? Tang Bingyan, is she sobering up in the wrong way? Su Tian felt the stiffness of the body of the person in his arms and felt more and more that such Tang Bingyan was very cute. So on purpose, he put her on the couch and pressed on. What reward do you want? Tang Bingyan instinctively felt that danger was coming. Her heart beat faster, but on the surface she was as cold as ever. Promise me one condition. Su Tian came closer to Tang Bingyan. looking at the jewel-like black eyes under those slender lashes from a close distance. No more late nights and overtime work in the future. This I may not be able to do. Tang Bingyan averted her eyes. She was the person in charge of the Tang family and could not relax at any time. No, if you keep this up, your body won't be able to handle it. The corners of Tang Bingyan's lips hooked up slightly. What if you slack off for the sake of your body and can't make any money? He was about to push the person who was pressing on top of him away, when he suddenly saw the direction behind Su Tian. His eyes dimmed, and he also stopped the movement in his hands. She allowed Su Tian to press her onto the sofa and asked in a faint voice, "You feed me?" Su Tian was shaken by Tang Bingyan's fleeting smile, and without knowing how his brain twitched to think of the bully's line in the movie, he subconsciously spoke, "Of course, beauty, as long as you follow me, I'll give you everything." As soon as he spoke, there was a ping behind him. This was followed by the sound of another intake of cool air. Su Tian's heart sank, and a sudden chill grew at his back. He slowly turned around and saw Shang Yiran in his housecoat standing in the foyer with a horrified look on his face and a broken bottle of red wine at his feet. What makes Su Tian feel even more heaven is going to kill me is that beside Shang Yiran, there is still Morong Shui whose body is shaking. From their point of view, they couldn't see Tang Bingyan who was pressed by Su Tian on the sofa. They could only see Su Tian pressing a person on the sofa. Plus the last line just now. It was simply a large-scale forcing Liang to be a horse scene. Su Tian only felt his brain buzzing. What's going on? How did these two get in here? Su Tian hurriedly pulled the blanket next to the sofa and wrapped Tang Bingyan up. Shang Yiran stared at Su Tian with a complicated expression, a look of pain because his brother had gone astray. And Morong Shui's face was so white that it was almost transparent, like a jasmine swaying for survival in a storm. Su Tian mechanically turned around, blocking Tang Bingyan behind him, his expression stiff as he explained, "It's not what you think. Iran, explain to Morong Shui for me." Su Tian looked at Shang Yiran with a look of help. Shang Yiran heard Su Tian's words before he came back to his senses. It was just that he glanced at Tang Bingyan, and then when he looked at Su Tian it was to show his hands, indicating that there was nothing he could do to help. "This is a situation that I really don't know how to explain." Shang Yiran sighed. "Su Tian, you're the one who has a girlfriend." Morong Shui's face became even more ugly when she heard that Su Tian had a girlfriend and was forcing himself on others. She took a few panicked steps back. I have something else to do. I won't bother broker Su." After saying that, she immediately fled. Su Tian. Shang Yiran was much more calm than Morong Shui, although he was also shocked at what Su Tian had done. But after all, he and Su Tian were just good friends, and he wasn't qualified to dictate Su Tian's private life. Not so with Morong Shui. She had just escaped from the clutches of Du Xiaowei and thought she had found an agent she could rely on. How could she not be alarmed when she now found out that Su Tian was actually an asshole who forced women to subterfuge as well? Su Tian sighed and tried to calm his mind. "How did you two get in here?" The door wasn't closed tight. Shang Yiran said awkwardly, "I was planning to go out and take out the trash, but I happened to run into Morong Shui. She said she came over to look for you, and I happened to want to get a bottle of wine for you as well, so I brought her over by the way." Then, he stabbed Su Tian's arm and asked in a low voice, "What the hell is wrong with you? Even if your girlfriend isn't here, you shouldn't bring someone home if you want to cheat on her. What's all this nonsense?" "She's my girlfriend." Su Tian held his forehead inside. This can't be explained clearly. Shang Yiran is also a little speechless. Who knows, you guys usually play so big. Morong Shui is really scared, but if you explain it to her properly, she should believe you, right? Chapter 127. Su Tian in front of Tang Bingyan, but also really put himself as a grandpa? Hopefully. Su Tian looked at the broken wine bottles on the ground, always feeling that even if he explained, the other party would feel that he was trying to cover his tracks. "Since your girlfriend is back, I won't bother you guys anymore. You can take care of this bottle yourself." Because at the beginning, Tang Bingyan's back was to the door, and after that, Su Tian directly blocked Tang Bingyan's body, and now Shang Yiran didn't even see Tang Bingyan's face, although he was curious as to what exactly Su Tian's girlfriend was, but in such an awkward situation, to then have Su Tian introduce his girlfriend to himself, the scene he didn't have to think about was suffocating, so he hurriedly greeted Su Tian and took his leave. Su Tian helplessly closed the door to his room and went back to the kitchen to find a rag and broom to dispose of the broken red wine. When he finished cleaning up, he found Tang Bingyan sitting on the couch with a blanket on and staring at him. "You're bringing a female entertainer? Honey, you have to trust my professionalism as an agent." Su Tian knew that he would have to pass this hurdle sooner or later. He washed his hands and returned to the living room to sit beside Tang Bingyan. "In my eyes, Morong Shui is nothing more than a promising artist. Other than that, I won't have any thoughts about her. Not to mention that there are so many female artists in the entertainment industry. Even if I bring a guy, it's inevitable that I'll come into contact with them. I can promise you that I won't get involved with any woman but you, and I won't do anything to wrong you." Tang Bingyan sized Su Tian up in silence, seemingly judging whether his words were spoken out of sincerity or perfunctorily. Since you've asked me to work at Skywind Entertainment, give a little faith in me too, okay? Su Tian wrapped Tang Bingyan tightly in his arms and gently kissed her red lips. I know I was an asshole before and did a lot of things that I'm sorry for, but I won't be in the future. In my life, Su Tian, there's only one woman for you, Tang Bingyan. Are you sure you're not going to lie to me? Tang Bingyan's voice ghostly entered Su Tian's ears. I guarantee it with my life. Su Tian stretched out 3 fingers to make an oath. If you find out later that I lied to you, then I'll lock you up. Tang Bingyan turned around and forcefully wrenched Su Tian's chin, interrupting him, off for life. The next morning, Tang Bingyan still went to work early in the morning. Su Tian sent Tang Bingyan downstairs and watched her car leave, then called Wei. Even though Tang Bingyan had slept for more than 8 hours yesterday, she still didn't look too good. Now, he needed to find out about Tang Bingyan's physical condition in recent times. Mr. Su, is there something wrong with calling me so early in the morning? Wei was surprised that Su Tian would call him so early in the morning. How was Bingyan's body during this period of time when she was traveling? Su Tian asked directly. Wei was torn for a moment, wondering if he should be truthful. Normally speaking, his family's Missy's physical condition was to be kept absolutely secret. After all, the slightest carelessness would probably give those who wanted to be unfavorable to Missy a chance to take advantage of it. Su Tian didn't know what was on Wei's mind and thought that Tang Bingyan's situation was serious. Tell me the truth. What happened to Bingyan? Wei thought about it and finally made up his mind, gritted his teeth and said, Missy was seriously injured once when she was a child. Her body was originally weaker than ordinary people. Plus she has been working around the clock and has a very serious anxiety disorder. Although the car accident before was cured and left no after effects, but because the bottom is so poor, and these days she stayed up for a few nights for a tricky project, the body is even worse. Immediately after, Wei continued, Mr. Su, the person Missy trusts the most is you, so if possible, persuade her. Su Tian was silent for a moment and let out a hum before hanging up the phone. Subsequently, Su Tian sat on the sofa and was a little flustered for no reason. He only remembered that in his last life, Tang Bingyan had let her body get worse and worse because of a car accident, but he hadn't realized that even without that car accident, her body was riddled with holes. Su Tian struggled to recall Tang Bingyan's physical condition at this time in his previous life, wanting to take her to have divine Dr. Zhang Zizhen take a look before her body deteriorated to an incurable level. Suddenly, Su Tian abruptly widened his eyes. He didn't recall Tang Bingyan's physical condition, but he remembered another very scary thing. If he remembered correctly, in a short while, Tang Bingyan would personally lead a team to the Lighthouse Kingdom to talk about a big project, but during this trip, she is systematically assassinated by an international assassin organization. Not only the Dark Guards with the past was completely wiped out, lost important patent information, and even Tang Bingyan himself was seriously injured by the hospital under the notice of critical illness. At that time, when Su Tian received a call from the hospital, he thought it was Tang Bingyan's bitter trick, so he simply ignored it. By the time he learned that something had really happened to Tang Bingyan abroad, by that time, Tang Bingyan had already been forcibly sent by the Tang family to the Sakura country for treatment. In this life, he could never let Tang Bingyan go to the Lighthouse Kingdom. When there was still an hour to go before work, Su Tian set off from his apartment intending to pick up Tang Bingyan from work. Since Tang Bingyan didn't know to rest, it was up to him to remind her. Without waiting for Su Tian to arrive at the company, he received a text message from Tang Bingyan, telling her that she had a meeting tonight and wouldn't be having dinner with him. Su Tian threw his cell phone on the passenger seat and accelerated his speed towards Yun's group. Working late and trying to skip dinner? Does he really think he's heir? When Su Tian arrived at Yan's group, Tang Bingyan was in her office giving a meeting to several of the company's executives, and Gu Beicheng and Shen Xiaoxiao were both there today. A few of the executives were looking bad, presumably because they had just been reprimanded. However, when they saw Su Tian come in, some probing colors still surfaced in their eyes. There had long been rumors up and down the company that Tang Bingyan had called for a boyfriend, but most of them had never seen one, because Tang Bingyan was too strong. The executives naturally labeled Su Tian as a white boy after seeing him. However, despite the fact that the executives were somewhat unimpressed with Su Tian in their hearts, in front of Tang Bingyan, they didn't dare to believe that their hearts' thoughts were revealed, and on the surface, they still had the same serious and dignified look, and didn't even dare to look at each other for more than a single glance. Gu Beicheng, who was originally standing beside Tang Bingyan, slightly and unnoticeably paused with his hand holding the document after seeing Su Tian come in. Then he nodded at Su Tian as if nothing had happened. Tang Bingyan looked intently at the documents in her hands. The lid of the thermos cup next to her was open, and the water inside didn't have a trace of heat. and there was also an insulated lunchbox on the coffee table next to the sofa, which looked like it hadn't been touched as well. Su Tian frowned slightly and walked straight through those executives to Tang Bingyan's desk, who then saw him. "Give me a moment." After Tang Bingyan finished speaking, she continued to bury her head and focus on the piece of paper in her hand, but in the next second, she realized that the paper in her hand had been jerked away. "Why haven't you eaten yet?" Su Tian looked straight at Tang Bingyan, waiting for her answer. Next to him, Chen Xiaoxiao sucked in a mouthful of cool air and almost couldn't help but curse. "Without her Missy, you, Su Tian, are nothing more than a piece of trash with nothing to lose. Now you're even giving Missy a face in public. Who gave you that face?" Tang Bingyan also didn't expect Su Tian to speak to himself in such a tone, as if the Su Tian who had been trying to get rid of him before had returned. But when she slightly raised her head, she saw that Su Tian's face was serious, but what flickered in his eyes was obvious heartache and concern. She pursed her lips. "No time." Su Tian's face darkened even more at his words. "You won't eat if you don't have time? Do you think your stomach is an iron stomach?" Tang Bingyan was slightly stunned when she saw Su Tian's face become even more unsightly. Such Su Tian was similar to the Su Tian before her accident, but not exactly the same. At this moment, although Su Tian was fierce, he made her feel inexplicably warm. On the side, Chen Xiaoxiao was already going crazy with anger at this moment. Su Tian really treats himself as a grandpa? It's not even enough to interrupt Missy's meeting. You have to look at her face in front of everyone. Does he really think Missy is temperless? At the same time, Wei was also in a cold sweat for Su Tian. He said, "I let you persuade Missy, but it is not such a persuasive method. You reprimanded Missy in front of the company executives. Aren't you looking for death?" Chapter 128 Showing Love in Public. Wei looked at Tang Bingyan worriedly. It wasn't that she was afraid that Tang Bingyan would directly blast Su Tian out, but she was worried that she would get angry and break her body. While Gu Beicheng, who was standing on the other side of Tang Bingyan, remained calm. "Mr. Su, don't blame Bingyan. She's this kind of workaholic personality. And this project will be tendered tomorrow. Time is indeed tight. When we discuss the final plan, I will persuade Yan Yan to eat." Su Tian's eyes coldly swept Gu Beicheng. He had originally thought that Gu Beicheng, his archenemy, really liked Tang Bingyan, but now it seemed that he only liked Tang Bingyan's flawlessness. Gu Beicheng usually acted like he cared about Tang Bingyan, but surprisingly, he could also let Tang Bingyan work overtime continuously without taking a break to eat. This kind of selfish and hypocritical man doesn't deserve to be his opponent at all. He did not pay attention to Gu Beicheng, but went straight to the coffee table side to pick up that heat preservation lunchbox. Open a look as he thought. The inside of the meal full of food has not been moved at all. The good thing is that this insulated lunchbox performs well and the meal retains its residual warmth. He returned to Tang Bingyan with the lunchbox in his hand, taking out the small lunchboxes inside one layer at a time and setting them on the empty space on the desk. Then he scooped up a spoonful of lotus root rib soup and brought it to Tang Bingyan's mouth. This sudden move of his not only caused Chen Xiaoxiao and Wei to shake their heads, but even those executives were speechless. There's a limit to the amount of love you can show, isn't there? Can't you see Mr. Tang is reading a document? This little white boy is too inconsiderate. Mr. Tang is known for his work first. Su Tian even disturbed him again and again, really not afraid to make Mr. Tang angry? However, just when several executives thought that Tang Bingyan would kick Su Tian out, they saw Tang Bingyan, who was still focused on reading the documents, not even lifting her head, open her mouth and drink the soup that was handed to her. Chen Xiaoxiao, Avi, a host of executives. Tang Bingyan's action was tantamount to an invisible slap, ruthlessly hitting Chen Xiaoxiao and the others in the face. However, without waiting for the crowd to slow down from the pain in their faces, Su Tian smiled in satisfaction at Tang Bingyan and once again scooped a spoonful of peas from the lunchbox. "Since you have to work, I'll feed you." Then the crowd saw that Tang Bingyan immediately opened her red lips and ate the food that Su Tian fed to her mouth. Surrounding crowd, is this really still the Mr. Tang they knew? What did they do wrong to deserve this torture? Although Mr. Tang didn't get angry, this look of letting the little white boy throw himself at him was simply more terrifying than getting angry. Okay, they would now rather be scolded by Tang Bingyan and have half a month's bonus deducted, but they really didn't want to see the boss's adopted white boy bullying in front of them again. On the side, when Gu Beicheng, who was originally calm and composed, saw that Su Tian actually took the initiative to feed Tang Bingyan, a ripple finally appeared in his eyes. He opened his mouth with some self-reproach. It seems like Yin Yan doesn't have a good stomach during this period of time. It's because I was too anxious about the project that I actually forgot to remind her to eat on time. Chen Xiaoxiao's heart became even more angry when she heard Gu Beicheng's words. She skimmed her lips and muttered in a whisper at a volume only she could hear. "Humph, what's the point of pretending to be considerate? Who doesn't know what you're like?" When Chief Tang was in a car accident, he, Su Tian, was able to fool around with the woman outside without changing his face. He even heard that the woman had a disease and immediately asked for a bone marrow replacement without saying a word. Now you're performing deep love in front of Mr. Tang. It's disgusting. Meanwhile, the penetrating-minded Wei frowned without a trace when he heard Gu Beicheng's words. What Mr. Gu had just meant was that he had been careless for a moment and had forgotten to remind Missy to eat. But in reality, when Tang Bingyan was on work mode, no one was allowed to disturb her. It was useless to persuade them, the close friends who had been with Missy since she was a child, and they didn't even dare to do so. Although Gu Beicheng was Missy's childhood friend, he was just like them, and it was counterproductive to persuade. So in order not to upset Missy, he never took the initiative to disturb her at work. It's just that he didn't expect that while Gu Beicheng was useless, Su Tian was able to get Tang Bingyan to acquiesce to being fed by him. Before Wei could recover from his surprise, he felt a pleading gaze around him. At this point, the executives who were itching to perform a disappear-in-place technique were frantically winking at Wei. The little white boy has succeeded in getting to the top and has already started to show his love on the spot. Should this meeting continue? Mr. Tang, should we let them go out first? Wei received the executives' gazes for help and asked in a low voice. Keep reporting. Tang Bingyan calmly swallowed another mouthful of food that Su Tian had thrown over. The document in her hand had already turned to the last page. This plan has 5 loopholes. Next, the denied executives were as pale as dirt and went up like frosted eggplants to get their proposals back. Meanwhile, another executive apprehensively handed over his proposal. It seems that this little white boy is also really a bit of a skill, actually able to get along with General Manager Tang without changing his face, and even dares to bully and play with his temper. But Mr. Tang is really nice to this little white boy. Compared to him, Mr. Gu was really just an ordinary partner. Originally, they all thought that Chief Tang and Mr. Gu were childhood sweethearts and would always end up together. Now it seems that love really doesn't make sense either. One thing leads to another, and it's amazing that the queen of the business world, who scares the rest of the company, can be in the state of a woman in love. Yen, we are going to the lighthouse country in person this time, to negotiate with the AM company's boss. I've already booked the airfare. It's just, Gu Beicheng tried to pull back Tang Bingyan's attention that was placed on Su Tian. As he spoke, he saw Su Tian feed Tang Bingyan a spoonful of pine nut corn and immediately said, Bingyan doesn't like corn. Su Tian's hand holding up the spoon gave a slight lurch and looked up at Gu Beicheng. Indeed, despite his efforts, he still didn't know much about Tang Bingyan's preferences. Let's not mention the fact that he loathed Tang Bingyan before and avoided her like a snake. Even if he had accepted Tang Bingyan from the beginning, he definitely didn't know her as much as Gu Beicheng, his childhood friend. Not even knowing that Mr. Tang doesn't like to eat corn. How dare you still have the face to show love? It's really laughable. Chen Xiaoxiao said in a conspiratorial manner. Bingyan, don't you like corn? Su Tian ignored Chen Xiaoxiao and instead opened his mouth to ask Tang Bingyan, if you don't like it, next time I'll pay attention when I order for you. It's not like that. After Tang Bingyan finished speaking, she opened her mouth and ate the corn in Su Tian's spoon. Gu Beicheng, crowd, Chen Xiaoxiao, who originally wanted to take the opportunity to mock a few sentences, instantly stiffened her expression, and the words that originally came out of her mouth got stuck between her throat, suffocating her face so much that it turned red. Chapter 129. Someone said I look better at this angle. Wei sighed. When his family's eldest young lady met Su Tian, she was indeed still unprincipled. He even suspected that, not to mention Su Tian feeding her corn, even if it was poison, he guessed that she would be able to drink it without changing her face. Seeing Su Tian freeze, Tang Bingyan raised her hand and tapped the desktop with her slender white fingers. Su Tian came back to his senses and glanced down at the pine nut corn that was still mostly left, and after a moment's hesitation, he fed another spoonful. Tang Bingyan still ate with a calm expression. Corn replenishes protein and vitamins, and you shouldn't be picky about what you eat in your current condition. Su Tian calmly fed 2 more spoons of corn before picking Tang Bingyan's favorite shrimp. Such a move made the executives present admire each other, and at the same time, they could also see that Tang Bingyan was setting up Su Tian in front of them, and even giving face to Gu Beicheng, her childhood friend. It seems like childhood friends are just business partners and can't go any further than that at all. The executives looked at Gu Beicheng with sympathetic eyes, but the depth of Gu Beicheng's city, how could he be seen through the loss and dissatisfaction in his heart, only to see that the expression on his face didn't change in the slightest, still standing by Tang Bingyan's side in a cloudy manner, making an appearance of being at his disposal at any time. In fact, with Gu Beicheng's identity and strength, there was absolutely no need to condescend to do things for Tang Bingyan. What was the purpose of him being able to stay by Tang Bingyan's side and share Tang's work for her was clear to many of the higher-ups. It's a pity that the king of Xiang intended to do it, but the goddess didn't. It was also saddening that Gu Beicheng had lost to a little white boy who hadn't done anything in business. Su Tian just concentrated on feeding and didn't disturb Tang Bingyan from reading the documents. Once most of the dishes in the lunchbox had bottomed out, he carried the insulated lunchbox to the pantry again, washing the grease-stained lunchbox and putting it back in its place. After that, Tang Bingyan had a meeting, and Su Tian sat on the sofa to brush his microblog. Suddenly, he received a WeChat from Shang Yaran, and on the WeChat were several selfies. Shang Yaran, Su Tian, with your professional agent's eye. See which of these photos can emphasize my handsomeness. I'm going to tweet it. Su Tian. Is Shang Yaran's character so narcissistic? After this period of time with the other party, Su Tian could feel that Shang Yaran had gradually come out of the haze of the false accusation incident. Now he's actually able to take selfies and tweet them, which means he's returning. Su Tian, just the first one. In fact, he felt that these were similar except for the different angles. However, since Shang Yaran asked, of course he couldn't be honest, so he casually pointed to the first one. Shang Yaran, successful. Then I will send this one. It didn't take long for Su Tian to brush up on Shang Yaran's newly posted microblog. Shang Yaran, someone said I'm more handsome at this angle. Dog's head. Su Tian, when did I say you were handsome? Su Tian exited Weibo with a sigh of relief and realized that all the executives in the office had already left. Bingyan, can you get off work now? Su Tian stretched and stood up from the sofa. Not yet. Missy has to give a meeting to all the company's executives. Wei spoke up. More meetings? Su Tian couldn't help but say. What time is it? How can a meeting take an hour? Are you planning to stay up all night today? This meeting is more important. Wei saw Tang Bingyan's silence, so he took the initiative to explain once again. Can't we open tomorrow? Su Tian asked again. No. This time, Tang Bingyan spoke up. If you're tired, go back first. Fine. I'll go back. Su Tian was exasperated and laughed. Dare to Tang Bingyan's emotional intelligence and intelligence are used in the workplace. A little bit did not share to him, right? He specially came over to pick her up from work because he wanted her to go back to rest early. Is it hard to just come over to show love? After saying that, he didn't even look at Tang Bingyan as he turned around and walked towards the outside of the office. As Wei watched Su Tian's back disappear, he looked at Tang Bingyan somewhat helplessly. General Manager Tang, Mr. Su seems to be angry. I know. Tang Bingyan's face was expressionless. Avi, is still open for that meeting? Open. Tang Bingyan also got up and left the office towards the conference room. Wei helplessly tidied up Tang Bingyan's desk. Well, his Missy's workaholic attribute exploded, and even Su Tian couldn't stop it. After Su Tian left, although his mouth said that he was angry and went home and never cared again, still, he strolled downstairs from Yun's group with his mouth full and bought a bowl of millet porridge and a piece of cupcake without added cream at the convenience store. Dinner was eaten at 6 o'clock. It was already 1 in the morning. The meeting wasn't necessarily open until what time, and when Tang Bingyan came out of the conference room, she might still be hungry. When Su Tian returned to the office again, he found that Wei was the only one inside organizing the documents. Mr. Su, Wei was surprised that Su Tian had gone and returned. I got her a late-night snack. Su Tian put the bag from the convenience store on the table and went to get the insulated lunchbox to pour the millet porridge in. Mr. Su has a heart. Wei faintly nodded at Su Tian, feeling a little more favorable towards him, even though he still didn't fully trust Su Tian. What Su Tian had done during this period of time had impressed him somewhat. By the way, Wei, does Tang Bingyan have any plans to go abroad recently? Su Tian asked seemingly casually. Mr. Tang is going to the Lighthouse State at the end of the month to negotiate with a company. Anyway, this matter was going to be known to Su Tian sooner or later, so Wei didn't hide it from him either. Right now, Mr. Tang is giving a meeting to the executives, which is to finalize the details of the negotiations. Su Tian's heart sank hard when he heard Wei's words. Obviously after he was reborn, all kinds of things had developed differently from the direction of his previous life. Could it be that Tang Bingyan still couldn't escape the fate of being assassinated and seriously injured? Is the negotiation important? Must Bingyan personally go over there? Su Tian's expression didn't change, and his tone was as if he was making small talk with Wei. Normally, isn't this kind of overseas negotiation work done on behalf of Gu Beicheng? Not this time. Wei explained. The cooperation with AM is a bit tricky, even though Mr. Tang holds the patented technology in his hands, but that side has always refused to relent because of the issue of authorization, coupled with the fact that this project has been prepared by the Tang family for a long time, and involves not only Yun's group, but even several subsidiaries under the Tang group. So Mr. Tang must go over there in person. After a pause, Wei asked again. Mr. Su, do you have any arrangements for the end of the month? Su Tian didn't open his mouth again. His heart had sunk to the bottom and he didn't care to deal with Wei. Since this project had to be Tang Bingyan, he didn't need to find a reason good enough for everyone to approve of in order to stop her from going to the Lighthouse Kingdom. But this reason, it's really hard to find. He couldn't just say that Tang Bingyan's trip this time was very dangerous, and that he might even lose his life if he wasn't careful. No one will believe him. What should we do? Should we really let Tang Bingyan go to the Lighthouse Kingdom? Chapter 130 Tattletale. No, he must find a way to stop Tang Bingyan. If he really couldn't stop it in the end, then he could only accompany Tang Bingyan there. Tang Bingyan really does lose track of time once the meeting is over, and by the time the meeting is adjourned, it's almost dawn. Su Tian let her sleep for a while in the office's cubicle lounge, and went out to buy breakfast and send it back before taking a taxi to the office himself. Morong Shui was really shocked by him and never called him back. Su Tian, who was sitting in his office, thought about it and edited a text message, asking Morong Shui to come to his office after class. Perhaps it was because Su Tian's wording was harsher this time. This time Morong Shui didn't make any excuses and knocked on his office door after class. Today's Morong Shui was dressed even more exaggeratedly, and they were all the kind of clothes that were not easy to put on and take off. Even her neck was covered by a turtleneck. Su Tian was helpless. Is this really treating him like a hungry pervert? Sit down. He rushed at Morong Shui, who had a defensive look on her face, and said indifferently. Morong Shui stood in place in a hasty manner, not moving, even tense like a string that would soon be taut. Su Tian had originally wanted to properly explain to Morong Shui, but seeing this uncooperative thief-proof look on the other party's face, he didn't have the patience to whisper to her anymore. I asked you to come over to talk to you about a few things. He didn't care about Morong Shui's reaction and opened his own mouth. First, I'm not interested in you. Secondly, I already have a girlfriend. What you saw that day is my girlfriend? There is no subterfuge deal for me to be with her, and she's not in this circle. I hope you'll treat it as if you didn't see anything after you heard it today, and don't tell outsiders about it. I don't want my girlfriend to be disturbed. Thirdly, I don't go after the artists under me. I only chose you because you have a good combination of qualities. That's all. Also, if I really wanted to do something to you, I wouldn't even have to go through all this trouble. This defensive caution of yours is a good thing in show business, but it's being used in the wrong place. I'm your agent, and if you can't trust me 100%, then find another way at the earliest opportunity. Even a great manager can't bring out an artist who is wary and suspicious of him at every turn. After Su Tian finished speaking in one breath, he confirmed to Morong Shui again. Do you understand what I'm saying? Morong Shui stared blankly at Su Tian, as if she was still digesting those words just now. Su Tian wasn't in a hurry, so he waited patiently. A full 2 minutes passed. Just as the tension in the office was growing, she finally spoke. I understand. Very good. Su Tian nodded his head in satisfaction. You're a smart girl. There are indeed some dirty deals in the entertainment industry, but I won't force the artists under me to do things they don't want to do. Of course, I don't require you to trust me unconditionally right away. After all, trust is built up little by little. But your defensiveness and suspicion of me mustn't interfere with normal work. The retest for the musical's female lead is about to begin, and there are a lot of eyes on this role. And Du Xiaowei won't be willing to let you have a chance to explode in popularity. Even if we have the advantage in public opinion now, we can't take it lightly. You don't have much time left, so you need to practice harder. Can you do that? Can. Morong Shui subconsciously nodded. If you lose this time, it's likely that you'll never have a chance to turn around again. Are you willing to do that? Not willingly. Morong Shui firmly shook her head again, seemingly impressed by Su Tian's words, and hastily added, Brother Su, don't worry, I'll work hard. Very well then, go ahead and have lunch. You have classes in the afternoon, and by the way, you can't let up on the fat loss program. Thank you Brother Su, I'll leave first then. Meanwhile, Arashiyama Hot Springs Villa. Elder Tang looked at the documents and photos in his hands and his beard curled up in anger. Is all this true? In front of Elder Tang stood a young man in a suit, who saw the old man trembling with anger. A touch of smugness crossed his eyes, but his expression was full of worry. Grandpa Tang, calm down first, don't spoil your body for this kind of unseemly anger. I've got this information a long time ago. It's just that I've heard before that you're not in good health, and that's why I've purposely moved to Jianshui to convalesce, so I didn't dare to bother you with these dirty things. The youth hid the calculations and complacency in his eyes and said to Elder Tang in a tone full of concern, but I can't bear the thought that you, Grandpa Tang, have been kept in the dark. Miss Tang is the one in authority. She has known about these things for a long time but still let Su Tian go. I'm afraid that the only one who can persuade her is you. Not only is this Su Tian a limperist man who has nothing to offer in the company and loafs around every day, he's even involved with other women. I heard that Su Tian's lover had leukemia, and Su Tian was going to donate bone marrow to her without saying a word, not even caring about Miss Tang's feelings, and he also used Miss Tang's money to subsidize his family. The Su family was originally just a small third-tier company that didn't make the grade, but now because of Miss Tang's relationship, it's flourishing, and it's almost climbed to the second tier. How can a woman as outstanding as MS Tang get involved with this kind of soft rice man? The youth had an angry look on his face, and was very upset for Tang Bingyan. Tang Bingyan and Su Tian marriage thing. Tang old master and a few close relatives in the family know. Even if the other family people get any wind. Also thought Tang Bingyan just find a boyfriend. Still far from the point of marriage. It was because after finding out Su Tian's bad deeds, some people's minds came alive and wanted to pull Su Tian down. Even if you can't get to the top yourself, naturally you can't let a softie get the better of you. It was important to know that Tang Bingyan was definitely the best candidate for marriage among the upper class of the imperial capital. How many Diamond Kings are still single and are waiting for Tang Bingyan? Before Tang Bingyan was single, there was no other man around. Everyone was on the same starting line. No one could get it, so there was no hurry. But when they heard that Tang Bingyan had a boyfriend, and even took the initiative to come to Jiangshui for the sake of that man to develop, there were immediately people who couldn't sit still. Therefore, it hadn't been long since Elder Tang had arrived in Jiangshui before someone came to the door with evidence of Su Tian's crimes. Wanting to probe the Tang family's side, Elder Tang was a man of his age. How could he not know the small schemes of the youth in front of him? He struggled to calm his anger, then waved a hand at the youth. I'm tired. You go home first. The youth was a little anxious to see that the desired effect had not been achieved. Grandpa Tang, now that you know Su Tian is unclean, what are you going to do about it afterward? I've heard that boy can talk. Miss Tang already trusts him completely. I'm afraid she won't listen to anyone else's persuasion. And now you're the only one who can convince Miss Tang. Chapter 131 Villa successfully rented out. Elder Tang suddenly raised his eyes, his gaze meaningfully looking at the youth in front of him. I have my own arrangements, but you have to remember that this is a family matter of our Tang family, and no one else is allowed to see about what you have investigated. Bing Yan and Su Tian's matter. Not many people knew about it originally. If this matter makes a big mess in the city, I'll hold you responsible. The youth's heart tightened at the words, and he hurriedly said, Grandpa Tang, don't worry, I definitely won't go around proclaiming it. After all, really spreading it out will have an impact on Miss Tang's reputation. He had originally wanted to strike while the iron was hot and let Elder Tang deal with Su Tian, but he was worried that being too aggressive would backfire. So he immediately respectfully bid farewell to Elder Tang and turned to leave. When the youth left, Elder Tang threw the information in his hands on the coffee table and instructed the butler at the side. Old Lee, go check for me if all the information on this is true. Naturally, he wouldn't fully believe the information, but he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. In the beginning, Su Tian didn't want to marry Tang Bingyan, and this Elder Tang knew, but his granddaughter had never been so obsessed with any man, and he knew in his heart that he couldn't stop him, so he didn't. He had originally thought that Su Tian just had a tense relationship with Tang Bingyan, plus when Tang Bingyan had brought the other party back earlier, he had seen that the interaction between the two had broken the ice, so he hadn't counted on it. However, if Su Tian pretended to please Tang Bingyan while messing around with other women outside, this touched his bottom line. There was also the matter about Su Tian using Tang Bingyan's resources to succor his own family, which originally wasn't a big deal. Their Tang family was a large family, and fostering a family of door-to-door son-in-laws was not a big deal. What Elder Tang really cared about was Su Tian getting involved with another woman while spending Tang Bingyan's money. He would not allow such a shameless man to stay with his granddaughter. Okay, I'm on my way. Butler Lee nodded and immediately took the information and walked out. Elder Tang looked at the old housekeepers back inside, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He was old and the person he couldn't let go of the most was Tang Bingyan. Only he knew how hard it was for Tang Bingyan to hold up the entire Tang family, and what price she had paid. Even though he didn't think highly of Tang Bingyan being with Su Tian at all, he didn't object because his own granddaughter insisted. However, if he knew that Su Tian was really the kind of scum who had a chaotic private life and forgot about justice, he would rather have his granddaughter hate him than continue to let Su Tian stay by her side. Butler Lee moved quickly and brought back the information from the investigation by noon the next day. Master, I've already had it investigated. Regarding the woman who was entangled with Su Tian, she was actually his childhood friend, and the two had some contact after they got married. But according to my investigation, before the two of them opened a room and were also photographed, it was Su Tian who was set up by that woman, and someone wanted to intentionally use those photos to irritate Missy. In fact, the two did not do anything, and Su Tian since that incident, also recognized the true face of that woman, and cut off with her no longer interact. Elder Tang's serious expression eased a bit when he heard this, and then asked, what about the bone marrow donation? The old butler sniffed and continued to report. That woman colluded with Su Tian's brother, Su Rixin, and tricked Su Tian into going to the hospital, wanting to create a medical accident to kill Su Tian. During that time Su Tian's relationship with Missy was very stagnant, and he was even in the middle of a divorce, so if once Su Tian died, then all of his share of the property from Missy would go to the Su family. As for Su Tian using Missy's money to subsidize the Su family, in the beginning, he did use Missy to get a few big projects for the Su family, but after recognizing the Su family's true nature, he turned against his adoptive parents and took back all of the funds he had given to his adoptive father. Su Tian's adoptive parents only know how to suck blood, and Su Tian's elder brother even tried to get him killed. I'm sure Su Tian wouldn't have gotten involved with them again if he wasn't out of his mind. In reality, although Su Tian now has 20% of Su's shares, the person has already left the company to work for an agency under the Young Group, and he has also intentionally concealed his identity with Missy. Master, I think most of what's in those profiles is catch-22 and not very credible, and lately Su Tian has been picking up Missy from work every day, and even ordering nutritious meals for Missy on time every day, urging her to eat on time. However, after Elder Tang listened to Steward Lee's words and looked at the information he brought back, the doubts between his brows still did not dissipate. Old Lee, don't you think that this Su Tian is changing too quickly? 2 months ago, he was still like an enemy to Bing Yan, but after I came to Jianshui, when Bing Yan brought him to meet me, it was obvious that Su Tian was considerate and attentive to Bing Yan. Master, Missy is so good, who wouldn't like it? Butler Lee weighed his words. Men, all have pride. Su Tian's status is so different from Missy's, plus at first Missy insisted on marrying him. Su Tian was reluctant. A little rebellious mind is reasonable, but Missy is a very perfect person in every aspect, and also treats Su Tian so well, it's a person who would be moved. Plus the betrayal of his childhood friend has also made him recognize who around him is the one who's really good to him, so it's only human that he would be moved towards Missy. Only then did Elder Tang's face ease up a bit at his words, and he rubbed his brow wearily. I don't care if Su Tian really likes Tang Bingyan or not, as long as he doesn't betray Bingyan, that's enough. How can there be any sincerity in a family like ours? Butler Lee thought deeply of Elder Tang's words. Marriages between the great families can only be because of interests, even if they found a man who was a good match for Missy. But in the future, once the Tang family was defeated, the other party would immediately draw a line with Missy, and would even fall on their sword. The current Tang family relied on Missy to hold it all together by herself, and there were still some people in the family who bullied Missy into being an orphaned daughter and were eyeing the position of the family head. That's why Donald Trump thought it might be better to find an ordinary person with no interests involved. Actually, I'm more attracted to that North City kid, but his city is too deep, plus Bing Yan doesn't like it, so just forget it. Elder Tang picked up the teacup on the coffee table and took a slight sip. I feel that after Su Tian came around, he and Missy were quite comfortable with each other. Wei told me more than once that Su Tian would pick Missy up from work and would buy her snacks. Everyone else treats Missy like a god, and he's the only one that would treat Missy the way he treats an ordinary woman. Hopefully he'll keep it up. After Butler Lee's persuasion, the boulder weighing on Elder Tang's heart was finally moved away. Forget it, we're all old. Let them make up their own minds about their young people's affairs. At night, Su Tian received a call from Su Xiuya. Hello, Auntie, yeah. Su Tian estimated that it was Su Xiuya's side that had decided to rent his house. As expected of Su Tian, as soon as the phone was connected, Su Xiuya couldn't wait to say, I went back to ask around for you. My friend's side has no intention of renting a room, but I discussed with your godfather again. We still have some savings on hand, and we just want to change our living environment. That house of yours, can you rent it to us? I can call you the half year's rent right now. Godmother, you want to rent a house? Su Tian feigned surprise, then added, you and your godfather are coming over to live. How can I possibly charge rent? Anyway, the house is empty. You guys can move over anytime. That's no good. A blood brother still keeps his accounts. Not to mention I'm your godmother. We'd be embarrassed to move there if you didn't charge us rent. Su Xiuya didn't give Su Tian a chance to refuse. You give me a bank card number now. I'll call you the money right here. But for the moving, it might take a while longer. Your godfather has to work overtime lately. I'll listen to my godmother then. But do you guys want to come over and look at the house first? No need to look. You wouldn't lie to us. Then this is settled. You can't go back on your word. Godmother. A smirk of scheming success flashed in Su Tian's eyes. Then he sent his bank card number to Su Xiuya using WeChat. You child. Your godfather and I are a big old man. How can we not keep our word? Su Xiuya slightly pouted. Don't worry. We plan to rent it for a long time. Chapter 132. It seems like Tang Bingyan is going to start and end things. In less than 5 minutes after hanging up the phone, Su Xiuya paid $10,000 into Su Tian's account. Su Tian had already gotten the door card for Villa 88 of Jianshui Dynasty, and because he had been busy lately, he hadn't been able to spare the effort to go over there. He found a housekeeping service company online and hired a couple of cleaners to clean the house, making it convenient for Su Xiuya and Yin Jinsong to be able to move in straight away. What Su Xiuya meant on the phone was that she shouldn't be moving so soon these days. Su Tian picked up the calendar on his desk and flipped to the next month. Marking a date with the word moving. After marking it, Su Tian froze for a moment staring at that date and suddenly thought of the information that the private detective had provided him with. It shows the birthday of Yen Jinsong's father, Elder Yen, which happens to be the same day. It looks like the moving date will be postponed again. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he took out the thick document from the locked drawer and flipped it to the center for a closer look. Because he gave a high commission, the information investigated by the private detective can be said to be everything. Even the personal information of the other members of the Yen and Su families are listed on it. The Yen family is also considered a large family. Master Yen has two sons, Yen Jinsong and his younger brother Yen Jinbai. In the beginning, Mr. Yen intended to hand over the company to Yen Jinsong, who is a resolute person, but in a bidding project, Yen Jinsong was falsely accused of leaking the company's secrets, and in the face of the questioning of the company's executives, Yen Jinsong was unable to defend himself, and finally simply left the company to start his own business. Therefore, the position of the president of Yen Group was logically inherited by Yen Jinbai. Su Tian suspects that Yen Jinbai is behind the scheme to frame Yen Jinsong, but there is no evidence in the investigation information. But what is certain is that Yen Jinbai has always been jealous of his elder brother, Yen Jinsong, and has been in the habit of imitating Yen Jinsong since he was a child. When Yen Jinsong grew up learning Go, he had to learn it too. Yen Jinsong was admitted to a well-known business school in the Lighthouse Country, and Yen Jinbai then aimed for that college as well. Even the marriage matters. Yen Jinsong married Su Xiaoya. Yen Jinbai surprisingly married Su Xiaoya's sister Su Wanwan. Even when Yen Jinsong was kicked out of his house for leaking company secrets, Yen Jinbai didn't relax. Even Yen Jinsong's own company later collapsed and went bankrupt, which also had his credit. Where is this a brother? It's simply an enemy. Su Tian sighed as he held the information in his hands. No matter how evil Su Rixin was, after all, he was not related to Su Tian by blood. But Yen Jinbai is Yen Jinsong's own younger brother. But even to lay such a cruel hand on his own brother, it is really dehumanizing. Su Tian through the information also noted that every year Yen Jinbai will organize a birthday banquet for the Yen old man. Since the Yen Jinsong company went bankrupt, the two people are under the fence, working around. To participate in the Yen old man's birthday banquet will become the Yen family children and nephews relatives of the mocking taunts object. Those people from the Yen family will definitely be up to their old tricks again this year, and it's time for them to taste what it's like to be slapped in the face in public as well. For the next few days, Su Tian had been thinking about how he could get Tang Bingyan to cancel her plans to go to the Lighthouse Kingdom, only to have no clue. Bingyan, can't we cancel the trip or send a dignified executive there? A week later, Su Tian once again came to Yun's group to look for Tang Bingyan. This program is important. Tang Bingyan sized up Su Tian expressionlessly. Are you hiding something from me? How is that possible? Su Tian quickly shook his head. The main thing is that you've been working overtime all this time, and you haven't had time to accompany me, and I don't want you to travel so far, on business. These words felt meaty to Su Tian himself. Alas, in order to protect his wife's safety, this old face of his can be considered to have given up. Tang Bingyan obviously didn't expect Su Tian to say something like that to himself either. She froze for a split second before her gaze softened. When I get back, I'll free up a month to spend with you. Su Tian's heart cooled halfway at his words. Sure enough, Tang Bingyan's next words caused his heart to completely hit rock bottom. I have to go over for this negotiation. Mr. Su, this project is really important. Wei looked a bit overjoyed. It's true that Ms. Tang is a bit busy this time, but when she's done with this project, she'll make time for you. Wei felt that Su Tian was a bit strange during this time. He was never this clingy before, and they were only going to the Lighthouse Kingdom for a week on business, and now Su Tian was reacting as if Tang Bingyan was going to start something. It's not that I want her with me. Su Tian knew that he had no reasonable reason to stop Tang Bingyan at the moment, so he could only use her poor health as an excuse. Bingyan has been too tired for this period of time, and the Lighthouse Country is so far away from Huaxia. The voyage takes more than 8 hours, not to mention that she needs to be jet-lagged, so I'm worried that her body won't be able to cope. You don't have to worry about this, Mr. Su. This time we'll bring our accompanying doctors over and we won't be scheduling any other trips other than the negotiations. Wei assured. We'll always keep an eye on Mr. Tang's health. Binjian, if I say I don't want you to go, will you cancel the trip? This time Su Tian didn't pay any more attention to Wei, but instead turned his head to look at Tang Bingyan. Tang Bingyan stared at Su Tian with a complicated expression for a long time, then said, within a week, I will definitely return. Su Tian sighed silently at his words. It does seem like it can't be stopped. At the same time, outside Tang Bingyan's office, several executives waited at the door with anxious faces. What's wrong with Mr. Tang? We still have to discuss the process of working with AM. At the end of the month, Mr. Tang will be taking off, and there are still a lot of details to be finalized. so time is running out. What else could be tripping Don up? One of the executives snorted coldly, his expression disdainful. MS, Tang's little boyfriend is in there, and I've heard that it's him who doesn't want Tang to travel. That's too indiscriminate. The senior next to him was surprised. How long has Mr. Tang been preparing for this project with us? And it's not even if he's incapable of helping, he's still dragging his feet? My wife doesn't even control me this tightly. That little white boy really thinks he's a woman. And Mr. Tang is suspicious after a few days of business trip? Doesn't he have anything else to do every day? Every day he comes to the company to pester Mr. Tang. As a man, I feel ashamed of him, relying on Mr. Tang to support him. Where does he still need to go to work? I guess his daily routine is to sleep until he naturally wakes up, and then run over to stick to Mr. Tang to show his love in front of us, and talk about reminding Mr. Tang to eat on time. It's a job a nanny can do. What's he so proud of? Mr. Tang has so many assistants. Do you need him? It's still Mr. Gu who's reliable. At least he can give Chief Tang advice. Hush. Just as several executives were complaining outside the office, a heavy-faced Su Tian pulled open the office door and walked out from inside. Chapter 133 Honey, I'm not full yet. The executives hastily silenced their voices after seeing him, but their eyes were undisguisedly probing, even with a hint of contempt. Su Tian ignored the executives in front of him and walked straight towards the elevator room. He'd known things wouldn't go so well. How could a project negotiation that was very important to the Yun group and even the Tang family be cancelled just because of his words? Unless there was something more important that could make Tang Bingyan stay. But for Tang Bingyan besides her work, I'm afraid the most important thing is him and Elder Tang. Elder Tang's health had gotten a lot better recently because of the Chinese medicine practitioner's conditioning, and it was unlikely that he would have a sudden illness. As for him, what can a big man do even if he is sick? Just take some medicine and lie down for 2 days. First of all, regardless of whether Tang Bingyan would cancel his trip to the Lighthouse Kingdom because he was sick, even if he really asked him to pretend to be sick, he didn't have the face to ask. Unable to think of a way out, Su Tian could only search carefully in the memories of his previous life, hoping to generate inspiration to turn danger into success. By the time the evening was over, it had really made him think of some details that might be useful. Su Tian decided to pack his bags first. If Tang Bingyan insisted on going to the Lighthouse Kingdom, he would definitely have to follow her there as well. And if he really couldn't, he would still be able to block the bullets for her at the critical moment. At the same time, he ordered a few odds and ends online. The delivery cycle was 3 to 5 days, so it should be able to be delivered before Tang Bingyan's departure. Whether or not I can protect Bingyan, it's all up to you guys. Su Tian submitted his payment after double-checking the shopping order. Then, Su Tian went to the company as usual to pick up Tang Bingyan from work. On the way, he received a call from Yen Jinsong. Hello, Godfather? Xiao Sua. Su Tian readily changed his mouth from good to bad, which caused Yen Jinsong to stutter a bit. I've heard about you from Xiaoya, and I don't have a problem with it. From now on you'll treat us as family. So if you have any difficulties, just ask. Neither your godmother nor I are much good at it right now, but it's still 2 more people who can help you chip in. You're too kind, Godfather. Su Tian's heart sank when he heard Yen Jinsong's humble remarks. If he had not been framed, Yen Jinsong would still be the heir to the Yen family, and would not have to live under the same roof. By the way, when are you and your godmother planning to move in? I have the house all packed up. I'll be there to help you move then. This is not urgent, Yen Jinsong casually said. Let's wait until you have time on your side. Xiao Su, you young people are busy with work. Don't take leave from the company for nothing important. I have a more flexible schedule, and that's okay. Su Tian rubbed his nose and thought of the day after tomorrow being the Yin family's old man's birthday banquet, so he deliberately said, Godfather, what do you think about the day after tomorrow? I just don't need to clock in at the company the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? I'm afraid not, Yen Jinsong said with difficulty. I have something to do with your godmother the day after tomorrow, but I'm only free the day after tomorrow this week. Godfather, what do you and godmother have to take care of? Is it very important? Can you postpone it? Yen Jinsong pondered for a moment, feeling that since he had all recognized Su Tian as his godson, and there was no need to hide it, he told him, the day after tomorrow is really not possible. The day after tomorrow is my father's birthday banquet. Your godmother and I both have to go over to wish his old family well, so it's grandpa's birthday, Su Tian said with a smile on his face. Then I will definitely prepare a generous gift as well. No need to, Yen Jinsong busy said. You do not have a good hand. Do not break the bank. How does that work? Godfather, your father is my grandfather, Su Tian said in a serious manner. We're all family now. Sooner or later I'll have to meet with my godparents' family relatives, so why don't we take this opportunity for Godfather to introduce me to them? This, Yen Jinsong was a little hesitant. It wasn't that he didn't want to introduce Su Tian to the rest of the Yen family, but he was worried that Su Tian would be mockingly targeted by those people. They no longer cared about how they were treated every year when they returned to the Yen family. But you can't let a child suffer this kind of aggravation the first time they come to the door. Does Godfather have any concerns? Su Tian deliberately lowered his voice. That's right, it really isn't appropriate for me to go to your family banquet. What's inappropriate? You're my godson now. Your family. Yen Jinsong frowned tightly and said, Su Tian, why don't you come over with us? I'll introduce you to my father and my brother and the others. Then it's a deal. Su Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled. I'm going to prepare a big gift for Grandpa. Godfather, when the time comes, you can send me the address. Perhaps Tang Bingyan had sensed that Su Tian was not in the right mood, and it was a rare day when she did not work overtime during dinner time. Thus, under the blank stares of a group of executives, Su Tian unhinderedly carried his insulated lunchbox to the top floor office and had dinner with Tang Bingyan. Honey, let me talk to you about something, Su Tian said tentatively while serving Tang Bingyan the soup. Or is it the business trip? Tang Bingyan raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at him. This time it's really not. Su Tianlu replied somewhat apprehensively in the other party's slightly questioning eyes. The day after tomorrow, my godfather Yen Jinsong's father is hosting a birthday banquet, and I'm going with them. After Su Tian opened his mouth, he sensed that the atmosphere in the office had instantly chilled. Wife, since you've promised me about recognizing my godparents, sooner or later I'll have to get in touch with people from Yan's side of the family, but I promise that no matter who I'll meet in the future, but you'll always be my number one. There's no one who's more important than you. If you won't let me look into my origins, I won't. My real parents left me down anyway, so that means they didn't love me that much. I recognize the faces of the Su family, and for me there is no family now. Yen Jinsong and Su Shoya, they really treat me quite well. I want to treat them as elders, that's all. Tang Bingyan still didn't open her mouth, seemingly considering something. Her delicate face gave a sense of oppression when she had no expression, and once Su Tian hated this kind of Tang Bingyan the most. This kind of posture that was like a fairy in the nine heavens seemed to set him off as a small person who was as low as dust. But now, he was shaken for the not quite blip of awesomeness in front of him. Tang Bingyan's beauty was different from those women who were big, small, and aggressive. Even if you don't move or smile, you can still raid the city in a matter of moments. Since you want to go, go. In the end, Tang Bingyan compromised. Just like the countless times she had compromised with Su Tian before, she could never do anything to turn him down. Compared to those previous conditions that were almost cruel to her, letting Su Tian go to the Yin family's old man's birthday banquet was really nothing. But Su Tian, is it true that you haven't investigated your origins again? No. Su Tian raised 3 fingers. Wife, I can swear to heaven, if I go against your wishes to secretly investigate my birth, then let me not be good. Without saying the word death, Su Tian was covered by Tang Bingyan. No nonsense. This time Tang Bingyan was really angry. Thin cool black eyes and issued a star flame. Cold hands and the cold aura emanating from his body made Su Tian could not help but fight a cold war. However, he had long since mastered the trick of coaxing people, stretching out his tongue to gently lick at Tang Bingyan's palm. The corner of his mouth hooked up in an evil smile and said, Wife, I'm not full yet. Chapter 134 Handsome Guy. Want to take a shot? Tang Bingyan looked like she was electrocuted and instantly drew back her hand. The sulks at the corners of her eyes and eyebrows hadn't disappeared yet, but because of Su Tian's intentional teasing just now there were a few more points of scarlet. You go ahead and eat. I'm going to a meeting. After that, she walked out of the office without looking back. Su Tian looked at Tang Bingyan's back and smiled helplessly. Although Tang Bingyan usually showed herself as a high and cold female bully, after removing her defenses when she got along with her in private, she was more like a little girl who was slow to love. It seemed that if they were to take their relationship further, I was afraid that I would have to work a little harder. After Tang Bingyan left, Su Tian packed up the lunchbox and leaned on the sofa to casually pick up a magazine to pass the time. 3 o'clock in the morning. After Tang Bingyan returned to the office, she found that Su Tian had already fallen asleep leaning on the sofa. Bring a blanket over. Tang Bingyan couldn't bear to wake him up. Wei, who had returned with the blanket, also lightened his steps. Tang Bingyan personally wrapped Su Tian, who was lying on the sofa with a blanket, tightly, only revealing half of his face before he was satisfied. Mr. Tang, am over there. As soon as Wei opened his mouth, Tang Bingyan softly interrupted him. Go next door to the parlor. The two made their way to the parlor next door before Wei began to report on the progress of the project. Then, Mr. Tang, if there's no problem with this document, I'll issue it to the other departmental executives. Aha. Seeing that Wei, who was holding the documents, was about to walk out of the parlor, Tang Bingyan said in a cold voice again. Wait, Mr. Tang. Wei stopped his footsteps and turned around to see that his family's eldest young lady, who had always presented herself as a high and mighty queen, seemed to be rubbing her eyebrows with some fatigue. What else do you command? You go contact Lin Wanshan and ask him to go congratulate Yen Rohai on his birthday in Su Tian's name. Wei's pupils plummeted at his words, and he asked incredulously, Mr. Su, he knows all about it? Tang Bingyan shook her head. He doesn't know. Then why is he? Tang Bingyan didn't say anything, just raised her eyes expressionlessly to look at Wei. Missy, I'm sorry. Aw woke up with a start and hurriedly lowered her head. Aw shouldn't talk too much about that. He doesn't know yet. A flash of hostility flashed through Tang Bingyan's ancient well-less eyes, and there's no chance to know. It's just a coincidence that he met up with the Yen family couple, and if the Yen family couple is willing to keep that secret peacefully, I don't mind letting Su Tian hang out with them. If they... Wei spoke in an apprehensive tone. In just a few minutes, he was already in a cold sweat. Then we'll just have to make them disappear. Tang Bingyan's seemingly careless tone was bone-chillingly indifferent. If the Yen family couple was genuinely looking out for Su Tian, they definitely wouldn't have told Su Tian the secret that they had been guarding for more than 20 years. But if they had any selfishness left in them, she would have gotten rid of them. She would not hesitate to clear all obstacles for Su Tian, even if the price she had to pay for it was to be disliked and even loathed by Su Tian. No one in this world is more important than Su Tian, including herself. I see. I'll call Master Lin. Even though Wei had followed Tang Bingyan for many years, he was still intimidated by the other party's aura just now. After he walked out of the parlor, he immediately called and contacted Lin Wanshan. When the call was dialed, it occurred to him that it was just 4 in the morning. Fortunately, Lin Wanshan had always had the habit of waking up early, so he didn't disturb the internationally renowned calligraphy master. It was important to know that Lin Wanshan was a person who acted in a low-key manner, and normally would not attend similar banquets and drinking games. In the whole of China, I'm afraid there's no one else who can invite him other than his family's Missy. Knowing full well the identities of the Yen family couple, Missy had still agreed to let Su Tian associate with them, even going so far as to have Master Lin come out to support Mr. Su. Wei felt that he was becoming less and less able to understand Tang Bingyan's thoughts. Is this what love does to blind people? Then this was no longer blindness on the part of his family's eldest young miss, but rather a total inability to see anyone other than Su Tian. Day 2. Su Tian had shopped all over the major shopping malls in Jiangsu City, but he hadn't been able to pick out a gift to his liking. After all, the Yen family is a big family, so ordinary tonic yen should not be able to look at it. In the end, he bought a box of dahongpo at a tea house in ginseng at the mall, planning to catch an early morning turn at the antique market tomorrow. If you can't find anything that will catch your eye before the birthday banquet begins, send tea in ginseng. The day of the Yen family's old man's birthday banquet, Su Tian woke up at 5 o'clock and arrived at the antique bazaar. There is an antique street in the old town of Jiangsu City, which is also full of stores during the daytime, but those are mostly fakes to trick foreign tourists. You need to leave early in the morning to catch the fair in order to find the treasure. Before the antique stores lining the streets opened, many private vendors would set up stalls on the streets. There are porcelain, topiaries, ancient books, jade, and gold and silver jewelry galore. Even though Su Tian had gotten up early, but by the time he arrived at the antique street, he only saw a few scattered stall owners setting up their stalls, and what they have in their hands are not antiques. Most of them are recent modern porcelain vases or food stamps. Su Tian inquired with an old man in the neighborhood before realizing that real antiques were basically sold in the ghost market, and the ghost market on the antique street breaks up at 3 a.m. Just as Su Tian returned disappointed, he suddenly noticed a small stall on the street. He had noticed the stall because there was something different about the owner. Unlike the devious peddlers and the simple farmers who dug up treasures from their family fields, the owner of this unassuming stall was a woman, and a beautiful young woman at that. The woman was dressed exquisitely in a floor-length dress, with lazy curls of chestnut brown hair, a high nose, deep eyes, and a seductive tear mole under the corner of her left eye. She rested her hands on her cheeks and boredly surveyed the passing pedestrians, not like the calculating businessman, but rather more like a rich lady out to experience all of life's conditions. Su Tian had specially chosen a suit from his closet that Tang Bingyan had given him in order to go to the banquet. He didn't know much about luxury brands, but he knew that Tang Bingyan would never buy clothes that were under 10,000 units. Just now, when he wore this luxury item to stroll the antique street, he was repeatedly treated as a fat goose to be slaughtered. Those people's gazes were naked and unabashed, almost as if they were directly writing on their faces that they wanted to trick him into buying fake goods. But not this woman in a floor-length dress. Even though Su Tian had already stood by her stall for a long time, she was still staring at him with those black eyes that looked like they were full of thousands of stars, as if they weren't seeing each other for the first time, but rather a long goodbye reunion. Su Tian looked back with some confusion. He didn't remember recognizing the woman in front of him, and even if he did know each other, It would be better for him to stay away from beautiful women like this one who could easily stir up trouble. Su Tian felt that there was something abnormal about this woman, coupled with the fact that her stall was filled with ordinary raggedy contraptions, so he was directly going to turn around and leave. However, just as he took a step, a silver bell-like voice rang out from behind him. This handsome man, this girl is in a good mood today. Do you want a free fortune-telling? Chapter 135-50 Don't even want it. You're losing a lot of money. The corner of Su Tian's lips twitched slightly. A woman who dresses so nicely, but she's still a magician? The young woman saw that Su Tian's footsteps hadn't stopped and continued. If you don't tell fortunes, you can also buy something to go back. My stall can be all exotic treasures, children and old men. You just pick a piece. For the sake of our destiny, I'll give you a discount. Su Tian's figure lurched at the words, his gaze complex as he turned his head to look at the stall in front of the woman. You say these are all exotic? Of course, if you can't see it, that's because you're uninitiated. The young woman spoke with a straight face, so Su Tian, who did not want to be labeled as uneducated, patiently returned to the front of the stall, and looked down to scrutinize those bits and pieces again. After looking at it for a long time, he still didn't see anything, so he asked, pointing at a piece of yellow irregular stone-like thing, what's this, a topaz? That The young woman looked at Su Tian with eyes like a fool. That's the relic of a Tang dynasty monk. If Su Tian was drinking water, I'm afraid he would have choked to death long ago. The relics of a Tang dynasty monk would appear in an antique street in the small second-tier city of Jiangsu. How can you let those professional archaeologists in China be embarrassed? Even though Su Tian hadn't seen a real relic, he was sure that this woman must have just made up some random nonsense to fool herself. What? Don't believe it? I'm the real deal, and I can even give you an appraisal certificate for free. Su Tian once again got up and prepared to leave. It's really getting out of hand. The woman got a little anxious when she saw him leaving again, and even got up from the stall. Hey, don't go away. I've got something here that a normal person could put up too. Like what? Su Tian sent a soul torture question to the young woman. Well, like, the woman squatted again, picking her way through the front of the stall. This one is the foot-washing basin of a Song dynasty concubine. This is the sock of the old Buddha of the Yuan dynasty. Come on, there's no old Buddha in the Yuan dynasty. Su Tian interrupted the other party's serious babbling. Oh, that's my fault for remembering. It should be the Qing dynasty. The young woman wanted to continue introducing Su Tian, but he didn't want to waste any more time, so he casually pointed to the nearest object. How much is this one? Wrap it up for me. Alright. The young woman smiled as she packed the object Su Tian had specified into a delicate box. I have to say the box was quite nice, and as per the woman's habit of being credulous, it was probably going to be worth more than what he had bought. One bite, $500,000. What? Su Tian's hand trembled as he took the box, almost throwing it out. You want $500,000 for just this? At this price, I'm afraid I could buy 20 pounds of counterfeit yuan Qinghua at the stall next door. It's a real antique. The young woman rolled her eyes in displeasure. Do you understand anything at all, you groundhog? Su Tian couldn't understand what the groundhog meant, but he always felt that it wasn't something good. I don't know if that's a real antique, but I know I'm not an ingrate. After saying that, Su Tian was about to put down the box in his hands. Seeing this, the young woman added, then you can give me 50,000, and this time it really can't be any less. 10,000. Su Tian returned the price without changing his face. I'll look elsewhere if I can't. Fine, 10,000 is 10,000. Enough for me to drink milk tea for half a month. The young woman loosened her tongue. If it weren't for the recent tightness of my hands, I certainly wouldn't be selling them so cheap. They're all my heirlooms. Su Tian originally didn't have any hope, but he didn't expect the other party to actually agree. So immediately pay and get your stuff and leave. You're the first grievance. Ah shucks. Collector. To buy my stuff today. The young woman stretched out her delicate hand at Su Tian. Get acquainted. My name is Yun Muyu. What's your name? Forget about friends. After all, I don't have any money and can't afford to be an ingrate. Su Tian ignored the young woman's unsolicited gesture of goodwill, grabbing his things and turning his eyes to disappear at the street entrance. After Su Tian's back disappeared from sight, Yun Muyu gave a slight toss of her thick seaweed-like hair, her lips curling into a faint smile. Interesting. Really interesting. Mom, the bracelet on this pretty sister's foot is so pretty. A middle-aged woman with a 5 or 6-year-old girl passed by the antique street. Yun Muyu's eyes lit up and she instantly removed the bracelet from her foot. Little sister, you can really know the goods. This bracelet is the thing that concubine Yang wore back then. I see that you are also destined. So let's charge $1 million. $1 million is too much? It's negotiable. $10,000. This is the end of the line. Not even $10,000? Then $100 will do, right? 50. 50 definitely can't be less. Not even 50. You're losing money. A few hours later, the Yen family mansion. Because the Yen family was in the entertainment industry, the old man's birthday banquet naturally attracted many reporters, with the appearance of one luxury car after another starting at the level of millions. It also signaled that the birthday banquet was about to kick off. Look, isn't that Luo Tian Wang? And that one over there in the baby blue gown? She's the leading lady of Art Star Media, right? After all, today is Elder Yan's birthday, and Yanzixing Media is one of the biggest companies in the entertainment industry. So those stars more or less have to give his old man face. The Yen family's row is really not small. I guess it's comparable to the big families over in the imperial capital, right? Among the crowd, I don't know who exclaimed, immediately drawing the contempt of a middle-aged man beside him. Humph, still haven't seen the world. How can the Yen family compare to the families over in the imperial capital now? This middle-aged man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and although he also had this DSLR camera in his hand, he didn't look like a reporter, but rather like a bachelor. If we were talking about the Yen family before the accident, it might be possible, but now, the middle-aged man shook his head. Something happened? Whatever happened to the Yen family? The surrounding reporters stared at the middle-aged man with glowing eyes, like wolf dogs that had seen a meat bone. I've been in the entertainment industry for 3 or 4 years, and I haven't even heard of anything happening to the Yen family? The middle-aged man let out a light laugh and said, everyone knows that the current president of Yen Group is Elder Yan's youngest son, but in reality back then, President Yan's business talents were far inferior to his elder brother, Yen Jinsong, and at that time, President Yen was nothing more than Yen Jinsong's secretary. Secretary? The surrounding reporters were in an uproar. Who would have thought that the president of Yen Group, who is now a man of his word, was just an insignificant secretary in the beginning? Chapter 136 surprisingly recognized a godson? That's right. At first it was still Yen Jinsong who was too ambitious and revealed the information of Yen Group to a rival company, and was even investigated for embezzlement, accepting bribes, and many other offenses, which caused him to lose his position as president. The reporters were simultaneously shocked at the news. Leaking company secrets and misappropriating public funds. This is simply eating out of the palm of your hand. If the amount is huge, it's all punishable by imprisonment, isn't it? Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded, but in the end, Elder Yen didn't call the police on account of the many years of father-son love. He just held a shareholders meeting and kicked Yen Jinsong out of the company. And after that, he handed the company over to his youngest son to manage. Then where did Yen Jinsong go afterward? Someone asked curiously. Now Yen Jinsong family completely reduced to ordinary people, rely on to work for Yen Jinsong wife's maternal brother to make a living. Alas, really a hand of good cards played thin. After listening to the middle-aged man's account, the reporters were very disgusted with Yen Jinsong, the white-eyed wolf who supervised the theft. In fact, Master Yen has been good enough for the boss. Even if Yen Jinsong only gave birth to a daughter, they want to give the inheritance of the company to Yen Jinsong is also self-inflicted, cannot turn over. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and threw out another explosive topic. But I heard that he's still not dead set on it, and in order to get a piece of the Yen family's property, he even recognized a godson? Godson? The crowd was astonished. It's really not an ordinary person who can come up with such a method. It's not. The middle-aged man fished out a box of cigarettes from his suit pocket, pulled out one and held it in his mouth and did not light it. A family like the Yen family, although it is impossible to let a godson who is not related to the family inherit the family business, if Yen Jinsong formally recognizes the identity of that godson, and registers it with the Civil Affairs Bureau, then the godson is legally a member of the Yen family as well. Although it can't make a lot of money, but there are so many companies under the Yen family. If that godson knows how to please Master Yen, then it's still quite easy to get into any subsidiary to get a good job. If he was a bit more resourceful and took 3 to 5 years to climb up the management ladder, then Yen Jinsong's family would have something to look forward to for the rest of their lives. This Yen Jinsong, he's also too strange. Isn't that right? To recognize an outsider as a godson in order to compete for the family fortune. In the midst of the sighing and exclamatory murmurs of these journalists, an ordinary cab drove up from a distance. And who is this? Reporters looked at the cab, confused. I guess I took a wrong turn and came in by mistake? How can anyone take a cab when this neighborhood is full of mansions? The Yen family bodyguards also noticed the car, only to see their faces sink as they hurriedly reached out their hands and gestured at the cab to stop the car. The cab stopped in front of the Yen family's bodyguards, and a middle-aged couple holding hands as well as a clean-looking woman in her 20s walked down from inside. And this person was none other than Yen Qingshui, who had saved Su Tian several times in his previous life. Stop. The front is a private compound. No one is allowed to enter. The bodyguard in the lead glared impatiently at the 3 people in front of him, making a gesture to drive them away. What kind of attitude is that? Do you know what we are? Yen Qingshui glared at the bodyguard with a defiant face. Believe it or not, I'll ask Grandpa to fire you guys? Haruki, stop it. Su Shoya pulled Yen Qingxue from behind. These bodyguards are all new. It's normal that they don't recognize us. Today is your grandpa's birthday banquet. You'll upset him if you make a fuss at the door. Yen Qingxue glared at those bodyguards unwillingly and coldly grunted. Humph, dog's eyes. Sooner or later I'll have to make you all look good one day. Even though she wanted to argue with these bodyguards, she was still concerned about the Yen family's old man, and she forced herself to hold back her anger and retreated to her mother's side. At this time, Yen Jinsong then took a step in front of the bodyguard and explained in a gentle and courteous manner. I'm Yen Jinsong, here to congratulate my father on his birthday. Yen Jinsong? Shock was written all over the head bodyguard's face. He came to the Yen family after Yen Jinsong was kicked out of the Yen family, and for the first time this year, he was entrusted with the responsibility of the security of Elder Yan's birthday banquet, so it's normal that he couldn't recognize Yen Jinsong's family. But even though he didn't recognize it, he had heard of Yen Jinsong. But the middle-aged man in front of him was really far from the Yen family's young master in his heart. In his opinion, even if Yen Jinsong had been kicked out of the Yen family, there was no way that he would be wearing an out-of-season model suit made of ordinary fabric with a downtrodden look on his face. The bodyguard was worried about someone posing as the Yen family's youngest master and mixing in to cause trouble, so he still opened his mouth with a stern face and asked, please show the invitation. We're going back to Grandpa's house to celebrate his birthday and we still need an invitation? Yen Qingxue once again couldn't settle down. Do you guys need invitations to go back to your own home? Without an invitation, you can't enter. The bouncer put on a business-like attitude. You guys are simply bullying people too much. Yen Qingxue was extremely angry and raised her arm to strike the bodyguard in the face, but she was stopped by Yen Jinsong's quick eyes. Yen Jinsong helplessly dragged Yen Qingxue behind him, then took out his cell phone and dialed the number of one of the nannies who had worked in the Yen family for decades. Sister Gua. After he fell on hard times and was kicked out of the Yen family, this nanny was the only one in the entire Yen family who had always treated him the same way. In fact, President Yen had actually sent his secretary to send him an invitation in order to deliberately diabolize him. However, Yen Jinsong was worried that the Yen family bodyguards would make things difficult for Su Tian, so he gave Su Tian the invitation in advance. Now that he called President Yen, the other party definitely wouldn't answer. As for contacting his father, that was even more impossible, so he had no choice but to call for help from Mrs. Gua. After Gua's sister-in-law received the call, she was quick to testify for Yen Jinsong. Mrs. Gua was usually in charge of cooking for those bodyguards, so she was very familiar with them, and with her as a witness, Yen Jinsong's family was soon released. And just as Yen Jinsong's family of three was walking towards the inside of the Yen family mansion, there was a hale and hearty old man standing in the center of the mansion's open-air courtyard to receive the incoming and outgoing guests. Hello, Butler Shaw. Several guests took the initiative to go over and greet the old man, but the old man just nodded indifferently. That lofty attitude is very perfunctory. Standing not far away in a corner of the courtyard, several ArtStar media artists stood together and exchanged words, their eyes still falling in the direction of that old man from time to time. Isn't he just a butler? Look at that faction. Those who don't know would think he's Master Yen. Those guests who took the initiative to go and greet Butler Shao just now were all famous big bosses in the business world. Their status was not low, but even so, Butler Zhao's attitude was not seen as cordial. Oh, people have the capital to pose. One of the actresses who had seen the world laughed. Do you know his position in the Yen family? That's not an ordinary butler. Oh, how is it not ordinary anymore? The artist next to him curiously followed up. Chapter 137 Reprimanding like a dog in public. He is President Yan's person. In the Yen family subordinates that is a say, and not only that, because of President Yan's relationship, he can receive a lot of related departments of the senior network than you. All these social flowers are wide. The artists who were originally still chewing their tongues were silenced, thinking that the Yen family is worthy of being a powerful family. This is simply a person who has gained a lot of power, but no matter what, they were just artists of Yen family's company. Even if their popularity was high, they were still a part-time job, and when it came to the big boss's house, they really didn't even dare to offend a housekeeper so easily. After the reminder of the actress just now, they also collected their gossiping minds and stood in the periphery in a disciplined manner, their eyes not daring to look more in the direction of the inner courtyard. It wasn't long before Yen Jinsong, Su Shoya and Yen Qingxue walked in. Butler Shaw, I'd like to see my father. Yen Jinsong came to Butler Shao and opened the door. Butler Shao squinted his eyes as he sized up Yen Jinsong, and seeing the family's still downtrodden attire, a flash of disgust flashed in his eyes, and he said in a salty tone, I'm sorry, his lordship is resting right now, and he's instructed that no one is to be seen, and naturally you, young master, are no exception. The few guests beside Butler Shao sniffed and dropped their gazes on Yen Jinsong's family, looking at their out-of-season rough linen clothes, all of them showing mocking expressions. It was really 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Who would have thought that Yen Jinsong, the previous prospective heir of the Yen family, would have fallen to such a state? It was pathetic that even a butler could be shady with him. Anyone could hear that even though Butler Xiao still addressed Yen Jinsong as young master, there was no respect in either his look or tone. Yen Jinsong's eyes darkened and he lowered his head with some loss. It seemed that the gap between him and his father could not be bridged for a while. Yen Qingxue, who was standing by the side, saw that Butler Xiao, who had groveled to their family in the past, had turned his face away from them, and her anger rose from her heart, and she was about to go up to the front to argue with him, but she was tightly grabbed by Su Xiuyao's wrist. Mom! Yen Qingxue raised her eyebrows. Just letting these underlings trample on us? More is better than less. Su Xiuya shook her head inside. Today is your grandfather's birthday. His old man is most jealous of the family house being restless, no matter what grievances we have to endure. Yen Qingxue's angry eyes could almost spit out fire, itching to burn a hole out of the condescending housekeeper Xiao. But because of Su Xiuya's advice and Yen Jinsong's repeated concessions, she could only suppress all the anger that filled her. In the beginning, without her father's promotion, Butler Xiao would not have been in the position he is in today. But after his dad was wrongfully kicked out of the Yen family, this Butler Xiao immediately turned to flattering President Yan's family, and whenever he saw them, he had to catch up and stomp on them a few times. What's the name Xiaoran? It should be called Xiao Shinran. Such ungrateful villains deserve to die. Good afternoon, Butler Xiao. Just as Yen Qingxue was trying to calm down, a somewhat pompous voice rang out from behind them. Yen Qingxue turned around, only to see her uncle Su Mingli strutting over with his wife Zhang Yuzhen and son Su Weixin. Mr. Su. After Butler Xiao saw Su Mingli, his originally indifferent demeanor changed and he immediately greeted him warmly. Su Mingli was close to his backer, President Yen, so he naturally couldn't afford to slack off. It had to be said that although Butler Xiao was condescending, he had a good eye for what people could not be offended. Uncle Xiao. Hello. Su Weixin took the initiative to greet housekeeper Xiao under the gesture of Zhang Yuzhen's eyes. Butler Xiao also enthusiastically patted Su Weixin's shoulder. This child Weixin is getting better and better. Zhang Yuzhen was very flattered by Butler Zhao's compliments and her eyes were full of complacency. Just as she was still about to exchange a few polite words with the other party, her afterglow suddenly saw Yen Jinsong and Su Xiuya on the other side of the room, and her face suddenly sank. Big sister, brother-in-law, the formal dinner is going to start at 5 o'clock. Why are you guys coming over now? Facing Zhang Yuzhen's questioning, Yen Jinsong said somewhat helplessly, today is the weekend, and I was worried that I would be late because of the bad road conditions, so I came over early. Zhang Yuzhen listened to Yen Jinsong's explanation and her expression became more and more unhappy. Brother-in-law, you should be working overtime at the company right now. What about the company's business once you're gone? We have recently received hundreds of thousands of orders. You do not keep an eye on it every day. If something goes wrong, who will bear this loss? Zhang Yuzhen was aggressive and in front of the crowd, leaving no mercy at all. When the other guests around her saw her acting like this, when they looked at Yen Jinsong again, their gazes suddenly became more and more contemptuous. Is this still the same powerful Yen family heir-to-be from back then? Now it was surprising to be reprimanded in public by a woman like a dog. Those orders should be fine. I've already checked them once before I left. There are still some that haven't left the warehouse. I'll let Du keep an eye on them. He's meticulous and won't make any mistakes. Yen Jinsong explained to Zhang Yuzhen in a good-natured manner. How can you give your job to someone else? However, the better Yen Jinsong's temper, the more Zhang Yuzhen scolded. Obviously it's your own work, but you justifiably blame it on other employees. Don't you know what you are? Because of my sister's relationship, our family Mingli hired you so that you could have a job to earn a living. Now you are using publicity as a pretext and instructing other employees to do their work. If it spreads out, people will definitely think that we are the kind of black-hearted company that only oppresses its employees. So how will you allow Mingli to build up his prestige in front of his employees in the future? Zhang Yuzhen completely disregarded that there were other guests around, and gave Yen Jinsong a reprimand. Yen Jinsong knew that Zhang Yuzhen was using the issue as a pretext, but he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he had to compromise. I'll go back to the company to work overtime after the dinner. Humph, what's the point of going back when the dinner is over? When the orders should all be boxed up and shipped out? Zhang Yuzhen grunted in dissatisfaction. Alright, no matter what, you're also my brother-in-law. For the sake of everyone being a family, the next one will not be an exception. Yuzhen, you should also cut the crap. You don't look at what kind of occasion this is. You still think it's your own home? Su Mingli saw that the surrounding guests had all landed their gazes on their side and felt that his face did not look good, so he made a stern face and reprimanded his own wife for a few sentences. Zhang Yuzhen snorted in disbelief. What's wrong with this occasion? The Yen family is so big that they don't let people talk? I'm doing this for the sake of the company. We're not a philanthropist. The family has raised 2 freeloaders for nothing. It's already a losing business. Chapter 138. Su Tian came to deliver the villa. Yan Xingxue saw Zhang Yuzhan's bad words towards her father and guessed how their family usually treated their parents. She was so angry that she was trembling. If it wasn't for Su Xiaoya stopping her, I'm afraid she would have wanted to rush up and give that mean and vicious aunt a few slaps. Butler Xiao lifted his wrist and glanced at the time. The birthday banquet is about to start. Mr. Su, also take Madam and Weixin inside to be seated. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the inside of the villa after greeting Su Mingli and the others. Tonight's banquet was set up in the main building's banquet hall, and at this time, the Yen family's old man was already seated on the main seat within the banquet hall. Although Elder Yen was old, he was full of essence and sat in the main seat without anger. When his gaze caught sight of Yen Jinsong's family, his expression was a little displeased, but then he turned his head to the other side as if he hadn't seen them. Grandpa, President Yan's son, Yen Hongyu, walked up to Elder Yen with a good-looking girl. May Grandpa be as blessed as the East Sea and live as long as the South Mountain. Good, good, good. It was only when Elder Yen saw Yen Hongyu that some smiles appeared on his serious face. Hello, Grandpa Yen. I'm Su Miaoyin from the imperial capital Su family. This time I've come on behalf of the Su family to congratulate you on your birthday. I hope that you'll have a good day every year. When the girl's words fell, there was a momentary silence around her. The imperial Su family? That was a family that could be ranked in the imperial capital. The daughter of such a family was even chased by Yen Hongyu? The imperial Su family? Elder Yen motionlessly sized up Su Miaoyin for a couple of moments before nodding in satisfaction. Have a heart. Let Hongyu take you to your seat. If there's anything you need, feel free to mention it to him. Thank you, Grandpa Yen. Su Miaoyin nodded her head in a very well-behaved manner, then took the initiative to hold Yen Hongyu's wrist and turned to take her seat with him. As soon as Yen Hongyu sat down with Su Miaoyin, Su Weixin came over. Cousin, you look so handsome in that suit today. Su Weixin took the opportunity to sit on the other side of Yen Hongyu's seat, and somewhat enviously reached out to touch the cuffs on Yen Hongyu's shirt. These cuffs have real diamonds on them, right? Yen Hongyu had some contempt in his heart for Su Weixin's behavior that was not worthy of the stage, but he still maintained his courteous image and said to Su Weixin with a light smile, it's a real diamond, but it's not very pure, so if you like it, I'll give it to you when I get back. Su Weixin thanked joyfully. Really? Thank you, cousin. Zhang Yuzhan was pleased to see that her son was close to Yen Hongyu. Now Yen Hongyu was the only person among the young generation of the Yen family who could assume the position of heir. If his son can get along with him, then he will definitely have a great future in the future. Weixin, you must learn more about business from your cousin when you're free, so you can share your father's worries in the future. Zhang Yuzhan patted Yen Hongyu's ass without any trace. Cousin is the best of the young generation in our family. He is my role model. Su Weixin also took the opportunity to compliment. It's an honor to learn from my cousin. It's best if you can think that way. After all, among the Yen family's later generations, your cousin is riding high. Something those side nephews can't catch up with no matter how hard they try. Zhang Yuzhan said, her eyes seemingly glancing at Yen Jinsong's side. Some people, who can only give birth to money losers, are now deluded into recognizing a godson to share the family fortune. It's really bad luck. Su Miaoyin, who was sitting on the other side of Yen Hongyu, immediately turned a few shades of ugly when she heard this. Zhang Yuzhan suddenly thought that she had heard about Su Miaoyin's illegitimate daughter's identity before, and knowing that she had slipped up, she explained with some chagrin, Ms. Su, I'm talking about the daughter of Hongyu's eldest uncle's family. That girl is usually uneducated and staggering like a little sister. Now she can only go and work as a secretary for someone else. She's naturally no match for a young lady like you. Su Miaoyin forced a smile, her expression still ugly. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more awkward, Zhang Yuzhan followed suit with a couple of compensatory smiles and stiffly changed the topic. Hongyu, I heard that you and Ms. Su are set? Aha. Yen Hongyu nodded. Actually, I've known Miaoyin for a long time, but it's only recently that we've actually gotten together. Then what does Miss Su's side of the family mean? Zhang Yuzhan feigned concern. My father respects my decision more when it comes to relationships. Su Miaoyin replied somewhat shyly. And Hongyu is such an excellent person. His family will definitely be very happy with him. That's good. How I look at it, I feel that you guys are a couple with a talented man and a beautiful woman. And Hongyu is also the heir of the Yen family. So if you guys are joined in marriage, it's a strong combination. Auntie, what's going on with my great-uncle's side? Yen Hongyu thought of the rumors he had heard and inquired without moving. He recently recognized a godson? Isn't it? Zhang Yuzhan sniffed. I don't know where to find a poor boy. If I say sister a big age, can't give birth to a son, should be resigned to fate, have been driven out by the Yen family, but also want to think of some side ways to seek the family property, also not afraid of outsiders' laugh. Zhang Yuzhan's words were so unpleasant that even the good-tempered Su Xiaoya couldn't help but return the favor. Yuzhan, how do you talk? What do you mean by sideways? I've never felt that having a daughter is bad. What kind of age is patriarchy? And we recognized Xiaotian as our godson because he's kindred spirits with Jinsong and I. How did it become so nasty in your mouth? Normally Zhang Yuzhen was eccentric. Su Xiaoya could tolerate it for the sake of her own brother, but now the other party mocked her in front of everyone for recognizing Xiaotian as her godson in order to compete for the family fortune, and even taunted Xiaotian, all of which she couldn't stand. Elder sister, don't be angry. Yuzhen, her character is like this, mouthless. In fact, there is nothing bad in mind. Su Mingli saw Su Xiaoya really angry, and quickly stepped in to mediate. Akari, is this something that can be explained by just mouthing off? Su Xiaoya was disappointed. Yuzhen is also a mom. What words should be said and what words shouldn't be said? Isn't she clear? Yan Hongyu saw Su Xiaoya arguing with Su Mingli and Zhang Yuzhen. A flash of playfulness flashed in his eyes. He still maintained his warm and gentle noble gentleman persona, but he hoped with interest that these two people would argue even more fiercely, and it would be best to make a big deal out of it. Who are you to accuse my mom? Without waiting for Zhang Yuzhen to return the favor, Su Weixin, who was on the side, yelled with a defiant face, pointing at Su Xiaoya. You're a family of vampires, dawdling in my house, and my dad pays your salary. If it is not us, your family has long become a beggar along the street begging. You do not know thankful, but also more and more reserved up. Say you 2 sentences how? My mom said is not the truth? Your daughter is a money loser. Can't find a job after college? Rely on sleeping with the big boss to get a secretary position. You guys think she's useless, so you find a wild boy from the outside to be your godson. Want to let that wild boy go to Yan's family to get a piece of the pie. The little plan is really a slap in the face. Enough. Su Mingli couldn't help but chide. Wei Xin, how can you talk about your cousin like that? Since Yan Qingxue dared to do those nasty things, is it hard to be afraid of people talking about it? Su Weixin snorted disdainfully. Dad, did I say anything wrong? Is it a fact that she couldn't find a job out of college? Is it a fact that she works as a secretary for the big boss? She has no background and no skills. Why would the boss of the Su group use her? She didn't get her current job by crawling into bed? Now that she has fallen for big money and eats and drinks all day long, but leaves her parents in our house for us to take care of. What's wrong with me saying a few words about her? I feel ashamed for her when she can't even support her mom and dad when she has her own arms and legs. Our family has raised the great aunt's family for so long for nothing, but as a result, we have raised a group of white-eyed wolves, usually in private. The great aunt calls my mother around, even if it's not enough, and now in front of outsiders. She also makes my mother unable to get down, simply shameless to the extreme. Su Weixin did not hide his disdain and ridicule for Yan Jinsong's family at all, ignoring Su Mingli's obstruction. It was clear that he had not been dissatisfied with them for more than a day or two. The noise of their side of the argument drew the attention of the guests around them. Everyone surveyed Yan Jinsong's family with contemptuous gazes and sked and shook their heads. No one expected that Yan Jinsong's family would be this kind of person. It seems that when they were kicked out of the Yan family in the first place, it wasn't unjust. Yan Qingxue bit her lips tightly, her eyes spewing out anger. She didn't care that she was maligned by Savixin, she just wanted to protect her mother, but that was so hard for her at this stage. Seeing that both Su Xiaoya and Yan Qingxue were silent, Su Weixin said even more triumphantly, anyway, I can't do that leaving my parents with someone else and getting away with it myself. Son, if it was me and your father in this situation, what would you do? Zhang Yuzhen asked with the sole intention of making the world a better place. Of course I will try to save up money and then rent a house in the city to take you guys over. But the size of the house, that's where our family will settle down. How can I shamelessly be a bloodsucker and suck the blood of my relatives? Su Wei Xian said loudly. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that the house he was currently living in was still the one Yan Jinsong had given to their family in the first place. If only every kid was like you. Zhang Yuzhen was satisfied with Su Weixin's answer. It's just a pity that some people don't know how to discipline their children. Giving birth to a money loser, not to mention being a dumbass who is lazy and only clings to men. Su Xiaoya saw Zhang Yuzhen insinuating Yan Qingxue again, and her face reddened with anger. She wanted to retort loudly and tell the crowd that Yan Qingxue had worked hard, and that she had earned her current job with her own skills. Yan Qingxue was not a lazy person at all. On the contrary, she was also dragged down by her and Yan Jinsong, so that she could not find a job. If President Yan hadn't let the wind out of his sails behind the scenes, Yan Qingxue, an outstanding graduate from a prestigious university, wouldn't have been unable to find a suitable job for several years, and would have had to work odd jobs all over the place. Sister, Mingli and I have been kind to your family. You and brother-in-law have lived in our house for so long. What have we said? Zhang Yuzhen continued to complain. The economy is not gaining momentum right now. It's already hard enough for our family Mingli to support the family, but he has to take on the extra burden. If you don't feel sorry for your own brother, I still feel sorry for my husband. Could it be that Yen Jinsong has been relying on his wife's mother's brother's house after his company went bankrupt? This is too shameless? Guests who heard what happened exclaimed. It's like vampirism. After living in someone else's house for so many years and still being able to justify it, what a thick skin. I certainly wouldn't be able to do such a thing if I were you. Look at Su Xiuya's disgusting look of feigning pity in selling misery. Those who don't know it will think that her brother's family has wronged her. Yen Jinsong ate and leaked company secrets. Su Xiuya then took her husband and daughter to dally at her brother's house. Yen Qingxue degraded herself to be adopted by the big boss. This family is really disgusting. Yen Hongyu heard the guests around him talking in whispers. His heart was very happy, but on the surface he showed a guilty look, and said to the aggressive Zhang Yuzhen next to him as well as the very difficult Su Mingli, Jun, your uncle, auntie, it is indeed improper for my great-uncle and great-aunt to stay in your house for so long. I will make amends to you on their behalf, and I hope that you will bear with me a little more for the sake of all of us being a family. After all, today is my grandfather's birthday banquet. If we really argue, his old man will be unhappy. After Yen Hongyu opened his mouth, Zhang Yuzhen tightened up a bit, but still didn't stop complaining. Hongyu, we didn't mean to make everyone unhappy. It's just that your uncle and I have had a hard time during this time. You say, although we are all relatives encounter difficulties we certainly can help. But people cannot be no bottom line peace of mind as a vampire, right? Always live in other people's homes, what is the matter? Obviously you have hands and feet, but you have to live in someone else's house and let them keep you for years. And my family is not in the business of charity. Yen Hongyu's eyes did not move as he swept a glance at Yen Jinsong and the others, and he was about to open his mouth when he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the direction of the doorway. Everyone subconsciously looked toward the door, only to see a white-clothed young man holding the villa key walk in idly from outside. Chapter 139 Adoption? The youth's temperament was outstanding. With a smile on his lips, even in the face of the crowd's measuring gaze he was calm and relaxed, as if he had long been accustomed to such a big scene, and did not show the slightest bit of timidity. Who's this? It's a young master of a family, isn't it? Or a showbiz star? Have any of you seen him? This temperament, this look, it's simply comparable to the 4 young men of the imperial capital. The guests present speculated about the identity of the young man in white. His temperament and appearance was so outstanding, excellent as Yen Hongyu. In front of this young man in white, he also eclipsed. Yen Hongyu and the others also saw the youth who had just come in, and as he stared at the youth's idle and bland smile, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and his hands on his knees subconsciously clenched into fists. This kid Su Tian, why would he come to his grandfather's banquet? It's been so long since college, why is he still a ghost? After Su Tian entered the hall, he detected a gaze with hatred shooting towards him, and he knew who it was without looking. That would be his college friend, Yen Hongyu. Early on, when Su Tian had received the Yen family's information from the private detective, he had seen a familiar name on it. Su Tian was well liked when he was in college, and in the first-class president election after enrollment, he was ahead of Yen Hongyu by a margin of 7 votes. In fact, Su Tian was originally not interested in the election of class cadres. In the way of military training, with his good relations with the classmates have elected him. He was driven to the duck on the shelf. At that time, how could Su Tian not have expected that just because of this choice? It had caused him a lot of trouble. Since then, Yen Hongyu was like a madman, fighting him at every turn. He joined the student union in order to accompany Lin Miaoyin, and Yen Hongyu followed him into the same department. He took a second degree and Hongyu Yen submitted an application. Even recreational activities such as the gala and the school sports day, Yen Hongyu also competed with him at every turn. It's just a shame that in his short 4 years of college, Yen Hongyu never won in his self-righteous one-sided contests. Su Tian didn't like this kind of boring game at all, and he couldn't understand Yen Hongyu's desire to win or lose, much less want to pay attention to it. Originally, he thought that after graduating from college, he would be able to get rid of this annoying guy, but he didn't expect that by some misadventure, he would once again cross paths with this person. Compared to Su Tian's serenity, Yen Hongyu was not so calm inside. As he looked at Su Tian, who had walked in, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. It is said that Yen Jinsong and Su Xiuya have recognized a godson and plan to introduce him to everyone at this birthday banquet. This godson, it can't be Su Tian, can it? His spine collapsed straight, like a hedgehog as he stared vigilantly at Su Tian's every move. However, he calmed down again when he saw Su Tian walking slowly to Yen Jinsong and Su Xiuya. In fact, he didn't have to care about this guy at all. Leaving school and entering society is all about hard work and background. Su Tian made a name for himself in college, but after graduation, he was reduced to a bumbling wage earner. He was the future heir of the Yen Group. What could Su Tian compare to him? When he thought that when Su Tian was in college, the lines around him did not exceed $200, Yen Hongyu was certain that his family was very ordinary. Now that he found out that Yen Jinsong's godson was Su Tian, he was even more certain of his suspicions. May I ask which rich and powerful young man would recognize a broke and destitute man as his godfather? Even though Su Tian was really wearing a pricey dress today, it was probably rented, and with his salary, he definitely couldn't afford such expensive clothes. Who are you? Su Wei Xin and the others looked at Su Tian, who was walking towards them, and asked suspiciously. The seats on their side were reserved for close relatives, and this youth in front of him he had never seen before. So naturally, he couldn't be from the Yin family's main family. Godfather, godmother. Su Tian ignored Su Weixin and instead walked straight to Yen Jinsong and Su Xiaoya. Xiao Tian, you're here. Only after Su Xiaoya saw Su Tian did the expression on her face ease a bit. Come over and sit. Xiao Tian, let me introduce you. Yen Jinsong patted Su Tian's shoulder. Over here are your uncle, aunt, and cousin. And next to your cousin is your cousin Yen Hongyu. Hello guys, I'm Su Tian. Su Tian's gaze swept over Su Mingli and the others in turn, finally landing on Yen Hongyu. Yen Hongyu had already regained his composure, and even did his best to show off his master's demeanor by generally taking the initiative to greet Su Tian. Su Tian, long time no see. Hongyu, you know Su Tian? Su Xiaoya was a little surprised. We were college classmates, and I didn't realize he was the godson of my great-uncle and great-uncle, so we'll be even closer in the future. So it is. Yen Jinsong and Su Xiaoya were both greatly surprised. They also did not expect Yen Hongyu and Su Tian to be college classmates. Mom, this asshole called you godmother? Yen Qingxue glared at Su Tian with a deadly glare, but scrupulously not wanting to make outsiders look at the joke. She came to Su Xiaoya's ear and whispered. She had been with Su Rixin for half a year, so she naturally knew Su Tian, especially since she had become Su Rixin's secretary a few days ago. Su Rixin hadn't said anything bad about Su Tian in the past few days, so in Yen Qingxue's eyes, Su Tian was a good-for-nothing loser and a white-eyed wolf. Haruki, how do you talk? This is your brother. Su Xiaoya tugged Yen Qingxue's sleeve in some surprise and asked in a volume that only two people could hear. You knew Xiao Tian before? Humph, why would I want to know someone like that? Although she hadn't seen Su Tian before, she had seen Su Tian's photo, so she had just recognized him at a glance. However, in front of the Yen family, she didn't want to disgrace her parents, and naturally, she wouldn't say those bad things about Su Tian that she had heard from Su Rixin. Sister Qingxue, I've heard Big Brother talk about you a lot lately. Is work still going well? Su Tian ignored Yen Qingxue's eyes with hostility and asked seemingly casually. Talking about me? Yen Qingxue's eyes were filled with suspicion. Given how much Su Rixin loathed Su Tian, how could he possibly make small talk with Su Tian and even talk about her? Inexplicable. However, Su Tian's words were what aroused the curiosity of the surrounding guests. Previously, they had heard from Su Weixin that Yen Qingxue was working as a secretary for the big boss who had adopted her. But listening to Su Tian, it seemed like it wasn't as simple as a mistress. Just as the crowd was confused, Su Tian spoke again. Godfather, godmother, Sister Qingxue is now working in my big brother's company. You won't forget, right? What? The guests around them were stunned. It turns out that Yen Qingxue's boss is Su Tian's big brother, so it is not at all a subterfuge to adopt the top A. Then just now Su Wei Xin swore that Yen Qingxue had been adopted? The dumbfounded Su Weixin's face reddened in the questioning gazes of the surrounding guests, and he still refused to die in his defense. You're talking nonsense. Yen Qingxue is obviously being adopted by the big boss to get the job. Packing? Su Tian narrowed his eyes, his tone unsalted. I felt that Sister Qingxue was thoughtful and suitable for secretarial work, so I introduced her to my big brother's company. Big brother is still single, and Sister Qingxue is not married. So what's wrong with the two of them falling in love normally? Once Su Tian explained this, the other guests who were unaware of the truth instantly understood. That's clearly a rumor mongering by Civixin. How important is fame to a woman? Yen Qingxue is Su Weixin's cousin. Su Weixin even slandered her for being adopted, and even made a big fuss about it. This heart is also too vicious. Chapter 140. Surprisingly, it was the villa of Jiangshui dynasty. Su Wei Xin felt a contemptuous gaze around him. His heart suddenly panicked as he glared at Su Tian but couldn't think of a single retort. Seeing this, Zhang Yuzhen hurriedly opened her mouth to round off the situation. Su Tian, don't get excited. Weixin he also heard it from hearsay and was worried that Qingxue was confused and took the wrong path. It's good that the truth is out now, and I also think that Qingxue isn't the kind of person who doesn't have a bottom line. Su Tian smiled when he heard this. Of course Sister Qingxue isn't someone without a bottom line. At least she won't spread hearsay gossip around. After his words fell, the gazes of the surrounding guests at Su Wei Xin suddenly became even more disgusted. It's a shame for a man to follow the long-winded woman's example of malicious rumor-mongering against a little girl. Alright. With the misunderstanding cleared up, there's no need to dwell on Haruyuki's work. Zhang Yuzhen smiled and said, Su Tian, since you're big sister's godson, then we're family. family doesn't need to be so calculating. Su Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh, I happened to overhear your conversation when I came in. That didn't seem to be what you said just now, did it? Saying that, Su Tian looked at Zhang Yuzhen with a smile on his face and continued. You say you can't be too shameless to be content to be a vampire and stay in someone's house. Zhang Yuzhen frowned. I did say that. What's wrong? Where did I go wrong? Even so, she didn't put Su Tian, a brat, in her eyes. If it came to quarreling, she, Zhang Yuzhen, had never lost. You were right earlier, Su Tian said seriously. I completely agree with you. Zhang Yuzhen was about to retort subconsciously, but Su Tian's words caused her to get all the words she wanted to say stuck in her throat, not knowing how to react. Next to him, Su Weixin was the first to react, as if he had caught Su Tian talking through a loophole and yelled, Surname Su, since you agree with what my mom said, why don't you hurry up and have your godparents move out of my house? He'd like to see what this kid, who could only play smart, could do. Let my godfather and the others move out? Su Tian feigned surprise. Su Weixin, it should be your family that should move out. Su Tian's words caused both Zhang Yuzhen and Su Weixin to stare again. Soon Su Weixin reacted and yelled at Su Tian. Surname Su, what nonsense are you talking? What gives us the right to move out of our own house? Your family? Su Tian sneered and continued. As far as I know, it's you guys who have been living in my godparents' house for more than 20 years now. You fart. That's my house. Su Weixin growled with a red face. That's my house. It's your godparents who keep relying on my house. Su Tian looked at the exasperated Su Weixin, the corner of his lips curling up into a satisfied arc before he turned his head to look at Zhang Yuzhen. Auntie, Su Weixin's ignorance about the house is still excusable, but if you and uncle continue to resist and weasel out of it, it's a bit of a stretch. What the hell are you trying to say? Zhang Yuzhen glared roundly. Stop claptrap and turn right and wrong. It's obvious that your family is freeloading in my house. Auntie, it seems that your memory isn't too good either. My godparents are decent people and are not willing to tear your faces off. Su Tian's words changed, and his tone also became a bit more stern. But I can't watch you guys live in their house peacefully, and slander them for nothing. Before, when you and my uncle got married, the two of you were just ordinary working people. Not to mention villas and mansions even ordinary old housing can't afford to buy. Even the money you used for your wedding was all from my godparents. As for the villa you are living in now, it is also my godfather's property. He was willing to give you the house on loan, thinking that you would move out when you were better off. But it turned out that instead of moving out, you have been living there peacefully for more than 20 years. My godfather and godmother were concerned about kinship, so they didn't kick you out, and didn't ask you for rent. But I just listened to Su Weixin and my aunt and uncle, and you all seem to be very dissatisfied with freeloading as well. That's a relief. I'm sure you guys are so aware that you'll move out as soon as possible, right? You. Zhang Yuzhen pointed at Su Tian for a long time, but she couldn't say a word in defense. Her face was filled with anger. The veins on her forehead rippled, and finally, as if she had thought of something, she turned her head and vented all her anger on Su Xiuya's head. Good, Su Xiuya, you even told this kind of thing to outsiders. I've misjudged you. Of course Zhang Yuzhen remembered that the house she was living in now belonged to Yan Jinsong. But so what? They've all lived in that villa for over 20 years, so naturally it's theirs. At that time, they had no money. Yan Jinsong and Su Xiuya for their own brother-in-law spend money to organize the wedding is right. But she didn't expect Su Xiuya to be so shameless. She was not good enough to come out and ask them for the house, so she encouraged her godson Su Tian to come and mess with them. Su Tian is my godson. He's not an outsider. If it was normal, Su Xiuya would definitely choose to put things to rest. But today, the two of them, Zhang Yuzhen and Su Weixin, slandered Yan Qingshui in public and humiliated them for freeloading. Even a mud man has 3 points of fire. Not to mention that they were still hurting the people she cared about the most. Her words blocked out all of Zhang Yuzhen's accusations. For Su Tian to be recognized by Su Xiuya as his godson, it meant that their relationship must be very close. You should know that in Chinese custom, godchildren are also allowed to observe filial piety and send off their parents, which is of course their own family. The guests looked at Su Tian and their side in surprise. Just now, when they heard Zhang Yuzhen's words, they all thought it was Yan Jinsong's family that was dead set on staying at Zhang Yuzhen's house. But now it seems that if the house belongs to Yan Jinsong, how can it be considered a loaner? And then when Su Tian did not arrive at the scene, Zhang Yuzhen left a sentence of money-losing goods. Write a sentence of self-degradation, taunted Su Xiuya's daughter. Is not on the basis of Su Xiuya's family temperament, and there is no son to support the backing of the family, so it is unscrupulous. At this moment, when they saw that Su Tian had disliked Zhang Yuzhen to the point of being dumbfounded, the scales in their hearts were all tilted towards Su Tian and Su Xiuya's side. I didn't realize that the house Zhang Yuzhen and the others live in was bought by Yan Jinsong. Just now when I saw their righteous indignation, I thought that Yan Jinsong's family had taken much advantage of them. That's a villa, how also worth a few million. This person even got a cheat but turned his face away. I think it's a case of having a mother who has a son. Look at the way Zhang Yuzhen curses. Her teeth are sharp like a shrew, and her son is naturally that way. Didn't Su Wei Xin just now swear that if it was himself, he would definitely try to make money to buy a house for his parents? Why didn't he? Oh, who doesn't know how to talk big? Yan Qingxue looked at Su Tian dumbfounded. Is this really the loser Su Rixin was talking about? She had originally planned to wait for the banquet to disperse before telling her parents about Su Tian's true nature, but she had never expected Su Tian to take the initiative to come forward and speak for them, and she also had a reasoned argument that made it impossible to refute. Only, she herself didn't know that the villa where her uncle's family lived was even owned by their family. But why should Su Tian, a godson who hadn't been in the house for a few days, know what she, her own daughter, didn't? Thinking of this, the little bit of goodwill that Yan Qingxue's heart had just generated toward Su Tian evaporated in an instant. In the face of the guests around the questioning, Su Weixin still stretched his neck to justify. Obviously the house is given to us. Why do you want it back? That's right. Zhang Yuzhen was very quick to chime in. Su Tian, before it was your godparents who insisted on giving us the villa. Now you even want it back. Do you still want to be shameless? This time, all the guests were shocked beyond words by the shameless behavior of the mother and son. How can anyone portray the insatiable white wolf so well? Auntie, don't be nervous. Since it's the house my godparents gave you, you can live in peace. The more calm Su Tian's reaction was, the more it set off the ugly faces of Zhang Yuzhen's family. It's been so many years since you've lived here, and they haven't even let you move out, knowing that you'll surely be on the streets without this house. After he finished speaking, Su Tian then looked towards Su Shoya and Yin Jinsong and said slowly, Godfather, Godmother, Auntie and their family do have difficulties, and if they keep relying on the villa and don't move, we can't do anything about it. After all, everyone is a relative, and we can't call the police to evict them, Su Tian said, placing the key in his hand, in front of everyone, in Su Shoya's hand. Godfather, Godmother, didn't I say I have an empty house, so you guys can move in there? The golden key emitted a faint glow under the reflection of the light, and the four big words Jiangshui Dynasty on it made people unable to move their eyes. Jiangshui Imperial Dynasty? Surprisingly, it's the villa of the Jiangshui Dynasty. Chapter 141. Is this villa really yours? Zhang Yuzhen and Su Weixin both stared at the door card in shock, their eyes glazed over. How did you get the villa there? That's not possible. Jiangshui Dynasty was the most luxurious villa area in Jiangshui City, not to mention that ordinary people can't afford to buy it. Even if they have money from a sudden fortune, they can't buy it. People who can live there not only have money, they must also have power and connections. Wasn't that villa of Yen Jinsong's long ago forcibly repossessed against debt? Zhang Yuzhen shook her head incredulously. It was auctioned off by the court years ago. Even if you wanted to buy it back, it would cost at least $100 million. How could Su Tian, this brat, have so much money? Zhang Yuzhen knew that the company Yan Qingxue worked for was a third-tier small clothing company, with a yearly benefit of just over $1 million, which was about the same as their family. Even if that company was Su Tian's, there was no way he could afford to buy Jiangshui Dynasty, not to mention that he had just heard Su Tian say that his elder brother was the owner of the company, so there was even less cash on hand. Su Shoya and Yan Jinsong both looked at the door card on the desktop, too shocked to speak. Although they were planning to move to Su Tian's empty house, no one thought that this so-called empty house would be Jiangshui Dynasty 88. That's too much of a coincidence. Moreover, for such a luxurious villa, Su Tian even charged only $1,500, and still couldn't rent it out. Yan Qingxue also froze for a split second after seeing the door card, and then, she stared at Su Tian with a complicated expression, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Auntie, your house is too small. It's really crowded to live with 5 people. I'm worried that my godparents won't get used to it. Su Tian watched Zhang Yuzhen's face change shape with anger and smiled lightly. So let them move to my side, so you won't have to bother about it in the future. These words are tantamount to saying that the house that made Zhang Yuzhen dead set against letting go was not worth fighting over for Yan Jinsong's family. And Zhang Yuzhen still thought that Yan Jinsong's family was desperate to stay in their house, which is really ridiculous. With such a rich godson, casually out of the box to send Jiangshui Dynasty Villa, who still hoped that Zhang Yuzhen family that 2-story broken villa. Those complaints and slurs that Zhang Yuzhen had just made were like one loud slap after another, but they all slapped her in her own face. Feeling a strange gaze around her, Zhang Yuzhen's face was hard to see. Su Tian, is this villa really yours? Su Shoya incredulously picked up the door card and looked at it again and again. Before she heard that Jiangshui Dynasty 88 was going to be auctioned, she was still sad for a long time. The house had so many memories that belonged to their family that she couldn't bring herself to put it up against debt if she didn't have to. Godmother, if you don't believe me, I'll show you the real estate license. It says my name on it. Su Tian pretended to be unaware of the situation. I'm currently working for a listed group. I solved a business crisis for my boss before, and once he was happy, he gave me a house. So it is. Su Xiaoya was simple-minded and immediately believed Su Tian's explanation. Yan Jinsong, on the other hand, did frown, surveying Su Tian with a probing gaze, suspicion clearly arising in his heart. Su Tian knew in his heart that Yan Jinsong was not a person who was easy to fool, just based on the fact that he had just stated the true owner of the villa that Su Mingli's family was currently living in. It was enough for Yan Jinsong to notice the loophole. He and Yan Jinsong, Su Xiaoya, met unintentionally and hadn't known each other for long, so how could he possibly know what happened when they organized the wedding and delivered the house for Su Mingli more than 20 years ago? Of course, Su Tian had long thought of another set of words to say before he intended to stand up for them. If Yan Jinsong asked about it later, he could only pray that there were no obvious loopholes in the other set of words he had concocted. It's just a broken house. Who cares? Su Wei Xin sourly choked. Just a dude with a few stinking dollars at home. Son, let's ignore this villainous fellow. Let's go congratulate the Yin family's old man on his birthday. Even though Zhang Yuzhen was so angry that her heart was dripping blood, on the surface she was still maintaining what little dignity she had left. She tugged on Su Mingli, who had not yet recovered from his shock, and attentively arrived in front of Elder Yin. Grandpa, may you be blessed with a long life. Su Weixin put away the aggressive face from earlier, and in front of Elder Yin, his demeanor was very decent. Sitting on the main seat, the expressionless Elder Yin only nodded perfunctorily at Su Wei Xin, with no intention of talking to him. So Vixen was a little lost. At this time, Zhang Yuzhen did very actively pull him to the front of that old man beside Elder Yin. Quickly greet Elder Song. Elder Song is the president of the Chinese Calligraphy and Painting Association. If you want to develop in the academic world in the future, you still need more guidance from seniors like Elder Song. At this time, Zhang Yuzhen was very proud. What could Su Tian do even if he had a few stinking dollars? In the future, his son will have to mix with the academic circle, and if he is lucky, he may even be accepted as a disciple by a master, and his future will be unlimited. In China, the status of those literary greats is much higher than that of the thugs who started out as businessmen. Hello Elder Song, I'm Su Weixin, currently studying calligraphy and jurisprudence at Zhongshui University. You're Su Vixen? The old man known as Elder Song nodded and slowly said, I've heard of your name. Not being arrogant or impatient at a young age, and being able to concentrate on calligraphy is rare. Elder Song is flattered. So Vixen scratched his head in a flattered manner. And you've heard of me? Your work from the last art show. Your instructor showed it to me. Elder Song nodded and said, that's why I have an impression of your name. And among your peers, your calligraphy is considered good. The surrounding guests could not help but cast approving glances at Su Weixin when they saw that the ever-strict Elder Song had actually complimented Su Weixin's calligraphy work. Elder Song was a famous Chinese calligrapher, and he was also the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, so it was definitely a great honor to be complimented by him. Although Su Wei Xian's character was not good, if he could really become famous in the future and join the mainstream cultural circle, then who cared about the minor flaws in his character? There were even some guests who loved calligraphy and painting who came over to greet Su Weixin on their own initiative, discussing and exchanging experiences in calligraphy with him. Zhang Yuzhen felt the envious gazes of the guests around her and glanced smugly in the direction of Su Tian, Su Xiaoya and the others. So what if Su Tian has a house in Zhongshui dynasty? So what if he's still a tycoon? There is no underpinning. After his family Weixin graduated in the future, he would have to deal with those bigwigs in the cultural circle of China. And he was not at all on the same level as a copper-stained thug like Su Tian. Just at this time, Yan Jinsong also brought Su Tian over to congratulate Elder Yin on his birthday. Dad, this is my godson Su Tian. Yan Jinsong's emotions were mixed when he faced his own father. Although he had a grudge against Elder Yan's distrust, the filial piety in his bones made him still respect and fear the old man. Grandpa, may you be blessed. Su Tian stepped forward with a calm demeanor and bowed deeply. Elder Yin slightly raised his eyelids and swept a glance at Su Tian. His expression neither happy nor angry, as if he was looking at an irrelevant outsider. After a few moments, he let out a soft hum and nodded in response. Although Elder Yan's response was very perfunctory, everyone in the Yin family knew clearly that he was responding to Su Tian's grandpa address. Recognizing Su Tian's identity. Chapter 142. A treasure. An absolute treasure. Elder Yin, this is a small token of our family's appreciation. Please accept it. Zhang Yuzhen also sensed that Elder Yan's attitude towards Su Tian was not repulsive. She didn't want Su Tian and the others to steal the limelight, so she busily took out the birthday gifts she had prepared in front of everyone. This is the icy jadeite goddess of mercy that we found in the antique market. I hope you will like it, Grandpa Elder. This jadeite guanyin is Zhang Yuzhen dragged a good sister's relationship to find. Jadeite seed water is good. In the market price how also have hundreds of thousands of dollars. The Yen family was a big tree to them, and they had to flatter Elder Yen. And because Su Tian's behavior just now had made their family lose face, Zhang Yuzhen wanted to rely on this rare jadeite pendant to win Elder Yan's favor. Have a heart. Elder Yen didn't reach out to pick up the Emerald Goddess of Mercy, but instead had the person waiting beside him place it on the table next to where the gifts were stacked. Even though he didn't have much to show, Zhang Yuzhen could still detect from his reaction that the old man was still satisfied with the gift. Zhang Yuzhen was slightly relieved, her spine straightened, and she had a feeling of raising her eyebrows. Su Weixin, on the other hand, stared at Su Tian, who had nothing in his hands, with a look of contempt as he spoke out sarcastically. Su Tian, you've come to the door to see Grandpa for the first time today, and you haven't prepared any gifts at all, so you've come here empty-handed to eat for nothing? Weixin, you mustn't be so ungrateful like him. No matter what the value of the gift is, it's expensive in a heart, even though the gift we sent is rare in Master Yan's eyes, but your filial piety master he can feel it, and naturally won't mind it. When Zhang Yuzhen saw that Su Tian wasn't holding a gift in his hand, she naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity to stomp Su Tian down. Grandpa? Su Tian let out a cold laugh at his words and turned his head to look at Su Weixin. How come I didn't know that you changed your surname to Yen as well? As soon as Su Tian said this, the eyes of the surrounding guests who then looked at Su Weixin and the others became subtle. The two of them, Su Weixin and Zhang Yuzhen, also looked dishwatery and embarrassed. When it really comes down to it, Zhang Yuzhen's family actually has nothing to do with the Yen family. Su Weixin, however, is dignified to call Elder Yen as his grandfather, which is really a bit of suspicion to climb the relationship. Just now, Zhang Yuzhen had explicitly and implicitly sarcastically referred to Su Tian, his godson, as an outsider, whereas in reality, even Su Tian was more qualified than Su Weixin to call Elder Yen his grandfather. Su Tian, you! Zhang Yuzhen was about to have a fit, but she was tugged by Su Mingli who was beside her. How many guts do they have to argue in front of Master Yen? Zhang Yuzhen was stopped by Su Mingli. Only then did she react to what occasion was in front of her, and when she thought that she was almost about to quarrel with Su Tian just now, a layer of dense cold sweat instantly climbed up her back spine. Su Weixin, Auntie, it's better not to recognize relatives indiscriminately, or else people will laugh at our family's lack of rules. Su Tian finished speaking and paid no more attention to Zhang Yuzhen's family. A family like the Yen family is indeed the most disciplined, compared to the Zhang Yuzhen family who had the cheek to climb the relationship. Even if Su Tian was only Yen Jinsong's godson, being recognized by Master Yen, he could be considered half of the Yen family, and was indeed much more legitimate. And anyone who still can't mock Su Tian for climbing up the ranks of the powerful. After all, Yen Jinsong is just an unfavored eldest son, and has even been driven out of the Yen family company. If Su Tian really wanted to use the Yen family's power to move up the ladder, how could he not have chosen him? Zhang Yuzhen and Su Weixin stood awkwardly in the middle of the crowd. They could feel the sights of the guests around them, either mocking or despising, but they didn't dare to make any arguments for themselves. With Zhang Yuzhen at the beginning, the guests all presented the gifts they had brought with them one after another. But these gifts were either ginseng and antlers and other expensive tonic, or gold and jade and other mundane things. Nothing rare. Originally, Elder Yen would still perfunctorily say a few sentences, but gradually, he became a bit impatient. In addition to the status of valuable guests to send gifts will be pleasantries, the rest are always handed over to the side of the housekeeper to deal with. Su Tian today in the antique street really did not see what rare objects, and finally in the store on the street picked 100-years-old store inheritance of gold paper and bird's nest ginseng and other supplements packaged together. Although there is nothing to think about, but there is always no mistake, because Yen Jinsong hadn't given his gift yet. Su Tian wasn't in a good position to give the gift he had prepared to Elder Yen first, so he stood by Yen Jinsong's side and didn't go to the side of the seat to get the gift box. However, just at this time, Butler Xiao suddenly walked in from outside the banquet hall while holding a gift box in his hand. Master, this is young Master Su Tian's birthday gift for you. I don't know why it was placed in the security room outside the courtyard. I happened to see it and brought it over for him. The smile on Su Tian's lips stiffened for a moment at his words. It was a gift box he'd deliberately left in the security room, an object he'd bought from that strange young woman, when he'd picked a fancy dagger at random just to perfunctorily pester the other woman. Such an unlucky thing naturally could not be given to Elder Yen as a birthday gift, so in order to avoid trouble, he had left that box outside in the security room, intending to bring it back after the banquet was over. He didn't expect that the box he had left in the security room would be discovered by Butler Xiao and brought into the inner mansion on his own initiative. He fidgeted and glanced sideways, his afterglow catching sight of his box wrapping unwrapped again. Obviously, after Butler Xiao had opened the box and examined the contents, he realized that it was a dagger before he deliberately brought it over to try to frame himself. Giving away daggers at an elder's birthday banquet. Something so treasonous would surely provoke Elder Yan's wrath. Su Tian looked at Butler Zhao's smug look of triumph in his trickery, and a flash of coldness swiftly crossed his eyes. It seems like this housekeeper Xiao must have gotten a lot of favors from Yin Hanyu to do this kind of thing for him. He came to the Yin family for the first time today. The other Yin family members must have a wait-and-see attitude towards him, and only Yin Hanyu, that guy who wanted to compete with him at every turn, would try to frame him and embarrass him. Su Tian wanted to take that gift box back, but Butler Zhao's movements were even faster and had already sent that box to Elder Yan's hands one step ahead of him. Young Master Su Tian must have prepared a generous gift for his first visit today. Butler Zhao didn't move to heighten the crowd's sense of anticipation. I'm also curious about what's inside. Master, why don't you open it quickly and let us open our eyes too? When the other guests heard Butler Zhao's words, they all focused their attention on the box in Elder Yan's hands with an expectant look on their faces. Su Tian had been subverting their perceptions from the moment he entered, and they couldn't wait to find out what birthday gift Su Tian would send to the Yin family's old man. Thus, under the anticipation of the crowd, Elder Yin opened the exquisite gift box in his hand. The moment the lid of the box was opened, the guests who were a few steps away from Elder Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone's face didn't look too good when they saw what was inside. Yen Jinsong and Su Xiaoya curiously peeked over to look, and when they saw the objects inside the gift box, they trembled, and their eyes were filled with despair. In the center of that gift box, there was a dark and shiny dagger lying in the middle of it, and the dagger was engraved with complicated patterns, which looked weird and eerie. The next moment the dagger appeared in everyone's line of sight. Everyone looked at Su Tian with a shocked expression, as if they were looking at a monster. After Elder Yen took a good look at the dagger, his breathing suddenly became rapid and his body trembled slightly as he raised his head and looked at Su Tian with an eagle-like sharp gaze. Without waiting for Elder Yen to speak, Zhang Yuzhen made the first move. Su Tian, this bastard, on such a happy day as Elder Yan's birthday banquet, you even sent a murder weapon to his old man to celebrate his birthday. What are your intentions? Su Tian, you're too vicious. Even if he's not your own grandfather, you can't curse him like that. Su Weixin also shouted only to see the world in chaos. That kind of pained expression, even if the best acting movie star in China saw it, he would have to be willing to bow down. The few old men sitting beside Elder Yen were also prominent figures in Jianshui City. They also looked at Su Tian with great confusion, as if they didn't believe that this young man with a generous and decent demeanor could do such a treacherous thing. Not to mention the birthday of such a happy day is usually the New Year's gift, but also cannot send daggers such a scary weapon. Su Tian sensed Elder Yan's shocked anger, and with a sinking heart, he calmly opened his mouth to explain. Grandpa, what's in this gift box is not the gift I'm going to give you. How dare you argue? Zhang Yuzhen jumped out once again. Butler Xiao has just said that this is your gift to Master Yen. Do you still want to deny it now? I really didn't expect you to be this kind of evil-minded person. Obviously the old man is happily celebrating his birthday, but you sent him such a disgusting thing. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to give people a hard time? Zhang Yuzhen was aggressive and even tried to involve both Yen Jinsong and Su Xiaoya. Sister, brother-in-law, how do you usually discipline your children? Each one of you is doing things too outrageously? Or is it actually you guys who instigated Su Tian to do this, and you guys are still harboring a grudge because of what happened back then? Enough! Yen Jinsong couldn't bear it and interrupted Zhang Yuzhen. Don't spit blood. How could I encourage Xiao Tian to send a dagger to curse my father? He also didn't expect Su Tian to send such a thing, and with a serious expression, he turned his head to ask, Tian, what's going on? The gazes of the crowd fell on Su Tian, as if they wanted to hear how he would explain. Su Tian's face sank slightly, but on the surface, he was as calm as ever, not seeing any panic. The fact that Yen Hanyu would be counting on him on such an occasion took him by surprise. If he couldn't give a reasonable explanation for this matter of giving away the dagger, there was definitely no way to end the day. Just as Su Tian's brain was racing, thinking about countermeasures, Elder Song, who was sitting beside Elder Yen, suddenly spoke. Bring me my old glasses. Elder Song took the presbyopic glasses handed over by the others, then reached his hand towards the box as if he wanted to take out the dagger inside. Elder Song, don't take something obscure. Let us throw it away. Zhang Yuzhen took it upon herself to come over and reach for the gift box, but Song Lao slapped it away with force. Don't move. Zhang Yuzhen snapped and withdrew her hand, still muttering in a small voice with an unconvinced look on her face. It's just broken brass. What's there to see? Elder Yen, as well as the other old men around him, also looked at Elder Song with a surprised expression, as if they couldn't understand what he was trying to do. By this time, Elder Song had already taken out the dagger from the box and was wearing his presbyopic glasses to scrutinize it. After a moment, Elder Song suddenly slapped his thigh and yelled excitedly, Treasures, absolute treasures. Chapter 143 Heavy gold for dagger. What? Elder Yen became even more puzzled. Old Yen, If you don't think this is bad luck, why don't you just let me have it? Elder Song's eyes glittered with brilliance, holding the dagger in his hands as if he were protecting a treasure, refusing to let go. How about I trade you my family's inkstone from Han Xiufeng of the Ming dynasty? Elder Song's words immediately shocked the four seats. What? How dare Elder Song trade the inkstone of Han Xiufeng, a great calligrapher of the Ming dynasty, for a broken dagger? This is too much, isn't it? Elder Yen looked at Song Lao, who was full of excitement and couldn't understand why this insignificant dagger had made his old friend so happy. Old Yen, didn't you want that inkstone in my hand before? Let's take this opportunity to exchange it today. Su Tian was also confused when he saw that respected Elder Song holding a dagger, happy as a child. This dagger, which he had bought from that godforsaken woman for only $10,000, could no longer be compared to the inkstone of a Ming dynasty master, could it? Old Yen, since you don't have a problem with it, it's a deal. I'll have someone send that inkstone over to you tomorrow. Song Lao grasped the dagger firmly in his hand, surprisingly wanting to take the item away directly after the banquet. Although Elder Yen didn't know what the name of this dagger was, but he wasn't stupid. He immediately realized that this dagger was able to make Elder Song pay so much attention to it. It must not be an ordinary object, so he immediately said, "No change. You don't like it, so why don't you change it?" Song Lao refused to return the dagger. "Why don't I give you the painting of 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains that I have collected at home again?" Hiss, hiss. There was another gush of cool air around them. For the sake of a dagger, Song Lao had gone so far as to exchange two treasures, Han Xiufeng's inkstone and the 10,000 miles river and mountain map. So how valuable should this dagger be? Even if the surrounding guests were slow to react at this point, this seemingly ordinary dagger was definitely not simple. Old Yen, you do not be deceived by old man Song. He this person everywhere to pick up leaks, but never hit the eye. This dagger, hidden mystery. An old man on the other side of Elder Yen suddenly opened his mouth to remind him. I'm not changing. Elder Yan's face was expressionless, and he didn't know if he really didn't want to change, or if he was wary because of the reminder of the old man next to him. Really not changing? Elder Song was regretful. Why don't you reconsider? Elder Yen said righteously. This is from my grandson. Take nothing in exchange. The corner of Su Tian's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and he thought to himself that this Elder Yen seemed to be very worried about Song Lao really snatching this dagger away, and had even come up with such a reason that the other party could not refute. He and Elder Yen had only met for the first time today, and there wasn't much affection at all. He didn't believe that the other party would treasure the gift he had given him so much. Now the reason why Elder Yen was so adamant in refusing to exchange with Elder Song was merely because Elder Song's desire for the dagger was too obvious, making it clear to a smart person at a glance that there must be another reason for it. Regardless of what Elder Yan's true intentions were, his words were an endorsement of Su Tian's identity to the other guests. When they looked at Su Tian again, their eyes had a few more moments of envy in them. Elder Song originally wanted to fight for it, but since Elder Yen had said so, he couldn't say anything else. Eventually, he put the dagger back in the box with a regretful look on his face. Subsequently, these few old men around Elder Yen scrambled to pass around this dagger that Su Tian had given them, but no matter how much they studied it, they didn't see anything. This makes sense. After all, among these old men, only Song Lao has the highest cultural attainments and the most knowledge of antiques. The second is Master Yen. Although Master Yen also likes to collect antiques, but his experience is not as rich as Song Lao. He can't see the mystery of this dagger. Other people will be even worse. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Elder Song couldn't help but open his mouth to round things off. Old man Yen, this kid gave such a big gift the first time we met. This is not a god grandson. It's simply better than your own grandson to you. How come I can't meet such a knowledgeable junior? You won't let the dagger go. Why don't you let this kid go to me? That's quite a calculation you've made. Elder Yen glared at Elder Song, but a slightly smug look emerged on his face. Old Song, don't sell yourself short. The dagger Su Tian sent. What's the mystery? An old man next to him was curious. Elder Yen also perked up his ears at the words, waiting for Elder Song's answer. Not only these few old men, even the guests who were present today were also curious about the origin of this dagger in their hearts at this time. Seeing the crowd's eagerness for knowledge, Song Lao instead sold a secret. He took off his old glasses, picked up the teacup in front of him, and leisurely sipped his tea. Old Song, speak up. That old man was an acute person, and snatched the teacup in Elder Song's hand as he pursued the question. This dagger, it's from the Warring States period. Song Lao was robbed of his teacup and wasn't annoyed, but mysteriously scanned the few old men around him, then deliberately lowered his voice and spoke. Have you heard of General Golden Armor? General Golden Armor? A dry, thin, white-bearded old man spoke. I heard that it was a general of Zhao during the Warring States period, known for his bravery and valor. and that this dagger was one of the Golden Armor General's favorite weapons. Previously in the European auction there was a Chinese who took out an ancestral treasure as the finale lot, which was the dagger of the Golden Armor General, but according to that Chinese's recollection, the ancestral daggers were a pair, one of which was accidentally lost because of the war back then. I was at that auction at that time. I had the honor to appraise the real one. It's exactly the same as the one in Lao Yan's hand. It's an absolute treasure. Elder Yan's gaze moved slightly, and his fingertips trembled a little. He is an antique collection enthusiast, but because of limited experience, fake goods have bought a lot. The most valuable home of the real thing is only a few late Qing dynasty porcelain vases. The rest of the Republic of China period objects. Collection value is also there, but not big. He once again surveyed the dagger in his hand. Originally he had somewhat disliked it for being obscure, but now he felt that it was the best congratulatory gift he had ever received in his life. On the other side, Zhang Yuzhen and Su Weixin both stared blankly at the broken dagger that they disliked, not realizing that this broken copper and iron was really a treasure. But, didn't Su Tian say just now that it wasn't from him? Could it be a mistake? How Zhang Yuzhen didn't want Su Tian to make a big splash. She still wanted to argue, and was directly yanked back by Su Mingli. After her words fell, a momentary silence fell steeply around her. Chapter 144. I didn't realize it was really an antique. It was only at this moment that the crowd remembered that Su Tian had initially argued that this wasn't something he was going to send to Elder Yen. At that time, they only thought that Su Tian was being sophomoric, but at this moment, they are aware of the value of this thing. Shut up, isn't that humiliating enough? Su Mingli's face visibly sank when he saw Elder Yen Zhang Yuzhen's words, and he hurriedly dragged Zhang Yuzhen over. Seeing Su Mingli's angry face, Zhang Yuzhen and Su Weixin didn't dare to argue any further and could only slink back into the crowd to receive blank stares from the other guests. Su Tian felt one of the gazes thrown at him from the surroundings, and with a flurry of thoughts, he immediately said, "Grandpa, this gift really isn't from me," he added calmly at Elder Yan's slightly disappointed gaze. "He is what my godfather wants to give you. The reason why I didn't say so is because the banquet is crowded. Taking out such a valuable antique in case it is lost or broken, this is an incalculable loss. Furthermore, my godfather wanted to give you a surprise, which is why he intentionally left it in the security room and waited until after the birthday banquet to give it to you." With that, Su Tian looked towards Yen Jinsong and said, "Godfather, you used a great favor to beg for this from a collector, so it's better for you to explain it to Grandpa in person." Yen Jinsong looked at Su Tian with some bewilderment, but eventually nodded his head at the gesture of Su Tian's eyes. "This is priceless. From what collector?" Elder Yen was not that good at fooling around, and a treasure whose value is comparable to the 10,000 miles river in mountain map. "Can you afford to buy it now?" Su Tian smiled faintly at his words. "Actually, it's the fact that Godfather had saved the life of that collector in his early years. That's why the other party was willing to part with his life, and that person acted in a low-profile manner, usually living in deep seclusion, and didn't wish for us to divulge his true identity." This reason of Su Tian's was quite reasonable, and since Old Song had identified the dagger as genuine, he wasn't interested in delving into the rest of the details. "Jinsong, tell me, is this the gift you intend to give me?" Elder Yen had long since lost all hope in Yen Jinsong, and this was the first time tonight that he paid attention to this eldest son that he had once placed high hopes in. Yen Jinsong was unwilling to lie to his father, but Su Tian set him up as soon as he did, and denying it now would not only make his father angry, but it would also make Su Tian take a charge of deceiving his elders. After weighing the pros and cons, he nodded. "I prepared this especially for you. Have a heart." Elder Yan's serious expression eased, as if he thought of something from the past, and let out a long sigh of some hatred. "Since you're home today, let's catch up with the family." Although his attitude towards Yen Jinsong was still cold, this was already the best attitude in recent years. The Yen family's eldest son is really attentive for Elder Yan's birthday. Such a rare treasure could even be found by him. Guests applauded and praised Yen Jinsong, seeing that he hadn't managed to make Su Tian offend Elder Yen, but had instead made Elder Yen recognize his identity. Butler Xiao was about to open his mouth to say something more, but he saw Yen Hongyu, who was not far away, motionlessly giving him a wink, so he could only reluctantly shut his mouth and retreated behind the crowd. After everyone had given their respective gifts, the banquet was officially opened. Yen Jinsong and Su Tian both returned to their positions as well. They were placed at the doorway. The table was cold and quiet. Other than Su Xiuya, Yen Qingxue, there was no one else. After the two of them were seated, Su Xiuya couldn't wait to ask, "Tian, what the hell is going on?" Su Tian sniffed and explained, "That dagger was actually plucked from my antique street stall. Originally thought to be a fake, just something to buy and play with. I was afraid of being misunderstood as a gift, so I purposely placed it in the security room. As a result, it was still rummaged through by housekeeper Xiao." Saying that, he said with some emotion, I didn't expect this dagger to really be an antique. It seems like that stall owner didn't lie to me. What about the house? Again? Yen Jinsong asked with a stern face. How did you know that the house where Su Mingli's family lives is mine? Godfather. I actually also know that the villa in Jiangshui dynasty is also yours. Su Tian scratched his head, an apology in his eyes. I'm currently working for a company under Tianfeng Entertainment. Tianfeng Entertainment? Yen Jinsong realized something and his eyes went cold again. Su Tian nodded his head. I helped the company solve a PR crisis, and that's why I was hired out of the blue. I fainted on the road before and was taken to the hospital by my godmother also because I was too tired from working during that time, so I was physically exhausted. Right after I recovered the loss for the company in the first place, the boss even promised to give me a big bonus and promised me a condition. At that time when I went to the head office to meet the boss, it just so happened that when I was outside the office the boss was entertaining an old friend, and I stood outside the door and overheard some bit of gossip about you, Godfather. That's why I was thinking that you guys, Godfather and Godmother, must be very reluctant to part with this house. So when the boss asked me what I wanted, I asked for the house at 88 River Water Dynasty. You know that Su Mingli's house is mine, and you also heard it from Guo Qishan? Yen Jinsong and Guo Qishan fought for half a lifetime. What the other side of the bottom naturally know clearly. He also didn't expect Guo Qishan to be so bottomless, going around telling others about his privacy. Su Tian nodded without hesitation. He accidentally let Guo Qishan back a big pot. But for him at this stage, the most important thing is to make Yen Jinsong and Su Shoya accept this set of words, so can only sacrifice the image of Mr. Guo. So that's how it is. Yen Jinsong's face eased a lot. Godfather, did I make a fool of myself and piss you off? No, I'm not mad. Yen Jinsong patted Su Tian's shoulder. On the contrary, I have to thank you, but I can't go live in the River Water Dynasty. That's what you worked your ass off to get in exchange for working overtime. Yes, how is $15,000 rent enough for this house? You said you couldn't rent it out before. You were also coaxing us, right? Su Shoya was also busy saying, I was worried that my godparents would be psychologically burdened. Su Tian let out a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. I usually live in a dormitory. You guys don't live, that house can be left empty. What a pity. As for the rent, you're my godparents and I have to charge such a high rent. If word gets out, I'm going to be poked and prodded. Then, Su Shoya looked at Yen Jinsong with some hesitation, obviously hoping that he would take the idea. Godmother, do you think this will work? Su Tian said in a consultative tone. I like to eat home-cooked food. If you're free, Godmother, cook me a few dishes, even if it's to pay the rent, okay? Su Shoya was just about to open her mouth when Su Tian continued. You and your godfather are staying at Zhang Yuzhen's house. It's not convenient for me to go over and see you guys. They definitely won't welcome me. And with my current financial condition, I really can't afford to buy a small house for you to live in. So Godfather, Godmother, you'll move over to the River Water Dynasty. Su Tian's passage was what made Su Shoya's heart flutter. Today, they and Zhang Yuzhen are considered to have torn their faces apart. If they go back again, they will certainly be subjected to a lot of blank stares. Su Tian had a point. If they stayed at his brother's house, they wouldn't be able to entertain Su Tian over for dinner. Su Shoya had a mild character and was used to letting Yen Jinsong make decisions, so she turned her head and asked tentatively, Old Yen, what do you think? Then let's listen to Xiao Tian's arrangement. Yen Jinsong's attitude softened, but the rent can't just be 15,000. Your godmother and I can't take out much money right now. 3,000 per month, to help you save up. If you need it in the future, just talk to me. Dad, Mom, haven't you ever considered my opinion? Yen Xingxue saw that her parents didn't consult with her at all, and was a bit angry. I'm your own daughter. Chapter 145. Master Lin Wanshan Lin is here. You don't live at home. What are we discussing with you? Yen Jinsong glanced at the indignant Yen Xingxue. Xingxue, let me formally introduce you again. From now on, Su Tian will be your brother. I deny it. Yen Xingxue said both angrily and aggrievedly. You guys are unaware that he is a white-eyed wolf. He is obviously the adopted son of the Su family, but he does not know how to be thankful at all, and he loafs around, all day long. That's impossible. Yen Jinsong and Su Shoya shook their heads in unison. Xiao Tian is not that kind of person. Yen Xingxue was even angrier when she saw that her parents didn't believe her and were siding with outsiders. Why not? Do you know what kind of reputation he has at Su? Obviously the Su family's adopted son doesn't even know how to be grateful. He loafs around all day, takes the company's salary and doesn't even go to work. I've been working at Su's for 2 months now, and I haven't seen him, the assistant manager, show up. If he really had a conscience, he wouldn't let his big brother work so hard and do nothing himself. Before Yen Xingxue called Su Rixin, 8 times out of 10 she was told that the other party was working overtime and couldn't accompany her. At that time she was especially heartbroken for this man who worked hard every day. Sister Haruki seems to have some misunderstandings about me, Su Tian patiently explained. It's not that I'm not going to the company, but I've already left my job. And if I hadn't already gone to work for Skywind Entertainment, how could I have gotten the villa that my godparents had before? You're lying. Nishin clearly said you were absent from work and you still have the nerve to argue. Yan Xingxue was unforgiving. Su Tian, I know your background. You may be able to fool my parents, but you definitely can't fool me. Well. Yan Jinsong was given a headache by Yan Xingxue's noise. Xingxue, let's wait for the birthday banquet to end and go home to talk about what's going on. Today is your grandfather's birthday. Don't make his old man unhappy. Oh, Grandpa, he won't pay any attention to us. Yan Xingxue smiled self-deprecatingly. We are about to sit outside the banquet hall. Who can hear us? Even those small stars are in a better position than us. Those who don't know still think that we have been removed from the Yin family. Xingxue, how do you talk? Yan Jinsong's face changed. Oh, I was wrong. Yan Xingxue, however, was not at all willing to show weakness. There is no difference between us and being removed from the list now. Alright, you guys stop arguing. Seeing Yan Jinsong's ugly expression, Su Xiaoya hurriedly opened her mouth and advised, all of you should talk less. Have some soup to calm the fire. Xiao Tian, your sister and your godfather are just this temper. Don't be offended. We are all family. Just talk away any misunderstandings. Humph, who is family with him? Yan Xingxue rolled her eyes impatiently. Su Tian was somewhat helpless. The current Yan Xingxue and the melancholic and calm Yan Xingxue a few years later were simply two different people, but he still felt that such a straightforward Yan Xingxue was a bit more adorable and vivid. Just as Su Tian was chatting with Yan Jinsong and the others, an exclamation came from the side of the main seat. Su Tian raised his eyes and saw the two of them, Yan Hongyu and a young woman, delivering a scroll to Elder Yan. Su Tian was slightly stunned after seeing that woman. He hadn't paid attention before and only now did he recognize that this woman following Yan Hongyu was actually Su Miaoyin. Godmother, that one is? Su Tian pointed in Su Miaoyin's direction. She's the fourth young Miss Su Miaoyin of the imperial capital Su family. Su Xiaoya spoke. I just heard someone say that she's about to get engaged to Yan Hongyu. Su Miaoyin? Su Tian frowned slightly. This fourth young lady was an illegitimate daughter, and now that she's been retrieved by this family, she's not only become a celebrity in the imperial capital, but she's even made an exception to the genealogy, so it's really a good fate. Yan Xingxue didn't seem to like Su Miaoyin very much, and she continued to speak in a conspiratorial accent. Her words did make Su Tian think of his previous life. After he divorced Tang Bingyan in his last life, Su Miaoyin did follow him around without leaving him, and she was so in love with him. But after he was squeezed of all his utilization value by the Su family and became penniless, Lin Miaoyin left him without hesitation. Su Tian later heard that she went to the imperial capital to develop, and then there was no news. Unexpectedly, Lin Miaoyin was the illegitimate daughter of the Su family. Perhaps, in her previous life, Lin Miaoyin was found by the Su family to be picked up and returned to the imperial capital after she had fallen on hard times. Xiao Tian, what's wrong with you? Su Xiaoya asked with some concern when she saw a flash of fierceness in Su Tian's originally clear eyes. Nothing. Su Tian came back to his senses and coughed lightly, maybe a little tired. Just as he spoke, his eyes still flickered with some doubt. There were so many men in Jiangqing City. Why did Lin Miaoyin choose Yan Hongyu? He only knew that Yan Hongyu had chased after Lin Miaoyin when he was in college, and as to whether he really liked it or simply enjoyed the thrill of competing with him, Su Tian did not know. Lin Miaoyin was not interested in Yan Hongyu at all at that time. Now that the two had come together again, Su Tian didn't believe that they were truly in love. But no matter what, as long as they didn't jump in front of him, Su Tian didn't bother. At this time, Yan Hongyu and Su Miaoyin both had already unfolded the scroll in front of Master Yan, and on top of the scroll were the imposing four big words, Golden Jade Hall. The calligraphy was strong and imposing, and immediately drew admiration from the guests. It's an ink treasure by master calligrapher Lin Wanshan. Elder Song was the first to see the inscription underneath the scroll and excitedly put on his presbyopus and came over. The crowd sniffed and looked over to the location of the inscription, and sure enough at the bottom, it was Lin Wanshan's private seal. This is actually really Master Lin's writing. Yan Jinsong was a bit agitated, his eyes deadpan on the calligraphy. He usually liked to study calligraphy and painting, and usually wrote a couple of them himself in his spare time. But unfortunately, since his company went bankrupt, he was too busy making a living to stick to those elegant hobbies anymore. The master calligrapher he admires most is Lin Wanshan. Lin Wanshan is a low-key person, and his ink treasures are always hard to find in the calligraphy and painting market. All the guests present, but those who had some knowledge of calligraphy and painting, were very excited. Grandpa, this pair of Master Lin Wanshan's ink treasures is my birthday gift to you. I know you've always admired Master Lin's work, and this time I've specially gone through my connections and begged for a golden jade hall from Master Lin. In fact, Yen Hongyu had originally planned to utilize Su Miaoyin's father's connections to invite Master Lin Wanshan Lin to come and participate in Elder Yan's birthday banquet, only that Master Lin had never participated in this kind of occasion and had never replied. In the end, Yen Hongyu could only settle for the second best, begging for a piece of artwork as a birthday gift for his grandfather. Before the banquet started today, Su Miaoyin and Yen Hongyu both had a glimmer of hope in their hearts, but as the banquet passed the halfway mark, their hopes were dashed. Hongyu has a heart. Elder Yen looked at Yen Hongyu with delight, his tone gentle and loving. I like this gift very much. As long as Grandpa likes it, then it's worth it for me to put in as much effort as I can. Yen Hongyu replied obediently. Love it, I love it. A rare smile surfaced on Elder Yan's wrinkled face, and right in the middle of this warm and peaceful atmosphere, Butler Xiao hurriedly came to Yen Hongyu's side and lowered his voice to say a few words to him. What did you say? Yen Honyu's face instantly showed joy. 1,000 times true. Butler Xiao replied affirmatively. Miaoyin, Master Lin has arrived. Yen Hongyu tugged on Su Miaoyin's sleeve. Su Miaoyin froze. It's Master Lin Wanshan Lin? Right. Yen Hongyu said with great certainty. The security department side at the entrance just sent someone to report that Master Lin has already entered the courtyard and will be coming over soon. Su Miaoyin immediately laughed delicately at her words. I told you, my father's face is still useful. Chapter 146. Master Lin was invited by Su Tian. Miaoyin, or you have a solution. Yen Hongyu looked at Su Miaoyin fondly. It's my lifelong honor for you to give me the chance to be with me. Hongyu, Su Miaoyin's small face slightly reddened. I was the one who looked away before. I now realize that you're the most suitable man for me. An honor. Yen Hongyu's thin lips hooked slightly as he wrapped his arms around Su Miaoyin's slender waist and looked in Su Tian's direction with some complacency. A bit of contempt surfaced in Su Tian's eyes when he saw that he was burying his head in bitter food. He was going to show this kid today what it meant to be crushed by strength. It was true that once he left school, Su Tian was nothing, and now even Lin Miaoyin, who had always been devoted to him, had thrown herself into his arms, so what else could he do to fight with himself? Just at this moment, an old man wearing a white Chinese platter leisure suit appeared at the doorway of the banquet hall, followed by a broad-shouldered and strong bodyguard imposing behind the old man. Oh my god, it's not my eyes, is it really Master Lin? The appearance of the white-clothed old man caused quite a commotion in the banquet hall. He's Master Calligrapher Lin Wanshan. All the guests stared dumbfounded at the old man who walked into the banquet hall with nothing but shock on his face. Yen Hongyu and Su Miaoyin both greeted them warmly. Master Lin, for you to come here in such a big way, it really brings honor to our Yen family. Yen Hongyu greeted Lin Wanshan courteously. From his expression to his tone of voice, he was very decent. Master Lin, my name is Su Miaoyin. I'm the daughter of Su Zongza of the imperial capital Su family. Su Miaoyin also held her head high and greeted Lin Wanshan with her best well-behaved little white flower stance. Lin Wanshan's footsteps lurched as he nodded faintly. He knows Su Zongza of the Su family in the imperial capital, and Su Zongza has spent a lot of effort in order to ask him for a piece of golden jade hall. The guests in the banquet hall could not help but sigh when they saw the two of them. Yen Hongyu and Su Miaoyin, taking the initiative to greet Lin Wanshan. This prospective heir of the Yen family is truly resourceful. Not only did he beg for Master Lin's ink treasures for Master Yen, but he even managed to invite Master Lin himself to attend Master Yan's birthday banquet. Earlier, I heard people say that Yen Hongyu is the best of the younger generation of the Yen family. Originally I didn't believe it, but today, once I saw it, the rumors are indeed true. Yen Jinsong, who was sitting in the corner, stood up from his chair and looked in Lin Wanshan's direction. Hobby of calligraphy and painting. He naturally also took Master Lin as his idol, except that Master Lin usually acted in a low-key manner, seldom participated in interviews, and even fewer attended public events. Even when he was managing the Yen group, Yen Jinsong did not have the opportunity to meet with this top Chinese calligraphy master. Su Tian didn't move to observe Yen Hongyu, Su Miaoyin and the two of them, but he was somewhat surprised in his heart. With Yen Hongyu's status, he shouldn't be qualified enough to invite Lin Wanshan. As for the Su family in the imperial capital, although the Su family's position amongst the imperial capital's several great gentry was not to be underestimated, it was not easy to say that they could invite Lin Wanshan. It seemed that Su Miaoyin really didn't put in a lot of effort to please Yen Hongyu. Master Lin, please come with me and take a seat at the main table. Yen Hongyu slightly bowed and made an invitation gesture, and together with Su Miaoyin and the two of them, they led Lin Wanshan to the main seat in the center of the banquet hall. Those old men on the main seat got up and warmly greeted Lin Wanshan. Old Yen, this grandson of yours is really capable. Even Master Lin, who never attends private banquets, could be invited by him. A short and fat old man had an envious look on his face. That brat in my house, he only knows how to cause trouble for me. Elder Yen had already arrived in front of Lin Wanshan. He shook hands with Lin Wanshan somewhat nervously, but his face was still full of disbelief. Master Lin has come to visit. Mr. Yen has missed out on welcoming him. Please don't take offense. Elder Yen is polite. I heard that today is your birthday, so Mr. Lin has prepared a small gift. When he said that, he ordered the bodyguard beside him to send up a piece of calligraphy. The bodyguard opened the scroll in front of everyone and placed it in front of Elder Yen. The guests rose and stretched their necks in the direction of the main table. On the gold-sprinkled scroll was still Lin Wanshan's vigorous brushwork, blessed with longevity. In addition to his personal seal, there is a gift of Master Yen in the inscription. Elder Lin's attainments in calligraphy really take the breath away from us laymen. The few old men gathered around Elder Yen were in awe of the calligraphy, but Master Yen's heart is a little shocked, because Lin Wanshan's this piece of writing is obviously for him to write temporarily, which is more meaningful than Yen Hongyu begged for that piece of golden jade full of hall. Master Lin, this gift is too precious for Mr. Yen, and Mr. Yen will surely treasure it. Old Mr. Yen doesn't have to be polite. Lin Wanshan smiled lightly and waved his hand with an unimpressed look. When the guests learned that Lin Wanshan had specially written a character for Elder Yen's birthday banquet, they looked at Yen Hongyu with a little more admiration. To have such a skill at such a young age, to be able to make a national treasure level calligraphy master give him face, this Yen Hongyu's future is absolutely unlimited. I really envy old man Yen. Elder Song couldn't even help but lament. Both of your grandsons are so filial, especially Yen Hongyu. He knows that you've always revered Master Lin, so he invited Master Lin to attend your birthday banquet. This kind of heart is really rare. Yes, if I had such a filial and capable grandson, I could wake up smiling in my dreams. On the surface, Elder Yen didn't move, but in reality, he was still a bit pleased, and was very flattered by the bragging of his old friends. Those of us who are juniors should think of Grandpa in every way. Grandpa's wish, even if it's difficult, I will try my best to fulfill it for him. Yen Hongyu spoke eloquently in a spirited manner, and just as they were talking, Lin Wanshan had already turned around and walked towards the other side of the banquet hall. The people who originally wanted to go up and talk to Lin Wanshan froze in place, all a bit puzzled. Where is Master Lin going? The entire banquet in the status of the most valuable of those big shots are in the main table this side, next to the rest and dispersal of the table who can let Master Lin take the initiative to go over to say hello. In the far corner, Su Tian was serving soup to Su Shoya, as if he didn't care about Lin Wanshan's arrival, and when he raised his head again, he surprisingly realized that Lin Wanshan seemed to be walking towards where he was. Mr. Su Tian, long time no see. Lin Wanshan did not have the arrogance and coldness of a great artist in front of Su Tian in the slightest. Instead, he revealed an affable smile. It's been a long time? Su Tian's hand holding the water cup lurched, and he was somewhat surprised as he put down the cup and got up. What long time no see? Have they met? Could it be that Su Tian also knows Master Lin? Those old men sitting beside Elder Yen were surprised. It looks like they should know each other. Elder Yen got up and walked over in Lin Wanshan's direction. Master Lin, you and Su Tian know each other? Lin Wanshan saw Elder Yen and the others had walked over and slightly nodded at them. That's right, Mr. Su Tian and I are old acquaintances, and quite compatible. So that's how it is. Elder Yen didn't move on the surface, but in his heart, he became more and more surprised. Yen Jinsong recognized what this godson was really about, that he could know Master Lin and have a close relationship. Elder Yen was surprised in his heart, and the two of them, Yen Jinsong and Su Shoya, were even more surprised. They had never expected Su Tian to know Lin Wanshan. Mr. Su, you could have actually greeted me earlier, Lin Wanshan said with some regret. Otherwise, I could have planned it more carefully. Su Tian was a bit bewildered, completely unable to understand what Lin Wanshan was saying. Master Lin, what are you? Not only did Su Tian not understand, even Elder Yen and the others were filled with confusion. You don't know, Mr. Yen? When Lin Wanshan saw the people around him looking at him with astonishment, he opened his mouth and explained, I came to your birthday banquet this time, old Mr. Yen, because Mr. Su Tian told me that you like calligraphy, so he invited me over. Lin Wanshan's voice was not loud, but it could be heard clearly by the entire banquet hall. The original gazes of envy and admiration moved away from the two of them, Yen Hongyu and Su Miaoyin, and turned to Su Tian's side. Earlier, they had seen Yen Hongyu and Su Miaoyin personally go to greet Master Lin Wanshan Lin and even talk to him happily, so they all had the preconceived notion that it was them who had invited Master Lin over. But listening to Master Lin just now, it seemed to have absolutely nothing to do with them. The reason why Master Lin had come over to attend Elder Yan's birthday banquet was because of Su Tian's face. The smiles on the faces of the originally spirited Yen Hongyu and Su Miaoyin both instantly froze. Master Lin, are you saying that you came over for my grandfather's birthday banquet because Su Tian invited you? Su Miaoyin asked incredulously. Exactly. Lin Wanshan was clearly a bit displeased with Su Miaoyin's slightly questioning tone. Otherwise, what else could I be because of? It's not like I know any of you people. Chapter 147 Master Lin, do we really know each other? Su Miaoyin was choked speechless by Lin Wanshan's words. Once again, the crowd cast envious eyes at Su Tian, thinking that this godson of Yen Jinsong was really capable, even having friendships with national treasure-level calligraphy masters. Su Tian himself, who had been pushed to the tip of the storm, actually still didn't have a clear picture of the situation, although he had already regained his calm demeanor on the surface. In his heart, he still had misgivings about the matter of Lin Wanshan coming because of himself. He could be sure that he had never met Lin Wanshan, much less had any friendship with him. Then why would the other party swear to know him, and still be entrusted by him to attend Elder Yan's birthday banquet? You know that Lin Wanshan is a titanic figure in Chinese calligraphy. Even if he knows him, he is not qualified to invite over. Su Tian silently pondered over his interactions with Lin Wanshan in his mind, and even searched for experiences from his previous life, and after coming up empty-handed, he suddenly thought of someone. It's not Tang Bingyan, is it? If it was Tang Bingyan who had stepped forward to invite Lin Wanshan, the other party would definitely give this face. However, Bingyan had always disliked his association with the Yen family, or to be precise, his association with anyone. Then how could she go and invite Lin Wanshan to back herself up? Su Miaoyin, who was standing on the side, stared at Su Tian with a sullen face. She didn't believe that Su Tian had this ability. After accidentally meeting Su Tian at the birthday banquet, Su Miaoyin, who originally wanted to utilize her new identity to raise her eyebrows in front of Su Tian, simply couldn't accept the fact that Lin Wanshan was here because of Su Tian. But now that Lin Wanshan had admitted it himself, she couldn't save the day no matter what she did. Su Miaoyin wasn't stupid. Knowing that bringing up her father Su Zong's friendship with Lin Wanshan at this time would only be self-defeating, so she pretended to be unconcerned, barely maintaining her pitiful self-esteem. Master Lin, no matter who you're here because of, we're very grateful that you've come to fulfill this wish of Grandpa's. Seeing this, Yen Hanyu also spoke up and agreed. That's right, Master Lin, we're very grateful to you. After saying that, he even walked over to Su Tian and patted his shoulder affectionately. Xiao Tian, you're really deep in hiding. We've known each other for so long and I didn't even know that you had a friendship with Master Lin. Su Tian didn't move to avoid Yen Hanyu's hand. The other party was so sympathetic that he only felt disgusted. Master Lin was actually really invited by Su Tian. Yen Jinsong is so lucky to have recognized such a capable and well-connected godson. The guests couldn't help but sigh. And when they looked at Yen Jinsong and Su Xiaoya again, their eyes were no longer as contemptuous as before. It seems that our previous deductions were all wrong. This Su Tian is truly a talented young man. A proper young talent. Before, they all thought that the person who could recognize Yen Jinsong as his godson must be even more down and out than Yen Jinsong. But after meeting Su Tian today, they realized that this youth wasn't as unpleasant as they had imagined. Instead, his mannerisms were very decent. Especially after they learned that Lin Wanshan had been invited over by Su Tian, they were even more impressed with Su Tian. Ordinary young talents can't do anything to befriend Grandmaster Lin. This Su Tian is really something. I originally thought that Yen Jinsong's days must be much worse now that he's been kicked out of the Yen family and the company he started has gone bankrupt, but it doesn't seem to be the case at all. With a godson this good, he'll be clothed and fed for the rest of his life even if he does nothing. While the guests were whispering, Elder Yen once again re-examined the youth standing in front of him. He hadn't originally put Su Tian on his mind, and no matter what Su Tian's relationship with Yen Jinsong was, it simply didn't matter to him. But now, something else was on his mind. Su Tian was able to invite Lin Wanshan here, so perhaps he had other contacts over in the imperial capital, and these contacts would definitely be of great help to the Yen family. So, Master Yen made a decision in his mind. Even though Lin Wanshan came to the banquet, his pride and arrogance as an artist made him right unapproachable all over his face. Although there were still some people who wanted to go up and talk to him, but seeing Lin Wanshan's impatience, gradually no one dared to come over and disturb him. Just as several of his juniors came over with their wine glasses to toast Elder Yan's birthday, Su Tian took the opportunity to come in front of Lin Wanshan. Master Lin, do we really know each other? Su Tian wanted to figure out who exactly Lin Wanshan had invited. Mr. Su, you really are a nobleman. Lin Wanshan had a frank face, as if he really knew Su Tian. If Su Tian's will wasn't strong, he might actually think that he had lost his memory. In the end, Su Tian still helplessly said to Lin Wanshan, Master Lin, don't joke with me, I truly don't remember where I've crossed paths with you. It seems you really don't remember. Lin Wanshan sighed somewhat helplessly, an imitation that seemed to be a silent indictment of Su Tian's lack of attention to himself. Su Tian's eyelids twitched slightly, thinking that if this Master Lin wasn't a master of calligraphy and ran off to act, he would definitely hold back a few movie star trophies. This acting, It's so superb that it doesn't have the slightest crack. Seeing that Lin Wanshan had refused to let go, he had no choice but to make a preemptive strike. Master Lin, do you know Tang Bingyan? Was she the one who greeted you and asked you to come over this time? The matter that he was coming to attend Elder Yan's birthday banquet. Apart from the two of them, Yan Jinsong and Su Shoya, only Tang Bingyan was left to know about it. And besides Tang Bingyan, he couldn't think of anyone who was so capable of inviting this national treasure master. Lin Wanshan looked up at Su Tian with some surprise at his words, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Who is Tang Bingyan? Mr. Lin doesn't recognize it. Su Tian. It seems Lin Wanshan is addicted to acting. Then please go ahead, Master Lin. I'm still grateful that you came over to attend my grandfather's birthday banquet today. Seeing that the other party had always refused to admit it, Su Tian didn't force himself. Please forgive me if the hospitality was not good enough. Good point, I'm a quiet person. You don't have to keep me company. Lin Wanshan graciously waved his hand at Su Tian, picking up a cup of water alone and walking towards a quiet corner. Su Miaoyin's attention had been on Su Tian's side, and when she saw that Su Tian and Lin Wanshan had been talking, her face couldn't help but look a little harder. Although Yan Jinsong was now down and out, he still had some connections after all. It made sense that they were able to get that dagger before, but she didn't believe that Su Tian was capable of inviting Lin Wanshan to celebrate the Yin family's old man's birthday. Su Miaoyin had seen a lot of the world during this period of time with her real father, plus she had studied a bit, and now she was as familiar with those secret stories of high society as she was. Looking at this China, there were only a handful of people who could invite Lin Wanshan. Could it be that person invited the people here for Su Tian? Chapter 148. There will be a chance. When she thought of that woman, Su Miaoyin couldn't help but clench her fists. She originally thought that Su Tian would definitely divorce her and choose to be with herself, but she didn't expect that after she designed to share a room with Su Tian and took photos of it, Su Tian seemed like a different person, and even abandoned her, refusing to contact her anymore. Su Miaoyin originally thought she had no more hope, but suddenly the sky fell in luck and she was recognized by the Su family and became a legitimate daughter of a powerful family. The first thing Su Miaoyin did after successfully turning over was to want to take revenge on Su Tian. She wanted to make Su Tian regret it, so she agrees to the advances of Su Tian's former rival, Yan Hongyu. Just as Su Miaoyin was thinking about how to leak this matter to Su Tian, she realized that Su Tian had actually sent himself to the door. Even though Su Miaoyin wasn't sure why Su Tian was involved with the Yan family, Su Tian's current status was right up her alley. Su Tian was now half of the Yan family, and she was about to get engaged to Yan Hongyu, so she still had to worry about not having a chance to retaliate in the future? Anyway, even if Su Tian was still with that woman, so what? That family could never accept an ordinary man like Su Tian. The day Su Tian was abandoned was the moment he fell into the abyss. Xiao Tian, do you know that Su family's young lady? Yan Jinsong noticed Su Miaoyin's gaze and felt a little strange. Su Tian shook his head. Not familiar. For this woman, Su Miaoyin, he only had loathing now, and he couldn't even talk about hatred. He wouldn't waste any of his emotions on this unworthy woman. As long as Su Miaoyin was peaceful with Yan Hongyu and didn't actively jump in front of him to show her presence, he didn't bother. Humph, not familiar? Yan Xingxue sniffed and sneered. I'm afraid it's not that childhood friend of yours, right? She had heard Su Rixin mention that her own brother was so enamored by his childhood friend that he didn't even want a good marriage. Haruyuki. Su Shoya frowned a bit angrily. Xiao Tian is already your brother. Don't talk to him in such a tone. And that's his personal matter. We should respect him if he doesn't want to talk about it. Godmother, it's okay. I used to have some friendship with this MS, Su, but that's all in the past. Su Tian didn't mean to hide it. And I have a girlfriend now. She's a woman who is very good in all aspects. Su Tian thought twice, but still didn't directly tell Su Shoya and the others about his marriage with Tang Bingyan. It wasn't that he didn't trust them. It was just that Tang Bingyan had a special status, and before he had accumulated enough capital to be able to compete with her, it was better to be cautious. Really? You have a girlfriend already? Su Shoya said happily. Then why don't you bring it home for us to meet someday? She's rather busy and will be traveling at the end of the month, so I'll discuss it with her first when I get back. Su Tian explained. Humph, say it like it's true. Bring it over here and show us if you can. Yan Xingxue was disdainful. Because of the influence of Su Rixin, she always thought that Su Tian was a white-eyed wolf, both incapable and heartless. This kind of person empty of a good skin inner but dirty. There will be a woman to look at him is strange. There will be opportunities. Su Tian wasn't in a hurry to have Yan Xingxue immediately change her attitude towards him. After all, Su Rixin's ability to buy people's hearts was something he had seen long ago. Yan Xingxue hadn't discovered the other party's true colors yet, and it was useless to say more about herself. Only Su Rixin that villain has countless women with ambiguous relationships around him, and he doesn't want Yan Xingxue to fall deeper and deeper. As far as he knew, The main reason why Su Rixin had asked Yin Qingxue to come to the company to work for her as a secretary was also because the previous secretary had resigned. That secretary was introduced to Su Rixin by Yun Shuo, and after Yun Shuo left Su clan, the other party also followed him out. Su Rixin urgently needs a secretary with strong working ability, and can't afford to pay a high salary, looking for Yin Qingxue to come over, but just because she is in love with herself, not caring about the salary and bonuses, simply treating her as a cheap labor. And although Su Tian had left Su clan, he was still a shareholder of the company after all. Before he looked at the financial side of the staff salary statement, Yin Qingxue work a month overtime 20 days, but not a penny overtime pay, and even the night to go home the taxi money are not reimbursed. Just like that, Yin Qingxue is still willingly working for Su Rixin, fantasizing that Su Rixin will marry her when the company gets over its difficulties. It seems that it's time to find a time to let Yin Qingxue recognize Su Rixin's true nature and draw a line with him at an early date. There's no rush. When you're both free, come back together to see me and your godfather. Su Xiaoya was quite enlightened, and also knew that she was only Su Tian's godmother, and didn't make numerous demands. Godfather, godmother, after the banquet is over, you guys will move over to the River Water Dynasty. Su Tian glanced at the time. The banquet was nearing its end, and Yin Jinsong's family had always refrained from staying overnight from this mansion since they had been expelled from the Yin family. I've contacted the movers, and someone will be packing your things for you in a little while as well. Good, then I'll trouble Xiao Tian. I'll make you dumplings for dinner when we're settled. This time Su Xiaoya didn't push back, but instead patted the back of Su Tian's hand gratefully. What kind of stuffing do you like to eat? I'll ask your godfather to go to the market to buy vegetables. Although the Yin family's birthday banquet was rich in colorful dishes, most of them were just fancy, delicate and delicious but not at all filling. She and Yin Jinsong have small appetites for their age, so they don't think it's a big deal, but they're worried that Su Tian won't get enough to eat. No need to bother. Today you and godfather are tired for the whole day. You still have to move when you go back. When you get to the villa site it's better to take an early rest. I'll visit you some other day. That's fine. Su Xiaoya nodded and turned her head to Yin Jinsong. Old Yin, it's almost time. We should go back too. Just as the family got up and prepared to leave quietly, there was a sudden sound of footsteps behind them. Big sister. Su Xiaoya turned her head, only to see Su Mingli running over with an anxious face. She stopped in her tracks and looked at Su Mingli with a complicated face. In the past, she truly loved this younger brother of hers, and even if she was a little bit aggrieved, as long as Su Mingli's family was in harmony, she could not care. But Su Mingli is completely ungrateful and repeatedly condones Zhang Yuzhen and Su Weixin to turn right and wrong to make things difficult for her and Yin Jinsong. Su Mingli's performance at the banquet just now had even chilled Su Xiaoya to the bone. Even if Su Mingli had said a word for her, she wouldn't have been so upset. Now Su Xiaoya also figured out that since Su Mingli did not even consider her as his own sister, but only felt that their family was weak and bullying, and profitable, then she also did not need to care about that long-left little sibling love. Big sister, are you and your brother-in-law really going to move to Su Tian's side? Su Mingli asked sheepishly. Su Xiaoya looked at him with cold eyes. Old Yen and I have also been bothering you guys for so many years. It's like Zhang Yuzhen said, we can't keep freeloading. It's time for us to move out and lighten your burdens. Chapter 149. Isn't it just a godson? Big sister, I didn't mean that. Su Mingli said with difficulty. I never felt that you guys are freeloaders. But Yuzhen, that character you also know. She was bossy and accustomed to it when she was in her mother's family. There is a contradiction between you guys, and I can't really do anything about it when I'm caught in the middle. Su Mingli complained about his difficulties to Su Xiaoya with a depressed face, and eventually asked tentatively, then after you guys move out this time, will brother-in-law still work at the company? Su Tian coldly watched Su Mingli's poor acting. I'm afraid that he had just laid it out for so long because he wanted to make sure that Yin Jinsong would still go back to working for him. Yin Jinsong has outstanding working ability and previous management experience in a large company, coupled with the fact that Su Mingli had been playing the emotional card with him, so much so that Yin Jinsong's salary and bonuses had been about the same as an ordinary employee. Like this, obedient, willing to work overtime, but also do not ask for return cheap labor. Su Mingli he naturally do not want to let go. Su Tian was worried that Su Xiaoya's heart was soft, so he took the initiative to speak without waiting for her to open her mouth. My godfather isn't getting any younger. I don't want him to work that hard, and naturally I won't go over to the company side. Su Tian's words shattered Su Mingli's last shred of fantasy. However, Zhang Yuzhen, who was behind Su Mingli, heard Su Tian's words and immediately rushed up. What are you talking about? Yin Jinsong is an employee of our company. If he says he won't go, then what will we do? Su Tian sniffed and sneered. Which company allows employees to resign? The big deal is that we don't want this month's salary. Can he be the same as an ordinary employee? Once he's gone, What will you do with the company's business? Zhang Yuzhen still wanted to use that splattering tactic. I don't care. In any case, he can't go. My godfather is not the same as a regular employee? Su Tian pretended to be puzzled and said, as far as I know, his salary is the same as an ordinary employee. That's. Zhang Yuzhen was still trying to argue, but was interrupted by Su Tian. If this company of yours can't function without my godfather, then what's the point of having your husband as the boss? He raised his eyes and glanced at the grim-faced Su Mingli, and said with a smile, if you don't know, you'd think that my godfather is the boss. You fart. The company is mine and Mingli's. No one can take it. As soon as Zhang Yuzhen heard Su Tian talking about the ownership of the company, she was poked to the sore spot again, fearing that Su Tian would come to grab the ownership of the company with them. Since it's yours, take care of it and don't bother my godfather. Su Tian's sentence to Zhang Yuzhen's all the excuses are blocked back. You do not have to worry. Villa, company, at the beginning are my godparents voluntarily to you, like encountered a beggar on the side of the road. Hand out a mouthful of alms. Even now my godfather is not as beautiful as in the past. Naturally, there is no reason to go back to the beggar to grab food. Zhang Yuzhen and Su Mingli both turned blue at the words. Wasn't Su Tian's remark a sly dig at them for being beggars on the street? Godfather, godmother, let's get going. We have to move when we get back. Su Tian didn't give Zhang Yuzhen a chance to break into a rage. Taking advantage of his stunned effort, he directly took Yan Jinsong and Su Xiuya and left with the two of them. Zhang Yuzhen was so angry that her face turned red, holding a breath in her chest with nowhere to vent it. She could only vent it on Su Mingli's head. Look at this brat Su Tian, still just a godson. He dares to climb on my head and call me a beggar. He also doesn't think about it. When Su Xiuya and Yan Jinsong were down and out, who kindly took them in? All ungrateful, white-eyed wolves. And you, when you see me being bullied, you don't even dare to let out a single fart. It's really bad luck for me to marry a man like you. Zhang Yuzhen cursed more and more vigorously, seeing Su Mingli hanging his head and not saying anything, so he ruthlessly hammered his shoulder, pinching his voice and yelling, talk to me, you mope. Now that Yan Jinsong isn't going to the company, what about the business over there? Who's going to do all that work for him? Mom, take it easy. Su Weixin walked over, looking at Su Tian's back eyes filled with jealousy. Not just a bluffing little white boy. Can't become what climate? Yan Jinsong is in debt, and now without this salary, I'll see how their family lives. Su Tian has a glamorous appearance, but who knows what background he actually has? Do you believe that any rich kid would come to be Yan Jinsong's godson? Su Weixin analyzed with conviction. What does he want? To inherit Yan Jinsong's huge debt? You do have a point. Zhang Yuzhen finished venting, and her fire subsided a bit. But what about that River Water Dynasty house in Master Lin? Oh, it's just a door card. It's not hard to imitate, is it? Su Weixin do not believe with their own age about the same Su Tianjin have any outstanding ability. Maybe he is in order to give himself face, designed well in advance. As for Master Lin, not necessarily he invited. After all, Master Yan in Jiangcheng is considered to be a dignified figure. Son, you're still smart. Hearing Su Weixin disparage Su Tian as worthless, Zhang Yuzhen was in a much better mood. So mom and dad, you don't have to worry too much. Yan Jinsong is really that capable. His own company can still go bankrupt? I still don't believe that our company can't function without them. Yes, Vixen is right. Zhang Yuzhen nodded. Yan Jinsong is just hardworking, not irreplaceable. This kind of employees on the talent market is a lot. We spend money to hire a few back to us to work. They also have to be grateful to lick us on their knees. Unlike Yan Jinsong and Su Xiuya, day after day with a bitter face. Know that with us against. Zhang Yuzhen had lost face at the Yin family's birthday banquet today, and now the pent-up anger in her chest had finally smoothed out. Look at Su Xiuya's villainous look. Isn't he just a godson? What's there to be proud of? That is, she can't give birth to a son herself, so she just recognized a random kid from outside of unknown origin as her godson, and she is not afraid of being cheated out of her family's money. Mom, they didn't have much property left originally. Su Weixin smiled and said, unlike us, we still have cousin Hanyu and the others to rely on. That's right, your cousin Hanyu will definitely help us. In the future our family will have to rely on them. We don't need Su Xiuya and Yan Jinsong's charity at all. Zhang Yuzhen said so on the mouth, but still contentedly occupy the villa and the company. Completely did not have the intention to return the property to its original owner. Cousin Hanyu is really capable. The artists who can make money under the banner of Artstar Media are basically under his management now. You will definitely have a bright future if you follow him in the future. Now those college teachers do not also come out to live with goods. I think you can also, usually do not always dead book. More with your cousin to learn. Hear me? Chapter 150 Su Tian Princess hugs Tang Bingyan. I know. I'll be sure to ask my cousin for more advice. Su Weixin was actually not too satisfied with his specialty, although it was dignified to talk about it. The actual benefits it could bring to him were not much. and the calligraphy industry is extremely concerned about seniority. Wait for him to simmer to become a master of the day is not necessarily to simmer for a long time. Because the Yen family is currently the most profitable industry is the entertainment industry. Its Artstar Media is the imperial capital Su family shareholding capital. And recently the showbiz industry profits more and more big. He gradually also moved the mind. If you can follow Yen Hongyu into the Artstar Media, maybe he will also be able to get a piece of the pie in the future to get the department and the original shares. Just when Zhang Yuzhen's family was still dreaming, Su Shoda and Yen Jinsong had already moved all their luggage to 88 Jiangshui dynasty with the assistance of the moving company. Yen Qingxue just to the original doorstep turned around. Well, excuse, the company has something to go. Su Shoya persuade cannot persuade. Su Tian knew it must be Su Rixin who had something for her again. Su Rixin is now treating Yen Qingxue like a personal nanny, but Yen Qingxue is still willing to go along with it, thinking that Su Rixin truly loves her and intends to marry her. This child, Haruyuki, really worries me. Su Shoya looked at Yen Qingxue's back and sighed helplessly. Xiao Tian, if you have time, help me persuade her. I don't even know what she's busy with outside now. Asking if she's living in the company's dormitory or working overtime. You guys are younger and have common topics. You should be able to communicate well. You help me inquire about it. Don't let her go astray. Don't worry, godmother. I'll persuade her sometime. Su Tian comforted. But don't worry, Sister Qingxue isn't the kind of person who doesn't have a bottom line. She won't go down a crooked path. At least in her previous life, Yen Qingxue did not give up on herself due to excessive grief even after learning of Su Rixin's hypocrisy and ruthlessness. The Yen Qingxue he remembered was always a kind, brave and resolute girl. I'm relieved to have you say that. Su Shoya gratifyingly took Su Tian's hand and made a gesture to try to pull him into the villa. You're also tired for the whole day. Quickly come in and rest. I'll cook you a snack later. No, godmother. I have things to do tomorrow. I need to get back to the company quarters early. Su Tian had been out all day today, and it was still to attend Elder Yan's birthday banquet. If he didn't go home now, it was possible that his wife would get angry and forbid him to contact the Yen family in the future. After bidding farewell to Su Shoya and Yen Jinsong both, Su Tian took a taxi back to the Blue Mountain residence apartment. Not long after Su Tian had left, the worried Su Shoya picked up her cell phone and made a call to Yen Qingxue. Haruki, are you still working? Mom, did you finally remember you have a daughter? Although Yen Qingxue was happy to receive Su Shoya's call, when she thought of their previous attitude towards Su Tian, her heart was inevitably still uncomfortable. How can you talk like this, child? I worry about you so much that I can't sleep, and I look forward to you coming home to stay every day. So how can you say I've forgotten you? I think compared to me, Su Tian is more like your own son. Yen Qingxue said sourly. You and my dad have only known him for a few days, so you trust him that much and even brought him to meet Grandpa. Haruyuki, Xiao Tian is a good boy. Su Shoya had a bit of a headache. Try to get along with him. I don't want it, Yen Qingxue said with dissatisfaction. Why should I get along with him? You guys don't know. He is a white-eyed wolf in the Su family. Obviously the Su family adopted him and raised him, but he doesn't care about the family's affairs. Haruyuki, Su Shoya suddenly interrupted Yen Qingxue in a serious tone. There are some things I didn't want you to know, but since your misunderstanding of Xiao Tian is so deep, I can't hide it from you. What? Yen Qingxue was a bit bewildered. Mom, you're hiding something from me? It's only right for the Su family to raise Xiao Tian. Even those properties of the Su family should be Xiao Tian's. Su Shoya said decisively. When we gave the Su family a large sum of money, the condition was that we would allow them to raise Xiao Tian and wait until Xiao Tian grew up to give him 60% of the company. What? Yen Qingxue seemed to associate something with what she heard, and her face suddenly changed. You guys have known Su Tian for a long time? He wouldn't be my own brother, would he? Not. Su Shoya hesitated for a moment, as if weighing her words. In the end, she made up her mind to speak to Yen Qingxue. Haruyuki, you're grown up now, and there are some things I should tell you. Su Tian's family has saved our family's life, especially you, Qingxue. If there hadn't been Su Tian's real parents in the first place, I'm afraid you wouldn't be in this world now. Mom, what the hell is going on? Yen Qingxue was all ears. What about Su Tian's real parents? Qingxue, promise me that you must not tell Xiao Tian what I tell you next. Mom, I promise. Now can you tell me? Under Yen Qingxue's assurance, Su Shoya also began to recount those pasts that had long been sealed away for decades. Su Tian fished out his room card from his jacket pocket and swiped it to enter the door. And when he changed his shoes in the entrance hall, he saw Tang Bingyan sitting on the sofa with a thick document in her hand. Honey, why are you off so early today? Originally, Su Tian had wanted to take a shower and then make Tang Bingyan a late-night snack to pick her up from work. But he didn't realize that Tang Bingyan had already come back early, going on a business trip tomorrow. Tang Bingyan put down the documents in her hands and rubbed her brow somewhat tiredly. come back from work early today to accompany you. Business trip? Su Tian was startled in his heart. So soon? Isn't it the end of the month? There's been a temporary change, so I've discussed it with the core members of the Tang family, and I plan to leave a week earlier. What time do you leave tomorrow? Su Tian asked, pretending not to care. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Have a safe trip then. Su Tian scratched his head with an apology. I have something going on at the company tomorrow, so I can't give you a ride. Tang Bingyan looked at Su Tian with some surprise at his words. She didn't understand why Su Tian, who had obviously reacted fiercely to her going to the Lighthouse Kingdom before, was acting so calm this time. Maybe it was because Su Tian was so bored before that he wanted himself to spend more time with him, and now he was busy with work over at the company so he didn't need it anymore? After generating this thought, Tang Bingyan lightly furrowed her willow brows. Could it be that she was just a tool person for Su Tian to use to relieve boredom in his free time? People are always greedy. The original Tang Bingyan simply do not dare to ask Su Tian like themselves. Always feel that as long as Su Tian is willing to stay by her side on the good. But when Su Tian started to be nice to her, she couldn't help but expect more. Expect that the two of them could get along like a real couple. Wife, I've heard that watches are quite cheap over there in the Lighthouse Kingdom. Remember to bring me a gift when you come back. Su Tian didn't know Tang Bingyan's inner tangle. Instead he smiled and walked over to her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, while at the same time placing the documents in her hand on the other side of the coffee table without a trace. We have a long flight tomorrow, so don't stay up all night today? I'll go to bed with you, said. He also did not wait for Tang Bingyan response. A princess embraced to the arms of the people up. Chapter 151. What's so inconvenient about it? When the two entered the bedroom, Tang Bingyan finally couldn't help but ask, Su Tian, you really don't object to me going to the Lighthouse Kingdom? Is it useful for me to object? It's not like you'll listen to me. Su Tian complained. I can listen to you about everything else, but not about the company. This project was also about the future of the Tang family and its companies, and she had a heavy burden on her shoulders that she couldn't shirk. Seeing Tang Bingyan's serious face, Su Tian suddenly reached out and pinched her cheeks affectionately. I was joking with you. Why are you taking it seriously? Tang Bingyan. Seeing Tang Bingyan's face darken at a speed visible to the naked eye, Su Tian hastened to find a remedy for himself. I just don't want you to work too hard, and since this project is so important to you, how could I slow you down? Don't worry about going on a business trip. I'll be at home when you get back. Aha! Hearing Su Tian say this, Tang Bingyan's heart, which was originally a bit irritated, inexplicably became peaceful. But, what Tang Bingyan hadn't expected was that Su Tian had lied to her again. Day 2. Airport Terminal. The members of Tang Bingyan's entourage were shocked when they saw Su Tian, who was carrying a giant 28-inch suitcase. Su, what are you doing? Wei couldn't even speak properly because he was so excited. I'll go with you. Su Tian calmly walked to Tang Bingyan's front. Bingyan, I had a dream before. I dreamt that you guys had an accident this time when you went to the Lighthouse Congress. Someone ambushed you in advance to assassinate you, and you were seriously injured. And half of the bodyguards you brought over were also killed or injured. So I didn't rest assured that you were safe, so I had to go with you. Su Tian had prepared his luggage and visa in advance as early as he had planned. Luckily for him, he was now in an agency and might have the need to go abroad. So not long after Su Tian joined the company, he let the HR department side apply for a long-term work visa for him in various countries. You're a big man and you believe in things that happen in dreams? Chen Xiaoxiao, who was dressed in a black power suit, spoke contemptuously. This kind of thing that only a little girl would believe. How dare you treat it as a holy decree? They hadn't even set off yet now, and Su Tian said that he had dreamt that they would have an accident, which was just too bad luck. And even if someone does try to harm Missy, the other brothers and I will do our best to protect her. How could we possibly let her get hurt? Why can't you get hurt? No matter how powerful you guys are, you're only a few dozen people. What if the other side has more people than you and is more powerful than you? Can you still make sure Bingyan is safe and sound? Oof! Shen Xiaoxiao was so angry that she wanted to go up and whip him. If she wasn't concerned about the presence of Tang Bingyan, she really wanted to give a good lesson to this scummy man who was all over the place if he didn't find something to do for a day. She glared at Su Tian warningly before turning to look at Tang Bingyan. Missy, it's time for the security check. Let's go in quickly. Tang Bingyan stood still and did not move. She carefully gazed at Su Tian as if she wanted to see something in his expression. In the end, she only saw worry in the other party's eyes. Since you want to come with me, let's go. Have you booked your flight? It's booked, but the flight you're on is full, so I booked the next one. Su Tian said with difficulty. Why don't you Bingyan accompany me to change my visa? Scummy Su, don't give an inch. Shen Xiaoxiao couldn't bear it. Missy is going over to talk business. You think you're going to play? The next flight doesn't leave until a couple hours from now, and we're all set for the trip after we get to the Lighthouse country, so we can't afford to be delayed. Request a route and take a private jet there. Tang Bingyan glanced at the time on her cell phone and made an instant decision. But Missy, even by private jet, it takes 2 hours at the earliest to depart. Chen Xiaoxiao hesitated. We can go first and then send someone to wait for him at the airport. Wei. Tang Bingyan ignored Chen Xiaoxiao and looked indifferently at Wei on the other side. I'll apply for a private flight immediately. Wei hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to make the call. Chen Xiaoxiao unwillingly clenched her fists. Why should she change her long-booked itinerary because of this scum Su Tian? The trip was booked a week in advance, and it also included all sorts of security measures that pulled the strings. If he was really caught by that crow's mouth Su Tian, and any sudden situation arose, it would be entirely because of him. The culprit. Tang Bingyan also took out her cell phone and dialed a call, seemingly to change the time of the negotiation with the executives on AM's side. Seeing that Tang Bingyan didn't object to following him, Su Tian's taut nerves relaxed and handed the 28-inch suitcase he was holding over to a bodyguard next to him. Inside this case are my personal belongings. You must take care of them and not lose them. And by the way, don't open them. Do you want to be so dramatic? Do you really think you're going on vacation? After Chen Xiaoxiao saw Su Tian's luggage, she was even more furious. All of our bodyguard's luggage combined doesn't have as much as yours. These are the ones that Bingyan and I need to use, Su Tian explained in a serious manner. Bingyan has a cleanliness fetish, so I'll bring more disinfectant spray, as well as her stomach is not good. The food in the Lighthouse Kingdom is all too oily, so I've brought millet and soup ingredients, so when the time comes, I can make congee and soup for her. The housekeeper of the villa over in the Lighthouse Kingdom can take care of all of this. There's no need for you to be redundant. Chen Xiaoxiao coldly snorted. You can only get these ingredients in Chinatown over in the Lighthouse country, so how can the quality compare to what you get at home? Su Tian shook his head disapprovingly. Bingyan's body is important. I don't want her stomach problems to flare up again after she arrives in the Lighthouse Kingdom because of her diet. You think you're the only one who cares about Missy. Chen Xiaoxiao was unconvinced and wanted to argue with Su Tian, but he was tugged on the sleeve by Wei, who had finished his phone call. What are you pulling me for? I have to teach. Today. Wei tightly tugged on Chen Xiaoxiao's sleeve without letting go, and shook his head at Chen Xiaoxiao again. Forget it. I don't care. Just do it. One day Missy won't be able to stand you either. Even though Chen Xiaoxiao hadn't yet lost her temper, after Wei's reminder, she ultimately didn't argue with Su Tian anymore. When Tang Bingyan finished her call, she walked over quickly. Missy, our trip to the Lighthouse Kingdom is very tight this time. Su Tian doesn't know much about the project, so I'm afraid it's not very convenient to have him tag along. Chen Xiaoxiao had tightened up a lot since receiving the family law, and now she naturally wouldn't directly speak ill of Su Tian in front of Tang Bingyan, but her words were filled with dislike for Su Tian. What's the inconvenience? Chapter 152 Chen Xiaoxiao. Your hull of seal is darkened. Su Tian had just supervised Tang Bingyan's men to check in the luggage he had brought with him, and at this time, he also came to the two of them. I'm a big man who isn't particular about the environment, and I can live in a room with Bingyan, and none of your previous arrangements need to be changed at all, but you don't know anything about the program, so you're clearly going over there to add to the confusion. Chen Xiaoxiao whispered back, but it was still heard by Tang Bingyan. She raised her eyes slightly. Chen Xiaoxiao. Chen Xiaoxiao's eyelids jumped at the words. Tang Bingyan rarely called herself by her first name. Whenever she spoke to herself in that tone of voice, it meant that she wasn't happy with her words or actions anymore. She lowered her head and didn't argue anymore. Only the tightly clenched fists and the bruises on her wrists betrayed her. Su Tian found Chen Xiaoxiao's appearance funny. He really wasn't so angry with a little girl, so he didn't continue this topic, but pulled Tang Bingyan to the VIP rest area next to him. Who knew that Su Tian's behavior like this was more like a demonstration in Chen Xiaoxiao's eyes, immediately setting her on fire. Villainous, she grumbled in an airy tone that barely made a sound. I wonder what Missy really sees in him. Cut the crap. Wei shook his head helplessly. Chen Xiaoxiao was still too easily willful. The old men who followed Tang Bingyan were clear about how special Su Tian was to Tang Bingyan, so even if they disdained Su Tian in their hearts, they would still maintain the proper etiquette towards him on the surface. The exception was Chen Xiaoxiao. Every time she saw Su Tian, she would not feel comfortable without a few quarrels, and she had to provoke a warning from Tang Bingyan before she would converge. Su Tian pulled Tang Bingyan to sit in the VIP area near the boarding gate. It wasn't long before he saw a grumpy-faced Chen Xiaoxiao walk in with Wei. Chen Xiaoxiao deliberately picked the position behind Su Tian, as if she wanted to keep an eye on him at all times. Su Tian was made uncomfortable by the two lines of sight behind him that were about to spit fire, so he turned his head to look at the woman sitting behind him. Chen Xiaoxiao. I also dreamt of you yesterday when I was dreaming. You didn't know who you had a verbal altercation with and were disfigured by someone, so you'd better be careful when the plane lands in the Lighthouse country. The matter of Tang Bingyan's assassination in the Lighthouse Kingdom in her last life was so serious that even though Su Tian didn't care, he still heard a lot of inside information. At the time, he had come with the mindset of watching and listening to those menacing experiences as gossip. Looking back now, he really wanted to just travel back to his previous life and slap that ungrateful self to death. However, there was one detail Su Tian had always remembered, and that was that Chen Xiaoxiao had injured her face in a fight with someone when she first arrived in the Lighthouse Kingdom, and then she had not been treated in a timely manner because Tang Bingyan had been attacked, leaving behind a hideous scar. Since then, Chen Xiaoxiao's character has become very gloomy. You curse me? Chen Xiaoxiao's face was white with anger. She had never seen such a small-minded man. She just said a few words about him. Guilty of cursing? Believe it or not, I warned you anyway. Su Tian turned around after he finished speaking, picked up the thermos cup on his right-hand side and unscrewed it and handed it to Tang Bingyan. Bingyan, drink more ginger sugar water. It warms the stomach. Aroshiyama Hot Spring Villa. A young man in a high-end customized suit stood beside Elder Tang, rubbing his shoulders with a submissive face. Grandpa Tang, I happen to be free during this period of time, so I wanted to come more often to accompany you on behalf of Miss Tang. Usually Miss Tang and Mr. Gu are running around for the company's business, seldom come back. It's too lonely for you to be alone in the mountain villa. Elder Tang, with his presbyopia glasses and a financial newspaper in his hand, had nothing to say about the youth's shoulder rubbing and leg pounding service, but only said faintly, young people should still have their own careers. I, an old man, can understand that, and I'm not too old to live on my own now. I don't need so many people to accompany me. The youth's eyelids jumped when he heard this, and he busily said, Grandpa Tang, of course you're not old, and there's no need for a caretaker by your side, only that Butler Lee usually has to take care of the whole manor after all, and inevitably there's a place he can't take care of, and it's inevitably inconvenient for you if you don't have a caring junior to take care of it by your side. As he spoke, he carefully observed Master Tang's expression and paused before continuing. I heard that Miss Tang's boyfriend is clamoring to go to the Lighthouse Kingdom with Miss Tang this time, and with both of them gone, Mr. Gu has his hands full taking care of the company. As for those other nephews of the Tang family, most of them are in the imperial capital. I reckon that you will be bored on your side alone, that's why I came over. I also hope that Grandpa Tang won't think that I'm clumsy and won't be able to take care of people. You're saying Su Tian also went to the Lighthouse Kingdom with Bingyan? Elder Tang put down the newspaper in his hands, a flash of displeasure in his eyes. The reason why he was still satisfied with Su Tian before was because he had no ambition. In addition to the fact that he came from an ordinary family, the current Tang family relied on Tang Bingyan to hold on, and Su Tian's weight in Tang Bingyan's heart was very heavy. But if this kid has something else in mind, I'm afraid that after he closes his eyes, the Tang family will be at risk of changing its name and ownership. Ah, the youth feigned alarm, looking as if he had accidentally said the wrong thing. Grandpa Tang, you don't know about this? That was me being talkative. I guess Miss Tang didn't want you to worry, so she didn't say anything. Why would Su Tian follow Bingyan? Didn't he never ask about the company before? Actually, the youth hesitated for a moment before speaking again. I'm not too sure. It seems like Mr. Su didn't really want Miss Tang to go to Lighthouse Country before. The Lighthouse Country is so far away from our Huaxia, the airplane takes more than 10 hours. I guess it's because he can't afford to be separated from Ms. Tang for so long. Elder Tang was silent, picking up the cup of water on the coffee table and placing it in his hands but hesitating to drink. The living room was quiet for a moment, and the youth said tentatively, Grandpa Tang, I also heard a bit of news. I don't know if I should say it or not. Didn't you come to me today just to tell me that? Elder Tang was old, but his person was not confused, and had long since seen the little scheme in the youth's mind clearly. The youth was a little embarrassed and froze in place, not knowing what to do. Say, what else did you hear? Elder Tang's tone made it impossible to hear joy or anger. The youth settled his mind before continuing. I heard that Mr. Su Tian, in order to stop Miss Tang from going on a business trip, even said that he had an ominous dream that Miss Tang would be in danger on this trip to the Lighthouse Congress, so he had to follow along. Originally the flight that Miss Tang took was about to take off, because Su Tian only bought a ticket for the next flight. In the end Miss Tang had no choice but to call and mobilize a private jet. Elder Tang's originally normal face abruptly changed. People who are older were originally more concerned about such bad luck as nightmares. Even if it was a reason that Su Tian had made up out of thin air in order to leave Tang Bingyan behind, there was no way for Elder Tang to accept it. In order to prevent Tang Bingyan from going to the Lighthouse Kingdom, Su Tian even said that it would be dangerous as an excuse. Was this something a grown man should do? Elder Tang didn't mind that Su Tian was idle all day and didn't go looking for a serious job, but he couldn't accept that Su Tian was dragging his granddaughter's feet. Originally, Elder Tang had many concerns about Tang Bingyan's marriage, and now Su Tian's behavior had made him confirm that his previous concerns were not redundant. In the entire Tang family, he was the only one who knew how hard it was for Tang Bingyan to make it all the way to today, so even if he didn't agree with a lot of things, He didn't want to object to making his own granddaughter unhappy. Now that the Tang family was in trouble both internally and externally, all decisions needed to be made by Tang Bingyan alone. It would have been fine if the one by her side was Gu Beicheng who could share her worries, but it was just a pity that she had her eye on Su Tian. With a background like Su Tian's, he was doomed to not have a wide enough vision and would never be able to compete with Tang Bingyan. If he didn't work hard, he would be a riceworm raised by the Tang family for the rest of his life. If he worked too hard and tried to make a career in the Tang family's company, in the future, when his ambitions got bigger and he relied on Tang Bingyan's unconditional indulgence, he might be able to annex the Tang family. When Elder Tang learned that Su Tian hadn't asked Tang Bingyan to arrange for him to enter the Tang clan's core company, but had instead concealed his identity to work in one of the entertainment companies under the Yun Group, he had originally been somewhat relieved. However, the recent manifestations of Su Tian had caused new concerns to arise for Elder Tang. Grandpa Tang, don't be angry. Su Tian might just be caring too much about Miss Tang when he does this, and that's a good thing. The youth sensed that Elder Tang was displeased, clearly secretly happy in his heart, but on the surface, he hypocritically defended Su Tian. Okay, you're not allowed to tell anyone else about this. Elder Tang no longer had the heart to listen to the youth's tattletale. I'm tired. You go back first too, then I'll see you some other time. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, the youth said no more and respectfully retreated. Only when the youth left did Elder Tang's spine, which had been tightly tensed, relax, and he leaned back on the sofa and rubbed his brow tiredly. It seemed like he should find some time to talk to Bingyan about Su Tian after she returned from the Lighthouse Kingdom. Lighthouse Country. The AM company they were going to negotiate with this time was not in the capital of the Lighthouse State, and airplanes could not reach it directly. In the late afternoon, they passed through a town with a population of just over 100,000 and checked into the only hotel in the center of town. As soon as Tang Bingyan entered the room, she took out her laptop and held a video conference with the company executives who were still in China. When Su Tian saw her in this desperate stance, he knew that she definitely wouldn't eat until the meeting was over, so he walked out of the room, wanting to borrow the hotel's kitchen to personally make a midnight snack for Tang Bingyan. When Su Tian had just come out of the elevator, he saw Chen Xiaoxiao and a dozen or so bodyguards behind him standing in the lobby patrolling the interior of the hotel. When Chen Xiaoxiao saw Su Tian, she coldly walked over in large strides. Scummy Su, the law and order of the Lighthouse Kingdom is not like that of China. I advise you not to run around. If anything really happens, you're just causing trouble for everyone. Su Tian was sulking because of Tang Bingyan's wasted sleep and work, so when he saw Chen Xiaoxiao come over to pick a fight, he wasn't in such a good mood to directly ignore it. He expressionlessly sized up Chen Xiaoxiao, then sneered. I happen to also want to remind you not to run around. Your seal is black. It looks like you're on a bad luck streak, and you'll be in trouble lately. You're in charge of Bingyan's safety. If anything happens, it will also affect Bingyan's trip. Chapter 153. Can you meet a nobleman? I had bad luck? Chen Xiaoxiao skimmed her mouth disdainfully. You take me for those ignorant little girls who believe in horoscopes? Those bodyguards behind Chen Xiaoxiao also laughed out loud at the words. Mr. Su, Sister Xiaoxia has never believed in these superstitions. What's more, just by virtue of Sister Xiaoxiao's stature, it's not a problem to fight 10. Last time we went to the bar, there was an ungrateful man who came over and accosted us, and after Sister Xiaoxiao rejected it she was still pestered, and as a result, she was sent flying out of the room with a slap on the face. One of the young bodyguards described it colorfully to Su Tian, even reaching out to gesture. That's a strong man who is nearly 1 meter 9 tall, half a head taller than you. In the hands of Sister Xiaoxiao is a useless waste of hands. Who dares to mess with our Sister Xiaoxiao? That's asking for death, trouble stalking and all that. In Xiaoxia's sister, it doesn't exist at all. Okay, believe what you will. Su Tian spread his hands indifferently. I've already warned anyway. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to the bodyguard's laughter and turned around to find the hotel's back kitchen to make congee for Tang Bingyan. It was only at 2 in the morning that Tang Bingyan finished the meeting, and after hastily drinking 2 mouthfuls of porridge, she fell asleep by his side. Su Tian was originally angry, but when he saw the bruises underneath Tang Bingyan's eyelids, he felt a little heartbroken. In the end, he could only helplessly carry the sleeping man back to bed. Strangely enough, Tang Bingyan had an anxiety disorder plus a neurasthenia, and even when she was extremely tired, she didn't fall asleep easily. But around Su Tian, she was able to fall asleep quickly. This phenomenon had been repeatedly confirmed by Su Tian, so even when they were in the apartment, the two no longer slept in separate rooms. Even though they were still standing still with no substantial development between them, Su Tian could feel that Tang Bingyan had gradually lowered her guard. Early the next morning, Su Tian opened his eyes and saw that the bed next to him was already empty. Tang Bingyan was not in the bathroom. Su Tian called twice. No one answered. Presumably, They went to the senior members of the team accompanying them this time to discuss the program. After Su Tian quickly got up and washed up, he planned to go to the hotel restaurant for breakfast before packing a few of Tang Bingyan's favorite snacks and personally sending them over to her. This time, he saw Chen Xiaoxiao and the bodyguards she led again in the hotel's restaurant. The eyes of those bodyguards looking at Chen Xiaoxiao today were a bit strange, as if they were looking at pandas in a zoo. Su Tian ignored those eyes and walked straight into the restaurant, where he saw Chen Xiaoxiao, who exuded an aura of stranger don't approach. Sitting on a table in the corner eating breakfast with a sad face, his footsteps lurched, and his sight swept over the left side of Chen Xiaoxiao's face, finding that there was actually a piece of medical gauze attached to it, and there were clearly traces of iodine-sterilized water on the gauze. Su Tian thought about what he had told Chen Xiaoxiao yesterday, and it seemed that this woman hadn't taken her reminder to heart at all. However, although Chen Xiaoxiao's face was wrapped in gauze, she was in good shape, so it should only be a superficial injury. He took a slice of toast and 2 sausages in the buffet area and poured himself a cup of black coffee, then sat down opposite Chen Xiaoxiao with his plate and asked with interest while eating his breakfast, "Aren't you a good fighter and won't get hurt?" When she thought about what happened last night, Chen Xiaoxiao was furious. Yesterday, after sending Tang Bingyan, who had finished the meeting, back to her room, she was a little hungry, so she planned to go to the restaurant to see if there were any more late-night snacks. It's just a shame that in a small hotel like this, the restaurant doesn't open after 9 o'clock. She had to go back to her room to fill her stomach, clutching the instant noodles and ham sausages she had scrounged from the other bodyguards. As a result, on the way back to his room, he happened to come across 2 foreign children fighting in the corridor, and one of them accidentally knocked over the vase next to him. Seeing that the child was going to be hit on the head by the vase, she hurriedly threw down what she was holding and swooped over to protect the little one who had been frozen with fear in her arms. But she didn't expect to be cut on her face by the fragments of the vase that had broken and splashed. If this wasn't an accident, Chen Xiaoxiao really thought that Su Tian, that scummy guy, was harboring a grudge against himself and deliberately screwed himself over. Otherwise, how could he have so accurately predicted that he would be unlucky lately? "I've warned you to be careful." Su Tian smiled as he finished the coffee, which was as bitter as Chinese medicine, in one gulp, and swept his gaze around to the other bodyguards. "My recent premonition is very accurate, and I will also read a little palmistry fortune. Any of you have recently gone unlucky. If you do not feel comfortable, you can come to me to take a look." Palmistry fortune? The bodyguards looked at each other. That's just a lot of bragging rights. Moreover, it was obvious that Sister Xiaoxiao was already on the verge of a volcanic eruption because of the color hanging on her face, but Su Tian still preferred to mention which pot was not open, which was simply looking for a fight. These bodyguards who had been trained by Chen Xiaoxiao knew Chen Xiaoxiao's temper very well, and agreed that if Su Tian wasn't General Manager Tang's man, I'm afraid that Sister Xiaoxiao would have already blown his dog's head off. A youngster sitting next to Chen Xiaoxiao was presumably crushing on her, and thus was hostile to Su Tian. "Mr. Su, I know you're a redneck beside General Tang, but you can't talk nonsense. This trip is very important to General Tang, and you're always spreading this kind of unlucky superstitious talk. It'll disturb the military." Su Tian looked up at the indignant, handsome youth, narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Xiao Chan. I'm the captain of the 3rd team under Sister Xiaoxiao." "You are Xiao Chan?" Su Tian was first slightly stunned, then when he looked at him again, there was a slight complexity in his eyes. The bodyguards under Tang Bingyan's command were all managed by Chen Xiaoxiao. There were 10 teams in total, and in accordance with the order of strength, the 3 teams were definitely considered to be the elite of the elite in the 10 teams. And Xiao Chan, as the captain of the 3rd team, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Only Su Tian had an impression of Xiao Chan not because of his strength, but because of a piece of gossip he had heard before. "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Chan was a little uncomfortable by Su Tian's probing look. "Nothing." Su Tian smiled faintly, then pretended to pull over his hand to look at it. "I said I can read palms." "Your recent fortune." "Well, what happened to my fortune?" Even though Xiao Chan didn't believe it, his curiosity rose after seeing Su Tian's actions and he asked after him. "Your luck is good. You'll meet a nobleman soon. If you grasp it, you'll be able to clothe and feed yourself for the rest of your life." "Che, that kind of talk would be said by the grandpa who set up a stall on the flyover." Xiao Chan bristled disdainfully. "You think I'll believe you if you say nice things? Believe it or not, I warned you anyway," Su Tian said in a serious manner. "And for some people, being clothed and fed is not necessarily a good thing, so if you're not blessed with it, it's better to avoid it as early as possible." He had a good memory, and the reason why he had an impression of the name Xiao Chan was because he had overheard those bodyguards under Tang Bingyan chatting afterward. They mentioned that when he was in the Lighthouse Kingdom, Xiao Chan was looked at by a 60-year-old foreign rich woman who had just lost her husband, and as long as Xiao Chan agreed to be willing to register his marriage with her, he would immediately be able to get a green card for him to immigrate. It is said that at that time Xiao Chan was scared enough. After that time in the lighthouse country do not shave and do not wash their faces. Hard to handsome boy tossed into a stingy brown man, is afraid that the rich woman does not die. Right now everything around them was following the trajectory of their last life. And Chen Xiaoxiao hurt her face. Whether it's from a fight or not, the general direction is always right. So it seemed that Xiao Chan couldn't avoid the fate of being looked at by a rich woman. What clothes and food? I really don't care, Xiao Chan said coldly. He was satisfied with his life now, and wanted to stay by Tang Bingyan and Chen Xiaoxiao's side as the Tang family's bodyguard. What with the clothes on his back and the chance to fly high, he didn't need any of it. I guess you can't afford it. Su Tian stroked his chin. But that nobleman has taken a fancy to you. It's not that easy to get rid of. It just so happens that I have a method here that will allow you to successfully then avoid the upcoming opportunity. Do you need me to mention a few pointers? Chapter 154. What a kind young man. No need. Xiao Chan's face changed and changed. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in these sidetracks. That's a shame. Su Tian sighed. He did remember that rich woman from the Lighthouse Kingdom, which had left a deep psychological shadow on Xiao Chan. Come to think of it, a woman old enough to be your grandmother suddenly says she wants to marry you. Anyone would be in the dark. Immediately afterward, he looked at the others present. What about you guys? What? The crowd of bodyguards were unsure. Want to give me your hand? Su Tian put on an old-fashioned demeanor, and suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he added, this is a foreign country, so perhaps I should follow the customs of the land and show you the astrolabe? Chen Xiaoxiao and the bodyguards looked at Su Tian like he was a fool. This time, Chen Xiaoxiao didn't even bother to retort. It was a waste of her time to bother with someone like Su Tian. Su Tian saw that no one responded, so he got up and took the plates to the restaurant's recycling, and asked the waiter to pack a sandwich maker and a bottle of hot milk. After Su Tian left the restaurant, Xiao Chan couldn't help but spit out to Chen Xiaoxiao. Sister Xiaoxiao, is this the man that Mr. Tang has his eye on? How come it doesn't feel normal? We thought he was strange too. The bodyguard next to him also complained. This kind of man, at first glance, is a smooth-talking white boy, compared to Mr. Gu, but it's far worse. But he actually did predict that Sister Xiaoxiao would be in danger. The other young bodyguard pointed to the gauze on Chen Xiaoxiao's face. It's just happenstance. Chen Xiaoxiao didn't believe that Su Tian really had the ability to foretell things. I also think he's making it up as he goes along. Xiao Chan is Chen Xiaoxiao's staunchest supporter. He just said that I will meet a nobleman. I did not meet a nobleman a long time ago. That is, Xiaoxiao's sister in Mr. Tang. This used him to remind it. After breakfast, according to the itinerary they were to continue their journey from the capital airport of the Lighthouse country. It has been one day now, and so far everything is normal and no abnormal situation has occurred. Among the people who came with Tang Bingyan on a business trip to the Lighthouse Kingdom this time, apart from some of the company's top executives, it was the bodyguard team headed by Chen Xiaoxiao. One of them was hidden in the shadows, silently observing all the movements around Tang Bingyan. On the other hand, Chen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Chan and the others were fulfilling their duties as bodyguards in name only. In fact, every time Tang Bingyan traveled, she would arrange for a large number of bodyguards to follow her, and nothing had ever happened in the past, so Chen Xiaoxiao and the others were just treating the protection mission of this trip as an ordinary mission. After all, although the Lighthouse Kingdom wasn't too safe, it wasn't like Tang Bingyan was involved in the forces over here, so no one would come to attack her. Of course, according to Tang Bingyan's current status and position, people within China didn't quite dare to easily go against her. Along the way, Chen Xiaoxiao and the others were relaxed and even managed to chat about interesting stories along the way. However, Su Tian, who was sitting in the same car as Tang Bingyan, kept his nerves taut. Normally speaking, these bodyguards Tang Bingyan had brought out were enough to deal with unexpected crises, but the ones who wanted to turn against them this time were not ordinary robbers. In the evening, their group arrived at the small town where they were scheduled to land. Because this small town has hot springs and focuses on tourism in the winter time, there will be many tourists coming to soak in the hot springs. So the hotel conditions here are a bit more luxurious than the one they stayed in yesterday. And of course it's only compared to the town from yesterday. It's still not comparable to a 5-star hotel in a big city. Tang Bingyan's recent workaholic attributes were all over the place, reading documents while in the car, and after getting off the bus either meeting with the accompanying executives to discuss the program or having a video conference with the domestic staff in the room. Su Tian, as the only idler on the itinerary, wasn't actually relaxed. He first double-checked his and Tang Bingyan's rooms to make sure there were no hidden dangers before coming back to the corridor. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Wei, who had gone back to the room to fetch the documents for Tang Bingyan, saw Su Tian, who was tiptoeing around the corridor, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Check the corridors for anyone of suspicious appearance. Su Tian was startled by Wei, who was too focused just now to hear the other party's footsteps. Wei was speechless. Mr. Su, right now you're the only one in the corridor who's the most suspicious. I don't think this hotel is safe. For some reason, Su Tian had a bad feeling in his heart after arriving at this hotel. Normally speaking, this hotel was better than the previous one, both in terms of facilities and security, but it was only after he stayed in this hotel that he developed such a feeling. Mr. Su, you should be too nervous, Wei suggested. Shall I call the cafeteria and ask them to prepare you a cup of hot milk? Su Tian, no need. He was troubled in a way that could not be solved by a glass of hot milk. I'll go first, then. After Wei swiped his card and walked into the room and took the documents out, he found Su Tian still standing in the corridor staring at the chandelier on the ceiling and couldn't help but say, Missy is still waiting for me. Wei, wait. Su Tian chased after him and hooked onto Wei's shoulders, dragging him into the room before the door was closed. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Wei asked warily. Now, he also had a bad feeling in his heart. Tang Bingyan was still angry over the project program's slip-ups, and really hoped that Su Tian wouldn't make any more trouble at such a time. Wei, you should be aware of Bingyan's entire trip to the Lighthouse Kingdom this time, right? Su Tian sighed and looked at Wei slyly. You are the most trusted person beside her. Can you persuade her to change her plans? Change the plan? Wei was a little bit furious by Su Tian's eyes. Change how? It's just that, for example, originally we were going to negotiate with the AM side of the company the day after tomorrow. Can we reschedule it to next week? Then we'll leave at dawn tomorrow and head in the opposite direction straight to hometown for a few days. I'm afraid this won't work. Wei rubbed the corners of his forehead in a rather headache. H-City was the second largest city in the Lighthouse Kingdom. Could it be that Su Tian was bored with the rush so he wanted to go over to play? You also know Missy's temperament. No one can change the decisions she makes. If it's about life, she can still listen to you, but even you can't do anything about the company. How can I persuade her? As if he was worried about Su Tian's entanglement, Wei added in a hurry. Mr. Su, you're still affected by that nightmare. That's why you're especially nervous. Don't old people always say that dreams are all the opposite? So if you dreamed that something would happen to us, then in reality it would be fine. It's not just the nightmares. Su Tian saw that Wei didn't take his words seriously at all and was eager to explain to him. Ever since I checked into this hotel, I've had an uneasy premonition. An ominous premonition? You really think you're a godly man? Before Su Tian could finish his words, a mean voice came from behind him, only to see Chen Xiaoxiao, who was wearing a tight black uniform, walk over with a cold face. Put away that pretentious trick of yours. Wei is busy and has no time for your banter. Su Tian didn't have the heart to argue with Chen Xiaoxiao, and his tone intensified a few points. This is about Bingyan's safety, and you're calling it idle talk? Do you still remember your duties as Bingyan's personal bodyguard? Who are you to lecture me? Chen Xiaoxiao's face sank at his words. Su Tian, don't think that you can be lawless just because Missy favors you. Indeed, I can't do anything to you right now, but now you're demonizing the bodyguards under my command all day long, and this will create a big negative impression on them. What with the palmistry, the nobleman, and the nightmares, it's all just a bunch of nonsense, and I hope that you don't mess with them again for the rest of the trip, or else you'll be the main culprit if anything really goes wrong. After Chen Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she didn't give Su Tian time to react before turning around and leaving. Mr. Su Xiaoxiao, she doesn't speak well. Don't mind, I'll leave first as well. After Wei made a few perfunctory remarks, he also walked quickly towards the small conference room. In the blink of an eye, Su Tian was the only one left in the corridor. He had expected that these people would not believe what he said, so he was not discouraged, only that the uneasy premonition in his heart was getting stronger and stronger, which made it difficult for him to sleep. Early morning, shift change time. After the 3 teams of bodyguards finished their rounds and did their handovers, they came together to the bar on the first floor of the hotel. The bar was open 24 hours a day and served snacks like fish and chips, just the thing for bouncers who had just finished work to fill their bellies. Xiao Chan sat between a couple of bodyguards, drinking a beer and eating fries. The little white boy raised by Mr. Tang is trying to blow his pillow again to get Mr. Tang to change his route and itinerary, but it's just a pity that Mr. Tang is too busy with the meeting to pay attention to him. Change the itinerary? He really thinks we're traveling this time out. Isn't that right? Our route this time is all remote small towns. Nothing interesting. I think Su Tian is just bored. He wants to go out and play himself, and he still has to find a grand excuse. Talking about nightmares and ominous premonitions, Xiao Chan, who was still eating, listened to his companion's complaints and vaguely agreed. That kid even insisted that I would meet a nobleman. What kind of nobleman is there in this poor countryside? And I've been with Mr. Tang for so long, and I'm happy with my current job. Can I still jump ship? Brother Chan is right. I think this kid is just an alarmist. Just as these bodyguards were complaining about Su Tian, they suddenly smelled a pungent rose perfume, only to see an old woman dressed in a Chanel high-class suit, with a pure white bowler hat dressed elegantly walked slowly over. After she saw Xiao Chan, she stopped in her tracks, and a young girl's general expression unexpectedly surfaced on her age-beaten face. "Young man, are you from China?" "Yes." Seeing this old woman's friendly attitude and kind gaze, Xiao Chan thought of her own grandmother and also softly talked to her in the local language. "It's too unsafe for you to be alone in the bar this late. Do you need me to help you contact your family?" "Oh, what a kind lad." The old woman smiled exaggeratedly, her eyes repeatedly lingering on Xiao Chan again. "I came to this small town by myself to soak in the hot springs, and the hotel I booked was on the next street over. I originally wanted to come out for a late-night snack, but as you can see it only sells fried food here, which doesn't suit my appetite. I know an all-night Chinese restaurant next door that will have light food." Xiao Chan and the others had mapped out the nearby restaurants and stores long before they checked into the hotel. "Really? Where?" the old woman asked excitedly. "You go out of this hotel, the street to the right of the entrance goes to the end, then turn left." "Oh boy. Slow down. You're winding me up." The old woman looked at Xiao Chan with a perplexed face and proposed, "If you have the time, can you drive me there?" "Yes." Xiao Chan didn't think much about it. No matter where he went, he should carve into his bones the Chinese virtue of honoring the old and loving the young. Chapter 155 Feeding Medicine. The next day, Tang Bingyan still meeting open the whole night. Su Tian sat beside her in the first half of the night to listen to the boring project program. The second half of the night in the hotel corridor of the various exits to inspect a number of, and then returned to his room and clothes lying on the bed staring at the ceiling to open his eyes to dawn. The thought of Tang Bingyan's life-threatening danger on this trip to the Lighthouse Kingdom made him sleepy. Just as he was bracing himself with the intention of packing breakfast for Tang Bingyan like he did yesterday, he realized that there was something odd about those bodyguards sitting in the restaurant today. "Brother Chan, don't take it personally, didn't that old woman do nothing to you? How can you say that you're also the reigning champion of the 3 worlds of sparring, and you can't still be dominated by an old lady? This old woman is also really strange. At her age she still wants to marry a man dozens of years younger than herself. Are all foreigners so open-minded? And lying to Brother Chan to lead the way. What bad intentions?" Xiao Chan sat wanly at the dining table, his hands resting on his chin with a sad face. "Do you guys know what she calls me? I can't believe she called me honey." He shook off the goosebumps and tried to forget about last night's experience at the same time. Speaking of which, after he dropped the old woman off at the Chinese restaurant in the next block yesterday, the old woman packed a congee and a few small dishes and invited Xiao Chan to take her back to the hotel again. Xiao Chan knew that it was not peaceful at night in the lighthouse country, and it was indeed not very safe for a bejeweled old lady to go back to the hotel alone. So he agreed. In order to show the traditional Chinese virtue of respecting the old and loving the young, he also made a point of holding the old woman's arm when crossing the street and going up the steps. At that time, the old woman put her other hand on the back of Xiao Chan's hand and rubbed it repeatedly a few times. Although Xiao Chan felt a little uncomfortable, he didn't think in a nasty way. It wasn't until he got the old woman to her room that the other man surprised him by calling 2 tall, white bouncers to unlock the door and told him to stay the night. When the old woman tremblingly took off her overskirt in front of him, Xiao Chan's entire body exploded. He kicked open the closed door of his room and ran out, puking half the night by a street pole before returning in a trance to the hotel where he was staying next door. When the bodyguards of the third team saw that Xiao Chan had gone to show the old lady the way and had not returned for half the night, and came back with a weak footstep and no color, they came over to inquire about the situation with concern. Xiao Chan had originally found it difficult to speak, but under the bombardment of his inquisitive teammates, he still told the others about the frightening experience he had just had. "That old woman even said she'd get me an immigration application for a green card if I registered my marriage with her." Xiao Chan couldn't help but burst out, "Damn, do I lack that green card?" Su Tian, who had walked into the restaurant, heard the bodyguards talking and realized that Xiao Chan must have met a rich woman who wanted to marry him last night, so he walked over to a table next to Xiao Chan's and sat down. The bodyguards all saw Su Tian, but today was different from usual. They looked at Su Tian as if they had actually seen a ghost, because they all coincidentally thought of Su Tian's nobleman theory yesterday. Xiao Chan met a rich woman who wanted to adopt him and marry him at night. In a sense, he did meet a nobleman and had no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life, and he was indeed not blessed to enjoy it. "Hey, do you guys remember what Mr. Su said to Brother Chan yesterday?" There were 2 young bodyguards exchanging pleasantries. "Crap, I remembered. This is too evil. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let Ken hear. He's already in a bad mood right now." Do you think that if Ken had believed Mr. Su and been more wary, he wouldn't have been tricked by that old woman? Although just with Brother Chan's skill, it's not enough for that old lady to get her way. But seeing what you shouldn't see is also hot for the eyes. Although those 2 bodyguards deliberately lowered their volume, It was still heard only by Xiao Chan, who had excellent hearing. He glanced at Su Tian, who was sitting next to him and eating his sandwich seriously, with a dark expression of shock and doubt in his heart. Could it be that this Su Tian really knew how to read poems? But how is that possible? This is the modern world. Have you all finished eating yet? Just then, a serious-looking Chen Xiaoxiao walked into the restaurant. The gauze had been removed from her face, leaving only a faint mark on her skin that could not be seen without staring closely at her face. But girls love beauty, and leaving scars on the face, no matter how inconspicuous, is always uncomfortable in the heart. As a result, Chen Xiaoxiao had been sullen for the past 2 days, exuding a grim aura around her. Xiao Chan's thrilling experience last night. Chen Xiaoxiao had also heard about it, but she felt that it was also a coincidence, just like Su Tian's prediction that she would have bad luck. As the saying goes, good doesn't come from bad, and Su Tian has been talking all day long lately, so it's not uncommon for him to really get 1 or 2 things right. Eat up, this is ready to go. Xiao Chan quickly finished the orange juice in front of him, and with a bold swipe of his lips, he led those bodyguards under his command back to his room to pack his bags. If there were no accidents on the road, they would be able to reach their destination this time, the city of Rakadina, before dark today. After Chen Xiaoxiao and the others left, Su Tian also finished the sandwich in his hand, while packing a simple meal for Tang Bingyan like he did 2 days ago. What was currently worrying him, besides the unknown danger, was Tang Bingyan's physical condition. Despite the other party's intention to hide it from himself, Su Tian could still tell that ever since arriving in the Lighthouse Kingdom, Tang Bingyan's face had gotten worse and worse, and her already fair skin had now become nearly transparent, not delicate like white porcelain, but a sickly pallor. When Su Tian returned to the top floor from the elevator in front of the restaurant and walked to the conference room Tang Bingyan had rented for them, he found it empty. What's going on? Obviously, before he went to the restaurant, Tang Bingyan was still having a meeting inside with a few executives. An uneasy premonition welled up in Su Tian's heart, and he hurriedly ran towards his room, and soon saw a group of people surrounding the entrance of his room, including Tang's executives and bodyguards. Where's Bingyan? Su Tian realized that the faces of those people were grave, and an apprehensive heart sank to the bottom. General Manager Tang, she was in a meeting just now when she suddenly fainted. Su Tian couldn't be bothered to say anything more to the other party, and after shoving the lunchbox in his hands, he rushed into the room. The doctor in the room was examining Tang Bingyan. This doctor had followed Tang Bingyan from China and was the family doctor of the Tang family. Missy's condition is dangerous. The fatigue coupled with the previous symptoms has her body overloaded now. Then do you have any way to stabilize Missy's condition temporarily before we send her to the hospital in the capital of the Lighthouse Kingdom? Wei anxiously thought of a countermeasure. No. The doctor shook his head. The medical environment on this side of the Lighthouse country is not as good as at home, and they don't understand Missy's situation. It's best to send Missy back to China as soon as possible. And can she take a long flight in her current condition? Wei pressed again. It will have to wait until the situation stabilizes. The doctor had already dispensed medicine to Tang Bingyan, but because Tang Bingyan was in a coma, the medicine couldn't be fed in at all. I'll do it. Chen Xiaoxiao took the pills and broke them up, mixing them into the warm water, then came to Tang Bingyan's bedside and tried to feed the warm water mixed with the medicine into her mouth with a spoon. But the unconscious Tang Bingyan simply cannot open her mouth. Chen Xiaoxiao, unafraid of hurting Tang Bingyan, carefully tried half a day but did not succeed. Let me do it. By this time Su Tian had already made his way through the crowd to Tang Bingyan's bedside, and just as he was about to fetch a glass of water, Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly slapped his hand away with force. Chapter 156. Su Tian is a scum? What are you doing in here? Can't you see that Missy is in critical condition? Chen Xiaoxiao took her anger out on Su Tian and pushed him hard. Originally, with her strength, she would definitely be able to push Su Tian aside, but this time, Su Tian didn't move a muscle, instead snatching the spoon from her hand. You! Without waiting for Chen Xiaoxiao to snap, Su Tian's stern gaze landed on her. Shut the up! Chen Xiaoxiao had never seen Su Tian with such an expression before, and froze in place for a moment. Su Tian, on the other hand, didn't pay any more attention to him, but picked up the spoon and came to Tang Bingyan's bedside. It can't be fed. I've already tried. Chen Xiaoxiao's face was horribly gloomy. However, in the next second, she abruptly widened her eyes and yelled, Su Tian, what are you doing? He only saw Su Tian unwrap another intact pill before sending it into his own mouth, at the same time drinking a large gulp of warm water and lowering his head to slightly lift Tang Bingyan's chin. Then, in the midst of the stunned gazes of the crowd, kisses were pressed to her thin, bloodless lips. All of a sudden, there was dead silence all around. Ignoring the gazes of the people around him, Su Tian used the tip of his tongue to pry open Tang Bingyan's tightly closed teeth and pushed the medicine in, and worrying that she would spit the pills out, he fed her a few mouthfuls of water using the mouth-to-mouth method one after the other. By this time, the people in the room had snapped out of their shock. The doctor's response was the fastest. As long as the medicine is fed in, Missy's condition won't worsen. Wei was also relieved as he bowed slightly and rushed towards Su Tian. Mr. Su, please. Chen Xiaoxiao opened her mouth with an embarrassed expression, but ultimately said nothing. Even though she didn't want to admit it, this method of feeding medicine was something that no one else dared to try other than Su Tian. Bingyan is my wife. It's my responsibility to take care of her. Su Tian's expression was serious. But right now, Bingyan's situation, just maintaining the status quo won't work. His words caused both the doctor and Wei's expressions to freeze once more. Mr. Su is right. The doctor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It is imperative to send Missy back home for treatment as soon as possible after her condition improves. But tomorrow is the day to negotiate with AM, Chen Xiaoxiao said through gritted teeth. At this time, she certainly knew that Tang Bingyan's body was important, but this project was crucial to both Tang Bingyan and Tang clan, and it was no exaggeration to say that it even concerned the future of the Tang family. Just based on her understanding of Tang Bingyan, if Tang Bingyan was still conscious at this time, she definitely wouldn't agree to return to China. Go back to your country immediately. Su Tian made an instant decision. I will bear all the consequences in the future. However, just as Wei was planning to contact the private jet, a bodyguard suddenly burst in from outside in a hurry. Sister Dash, it's bad. Outside. Don't argue. Chen Xiaoxiao impatiently interrupted. Go outside and talk. The bodyguard couldn't catch his breath, but still yelled out what he was heading to say before Chen Xiaoxiao kicked him out. We can't get out. What do you mean you can't get out? Chen Xiaoxiao impatiently pursued. Just now the third team Shore also checked the situation outside the hotel. Everything is normal. How can it not get out? Not a hotel. The bodyguard was sweating profusely and trembling. It's a group of people of unknown origin who have surrounded the entire small town. They have heavy weapons. There's no way to break out. With such a big battle, it's obviously to deal with us. Both Chen Xiaoxiao and Wei's faces changed at the words. What's going on? Did you find out who the other guy is? They dare to stop someone from the Tang family? It's been sent out to check. The bodyguard looked alarmed. It could be the tattoo people. What? Chen Xiaoxiao, Wei and the others' faces became even more ugly, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes. The Tattoo is an internationally active organization of assassins who kill countless people and are ruthless in their methods. In recent years, the Tattoo has repeatedly committed crimes all over the world for money and profit, and even Interpol can do nothing about them. The Tang family had no grudge or connection with the Tattoo, so why would they suddenly appear and surround the entire small town, targeting them directly? Right now, Tang Bingyan was not yet awake. No one was making decisions in the face of unknown dangers, and those bodyguards under Chen Xiaoxiao were already in disarray in the face of the threat of the Tattoo outside. Su Tian's face was cold, and his heart was cold. What's coming is coming. If you didn't get away with it in your last life, do you want to make the same mistake this time? In the end, it was Wei who stabilized his mind and looked at Chen Xiaoxiao and said, "Where's the first team? Have them send Mr. Su away." Wei, are you out of your mind? Chen Xiaoxiao immediately yelled at Wei like a lit explosive, snapping at him. Team 1 is the strongest of all the bodyguards. What about Missy's side when you send them out? And Tattoo's side came prepared and outnumbered. All of us combined are still not sure we can break out, and now we have to split some of our men to send him away. What do you want Missy and the rest of us to do? Wait for death at the hotel? Facing Chen Xiaoxiao's questioning, Wei acted very calmly. Chen Xiaoxiao, as the commander of all the bodyguards, you naturally know well that facing a killer organization like Tattoo, even if everyone stays behind to break out together right now, you don't have half a chance of winning. Mr. Su's identity was only known to the Tang family's inner core. Even if he sneaked away, the people on the Tattoo side wouldn't care because he was irrelevant and insignificant to the Tang family. Now, before those people break into the hotel, sending Mr. Su out as soon as possible will maximize his safety. But Missy is still sick and unconscious, so why should we prioritize keeping him safe? Chen Xiaoxiao retorted unconvincingly. Who the hell is he? Also worthy of being protected by me and my men? You. Wei wanted to say something else, but was immediately interrupted by Chen Xiaoxiao. From the day I followed Missy, I had only one belief, and that was to protect Missy to the death. Even if all the bodyguards under my command and I were to be wiped out, we'd still send Missy back to Huaxia safely. And now you're asking me to send a team of elites out to help Su Tian get out of the way. I can't do it. To put Missy in even more danger for the sake of an outsider, or a scumbag. Wei, who the hell are you with? Facing Chen Xiaoxiao's accusations and questions, Wei frowned tightly and snapped. Chen Xiaoxiao, since you still know that you are Missy's person, you should be clear that none of us can disobey Missy's orders. The importance of Mr. Su to Missy is not clear to others. Are you not clear? If anything does happen to him, what will you tell Missy when she wakes up? To put it bluntly, according to Missy's current physical condition, if something happens to Mr. Sue, do you think Missy she'll still be alive? This. Chen Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded by Wei's dislike. Of course she was clear about Tang Bingyan's attitude towards Su Tian, but for her to scatter her elite bodyguards for the sake of a scumbag like Su Tian and put the people she left behind in danger, she was even more incapable of doing so. Just as both Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao refused to back down, Su Tian quietly squatted beside Tang Bingyan's bed. He used a handkerchief to carefully wipe away the cold sweat on Tang Bingyan's forehead, then lowered his head and gently kissed on her lips that had receded from their blood color. Mr. Su, I will send a team of bodyguards to escort you out. You must leave immediately now. A flash of worry and anxiety flashed across Wei's eyes. Time was now running out, and if Su Tian refused to withdraw, they would waste even more time. Although Chen Xiaoxiao was Tang Bingyan's secret guard and was in charge of all the bodyguard units, Wei was after all Tang Bingyan's assistant. In a time of crisis, Wei's power of speech was far higher than Chen Xiaoxiao's. After Wei gave his orders with a single hammer blow, the bodyguards in the room all looked at Su Tian. In this kind of critical situation, as long as one is a man, he will not leave his woman to run away alone. What's more, Tang Bingyan was so good to Su Tian. If Su Tian still had a conscience, he definitely wouldn't have used the power of a team to escape alone. Just as everyone was waiting for Su Tian's decision, they only saw Su Tian stand up from the edge of the bed. He first moved gently to tuck in the corner of Tang Bingyan's blanket, then spoke to Wei. When do we leave? This one sentence made Chen Xiaoxiao as well as the other bodyguards loathe Su Tian to the extreme. Su Tian, this scumbag, didn't even bother to make a fake excuse, and even agreed so shamelessly. Their family's Missy was seriously ill and in a coma, and the entire hotel was under the siege of the assassin organization. Su Tian, as Missy's lawful husband, even chose to let the strongest elite bodyguard squad under Missy's command escort him to escape. Chen Xiaoxiao lost her concentration and looked towards Tang Bingyan who was lying on the bed, and actually laughed out lowly. Missy, open your eyes and see, this is the man you want to protect even at the expense of yourself. Even they, the bodyguards hired by the Tang family, didn't want to retreat, and Su Tian was surprisingly only concerned about his own safety. Chen Xiaoxiao believed that even the dogs they raised would not be so ungrateful. Su Tian, this scum, was even worse than a dog. If Mr. Gu Beicheng had been present, he would have been with Missy, even sacrificing himself to protect her well-being. Why is it that someone as shrewd and intelligent as Missy is like a blind man in love, unable to recognize who is the man who is good for her? Wei was also a bit disappointed after hearing Su Tian's choice. Originally, he had seen Su Tian taking care of Tang Bingyan in every way during this period of time and felt that he had at least some feelings for Tang Bingyan. Thus it was impossible for him to agree to leave Tang Bingyan behind and evacuate on his own. After he had made his decision just now, he was still torn on how to persuade Su Tian to evacuate first, but he didn't expect Su Tian to choose to leave Tang Bingyan behind and escape without even a hint of hesitation and tussle, and he wasn't even willing to pretend to be deeply unwilling to part with him. It is often said that all hearts are made of flesh. Tang Bingyan is so good to Su Tian. His heart, even if it is a stone, there should be a day when it is warmed up. It seemed that he had thought wrong. Su Tian's heart wasn't made of stone. He didn't have a heart at all. Under the gazes of the crowd, either angry or contemptuous, Su Tian walked out of the hotel room without saying a word, and didn't forget to bring his 28-inch suitcase with him on his way out. Mr. Su, the situation is very dangerous right now. This case cannot be brought. A team of security captains with masks and duck caps stopped Su Tian. Years of training had long since made him happy and angry, but the contempt in his heart had reached its peak when he saw this timid and cowardly man abandoning his luggage as he fled for his life. It seemed that within this suitcase, there were definitely treasures that he wanted from Tang Bingyan, and if they weren't worth anything, he wouldn't have even had to bring them with him at this point when he was fleeing for his life. No, what's in this box is very important to me, and I'm not leaving without it. Su Tian tightened his grip on the luggage handle and said firmly. The captain of the first team clenched his fists tightly and squeezed them to the point of cackling, but in the end, he still waved his hand at the other two bodyguards behind him. Take this luggage down for Mr. Su. Chapter 157 Are all beauties. Two black-clad bodyguards reluctantly stepped forward, one of them lifting the suitcase. Be careful not to break it. Su Tian barked a word of advice before he went downstairs with them. There were a number of vehicles parked in front of the hotel, and this time of day coincided with the hotel guests checking out and leaving the hotel. A fleet of cars mixed in with the other guests' vehicles and left the hotel in a low-key manner. Not long after this car departed, 3 more limousines departed from the hotel. They were all members of a team that secretly protected Su Tian and sent him safely out of this small city. Not long after Su Tian left, Chen Xiaoxiao and the others who remained in the hotel proceeded to arrange for the evacuation. They had to get Tang Bingyan out of the hotel before the tattoo people rushed in. Soon, the unconscious Tang Bingyan was carried out from the hotel room by Chen Xiaoxiao and sent to the car before being looked after by Wei. Chen Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was sitting in the front with a member of the third team who was driving the car. Wei, who was sitting in the back row taking care of Tang Bingyan, silently looked out the window at the scenery that kept skimming past, his eyes filled with anxious worry. Any contact with the Bureau of Investigation side of the lighthouse country? Contacted. But the other side is hesitant to send backup under the pretext of insufficient police presence. Chen Xiaoxiao fiercely hammered the armrest next to the car seat. I think they just received money from Tattoo and deliberately turned a blind eye. We have no grudge against the people of Tattoo. What kind of person instructed those killers to deal with us? Chen Xiaoxiao sneered. Those people are vicious thugs. They will do anything to kill people for money. Maybe the person who wants Missy to die spent a lot of money to hire them. There are a lot of people who miss this life of our Missy. But anyone who knew anything about the forces of darkness knew that since the emergence of the organization Tattoo, they had never missed a beat in their operations. At the very beginning, Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao thought that the other party was here for the patent secrets in their hands, but after learning that the other party was tattooed, they realized that the person behind the scenes wanted them dead. Wei sighed and glanced back warily at the back of the vehicle before asking again, "What's the situation with Team 1? Did they send Mr. Su out?" When Chen Xiaoxiao heard Su Tian, a flash of contempt flashed in her eyes. That scum should have run away by boat under the escort of a team by now. He only has himself in mind. How would he still care about our lives? Wei shook his head in disappointment. He was a little chagrined at himself for impressing Su Tian all this time. He prided himself on reading countless people, but he never thought there would be a time when he would look away. Chen Xiaoxiao and the others came out of the hotel and sped all the way to the northwest of the small town. There was a barren mountain there that was easy to hide in, and if the breakout was successful, there might be a chance of survival. Seeing that the distance to the outskirts was getting closer and closer, the faces of the people in the car all became more and more grave. Danger was imminent, and everyone's faces were clouded with worry. I wonder if the tattooed assassins were certain that they couldn't break through their tight defense, and therefore didn't send anyone over to intercept them. They were like humans standing outside a giant jar, gleefully admiring the mice rampaging inside. Damn it, if you're capable of doing so, all get out and fight your auntie fair and square. Chen Xiaoxiao was the most indolent and opened the car window to yell at the outside. Are the infamous tattoos all cowards who can only sneak up on you? No sooner had her words fallen than an eerie laugh rang out from the valley not far away. Not far ahead of them was the border between the small town and the jungle, connected by a drawbridge that only allowed one vehicle to pass over it. However, the front remained empty, with no sign of any ambush in sight. Wei's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shouted at Chen Xiaoxiao, "Close the windows now, stop the car." The bodyguard driving the car subconsciously slammed on the brakes, and just as he was dazed by the windshield due to the huge inertia of leaning forward and having his forehead hit by the windshield, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded from the front. All of a sudden Wei and the others were on fire in front of their eyes. The heat wave came towards them. Even if they were blocked by the iron skin of the sedan, their skin felt the sizzling temperature. The only way out, the drawbridge, was blown up. The next moment, a group of black-clothed men quietly arrived to surround them. Wei turned around and realized that the retreat behind them had been blocked by a dozen or so copper-walled jeeps, and the line of people directly in front of them were walking against the firelight, like sure evil ghosts coming out of hell, and were slowly approaching them. When those people came a little closer, Chen Xiaoxiao got a good look at them, and a rich despair surfaced on her pretty face filled with frost. The 5 people at the head were dressed in black, and each of them had a distinctive hexagram tattoo on the right cheek, which was the symbol of the tattoo organization. At the head of the group was a tall, thin and gloomy middle-aged man, who had only one right eye, with his left eye covered by a black blindfold. His name is One-Eyed Jack and he's the leader of the tattoos. Jack is just an alias. No one knows his real name or background, and is currently the 10th highest-ranking prisoner on Interpol's bounty list. Next to him stood 2 men and 2 women, the one closest to him being the highest-ranking henchman at Jack's side. The white man with the ghastly white face and deep contours of his features was called George the Vampire, and the petite woman in the black lace dress with the brooding eyes was called Medusa. If these 2 were to walk around a busy metropolis, their outstanding looks might be recognized as movie stars, but only those who had really dealt with them would know that although these 2 had angelic faces, their hearts were more vicious than snakes and scorpions. Medusa, in particular, was jealous of all white blonde and dark-haired oriental women who looked more attractive than she did. Whoever becomes her target will be disfigured and then tortured to death. What's even creepier is that Medusa will also take pictures of her victims' disfigured ugliness as a souvenir before they die, and is an extremely twisted psychopath. Despite the fact that there was almost no chance of survival for those who had seen the tattoos, Wei was nonetheless able to determine the identities of these people from their physical features. Although the other man and woman, Wei, had not seen them in the information, but by looking at the size of the hexagram tattoo pattern on their faces, he could also judge that they were definitely extremely high-status killers under One-Eyed Jack. After seeing the tattooed leader and his men, the last vestige of luck in Wei's heart completely vanished. Sure enough, it's them. Chen Xiaoxiao cursed as she pulled open the car door and got out. These scum who will do anything for money. When the evil-minded Medusa saw Chen Xiaoxiao, a flash of jealousy flashed through her icy eyes. You're Chen Xiaoxiao, right? I didn't realize that the bodyguards around Tang Bingyan were all beauties. She raised her chin high, clearly half a head shorter than Chen Xiaoxiao, but still maintained a condescending air. But did you know that I, Medusa, hate beauties like you the most? Chapter 158 Mysterious Organization Dark Shadow. Cut the crap. Do you dare to fight me? Chen Xiaoxiao flashed the butterfly knife in her hand, its sharpness appearing. Xiao, don't be impulsive. Wei pulled the woman, who wanted to go straight for it, and yanked him behind him. And then, he took a step forward and looked straight at Medusa and opened his mouth. Since you know who is sitting in our car, why are you still working against us? Our Tang family never seemed to have offended you. Medusa's viper-like golden eyes flashed with mockery as she looked Wei up and down. A few moments later, the thin lips opened lightly and said in an extremely loose tone, it's true that you haven't offended us, but do we need a reason to want to kill someone? We just want to kill Tang Bingyan today. What can you do? Looking for death. Chen Xiaoxiao heard the contempt for Tang Bingyan and the other party's words and couldn't wait to go straight up and tear this woman's mouth off. Wei, however, once again tugged on Chen Xiaoxiao, still speaking calmly. Of course you can massacre as many as you like. Only if something does happen to our Missy in the Lighthouse Kingdom. Have you thought about the consequences? Missy is the person in charge of the Tang family. If you make a move against her, you're going against the Tang family. Tattoo was nothing more than an assassin organization. Naturally there was no way to compete with the Tang family with its 100-year-old foundation. Even if they were lucky enough to kill Tang Bingyan today, they would still face the Tang family's insane retaliation afterward. Even if the organization Tattoo would do anything for money, they are not in the business of losing money. That's why Wei couldn't figure out why Tattoo had surrounded them regardless and even tried to kill them. And then, Wei proceeded to look at the tattooed crowd and said, you assassins accept commissions for no other reason than because of money. And the benefits you can get from this operation are clearly disproportionate to the consequences of going against the Tang family. Regardless of what your purpose is in targeting our Onii-chan, I think you should seriously consider whether or not it's worth it to do so. Hearing Wei's words, the faces of the 5 people led by One-Eyed Jack all showed some subtle changes. Obviously, they were also aware of the power and status of the Tang family. A glimmer of hope flared in Wei's heart as he saw this. However, just as he was about to continue persuading them to abandon the mission while the iron was hot, he saw Medusa suddenly laugh sorrowfully. You are indeed right. But who made Tang Bingyan a beauty? All women who are more beautiful than me deserve to die, and so does she, Tang Bingyan. And even though the consequences of offending the Tang family are severe, the rewards we get are beyond your imagination. Why wouldn't we accept such a challenging mission? George, the vampire standing to the left of One-Eyed Jack, also spoke with a sneer. Don't reason with us, leave no one alive. No consequences, that's what tattooing is all about. Just as Chen Xiaoxiao and the others were confronting the members of the Assassin's Green, Su Tian had already been sent by a team to the pier outside the small city. Mr. Su, get on board. This ship will take you to the capital of the Lighthouse Kingdom. The captain said coldly to Su Tian. I'm not going to the capital. Su Tian surveyed those bodyguards closest to him, seemingly frowning as he thought about something. Mr. Su, the situation is urgent. We risked our lives to get you out. Please recognize the situation and don't let Mr. Tang down for defending you. The captain impatiently urged Su Tian. They, the elite of the bodyguards, were originally supposed to guard Chief Tang's side, but now they were arranged to escort a little white boy on the run. Originally, they had been reluctant, wanting to complete their mission as soon as possible to rush back to meet up with Chen Xiaoxiao and the others, but Su Tian had dawdled and refused to board the ship. Even if they were concerned about Su Tian's identity, their patience was almost at its limit at this point. Su Tian didn't care about the mockery in the captain's tone, but instead walked over to the bodyguard carrying his own suitcase, dragged the bulky 28-inch suitcase to an open space in front of the crowd, and opened it up in front of them. In the next moment, the crowd froze in unison as they stared at the box Su Tian had opened. I saw the 28-inch suitcase full of colorful things that looked like 90s show clothes. What's this about? The captain of the first team was confused. Are you kidding me? Is this the time for all this fancy dress? Instead of solving the puzzle for the crowd, Su Tian found the only black suit that looked good amongst the clothes, and also accompanying the suit was a large cowboy hat, a black eye mask and a black cape that was big enough to be a bedsheet. Su Tian put on the outfit in full view of everyone, and even hung something that looked like a fencing sword around his waist. Crap, this is cosplaying Zorro, isn't it? I can't believe there's an eye patch. Mr. Su, you're not sick, are you? What time is it now? And you're still in the mood to play dress-up games? The captain glared at Su Tian with a head full of black lines. If he wasn't Tang Bingyan's man, I'm afraid he would have lost his patience and thrown him directly into the sea to let him fend for himself. What's the holdup? Su Tian acted as if he hadn't noticed the angry eyes of the bodyguards as he commanded with equanimity. Find the size you can wear and change into these clothes. Bodyguards. They glanced down at the box, of which was simply prepared for a large ball. There's Captain America, Spider-Man, Batman, and surprisingly, even Elvis in his classic stage costume. What a time it was. They didn't have the heart to fool around with Su Tian. Mr. Su. The captain forced himself to resist the urge to go up and violently beat Su Tian, and took a deep breath. Can you not? Cut the crap. If you guys want to save Bingyan, change into these clothes right now and go back with me. What did you say? The captain and a team of other bodyguards nearly spit out blood in anger. They had risked so much to send Su Tian out of the small town, and now this man who didn't know any better wanted to return? Wasn't he hell-bent on escaping with his valuables? But the so-called valuable luggage was nothing more than rags, and he could have run away in a boat, but had to turn back at the critical moment. Su Tian saw that these bodyguards refused to act, and Cure explained to them, "Have you heard of the Shadow?" Hearing the name Shadow, the captain of the first team's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he nodded and replied, "Isn't that an internationally known mysterious organization? If the tattoo is just a group of vicious, desperate people who will do anything for money to form an alliance of killers, then the Shadow is a mysterious organization that acts without rules and is full of fear and strangeness, which can be compared to religious beliefs. Unlike the thugs like Tattoo who always occupied Interpol's bounty list, the members in the Shadow had never exposed themselves to the outside world, not even to any random ordinary member of the organization. But there is no chance of survival for any prey that is targeted by them. The Shadows are a mysterious organization, so mysterious that even those who deal with the forces of darkness do not necessarily know of their existence. The captain of the first team had also learned about the organization by chance during a mission, and knew nothing about the organization's leader or the list of its members. This kid Su Tian was just an ordinary person. How did he know about the Dark Shadow organization? And what does he want now that he mentions the Shadow? Chapter 159. You don't deserve it yet. Under the puzzled gazes of a team of bodyguards, Su Tian put on a western cowboy hat and a black eye mask, covering half of his face. From now on, we represent the Shadow. The moment he put on the mask, the aura around him immediately changed, from a gentle and sunny youth to a mysterious and gloomy man with a raspy voice. Su Tian will occasionally listen to Morong Shue's class some time ago, but also with the dubbing teacher to learn a little bit of mimicry skills, although not to the extent of professional dubbing actors. But there are clothes and props and other additions, plus he deliberately lowered his voice, but also really have a few points of vicissitudes of the feeling of middle-aged men. It's just a shame I don't smoke, or it would be more like it. Su Tian seemed to be shaking his head with some regret, and when he looked up again and saw that the bodyguards in front of him were still frozen in place, his tone became a few points colder. Hurry up and get changed. Isn't the situation critical? What are you waiting for? Waiting to die? You're asking us to pretend to be members of the Shadow? The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. The Shadows, being the mysterious organization that kills and maims, are truly able to intimidate the members of the Tattoo. But the tattooed ones aren't idiots. Even if they dress up as Shadow, they're not really members of Shadow. This kind of lie, which can be easily dismantled, does not help the current situation at all. Are you sure that's how the Shadow members are dressed? The bodyguard next to the captain couldn't help but open his mouth to question. And even if that's how they're dressed, then how do you know the tattooed people will believe we're them? Do you guys have any other ideas? Su Tian threw a Batman suit to the captain. Of course he wasn't betting on luck, but he happened to hear something about the Shadow in his previous life, including some of the unspoken mischief of the Shadow leader, Shadow Lord. For example, he likes to have his men portray classic movie characters. The captain and the other bodyguards shook their heads with heavy faces. Since there isn't, from now on, you're all under my command. Su Tian's timbre was calm, but his tone carried an undeniable strength. Next to the drawbridge at the edge of the small town, the two of them, Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao, were confronting One-Eyed Jack and his men. They didn't expect the other party to be so emboldened that they didn't even care about the power of the Tang family. Originally, they had wanted to use the Tang family's identity to stall for as long as possible, waiting for support to arrive. But the tattooed men wanted a quick fix, and didn't give them a chance to buffer themselves. Hurry up and do it. It's uncomfortable to stay in this hole for too long. After One-Eyed Jack spoke, Chen Xiaoxiao and the others immediately gripped their weapons and prepared for a bitter fight. Medusa spoke with some excitement. Leave Tang Bingyan and that black-haired woman to me, and the rest of you can do as you please. One-Eyed Jack's expression changed and he said with some impatience, we don't have time to play games with you. Just kill Tang Bingyan and withdraw. Obviously he was clear about the power of the Tang family in China. Even if they had now seized the opportunity to surround Tang Bingyan and her men, it would not be easy to kill them. Medusa, however, was unimpressed by One-Eyed Jack's command. Jack, it's not like you to be so squeamish. Now that the neighborhood is full of our people, you're worried they'll be able to get their wings and fly away? I'm going to slash that brunette's face 50. No, 100 times. Who made her have a foxy face? The woman with a gloomy expression stared at Chen Xiaoxiao with a deadly gaze, as if she was looking at an object that she had hated for a long time. Alright, that woman and Tang Bingyan are all yours, but you have to move fast. No problem. Although Medusa agreed, she nevertheless didn't want to let the legendary Chinese business queen and the brunette in front of her die so painfully. For Medusa, killing doesn't make her physically and mentally happy, only torturing women who are prettier than her in the most brutal way, letting those women out of fear after all the ugliness and then lynching them with a knife, watching them stop breathing in agony. That's the most painful and pleasurable. The devil-like woman took a few steps forward and hooked her finger at Chen Xiaoxiao. Let's start with you. Don't you want to protect your master? If you can last 5 minutes under me, I'll make an exception and let your master die faster. Medusa's provocation caused Chen Xiaoxiao to become enraged, and without even thinking, she swung the butterfly knife in her hand and rushed forward. Xiao Xiao, watch out. Knowing that he couldn't stop her, Wei could only stand back and wait and see what would happen. He was closest to Tang Bingyan in the car, so if Tattoo's other killers tried to sneak attack, he could block the knife for Tang Bingyan as fast as he could. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xiaoxiao had already passed 2 moves with Medusa. Medusa does have the capital to be proud and vicious. Her moves are not as direct as the Western fighting arts, but on the contrary there are also some fluttering and tricky moves mixed in amongst the movements, which are hard to break through. Chen Xiaoxiao had passed 3 moves with Medusa in the blink of an eye, and although the other party's moves were bizarre, she was the most outstanding secret guard by Tang Bingyan's side, and even if she couldn't crack it for a moment, she hadn't lost the upper hand. Medusa had originally thought that the dark-haired woman in front of her was a vase, and had not used her full strength as if she were teasing a weak and pathetic pet. But when she saw Chen Xiaoxiao dodging her attacks time and time again, the contempt in her eyes finally closed. This dark-haired oriental woman was better than any of the vases she'd encountered before. That's funny. A cold, piercing smile curled up on Medusa's lips. The number 1 secret guard under Tang Bingyan really lives up to its name. I don't want you to die so easily. Interesting things have to live a little longer so that they don't bore me so much. Medusa changed her mind. She wanted to capture Chen Xiaoxiao alive, and after that, she would lock her up in her basement and slowly torture her, watching the fighting spirit in her eyes dissipate little by little until she completely collapsed. The process, it must be very exciting. Oh, trying to kill me? The butterfly knife in Chen Xiaoxiao's hand brought up a cold wind in midair, heading straight for Medusa's throat. You're not worthy yet. Medusa put away her careless stance after sensing that she was difficult to deal with. In a few moments, the 2 black-clothed women entangled themselves in a dozen rounds of fighting, with victory and defeat hard to distinguish. But even though Chen Xiaoxiao was getting more and more courageous, a worried look appeared in the eyes of Wei, who was watching the battle from the back. Medusa's strength was a bit higher than Chen Xiaoxiao's. If she had used her full strength, Chen Xiaoxiao would have been seriously injured by now. But instead of doing so, she deliberately delayed, wanting to wait until Chen Xiaoxiao's stamina was exhausted and then take it down in one fell swoop. It's like a cat that catches a mouse and doesn't rush to bite it to death, but instead grabs the mouse by the tail, admires its struggling appearance, and waits until the mouse's strength is exhausted and there's no way for it to struggle any longer, and then flashes its fangs. Even Wei could tell what the other party was up to, and Chen Xiaoxiao, who was fighting Medusa, was naturally clear about it as well. But Medusa's strength was astonishing, and she was now in a passive position, unable to turn the tables at all. While Medusa was playing cat and mouse with Chen Xiaoxiao with great interest, Vampire George, who was standing on the other side of One-Eyed Jack, impatiently raised his 10 fingers with long nails. His nails were sharply manicured and were his weapon of choice for killing. Women are just a pain in the ass. Hurry up and solve the target. I've got a rave to attend tonight at the 7th Avenue bar in L-Town. Shut the up. Medusa turned and stopped a leaping George behind her with a flying kick. I'll find her break soon enough. Chapter 160 Crisis Moment. Su Tian arrives. Although Medusa had the strength to seriously injure Chen Xiaoxiao directly, Chen Xiaoxiao's moves were fast and vicious, so the risk was extremely high. In other words, it was that even though she could make quick work of it, she could get herself hurt if she didn't get it right. Medusa couldn't let her delicate skin be scratched by the butterfly knife in this oriental woman's hands, and kept trying to find a break that could kill her with a single blow. In the blink of an eye, the two entangled themselves for more than 100 rounds. Medusa was like a monster, and even her breath was not the least bit unruffled. Facing such a powerful opponent, Chen Xiaoxiao gradually began to get impatient, and a careless distraction allowed the other party to find a break. Look out! Wei watched as the long knife in Medusa's hand went straight for Chen Xiaoxiao's chest but was unable to stop it. Chen Xiaoxiao also noticed the cold light coming straight at her. She tried her best to dodge it, but she was still a step too slow. Instead of stabbing her in the chest, Medusa's long blade plunged straight into her shoulder. In the next second, Medusa quickly drew back her long knife and raised her foot to kick Chen Xiaoxiao out. Chen Xiaoxiao's body fell to the ground like a falling leaf, blood continuously gushing out from her shoulder, her face as white as paper due to blood loss. Seeing Chen Xiaoxiao's agonized appearance, Medusa excitedly wiped off the blood on her long knife, once again raising the sharp blade in her hand and condescendingly stabbing it towards her belly. In the nick of time, Wei rushed over and dragged Chen Xiaoxiao's body back 7 or 8 steps with great speed, all the way back to the side of the sedan. Sister Xiaoxiao. The other bodyguards also gathered around to check Chen Xiaoxiao's injuries. Chen Xiaoxiao was their commander, the one with the most powerful hands amongst all their bodyguards, and even she could be injured so easily. If the tattooed killers were to strike together, there was no chance of them surviving. Xiao Chan, who had been responsible for protecting the vehicle Tang Bingyan was in, saw that Chen Xiaoxiao had been injured by the Medusa, and drew out his random longsword, immediately rushing up. Ugly woman, I won't allow you to hurt Sister Xiaoxiao. Xiao Chan, stop! Chen Xiaoxiao roared loudly as she endured the pain. She knew very well that Xiao Chan's strength was not equal to Medusa's, and going up now would be a death sentence. Sister Xiaoxiao, we can't just sit around and wait for death. Xiao Chan stepped forward with an iron will, refusing to retreat even a single step. He glanced back behind him at his brothers, who had once fought side by side together, and said firmly, even if I can't beat them, I can at least delay them for some time. You. Chen Xiaoxiao's face twisted and she was about to drink back Xiao Chan, but she saw that the other party had already swung his long sword and arrived in front of Medusa. Don't worry too much. Xiao Chan's strength isn't as good as yours, but he's still the best among the Tang family bodyguards. Wei covered Chen Xiaoxiao's wound for her and whispered comfortingly, all we can do now is stall for time and wait for backup. The Interpol on the lighthouse countryside couldn't be contacted. Wei could only contact the Tang family's forces nearby, but those people would take 4 or 5 hours to arrive at the earliest. As things stood, even one by one, fighting alone, could not delay the arrival of support. Not to mention he didn't think tattooed people had that much patience. Maybe after they fought with Chen Xiaoxiao, Xiao Chan, and figured out their bottom line, they would simply make a move to finish them all off. When that time comes, what should his missy do? Just as Wei was worried, Xiao Chan had already arrived in front of Medusa. I don't hit women, but you're an exception. He moved his wrists, the long sword in his hand sharply pulling out gusts of swords. Anyone who hurts Sister Xiaoxiao deserves to die. Xiao Chan knew that he was no match for the woman in front of him, but he delayed as long as possible. As long as he bought a little more time, Chief Tang and the others would have one more hope to wait for support. Oh, you and the brunette aren't a couple, are you? Medusa's viper-like eyes scanned over Xiao Chan. Just in time. Then I can send you all to hell together. Cut the crap. Xiao Chan had never dared to let Chen Xiaoxiao know about his feelings, but at this moment, Medusa had even easily punctured his heart. Die for me. He let out a low, irritated cry and swung his sword at him. Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao and the others stared intently at Xiao Chan's every move with stony faces. On the contrary, Medusa was not panicking to meet the battle. This time she did not have the playful look on her face when she faced Chen Xiaoxiao, and her moves were much more serious than before. After a few dozen moves, Xiao Chan gradually fell behind. He also had many more less than fatal wounds on his body. After another 10 rounds or so, Xiao Chan's small arm holding the sword was actually pierced right through by Medusa. Well, Xiao Can painfully covered his injury and readjusted his posture, still wanting to fight again, when he heard Chen Xiaoxiao snapping, Xiao Chan, come back here. But, Xiao Chan was reluctant. You're no match for him. Get back here. Chen Xiaoxiao's hoarse roar caused Xiao Chan to take a few steps back to exit the battle. His arm was still dripping blood, and if it wasn't treated in time, I was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to hold a sword in the future. Originally, I thought that Tang Bingyan had a collection of experts under her command, but now it seems that it's nothing more than that. Medusa looked playfully at the heavily injured Xiao Can and the unwilling Chen Xiaoxiao, an evil smile curling out of her lips. Then she turned her head to George and the other tattooed members, her thin lips parting. You guys get together. I've had enough fun. Remember to keep those 2 women for me. She and Tang Bingyan. They're all mine. Chen Xiaoxiao and the others' faces changed drastically when they heard this, and those bodyguards also lit up their weapons with the intention of resisting to the death. That's ridiculous. Vampire George waved his sharp nails and laughed as he charged at the bodyguards, looking to pierce the throat of the young bodyguard closest to him. In the nick of time, Xiao Chan gritted his teeth and ignored the pain in his arm and swung his sword to fend off George's attack for that little bodyguard, while he himself was kicked in the vitals and flipped halfway around in midair, smashing onto the concrete pavement in a one-knee kneeling position. Since you want to seek death, I'll fulfill you. George seemed to be enraged by Xiao Chan, abandoning the little bodyguard who had almost had his throat sealed by his own finger, and turned toward Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan had just landed on the ground, and before the sharp pain at his knees could be relieved, he had to dodge George's continuous fierce attacks. He had long been physically exhausted and was now at the end of his rope. Xiao Chan felt a darkness enveloping his surroundings, and in a trance, he seemed to smell the flavor of death. Just as he swung his sword at George with the determination of certain death, a low voice as cool as the clear moon suddenly came from behind him. Press the blade down 3 inches and attack the lower disc. Xiao Chan wasn't sure where the voice came from, but the instinct to survive made him do as the voice said and pressed down on his sword blade, turning to probe George's underbelly. Colored clouds chasing the moon, flat sands and flying geese, immortals pointing the way. Next, Xiao Chan broke his back and methodically attacked George according to the moves the voice said. Well, only an extremely painful muffled grunt was heard ringing in the ears of the crowd. This person was not the heavily injured Xiao Chan, but the aggressive George from a moment ago. Chapter 161 Shadow Lord? Blood gurgled from George's calf, staining his pants. The moment George stepped back, the 2 Tang bodyguards quickly stepped forward and helped Xiao Chan back up. This sudden sound disrupted the rhythm of George and the others. Even Shen Xiao, Wei and the others were shocked. Who the hell is it? How could he mention Xiao Chan at such a critical moment and turn him around? The crowd looked in the direction of the voice. In the next moment, they realized that just as they were paying full attention to the battle, 3 black sedans had already silently driven over from the direction behind them, stopping right behind the row of Tang family vehicles. Who's over there? Medusa and One-Eyed Jack looked warily at the 3 black sedans. Every direction of the small town was handled by their men, and those ordinary tourists had long since been detained at the entrances and exits after being screened, so it was unlikely that anyone would come in at a time like this, and it's also unlikely to be able to again have the audacity to barge in with a big grin and look for death after seeing the tattooed sign. One-Eyed Jack narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze tightly fixed on the black sedan at the head of the group. For some reason, he had a premonition that the voice that helped Xiao Chan injure George just now came out from that car. At the same time, Chen Xiao, Wei, and the others also looked at the direction not far behind them. That voice just now sounded young. Although his voice was young, the man had a lot of experience in melee combat, and was even able to make Xiao Chan reverse his defeat and successfully get out of the hands of the ferocious vampire George. What is it about someone so awesome? In the eyes of the crowd, either curious or scornful, the passenger door of the sedan in the lead was opened. Then a young man in a Western uniform took the lead and got out of the car, pulling the door open for the man sitting behind him. After the car door was opened, the first thing everyone saw was a pair of not-so-common boots owned by a man wearing a black coat and pants plus a black cape and a cowboy hat. The upper half of the man's face was covered by an equally black mask, revealing only 2 beady eyes in standard Western Zorro getup. After the man got out of the car, 7 or 8 people came down from the other 2 cars. The men, some in tights, some in uniforms, and others in tuxedos only worn when going in and out of parties, were all famous characters from classic movies. Who are you people? How could Vampire George not expect that he would be backstabbed? And he drank viciously while treating his wounds. The man wearing the mask did not pay attention to George's shouting, but instead looked towards the One-Eyed Jack in the center of the room, followed by the same cold voice as just now once again. Jiang Jiuzhong, do you think that no one will recognize you if you change your foreigner's name and start your own business? Back then, when you were blacklisted by the Green Snow Pavilion and everyone in the Dark Forces were shouting at you, you almost died under the bounty hunter's knife. And now that you've transformed into the leader of an assassin organization, you're really a villain. What? Have you had enough of your peaceful days and gotten a little carried away? So much so that you have the audacity of a dog to even dare to touch the person the Shadow Master has his eye on? The black-clothed man's trailing voice rose slightly, with an innate intimidating power that made everyone around him feel a bone-chilling chill. One-Eyed Jack's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and his one eye, which was originally not very big, glared to its limit. This man, to his credit, was able to hit the nail on the head. He stared unblinkingly at the man not far away, scrutinizing what could be described as an exotic outfit, and suddenly something occurred to him, and surprisingly, a palpable fear surfaced in his eyes. All of you, stay put. His voice trembled as he ordered the gawking Medusa and the others, and there was a panic in his voice that he couldn't hide. The people behind Su Tian were also greatly surprised when they saw One-Eyed Jack's reaction. These people look like they really believe it? Previously, if they hadn't subconsciously wanted to return to Tang Bingyan's side to share her life and death with her as well, instead of protecting this unarmed little white boy to escape, they would never have agreed to Su Tian's plan that could be called retarded. When they came over, they were mentally prepared to be dismantled as soon as they came out. However, how could they not expect that Su Tian had not only successfully commanded Xiao Chan to get out of danger, but had even made One-Eyed Jack drink back his own men? Could it be that what Su Tian had said under his breath about Jack's identity wasn't just a lie, but was actually right? The first team of bodyguards were already skeptical in their minds. However, the professional bodyguard quality still let them outwardly still put on a cold to the end air, dutifully playing a member of the Shadow Organization. However, They didn't expect Su Tian to be the least bit nervous and not have stage fright either. Instead, he disguised himself even more exquisitely than they did. If they didn't know Su Tian's real identity, I am afraid that they would really think that the person in front of them is the head of that ferocious and mysterious organization, Shadow Lord. But, isn't Su Tian a white boy who relies on Mr. Tang for support? And he was also called a waste by Qin Xiaoxiao all day long. However, the Su Tian in their eyes at this moment was surprisingly vastly different from the little white boy in their impression. Such Su Tian, for the first time, gave them an intimidating feeling of wanting to submit. Meanwhile, the tattooed killers were even more shocked than the Tang family bodyguards. Being one of their own, none of them knew that One-Eye Jack was actually the former chief assassin of the Green Snow Pavilion, Jiang Jiuzhong. That Jiang Jiuzhong who had been blacklisted back then for turning against the Green Snow Pavilion, thus causing a major shakeup in the dark forces. Medusa and Vampire George's faces changed. They had followed One-Eye Jack for so long that they weren't sure of each other's true identities. Why did the man in front of me know? They knew through One-Eye Jack's reaction that the other party must have hit the nail on the head, or else One-Eye Jack wouldn't have warned them not to act rashly just now. Vampire Jack stared dead in the face of the man who stood before them, whose face he could not recognize, nor could he deduce his actual age. He thought there was something familiar about the other man's costume, as if he had seen it before from somewhere. Suddenly, a name popped up instantly in his mind. Shadow Master? Hearing the word Shadow Master, Medusa subconsciously frowned and retorted with a disapproving face. Don't be ridiculous, how could the Shadow Lord come here? Shadow Master is just a name. He is the head of a mysterious organization. No one knows what he really looks like or where he comes from. The members of the Shadow organization called him Shadow Master, a codename that also made him a dangerous presence among the dark forces. Even Medusa, who had been mixing in the dark forces for more than a decade, only knew that there was such an organization, as well as a little bit of insignificant information. The details about the members of the Shadow organization as well as the Shadow Master were all unknown. Chapter 162 Sacrificing Tang Bingyan to Su Tian? It was rumored that the Shadow Master of the Shadow came and went without a trace, and his identity was extremely mysterious, but he had a bad taste. That is, he liked to have his men dress up as characters from classic movies. When the Shadow, an organization, first appeared, the various organizations in the dark forces didn't take those members who dressed up like actors ready to go on stage seriously, but soon those people paid a terrible price for it. Any random low-level member of the Shadow could tear an SS-ranked mercenary to shreds with his bare hands. As for the Shadow Lord who kept the members submissive, some say he was a man with the ugly face of a Notre Dame de Paris bell ringer, and therefore wore a mask all the time. And some say he was a handsome, beautiful man, but didn't like people coveting his beauty, which is why he never showed his true face. He's dressed exactly like the legendary Shadow Lord. Vampire George's teeth chattered. And look at those people behind him. A classic role in a movie? Medusa sucked in a breath of cold air, and the hairs on her body stood up around her. There are all sorts of vicious and bloody organizations in the dark forces, but to pick the one that is the most vicious, it is the Shadow. And legend has it that the Shadow Lord was practicing an extremely evil technique, and that every few years he would personally select sacrifices to help him rise to the next level of strength. The chosen sacrifice must be a superb beauty of both talent and flawlessness. The Shadow Lord would drain the blood from those sacrifices while they were still alive, and then feed on the fresh blood while practicing. Even the princess of a small country in Western Europe was chosen as a sacrifice by the Shadow Lord, and the king tried to avenge the tragic death of his beloved daughter, but was instead destroyed by the Shadow. Today that small country has long since disappeared into history and no longer exists. Ever since the emergence of the Shadow as an organization, it had made countless enemies, but those forces or individuals that went against the Shadow Lord did not end up in a good place. Who dares to mess with an organization that can even destroy a country? If the man before them now was really the Shadow Master of the Shadow, then it was only natural that he would know the true identity of One-Eye Jack, just as Medusa and the others were in disbelief. Chen Xiaoxiao, Wei and the others also scornfully observed these people who suddenly appeared. As Tang Bingyan's right-hand man, the two of them, Chen Xiaoxiao and Wei, also had a certain understanding of the dark forces. Shadow is a much more terrifying presence than Tattoo. Is he really the Shadow Master of Dark Shadow? Chen Xiaoxiao's shirt was already drenched in cold sweat. Just now, when she heard this mysterious man instructing Xiao Chan to repel the Vampire George, she thought that the backup called by Wei had arrived. I didn't realize that these people who suddenly appeared were that Shadow Lord who rarely showed up. If anything, against the Tattoos, they might still would have a 10% chance of escaping, but when it came to the Shadow, they didn't even have that 10% chance. The terror and power of the Shadow was something they couldn't imagine or face. The Shadow Lord hasn't appeared for many years. Is it possible that he showed up this time to find a sacrifice for himself? Wei's eyes were filled with despair. If the Shadow Lord's target is Tang Bingyan, then, he involuntarily shivered. and the last shred of hope for survival in his heart was mercilessly doused by reality. However, just as everyone was paying attention to the man Zoro dressed up as, Xiao Chan landed his gaze on those attendants behind him. Why do these people look somewhat familiar? It wasn't just the attendants. Even the man in the center of the room looked familiar to him, as if he had seen him somewhere, and so on. Doesn't this man's body shape and facial profile look a bit like Su Tian? When Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao heard Xiao Chan's words, they subconsciously looked at the attendants. When you say it like that, it seems like a bit of a resemblance. Look at that person. His body type is very similar to that of White Road, Wei whispered with a frown. Bai Lu was the captain of bodyguard team 1, and he and his team had just escorted Su Tian away. When Chen Xiaoxiao heard Bai Lu's name, she smoothly thought of Su Tian, who only cared about escaping on his own, and her expression became more and more hideous and vicious. That little white boy. Scum! Missy's heartfelt words were really fed to the dogs. To have a dog that knows how to protect its master, and he runs for his life. Xiao Xiao. Su Tian's choice to defend himself at the critical moment is also Missy's wish, and I believe that if Missy was awake, she would definitely choose the same way. Although Wei also despised Su Tian, but now that Su Tian was gone, they didn't have to let their emotions be affected by the anger of an unrelated person. The state you're in will affect the other bodyguards, so be calm and don't get carried away. Even though both Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao felt that these shadows people were somewhat similar to their own bodyguard detachment, they didn't associate them together. At the moment, the enemy was in front of them, and if they were not careful, they would all be wiped out, so they did not have the heart to speculate on those messy things. What's the point of me being calm? Chen Xiaoxiao gasped and punched the body next to her. A tattoo is hard to deal with, and now there's a shadow. I guess the Shadow Lord is showing up. I guess he's looking at Missy and wants to use her as a sacrifice. The Shadow Lord picks what he thinks is the perfect woman of talent and beauty as a sacrifice every few years in order to practice his skills. Chen Xiaoxiao had also heard of this rumor, and it was precisely because of this that her spirit was even more tense. Falling into Tattoo's hands would be a death sentence at best, but if Tang Bingyan was caught by the Shadow Lord, she would definitely be tortured to the point of being worse than death. Damn it! There are so many women in the world. How come the Shadow Lord chose Missy? While Wei and Chen Xiaoxiao were disheartened, One-Eyed Jack carefully opened his mouth to deal with the masked man in front of him. Lord Shadow Lord, you have your eye on the Tang family's family head? The Shadow is a powerful and mysterious organization that comes and goes without a trace. Before this, he had never even met the lowly members inside, so naturally he wouldn't recognize the Shadow Lord. However, the Shadow Lord usually did not show himself easily, so One-Eyed Jack was not entirely convinced that the person standing in front of him at this moment was the famous Shadow Creator. He carefully weighed his words, trying to find out more about the other man. What do I want to do that I need to report to you? The masked man carelessly straightened his wind-blown cloak behind him, and his tone, though undulating, still sent shivers down one's spine. Don't dare! Don't dare! One-Eyed Jack panicked and waved his hand, but was somewhat undeterred. I naturally don't dare to interfere with the Shadow Lord's decision, but we, the Assassins Green, have taken on the task of executing Tang Bingyan this time, and there's no way to deliver with our employer if we fail. His only remaining eyes opened extremely wide as he swallowed nervously. Lord Shadow Lord, can you please raise your hand? Higher up? The man laughed softly, seemingly unconcerned, and asked, how do you lift it? Seeing that his attitude was unclear, One-Eyed Jack thought that there was still room for discussion and immediately added, Lord Shadow Lord is merely trying to use the Tang family's Tang Bingyan as a sacrifice. If you give these people to us for tattooing today, in the coming days I will definitely find a woman who is even better than Tang Bingyan to contribute to you. The person I pick will definitely not let you down. Chapter 163 Weapons. Won't let me down? Another soft laugh. One-Eyed Jack stiffened, his heart beating wildly. Lord Shadow Master, you. The aura around the man suddenly became even colder, and all of a sudden it was as if even the temperature around him had dropped sharply. The man absently fiddled with the hilt of the sword that was slung around his waist. Obviously his attitude remained idle, but the aura that emanated from him was stern and compelling. Since you want to choose another sacrifice for me, why don't I come and formulate a candidate for you? Just send me your daughter. I'm sure her blood will dress up my altar to perfection. One-Eyed Jack smiled and his body trembled violently, hurriedly said, no, just now it was me talking nonsense. Please Shadow Lord rest his anger. He had an illegitimate daughter that no one knew about except him and the woman's family. Why did the other guy point out so accurately that he had a daughter? Could it be that the Shadow Lord's forces had penetrated to this extent? A tiger's venom would not yet eat his son. No matter what, he could not possibly let his daughter fall into sacrifice. Nonsense? The man's tone suddenly turned cold. Do you think just anyone can be my sacrifice? If that's the case, then why not your daughter? One-Eyed Jack then realized that his behavior just now was very stupid. Busy said it can be worthy of the Shadow Lord's sacrifice. Naturally 1 in a million. Not just any inferior people can enter your eyes. Is that I just mouth to choose words? But also please Shadow Lord to rest his anger. It was that he had lived too long in peace to presume that the Lord Shadow Lord could give him the sacrifice he had set his eyes on. It was important to know that the Shadow Lord's requirements for sacrifices were very strict, otherwise he wouldn't have picked them only once every few years, knowing that things like sacrifices were naturally more of a good thing. But they took the order. They had to get rid of Tang Bingyan, and absolutely nothing could go wrong. The scene was deadlocked as One-Eyed Jack pondered his response tornly. At the same time, Chen Xiaoxiao realized that One-Eyed Jack and that Shadow Lord had actually snatched up Tang Bingyan as if she were goods, and her anger rose from her heart, itching to pounce on these demons directly and slaughter them. But she was also aware that her strength was limited and she was no match for them, not to mention another shadow, even if it was only the tattooed one. She had no chance of winning. Our Shadow Lord is in a good mood today and still has the pleasure of listening to this nonsense of yours. A tall attendant beside the man suddenly snapped. After all, there aren't many beasts as bold as you. In the face of the attendant's insults, One-Eyed Jack didn't even dare to show a semblance of anger, but only nodded in agreement. Your lesson is, small no wrong, get lost if you know you're wrong. Our Shadow Master's time is precious. We're rolling. One-Eyed Jack took a few steps backward. He wasn't willing to back down just like that, and knowing that he couldn't afford to mess with Dark Shadow, he was suffocating in his heart. And while his men were as resigned as he was, another short, fat man couldn't help but come up and lower his voice to him. Are they really the people of the shadow? The true face of those people? We have never seen them. Will they be? He didn't say the latter half of the sentence, but the meaning was already very obvious. That is, he was questioning whether these people in front of him would be imposters. One-Eyed Jack didn't make a sound, his one brooding eye harboring resignation. His own bottom line was found out by the other side. Even the fact that he had a daughter was known. If it wasn't the Shadow Lord, who else would have that power? Look at those attendants. Each one of them is not weak. Vampire George had been observing without moving. The Shadow Lord likes Zoro to dress up, and he also likes to pick out perfect women who are both talented and beautiful, and use them as sacrifices for his practice. None of this is broken. Medusa stayed silent. She wasn't willing to just let go. Only by personally destroying women like Chen Xiaoxiao and Tang Bingyan would she feel pleasure. Right now, just when she was about to get what she wanted, a group of people of unknown origin suddenly appeared to snatch the fruits of her victory, which was already challenging her bottom line. The short, fat man continued, but those rumors are known to those of us who are mixed with the dark forces, and it doesn't mean anything. And don't you guys think it's weird that they just showed up out of nowhere? There has been no news of the Shadow Master on the road for 3 or 4 years. We don't even know if he's dead or alive. So how can we be sure that this man in front of us is him? The plan of action this time is also classified. So why did the Shadow Lord show up here to hinder us? There is indeed something fishy, agreed George the vampire. And this man has appeared for so long, but we have not seen his scary guy. His words caused a flash of light in Medusa's head, and she immediately became excited as if she had caught a key loophole. Right. Rumor has it that the weapons the Shadow Lord uses to kill people are very peculiar, and not something mundane like wearing a sword and a saber. Look at that man's waist, there's only a decoration that looks like a sword. I don't see any other weapons on him at all. One-Eyed Jack and the others sniffed and immediately looked at the man's waist. Medusa continued somewhat mysteriously. I've actually seen the Shadow Lord's weapon. Where have you seen it? The short, fat man and George were busy pursuing the question. I went to the black market before to try to buy a weapon while I was there, and I met a vendor who said that he knew an internationally renowned master, and that so many top killers order their weapons from him, and I've seen pictures from him, so I'll definitely be able to recognize that weapon as soon as I see it. Are you sure the vendor didn't lie to you? One-Eyed Jack confirmed. Okay, that trader is well known on the black market, and has shown me orders from other hand killers in order to do my business. I've checked them all and there's no problem. And what exactly is his usual killing tool? One-Eyed Jack curiously said. Not a knife or a sword, but also incredibly sharp and able to put people to death in an instant. This kind of weapon should be impossible to imitate. Of course, a chilling light flashed in Medusa's eyes. It is said to be a drawing designed by the Shadow Lord himself, looking for a cast iron master to order it, the only one in the world. Everyone who has seen that weapon is dead except for those within the shadows. And that master was actually a member of the shadows who later broke away from the organization to make a living selling weapons on the black market. But with the Shadow Lord's influence, that master would surely not dare to easily show the design to outsiders. That time I saw the photos, I just happened to flip through the vendor's private atlas, when the man was so scared that he said he stole the model of the master's house and just wanted to keep it as a souvenir. And he even gave me a free pass to not tell anyone about the photos. Chapter 164 Evacuation. If you hadn't warned me earlier, I wouldn't have realized there was such an important clue. The blonde woman ruffled the broken hair on her forehead and turned towards the masked man, her look and tone extremely confident. I'm going to try to see if he's the real Shadow Lord or not. In the blink of an eye, Medusa stood still a dozen paces away from the masked man. I am Medusa, a member of the Tattoo, and I have heard a lot about your legendary experiences. And when I see you today, Shadow Lord, you really live up to your name, and you have my reverence and admiration. I've heard that you, Shadow Lord, have a weapon that can kill several people in a row at the same time called the Thousand Chance Umbrella. I wonder if I have the honor of meeting this legendary divine weapon today? The Tang clan bodyguard standing behind Su Tian's face suddenly tightened at the words. Oops, the shape and clothes were easy to muddle through, but the Thousand Chance Umbrella was the Shadow Master's original weapon, and no one had ever seen it except the Shadow Master himself and the members of the Shadow. Even if Su Tian knew about the Thousand Mechanisms Umbrella, it was impossible for him to have seen the real Thousand Mechanisms Umbrella, much less forged it. Now that the tattooed man wanted Su Tian to take out the Thousand Mechanisms Umbrella, he feared that he would soon be wearing out his welcome. The captain of the first team was anxious, seeing that he was able to use the identity of the Shadow to scare off the tattooed killer, but at the critical moment he was still caught in a loophole by them. Although the Tang family bodyguards led by the captain were still trying to maintain their superficial calmness, they were already prepared to fight to the death in their hearts. Unlike their nervousness, Su Tian was still standing in place with a cloudy demeanor, not moving or speaking. No one knew what he was thinking. When Medusa saw that Su Tian was hesitant to answer, she became more and more certain of her speculation, and she was as pleased as a cat that had stolen a fish. Lord Shadow Lord, why don't you say something? It wouldn't happen to be that you didn't bring out your usual weapons, would it? The atmosphere around them was oppressive to the extreme, and only Medusa's frenzied voice could be heard. I remember Shadow Lord Sama, you were never without your weapon before. Her words, and Su Tian's reaction, both caused doubts in the hearts of One-Eyed Jack and the others standing at the back. However, without waiting for them to open their mouths, Su Tian, who was still careless, suddenly placed his hand on the hilt of the sword slung at his waist. Shadow Lord Sama, the weapon you're going to take out wouldn't be the decorative sword at your waist, would it? Seeing Su Tian's movements, Medusa lost even the most basic respect and couldn't help but taunt. As far as I know, your weapon isn't something like this toy. With that, she also turned her head to One-Eyed Jack and the others and raised her voice. I told you he was an imposter. There's no need for us to be afraid of him, because he's not even a Shadow Lord. He's an imposter. An imposter? One-Eyed Jack and Vampire George and the others looked relieved. If the man in front of them couldn't even take out the Thousand Chance Umbrella, then he was indeed an imposter. Just as they were about to make another move, wanting to teach this imposter a lesson, they heard Su Tian's emotionless voice ring out. His tone was not as oppressive as before, but instead became slow and gentle, as if he was talking about a trivial matter of no importance. Who said he was a peyote? The next moment, his long, slender fingers pressed gently on a spot on the scabbard. The sound of a switch being flipped with a pop clearly reached the ears of the surrounding crowd, pounding on their eardrums. A silver baguette was withdrawn from its scabbard by the man, and once it was completely free of its restraints, the man's fingers once again pressed down on a point on the baguette. Swish! The originally bare baguette stretched out in front of the crowd and opened up into a large umbrella of steel. The Thousand Chance Umbrella. A playful smile curled up on the man's lips. Seeing it, are you satisfied? In her last life, Tang Bingyan wouldn't hide anything from Su Tian, acquiescing to let him freely enter and exit her study, and even telling him the computer password directly. Thus those secrets Su Tian knew were not just as simple as they appeared. Previously, Su Tian had wanted to provoke and infuriate Tang Bingyan before he deliberately went to read those confidential contents, but it turned out that in his new life, it really came in handy. The smile on Medusa's face froze. She stared blankly at the large umbrella that opened in front of her, even smelling the blood on its bones. She took a huge step back in horror, her pupils suddenly constricting. It wasn't what she expected. She had expected the Shadow Lord's umbrella to be carried on his back, but she didn't expect him to disguise the Thousand Chance umbrella in the form of a normal saber. She soon realized she had made a fatal mistake. Isn't the umbrella of 1,000 machines 1,000 mechanisms that can change any shape? Lord Shadow Master. The blonde woman shivered, having long since lost the smug air she had earlier. I am honored to see your weapon. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. After all, the people who had seen the umbrella, they were all dead. Just as she tried to retreat to One-Eyed Jack without moving, she heard the man's slightly lazy voice ring out again. You know about the Thousand Chance umbrella, so you should also be well aware of the legends about it, right? No. Medusa's legs went limp and her feet froze in place. Do you know why no one has seen it? The man's smile grew milder and milder, but there was a hidden murderous intent in this gentle smile, because those people are dead. Medusa knew, of course, what happened to those who had seen the Thousand Chance umbrellas in the end. She looked at One-Eyed Jack helpfully. My lord, we'd better go. It's just a mission. After that we can make up for the loss by taking a few more orders. There's no need to put our own lives on the line. As long as they weren't out of their minds, no one would take the initiative to mess with the Shadow Lord. When One-Eyed Jack saw that Medusa was scared out of her wits, he knew that what the man held in his hand must be the real 1,000-chance umbrella. Compared to money and life, he decisively chose the latter, and immediately waved his hand at the men behind him, ordering, "On my order, everyone evacuate immediately." After giving the order, One-Eyed Jack bowed deeply at the man's discovery. "The offerings that Lord Shadow Lord values, we don't dare to get our hands on them. I hope you'll forgive me and my men for our recklessness, and I, Zhang Jiuzhong, will definitely make an appearance to thank you when we have the chance in the future." What boarding is naturally diplomatic. As long as they evacuated safely today, the next time they were to see the Shadow Lord, there was no telling how long it would take. One-Eyed Jack was about to withdraw with his men when he heard the voice again that sent chills down his spine. "Has it been so long since I've been out and about that I've made these things too lawless?" The captain of the first team, Bai Lu, had a change of color and quickly reacted, slamming his face and rushing at One-Eyed Jack and the others. "Lord Shadow Master didn't say you could leave. Zhang Jiuzhong, since you know about our family's Lord Shadow Master, and you still dare to condone your men's licentiousness, it seems that you don't want to live." One-Eyed Jack's body stiffened, and the steps he had originally taken stopped instantly. Chapter 165 Showing love in front of Chen Xiaoxiao. That's a clear sign that they won't stop. One-Eyed Jack just felt cold all over, gripped by great fear and growing more and more desperate. As for the instigator, Medusa was also regretful. Had she known that she shouldn't have offended the Shadow Lord just now, or else she wouldn't have incurred the trouble of killing herself. It's just a shame that it's too late to regret it now. But how could Medusa be willing to wait for death? Instead of being brutally murdered by the Shadow Lord, it was better to let go. With her mind made up, she opened her mouth to goad the One-Eyed Jack at her side. "My lord, even if he really is the Shadow Lord, we don't need to back down. The Shadow Lord hasn't shown his face for many years. Maybe he failed to practice in seclusion and now his strength is not as good as before. In case they're just bluffing, won't we fall for their scheme? We've brought more people than them, so why don't we put up a fight and maybe even kill the Shadow Lord? And then, you'll be famous." The tattoo couldn't compare to the Shadow anymore, but if they took out the Shadow's leader, the Shadow Master, it would be an even more intimidating organization than the Shadow. The Shadow Lord acted as if he hadn't heard Medusa's words at all, fiddling with the 1,000-chance umbrella in his hands. The attendants behind him, on the other hand, laughed extremely exaggeratedly as if they had heard some kind of joke. "Looks like we really haven't been out and about for too long, making these idiots a little oblivious. Since they questioned the strength of our dark shadow, let them see what a dark shadow is. It's been so long since I've cared for my knife with blood that the blade seems to have lost its luster." The laughter of these people lingered in the ears of One-Eyed Jack and the others. It was like a hypnotic talisman, causing them to nearly collapse. All One-Eyed Jack could feel was that his throat seemed to be choked by a large, invisible hand, leaving him gasping for air. Damn the stupid woman Medusa for being a smartass and dragging them down with her. Wait, he suddenly realized something, and some hope surfaced in his heart again. If we kill Medusa, the culprit, won't we be able to deal with the Shadow Lord? Even though Medusa was his right-hand man, he had no choice but to take action in order to quell the anger of Lord Jean Shadowmaster. Who dared Medusa to offend the Shadow Lord? Thinking of this, One-Eyed Jack made a snap decision to feel out his pistol and shot Medusa through the head. Medusa's body swayed twice, and she planted herself straight on the ground. Her eyes were open, signaling her resignation. One-Eyed Jack only frowned in disgust when he saw Medusa's body fall at his feet before hastily apologizing to the masked man. "Lord Shadow Lord, it's me who didn't control my own men, letting her offend you. Now that I've killed this stupid woman who doesn't know how to die for you, please be magnanimous and let us go." He humbly bowed his body, not even daring to raise his head for fear of seeing the other party's eyes full of killing intent. The masked man still didn't open his mouth. Instead, one of his attendants beside him respectfully asked for instructions. "Lord Shadow Master?" The man casually waved his hand and put away the 1,000-chance umbrella that was open in his hand. Seeing this, the attendant said to One-Eyed Jack and the others in an impatient tone, "Still know what's good for you. It happens that I'm in a good mood today. Count yourselves lucky. Get lost." "Thank you, Lord Shadow Master." One-Eyed Jack was like an amnesty and couldn't stop nodding his head. "We'll get out of here. Move." As if he was afraid that the man would backtrack, he evacuated with his men as fast as he could, not even disposing of Medusa's corpse. In the blink of an eye, the tattooed killers ran away without a single one left, leaving Chen Xiaoxiao and the others dumbfounded. Tattooing these people and just leaving? Chen Xiaoxiao opened her mouth in extreme shock, finally accepting the fact that the tattoo had been evacuated. But she wasn't at all grateful for the aftermath, for they still had to face the shadow, which was 100 times more terrifying than the tattoo. Facing the tattoo if they fought to the death, they might still have a chance to escape, but right now their enemy was Shadow. Then they didn't even have the heart to resist. The difference in strength was just too overwhelming. Wei subconsciously looked towards Tang Bingyan, who was still lying in the car, his face ashen. The Tang family's bodyguards looked warily at those in the back, veins showing on the backs of the hands holding their weapons. The team of bodyguards dressed as members of the Shadow didn't immediately reveal their identities after Tattoo left as they waited for Su Tian's instructions. It's working now, but it can't be relaxed yet. In case the tattooed man kills back, they risk exposure. After the crisis was lifted, Captain Bai Lu looked at Su Tian, who was standing at his side, with a complicated gaze. He had been filled with reluctance earlier when he had learned that he would have to escort this man to escape. As Tang Bingyan's bodyguard, he'd rather die for protecting his master than escorting a white boy to live and die. But this time Su Tian refreshed his perception of him. Because of Chen Xiaoxiao's influence, Bai Lu originally also thought that Su Tian was a soft-eating white boy who was good for nothing. However, when they arrived at the pier, Su Tian resolutely gave them orders, and the entire process was calm and decisive, not showing any cowardice even in the face of the vicious tattooed killer. At this point, Su Tian's plan had succeeded, and Bai Lu would no longer think of him as a good-for-nothing softy guy, but instead had a little more respect. At the critical moment, it was Su Tian's determination and wisdom that saved them all. A cold wind howled around them, and the weather in the countryside was cloudy, as if a downpour was brewing. Su Tian then walked slowly towards the sedan where Tang Bingyan was under the scornful and hateful gazes of Chen Xiaoxiao and the others. The members of the team around him were also dutifully playing the role of shadow members and surrounding Chen Xiaoxiao and the others before they received his explicit instructions. Assholes, what are you doing? Chen Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly tightened, and she nervously tried to pounce over to stop them, but she was stopped by one of the shadow members. Let go of me, you bastards, let's go one-on-one if you can. Chen Xiaoxiao screamed angrily, yet no one paid any attention to her. The members of the first team were the strongest of the Tang family bodyguards, and those remaining bodyguards were no match for them. Now that Chen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Chan were both seriously injured, there was no one who could fight against Bai Lu and his men, and they were soon all subdued. Su Tian didn't waste any time, and together with the members of the first team, he shifted everyone to a place where they could attack and retreat. After determining that the tattooed person would not appear again, he was relieved and quickly walked over to Tang Bingyan's car. Still in character, Bai Lu opened the car door for Su Tian. Su Tian's heart ached when he saw the woman lying in the car with a pale, almost transparent face. If he hadn't been reborn, if he hadn't realized how important Tang Bingyan was to him, I'm afraid that at this point in time, Tang Bingyan would still have to face Tattoo's pursuit alone. He regretted that he hadn't been by her side in such a perilous moment in his last life. Even though this life's Tang Bingyan hadn't suffered serious injuries like her previous life, her body was extremely weak due to overdraft, and the situation was still not optimistic. But right now, the crisis was lifted, and as long as Tang Bingyan was sent back to Huaxia in time for medical treatment, there would be no danger. As early as Su Tian knew that Tang Bingyan would definitely come to the Lighthouse Kingdom this time, he had silently formulated a plan to escape from Tattoo's men. Su Tian knew that his abilities were limited, and the only way to minimize casualties and yet successfully get out of danger was to impersonate the Dark Shadow, who made most of the organizations in the Dark Forces fearful. In fact, he was not at all sure about letting him pretend to be the Shadow Lord based on his memories of his previous life. The only general knowledge he knew about acting was still something he learned in passing when he supervised Morong Shui's acting class, and he had no other experience at all. But when he put on that suit and stood in front of One-Eyed Jack and the others, surprisingly, he didn't feel nervous and flustered, but instead, he was able to swim with ease, and the effect he presented was even better than expected. After scaring off One-Eyed Jack and the others, Su Genius realized that he actually had some talent in acting. Lying in the car, Tang Bingyan's eyes were tightly closed, her eyebrows slightly knitted, seemingly very uncomfortable. Even in a luxury car, the space inside is limited after all. Su Tian reached out and wanted to pick Tang Bingyan up and change to a more comfortable position, and just before he could touch Tang Bingyan, he heard Chen Xiaoxiao's angry roar. Get your filthy hands off me, I won't let you touch Missy. Su Tian's movements lurched as he turned to look at the crimson-red Chen Xiaoxiao under his eyes, his lips abruptly hooking into a playful smile. Then, he picked up Tang Bingyan in the middle of the other party's gaze that seemed to want to kill. You lecherous bastard, I'll fight you. Chen Xiaoxiao suddenly stormed out, and actually pounced over like she didn't want to die. Unfortunately, before she could rush to Su Tian, she was stopped by Bai Lu, preventing her from going any further at all. Su Tian calmly carried Tang Bingyan to the car, letting her lie on his lap, then deliberately kissed the person in his arms on the lips in front of Chen Xiaoxiao. Chapter 166 Su Tian, how could it be you? White Road, Mr. Su, that's a bit unkind. isn't it? Can't you see that Chen Xiaoxiao is getting so angry that she's smoking? If I really piss Chen Xiaoxiao off, how should I end it? Dead lecher, how dare you defile the great miss? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to dismantle you. Chen Xiaoxiao was furious and attacked by Lu regardless, trying to break through his block. Enough, calm down. It's me. White Road couldn't help but remove his mask and opened his mouth to explain. Seeing the familiar face in front of her, Chen Xiaoxiao's movements were instantly frozen. White Road, how come it's you? After Bai Lu took off his mask, the other bodyguards in the first team also took off the camouflage on their faces, and when they revealed their proper faces, the A Wei and Tang family bodyguards next to them were all confused as well. What the hell is going on here? The shadow they thought was a member of the team that had evacuated with Su Tian? How is that possible? Then, they looked at Su Tian, who was sitting in the car. If the members of the shadow are a team of bodyguards, then this shadow master is. What are you all looking at me for? Su Tian coughed lightly with one hand covering his lips, then took off his mask amidst the stunned gazes of Chen Xiaoxiao, Wei and the others. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Tian? Chen Xiaoxiao froze for a few seconds before reacting. Why you? Are you kidding me? The person who had scared off the tattoo without anger just now was actually Su Tian? Except for the first team who knew what was going on. Everyone else froze dumbfounded, as if they were lifeless puppets on strings. No. Cheating, right? Chen Xiaoxia's jaw dropped. How could it be you guys? She repeated the two sentences over and over like a repeater. The moment Su Tian took off his mask just now, the impact on her had already caused her to lose her ability to think. Wei was also shocked. At this moment, he realized why just now he felt that this man looked somewhat familiar. It turned out that this so-called Shadow Lord was Su Tian, and Xiao Chan, who had just stopped the bleeding from his wound, even rubbed his eyes. The person who had just mentioned himself and saved himself from being decapitated by Vampire George was actually the little white boy he had always looked down on. Su Tian, Bai Lu, didn't you guys already evacuate? Why are you back again and dressed up as Shadow? In the end, it was Wei who was the first to react and asked, now is not the time to talk. Let's find a place to land in Linchang. Your wounds need to be treated as well. You, Chen Xiaoxiao resisted the urge to fight with Bai Lu. Screw the wounds, she just wanted to punch someone right now. This bastard even helped Su Tian to cheat her together. Aroshiyama Villa. Elder Tang was playing chess with his housekeeper in the living room. Gu Beicheng hurriedly walked in from outside with a senior member of the Tang group, and without even greeting him, he directly barged into the living room. What's wrong? Elder Tang looked at them with some surprise. What's happened that's so urgent? He hadn't slept well last night and had been out of sorts today. Even when the butler played chess with him to relieve his boredom, he kept wandering off unable to concentrate. For some reason, it seemed as if there was a large stone pressing down on his chest, making him uncomfortable. Now that she saw Gu Beicheng come over with the top management of the Tang group, the uneasy premonition in her heart grew stronger. Gu Beicheng looked at the senior at his side with a grave expression, and the senior's body trembled as he hurriedly waved his hand. Mr. Gu, it's better for you to talk to Elder Tang about this. Gu Beicheng's gaze dimmed, and in the end, he didn't push back any further, but first observed Elder Tang's expression before carefully saying, Grandpa, after you hear this news, you must be calm, no matter what. Your body is the most important. Go ahead. Elder Tang's heart sank violently, and his brows knitted tightly, but he was, after all, someone who had been through a great deal and was not yet out of sorts. It's Bing Yan Shi. What happened to Bingjian? Elder Tang instantly straightened his spine, and the teacup in his hand was almost knocked over by him. When it comes to his precious granddaughter, he can't be calm anymore. Didn't Bing Yan go to the Lighthouse Kingdom to negotiate with AM, and there was an accident on the way? They were besieged by a mysterious organization over in the Lighthouse country, and even though Wei sent out a support code first thing after the incident, that organization's forces are spread all over the Lighthouse country and blocked the news, so the people I sent to rescue them couldn't even find out the exact location of where they were. Right now the signal on Wei's side is down and he can't send any more messages over. The current situation is unknown. Gu Beicheng was completely unable to contact Tang Bingyan and her men, much less know the situation over there, even though he was worried that Elder Tang wouldn't be able to accept the news. But when it came to Tang Bingyan's safety, he thought about it and still didn't dare to hide it. You're saying that Bingyan and their whereabouts are unknown? Elder Tang's body trembled violently, and just as he was about to open his mouth again, he directly fainted on the sofa due to the rush of fire. Grandpa, Donald. Gu Beicheng's face changed drastically, and he immediately asked the butler to call and contact the family doctor, while he came to Elder Tang's side and pressed hard on the acupoints at the elder's tiger's mouth. After a lot of tossing and turning, Donald finally slowly turned awake. As soon as he opened his eyes, he firmly grabbed Gu Beicheng's arm. Beicheng, you said that Bingyan was besieged by a group of unknown organizations? What kind of people are the other party? What is the purpose? This, Gu Beicheng sighed. It's unclear for now. Since receiving Wei's distress signal, he had contacted all the forces he could use, but even by morning, he still hadn't poked around for any news. Elder Tang breathed heavily and almost fainted again without taking a breath. Fortunately, the doctor arrived in time and gave him a few quick-acting heart pills, which stabilized the old man's condition. Who the hell is it that dares to go against our Tang family? It's an assassin organization called Tattoo. I've already investigated. There's no interaction with us. They're sure to do anything for money. I guess they're under someone's orders. A tattoo? Elder Tang's expression became a bit more grave. He had also heard of this organization, which was cruel and unscrupulous. How dare he hire such vicious killers? Who on earth would want to harm his granddaughter? When Elder Tang just heard about Tang Bingyan's accident, he originally thought that the other party was looking at the core patents of the Tang family. But there was no need to hire an assassin of Tattoo's caliber to snatch classified information. This was clearly wanting Tang Bingyan's life. Suddenly, Elder Tang thought of Liang Yuan, who had come to visit him earlier, telling him that Su Tian had not wanted Bingyan to go to the lighthouse country, and had also been pestering him in various ways and even saying some demoralizing things about the danger that Bingyan would encounter in the past. Chapter 167 Mr. Su, can you read my palm? Originally, Elder Tang only felt that Su Tian was not separating public and private matters in order to let Bingyan accompany her, and did not want Bingyan to go abroad. Who would have thought that Bingyan would really have an accident this time in the past? The other side. Only after everyone had settled down did Chen Xiaoxiao and Wei and the others continue to ask Bai Lu just how they came up with the idea of pretending to be the shadow organization. Bai Lu faced a dozen pairs of curious eyes around him before he spoke without slowing down. Didn't Wei tell us to take Mr. Su to leave first before, and by the time we arrived at the pier, Mr. Su refused to board the ship. He won't board the ship? Wei was slightly stunned. Didn't Su Tian choose to evacuate on his own immediately after learning of the danger? Why would he refuse to go? That's right. That's when we were all angry because he wouldn't board the ship and waste time, thinking he was forgetting something valuable and that's why he dawdled and wouldn't go. But who knew he'd drag his suitcase over and open it in front of us? Guess what's inside? Although Bai Lu's words were a question, he didn't wait for the others to answer, but continued on his own. It wasn't even filled with bling, it was filled with performance costumes and masks. Wei, Chen Xiaoxiao, and the others were shocked at what they heard. That bulky suitcase Su Tian was dragging around on his way out was filled with costumes and masks? And what about the 1,000-chance umbrella? Chen Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask after it. This I also asked Mr. Su. He said he was looking for Taba to find the business of making cosplay props to order, because he also bought other costumes. The boss even gave him a discount, less than $500 to take. An eerie silence fell over the scene. Instead of cheering after hearing this, the people present stared at Bai Lu with a blank stare. Who would have thought that the tattooed organization, which has given Interpol a headache by issuing bounty orders everywhere, would be so scared by cosplay props that they would run away? If they hadn't just witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have thought that Bai Lu was bragging. This can't be right. Chen Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shake her head. How could Jagman Su know so much about the Dark Shadow as an organization, and also know One-Eyed Jack's true identity? And it's also like he's unpredictable. Preparing a response plan in advance? It's going to take a week to prepare those props and costumes. Anyhow, and at that point, we haven't even left yet. Chen Xiaoxiao's question was also being eagerly asked by the others present. If you ask me, who am I asking? Shiro shrugged. It was too late for us to follow up in that situation, so we put those show clothes on like he told us to. Just at this time, Xiao Chan, who was resting on the recliner next to him, weakly raised his hand and said, "You guys say that he wouldn't be reading palms and astrological dials to figure out that we're going to be in danger, right?" Crowd. Su Tian did tell them that he could read palms and astrolabes, and he also predicted that Chen Xiaoxiao would be in trouble, and that Xiao Chan would meet a nobleman who would be hard to resist. And before they left for the lighthouse country, it was also said that they would be in a very precarious situation after this visit. Once is a coincidence, twice could be a coincidence, but one after another. He said, then, Mr. Su can't really be a master, can he? A small bodyguard couldn't help but sigh. I didn't believe him before. I thought he was really believing. I'm guilty. I shouldn't have questioned the master. The other bodyguard nodded thoughtfully. Originally I couldn't understand why Mr. Tang would look at Mr. Su, but now I suddenly feel that Mr. Tang is really prescient. Most people believed the palmistry, astrolabe's words, and exclaimed that Su Tian's calculations were accurate, and that he might not be a master. But there are also staunch atheists who don't believe in all this weirdness. What era is it now that people still believe in godly men? But they couldn't think of a more reasonable explanation. How did Su Tian know the information that the Shadow Master believed in? Even the 1,000-chance umbrella, which no living person had ever seen. He was able to get someone to order it and actually muddle through. In the end, it was Wei who spoke up. Whether or not Mr. Su will be unpredictable, it's a fact that he saved us, and we shouldn't question his motives. If he really had bad intentions, we'd have died under Tattoo's knife a long time ago. The bodyguards nodded at that. Wei is right. If it wasn't for Mr. Su, all of us would be dead this time. After all, they had just experienced life and death together with Su Tian, and they wouldn't doubt Su Tian at this time. Su Tian obviously could have left by boat, but he thought of a way to impersonate the shadow in a critical situation and saved all the people. Originally, they had all thought that Su Tian was a little white boy being raised by Tang Bingyan, but now it seemed that it was their vision that was too narrow. Chen Xiaoxiao had nothing to say when she realized that all of the bodyguards under her command had turned against her. After all, it was indeed Su Tian who had saved Missy this time. As the number one secret guard by Missy's side, instead of failing to protect Missy, she had let Xiao Chan nearly die at the hands of the tattooed man. If it wasn't for Su Tian, I'm afraid that Xiao Chan would have been killed by Vampire George by now. And just as the bodyguards were sitting in twos and threes in the living room chatting, Su Tian was guarding Tang Bingyan's bedside in the bedroom without moving an inch. Tang Bingyan took the medicine and her condition stabilized a little, but she still didn't wake up. Su Tian sat motionless on the edge of the bed, her hand still firmly clutched in his hand. Tang Bingyan's hands were cold without a trace of temperature, and only the faint rise and fall of her chest proved that she was still alive. She rarely showed herself in such a weak state, and if it wasn't for this over-fatigue that caused the illness she had forcefully suppressed to flare up, Su Tian wasn't aware that her body had gotten this bad. There was a sudden knock at the door and a bodyguard carrying a tray walked in. Mr. Su, it's time to eat. The bodyguard respectfully placed the tray on the nightstand beside Su Tian, and his attitude towards Su Tian had changed significantly from before he went to the Lighthouse Kingdom. If it was just before they had set off, although these bodyguards hadn't shown any obvious discrimination, Su Tian could tell from their eyes that they hated themselves just as much as Chen Xiaoxiao did. Thanks a lot. Su Tian responded indifferently, but did not touch the meal on the bedside table. Tang Bingyan wasn't awake yet, and he didn't have any appetite at all. That bodyguard delivered the meal and didn't leave immediately, but stood in front of Su Tian with a tangled face and swallowed. What's wrong? Su Tian looked up at the red-faced bodyguard in front of him. It's not really a big deal. It's just, the little bodyguard seemed to have trouble speaking, but under Su Tian's probing eyes, he still summoned up the courage to open his mouth and said, Mr. Su, I heard that you can read poems, so if you have the time, can you take a look for me? Chapter 168 What happened to Wei in his past life? Su Tian. The bodyguard saw Su Tian's face in a state of flabbergasted disbelief and hastened to add, I will pay for it. I don't make a big salary but I have hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings. Su Tian was once again speechless. Nice guy, really thinks he's a godly man, but what he calls foretelling the future is knowing what's happening to the people around him and the big news in society. Tang Bingyan's team of close bodyguards numbered in the hundreds, so how could he possibly know the future of each and every one of them? And the bodyguard in front of him he didn't even seem to have seen before, and certainly couldn't recall his experiences for the next 3 years. If Chen Xiaoxiao, Wei and the others had come to him for a poem reading, he might have been able to casually break off a few sentences. Right now he looked at the little bodyguard with an expectant face and could only politely say, I'm sorry, in our line of work, not anyone's poem can be given a look. It's all about chance. I don't think your chance has arrived yet. I'll take the initiative to look for you in the future if the chance arrives. That's right. Then I'll be waiting for Master Su. The little bodyguard was a little sorry, but after all, there was still a glimmer of hope, and he left without too much frustration. Su Tian shook his head with a bitter smile. Gotta. Now he's kind of upgraded from scumbag to master. Master Su, do you see that my chance has arrived? As soon as the little bodyguard was gone, Wei's head poked through the door in the back. Wei, why are you calling me master too? Su Tian helplessly said. Where would I know how to read poems? It's all rumors and nonsense from them. In fact, Wei is Tang Bingyan's side of the pro-branch close faction. His future Su Tian is still very clear. But, as if Su Tian suddenly remembered something, his face abruptly changed, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat serious, because Wei's mention of face reading reminded him of what was about to happen in his last life. Not a good thing. Previously, he had focused all of his attention on Tang Bingyan's well-being, and now that he saw Wei, he realized that in his last life, Wei had been in a very rough situation for the rest of his life. And the turning point in his destiny was the assassination of Tattoo because of this trip abroad. Su Tian remembers that in his last life, because Tang Bingyan almost died in the Lighthouse Kingdom, after he went back, the Tang family began to thoroughly investigate the originator behind the scenes. Tang Bingyan's itinerary was highly confidential. Only Tang family insiders knew about it, so the direction of the investigation was naturally that there was a traitor within the Tang family. In the end, the traitor investigated by the Tang family was none other than Tang Bingyan's most trusted assistant and bodyguard, Wei. Wei had been by Tang Bingyan's side for many years, and in the Tang family, his status was more than just an assistant, so this incident had shocked the entire Tang family. At that time, Tang Bingyan was still in a coma, so Elder Tang brought a few of the group's top executives as well as the family's close relatives out to thoroughly investigate the matter of Wei's betrayal. After an investigation, Wei was eventually convicted. The group's secrets were lost. The Tang family's bodyguard team had suffered more than half casualties, and Tang Bingyan was seriously injured and unconscious. Her life and death were uncertain, and at this point in time when the traitor was captured, Wei's situation was imaginable. Even though Wei desperately wanted to clarify that he was wrongly accused, in front of the evidence investigated by the top management, no one was willing to plead for him, much less believe him, and even some people who were jealous of him had to fall on their swords and make up some trumped-up charges. The family that Wei came from had been dependent on the Tang family for generations and worked for them. Because of being implicated by Wei, the whole family was liquidated, except for Wei, who escaped by chance. None of the dozens of members of the entire family survived, even if Wei didn't die. But for him, losing his family and carrying the charge of being a traitor was like falling into an abyss of doom, with no hope for the future. When Tang Bingyan came to her senses, she forcefully conducted another investigation and finally found out the real traitor. But by that time Wei was nowhere to be found. Tang Bingyan sent people around to look for his whereabouts before finally finding him in a slum. But Wei, who was found, was not the same young and talented youth. All of Wei's body had multiple fractures, leaving him with a lifelong disability due to lack of timely treatment. This, coupled with the psychological blow and the death of his clan, caused his entire being to fall into a state of chaotic insanity, going crazy all day long, to the point where even Tang Bingyan didn't recognize him. Su Tian couldn't help but let out a sigh as he thought of this. It's a real shame about Wei in his previous life. His importance to Tang Bingyan far exceeded the impulsive and irritable Chen Xiaoxiao, who was courageous and tactless. Moreover, Wei, as the person beside Tang Bingyan, was also the one who had the most contact with Su Tian. In his previous life, he had tried his best to go against Tang Bingyan, and every time he was sent by the other party to help him out of trouble. It was Wei. Even though Wei in his previous life didn't like him either, he wouldn't badmouth himself like Chen Xiaoxiao did, and even try to persuade himself not to cause any more trouble for Tang Bingyan. At least in retrospect, Wei had genuinely hoped that the two of them, he and Tang Bingyan, wouldn't hurt each other at that time. After Wei's mental disorder, no one ever advised him again, and the conflict between him and Tang Bingyan intensified, nearly to the point of no reprieve. In public and private, he didn't want Wei to be as miserable as he was in his previous life. Mr. Su Tian was frowning in thought when Wei suspiciously reached out his hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Ha, what's wrong? Su Tian took a break from his memories and looked at the person standing in front of him with some surprise. Chen Xiaoxiao and Xiao Chan have both finished their surgeries and don't need to stay in the hospital for observation, so we can go back. Aha. Su Tian nodded. The doctors here had no way to treat Tang Bingyan, and he had contacted Zhang Zizhen in advance. As he got up, he stared at Wei's back, once again recalling what had happened to the other man in his previous life. Although Wei in his previous life had ended badly, now that he had defused this crisis, the butterfly effect should also change the trajectory of the other party's destiny. Maybe this time, Wei wouldn't be wrongly accused of being a traitor. Arashiyama Hot Spring Villa. Elder Tang was in the middle of discussing strategies with the close relatives of the Tang family, Gu Beichang, and the group's senior management, when a bodyguard suddenly ran into the living room out of breath. Master, Missy and the others are back. Elder Tang was filled with anger 1 second because the bodyguard suddenly barged in, but the next moment he was ecstatic and stood up from the sofa. Really? Bingyan, she's back? Where are they now? Gu Beicheng stood up excitedly. It's already entered the lodge. Hurry up and go out to receive it. Elder Tang took big strides and ran towards the villa's entrance. Gu Beicheng was worried that Elder Tang would fall and was quick to help him. Before the two of them could walk to the entrance hall, they saw Tang Bingyan, who had been carried in on a stretcher by the bodyguards. Su Tian followed closely beside Tang Bingyan, constantly urging the bodyguards to be careful with their movements, his eyes not daring to move away for a moment. Seeing Tang Bingyan lying on the stretcher with her eyes closed, Elder Tang asked in a panic, "Where did Bingyan get hurt? Why don't you send her to the hospital?" Chapter 169. Not an outsider. Master, don't worry, Missy was not injured, but she fell into a coma when she first arrived in the lighthouse country due to overfatigue. I invited divine Dr. Zhang, whose ancestor is from a family of imperial physicians, to treat Missy, then quickly send Bingyan back to her room. Although Elder Tang was full of questions, he was also clear that the most important thing right now was for Tang Bingyan to receive treatment, so he immediately made way for the bodyguards to carry Tang Bingyan up to the second floor room. After Tang Bingyan was placed on the bed, Elder Tang, Gu Beicheng, and the close relatives of the Tang family all gathered around. The entire room was full of people. Su Tian was instead squeezed out, and also had to temporarily stand close to the door. Elder Tang confirmed Tang Bingyin's condition with Wei again and again, and only after learning that there was no fear for his life did he let out a fierce sigh of relief. He looked at the pale Tang Bingyin whose eyes were closed tightly, and there seemed to be blood in his cloudy eyes. Even his voice was a bit choked. Wei, tell me quickly what you all went through in the lighthouse country? Why were you attacked? And how did you get out of it? Old master, don't be in a hurry. Divine Dr. Zhang will arrive soon. Let's not disturb Missy's rest. Let's talk outside. At Wei's suggestion, the people gathered around the room moved through to the parlor on the second floor. After waiting for everyone to take their seats, Wei gathered his thoughts before slowly speaking and explaining. The afternoon after we arrived in the lighthouse country, Missy suddenly fainted, while we found out that we were being targeted by Tattoo, an internationally renowned assassin organization. In a calm voice, Wei recounted the thrilling scene from earlier. Our signal was jammed, and after we only had time to send a distress message to Mr. Gu, we were unable to deliver the message. At the time, Missy was still in a coma, and our decision was to send Mr. Su, an outsider, out first. The tattoos were aimed at the Tang family, so a full team of bodyguards led by Bai Lu took the lead in escorting Mr. Su out. Wei was just stating the facts, but he also didn't want Elder Tang to blame Su Tian before he could figure out what happened again. So he added, there's a huge difference in strength between us and the assassins on the assassin's side, and we won't be able to break out with or without Bai Lu and the others. That's why I asked Bai Lu to take Mr. Su away first. Elder Tang's face was a bit ugly, but he had no way to blame Wei. After a long while, he sighed. At that kind of critical moment, your decision represents Bingyin, because Wei was the closest henchman beside Tang Bingyin. He also knew Tang Bingyin the best. Even if Tang Bingyin was awake, she would have made this decision. But even though Elder Tang was rationally clear that this was also Tang Bingyin's decision, he was emotionally unable to let go of it. When the others around him heard Wei's words, obvious dissatisfaction showed in their expressions, especially the close relatives of the Tang clan who knew Su Tian's identity. Su Tian is Tang Bingyin's husband. Even if it's just a son-in-law, there is no reason to run away in a crisis. It's still a man. Originally those close relatives of the Tang family were not in favor of Su Tian marrying Tang Bingyin, and now that they learned that he chose to run away alone in a time of danger, they were even more eager to immediately drive this cowardly little white boy without the slightest bit of commitment out of the Tang family. On the side, the respected second elder of the Tang clan coughed lightly and slowly opened his mouth. On that occasion, Wei's decision was right. After all, he's not a member of the Tang family. There's no need for him to be implicated by the Tang family. With one light sentence, he had excluded Su Tian from the Tang family. Mr. Su, right now our Tang family members are going to discuss very important secrets, and we don't want outsiders to be present. This very obvious expulsion caused everyone in the room to fall their gazes on Su Tian. Su Tian slightly raised his eyes to look at the second elder who was not far away, and moved his eyes away after a moment. The Tang family was a large family, and in addition to the internal struggles between the various pro-branch and proximate factions, it also had intricate relationships with other families. This second elder who had just opened his mouth had a high status in the Tang clan. His niece was married to an heir of the Gu family's collateral line that was the same as Gu Beiqing's, so he also had deep dealings with the Gu family. In his last life, he had been trying his best to set up the marriage between Gu Beiqing and Tang Bingyan. He was looking forward to Gu Beiqing marrying Tang Bingyan and becoming the rightful heir to the Tang clan as a way to solidify his position. But he didn't expect a Su Tian to come out halfway. What's more, I didn't expect that this little white boy with no money, no power and no status would just get a license directly with Tang Bingyan. Among the close relatives of the Tang clan present, there were some who were in the same camp as the second elder, and there were others who held the same idea as the second elder, hoping to drive Su Tian out of the Tang clan, but none of them dared to risk being the leader. Now that Elder Tang was displeased with Su Tian because he had taken the lead in escaping, those people's minds began to come alive. The second elder took the lead, denying Su Tian's identity in 2 simple sentences. Although Elder Tang wasn't satisfied with the second elder taking matters into his own hands, he glanced at the indifferent Su Tian and ultimately didn't say anything. Su Tian actually didn't want to get involved in the Tang family's strife, but now Tang Bingyan didn't know when she would come to her senses. He was a little worried that in case Wei was wrongly accused of being a traitor like he had been in his last life, no one would be there to redress his grievances. He remembered that in his last life, the real traitor had waited until Tang Bingyan and the others returned from the Lighthouse Kingdom in order not to be discovered by the Tang family and then forged evidence to frame Wei. Just now he observed the people who remained in the villa, and among them there must be accomplices of the traitors. This time, when Tang Bingyan was attacked in the Lighthouse Kingdom, even if she wasn't injured as a result, Elder Tang would investigate the matter thoroughly. The traitors behind the scenes will surely still pick a scapegoat out in order to cover themselves. The accompanying awe is the best choice. Thinking of this, Su Tian's gaze chilled. He would never allow Wei, who was loyal to Tang Bingyan, to be subjected to unwarranted slander once again. Seeing that Su Tian didn't leave, the second elder somewhat aggravated his tone with impatience. Mr. Su, I've just made it clear that we're going to discuss important family matters next. There are some secrets that cannot be overheard by outsiders, so if you don't have anything else to do, you should leave first. Gu Beicheng sniffed and immediately spoke. Uncle Liang, Mr. Su is after all Bingyan's husband and is not an outsider in the legal sense. Although Gu Beicheng still treats Su Tian in a courteous and gentle manner, this legal sense is more intriguing. Ha! Without waiting for the second elder to speak again, a cold laugh came from the corridor outside the meeting hall. Immediately afterward, a young man dressed in fancy clothes walked in quickly. As he walked away, he said conspiratorially, "What legitimate husband does this little white boy deserve?" Everyone looked over in the direction of the voice, and the second elder frowned tightly after seeing the visitor. "Ah, Yuan, what are you doing here?" "Uncle, I was worried that Grandpa Tang was bored alone, so I wanted to come over to accompany him to play chess. Just now I happened to overhear your conversation outside, and learned that Su Tian, this little white boy, had actually let the elite troops under Missy's command to escort him to escape in the nick of time, and in a moment of anger, I hadn't let the servants come in to inform them beforehand." "Mr. Liang, I think you've misunderstood." Wei had originally narrated with Elder Tang about Tang Bingyan's distress, but was interrupted by the second elder in the middle of it, and now that he heard Liang Yuan indiscriminately accusing Su Tian, he immediately opened his mouth anxiously. Chapter 170 Su Tian, you dare to hit me? There's a reason why Mr. Su is doing this. I wasn't finished just now. Shut the up. Liang Yuan nonchalantly interrupted Wei. I'm talking to my eldest uncle. How dare you, an inferior, interrupt? As the assistant and bodyguard beside Missy, you let Missy get into trouble in the lighthouse country. Useless things like you don't deserve to remain in the Tang family and enjoy a high salary. Wei's breath caught at Liang Yuan's scolding. This time Tang Bingyan encountered the tattoo hijacking. His responsibility was indeed unshirkable. Even if Elder Tang wanted to chastise him, he had no complaints. But it wasn't the turn of a human outsider to dictate the affairs of the Tang family. He also did not accept that someone who did not know the whole story should speak out in front of the crowd and turn things upside down. If someone as calm as Wei was so angry, not to mention the team of bodyguards who had just experienced life and death together, Bai Lu clenched his fists and wanted to retort to Liang Yuan, but Wei stopped him. Liang Yuan hummed contemptuously, and then never looked at Wei and the others again, instead shifting his gaze to Su Tian. I'm ashamed of you, a big man, running for your life by yourself in a crisis. In that situation, you should have stayed and worked together with everyone, usually enjoying the quality life and infinite honor that the Tang family brings you. And when it comes to a matter of life and death, saying that you're not a member of the Tang family to clear the air. How in heaven's name can there be such a shameless villain like you? The dog raised in my house still knows how to protect its master. In vain Missy usually treats you so well. Look at you. You're such a wimp. Where do you deserve the position of son-in-law of the Tang family? According to the Tang family's family law, the set of offenses of fleeing alone in a critical situation would be enough to get you kicked out of the family with both legs broken. A malicious cold glint flashed in Liang Yuan's eyes. It was only a matter of time before a life-hungry wimp like Su Tian was kicked out of the Tang family, but he had enjoyed the treatment of the Tang family's son-in-law for so long, and had probably accumulated quite a bit of petty cash in private, so he could still live a very nourishing life even if he left the Tang family. It would be too cheap to drive him away just like that, and he should be made to live the rest of his life as a cripple in order to offset the jealousy in his heart. The surrounding Tang family members nodded frequently at the words, obviously agreeing with Liang Yuan's proposal. It's still Ah Yuan who thought it through. The second elder just asked him to recuse himself just now. It's really too much to lift him up, regardless of whether or not he was previously the Tang family head's lawful husband. From the moment he left his wife and the rest of the Tang family behind and chose to run away alone, he has already lost his qualifications to be a member of the Tang family. Now, since he still relies on our Tang family and refuses to leave, wanting the so-called Tang family identity, let's fulfill him. According to the family law of the Tang family, those who betray the family should have their hands and legs broken and then be kicked out of the family. Several family members wrinkled their brows and discussed what to do with Su Tian. Su Tian just coldly surveyed those people, memorizing their appearance in his mind. Now is not the time to settle scores. These people don't care about Tang Bingyan's well-being. The only people who are not in chaos will be uprooted sooner or later and removed from the Tang family. Liang Yuan saw Su Tian silent, thought he was speechless, the look on his face more and more complacent. Little white boy, before you in front of Grandpa Tang is not able to speak well. Now how to become mute? Aren't you the self-proclaimed legitimate husband of Missy, the son-in-law of the Tang family? Now this title of son-in-law, Do you still want it? A greedy little white boy like you who is afraid of death and forgets his own interests. Empty of a skin, but in reality even worse than a woman. Just by virtue of you, you're also worthy of being the son-in-law of the Tang family? You don't even deserve to be a licking dog beside Missy. Su Tian stared at the malicious-eyed youth and slightly hooked his lips. This Liang Yuan, too, is an old acquaintance. Recalling the various experiences of his previous life, a cold aura surfaced under Su Tian's eyes. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or in this life, the only person he, Su Tian, had apologized to was Tang Bingyan. As for other people who wanted to point fingers at his identity, they were all looking for death. Humph. Being scolded but not daring to let out a single fart. You really are a wimp. Liang Yuan felt that the victory came too easily instead of the pleasure that made his body and mind happy. He had originally thought that Su Tian was able to gain Tang Bingyan's attention. What a powerful and ruthless character he was, and had even done a lot of homework in advance in order to discredit him in front of Elder Tang. Now it seemed that he had been overly concerned. A timid little white boy like Su Tian would soon be disliked by the Tang family even if he didn't make a move. However, just when Liang Yuan thought that Su Tian had already resigned himself in shame, Su Tian merely smiled faintly and said, "You asked me to talk, so I happen to have a question I want to ask you." Su Tian still maintained his clouded posture, as if he wasn't the one who had just been maligned by Liang Yuan. The more calm he was, the more he made Liang Yuan in front of him look like a clown. Say what you have to say, don't whine like a pussy. Liang Yuan gradually lost his patience and his tone became more and more impatient. In his opinion, Su Tian was nearly dying at the moment. Mr. Liang said verbally that as the son-in-law of the Tang family, what should I do in a crisis situation? So that means you also know my status as the son-in-law of the Tang family, right? Humph. Missy and Grandpa Tang both recognize you for who you are. Who am I to object? Liang Yuan skimmed his mouth. What exactly are you trying to say? It can't be that you're intentionally stalling for time by pulling something out of the air, right? It's a dumbass who'd rather have his legs broken than give up the title of son-in-law of the Tang family. It's ridiculous. Now that you admit it, that's good. Su Tian turned to look at Wei. Wei, Mr. Liang's eldest uncle is a Tang family elder. By definition he is also considered a member of the Tang family. The Tang family laws are strict and honored. Which family law do you think he violated when he badmouthed me in front of everyone? Wei's face changed and he immediately replied, insulting the legitimate spouse of the family head should be done. Before he could say anything, Su Tian raised his fist and slammed it onto Liang Yuan's carefully repaired nose. Ah! The intense pain immediately caused a miserable scream to come out of Liang Yuan's mouth. Su Tian punched him straight into a nosebleed. Liang Yuan didn't expect Su Tian to suddenly make a move on himself, and his entire body was dumbfounded. How dare you hit me? The others present were also confused, turning their heads to look at Su Tian. Even Elder Tang, who had been allowing the others to make things difficult for Su Tian, couldn't help but raise his eyes in his direction. Insulting the son-in-law of the Tang family is punishable by a light slap or 100 strokes. Su Tian retracted his fist and said lightly, now that everyone is busy investigating the tattoo, we won't bother the law enforcement elders in the family with the family law. Who are you to hit me? Are you also worthy of exercising the family law on behalf of the Tang family's son-in-law? You're nothing but a soft food-eating white boy. How dare you hit me with your hands? The bridge of Liang Yuan's nose, which he had just spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair, was knocked askew, and he was furious, swinging his fists and lunging towards Su Tian. Asshole, I'm going to clean you up today. Chapter 171 check. However, before he could get close to Su Tian, he was stopped by Bai Lu and another Tang family bodyguard. They blocked in front of Su Tian, not giving an inch. Mr. Liang, this is the Tang family. Watch your behavior. Ha! Liang Yuan was stopped by two tall figures, unable to even touch a piece of Su Tian's clothes. He yelled furiously at White Road and the others. You watchdogs, what favors did the little white boy surnamed Su give you to make you protect him so much? He's the one who left your Missy to run for her life, and you're still defending him. Are you all blind? Hearing Liang Yuan call himself a dog, Bai Lu clenched his teeth and forced back his anger. Mr. Liang, you are also the heir of the Liang family, a dignified figure. In front of everyone, words can't be spoken carelessly. It's true that Mr. Su was the first to choose to leave, but he didn't leave to run for his life, but to save others. At the critical moment, it was Mr. Su who stepped in and saved Missy and the other executives of the Tang clan, as well as the lives of us bodyguards. Do you think that in the face of a lifesaver, those of us who are bodyguards should know how to return the favor? He saved you guys? Liang Yuan was first stunned, then laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. He bent over in laughter as if he had heard some funny joke, wiping tears from his eyes as he laughed. Even if you're making stuff up, you have to make it up with logic, right? Su Tian saved Missy and all of you from the tattoo. What's he going to save with? a defenseless white boy, with that face of his? Or was the leader of the assassins also a woman, so enamored by him, a male vixen, that he showed mercy and let you all go? It's really ridiculous. As a bodyguard of the Tang family, you speak for outsiders at every turn, and now in order to exonerate him, you are willing to lie and deceive Grandpa Tang and all the elders of the Tang family. What crime should you be held accountable for? Liang Yuan's arrogant laughter echoed in the parlor, and the other people around him also had disdainful faces, clearly not taking Bai Lu's words seriously. Liang Yuan, shut up. Right at this moment, Elder Tang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth in a stern voice and droned. Immediately afterward, his sharp gaze looked toward Bai Lu and he spoke in a deep voice. Bai Lu, did you just say that Su Tian saved you guys? That's right, Bai Lu said firmly in front of the crowd. I, Bai Lu, have grown up in the Tang family since I was a child, and I'm loyal to Missy and Master, and I definitely won't do anything to deceive you. If it weren't for Mr. Su, I'm afraid that Missy and those of us in her entourage would have died at this point in the hands of those people from Tattoo. Mr. Su is very resourceful. After discovering the enemy's ambush, he was more in a state of crisis. He first pretended to take away the most powerful team of bodyguards. After evacuating to a safe place, he let our team pretend to be the members of the internationally renowned mysterious organization The Shadow that made the tattooed killers afraid of fear, and then returned to the scene to put pressure on those killers to make them know what to do. And that's how we were able to fight for our chance to escape. It can be said that if it wasn't for Mr. Su, all the people the Tang family sent to the Lighthouse Kingdom would have been wiped out, and even Missy's life would have been in danger. That's why I won't allow you to accuse Mr. Su with all sorts of slurs before you know the truth. Bai Lu, a person who had experienced it firsthand, naturally knew how dangerous the situation was, so he was even more tolerant of Liang Yuan slandering Su Tian. White Road is right. Wei also picked up. The whole thing was only known to Mr. Su and a team of bodyguards, and even Xiaoxia and I were kept in the dark when they pretended to be Shadow. It wasn't until we were sure the tattooed men were gone that the White Roads and the others took off their disguises and told us what they were planning. Wei's words undoubtedly confirmed that Shiro wasn't lying, and for a moment a dead silence fell around them. Everyone stared daggers at Su Tian, half unaware of how to speak. After just a few seconds, everyone in the parlor was nonplussed. Su Tian saved everyone. How is this possible? I don't believe it. What does that little white boy know? How could he possibly come up with such a brilliant idea as pretending to be the Shadow? I think the reasoning that the family head and the others were rescued by some other, more powerful organization and then sent back to Huaxia is a little more believable. The crowd was so loud that Master Tang's head hurt. He looked towards Chen Xiaoxiao, who had been keeping a cold face without speaking, and questioned in a stern tone. Chen Xiaoxiao, tell me, is what Wei and Bai Lu both said just now true? Chen Xiaoxiao bit her lips tightly and reluctantly said, Master, they didn't lie. It was indeed Su Tian who brought Bai Lu and the others to save us by pretending to be members of the Shadow. Even though she hated to drive Su Tian out of the Tang family, she didn't dare to lie in the face of Elder Tang's questioning. Chen Xiaoxiao was also a beloved one who had followed Tang Bingyan for many years, and with both of her and Wei, Bai Lu and the others saying this, the credibility was instantly increased. The black eyes of Gu Beicheng, who was originally still careless, steeply crossed a slightly fleeting sharpness, but soon he lowered his eyes, hiding the sharpness in them. No. This can't be. In front of the facts, Liang Yuan still refused to believe it. How can that greedy little white boy be? Immediately he realized what was going on, and immediately changed his words with a stiff upper lip. Humph, but it's just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat, fooling people by cheating them, which can be done by anyone. Those bodyguards who had experienced the perils of the Lighthouse Kingdom revealed a dissatisfied look when they heard Liang Yuan's words. It wasn't just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat that they were able to escape in a life and death crisis. Knowing that the tattooed assassins had never missed a beat before this, just how uninformed was Liang Yuan to say that escaping in their hands was a hoodwink? The sudden rise of the reversal made the surrounding crowd look different. The originally serious-faced Elder Tang's eyes became a few points softer as he looked at Su Tian. Su Tian sensed the change in Elder Tang's attitude towards himself. In fact, after returning from the Lighthouse Kingdom, he had sensed that the other party was prejudiced against him. Because of Tang Bingyan's relationship, Elder Tang had already sort of accepted him. So during the time when he and Tang Bingyan were busy working and didn't have time to return to the mountain village, someone must have said a lot of bad things about him in front of the elder. Of course, Su Tian didn't care much about Elder Tang's impression or opinion of him. In his heart, the most important person was always Tang Bingyan. Su Tian, your performance this time was very good. Elder Tang slowly opened his mouth. Bingyan was able to successfully get out of danger. But thanks to having you, that's all I'm supposed to do. Su Tian said indifferently. Bingyan is my wife. As long as I'm around, I won't let her suffer any harm. Elder Tang was slightly stunned at his words. and the others also revealed strange expressions. Tang Bingyan has always been the existence of only one hand in the Tang family. She is cold and strong, means too much. Even the nephews of the same generation are trembling with fear when they talk to her. No one would put Tang Bingyan in a position where she needed to be protected, but this little white boy in front of them even said that he wanted to protect Tang Bingyan from harm. Wasn't this a fantasy? Anyway, it's still hard work. Elder Tang's gaze moved slightly, and there seemed to be emotion as well as praise in his eyes. This time, Bingyan, she was able to come back safely, and it's all thanks to you. Actually, I don't have much of a role to play. It's all Wei, Shiro and the others who do their job. Su Tian said humbly, if it wasn't for Bai Lu and the others pretending to be members of the shadow with me, the people from Tattoo wouldn't have fallen for it. You child, what's the point of being modest at this time? Elder Tang feigned anger. If it's your credit, it's yours. I'm not someone who can't distinguish between right and wrong. Once Elder Tang had sealed the deal, the others could no longer use Su Tian's early withdrawal to make a big deal out of it. At this moment, the Grand Elder sitting on the sofa said in a cold voice, since the matter has been investigated clearly, we will no longer pursue Su Tian's early escape. The most important thing right now is to find out exactly who hired those assassins to want the lives of our Tang family's current family members. Our Tang family and Tattoo have no dealings. Why would they make a move against Miss Tang? Chapter 172 Behind the Scenes. One of the Tang family members beside him immediately nodded his head and said, aren't they an assassin organization? I guess someone must have paid to hire them to assassinate Missy. We must find out exactly who paid to hire them. But we've never dealt with tattooed people before. How are we supposed to find out who exactly is dealing with them? Someone in the crowd voiced a question. The Tang family members who said that they wanted to find out clearly showed a difficult face, and obviously didn't know how to find out either. Soon, everyone looked at Elder Tang, who was sitting on the main seat. Elder Tang pondered slightly for a moment, then said to Wei, when you guys confronted Tattoo earlier, did you hear any clues from each other's words? Wei sniffed and gazed at the situation. At that time, after those people appeared and surrounded us, I did tell them that Missy is the person in charge of our Tang family. If they dare to make a move against Missy, they are the enemy of the entire Tang family, and the Tang family will surely eliminate the entire organization at any cost. In terms of our Tang family's influence in China, even the vicious Tattoo would be wary of it. But after I said those words, the leader of the Tattoo didn't seem to feel threatened, and his attitude hardened instead, which I find a bit strange. You said they were tough? The Grand Elder's eyes went cold. Our Tang family is not a nameless generation. How could they not have the slightest fear? Even if they are all outlaws, it's not reasonable unless what? Immediately someone else picked up on it. Unless the person who hired them is someone from our Tang family and is likely to gain power after Missy's absence, thus giving the assassins promises. That's why they're so strong and don't worry at all about the Tang family going after them. One of our own? The Tang family members present sucked in a breath of cool air, buying a murderer to assassinate the head of the family. This charge is quite serious. The Grand Elder's words caused gusts of coldness to climb up the spines of those high-ranking people whose status was not low. This Grand Elder had lived and died with Elder Tang, and had an extremely high status in the Tang family. Previously, Su Tian had said that he would invite the family law, and if it really came to that, he would also be the one to preside over it. He had worked so hard for the Tang family for so many years, even Elder Tang respected him a little. Uncle Cousin, your speculation is unfounded. One man suddenly stepped forward. It was Tang Bingyan's fourth uncle and the fourth elder of the Tang family. Previously, after Tang Bingyan's father passed away, several senior members of the Tang family coveted the position of the Tang family's head of the family, with this fourth elder being the one who made the most noise, until Elder Tang forcefully argued for Tang Bingyan to take over the Tang clan. These people still wouldn't stop. Later on, within just half a year, Tang Bingyan had integrated all the resources in the family with thunderous means, and had also made most of the Tang family members recognize her. Even though the stream of fourth elders didn't dare to make any more small moves on the surface, they were still mostly unconvinced in their hearts. To say that the person in the entire Tang family who wished the most for something to happen to Tang Bingyan, I'm afraid it was the fourth elder. He even threatened many times that Tang Bingyan was too young and a woman to be worthy of being the head of the Tang family, and that the position of head of the family should be inherited by him. He suddenly came forward at this moment, and his attitude was really a bit intriguing. The great elder snorted coldly. I am only slightly speculating according to Wei's words. There is no basis to investigate afterward. What are you in such a hurry for? Could it be that those killers were hired by you, so your heart is weak? The fourth elder's face suddenly turned cold. Uncle Tang, I respect you as an elder and won't argue with you, but you can't just spit blood. At that time, the situation was critical, and Wei may not have fully remembered what happened. So how can you conclude that the person who hired the murderer to harm Bingyan must be a member of the Tang family based on his mere words? But if it wasn't leaked by our insiders, How would that tattooed person know about Missy's trip? Someone couldn't help but speak up. Eldest elder's speculation is very reasonable. After all, this time, Missy's trip is all kept secret. Apart from her entourage, only the core members of the family and the group are aware of it. Even if outsiders want to buy a murderer, they can't tell which path Missy will take. But with so much at stake, we can't wrongly accuse our own people, and we must investigate into solid evidence before convicting them. Missy is still unconscious. We can't afford to have infighting among our own people, and it's better to hold off on the investigation for a while. This can be intentional murder. How can it be slowed down? What if the real culprit behind the scene doesn't die and wants to continue to murder Missy? The crowd was divided, and they were about to get into a fight. Suddenly, Elder Tang spoke up. I agree with the Grand Elder's idea. This time the matter must be thoroughly investigated to the end. Start with the Tang family members who knew about the trip, and if everyone's suspicions are ruled out, then investigate in other directions. From now on, each and every one of you must actively cooperate, and if you don't, I'm justified in treating him directly as a mole. For our Tang family to develop into what it is today as one of the premier families in China, it's not by our own people hooking up and killing each other, it's by working together and operating together. Don't blame me for turning the other cheek if I know anyone else who dares to maim a handful of loved ones. The fourth elder sniffed and agreed in a low voice. Old family master, I definitely won't harm Bingyan, and you don't know my character well. I'm just a cheap talker who loves to talk nonsense, but if I'm really asked to do something that will hurt the heavens and harm the reason, I would absolutely not dare to do so. If you hadn't done it, naturally I wouldn't have let you be falsely accused. Elder Tang coldly swept a glance at the fourth elder and continued. Stewardly, you instruct the people below. Wait. Just as Elder Tang instructed his butler to thoroughly investigate the traitor, the tall and thin old man with glasses sitting alone on the side suddenly spoke up. Su Tian's heart sank when he saw the person who opened his mouth. Gee, why? Is there anything else you want? Elder Tang was a bit surprised. The tall and thin old man did not move and glanced with his eyes at where Wei was, then said in a cold voice, Old family master, I've long gotten some news here, but because I had no proof, I didn't report it to you in time. And now that Bingyan has had an accident in the Lighthouse Kingdom, I've just been shocked to realize that these two things might be connected, but I know too little to be certain that there must be something fishy about it, so I want you to finalize it with everyone else. Su Tian's heart instantly felt bad when he heard this. Even though he turned the situation around, the next direction of his former life was unavoidable. The tall, thin old man who now said he had news in his hands was none other than Tang Jihui, the mastermind behind the plot to assassinate Tang Bingyan. Chapter 173 Evident? Unlike the other elders, Tang Jihui was Elder Tang's only real brother, ranking sixth in the family, as well as Tang Bingyan's sixth uncle. Tang Jihui's position in the Tang family was vaguely above the group of elders because he was Elder Tang's own brother. His words would hardly be questioned by Donald Trump. Moreover, according to the inside information Su Tian knew from his previous life, Tang Jihui wasn't alone. There was a mysterious figure behind him supporting his plans. Su Tian remembered that in his last life, the Tang family had finally found out that Tang Jihui was the traitor, and had also found out that there was someone behind him. But who this person was, until Su Tian had completely made up his mind to break with Tang Bingyan in his previous life, that person still hadn't surfaced. Even, in order to find out that mysterious person, even Master Tang was tragically killed in his previous life. Su Tian's fingers bent slightly, clenching into a fist before quickly unclenching. Wei was still ignorant of the impending doom, and didn't know that he would be falsely accused of being a mole by the evidence Tang Jihui had forged long ago. Under the puzzled and expectant gazes of the crowd, Tang Jihui beckoned his sidekick's assistant, who respectfully handed over a document to him. Tang Jihui personally handed the documents to Elder Tang again. Elder Tang read the contents of the document with a sullen face and passed it on to the Grand Elder without saying a word. After more than 10 minutes had passed, all of the Tang family executives in the parlor had finished reading the contents on the document. Everyone who read the document didn't look too good. When the document was passed back to the Grand Elder's hands, his hand holding the A4 paper shook violently and slammed the information on the coffee table in front of him, rushing to a location not far away and snapping, Wei, do you know the crime? Wei was taken aback. The strange gazes of the people around him gave him a sense of foreboding in his heart, but he really didn't know what he had done wrong, and could only ask stiffly, Wei is stupid. Please ask Uncle Peng for clarification. Explicit? The Grand Elder sneered. You joined with outsiders to betray the Tang clan and attempted to murder the Tang clan's family head, and now you're still pretending to be confused in front of us? Betraying the Tang family? Plotting against the family head? Wei was first stunned. Then he realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly explained. Wei grew up from the Tang family since he was a child. He would never do anything to betray the Tang family. Missy has treated me with kindness. How could I possibly join forces with outsiders to assassinate her? There must be some misunderstanding in this. Ha, misunderstanding? The Grand Elder's finger pointed at the documents on the coffee table. The evidence is overwhelming. How dare you argue? The information is clearly written on how you contacted the members of the tattoo. See for yourself. With a shocked look on his face, Wei walked up and picked up the papers on the coffee table. Su Tian didn't move and took a few steps forward. Everyone's attention was on Wei at the moment, and no one even noticed him. As he approached, he could just about see what was on those profiles in Wei's hands. It contained a detailed record of when and what Wei had contacted the members of the tattoo. However, Su Tian knew that the tattooed member who had contacted Wei was an undercover agent who had been placed in by Wei. Someone from the Tang family's side. Wei originally wanted to get inside information about the tattoo through an undercover agent, but the man had lurked in the tattoo organization for many hours without bringing back any confidential information. Some time ago, that undercover agent suddenly broke off contact with Wei. It took Wei a lot of trouble to find out that the other party had accidentally been killed by the mission target back while following Tattoo on a mission. But at this moment, all these records Tang Jihui took out were true. And now that the undercover agent is dead, no one to testify for him. For this time Tang Bingyan was assassinated by the tattooed killer thing. He can't defend himself, can't wash his own wrongdoing at all. Su Tian's face grew cold as he looked at the information in Wei's hands. That's so mean. Wei was Tang Bingyan's most capable assistant and her most trusted henchman. If there was no way to share in assisting Tang Bingyan, I'm afraid Tang Bingyan's body would have completely collapsed a long time ago. Now Tang Jihui nailed Wei in the position of traitor. Not only can make Tang Bingyan lost his right arm, but also allows him and the people behind him to continue to hide their identity. Can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Why don't you say something? Seeing Wei's eyes staring straight at the information, the Grand Elder snorted coldly. Or do you have nothing to say? These materials have recorded your incriminating evidence in black and white. What else do you have to argue? A cold sweat broke out on Wei's forehead and his jaw dropped as he pointed at the information. The person I contacted was actually. The evidence is overwhelming. Do you still want to die? The Grand Elder directly and arbitrarily interrupted Wei's words, not wanting to give him a chance to explain at all. Or do you have evidence that can prove that all of this information is forged, and that you didn't secretly contact the members of the tattoo? I dare to guarantee on my honor that all of this evidence is real, without any forgeries. Tang Jihui grabbed the lead and said. Wei tried hard to keep himself calm, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed him. He slowly took a deep breath before looking at Elder Tang. Old family master. I did contact this person before, but he's not actually someone from the Assassin's Green, but an undercover agent that we sent over there, and I contacted him in order to get news about the Assassin's Green as well as other forces from him. Wei, do you really take us all for fools? Tang Jihui laughed coldly. Since you sent undercover agents over, then why is Bingyan still under siege this time? Did you not know about the slightest movement in advance? That undercover agent died in an accident long before we left for the Lighthouse Kingdom. Wei spoke up again to explain. Ha 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 ha. Tang Jihui laughed out loud at his words. You're playing a good game. Tang Bingyan's accident. The undercover agent happened to die. You think you can muddle through this way? I'm not lying to you guys. This person is really an undercover agent I sent there. The cold sweat on Wei's forehead was growing. He knew in his heart that he couldn't explain it anyway, but he really hadn't done anything to apologize to Tang Bingyan to apologize to the Tang family. Don't you think it's all too much of a coincidence? Tang Jihui pursued the attack. You happened to send an undercover agent to the Assassin's Green organization, and then the Assassin's Green happened to know about our Tang family's travel arrangements this time? This trip has been kept secret from the public since the beginning. Even the middle leaders of the group don't know about it. So let me ask you how the tattoo organization, which is far away across the ocean, knows about it? Wei frowned, although the itinerary is confidential, but the entire group has dozens of people at the top. It is inevitable that there is some kind of mistake in it. Maybe it is not those people who intentionally leaked it, but it is still being drilled by people who have the intention to do so. Tang Jihui laughed coldly. Alright, even if the itinerary was leaked by one of the higher-ups, then when the members of the Tattooed Green surrounded all of you, and you split a squad to evacuate with Su Tian, then how could they be sure that Bingyan was on your side, and not escaping along with Su Tian? I told you long ago. At that time, our every move was under the control of the other side. They just made sure that Missy was not among the group of escorts before they let them escape. In fact, from the time we entered that small town and landed, we had already fallen into their trap. Oh, how eloquent! Tang Jihui was enraged. For every question, he found a seemingly reasonable and actually unprovable reason. No wonder you've been lurking in the Tang family for so long, and we haven't even seen your true colors as a traitor. Chapter 174 Scapegoat. I'm not a traitor. All other Ra can be compromised, but this one charge, no. Betraying the Tang family and colluding with outsiders to assassinate Tang Bingyan. Once this charge is confirmed, not to mention him, Even his family will be implicated. The most crucial thing was that he really didn't have the slightest thought of betrayal, and this was a completely unfounded slander. You still don't admit it? Tang Jihui slapped the table fiercely. Do you have to be heavily tortured before you're willing to confess? Facing Tang Jihui's aggressiveness and the skeptical gazes of those around him, Wei clenched his fists. Chen Xiaoxiao and Bai Lu beside him were also staring at him with blank faces. Although Wei had no solid evidence of leaking Missy's itinerary and specific directions to Tattoo, it was irrefutable hard evidence that he was in private contact with members of Tattoo. But how could Wei be a traitor? Wei could be said to be the most loyal to Missy among all of them. Wei, stop your sophistry. Every piece of evidence points to you now. What else do you have to say? You are usually highly valued by the family head and have a promising future. Why would you do something that betrays the family head and the Tang family? If it wasn't for the Tang family taking you in back then, your Qin family would have been broken and your entire family would have died under the swords of your enemies. You were able to practice martial arts, go to a prestigious university, and have a decent job all because of the Tang family, and now you're eating your words and joining with outsiders to deal with us? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? In the face of the crowd's accusations, Wei's eyes had anxiety, aggression, and disappointment in them. He was loyal to the Tang family, but none of these Tang family members trusted him, and the eldest lady who trusted him the most, Tang Bingyan, was still unconscious. If Missy had been present, he believed that the other party would have listened to his explanation and gone back to investigate in detail, and would not have convicted him so arbitrarily. Wei collected the emotions that should not be in his heart, took a deep breath, and when he raised his head again, his eyes were indescribably determined. I haven't done a single thing to deceive Missy since I started working for her. I swear that our Chen family is loyal to the Tang family without any second thoughts. You can wrong me, but you can't wrong the Chen family members who are dedicated to serving the Tang family. I can swear in front of everyone here that if I lie about half of what I just said, let me not die. Oh, what age are we in? If taking a poisonous oath works, what do we need police and judges for? Tang Jihui sneered. The most correct decision for you right now is to confess immediately and fight for a lenient treatment. The Grand Elder was not as excited as Tang Jihui. He picked up the information again and stared at its contents for a long time before finally speaking. Wei, the evidence on here can't be faked. Every item points to you. You did secretly collude with the Tattoo members. If you are truly innocent, then produce evidence that can prove that this person is an undercover agent and give it to me. As long as there's evidence that proves that he's really an undercover agent, then I won't wrongly accuse you. It's very simple. All it takes is for that undercover agent to come forward and prove Wei's innocence. But the undercover agent is dead. A dead man can't talk. Avi. He opened his mouth in vain, but half a word would not come out. I don't think we need to waste any more time. Tang Jihui grew more and more impatient as he turned to look at Elder Tang. Second brother. Who the traitor is has been investigated clearly. Such a person should definitely not be retained. Just deal with him according to the family rules. Elder Tang looked at Wei with a gloomy gaze, as if trying to see something in his expression. Tang Jihui, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows slightly in triumph when he saw that the situation was settled. This scapegoat, Wei will be the one. In addition to Wei being punished, even the Chen family must be uprooted. Wei would never do such a beastly thing. I hope the old man is clear about it. Without waiting for Elder Tang to open his mouth, a sudden old man with gray hair took big strides and walked in from outside. This man was Wei's uncle, Chen Yuan. He had worked for the Tang family since he was young, and now, although he was retired, he had a voice in the Tang family and was one of the members of the elders. After learning the news, Chen Yuan immediately rushed over. As one of the elders of the Tang family, he naturally knew how serious the charge of traitor was. Once Wei was recognized as a traitor to the Tang family, he would never be able to turn over a new leaf, and even if he was lucky enough to stay alive, he would be an invalid for the rest of his life. Pop! Elder Tang slightly closed his eyes and threw the cultural string he was carrying on his wrist on the coffee table. It was just a very casual move, but it made Chen Yuan's eyebrows jump. He had gotten this string from a master, and it was his gift to Master Tang for his 60th birthday. Donald loved the string and wore it on his wrist all the time. At this moment, when he took off his skewer and threw it on the coffee table, did he indicate that he was giving up on the Chen family? Chen Yuan was convinced that his nephew wouldn't do such a treacherous thing, but now all the evidence was against Wei, and Wei couldn't produce any evidence to prove his innocence. In that case, it would be hard for Wei to escape heavy punishment. Elder Tang ignored Chen Yuan. After all, Wei's matter was so far-reaching that even for the sake of the Chen family, Chen Yuan would plead for his nephew. Chen Yuan, by now you're still seeking death to harbor Wei. It seems like your Chen family is a nest of snakes and rats, and has long had second thoughts. Tang Jihui snapped, directly taking the entire Chen family off the hook. Chen Yuan immediately argued. No evidence. You can't talk nonsense. Our Chen family has been loyal to the Tang family for several generations. How could we possibly have second thoughts? And I have watched Wei grow up. I am clear about his character, and will definitely not do anything to collude with outsiders to plot against Missy. I dare to use my personality to guarantee. Chen Yuan, your personality is too worthless. Tang Jihui snatched the document from the Grand Elder's hands and slammed it on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan took the document and read it at a glance, and the more he looked at it, the more ugly his face became. When he saw the last page, his features were slightly distorted from anger and shock. Wei, you did all of this? Did you really get in touch with the tattoo people privately? Originally, Chen Yuan did not believe that his nephew could do such a betrayal of his old boss, but in the face of evidence, there was no room for disbelief. This information is not fake, but with this one document, it convicts Wei. Uncle, listen to my explanation. I really didn't betray the Tang family. Not me. Wei's heart was cut to the core. If even his closest relatives refused to believe him, then who else could clear his name? Chen Yuan seemed to have come to believe that Wei was the traitor who had leaked Tang Bingyan's itinerary. He turned his head to look at Elder Tang with a face of shame. A few moments later, he was actually directly kneeling on the ground. Elder, it's because of my lax discipline. I didn't expect this boy Wei to do such a treacherous thing. On behalf of the Chen family, I apologize to you and the other elders of the Tang family, and we, the Chen family, will have no complaints as to how you punish him after that. Chapter 175, Su Tian steps in to help Wei. After saying that, Chen Yuan heavily kowtowed 3 times to Elder Tang, and then got up and retreated to the side in a state of disorientation. Wei, your uncle has stopped harboring you, don't you still confess? The Grand Elder slapped the armrest of the sofa fiercely and glared at Wei in a stern voice. I'm not a traitor, so why should I confess? Wei suddenly became firm after Chen Yuan stated his position. Perhaps it was the fact that there was no one to help him now that gave him the determination to throw his life away. The evidence is right in front of you, and you refuse to confess. Tang Jihui put on a pained look. Second brother, this man is simply incorrigible. Previously, I was still thinking of sparing him the death penalty, but now that he's unrepentant, we don't need to show any mercy. Elder Tang also shook his head with a disappointed expression. He is actually very optimistic about Wei, also recognized his strength, and rest assured that he will do Tang Bingyan's assistant for Tang Bingyan to share some public affairs, but did not expect. Alas, Elder Tang let out a long sigh and waved his hand. That's just it. Let's say I've misjudged someone. How could he not have expected his trusted junior to be a person who had forgotten his trust and betrayed his trust? And the most disappointing thing to him was that, even though there was hard evidence, Wei still refused to admit his crime and try to argue. Wei bit his lips tightly. The smell of blood filled his mouth. Master, I am indeed not a traitor. Our Chen family has always been loyal to the Tang family. Missy and you have been so kind to me. How could I possibly betray the Tang family? Wei's words did not cause the crowd in the room to be touched. Tang Jihui observed Wei's every move with a condescending attitude, contempt and disdain in his eyes. They say you're articulate and skillful. Not only did you get my niece to trust you with important work, but you even got the people in the group to rave about you. Originally I still do not believe, but now look, you really not just assistant so simple. Even if we caught the handle of irony you can still deny. Psychological quality is really very human comparable. Immediately after that, he turned his words around and teased without moving. Second brother, Wei is the person beside Bingyan, so he definitely knows quite a lot of inside information about the Tang family, and at the same time, he is even more aware of Bingyan's travel plans. Someone also attempted to assassinate Bingyan before. Do you think that there could be his involvement in it as well? Putting such a time bomb by Bingyan's side, I, as an elder, really don't feel at ease. Tang Jihui's words caused Elder Tang's face to change abruptly. His greatest worry was Tang Bingyan's safety, and now Tang Jihui's words could be said to have poked him in the lung pipe. Wei, it's done. I don't want to hear any more sophistry from you. Elder Tang turned his back, very disgusted, not wanting to see Wei's anxious and still trying to argue face again. The Grand Elder, who was the enforcer of the family law, directly spoke out and ordered his men, come on, escort him down and lock him up for harsh interrogation. Make sure to make him confess the beginning and end of the deal with the tattoo. At the same time, control the other members of the Chen family in Jiangchang and the imperial capital. No one is allowed to leave without my orders. Su Tian couldn't help but sigh lightly when he heard Elder Tang's words. So far, everything has developed exactly as it did in the previous life. Wei had been wrongly accused, and along with him, the entire Chen family would suffer ruin. After Wei was locked up in his previous life, Tang Jihui, in order to cut off the roots, used the reason that Chen Yuan had a grudge and tried to be unfavorable to the Tang family, and hurriedly brought people to slaughter the Chen family's entire door. Even the watchdogs that were raised in the house were not spared. At this moment, when Wei heard Elder Tang's words, the nerves that had been taut suddenly snapped. His legs went weak and he almost fell to the floor. It was clear to him that someone must have deliberately targeted him, and even wanted to use this opportunity to eradicate the entire Chen family. But he couldn't do anything right now. He could only let the Tang family have their way. There was no way to prove his innocence. Master, the person who contacted me is really an undercover agent I sent to tattoo. Please believe me, he explained to Master Tang undyingly. But he didn't even get a glance from Master Tang. Tang Jihui waved his hand somewhat impatiently and instructed the Tang family bodyguards guarding the doorway. You guys hurry up and drag him down. Beat him with 100 sticks before locking him up in the basement for a proper interrogation. The two tall bodyguards sniffed and immediately walked towards Wei, roughly clipping Wei's hands behind his back as if they were afraid that he would resist, and the other one even fished out an electric baton and stared at him intently. Wei tries to break free of the bodyguard's grip, but the bodyguard slams his fist into his chest. Well, Wei stifled a grunt. Although he was also raised as Tang Bingyan's bodyguard from a young age, it was only because he was smart and had good grades that he was handpicked by Tang Bingyan as an assistant, and spent a lot less time practicing martial arts than the other bodyguards. As such, his strength could only be considered to be in the middle to lower reaches of the Tang family's bodyguard team, where he was a match for the bodyguards under Elder Tang. After taking 2 punches to the chest, Wei coughed twice in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, all his courage to try to argue on his own behalf was dispersed with it. Lost in thought, he let the bodyguard clamp down and muttered, I've always been dutiful to the Tang family, not daring to be half-assed, and have never had any intention of harming anyone. But nowadays neither the Tang family nor the Chen family is willing to believe me. And since you all want me to be that traitor so badly, what need is there for me to argue? Oh, my way, half of my life is nothing but a joke in the end. Wei's mind was so desperate that he didn't even want to fight back. But one of the bouncers with the electric baton wasn't about to let him go. Perhaps it was because of the jealousy that had always existed towards Wei. He still picked up the electric baton and stabbed him in the back of the heart after Wei had stopped resisting. Wei sensed the danger behind him, but resigned himself to his fate and lowered his head and closed his eyes. He didn't want to fight back anymore, and since no one believed him anyway, he might as well just get beaten to death by the bouncers. The electric batons fitted to the bodyguards around Elder Tang were all specially made and extremely lethal. If he did touch Wei, it would put a huge load on his heart. And just in the nick of time, a silhouette swiftly arrived in front of the bodyguard and lifted his hand to grab the bodyguard's wrist. The expected pain didn't appear, and Wei looked up a little surprised. His eyes widened in some surprise when he saw the figure standing in his way. Only Su Tian firmly grasped the bodyguard's wrist with one hand, half of his body blocking Wei's back. The figure that was obviously thin as if it could be thrown out a few meters away by a single over-the-shoulder fall by the bodyguard. At this moment, it was as stalwart as a small mountain, blocking all the damage for him. At this moment, Wei's eyes suddenly developed a sour feeling, and his heart developed an unspeakable flavor. Chapter 176 The Power of Unconsciousness. The bodyguard didn't expect anyone to suddenly stop him. What surprised him the most was that Su Tian, the seemingly skinny little white boy, had a tremendous amount of strength in his hands, and the wrist that was being held was vaguely painful, and he couldn't move the slightest bit at all. Su Tian was, after all, Tang Bingyan's man, and the bodyguards naturally didn't dare to harm him. After he was stunned for a moment, he turned his head to Tang Jihui and the others helpfully, as if waiting for further instructions from them. How dare you? Our Tang clan enforces the family law. Who are you to stand in the way? Tang Jihui shouted angrily at Su Tian. In the face of Tang Jihui's questioning, Su Tian didn't panic, his tone calm. Sixth Elder, I'm the son-in-law of the Tang family and the legal spouse of the current family head. Do you think I'm qualified? Despite Tang Jihui's esteemed position in the Tang clan, though he was only an elder after all, and Tang Bingyan is the current Tang family in charge, Su Tian is Tang Bingyan's husband. They are a licensed legal couple. If they really counted, Su Tian's status was a bit higher than his. You're just a little white boy. Don't do whatever you want just because Bingyan likes you. Tang Jihui gasped and tried his best to suppress his emotions, but he still showed disdain for Su Tian in his words. Sixth Elder, now that the elders in charge of the family are present, I advise you to better be careful with your words. If it's a family banquet, I naturally have to respect you as an elder, but this kind of occasion is not the time for you to put on airs and show off. To even dare to insult me, the legitimate spouse of the family head, doesn't it also show that in your heart you also disdain Bingyan, the current family head? Fart. Tang Jihui was extremely angry, and his red face directly slammed the teacup in his hand. Don't give me that nonsense, you kid. How could he not expect Su Tian to be so deft with his words that he would lightly label him with the charge of defying the family head? The others in the parlor heard Su Tian's words and looked at him with some surprise, as if they were looking at an alien. The Grand Elder, who was the enforcer of the family law, stared at Su Tian with some displeasure, as if dissatisfied that he was putting up a fight at this time. After his violent anger, Tang Jihui reacted and frowned. The matter of the traitor is of great importance. This is something that the elders in the family need to discuss and deal with. You're nothing but a door-to-door son-in-law. You don't usually meddle in the day-to-day affairs of the Tang family at all. So what are your qualifications to tell us what to do? Su Tian didn't respond to Tang Jihui's questioning, but instead spoke in a faint voice. Wei, he's not a traitor. What? The surrounding crowd was shocked, and even Wei himself unexpectedly turned his head to look at Su Tian. He had never dreamed that under such a situation where he was surrounded by enemies, the only one who trusted him was Su Tian, the door-to-door son-in-law who had been ostracized by the Tang family. Asshole, the evidence is overwhelming that he is a traitor, and it's your turn to defend him? The Grand Elder rebuked in a cold voice. Still don't back off. When the other Tang family members and company executives saw that Su Tian was so ungrateful as to jump out and plead for Wei at such a juncture, their eyes took on a bit of playfulness. A little white boy is a little white boy, and usually has no eyes at all except to mingle on the prestige of their family. The fact that Wei was a traitor had already been confirmed by the elders, so where was his turn to come out and plead for mercy? Gu Beichang, who stood in the middle of the company's executives without a care in the world, did not move and lightly raised the corner of his lips. It seemed that he had still overestimated Su Tian. In reality, this little white boy wasn't as brilliant as he had imagined. Otherwise he wouldn't have stepped in to plead for the other party after Elder Tang had all but decided that Wei was a traitor. For him to take the initiative to come forward now and say that Wei wasn't a traitor was tantamount to slapping Elder Tang as well as Tang Jihui, the Grand Elder, and the other elders in the face. So naturally, he would incur the wrath of the crowd. What's more, if he pleaded for Wei in this situation, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't draw fire, and it might even make the crowd suspect that he and Wei had some kind of illicit dealings in private as well. However, this matter today was after all an internal scandal of the Tang family. Gu Beichang was not considered a member of the Tang family, so naturally he was not in a position to express his opinion. Moreover, he was also well aware of the principle of saying more than you can say, so fortunately, he was right in the middle of the crowd silently observing the looks and stances of Elder Tang and the other elders, intending to come out and add fuel to the fire when the time was right. In the face of the crowd's accusations, Su Tian still insisted on his point of view. I don't think Wei is a traitor, and I also believe his explanation just now. Oh, you believe his explanation? How much is your belief worth? Seeing that he was able to convict Wei, but a Su Tian suddenly appeared, which made Tang Jihui 10,000 times more annoyed, and not caring about his own identity, he directly stood out and joked with Su Tian. I've already had the evidence of his contact with the members of the Tattooed Green shown to me. There's no way for him to argue, and in the face of such ironclad evidence, you can still say such things as he's not a mole. I have to wonder about your intentions. His gloomy eyes looked up and down and back and forth on Su Tian's body, paused for a moment and then continued. Mr. Su scared off those vicious killers with his own strength before, which really made me admire you a little, but I have a problem that I can't understand, and I still hope that you can solve the problem for me, but there's no harm in saying it. Su Tian was clear that Tang Jihui was definitely unsettled when he threw out a question at this time, but no matter what the other party's intentions were, at this moment he had to take it and couldn't back down. Tang Jihui nodded, but then he was looking at Chen Xiaoxiao. Chen Xiaoxiao, answer me this. Which organization did Mr. Su and Bai Lu pretend to be before they scared off the tattoos? Chen Xiaoxiao was stunned and subconsciously replied. Dark Shadow. Shadow? Those respected elders all had grave expressions after hearing this name. The Shadow is a famous and mysterious organization among the dark forces, so powerful that it makes all those vicious killers scared. The Shadow's reputation can actually drink back the tattooed ones. There's no doubt about that. Except, seeing the crowd's skeptical gazes fall on Su Tian's body, Tang Jihui hooked his lips somewhat triumphantly and continued to ask, then can you guys tell us a little bit about how you pretended to be the Shadow at that time in order to fool the tattoo leader? It's better if I do the talking. Bai Lu picked up. Earlier, we had evacuated with Mr. Su to appear on the outskirts of the city, and before we were ready to board the ship, Mr. Su opened the suitcase he was carrying and took out the performance costumes inside for us to change into. Those costumes were classic characters from well-known foreign movies, while Mr. Su dressed up as Zorro and had us wear masks. Mr. Su has some knowledge of the Shadow's leader, the Shadow Master, and the members of the organization, and knows the common dress of the members of this organization. And, wait a minute, Tang Jihui suddenly interrupted Bai Lu's explanation. What you said is enough. Next I would like to ask Mr. Su, there is very little information left about the mysterious organization known as the Dark Shadow. Even our Tang family's undercover agents only know a little bit of the minutiae, and don't dare to claim that they know about this organization. And where did you learn all this and prepare ahead of time? and travel to the lighthouse country with those clothes as if you had anticipated the tattoo ambush attack they would encounter this year? Could it be that you have the ability to foretell things, and have already predicted that Bing Yen and the others would be in danger after arriving in the lighthouse kingdom? Chapter 177. It's just a bunch of nonsense. Tang Jihui's words directly pushed Su Tian into the limelight. For a moment, the skeptical eyes of everyone present grew stronger. Just now, they were all eager to figure out who the real traitor was, and didn't delve into the details of Su Tian's process of pretending to be another organization to scare off the tattoos, and it was only now that Tang Jihui brought it up that the crowd noticed the oddity of it. Yeah, how does this kid know everything about the news from the shadow side? Could it be that he is also a traitor? Can't be wrong. If he's not a traitor, how does he know so much inside information? I'm afraid ordinary people haven't even heard of the two organizations, Tattoo and Shadow. Isn't Su Tian an ordinary office worker? And he hasn't meddled in the Tang family's affairs, so how could he know the details of those two organizations? Seeing that the crowd had begun to question Su Tian with your words and mine, Wei was a little anxious to defend Su Tian, but he didn't know how to speak. He had already been labeled a traitor, and if he opened his mouth at this point it was like he was covering for his fellow man. Wei knew that if he helped Su Tian plead for leniency at this time, he would instead be sitting on his suspicions, so he could only clench his fists unwillingly and look at Su Tian with a worried expression. He's already been cleared of suspicion, and he doesn't want any more innocents to be implicated. But Su Tian didn't look at Wei. His eyes were calm and without ripples, as if he had expected Tang Jihui to question himself so calmly. I don't have the ability to foretell. Nowadays it's a modern society. Sixth Elder. It's not too good for you to engage in such blatant feudal superstition, right? The expression on Tang Jihui's face was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. He forced himself to hold back his anger and said in a cold voice, "Since you know that no one can predict the future, you'd better explain to everyone why you took that box of performance clothes to the Land of Lights. Is it hard to believe that you are the real Shadow Master of the Shadow, or a member of the Shadow Organization? That would explain why you're carrying around clothes that only members of the Shadow would wear." Boom! Once again, Tang Jihui's words set off a furor. However, Su Tian was still calm. Sixth Elder, don't joke. Just now you said that I'm nothing more than an ordinary office worker. How could I possibly be the Shadow Master? Don't give me any more east. Tang Jihui lost his patience. Even if you're not a Shadow Master, you're at least a member of the Shadow. Why don't you tell us the truth about what you're doing in our Tang family? Men, take him down. Drag him out and beat him to death with a stick. When Tang Jihui said that, he waved his hand at the few Tang family bodyguards around him. Those bodyguards immediately swarmed up, ready to tackle Su Tian. Su Tian's eyes indifferently swept a glance at the several bodyguards that were coming straight at him, his tone containing an unquestionable majesty. Just on the basis of just a few words you have to make a move on me. Sixth Elder, you're so big on official authority. The bodyguards' feet lurched, and for a moment they didn't know whether or not to follow Tang Jihui's orders, all of them frozen in place. Immediately afterward, Su Tian continued, Sixth Elder, it's reasonable to say that you're a respected elder of the Tang clan, and that your tactics and talents should be the best amongst the rest of the Tang clan, but based on the way you've just behaved, I'm a little curious as to how exactly you've managed to get into your current position. You dare to question me? Tang Jihui burst into a rage. I'm not only questioning you, but I'm also questioning those who pushed for you to become the elder of the Tang family. Su Tian scanned the elders present and continued, if it's true, as the sixth elder said, that I'm the Shadow Master of the Dark Shadow, or a member of the Dark Shadow, then should you all think about what the Tang clan will face after dragging me out and beating me to death with a stick? Hiss! Su Tian's words caused the elders to steeply suck in a breath of cool air. The shadow was an existence that made people in the dark forces not dare to mess with it, not to mention whether they had the ability to beat the Shadow Master to death. Even if Su Tian wasn't the Shadow Master and was just an ordinary member of the Shadow, according to the Shadow Master's character of being protective of his shortcomings, he would definitely come to settle the score with the Tang family. Therefore, if those bodyguards had really followed Tang Jihui's orders to beat Su Tian to death just now, then their Tang family was about to face extinction as well. That's why I say that the sixth elder's idea is really stupid. So stupid that I can't help but suspect that he isn't simply brainless, but is deliberately trying to lead the Tang family into a desperate situation. That's a load of crap. Tang Jihui was annoyed. I'm also a member of the Tang family. What good am I doing this to myself? That I don't know. Su Tian shrugged. I'm not a Shadow Master or one of them anyway. What's more, with the Shadow's influence among the dark forces and their own abilities, if they wanted to deal with the Tang family, do you think they would choose the time-consuming and low-yield method of sending undercover agents to lurk in the Tang family? Although the few elders of the Tang clan held prejudice against Su Tian, they had to admit that his words had a few points of truth to them. Although their Tang family was quite prestigious in China, there was no way they could compete with the Shadow according to their current strength. If the shadow wanted to target them, they could have done it directly, and there was really no need to go through the trouble of arranging an undercover agent to come in. Tang Jihue noticed the change in the other elder's expressions, and his hands behind his back clenched tightly into fists. He had really underestimated this kid before. Fine. I'll let you off the hook for how you came to know the inner workings of the shadow. Continuing to pursue this issue would only lead to a fire. So Tang Jihue gave up on targeting Su Tian and turned his spearhead towards Wei again. I only ask you why you swore that Wei was not a traitor? If you can produce evidence to prove that he was planted, then the elders of our Tang clan won't make things difficult for him. But if you can't produce the evidence to clear his name, then let alone the fact that you're nothing more than the Tang family's son-in-law. Even if Bing Yan is present at this moment, you don't have the right to be extraordinarily kind to a traitor. Su Tian looked at him lightly. Since I dare to say that Wei is innocent, I naturally have evidence in my hands to prove his innocence. With that, he spoke slowly while surveying the crowd's expressions without haste. In fact, before Bing Yan left for the Lighthouse Kingdom, I already knew that Tattoo would ambush us along the way, waiting for an opportunity to strike at us. What did you say? The people present looked at Su Tian with jaws agape. Why would you, an outsider, know in advance that Assassin's Green is planning to make a move against us? Could it be that you're not an undercover agent sent over by Dark Shadow, but someone from the assassin's side? Seeing the crowd's questioning, a flash of calculation flashed in Tang Jihue's eyes. He coughed heavily to signal for silence, then grimaced and asked, why did you know about Tattoo's actions ahead of time? He originally hadn't been able to drive Su Tian out of the Tang family, but now since Su Tian himself had taken the initiative to send the handle into his hands, it would be too much of a shame if he didn't make good use of it for all the years of careful planning he'd put into it. But anyone who dared to impede his movements would have to die. I would know about the assassin's actions because someone notified me in advance. Long before Bing Yan and the others set off, I received a message. The other party told me that the Tang family would be in danger this time when they went to the Lighthouse Kingdom, and that the assassins would ambush them along the way with the intention of finding an opportunity to assassinate Bing Yan, and asked me to find a way to make Bing Yan change her itinerary. But no matter how much I tried to persuade her, Binjian still insisted on going to the Lighthouse country as scheduled to negotiate with AM. So I contacted the person who tipped me off again, and the other person told me that if I couldn't change my schedule, then I could pretend to be a member of the Shadow Organization in a critical situation. He told me that the assassins at Tattoo are most afraid of the Shadow Master, and that if I pretend to be the Shadow Master, I'll be sure to scare them off. That person also told me detailed information about the inner workings of the two organizations, Tattoo and Shadow, in order that I could impersonate them successfully. Actually, I never knew who this person behind the scenes providing me with information was before, but just now you guys said that Wei was in contact with the members on the side of Assassin's Green, and that's what made it dawn on me. It turns out that the person who tipped me off was the undercover agent Wei had arranged on Tattoo's side. He must have known about Tattoo's actions in advance, which is why he took the risk of alerting me. Su Tian's explanation caused the parlor to fall into a dead silence once more. Chapter 178, Clearing the Suspicion. Everyone stared at him blankly, seemingly dumbfounded by the sheer volume of information that had yet to come back to their senses. Such a reversal was unexpected. Even the person in question, Wei, was taken by surprise. It was true that he had really sent an undercover agent to lurk inside the Tattoo organization, but he was certain that that undercover agent had really been killed in an accident and could not possibly have tipped them off again. The reason Su Tian would say this is to clear his name. But Wei opened his mouth to say something to Su Tian, but suddenly realized that the people present at the moment were all staring intently at the two of them, so he could only stop. After a brief moment of silence, Tang Jihue once again snapped. It's just a bunch of nonsense, Su Tian said unabashedly. What I've said is the truth. Sixth Elder, if you feel that there are any unreasonable points you can bring up, I'll answer them one by one for everyone. I see you're not seeing the coffin. Tang Jihue cursed in his mind, then raised his voice to question Su Tian. Alright, then let me ask you, even if the undercover agent sent by Wei wanted to deliver the message, then why didn't he contact Wei? Didn't look for other senior members of the Tang family or bodyguards, but looked for you, an outsider who never meddles in the internal affairs of the Tang family. Do you think that with your ability you can handle such a big crisis on your own? Su Tian shook his head at his words and looked at Tang Jihue with a disappointed expression. Sixth Elder, it seems that you really don't understand. You just heard from Wei's mouth that the undercover agent that he had sent out had died due to an accident. So how could someone who had long since died pass on a message to Wei? What the hell do you mean? Tang Jihue's face was ugly, and even the others around him were confused. From Wei's point of view, the undercover agent did die, so he couldn't reach him. And what actually happened was that the undercover agent sensed that his identity had been exposed, or some other crisis, and that's why he purposely let Wei think that he had died in an accident and never contacted him again. For that undercover agent to fake his death rather than break his contact with Wei, something very serious must have happened. Even his side may be monitored, or his own identity is exposed and he is being hunted down by tattoos people. So he can't contact Wei, but he must pass on information. So he found me. Someone who has never been involved in the internal affairs of the Tang clan. Is this point hard to understand? Just like the tattooed people won't care if I go on the run. They won't care if that undercover agent contacts me, because my existence won't even come into their line of sight. I can't pose a threat to them, and they naturally won't be wary of me. Tang Jihui was infuriated and laughed. He clenched his teeth and continued to pursue. Okay, count on your ability to speak well. Then according to what you just said, that undercover agent told you that the trip to the Lighthouse Kingdom would be dangerous long before you set off. Why didn't you report it to the various Tang family elders right away? And why didn't you tell Bing Yan about it? You even hid such a serious matter from me, so much so that Bing Yan and the others traveled to the Lighthouse Country according to the original plan and were ambushed. What are your intentions? Faced with Tang Jihui's unforgiving questioning, Su Tian shook his head in disappointment. Sixth Elder, now that a stranger you don't recognize has suddenly told you that something bad will happen to your entire family within the next week, do you believe it? Nonsense. Of course I don't believe it. Tang Jihui waved his hand impatiently. Don't you pull any punches with me? Just answer my question directly. I'm just answering your question. Since you won't believe a stranger's admonition to you, Sixth Elder, then on what basis should I believe the information told to me by a person of unknown origin? This unidentified person told me that Tang Bingyan would be attacked. How could I spread this around before I knew if his information was reliable and if he harbored any ill will towards the Tang family? And you also know that this negotiation with AM has been prepared by Bingyan for a long time, and it absolutely cannot be changed. Am I going to stop Bingyan from canceling such an important negotiation with unproven news? From my point of view, I can only subtly remind Bingyan of the dangers she will encounter in negotiating with the Lighthouse Kingdom this time, and try to persuade her to change her itinerary, or increase her security manpower. It's precisely because I couldn't ensure the accuracy of this information that I prepared props and costumes in advance to impersonate the Shadow Master as the other party told me. I originally just took the attitude that I was going for broke and brought that box of costumes with me to the Lighthouse State, but I never expected to actually come across an attack, and those costumes played a key role in scaring off the tattooed assassins. Before, I couldn't tell whether the person who contacted me was an enemy or one of my own, but after I managed to get out of the danger, I was able to be sure that he genuinely wanted to help us before he took the risk of sending me a message to alert me. But to this day, I still don't know the true identity of that person, and Bing Yan is still in a coma right now due to overwork, so I wasn't able to tell her about it in the first place. Originally, I planned to wait for Bing Yan to recover before discussing with her to see if I could find out who the person who delivered the message was, but it wasn't until I heard you guys say just now that Wei was in contact with a member of the Assassin's Green side that I realized that maybe the person who delivered the message to me was the undercover agent he had planted on the Assassin's Green side. The undercover agent had no way to contact Wei directly, which is why he chose a roundabout tactic and tipped me off. Su Tian's explanation is logical and clear, so that people cannot pick half a point of error in doubt, but also just explained why Wei and Tattoo side of the people to contact. The elders who had just been cold-faced and looked as if they were immediately going to drag Wei out and bring him to justice had frowned in contemplation, as if they were pondering the truthfulness of Su Tian's words just now. However, it wasn't hard to tell from their expressions that they felt Su Tian's explanation just now was more reasonable. Otherwise, how could Su Tian, a person who never asked about the internal affairs of the Tang family nor understood the dark forces, know so much internal information about the tattoo and the shadow? And how could he successfully disguise himself to conceal himself from the world? Tang Jihui's face was gloomy and horrible. His carefully planned woe was easily dissolved by a little white boy. Just one step away he could have labeled Wei as a traitor and convicted him. That undercover agent was clearly dead, so how could he deliver news to Su Tian again? This kid is clearly talking with his eyes open. And at this moment, Elder Tang suddenly realized as if he suddenly thought of something. You have been opposing Bing Yan's business trip to the Lighthouse Country before. Not because you don't want to separate from her and want to drag her along to accompany you to have fun, but because you have known for a long time that she would be in danger on this trip. In this way, all the irrationalities can be explained. Su Tian's perversity and obstruction wasn't due to selfishness. Instead, it was because he knew that Tang Bingyan would be in danger. Hence his 100% dissuasion. Grandpa, it's true that I didn't want Bingyan to travel to the Lighthouse Country because I knew she might be in danger. However, I also know that the negotiation of this project is very important to both Bingyan and the Tang family, so it's not convenient for me to spill the beans on this without being sure of the authenticity of the information. But this time, we were all able to get away thanks to Wei's foresight in sending undercover agents over to Tattoo early in the morning to spy. This time, if it wasn't for that undercover agent passing information to me in time, I'm afraid we would have died in the Lighthouse Kingdom. Elder Tang sniffed with mixed feelings and even some regret. He looked to Wei. his tone tinged with obvious guilt. Good boy. We were wrong about you. You did well. Chapter 179. Tang Bingyan awake. Wei stared blankly at Master Tang, and it took a long time before he realized that he had been cleared of any suspicion. And Chen Yuan, who originally wanted to be righteous, could not hide the excitement on his face at this time. That's great. Their family's Wei wasn't a traitor. He knew Wei wouldn't do something as beastly as that. Knowing that Wei was not a traitor, the looks on the faces of the other elders eased a bit, except for Tang Jihui, who still had a gloomy face. Now that Elder Tang had taken a stand and cleared Wei's suspicions, it would be almost impossible for him to find another excuse to make trouble in the near future to settle him and the Chen family. It was obviously a perfect deployment, but because that kid Su Tian intervened, it disrupted his entire plan. Damn, that's add up. Even though Tang Jihui hated Su Tian in his heart, he still put on a look of sudden realization on the surface and followed suit, changing his words. So it's really true that we were wrong about this child Wei, but in the future you should also be more careful in what you do. How can you leave such a big hidden danger for yourself? Elder Ji Huai's lesson is correct. Wei will definitely remember this lesson and never do it again. Wei nodded unabashedly at Tang Jihui, but a flash of alarm secretly crossed his eyes. Tang Jihui want to play what idea he has long seen clearly. This time the other party still want to pretend to be a good person. Face really makes him sick. Gu Beichang, who was mingling in the crowd, used the cover of the crowd to immovably survey Su Tian. This Su Tian had once again exceeded his expectations. It was clear that Wei was already sitting on the charge of being a traitor, but Su Tian was able to save the day and easily clear his name. Wasn't he the good-for-nothing white boy that Chen Xiaoxiao and the others said he was? But these last few times he really didn't act like a loser who didn't know anything. Was Su Tian too good at disguise? Or was there something else going on? Chen Yuan came to Su Tian with an agitated face, holding Su Tian's hand tightly and bowing uncontrollably to say thank you. Many thanks to Mr. Su for clarifying for our family Wei. Many thanks to Mr. Su for explaining the truth of the matter. By now Chen Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Tian clarifying for Wei not only saved Wei alone, but also saved the entire Chen family. Uncle Chen, you're too polite. I'm just telling the facts I know. Su Tian patted Chen Yuan's shoulder comfortingly. Wei has always been loyal to Bingyan. I always believed that he would never do anything to betray Bingyan. Chen Yuan was so moved that his eyes were slightly red, nodding his head uncontrollably, his voice choking. No matter what, it's still thanks to Mr. Su that Wei was able to regain his innocence. Tang Jihui looked coldly at Chen Yuan and Su Tian, who were not far away, and suddenly snapped again. Su Tian, now Wei has indeed regained his innocence, but you don't look so innocent. In the midst of your narration just now, it doesn't prove your own innocence. What if you're also an undercover agent planted in our Tang family from the tattoo side? And this time you saved Bing Yan in the moment of crisis but only want to gain the trust of Bing Yan and my second brother in order to achieve that ulterior motive behind you? Just to be on the safe side. I'm going to send you into the Don's interrogation room for a proper interrogation. Of course, in the end, whether you're innocent or not needs to be handed over to the elders of the Tang clan for collective deliberation before making a decision. Interrogation room? Su Tian's expression was aghast. Of course he knew what the Tang family's interrogation room was. If he was put into an interrogation room, he would inevitably be tortured to make him confess. And this was exactly what Tang Jihui had in mind. Tang Jihui struck while the iron was hot, immediately coming in front of Elder Tang and the Grand Elder, saying in a serious tone, Elder brother and second brother, this Su Tian isn't as innocent as he seems on the surface. On the contrary, I feel that he has a sinister and scheming mind. When Bing Yan wanted to marry him, I was 100 times reluctant, for fear that Bing Yan would be cheated by this kid. Now it would be better to take advantage of the fact that all the people are present to bear witness, and escort him to the interrogation room to check out the bottom of the matter properly. After all, Bing Yan is the Tang family's head of the family. Her husband's identity must be clean, and if you want to be the Tang family's son-in-law you must not have any stains at all to be able to do so. In case this person is an undercover agent sent over by a certain force targeting the Tang clan, he will definitely still be unfavorable to our Tang clan in the future. The Grand Elder's expression loosened a bit at his words. He had been in charge of the Tang family's family law and had a great deal of responsibility, hence his harsh methods. For the sake of the Tang family, it was naturally more prudent to thoroughly investigate Su Genius, so he agreed with Tang Jihui's proposal in this matter. So he nodded. You're right, Bing Yan is the Tang family's family member. Her husband is naturally different from an ordinary Tang family son-in-law. I think it's very necessary to thoroughly investigate whether or not he's colluding with other forces. Despite what the Grand Elder said, Elder Tang was a bit hesitant. He didn't speak first, but weighed the pros and cons in his mind. On the one hand, Su Tian's body did have many suspicions, while on the other hand, he was well aware of Su Tian's importance to his own granddaughter. in case Tang Bingyan woke up and found out that they had sent Su Tian into the interrogation room. Then according to her temperament, I'm afraid that she would have to make a scene that couldn't be ended. Tang Jihui knew exactly what Elder Tang was concerned about, so fortunately, he didn't wait for him to nod his head and clamorously instructed the Tang family bodyguards behind himself. Come over here, a couple of guys. Escort him to the interrogation room. I'm going to interrogate him myself later. Hearing Tang Jihui's command, the 4 bodyguards rushed straight towards Su Tian. You stop! Wei's face changed, and he hurriedly blocked in front of Su Tian. However, at that moment, Su Tian patted his shoulder, signaling him to stay out of this. But Wei was anxious. He was also aware that speaking up for Su Tian at such a time would probably implicate himself again, and even involve Su Tian. But he couldn't just stand by and watch Su Tian being sent into the interrogation room. He grew up in the Tang family. Naturally, he knew the horrors in the Tang family's interrogation room. Even if the person who went in was innocent, he would lose half his life when he came out again. How could he stand by and watch Su Tian being sent into that kind of place? But Su Tian told him not to intervene at a time like this with a firm look. Eventually, Wei took a futile step backward. He stared at Su Tian with a worried expression and silently opened his mouth to whisper, I'm sorry. He was guilty of not being able to do anything at this time. Su Tian had been imploring Wei not to act rashly. Originally, the elders in the family had many speculations about his identity, and it was not easy for Wei's suspicions to be cleared. So speaking on his behalf now was tantamount to digging his own grave. He had cleared the other party's name with great difficulty, and now he absolutely could not afford to make any more mistakes. Of course, he would never enter the Tang family's interrogation room, but right now, the surroundings were full of Tang family bodyguards. Even if Wei and the others wouldn't make a move against him, the people under Master Tang and the Grand Elder might not let him go. At this moment, Su Tian was already calculating in his mind what his chances of getting out of the Tang family were. No matter what, it was still the best strategy to follow the 36 plans. First think of a way to stay away from the danger, and then think of a way to deal with this old man, Tang Jihui. Just as Su Tian was already silently calculating which window to jump out of, he suddenly heard a voice as cold and piercing as the cold winter of the third quarter ringing out from behind the crowd. What are you doing? Chapter 180 Deterrence. The people in the living room subconsciously turned back to look behind them. They all sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw the visitor, but they didn't dare to make a single sound, simply because, at some point, Tang Bingyan had already come to her senses and had arrived at the door of the parlor. She still looked weary, her skin, which had been like white porcelain, tinged with a sickly ghastliness, and leaned weakly against the door, her breathing rising and falling. But even so, those Tang family elders present were unable to ignore the sense of oppression she felt as if she was born with. She saw that the crowd did not open their mouths. The corners of her expressionless lips slightly pulled up an arc, and then once she opened her mouth again her voice was still bone-piercingly cold. Sixth Elder, are you forgetting your status here? When was it your turn to dispose of my people? A simple sentence made the crowd's breathing suddenly tighten. The unrelated people were still fearful, not to mention the person in question, Tang Jihui. The aggressive attitude he had just faced Su Tian with was gone in an instant. At the moment, the knots in his throat rolled nervously, his mouth open but half unable to utter a word. Missy, Master Tang. The others around them reacted and opened their mouths to greet Tang Bingyan. Tang Bingyan ignored the crowd as her gaze fell on Su Tian. Only after confirming that Su Tian was not injured did that cold as eyes aura slightly converge for a few moments. Su Tian quickly walked over to support Tang Bingyan, letting her lean in his arms and softly asked, Feeling better? You shouldn't get out of bed and walk around right now. Tang Bingyan unloaded the force around her body, letting herself lean on Su Tian and whispered, I'm fine. Bingyan, go back to your room and rest. You can leave the matters here alone. Elder Tang's heart ached for his granddaughter and couldn't bear the thought of her still having to worry about household chores in her illness. Grandpa, you don't have to worry about me. Tang Bingyan looked around, feeling the evasive sight of those Tang family members. A slight chill surfaced in her ink-colored eyes. In the end, she landed her eyes on Tang Jihui's body, causing Tang Jihui's legs to soften, unexpectedly falling directly onto the sofa. Tang old man naturally clear Su Tian's importance to Tang Bingyan, fearing that Tang Bingyan again angry body aggravated the condition, hastily opened his mouth to round off the situation. Bingyan, there's really nothing here that you need to deal with personally. There was a little hiccup just now, but everything is explained now. It's just that your sixth elder felt that the matter was of great importance, as well as your safety and the future of the Tang clan, so he wanted to have Su Tian explain it in detail. Explain? Tang Bingyan slightly raised an eyebrow. Her tone was not salty, but it made the people around her couldn't help but shiver. Yes, I just wanted him to explain. Tang Jihui was apprehensive in his heart, but in the face of Tang Bingyan's silent pressure, he could only reluctantly recount what had just happened in more detail. After speaking, he carefully watched the faces of the people next to him before adding, Bing Yen, I was in a hurry to find out the truth. And that's why I directly ordered my men to bring Su Tian to the interrogation room in place of second brother just now. Although it's out of order. My starting point is after all for the sake of the Tang family and for your sake. I still hope you can understand. Tang Jihui is now very chagrined. He originally arranged to put Wei the scapegoat launched to get rid of his own crime, but did not expect to kill out a Su Tian in the middle of the day. But even in a few words on the suspicion of Wei cleared, destroying his plan. Since he had no way to get rid of Wei and the Chen family now, he naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to deal with Su Tian. But how could he not expect Tang Bingyan to be awake so quickly and arrive at the parlor in time? Even if Tang Bingyan came 5 minutes later, he would be able to escort Su Tian to the interrogation room for severe interrogation. Even if Tang Bingyan wanted to stop it, by the time she arrived at the interrogation room, Su Tian would at least be able to shed a layer of skin if he didn't die. Damn, why is this little white boy so lucky? But even though he hated to immediately dismantle Su Tian in his heart, he didn't move on the surface, putting on an image of loyalty that he was faithfully considering for the Tang family. Tang Bingyan, however, gazed expressionlessly at Tang Jihui, her eyes a few points colder. Is the sixth elder so used to being arrogant on weekdays that he has even forgotten what he should call me? Tang Jihui was shocked in his heart. Family, master. Although he was as Tang Bingyan's elder, his seniority was higher than Tang Bingyan's, but after all, Tang Bingyan was now the head of the family. And according to the rules of the Tang family, as long as it wasn't a family banquet or a private occasion, he was required to address Tang Bingyan as the head of the family. Could it be that Tang Bingyan was going to use this little bit of wrongdoing to capitalize on the situation? Just as Tang Jihui was surprised and uncertain in his heart, he heard Tang Bingyan say in a cold voice again, also, during my coma, it is only right that Grandpa should temporarily replace me in exercising the rights of the family head. Sixth elder, you made a private decision and seized my lawful husband. According to the family law you should be beaten with 100 plates. However, considering that you are a first offender, sixth elder, and that you are older, you may choose one of your children to come out and take your punishment for you for these 100 slaps. Tang Jihuai's face suddenly changed at the words, family, master. In the Tang family's family law, 100 slaps was not an ordinary punishment. Even a young man would lose half his life if he received these 100 slaps. Although the Tang family did have such a family law, most of the family heads before Tang Bingyan were warning-based, and would not really follow the family law unless they had really made an unforgivable mistake. But now when it came to Tang Bingyan, he didn't show any favor at all, and actually really wanted him to accept the punishment. Sixth elder, you have a problem with my decision? I certainly don't dare to have any opinions on the family master's decision. It seemed that this 100 boards were unavoidable. Tang Jihui lowered his head and gritted his back teeth to the point of cackling. At his age, he naturally wouldn't personally go to receive the punishment, so he would definitely have to send one of his juniors over. When the time comes, you can only use money to buy off the bodyguards who carry out the family law, so that they can go easy on them. Damn little white boy. He had repeatedly spoiled his good deed and caused him to have to receive punishment from under Tang Bingyan. Tang Jihui secretly put Su Tian on the death list in his mind. Even if Tang Bingyan intervened now, he must not let him off so easily. Thinking so, Tang Jihui took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Family master, just now it was my haste that broke the rules. You can punish me, but Su Tian's identity is suspicious. For the sake of the Tang family, it must be thoroughly investigated. What Su Tian said just now about contacting Wei's undercover agent in Tattoo is entirely his side of the story. There's no evidence that can prove it's true. What if he's lying and no one has contacted him at all? Or if he's simply an undercover agent sent by Tattoo? As the legitimate partner of the current family head, Su Tian's identity must be clean and clear without any suspicion in order for it to work. And I also hope that the family head will think of the greater good and allow me to investigate it properly. Chapter 181. What a great honor. Tang Jihui's words managed to cause a few moments of skepticism to appear on the faces of the other Tang clan executives present. For a moment, they whispered to each other. In fact, these people in their hearts agree with Tang Jihui's proposal, which also includes the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is the elder in charge of the Tang family's family law. Naturally, his eyes cannot tolerate sand. It was a fact that Su Tian's identity was suspicious, and it was also a fact that Su Tian's words just now were not supported by any evidence, which was why he agreed with Tang Jihui's proposal and wanted to properly interrogate Su Tian. If Su Tian's innocence could still be confirmed after a detailed investigation, then naturally everyone would be happy, but if not, that would remove the scourge. Seeing the reaction of those elders, Wei clenched his fists somewhat anxiously, while looking at Tang Jihui with a bit more indignation in his gaze. This old man just framed himself, and now he wants to frame Mr. Su. Do you have to stir up the house before you stop? But at the same time, he knew very well that now that Missy was awake, she could naturally take Mr. Su's side and prevent Tang Jihui from making a move. But in doing so, Su Tian's identity would still be suspected by the other elders in the family. When this matter was spread out today by certain people with an axe to grind, so that the entire Tang clan would know about it, then Mr. Su would be completely labeled as a suspicious person, and it would be difficult to convince the public any longer. Seeing that the elders in the parlor couldn't wait to immediately send Su Tian to the interrogation room right now, Tang Bingyan remained silent and didn't open her mouth. Such silence was oppressive and gradually made the voices present in the discussion smaller. Waiting until the parlor was quiet again, Tang Bingyan swept a salty glance at Tang Jihui. Sixth elder thinks that Su Tian is an undercover agent arranged by Assassin's Green to come to the Tang clan, and that his previous rescue of me in the Lighthouse Kingdom was also a deliberate act to gain my and the Tang clan's trust completely? Tang Jihui nodded without hesitation at his words. That's right, I think this is very likely. I guess he's an undercover agent sent over by the enemy to spy on the Tang family's internal secrets. However, it's difficult for him alone to accomplish anything in the heavily guarded Tang clan, and it can only be accomplished after he has fully gained your trust. That's why he designed such a play to exchange for your trust. And when you're completely unguarded against him, he'll then take the opportunity to pry into more of our Tang family's internal information. Tang Jihui deliberately glanced at Su Tian, speaking as if he had already decided that Su Tian was the undercover agent. A rootless little white boy dared to badger him. If he didn't step on Su Tian completely today, what prestige would he have in their family in the future? Sixth elder, please be careful with your words. There's no evidence now. How can you be so sure that Mr. Su must be an undercover agent sent by the enemy? And the avians couldn't help but open their mouths to defend Su Tian. Even though reason told him that he shouldn't open his mouth at this time, he was really unwilling to let Su Tian be implicated because of himself. Shut up, you're a little assistant. Who are you to talk here? Tang Jihui rudely interrupted Wei. If you dare to argue on Su Tian's behalf again, I'll consider you as his accomplice and dispose of you together. Sixth elder is really a great bully. Facing the arrogant Tang Jihui, instead of getting angry, Tang Bingyan even revealed a smirk. Yet such a smile did not reach the eyes, but instead caused the hearts of the people present to tremble. Just as the crowd couldn't figure out what exactly Tang Bingyan had planned, Tang Bingyan suddenly opened her mouth and said to Su Tian, "Take out the USB flash drive that I handed to you before I left and show it to them." What? A flash drive? The people in the parlor felt a bit puzzled as they subconsciously looked in Su Tian's direction, seemingly unable to understand why Tang Bingyan would mention the USB flash drive at such a time. Okay. Su Tian sniffed and immediately reached his hand to the inner pocket of his jacket, from which he fished out a thumb-sized USB flash drive, and then he waved at one of the bodyguards closest to him. "Could you bring me a laptop, please?" The bodyguard was unsure, but he ran out and brought back a laptop as Su Tian had instructed. Su Tian took the laptop, skillfully turned it on, and inserted the USB flash drive into the computer. Then he found an encrypted folder, and after typing in a long string of complicated passwords, he handed the laptop screen in front of Tang Jihui. Tang Jihui took the computer uncertainly and looked at those files on top of the screen with a sullen face. A few moments later, his face became abnormally ugly, and even his breathing quickened a few points. "These files are..." Sixth elder. "What's wrong?" One of the elders closest to Tang Jihui also brought his head over to look at the screen, and when he saw the document on top of the screen he was also startled. "Isn't this the proposal for the cooperation between the group and AM as well as the details of the patent?" His words were like a drop of water falling into a frying pan, immediately causing the entire parlor to boil up like a frying pan. How is this possible? The head of the family actually gave such an important document to him for safekeeping? This kind of confidential information is not accessible to everyone, even top executives. Su Tian has never been involved in the internal affairs of the Tang clan. Why would the family head trust him so much? Those group executives who had learned of the contents of the flash drive in Su Tian's hands shook their heads incredulously, simply unable to believe the scene they were seeing. They then reacted. Since Tang Bingyan trusted Su Tian so much that she was willing to give him all the confidential information in her hands, wouldn't it be as easy for Su Tian to steal their Tang family's internal secrets? Why go through all the trouble of creating an opportunity to win her trust? This challenge by Tang Jihui could be considered a contradiction in terms. Tang Bingyan's eyes scanned the surrounding crowd indifferently, finally landing her gaze on Tang Jihui, whose face was twisted and furious. "Sixth elder, do you still doubt my husband's identity now?" Tang Jihui's face was iron blue, so angry that he was trembling. Half a day before he spat out a few words. "No, don't doubt it." Immediately after Tang Bingyan spoke again. "What about the others?" The crowd had shaken their heads into rattles. Just kidding. How could they dare to doubt someone who had been given such trust by the Tang family's head of power? Wei, who had been on tenterhooks just a moment ago, finally breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. How much Tang Bingyan trusted Su Tian? Usually he saw it in his eyes. Whether it was the Tang family's internal confidential documents, or commercial contracts, Tang Bingyan had never avoided Su Tian, and all of Tang Bingyan's electronic device passwords. Su Tian also knew. These should be clear to anyone who regularly followed Tang Bingyan, and he, Chen Xiaoxiao, and Gu Beichun were all able to confirm this. If Su Tian was really an undercover agent sent by the enemy, there was no need to go to great lengths to steal the secrets of the Tang family, and he could have just taken those confidential documents. He had already gained Tang Bingyan's absolute trust, so where was the need to devise such a cumbersome plan to cheat what he had gotten long ago? Chapter 182 Tang Bingyan Situation. For a moment, the expressions of those Tang clan executives, led by Tang Jihui, all froze on their faces. They looked embarrassed and could no longer say anything against it. The Grand Elder's brows knitted tightly. Although he was quite critical of Tang Bingyan's behavior of handing over all the secrets to Su Tian. Su Tian was after all Tang Bingyan's lawful partner. Thus there was no problem with Tang Bingyan's actions, not to mention that they didn't violate the family law, so he wasn't in a position to intervene with accusations. Among the crowd, Gu Beichang, however, changed his usual gentle demeanor, and his face was rarely very ugly. He lowered his head for a full minute before collecting all his emotions, hiding all the resentment in his eyes when he looked up again. His spine straight as usual and his demeanor decent and dignified, but only he himself knew how unwilling his heart was at that moment. That information, even he had never touched. Instead, Tang Bingyan just placed it in front of Su Tian. He had never considered Su Tian as his rival, and even if Su Tian and Tang Bingyan were already married, he didn't care, because he was certain that the person who would end up accompanying Tang Bingyan would be himself, and only he could be worthy of Tang Bingyan. Su Tian, this soft-eating little white boy, empty of a good skin, with no outstanding talent and no family support, would sooner or later be disliked by Tang Bingyan. Gu Beichang had always been convinced that Su Tian and Tang Bingyan would get a divorce, and he believed that that day wouldn't be too far away. But this time Su Tian had saved Tang Bingyan in the Lighthouse Kingdom with his own strength, making him realize that he had, before, seemed to be a bit gullible. He didn't believe that Su Tian was merely favored by fortune. Much less did he believe that he was able to do all of this merely by playing it smart. Bingyan, your body is still weak right now. Quickly go back to your room. Don't catch a cold again. Concerned about his granddaughter's health, Elder Tang waved his hand with the intention of sending the people in the parlor away. Everything is revealed. You guys should stop disturbing Bingyan's rest, and report back to her on the other matters when Bingyan is healed. Then, old master, we'll go back first. You should take care of your rest. Family head, we'll come back to see you after a while. Elder Tang gave the order to expel the guests, so the others naturally didn't dare to stay for long and got up to leave. Chen Yuan patted Su Tian's shoulder hard before he left. Mr. Su, thank you for saving us today and returning Alway's innocence. If not for you, I'm afraid our Chen family would have to bear the brunt of extinction. Your kindness is something that Mr. Chen will definitely keep in mind, and in the future, if you have any use for our Chen family, Mr. Su, just ask. Chen Yuan had not seen any big storms in his half-life, so naturally he was not afraid of death. But his Chen family has always been loyal, and he definitely does not want all Chen family members to be labeled as treacherous. Su Tian smiled and waved his hand. I'm just being honest. The point is that Wei really never did anything wrong to Bingyan, otherwise I wouldn't be able to help him. I've worked for the Tang family for decades, and I've seen a lot of icing on the cake, but there aren't many people who send charcoal in the snow. Chen Yuan seemed to have thought of something and sighed despondently. Regardless, I still have to thank you. With so many people present, even if one person took the initiative to stand up for Wei, the outcome would likely be different. But those who were usually friends with the Chen family chose to keep things to themselves. Chen Yuan was able to understand their clear-cut approach, but he still couldn't help but be disappointed. It was also because those who had some friendship with him were like this that Su Tian appeared to be valuable. After all, Wei was nothing more than an assistant under Tang Bingyan for Su Tian, and Su Tian was still able to risk being implicated by coming forward to clarify for Wei. And just based on that, it was worth letting him be grateful for the rest of his life. You are too kind. Su Tian smiled faintly. Usually, Wei often helps me as well. It's only right for everyone to help each other. Wei, who was standing at the side, froze slightly after hearing Su Tian's words. He didn't remember helping Su Tian. Everything he did was to follow Missy's wishes and fulfill her commands, and had little to do with Su Tian as a person. Moreover, just now Su Tian had said that the undercover agent had secretly contacted him, which was absolutely impossible. Wei could be 100% sure that the undercover agent he had sent to Tattoo was dead, when he was still there to take care of the aftermath himself. Su Tian was risking the risk of his lies being broken up by vouching for him in front of all the elders of the Tang clan. If Missy hadn't come to her senses at the critical moment just now, then I'm afraid that the person entering the interrogation room right now would be Su Tian. Wei asked himself if he put himself in Su Tian's shoes, he couldn't have made it to this extent. He gazed at Su Tian silently, his heart a mixture of emotions. After a long time, Wei spoke up. Mr. Su, you're Missy's husband. It's only right that I work for you. Su Tian's movements lurched as he turned his head in some surprise to look at the youth with a straight spine in front of him. Wei had been wary of himself. Su Tian was always aware of that. In fact, just based on the assholes he did before he was reborn. If the people under Tang Bingyan still respected him, then it was only then that the Tang family needed to take a good look at the traitors in the family. Su Tian had originally not expected Wei to trust himself so quickly, but he didn't expect that this time when he had stepped in to save Wei, he had quickly reversed his opinion. As the most capable henchman by Tang Bingyan's side, if he trusted himself, then it would also be convenient for him to notice Tang Bingyan's condition in time. An accident like a severe coma from fatigue should never happen a second time. The people in the parlor were almost gone, and Zhang Zizhen hurried to the Tang family villa with a medical kit. Elder Tang frowned as he watched him examine Tang Bingyan, obvious concern surfacing on his face. Divine Dr. Zhang, how is my granddaughter's condition? Su Tian also stared at Zhang Zizhen with a tense expression. In his last life, Tang Bingyan was seriously injured, coupled with the deterioration of her condition, so the situation was exceptionally perilous, and it took half a year of recuperation for her body to improve slightly. And this time, although she fell into a coma due to fatigue, but after all, she wasn't injured by the tattooed person. Plus there was Zhang Zizhen, who came from a family of imperial doctors. The situation shouldn't worsen, but even so, until Zhang Zizhen gave a concrete diagnosis, he was still on edge, fearing that Tang Bingyan would experience other complications due to the recurrence of her old illness. Zhang Zizhen focused on taking Tang Bingyan's pulse for a full minute before he helplessly let go of his hand. Divine Dr. Zhang, what's going on? Elder Tang's heart skipped a beat when he saw the other party's grave expression. The case of MS. Tang. Zhang Zizhen weighed the wording. Not so good. What do you mean, not so good? Elder Tang staggered backward a step, and if Su Tian hadn't been quick to help him, he was afraid that he would have to directly plant himself on the ground. Chapter 183. Su Tian loses his temper at Tang Bingyan. Miss Tang is usually too overworked and overthinks. Her body is originally extremely fragile. Her 5 organs are deficient. Her chi is weak and cold. Plus during this recent period of time she has been irregular in her work and rest, and has not eaten on time, resulting in intestinal and gastrointestinal disorders, and the roots of the illnesses that have accumulated over the years have erupted together, which is why she has been in a coma for several days. Then, Divine Dr. Zhang, do you have a cure? Elder Tang's eyes reddened with anxiety, and he hurriedly pursued the question. Zhang Zizhen sniffed and shook his head. Right now there is no immediate method, can only rely on the acquired conditioning, but according to Miss Tang's current situation, it is difficult to. I also checked that she has a chronic insomnia problem, coupled with a vegetative nerve disorder that her body can't handle when she's stressed or has too many ups and downs, and her mental state only gets worse, and physical conditioning is inseparable from mental state. It's hard. Su Tian clearly felt a throbbing pain coming from his heart. Tang Bingyan's body, was it actually already overdrawn to this extent? But in his last life, he had fought with her all day long and made her angry when he knew she wasn't well, and he was even asshole enough to think that Tang Bingyan was faking her illness and using a bitter trick when she often invited the doctor over. Divine Dr. Zhang, just tell me directly, according to Bingyan's current condition, what is the worst outcome? Zhang Zizhen raised his eyes at Tang Bingyan at his words. There are some symptoms that it's actually better not to talk about in front of the patient, as that can create a psychological burden for the patient. Tang Bingyan quietly leaned against the bed, not reacting much the entire time. Even when Zhang Zizhen diagnosed her condition just now, she was more like an onlooker. Su Tian's eyebrows jumped. This is not the first time that such a feeling. The room was silent for a moment, but it was Tang Bingyan who opened her mouth coldly. Dr. Zhang, if you have something to say, just say it. According to my many years of experience, if MS. Tang your body continues to deteriorate like this, you have to be prepared for the worst. Zhang Zizhen frowned and deliberated for a few moments, and finally gave a relatively conservative figure. There's at most a year left. What? Bingyan, she's not even 30 yet. Elder Tang only felt his eyes darken and he almost didn't fall head over heels. And this time Su Tian didn't have the heart to assist him. His face was grim and he clenched his fists tightly. A year? How is that possible? In her last life, Tang Bingyan's physical condition was even worse than now, and she didn't still persist for 3 years? If she hadn't insisted on going with herself, it wouldn't have been so early at all. Su Tian painfully lowered his eyes, not daring to continue reminiscing. It seemed that he still knew too little about Tang Bingyan. In his previous life, he was unimpressed, careless, and even filled with disgust and malice for the woman who insisted on binding herself. Now he wanted to love her well, but was suddenly startled to realize that perhaps God had been stingy in granting himself even the opportunity to make amends. Suddenly, Su Tian thought that in his previous life, During the time when his relationship with Tang Bingyan was the most strained, there were a few times when he went to look for Tang Bingyan because of the Su family's side of the family, and he was told by Wei that the other party was convalescing. Perhaps those times, Tang Bingyan was hovering at the point of life and death before finally struggling to climb out of the ghost gate, and he, knowing nothing about it. Divine Dr. Zhang, you're a divine doctor. Can't you think of something? Elder Tang's gaze was sorrowful. No matter what precious herbs and advanced equipment are needed, as long as you ask, I will arrange it. Please save my granddaughter. The former head of the Tang clan, who had always been arrogant, did not hesitate to lower his noble head and beg bitterly for the sake of his granddaughter's safety. Whatever conditions you need, you can just say it. Our Tang family will definitely cooperate fully. Master Tang, it's not the herbs or the equipment. Zhang Zizhan sighed helplessly. What my medical skills can do is just to try to delay the onset of the various illnesses in Miss Tang's body, while the specific how to regulate, but also all depends on Miss Tang herself. Take the insomnia problem for example. Although I can prescribe her some tranquilizing prescriptions, I believe that Ms. Tang has already taken countless tranquilizing medications since she was a child, and if they were really effective, her anxiety and neurasthenia wouldn't have evolved to the extent that they have now. Didn't Bingyan hire a hypnotist before, and it didn't work either? Elder Tang looked at Wei. It didn't work. Wei hesitated for a moment and replied. Missy had looked for that hypnotist a few times, but it was ineffective, and then it was too much of a waste of time, so she never hired him again. Grandpa, you don't have to worry. Even after learning that she might only be able to live for another year, the expression on Tang Bingyan's face didn't change in the slightest. I'll be fine. How can it be okay? Elder Tang's voice choked. Do you know how worried I was during the time you were in a coma? The entire Tang family relied on Tang Bingyan to hold them up, and there were still quite a few pairs of malicious eyes inside and outside the Tang family waiting to see her fall from the altar. And even more people who wished for her to die were not a few, and he was going crazy, but the person in question didn't care at all. If those with ulterior motives learned that she only had a year to live at most, they would surely be tempted to take her place. Bingyan, even if the hypnotist is useless, it's still the best way to treat insomnia at the moment, even if the effect is minimal. You shouldn't give up so easily. Actually, during this period of time, I've rarely lost sleep. Tang Bingyan said faintly. Don't lie to me. Your insomnia is something you fell into as a child. Drinking so many medicines didn't help, and now you still don't need a hypnotist. Do you really want to stay up until you run out of gas? A normal person working according to Tang Bingyan's schedule would have long ago been unable to support herself. And the reason why Tang Bingyan often stayed up late to deal with official matters, besides her workaholic nature, there was also the reason of insomnia. I can't sleep anyway, so I might as well grade a few more papers. But if Tang Bingyan didn't work overtime and had Su Tian with her at night, her sleeping condition would be better. Therefore Su Tian tentatively asked, Dr. Zhang, if Bingyan she pays attention to her rest and diet now and doesn't overwork herself, will her physical condition continue to deteriorate? This one? Zhang Zizhan stroked his chin and glanced at the expressionless Tang Bingyan again, replying rather hesitantly. If she can manage to go to bed early and get up early every day, not stay up late, eat 3 meals a day on time, take the prescription I gave her to regulate her conditioning, plus monthly acupuncture, medicated baths, and physical therapy, she might get better. Ms. Tang's body is deficient, but the good thing is that she's young and quick to recover. At least it won't be as bad as it is now. But as to whether or not her body can completely recover, then I can't make any promises, and in the end, we still need to look at the patient's cooperation. Having said that, Zhang Zizhan had no hope at all that Tang Bingyan would be able to properly recuperate. If she really cared about her body, she wouldn't be in this state at such a young age. If you really want to compare, I'm afraid that the physical quality of this old man is even better than Tang Bingyan. Elder Tang sighed quietly at his words. He couldn't sway his granddaughter's decision, and if Tang Bingyan didn't cooperate, it would be futile for anyone else to be anxious. Do we really want to send him away in vain? Then when he meets his son and daughter-in-law after his death, what should he tell them? As he watched the atmosphere in the room drop again and again, Su Tian stared thoughtfully at Tang Bingyan and sized him up without opening his mouth. He wasn't sure if it was a coincidence or something else that when he accompanied Tang Bingyan to bed, the other party was able to fall asleep quickly. After all, even hypnotists and tranquilizers had no effect on Tang Bingyan's insomnia, and for him to say that as long as he stayed with Tang Bingyan, she would be able to sleep peacefully very quickly and rarely wake up with a start was a bit too outrageous, so he's going to start today and observe more. Next, Zhang Zizhan took out a silver needle to give Tang Bingyan acupuncture. After the acupuncture was over, he left another prescription for Wei, instructing for Wei to boil the medicine for Tang Bingyan to drink every day. Elder Tang sent Zhang Zizhan out the door with a grave expression. Su Tian obediently sat on the edge of Tang Bingyan's bed and held her cold hand. Jingle bells. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, the cell phone placed on Tang Bingyan's bedside suddenly rang. Tang Bingyan picked up the cell phone with her other hand and put it to her ear. Good afternoon, Ms. Julianne. Thanks for bothering. I'm fine now. No problem. The negotiations can proceed as scheduled. Then set it for next week. Before Tang Bingyan could say anything, she suddenly felt an emptiness in her hand, and her cell phone was snatched by the man sitting beside her. Su Tian grimly pressed the end call button, then threw the phone to the end of the bed. Bingyan, do you even know how serious your body's problems are? How dare you think of negotiating at a time like this? Elder Tang, who had retraced his steps, was just about to walk into the room when he heard Su Tian being angry at Tang Bingyan. He frowned and was about to enter the door to berate the other party, but stopped again after hearing Su Tian's next words. Chapter 184 Be damned. Dr. Zhang said that if your body isn't properly conditioned and allowed to deteriorate, you'll likely only have a year left. Nothing is more important than your body right now, so why can't you take care of it? Do you want me to be a widower? Let me tell you, if you die, don't expect me to keep you in mind. I'll use the inheritance you left me to find lots of young girls younger than you to have fun with all day long. How dare you? Tang Bingyan was infuriated and laughed. Su Tian, I didn't know that you had such a great ability. Su Tian also coldly grunted unwillingly. If you don't believe me, you can try. You. Tang Bingyan furrowed her brows as if she didn't recognize Su Tian, looking him up and down. After a long time, she smiled to herself. Didn't you wish something would happen to me before? I was the one who was blinded by appearances before and didn't see my heart. Su Tian firmly grasped Tang Bingyan's hand. Wife, you asked me to give you a chance to try and love you before, and now I've already started trying to plan our future, so you can't leave me behind, or else. Or what do you want? Tang Bingyan's heartbeat missed a beat, and on the surface, she still had that bland demeanor. Tang Bingyan, listen to me clearly. Su Tian's eyes held heartache, but her expression was terribly serious as she stared at Tang Bingyan as if she were staring at her prey, saying word for word, if you die, I will never forgive you. Standing in the doorway, Elder Tang withdrew his hand that was going to push the door, and a rare relief surfaced in his eyes. Perhaps, his Bingyan really didn't choose the wrong person. After making her heart clear with Tang Bingyan was finally willing to temporarily put down her official business, and began to rest her eyes in the company of Su Tian. Su Tian looked at Tang Bingyan's sleeping face and finally sighed in relief. He glanced up at the wall clock. By this time Wei had boiled the medicine, so he got up gingerly and walked out of the room to find Wei in the kitchen downstairs. Just less than 5 minutes after Su Tian had left the room, the cell phone that had been thrown at the end of the bed rang once again. Tang Bingyan, who was originally lying on the bed sleeping peacefully, abruptly opened her eyes and expressionlessly got up to pick up her cell phone. Hello? The cell phone broke just now. The negotiations may have to be delayed. It's a problem on my side. Our Tang family is willing to take all the responsibility. No problem. A mansion in the imperial capital. You guys be gentle. Whoever hurts me again, I'll send him to Africa to dig for coal. The entire villa echoed with the man's pig-killing screams, silencing the servants guarding the outside of the bedroom, all trembling with fear. Inside the room a feminine-looking man was sprawled out on a large bed nearly 4 meters wide. His back was covered in dense bruises from the boards. It looked gruesome. Doctor, do you have any injuries? Will it leave a scar? Tang Jihue looked at his youngest son, who was lying on the bed, with heartache, because he had received the family law at Tang Bingyan's place, so he had no choice but to let his youngest son in the imperial capital take the punishment for himself. He slipped money to the person who enforced the family law, and the person promised not to lay a heavy hand on his youngest son. But after all, it was the fact that this was personally ordered by Tang Bingyan, and those people didn't dare to blatantly let go of the water, so the intensity of the beating was slightly lighter than normal. 100 plates hit down. This little son of his still fainted from the pain, was carried back to the villa by the bodyguards. The injury on the young master's back didn't hurt the tendons and bones, but it affected the spinal nerves. What does chiropractic mean? Tang Jihue interrupted the doctor with some impatience. Just say directly what the consequences will be. The most serious consequence is that the young master will not be able to stand for a long time, and there is even a possibility of paralysis. What? Paralyzed? Tang Jihue said angrily. Didn't he hit his back? How could he be paralyzed? He had purposely asked the executioner to avoid the waist and limbs, just because he was worried that his son would be left with a disability. In addition to the arms and legs, the spine and the back of the body is also vulnerable. The doctor said with difficulty, I can only try my best to repair it for young master, but it's hard to say to what extent it can be restored. Asshole. When Tang Jihue learned that Tang Qingwen was likely to be paralyzed, he was so angry that he smashed all the porcelain around him that he could. It's all because of that kid surnamed Su. It's that son of a... I must kill him. I'll kill him. Just as Tang Jihue vented his anger, his youngest son, Tang Qingwen, also yelled only to see the world in chaos. "You quack! How dare you curse this young master to be paralyzed? Believe it or not, I'll get someone to chop you up." "Young master, you don't get excited. The wound is not yet scabbed. The wound is at risk of infection if you move around," the doctor advised with trepidation. "You go out first. I have something to say to Qingwen." Tang Jihui finished venting his anger and sent the doctor and the servants in the room out after calming down. Waiting until only he and Tang Qingwen were left in the room, Tang Qingwen asked, "Dad, was it that little white boy surnamed Su who messed up this time? I'll cripple him if he dares to harm me. A little white boy who feeds on women. How dare he make waves?" Tang Qingwen had lost his mind like a madman ever since he learned that he might be paralyzed. "Dad, what the hell is going on? Didn't you say it was foolproof before? How can you fail or defeat at the hands of a little white boy, causing me to have to take a beating? You need to stop. Don't you think you've been hurt enough?" Tang Jihui was also a bit annoyed by his son's complaints, just because of a door-to-door son-in-law, a soft-eating white boy, causing his beloved son to be probably paralyzed in bed. How can he calm down? But despite Tang Jihui's unwillingness, he didn't dare to make any more rash moves. It was so hard to find an opportunity to put Tang Bingyan to death, but he didn't expect to be interjected by Su Tian. During this recent period of time, Tang Bingyan's side would definitely have additional manpower to strictly protect her safety, and it would be as difficult as heaven to assassinate her in the boundaries of China. Moreover, Elder Tang would definitely not let up and would continue to investigate the traitors in the family, so that he could not relax for a moment. In order to keep himself out of Elder Tang's line of sight, he definitely wouldn't be able to do anything more during this period of time. As for that little white boy that he hated so much, as long as Tang Bingyan still protected him, they couldn't do anything to him. Damn it! Tang Jihui was so angry that he kicked over the chair at his feet. How dare a softie ride over his head and badger him? His current mood was like going out and being bitten by a wild dog that didn't know how to die, but the wild dog had someone to protect it, and he couldn't retaliate back, so his lungs were about to explode. "Dad, what are you taking it out on me for when you're pissed off at the little white boy? I'm the victim. If I hadn't accepted the family law on your behalf, I wouldn't be hurt like this." Tang Qingwen had been treated like the star of the show since he was a child, and now that he heard his father berating him, he naturally retorted unwillingly. As the two were about to argue, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Chapter 185. Will it be easier to fall asleep if you exercise? "Who is it?" Tang Jihui shouted without a trace of anger. "Master, I have something important to report to you. It's news from the secret agent's side." Standing outside the door was Tang Jihui's most trusted henchman. "Get in here." Tang Jihui's spirit was lifted when he heard that a secret agent had returned with news, and he was busy calling people in. "Master, I've just gotten information back from the spies ambushed over at the Jianshui Hot Spring Villa. It's good news," the subordinate hurriedly reported after entering the door. "What's the good news?" Tang Jihui asked hurriedly. "It's about the family head Tang Bingyan. Elder Tang invited a doctor whose ancestor was said to be an imperial physician, and that doctor diagnosed Tang Bingyan's condition as worsening, and that she could only live for another year at most." The henchman deliberately lowered his voice and said to Tang Jihui, "Are you telling the truth?" Tang Jihui, who had been annoyed just a moment ago, was instantly energized, and his eyes erupted with surprise. "What kind of disease does she have?" This secret agent's side didn't poke around, "So my subordinate doesn't know, but it must be a very serious illness. Otherwise she wouldn't have been in a coma for several days before without waking up." "That Tang Bingyan is dying?" Tang Qingwen, who was lying on the bed, was so excited to hear this news that he almost didn't roll off the bed. "Is the news accurate? Could it be a smokescreen intentionally put out by the main family's side?" Tang Jihui also calmed down after the initial excitement and thrill. He stared at his men critically and asked sternly, "Can you be sure of the accuracy of the information? She was in a coma before." Elder Tang kept saying that she was overly fatigued. "Okay," the henchman continued. "Master Tang was afraid of making a mess, so he deliberately concealed it by lying that he was fatigued. In fact, which fatigued person can be in a coma for 4 or 5 days? And I've specially confirmed it before. I've bought through the little assistant who went out with that Dr. Zhang. The news is absolutely true. Tang Bingyan was originally in poor health, but for so many years it has been hidden from the outside world. This time the physical condition deteriorated. The family doctor over at the Tang family's main residence couldn't cure it, and specially invited back a divine doctor from the outside. I'm guessing that her fatigue triggered something else in her body that deteriorated and became so severe. Elder Tang was so anxious that he let her stay at the hot spring villa to recuperate and personally take care of her. And even the villa where she and that little white boy lived together were not allowed to return. When Tang Jihui heard that Elder Tang was personally taking care of Tang Bingyan, he finally believed the news reported by his men. If it was just a minor ailment, with Tang Bingyan's character she wouldn't have stayed on Elder Tang's side. He rubbed his hands together excitedly and paced back and forth around the room. suddenly turning his head to his men as if he realized something again. Did that divine doctor give any treatment plan? I heard that he comes from a family of imperial physicians, so his medical skills must be very high. That little assistant just studied with divine Dr. Zhang not long ago, has not formally worshipped the master, knows not much, and he is also afraid of being detected. No way to successfully worship the master, and did not say what specific prescriptions divine Dr. Zhang has prescribed. But if divine Dr. Zhang can really cure her, he wouldn't have to say anything to Master Tang about only being able to live for a year with this kind of bad luck. I guess it's because he can't cure her either, and he can only prescribe some nourishing soups for Tang Bingyan to hang on to her life. Even such a folkloric doctor says she can only live for a year, so it should be impossible for anyone to cure her. That's right. Since the death of my short-lived great-nephew, Tang Bingyan is my second brother's lifeblood. Tang Jihui's last trace of doubt was also dispelled. Tang Bingyan, that is my second brother's lifeblood. If it can be cured, the other party would not dare to say such unlucky words to my second brother. Dad, is that really dying? Great. A woman like her should find a family to marry and teach her children. Having to steal some family head from us, she deserves her early death. By the way, Tang Qingwen suddenly thought of something and said sorrowfully to his own father, when that is dead, you leave that little white boy following him at my disposal. It's all because of him that I got 100 slaps for nothing. I'll personally collect this debt. It just so happens that my friend knows a few rich women with special fetishes, and doesn't he like to eat soft food? I'm going to make him eat it. Tang Jihui didn't pay any attention to Tang Qingwen, but was silently calculating his grand plan to seize power in his mind. Ever since Tang Bingyan had come to power, she had ruthlessly rectified the ethos of the Tang family. Not only could he not reap the benefits, but he had to keep his tail between his legs at all times, and even his status was much worse than before. Back when he was panning for gold with Elder Tang, even Tang Bingyan's short-lived deadbeat father was still a brat. Tang Bingyan, this little girl, what right did she have to be in charge of him? Tang Jihui had originally been unconvinced that Elder Tang had handed over the entire family to Tang Bingyan. In his opinion, a woman should abide by her womanhood, go out and marry, and have a few more children to bring substantial benefits to the family, instead of being like Tang Bingyan, letting go of a good life and having to fight for power. Now that Tang Jihui had learned that Tang Bingyan was seriously ill and wouldn't live for more than a year, he was practically feverish. As long as this insensitive girl died, then the Tang family would be theirs. Tang Jihui was calculating the plan in his mind, while repeatedly asking the reporting henchman for details of Tang Bingyan's illness. Then he left Tang Qingwen's room and returned to his study to dial a number. My lord, he spoke in a respectful tone, my undercover agents have just returned an important piece of information. Tang Bingyan is seriously ill and has been diagnosed by the divine doctor as only being able to live for another year at most. The information is reliable, and there is absolutely no room for error. Tang Jihui's eyes flashed with excitement. Do you think we should strike while the iron is hot in the near future? Directly. What? Upon hearing the other party's reply, he first froze, then asked, you mean we wait and see for now, but spread the news of her serious illness? I understand. Let the others take the lead. Let's hibernate for a while. When the mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is at the back, we are the yellow bird. It's still your honor's wisdom. I'll do as you say, but aren't you being too complimentary to that soft-spoken little white boy? My lord? He loafs around all day. He was even kicked out of his home by his own adoptive father and mother. He's just a hopeless loser. We don't need to take the trouble to watch out for him, do we? I think he's just being crooked this time too. Plus Tang Bingyan trusts him and tells him everything, so he can make things happen. Tang Jihui inquired cautiously, and received a diametrically opposite answer. Okay, I'll keep an eye on him. Zhang Zizhen concluded that Tang Bingyan's body could not last more than a year, and Elder Tang was anxious. While he followed the other party's prescription and gave it to Tang Bingyan, he sent people around to look for a divine doctor. Even though he was well aware that Zhang Zizhen was already at the tip of the pyramid of Chinese medicine in China, he was still undeterred and hoped for a miracle. His own granddaughter could only live for another year, and he couldn't accept that in any way. Meanwhile, in Tang Bingyan's bedroom in the hot spring villa, Su Tian fed Tang Bingyan the medicine and then let her lie back on the bed with a tiger's face. The hour of free time is over for today, and now you're going to rest. Isn't the lunch break just over? Tang Bingyan glanced at the tablet in her hand, and eventually silently put it back on the nightstand. Don't think I don't know that you weren't even asleep at lunch. Su Tian sighed and got on the bed as well, letting Tang Bingyan's head rest on his lap. I'm not sleepy. Tang Bingyan's face snapped, and at this moment, she actually looked like a child who had been caught doing something bad. Su Tian rubbed his brow. Then close your eyes. He realized that since this onset, Tang Bingyan's insomnia problem had gotten even worse. Before, Tang Bingyan was able to fall asleep with him by her side. Although there are still nightmares from time to time, at least basic sleep is guaranteed. But recently, although Tang Bingyan didn't have many ups and downs emotionally, Su Tian could still detect the sense of irritation hidden in her heart. Yes, it's annoying. Su Tian vaguely sensed that Tang Bingyan was bothered by something. But what is the reason? He couldn't think of anything that would bother the woman who could hear she only had a year to live without a ripple. You don't need to go to the office lately? Tang Bingyan, who was obediently resting her eyes with her eyes closed, suddenly asked. Don't worry about you. Su Tian moved gently to cover Tang Bingyan's thin quilt. I'll go back to work when your condition stabilizes. I'm fine as I am. Although Tang Bingyan wanted Su Tian to spend more time with her, she didn't want the other party to treat her like a patient. She knew in her heart that Su Tian was talented, and now that he had figured out that he wanted to make a career out of his own abilities, he shouldn't waste all of his time on insignificant things. Thinking of this, Tang Bingyan couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the face of her feelings, she was still able to judge the pros and cons so rationally, and it was no wonder that she had made the relationship between her and Su Tian so frosty before. At a time like this, if it was a woman like Lin Miaoyin, she would have nestled by Su Tian's side and pampered him, right? But she couldn't do anything like that. The sudden dull pain between her forehead caused Tang Bingyan to retract her thoughts, and Su Tian reached out his hand to give her a not-so-heavy knock on her forehead. Don't get any ideas, just go to sleep. Tang Bingyan. She had her eyes closed, and Su Tian could even notice her wandering off. Just as she was about to open her mouth to retort, she only heard Su Tian add, it's only recently that I've been relatively free and have time to accompany you. And when the artists I'm bringing with me go to the musical auditions in a while, I'm afraid I won't have the time even if you want me to accompany you. Of course, my wife is the biggest in my place, so if you need anything, just ask and I'll be at your beck and call. Even if Divine Dr. Zhang says there's only a year left, I definitely won't let anything happen to you. I'll do everything I can to make you better. How am I that fragile? Tang Bingyan said in a pretense of relief. In fact, she didn't care all that much about Zhang Zizhan's words. She wasn't afraid of death, but she didn't want to be separated from Su Tian. It was so hard to get Su Tian to accept her. How could she let go just like that? But Tang Bingyan never showed this reluctance. She has always been strong, never show weakness, and will only hide that little bit of regret in the deepest corners of her heart. Even if it is Su Tian, will not let him explore half. But Su Tian looked like he could detect Tang Bingyan's deliberately hidden emotions. He suddenly lowered his head and planted a kiss on Tang Bingyan's lips. Wife, all the hurtful things I said to you in the past don't count. You're always the most important to me. No matter what happens, I love only you. Tang Bingyan's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed and took the initiative to hook Su Tian's neck to deepen this dragonfly-like kiss. She had waited too long for these words, and Su Tian's confession was like a precarious fire wandering on the edge of danger that could start a blaze in an instant. Blush-inducing gasps came from the otherwise quiet room as the two kissed. Tang Bingyan's face, which appeared a bit pale due to her illness, also gradually surfaced a blush. Wife. After the kiss ended, Su Tian pressed himself against Tang Bingyan's ear and murmured, do you think it would be easier to fall asleep if you exercise a little? Chapter 186 The Good Times Musical. Tang Bingyan gasped slightly, the brief lack of oxygen causing her eyes to lose focus. A few points less cold and strong. She coughed lightly and somewhat unnaturally. Dr. Zhang said it's best for me to take a break from exercise lately, and I've already called my personal trainer. All adults. She naturally heard the strings of Su Tian's words. Since their relationship has eased, it hasn't gone any further. For one thing, she wasn't sure if Su Tian had really accepted her, and it was true that both of them had been busy working for a while and really didn't have the time. It was just that the pride etched into her bones prevented her from doing such things as daydreaming, so she deliberately emphasized the need to follow medical advice. Honey, I'm not talking about just any exercise. Su Tian lost his smile, and in his heart, he was also clear that his own wife's honor couldn't wipe out her face, so he didn't intend to look into it deeply. You can only do this sport with me. Do? How? At this moment, Tang Bingyan was actually somewhat like a small animal that had encountered danger and didn't know how to resist. Su Tian has never seen this look of his family's high cold queen, only to find it novel. He once again closed the distance between the two, almost air voice in her ear. I'll teach you. Knock, knock, knock. However, just at this time, there was a sudden knock at the door, and Wei and a middle-aged woman in a dark gray professional suit stood outside. Missy, the physical therapist is here. Elder Tang was worried about Tang Bingyan's sleep problems, so he asked someone to hire a well-known physical therapist, who was said to be very skilled at dealing with anxiety and insomnia symptoms. His voice instantly stirred up the ambiguous atmosphere in the room a little, making both of the people in the bed blush a little. Su Tian didn't really want to do anything today. After all, Tang Bingyan's body at this moment was indeed not suitable for strenuous exercise. Moreover, his first time with Tang Bingyan shouldn't have been rushed without preparation, but even though it won't really do anything, the interest can still be charged a little. Su Tian was still eager to see Tang Bingyan, who had transformed from a queen into an innocent little animal. and now he was being interrupted in the middle of the process, making him very upset. "Come in." Tang Bingyan quickly pushed Su Tian away after hearing Wei's voice, then supported her upper body and leaned against the bed, with a great sense of sitting upright. Wei pushed open the door to the room and walked in with the physical therapist, his keen insight allowing him to notice the oddity of the atmosphere immediately upon entering the room. He suspiciously glanced at Su Tian's face for a long time, still not understanding why the other party was unhappy. Is it possible to have a fight with Missy? It's not likely, is it? Since that car accident, Su Tian had barely quarreled with Missy. "You first have the physical therapist give Bingyan a thorough examination, and bring me the analysis report afterward," Su Tian said and came out of the room. In order to lower the patient's defenses, the physical therapist will usually ask to be alone with the patient. Su Tian wasn't a professional, so he planned to go downstairs and turn around, and in the meantime, ask the kitchen to prepare some snacks for Tang Bingyan. And he had just gone downstairs when he received an email response from the styling team he had contacted before he left for the lighthouse country. Slightly well-known artists in the entertainment industry have their own styling teams. Whether you're catching up on announcements or at the airport, street style is something that requires a styling team to take care of. After he took over Morong Shui, he started to select a suitable styling team, but because he had to go to the lighthouse kingdom with Tang Bingyan before, he postponed the matter. It just so happened that the head of a styling team that he appreciated more was coming to Jiangshui on business today, so Su Tian made an appointment with him to meet at Green Fruit Entertainment. He explained a few things to Wei and headed out the door to the office. After meeting the person in charge, Su Tian stopped by the practice room downstairs to visit Morong Shui, who was practicing for the musical Good as a Dream. In his previous life, the male lead of Good Times Like Dreams was Xia Yuxuan, and although the female lead was not a diva-level powerhouse singer, singing and appearance conditions are not as good as Morong Shui, but one of the sponsors of a certain boss is the godfather of the female singer, is considered to be with the capital into the group, which is not backstage. Morong Shui is not comparable. Therefore, to defeat the various competitors and stand out from the dozens of people, Morong Shui would have to rely on her true strength. She has to keep producer Han happy and can overlook a large investment for her. As a piece of music ended, Morong Shui breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to the window to pick up a thermos cup and was about to drink water when she saw Su Tian push open the door and walk in. "Brother Su." After Morong Shui saw Su Tian, she couldn't care less about drinking water and put down her water cup and ran over. A week did not see Morong Shui slimmed down a lot. Now the body type is very consistent with the current public aesthetic, but also to ensure that the camera will not turn into a round face in seconds. "Aha." Su Tian nodded. "Come to test the results of your training during this period of time." He had given Morong Shui the word that he was going on a business trip before he left for the lighthouse country, so how Morong Shui had been attending classes and training during this time was left unattended, all on his own. Of course, Su Tian felt that Morong Shui would never be lazy to let down this rare opportunity, but on the contrary, he was a little worried that her hard work was too much, resulting in the state of the voice is too tired, unable to meet the requirements of producer Han. "Okay." Morong Shui obediently went to find an accompaniment. "Brother Su, why don't I sing Xiao Tianho's hit song for you?" "Aha." Su Tian casually pulled over a chair and sat down. "Let's begin." Murray quickly adjusted his equipment and went into the accompaniment. "The past is like the wind. How much was once left behind?" With a wide range and a timbre that falls somewhere between a girlish tone and an imperial voice, Morong Shui is one of those genres that has endless possibilities. This, combined with her talent for musicality and the singing and vocal experience she learned while studying abroad, allows her to navigate a variety of styles with ease. But as soon as Morong Shui opened her mouth today, Su Tian realized the problem. Perhaps in order to perform well, Morong Shui had deliberately corrected some small details in her singing, but in doing so, she had instead lost her authenticity, giving the impression of hesitant technique and insufficient emotion. Just as there are academics and experientialists among actors, there are singers who win with their emotions and those who win with their singing. It is natural for a good singer to be good at both, but in reality it is rare to find someone who can do one and maximize their strengths. What Su Tian saw in Morong Shui in the first place was her emotion when she sang. It was easy to move people. That should be the soul of her work. But now that Morong Shui was overly concerned with technique, instead, she lost that amazing flavor. "Stop." Su Tian gestured at Morong Shui. Morong Shui paused the music with some confusion. She didn't understand where the few lines of her lyrics just now had gone wrong. That would make Su Tian not have the patience to listen to the whole song. "Have you been practicing your singing skills specifically lately?" Chapter 187 Encounter with an Actress. "Well, I practice every day." Morong Shui was afraid that Su Tian would think that he hadn't tried hard enough, so she hurriedly explained. "Well, I can tell that you've been trying to improve your singing skills for a while now, but sometimes when it comes to singing, It's not enough to improve your skills. Su Tian saw Morong Shue's bewildered face and frowned slightly as he pondered how to give the other party an example to explain. A moment later, he spoke again. For example, you know there are a lot of virtual singer-songwriters nowadays, but when you listen to them sing, you always feel an indescribable sense of dissonance. Do you know why? Well, Morong Shui answered after a moment's thought, because those virtual songstresses are just a program or a string of code, not real people singing. Ah, Morong Shui suddenly realized. Brother Su, I get it. Virtual songstresses don't have feelings. You don't want to worry too much about vocals when there's no way to do both emotion and technique. That's counterproductive. Su Tian saw that Morong Shui understood at a single point and nodded with satisfaction. What's more, your singing skills aren't bad, so if you pursue perfection too much, you'll instead become distorted and become nervous. I see. I'll sing it again then. Muriel was going to replay the accompaniment again. No, that's enough for today. Su Tian raised his hand and glanced at the time. I'll send you back to your dormitory. Also, lately you should not practice more than an hour a day, except for opening your voice in the morning. There will soon be a review audition, so keep your voice in tip-top shape, not overworked. Morong Shui nodded her head obediently. Okay, I'll remember. After sending Morong Shui back to her dormitory, Su Tian also went to his apartment to pack a few changes of clothes. Because of the paparazzi squatting around the apartment from time to time, Su Tian had deliberately worn a mask when he went out in order not to give the Tang family executives a chance to make an issue out of his career. There was a Netflix dim sum store near the apartment, and as soon as Su Tian thought of Tang Bingyan's expression of resistance when she took her medicine, he planned to go over and bring her back some small snacks. Because it was an online dim sum store, there were many people in line, and Su Tian waited in line at the entrance for more than 40 minutes before he was let into the store. May I take your order, sir? The clerk girl followed Su Tian with a tray and introduced him from time to time. This is our store's signature product, Strawberry Napoleon, limited to 200 servings per day. Now there are only 2 servings left. Do you need it? Wrap both for me. Su Tian remembered that Tang Bingyan didn't hate strawberries. He thought for a moment and asked the clerk again, may I ask if you have any low-sweetness treats in your store? The baking ingredients we use in our store are 70% black cochineal, absolutely no cocoa butter, and there's a sampling over here for you to try. The tasting cake was split, the size of a dime, and was handed over by the store girl on a toothpick. Su Tian took the toothpick and pulled the mouthpiece down slightly, quickly bringing the cake into his mouth. The store girl saw the lower half of Su Tian's face, and even though it was only for a split second, it still caused her to let out a groundhog squeal in her mind. It's so handsome. It's just too handsome. This can't be any star, can it? And just as she was staring at Su Tian obsessively, Su Tian had already put his mask back on. Wrap it together. The clerk snapped back from her amazement at Su Tian's face value and hurriedly wrapped the item up. 102 in total. Do you need a gift box for packaging? Okay. Once Su Tian paid and checked out, the clerk delivered the pink paper bag to him. He looked at the pink bag and suddenly had a slight headache. Now he wasn't too sure if Tang Bingyan would like this gift. After all, according to Tang Bingyan's ice queen-like aura, it was really irrelevant to these pink and tender things. However, just as he took the paper bag and was about to walk away, he suddenly heard a gasp from behind him. What? We're out of strawberry Napoleons? I'm sorry, the last 2 pieces were just bought by that gentleman. Su Xiaxia consciously glanced sideways and saw a young woman standing not far away who was also wearing a mask. Not only was the woman wearing a mask and a fisherman's hat on her head, she was wearing a light gray sweatshirt that wrapped around her entire body. But even that couldn't disguise the woman's standard S-shaped figure with a convex front and a curvy back. By the looks of it, it should be a star. Su Tian quickly deduced the identity of the other party in his mind. After all, according to this woman's dress with her full armor and even her eyes blocked under the brim of her hat, if she wasn't a star, then she could only be a wanted criminal. Then you guys can make me a couple more, and I'll pack up all the ones that come out at once. I'm sorry ma'am, the Strawberry Napoleon is a limited edition product in the store. It can't be added on. You'll have to wait until tomorrow if you want to buy it. But I want it today. The woman bristled unhappily. How is a snack still limited? She had asked her assistant to buy whatever she wanted to eat before, and she really didn't realize that the signature desserts inside this dim sum store were still limited. I'm really sorry. The store girl also seemed to be used to seeing disappointed customers who couldn't buy the signature snacks, and was very skillful in giving a solution to the situation. Tell you what, ma'am, I'm sorry to make you come all the way out here for nothing. Why don't I sneak you one of the Strawberry Napoleons tomorrow when they're done and you come by and pick it up before I get off work? The woman sighed. I don't have time tomorrow. But since the clerk had said she wouldn't do it, she didn't want to keep pestering. However, just as she turned around and was about to leave, her gaze suddenly landed on the paper bag in Su Tian's hand, as well as the large strawberry pattern on top of the paper bag. Strawberry Napoleon in a specific paper bag. This is the same guy who bought 2 pieces in one sitting. How can a big man love to eat snacks? And eat 2 at a time? After Su Tian walked out of the dim sum store, he still felt a gaze with resentment fall on him. He looked back and saw the young woman who had just been in the store standing not far away staring in his direction. And when he saw him turn back, he looked around lustfully, acting as if he were waiting for someone. Su Tian turned around and continued to walk forward, still able to feel that line of sight trailing him. Both could feel each other's grief through their sunglasses. If she took off her sunglasses, Su Tian even felt that the bag he was carrying in his hand would have a hole burned through it by this woman's gaze. It's just a limited edition snack. It's not like that, is it? Su Tian couldn't understand this kind of behavior. There were so many dim sum stores in the whole Zhangchang. Could it be that apart from this one which had Strawberry Napoleon, no other place could buy it? But even if you can't buy it, you can still get a different flavor. It had to be said that it was indeed a bit difficult to make a straight man like Su Tian understand that sense of loss of wanting to eat something but not being able to do so in any way. Chapter 188. He has stars in his eyes. But Su Tian was worried that this persistent woman would follow him all the way home. In case the other party was really some popular actress and then photographed by the paparazzi, it would be an unmitigated disaster. So he reversed direction and took a step back. When the woman saw Su Tian's movements, her body stiffened and immediately went into a guarded stance. It was really humiliating to be caught stalking, and in case she was recognized again, she wouldn't need to be in the circle in the future. But she really didn't want to do anything. She just heard that Su Tian had bought 2 boxes of Strawberry Napoleons and wanted him to let her have one. It was okay to bid a little higher, but for someone who usually had assistants to serve her in clothing, food, and living, it was still a bit difficult for her to open her mouth and make such a request with a stranger. The main thing was that she was afraid Su Tian would recognize her. Just when the woman was like an enemy but couldn't move away to run away, Su Tian had already arrived in front of her, and at the same time, he reached his hand into the paper bag and took out a box of Strawberry Napoleons and handed it over. You want this one? I bought 2 boxes. I'll give you one. With that, Su Tian shoved the box of snacks into the young woman's hand before turning around and leaving. However, he had just taken 2 steps when he turned his head as if he had thought of something to look at the woman frozen in place behind him. If you want to stay in shape, sugar and cream are best left alone. This woman was 80% a star, and if she got fat, somewhere in Zhangchang, there would be a poor agent storming out. All peers, Su Tian sympathized with the unlucky manager whose artists under him often stole sweets. After the brief reminder, Su Tian took advantage of the green light that still had more than 10 seconds left to go and quickly walked towards the parking lot on the opposite side of the road. The young woman held the box of treats, but in her head were the good-looking eyes that had just been inadvertently introduced to her. Those eyes seemed as if they were hiding thousands of stars. Just one glance could make one fall, even though she didn't see the man's front face. So handsome, she subconsciously murmured out, and when she wanted to chase after the other party to ask for WeChat, she suddenly heard a panting voice from behind her. Jing, why don't you wait for me? I just parked the car and you disappeared. You didn't go to the dim sum store behind my back, did you? A middle-aged woman who was wearing high heels but was still as fit as a fiddle rushed over and had a pained look on her face after seeing the box of dim sum in the woman's hand. Ah, Miss Nya, your weight is about to break into triple digits, so you mustn't eat anymore. She was ordered by her agent to supervise Nya Jingjing's weight loss. If the other party knew that she didn't watch over the young lady in front of her, I'm afraid that she wouldn't want her assistance allowance, which was not much at all. The young woman ignored the raucous preaching in her ears. A bus passed in front of her just now, and when it passed, she couldn't find the man who had given her the Strawberry Napoleon. Jing, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? The assistant reached out and waved her hand over the woman's face. He has stars inside his eyes. Nya Jingjing stared ahead in frustration, muttering to herself. Stars? The assistant was like an enemy. You don't want to go look at the stars, do you? There's still an announcement tomorrow. No. Nya Jingjing sighed and turned her head to look at the assistant beside her. Those black eyes with a few hints of charm seemed to contain 2 constantly beating peach hearts. I seem to fall in love with him at first sight. I say, Auntie, you can stop. The assistant was speechless for a moment. You've fallen in love at first sight with 5 men in a week. Not this time. Nya Jingjing rolled her eyes at her assistant. I've met true love. He's the man I was meant to be with. The assistant sniffed and muttered in a low voice. You also said it was destiny last time, but it turned out to be a week before they split up? Previously, Brother Wei had a hard time suppressing your scandal, so don't do it again. I know in my heart. Nya Jingjing's attitude became more and more impatient. Blame it on her assistant. If it wasn't for her assistant suddenly chasing after her, causing her to miss the opportunity to ask for WeChat with that hoodie hottie, maybe the 2 of them would have been chatting away by now. What's it going to take to find that handsome guy now that he's gone? Nya Jingjing meditated, and suddenly there was a flash of light in her mind. She quickly looked at the assistant beside her. Hey, do you know anyone on the traffic squad? What do you want? The assistant subconsciously made a defensive gesture. Parking violation? Spend the money to find a connection and get the surveillance video of the road in this neighborhood. I must find my hoodie man. The assistant's body lurched, nearly fainting. The camera probes that people install on the road are to catch illegal vehicles, not to find men for you. Wake up. Also, yesterday Brother Wei told you to keep a low profile for a while. No more flirting with any man, no matter inside or outside the circle. Just fix yourself up for a few months and focus on preparing your new album. Nie Jingjing waved her hand impatiently. Alright, if you can't check the surveillance, you can't check it. I still don't know that it's for catching violations. You're really getting nagging. With that, she glanced down at the box of treats in her hand, a strawberry Napoleon that she had been looking forward to the most, but now she couldn't bring herself to eat it. It's the only token of affection between them until they find a hoodie guy. Then you mustn't look for any more true love. The assistant tried carefully. Aha! Instead of choking this time, Nie Jingjing agreed painfully. However, instead of feeling relieved by this, the assistant panicked a little. Nie Jingjing usually liked to make demons the most, and now that she gave up after being persuaded for a few sentences, it was really not her character. Crystal, are you really giving up? She reconfirmed. Are you approaching menopause? You're so wordy. Nie Jingjing once again rolled her eyes at her. I'm sure I won't let you help me find anyone. The assistant finally breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Nie Jingjing's assurance, but when she waited an hour later, her assistant saw what was trending on Twitter and instantly closed her eyes and went peacefully. It's true that Nie Jingjing didn't let her find anyone. She found it herself. Twitter is extraordinarily busy tonight. Originally, because Nie Jingjing's last scandal is still enjoyable to eat melon, netizens found that this party posted a microblog with a rather explosive content. Queen of Songs Nie Jingjing v. I met my true love at the intersection in front of Coco's cake shop this evening. I'm sure I fell in love with him at first sight. I hope my fans can help me find the handsome guy who bought the last 2 strawberry Napoleons and gave me a piece. He was wearing a dark-colored hoodie and had stars in his eyes, which instantly struck my heart. Chapter 189. Recognize my hoodie man? Along with the tweet was a photo of a bunny holding a red heart and committing adultery. The microblog had just been sent out not 5 minutes ago, and the messages and retweets were bursting with netizens and fans. Nowadays, the entertainment industry actresses are very concerned about the reputation. Hate all day long to concave every day in the cause of no time to fall in love with the independent persona. But Nie Jingjing is different. The scandalous boyfriends change one after another, and each time the time is still particularly short. Of course, tired of looking at the pure little white flower, and the big female hostage. Like Nie Jingjing, such a sultry hang actress is another way to attract a lot of eyeballs. Of course, also brought her a huge number of black powder. Netizen, oh my god, Nie Jingjing fell in love at first sight again. This is the first time she fell in love at first sight for the past 6 months. Can we get a deck of playing cards together? Fans, goddess, wake up a bit. What's so good about a stinky man? Trying to make a career it doesn't smell good? Fan, I really want to fall in love. Can the gender not be stuck too dead? Sister, look at me. I can buy you strawberry Napoleon every day. Blackpink, oh, your feelings are still really cheap. The video of you and Joe Heron being photographed going to a room together hasn't been deleted yet. And now you're looking at a newcomer? This kind of watery woman should be blocked. Don't stay in the entertainment industry to teach children. Fans, above which is the sour grapes jealous of my sister. Ah, their own mane is old and ugly, no one want. All day staring at our sister's microblogging acid water? The Qing dynasty has been dead for more than 100 years. Why are you still wearing a shroud to come out and bite people? Ah, fans, yes. Nowadays, love is free, and our sister is not a mistress. So whose lungs are being poked by having a love affair in the open? It won't be Joe Heron's fans coming over to fish in the water again, right? Seeing the comments section turn into a battlefield between black fans and fans, there were still some enthusiastic melon eaters who pulled the topic back. Fans, you're all talking about hot guys, but I'm the only one wondering if my sister's weight loss program is failing again? She even went to the dim sum store again behind her manager and assistant's back. Netizen, am I the only one curious about what the man who made Nie Jingjing fall in love at first sight looks like? Netizen, shouldn't he at least be the same level of handsome as his last rumored boyfriend, Joe Heron? Regular attention to showbiz gossip people know. Nie Jingjing gossip boyfriend line up to be able to go around the earth half a week, but she is a full face control. The object of the relationship must be a god face level of big handsome man. The handsome man who can make Nie Jingjing fall in love with him at first sight. What kind of shocking degree did that get? And the handsome man even took the initiative to send Nie Jingjing a day's limited edition of 200 strawberry Napoleons. Is there really such a coincidence? Could it be that he knows Nie Jingjing and that's why he purposely sends treats to please her? But if she knew Nie Jingjing and knew that she was a big star, then she should have given her both boxes of dim sum, right? No matter what, This microblogging still brought Nia Jingjing a very high degree of heat. In addition to the black powder war, there are also gossipy eaters of netizens, making the whole comment area messy, so that the backing association had to organize fans to brush the comments to purify. Even Nia Jingjing's sister groups who usually like to bundle up the hype have also come down, so that Nia Jingjing fell in love again and hoodie handsome man. These two phrases hum on the hot search for 4 or 5 hours. In an upscale apartment in the center of Zhangcheng, Du Xiaowei was going crazy with anger. He stared furiously at the content on the Weibo hot search and pointed at Nia Jingjing's assistant's nose for more than an hour. I told you to keep an eye on her and not let her get into any more trouble. Did you take my words for granted? Not only did you sneak out to buy dessert during your diet, but now you're giving me a love at first sight scandal. And you don't think I've cleaned up enough messes lately, do you? Brother Wei, I also want to watch her, but you know Jingjing's character well. Is that auntie something I can watch as an assistant? She asked me to help him find someone before I did not agree, and also advised her to stop this period of time, focus on the preparation of the new album. She also agreed, but turned around and sent out microblogging. What can I do? The assistant is also innocent. Nia Jingjing has always done whatever she wants regardless of the consequences. If she could be stopped by a tiny assistant, then it wouldn't be Nia Jingjing. And you have the nerve to mention Twitter to me? Du Xiaowei continued to scold with a tigerish face. Didn't I ask you to take over her microblogging? Your ears and brain are just for show? I am a part-time job. Nia Jingjing is the boss. What she does not agree with, do I dare to do? The more the assistant said, the more aggrieved he became. Every time Nia Jingjing made some kind of mess, Du Xiaowei took it out on her, and she was caught on both sides of the fence. Don't look at Du Xiaowei scolding her fiercely, but when he saw Nia Jingjing, he still had to coax her with kind words. Nia Jingjing is now a living god of wealth to Du Xiaowei. No matter how much trouble Nia Jingjing caused him, he had to provide for her and clean up her mess. In the room next door to the apartment, Nia Jingjing was applying a face mask and half lying on the sofa chatting in the WeChat star group. Queen Nia Jingjing, sisters, let me tell you, that handsome guy outside Coco today is really superb. Nina, extreme? Is there a picture? Queen Nia Jingjing, if I had a photo, why would I need to tweet for someone? You guys also help me think of a way. Within 24 hours, I want all the information of that hoodie handsome guy. Jiancheng Xingdalu, it has the flavor of a domineering female president. Is it really that handsome? How's your body? Nina, the man Jingjing-san looks it should at least have 8-pack abs and mermaid line, right? Queen Nia Jingjing, I haven't really paid attention to this. Dai Jiaojiao, no, are you only looking at faces now? Flower, if you can make Jingjing ignore his figure, he must be a big handsome guy. Isn't he as handsome as Joe Heron? Queen Nia Jingjing, humph. Joe Heron's kind of goods can't even be compared to my hoodie man. Dai Jiaojiao, last month also Helen Obait. Now on that kind of goods. Changeable women really terrible. Queen Nia Jingjing, you guys don't run off topic. Hurry up and help me find my hoodie guy. Just as Nia Jingjing and the few actresses who were usually close to her were chatting heatedly, Shang Iran, who had been diving in and not speaking, suddenly emerged. Shang Iran, this store, isn't it in Blue Mountain Residence? It's right next to the apartment I live in. No wonder there are so many people at the entrance of the neighborhood today. I thought it was someone fighting in a group. So it's Nia Jingjing, you're the scourge that's causing trouble. Queen Nia Jingjing, is that your neighborhood? So do you recognize my hoodie guy? Chapter 190 Bing Yan didn't take her medicine on time? Business also. What is a hoodie considered a feature? 8 out of 10 people on the street are wearing hoodies this season, okay? Just as he was silently spitting, Nia Jingjing sent another large message. Queen Nia Jingjing, he was wearing a dark blue hoodie, gray slacks, regular sneakers, half-length hair, wearing a mask, probably about your height. Do you have any impression? Business also, I've never seen anyone like this. Don't look at the calmness of the words he typed, but he was actually growling inside. The kind of men you're talking about are really all over the streets. Queen Nia Jingjing, don't answer me so quickly. Why don't you think about it again? She was undeterred. She'd managed to find a lead on the hoodie hottie and definitely couldn't miss it again. Without waiting for Shang Iran to reply, a doorbell sound suddenly rang at the door. Who is it? Nia Jingjing impatiently tore off the mask and walked to the entrance door to open it with a grudge. Du Xiaowei stood at the door with a smiling face, and when he saw the unhappy Nia Jingjing, his smile became even more pleasing. Jingjing, can I come in and sit down? Nia Jingjing glared at Du Xiaowei. If you have something to say, put it quickly. Du Xiaowei lost the slightest bit of his arrogance when he lost his temper with his assistant just now, and was as humble as he could be when facing Nia Jingjing. Jingjing, recently the paparazzi have been staring at you. If you need anything, let your assistant go out and buy it for you. There's no need to go out by yourself. If you're photographed, they'll surely add more fuel to rumor about you for the sake of heat. What's more, even if you don't run into a paparazzo, it's not safe if you run into a mentally unbalanced private fan, or a rabid fan who's deliberately trying to get close to you. Who are you calling a private fan? Nya Jingjing sneered. If that hoodie hottie is my personal fan, then I can't wait for him to follow me every day. And I want dessert. Do you guys buy it for me? Who was it that said I'm on a diet these days and can't have snacks? Du Xiaowei was disliked and was speechless. His face reddened for half a day before he stifled a sentence. I'm not blaming you. Anyway, it's a hot search that doesn't cost any money. Don't want it for nothing. You're the queen of traffic now, and there are people staring at your every move, which is a good thing. But, you're an actress. You still need to be a bit more restrained above your lifestyle. Despite the openness of the social customs nowadays, most of the people are still traditional and old-fashioned. He screamed inwardly. When he first signed with Nye Jingjing, he did say that he could have a boyfriend in order to give her a queen persona. But he didn't ask Nye Jingjing to get a harem out for him. Half of the male stars named in the entertainment circle, as long as they are handsome, have flirted with Nye Jingjing. The fans of those male stars naturally became Nye Jingjing's black fans. And the heat of the scandal between you and Joe Heron has just passed. The other side's fans are worried that they can't find any handle on you. If you tweet now, it's not likely that they'll put a cheating hat on you. Du Xiaowei carefully observed Nye Jingjing's face and found that she didn't have much of an expression, so he hastened to strike while the iron was hot. In order to keep this from festering any further, could you go ahead and delete that tweet about finding someone? Deleted? Nye Jingjing's face turned cold when she heard this. Du Xiaowei, don't think that just because you're my manager, you can tell me what to do. Du Xiaowei's face was as colorful as a vegetable, and he quickly waved his hands. I don't dare, don't forget who you are. Nye Jingjing's residual anger was still fresh. What the hell? How dare you interfere in my life? Du Xiaowei slightly lowered his head, hiding the anger in his eyes. He was long fed up with Nye Jingjing's big lady temper, but this aunt was not something he could offend, so he could only swallow all the humiliation and digest it himself. Of course, he hadn't forgotten his main purpose for coming over this time. He has been used to Nye Jingjing's scandals for a long time. It is not considered to be hurtful. At most it is a waste of some brain cells. The reason why he came to find Nye Jingjing is for another thing. Anything else? Get lost if there's nothing. Nye Jingjing rewarded him with a blank stare and turned to walk back to the living room. I'm not trying to talk to you about what's next on the agenda. Du Xiaowei smiled sarcastically and casually closed the door, walking in after Nye Jingjing. I almost forgot. The company got a new agent a while back. You know? I heard. Nye Jingjing had her own eyes even if she wasn't in the company. The one who put me in comparison with 180 threads of small transparency? That's him. Du Xiaowei's eyes flashed with a glint of triumphant calculation, and he said with righteous indignation, he has no one in his sight when he has Mr. Guo to give him a head start. When I did the handover with him before, I originally wanted to trade Jiang Mu to him, but he had to trade you for a Murong Shui who has no works and no popularity. Isn't that mocking you to be on the same level as a small transparent? You haven't been to the company for a while, so you may not know. Now he's walking sideways all day long in the company. He's so proud of himself, and I don't know what kind of luck he's had, but he's already become the center of attention in the company after he got the little transparent Murong Shui the chance to audition for a Korean-produced musical. Look at you. Nye Jingjing swiped the microblogging with full of concern and said in an unimpressed manner, but it's just a rash young man. Just a word from my mother can make him not be able to mix in this business. Du Xiaowei was happy in his heart when he heard this, but on the surface, he still pretended to hold a grievance for Nye Jingjing. Jingjing, we should indeed teach that brat a little lesson, or else he won't even know what his last name is. As long as Nye Jingjing was out there, that kid Su Tian definitely wouldn't be able to be complacent for long. Oh, dare to break his good deed. He was going to make Su Tian remember what happens when he offends himself. At this time Su Tian does not know that he has become Nye Jingjing's next scandalous boyfriend. He had returned to the Hot Springs Lodge carrying refreshments. Just as he walked into the living room, he saw Wei coming down from the second floor. Su Tian took off his mask and threw it into the trash can, and handed the maid the snacks before walking over to greet Wei. How is Bingyan's situation? Wei had a stony expression. Ugh, same old. Ever since Tang Bingyan woke up, she would often suffer from headaches and dizziness, coupled with gastric ulcers caused by long-term dietary irregularities as well as insomnia and vegetative nerve disorders. She was now a living papier-mâché beauty that could be shattered when the wind blew. Even so, Tang Bingyan still didn't treat herself as a patient, taking advantage of Su Tian's visit to the company. She even criticized 2 documents and gave a half-hour meeting to the top management of the Yun Group. She didn't take her medication on time? Chapter 191, Feeding Tang Bingyan Medicine. I ate it, but it didn't take long to throw up again. Wei reported truthfully. The medicine prescribed by Elder Zhang is too irritating to the stomach. I've already contacted him and he said he'll write another slightly milder prescription, but the efficacy of the medicine will be greatly reduced. Also, his lordship invited another doctor from Sakura country to diagnose Missy today. What did he say? Su Tian pursued. It's the same as what Elder Zhang said, there's at most 1 year left. And the other party also straightly said that in a case like Missy's, Western medicine can't do anything about it, so she can only rely on Chinese medicine to regulate it as well as receiving regular physiotherapy detachment. Su Tian had long expected this outcome. Tang Bingyan's symptoms were complicated and she couldn't be operated on, so the treatments of the Western medical system were not useful to her at all. A ray of hope is better than none. Seeing Wei's bitter face, Su Tian opened his mouth to comfort him. Didn't Divine Dr. Zhang also say that if Bingyan is willing to cooperate with the conditioning, there is also a chance for her to be cured, and the most important thing now is to break her workaholic habit of not caring about her body. Well, I understand that one too, except that, Wei suddenly stopped mid-sentence, seemingly hesitant to know whether or not to speak to Su Tian. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Su Tian's heart thumped, suddenly having a bad feeling. It's the news about Missy's illness that's been spread by someone with an axe to grind. Wei was worried. Certain people in the family aren't too peaceful anymore, plus the fact that the traitor's matter from before hasn't been investigated yet either, making the entire Tang family on edge. Originally, Missy was planning to investigate the identity of the traitor herself, but the old master, worried that she was overworked, forbade her to do so, and took the matter into his own hands. Ever since Su Tian had cleared Wei's name, Wei had become more trusting of him, coupled with the fact that originally, Tang Bingyan wouldn't have hidden the Tang family's affairs from Su Tian. So after learning that the news had been spread, the first thing Wei wanted to do was to find Su Tian to discuss it. Su Tian's pupils shrunk slightly at his words, Wei's words making him think of the direction of time in his last life. At that time, after Wei had sunk his teeth into the family, it was also Elder Tang who continued to go and investigate the traitors in the family. But just as the investigation about the traitor was making progress and was about to come to light, Master Tang suddenly passed away. On the surface, Elder Tang had died of an illness, but Su Tian felt that things weren't that simple. After all, how could Donald Trump die of a sudden illness when he was old but had no fatal serious illness? And the timing of Donald Trump's illness and death also happened to coincide with a critical time when the traitor was about to surface. Thus, Su Tian was certain that the old man's death must have something to do with the mysterious person who had given Tang Jihui advice. Now that the news of Tang Bingyan's illness had been spread, those who had originally wanted to harm her would surely be dumbfounded. And this was the biggest headache of all. Tang Jihui is nothing more than a self-righteous puppet. After all, Elder Tang is the former head of the Tang family. It won't take long to pull him out. But the one behind him is hiding so deep that he doesn't show any sign of it. The most crucial thing was that even if he had a plug-in like past life memories, he didn't know the true identity of that mysterious person. As for the Tang family, it was even harder to find him out. Wei, you keep an eye on the movements on the Tang family's side first, as well as Grandpa's side. If you find out anything, let me know as soon as possible as well. Su Tian pondered faintly for a moment, and in the end, he chose to be relatively conservative and wait and see what happened. Okay, I'll report back to you immediately if anything moves. Su Tian raised his eyebrows in some surprise, thinking to himself that Wei was too trusting of himself. Right, Wei, you wouldn't have told me that before. Normally, Wei would have suspected him, because that undercover agent sent out by Wei must be dead through and through. It was impossible for him to be tipped off again, and with Wei's vigilance, he definitely wouldn't let go of this suspicion. Mr. Su, you're Missy's husband. There's nothing wrong with asking you for instructions on some matters, Wei said without changing his face, and I'm sure you won't harm Missy or do anything against her. You're willing to trust me. Su Tian smiled faintly, unlike Chen Xiaoxiao, who hated to arrest me as a traitor. Wei also smiled. Xiao, she's a person who is prone to impulsiveness, but she's absolutely loyal to Missy and won't go against her wishes. Aha! Su Tian knew that Wei was implicitly pleading with himself on behalf of Chen Xiaoxiao and assuring him that Chen Xiaoxiao wouldn't harm him, and he didn't want to bother with a little girl. Bingyan should be awake. I'll change first, then go upstairs to see her. It just so happens that the kitchen side has boiled a tranquilizing soup. Mr. Su, you supervise Missy to drink it. Wei looked at Su Tian for help as if he had encountered a savior. Tang Bingyan is not afraid of Chinese medicine or acupuncture, but she doesn't like the taste of the tranquilizing soup, and she won't drink it 8 times out of 10, which gives Wei a headache. Bring it up to me, and the snacks I brought back with me. Su Tian took 2 steps, then turned back and said, ask the kitchen side to make another cup of kumquat lemon with less sugar. Good, honey, I'm home. When Su Tian pushed the door into the bedroom, he found Tang Bingyan sitting against the bed with her eyes closed, but his keen insight still allowed him to see the tablet computer that was hidden under the pillow with the corner exposed. He sighed and entered the room, walking beside the bed and pulling Tang Bingyan's hand. Thinking about it, he knew that it was impossible to let Tang Bingyan rest honestly. Honey, let's make a deal, okay? Tang Bingyan raised her eyes slightly. What? He didn't know if it was Su Tian's illusion, but he felt that today's Tang Bingyan wasn't in a good mood. You can work, but you have to limit your hours, and you have to take regular breaks every day, Su Tian said with a serious expression. Let Wei supervise you when I'm not around. Aha, Tang Bingyan nodded. Wei was her man and didn't dare to tell Su Tian off. Don't try to buy Wei's fakery. Su Tian saw through Tang Bingyan's inner thoughts and helplessly scraped the tip of her nose. For the sake of your health, he wouldn't lie. Tang Bingyan had never been subjected to this kind of treatment of a small child before, and suddenly froze. When she came back to her senses, she coughed softly, somewhat unnaturally, and simply changed the subject. You got me a snack? Well, limited edition strawberry Napoleon. I don't know if it's any good, but it's the signature of the Netflix store near our apartment. Su Tian had passed by that store with Tang Bingyan before, and at the time, Tang Bingyan was still confused as to why anyone would waste their time in a line for dim sum. Soon the servants brought in the tranquilizers and refreshments. Su Tian tried the temperature of the kumquat lemon for Tang Bingyan, then handed the bowl of tranquilizer medicine to her. Drink your medicine first, then I'll have a snack with you. This medicine doesn't do much. Tang Bingyan was really disgusted with the tranquilizer medicine. No more. I think it's pretty effective. Su Tian wouldn't give her a chance to avoid drinking the medicine. Haven't you noticed that you haven't had nightmares in the past 2 days? Try being in a coma for a week and you won't have nightmares. Tang Bingyan cast a sidelong glance at Su Tian and directly took the tray holding the strawberry Napoleon. Are you sure you don't want to drink? Su Tian stuck the spoon out in front of Tang Bingyan and looked at her helplessly. Then I can only feed you. Tang Bingyan shook her head. She made up her mind not to open her mouth. How could Su Tian feed? However, what she didn't expect was that the next second Su Tian actually drank a large mouthful of the bitter and astringent tranquilizer, followed by clasping the back of her head and kissing her. Tang Bingyan's mind instantly went blank, and she could only allow Su Tian to push the bitter tonic into her mouth. Chapter 192 Won't engage in subterfuge, right, Tang Bingyan? It wasn't until he was sure that the person in his arms had swallowed the medicine that Su Tian let go of his hand with intent. He smiled and picked up the remaining half of the bowl of medicine, and before he could continue drinking, the bowl was snatched from his hand. Su Tian watched Tang Bingyan finish the medicine in the bowl in one gulp, and suddenly saw a sense of bravery and sadness from the other party. After drinking the medicine, Su Tian accompanied Tang Bingyan for a snack and granted her an extra half hour to work. Tang Bingyan went to the study to deal with the contract, and Su Tian used his cell phone to log into his email to reply to a few emails, after which he opened Weibo in passing. Originally, he wanted to see if there was any news about the musical on Twitter, but he curiously clicked on it after seeing the hot search. Nie Jingjing has actually returned? Su Tian didn't have much interest in this person, but 6 of the top 10 hot searches were about her, and the other words were Coco, Strawberry Napoleon, and Hoodie Handsome Man. Su Tian was slightly stunned. This hype-loving woman just came back and tossed herself into so much hot water? Even Su Tian couldn't help but admire the other party's innate bloody wind physique. When Su Tian saw Nie Jingjing's microblog, he was even more impressed with this woman's ability to make things happen. Dare to send microblogging to show love to a passerby who does not know, but also to mobilize the majority of netizens to help him find the actress. The entire entertainment circle is afraid that only Nie Jingjing. But in all fairness, Nie Jingjing does have capricious capital. Sort of typical in the entertainment industry, cannot make a name for themselves, must go home to inherit millions of family business. For her to enter the entertainment industry is more like a play ticket. It's a good thing he's not her manager. Otherwise I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to clean up the mess 24 hours a day without a break. With Nie Jingjing as a comparison, Morong Shue's level of saving and dependability skyrocketed. Wait, Strawberry Napoleon. Su Tian originally held the mentality of eating melon, but now the more he reads this microblog, the more familiar he feels. Limited edition treats. Navy blue hoodie. Could it be that the woman wearing sunglasses that he met in the dim sum store this evening was Nie Jingjing? What kind of coincidence is this? He had just been in a sword fight with Du Xiaowei over Morong Shui some time ago, and now he had stumbled upon the money tree under him, and had asked the money tree to send out tweets looking for people. You wouldn't dare do that in a TV show, would you? Of course, according to this description of Nie Jingjing, he probably wouldn't be able to find him for the rest of his life. After all, the streets are full of people wearing navy blue hoodies and gray slacks. Still, Su Tian decided not to wear that hoodie for the time being lately, lest he draw fire. Otherwise, if the possessive Tang Bingyan knew about it, it would be a bad end. Day 2. Su Tian went back to his apartment to get the information, and before he could go out, Shan Yaran approached him. Su Tian, what have you been doing all this time? Not at the office or at home? Shan Yaran was wearing a casual outfit, leaning diagonally against the door with a bored tone. I have 2 days off. I'm so bored. Why don't we go play ball? I accompanied my girlfriend on a business trip a while ago, and I just came back a few days ago, and Morong Shui is going to the musical theater review. I need to help her adjust her state. Well, Your work is important. Shang Yaran suddenly gossiped and opened his mouth. By the way, Nya Jingjing is back, and just came back to make a big news. I saw the hot search. Su Tian was a little embarrassed. There's a good chance that the guy she's looking for lives in this neighborhood, but I haven't seen any amazingly handsome guys. He paused and added, except for you. Of course, Su Tian. Just as he was planning to immediately shift to the next topic, Shang Yaran suddenly changed his words. But even if I've seen that handsome guy, I don't want to tell Nya Jingjing. A woman is prone to seeing things differently as she is. It's better not to wreak havoc on passers-by. Su Tian silently gave Shang Yaran a nod in his heart. This analysis of Nya Jingjing's character is really accurate. Seeing that Su Tian didn't open his mouth, Shang Yaran continued, but what she did today made me quite surprised. She used to change boyfriends a lot, but she has never tweeted her confession in such a high-profile way. After all, she is usually chased by someone. Forget it, let's not talk about him. You just said that Morong Shui is going to participate in the retest, but beware of Du Xiaowei's side. He won't let Morong Shui come out so easily. Maybe he will even go to Nya Jingjing's face to stir up trouble and kill people with a borrowed knife. So don't take it lightly. Su Tian smiled and nodded. Thanks for the reminder. I'll watch out for him. In the days that followed, Su Tian had been helping Morong Shui adjust her state, while also secretly keeping an eye on Du Xiaowei's side. Unexpectedly to her surprise, the musical review was about to begin, but Du Xiaowei's side didn't make any moves to suppress Morong Shui. Su Tian was clear that with Du Xiaowei's character, he definitely wouldn't let it go. So maybe this was just the calm before the storm, and that Nya Jingjing, who was actively searching for the hoodie hottie, was still unrelenting in asking around about his whereabouts. And besides Su Tian going back on time every day to accompany Tang Bingyan, he focused all his energy on Morong Shui. Morong Shui relaxed a lot after his guidance and no longer deliberately practiced her singing skills hard. Instead she found Xiao Tianho's autobiography and read it carefully. Soon it was the day of the retest. The sudden passing of Queen Xia has had a significant impact on the entertainment industry. In addition to this musical planned by her lifelong friend Han Productions, there are also major investors who intend to plan movies and TV dramas about Xiao Tianho. Of course, because the musical project was the first to be launched, and singing is Xiao Tianho's lifelong favorite career. Plus producer Han's status as an old friend from the past added to it. It was also the most talked about and recognized by the fans. Many singers and actors are eyeing the casting of the female lead, and there are even some poorly singing young singers eyeing other roles in musicals to try to make a flying start. The audition for the retake was set for 10 a.m. And most of the artists involved in the audition arrived an hour early, while waiting for the judges sent by Han Productions as well as the investors. Some singers who knew each other well got together in twos and threes and exchanged pleasantries. Which role are you competing for? The male lead. A clean-looking youth sighed and said with very little confidence, the brokerage company had to ask me to come, and I know for myself that I definitely don't have a chance this time. That's also right. I heard that the male lead side has already settled on Xia Yuxuan in advance. Settled so soon? The retest hasn't even started yet. Ha, don't be so naive. This kind of review is just a walk in the park. In reality, the good roles are basically divided up by the investors. It's possible for other projects, but Han Productions is a person who focuses on quality, so he won't engage in subterfuge to take the back door, right? Chapter 193 Live Audition? That's what you don't understand. A sad-faced youth and continued, Han Production and then strict, but also to eat. This time is a large production. Pre-publicity plus venues, choreography equipment, each of which is burning money just rely on his savings. It is simply not enough. For the sake of the investment, he will certainly also compromise a part of a good part of the role to share out. But Xia Yuxian is also qualified enough to be the male lead. He previously worked with Han Production on an album, and Han Production was particularly high on him, and made an exception for Weibo publicity, knowing that Han Production usually never gives publicity to his juniors. And Xia Yuxuan is also the first brother of Yixing Media. Both the backstage and his own strength are impeccable. As long as he has a slot, then the male lead of the musical this time will be his. By the way, I also heard that the female lead side of producer Han is interested in considering Morong Shui, and I don't know if it's true. Su Tian and Morong Shui walked into the audition shed that had been specially built for the retest, and they heard the little artists talking. The room was quiet for a second as those people's eyes swept over Morong Shui's face before they moved away again as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, a conspiratorial voice rang out. Oh, who is Morong Shui? Haven't even heard of. Just this kind of small transparency is also worthy of being the female lead? You don't say that. When she debuted back then, with a commercial song read all over the streets. At that time the milk tea store next to our school looped all day long. My ears have heard calluses. You also said that was back then. Who knows which one she is now? The small artist who had started off shady rolled his eyes in disdain. Morong Shui did catch fire with that commercial song when she debuted. but there were no resources to follow it up. And now that there was no such person to check in the entertainment circle, none of them felt that such a small transparent person was competitive. Xia Yuxuan, who starred as the male lead in her music video at the beginning, is now a $30 million flow god, with a full bloom in film, television, song and variety arts. It was a fool's errand for Morong Shui to think of partnering with him again, and I'm guessing that Han's production is just talking out of his ass, and you guys are all taking it seriously. A sneer always hung on the lips of the young artist. Let me attach a heavy news to you. It is said that the position of the female lead has been taken by Qin Jitong. Qin Jitong? The crowd was shocked. Don't make a fuss. Qin Jitong is the investor's person. It's normal to bring money into the group. Then Morong Shui is probably out of luck. The small artist next to her scared lightly. There was no play in the first place. Think you can sorta play the female lead by making a video tribute to Xiao Tianho to rub some heat? Dream on. With her seniority, she can have a chance to enter the review. All thanks to the heat of that microblogging, but that's all. This is showbiz, not cool novels. Where to come so much Nirvana rebirth? These people didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding anything when they spoke, allowing Su Tian and Morong Shui, who were standing to the side, to hear them clearly. Morong Shui's face turned pale and her hands clenched into fists. Maybe it really was just her whimsy that she was so delusional as to think that she would be chosen this time. Worried you'll fail? Su Tian could see the change in Morong Shui's mood and patted her shoulder. Don't think nonsense. All you have to do today is to show the results of this period of practice. Nothing else needs to be considered. Aha! Morong Shui nodded. Su Tian's words gave her some more strength in her heart. She was eager to star in this musical. And apart from worshipping Queen Xiao Tian, she also didn't want to keep struggling at the bottom of the entertainment industry. She wanted to sing and be on a bigger stage. To calm down, she must never be crushed. Morong Shui took a deep breath and kept repeating silently in her mind to cheer herself up. Relax and be good. Even if she lost, she had a clear conscience. After a few more minutes, Qin Shitong, dressed in a colorful outfit, and her accompanying team walked into the audition studio. The little artists who were still gossiping just now were immediately silenced when they saw Qin Shitong. Qin Shitong belongs to the bright and atmospheric looks, quite in line with the current popular mass aesthetics, but her singing skills are middle of the road. You say she's not a good singer, but that's not true. At least she's never been seen out of tune or out of tune in the major scene. But you'd have to say she sang well and couldn't leave a memorable point that stuck with the audience. According to Su Tian, it was tasteless to eat and discard. In her last life, without Morong Shui's competition, Qin Jitong was barely qualified to play the female lead, but now with Morong Shui, she had absolutely no advantage at all in terms of strength. If there were other producers, they might have chosen Qin Jitong through the back door because of the green light for investment. But the chief producer of this musical is Han Baoping, who is known in the entertainment industry for focusing on quality and not bowing to capital. Add to that the fact that the musical is in honor of his best friend, Diva Shaw, and he's sure to choose a leading lady after his own heart. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shitong had already arrived in front of the crowd. The little assistant beside her attentively took the jacket she took off, her smile flattering. Sister Tong, Han Production and the others haven't arrived yet. We need to wait for a while. Aha! Qin Jitong responded expressionlessly before looking around. And when she saw Su Tian and Morong Shui, a flash of obvious surprise flashed across her eyes. At this time, Qin Jitong's agent walked over and seemed to notice her sight and immediately explained, Morong Shui is also here to fight for the female lead. He. Qin Jitong let out a light laugh at her words, before taking a step in front of both Morong Shui and Su Tian. Morong Shui was cheering herself up in her mind when she saw Qin Jitong and the team around her walking towards her. Her body slightly stiffened and she subconsciously wanted to step back. However, she seemed to have thought of Su Tian's instructions, and she managed to stop her footsteps again, her body standing rigidly in place. It's fine, Su Tian softly comforted her. Morong Shui hadn't received any announcements for too long and had no experience in running for the election, so it was only natural that she would get stage fright the first time she participated in an audition of this scale. You are Morong Shui? Qin Jitong slightly raised her chin, the contempt in her tone not hidden at all. Hello, I'm Morong Shui. Morong Shui politely greeted the other party. That commercial song you sang earlier when you first started out was good. Although Qin Jitong was affirming Morong Shui, there was a condescending tone in her attitude, as if she was a judge generally commenting on Morong Shui's work. Thanks a lot. Morong Shui knew in her heart that what the other party had said was just window dressing, but since she had received the praise she still had to seriously thank them. But before she could finish the second half of her sentence, she was interrupted by Qin Jitong. It's a bit naive of you to try to steal the female lead position from me with just a commercial song that's long overdue. With your qualifications as well as your performance experience, you are not qualified to take on such a role as the female lead. Knowing that the female lead is the signature of a musical, Not to mention that it's such an important musical as remembering the Queen of Heaven Shao. So don't presume to think about it if you are such a small transparent person. When Qin Jitong saw Morong Shue's face gradually turning white, the pleasure of victory rose in her heart, followed by a turn of phrase. Of course, producer Han thinks highly of you and won't be so unkind. I reckon she'll arrange a role for you to play, and won't let you make the trip for nothing. A little transparent like you who can't get any notices after a few years of debut with one commercial song. It's a great honor to be able to play in a Korean-produced musical, so you should treasure it. Qin Jitong refused to even say a clipboard scene, directly mocking Morong Shue for not being qualified to compete with herself. Her attitude could be described as arrogant to the extreme. Those small artists who had originally despised Morong Shue immediately helped out in order to please Qin Jitong. Tong is right. Although the words are direct, they are the truth after all. Morong Shue has no popularity and no works. What can she compete with Sister Tong? Just with her little white flower face? This is casting for a musical female lead, not a vase. You can still rely on your face to get by in a movie, but a musical is an offline performance. So just open your mouth and the audience will know how much you weigh. If I were her, I wouldn't have come here to make a fool of myself. Look at her. She's so poor. She can't have more than $100 worth of clothes on her. Can she? With this kind of demeanor, how dare you compete with Sister Tong for the lead female role in a musical? You don't know what you're doing. With a smile on her lips, Qin Jitong let the small artists around her brag about themselves while stepping Morong Shue into the dust. She had enough self-confidence and capital to kill this little transparent who hadn't made a name for herself yet after a few years in the industry. Although her singing skills are not as good as those of diva singers, how many real divas can there be in today's fast food era of showbiz? For a musical like this, a diva wouldn't come. And as for amongst the remaining female singers, her vocals were good enough to give her an edge in the auditions. Then her popularity, such as Nyejingjing Stream, although the looks and body are very outstanding, but the singing is difficult to say. The scene rely on fake singing, albums rely on repair sound. Debuts so far do not dare to open the concert, and those who sing better than her and are not as popular as her are basically 18th line miniaturizers. That's why she has a definite edge in this musical's female lead casting. What's more, she has an investor godfather. So she's the heroine this time. Opposite the arrogant Qin Jitong and the other foxy little artists, Morong Shue slightly lowered her head and pretended that she didn't hear their comments at all. But she was just a little girl, after all, and it was still hard inside to hear the unrelenting taunts of those people. Su Tian originally didn't want to pay attention to Qin Jitong, but the other party had taken the initiative to come over to provoke a show of existence, so he naturally wouldn't swallow this breath raw. It's true that my artist doesn't have much fame, nor does he have a backstage with an illustrious background. He hasn't had any other works in 3 years since his debut except for a commercial song, so he might not be as good as you guys who came to audition for supporting roles. Su Tian's words were spoken in a light and breezy manner, and in the eyes of outsiders there was a sense of longing for someone else's ambition and destroying one's own wind. But immediately afterward, his words changed. But the producer of this musical is Han Productions, and the singers are more important than any other factor in today's review. In terms of singing and appearance, Morong Shue doesn't lose out to anyone in the room, and if there's no blackmail in this retest today, the female lead of the musical will be hers. Su Tian's words caused the small artists around him to clamor. Who is this guy? Too big of a mouth, isn't he? The new manager over at Green Fruit Music. I guess he doesn't have much strength either. Otherwise how could the company give a small transparent that hasn't been popular for a few years to him to bring? I think he not only has no strength, he also has no brain. He doesn't even look at what kind of occasion this is, and he even dares to say something about Morong Shue being the female lead. It's really making people laugh. Like this before the review has even begun to pull hate on themselves. Stupid X is simply not enough to fear. Let's just think of it as a good show. Qin Jitong's face became extremely ugly after hearing Su Tian's words. Just when she was about to have a fit, the agent beside her grabbed the first to speak. You're the new agent over at Tsinghua, aren't you? You just joined the industry and probably don't know the rules of the showbiz industry. Or else if you were given a few guts, you wouldn't dare to be so ignorant of the inferiority and superiority of men and speak out of turn. Showbiz is a place that emphasizes seniority. It's harder for a small transparent person to make a name for himself than to reach the sky. You're so confident now, and when you fall short of the selection and get slapped on the spot, it's a disgrace to the family. Su Tian smiled faintly. The ones who get slapped in the face shouldn't be me and my family's artists. Oh, Fubris, the agent said indignantly. This is considered arrogant? Su Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Then I can be even more arrogant. Wait for the re-examination in a while. Do you dare to call all the media and broadcast the audition live? Chapter 194. Can you beat me? A live audition? Qin Jitong's manager froze. Su Tian's gaze turned to the sullen Qin Jitong on the side. Scared? When the artists watching from the side heard this, they all looked at Su Tian with the eyes of a fool. This kid's head is caught in a door, isn't it? Is he trying to embarrass himself in front of the media and the audience? Oh, you guys are still too young. An older female artist skimmed her lips and said disdainfully, isn't this a good opportunity for hype? Don't look at this kid is not capable of anything, but engage in crooked ways but have a hand. Otherwise would not have been Xiao Tianho has not yet died. Then rush to let Morong Shui send tribute video. I guess he must be from what channel to know that Xiao Tianho is seriously ill. So let his artists to rub the heat. Otherwise how can it be so coincidental? Morong Shui just sent the video not long ago. Xiao Tianho is really sick and died? But what can he gain by asking for an open audition now? Embarrassing himself in front of the media. And the scandal of losing the audition being broadcast live nationwide will only make Morong Shui completely unable to receive announcements in the future. Right? This you don't know. Morong Shui can have a chance to enter the re-examination. This is the high point of her life. With her qualification, she definitely won't be selected. Then after that won't she become a vegetarian again? Now Su Tian asked to invite the media over. But also what public audition? Focus on Qin Jitong's fans can certainly also remember Morong Shui. Black powder is also powder. This is obviously want to use Qin Jitong hype to rub the traffic it. This Su Tian is too sinister, isn't he? There are so many sets. There's really no limit to what you can do for hype. The small artists were pointing their fingers at both Su Tian and Morong Shui, oblivious to the fact that it was already time for the retest to begin. When there were still 10 minutes to go before the audition, Han Baoping walked into the audition booth with a group of judges. Whether it was Qin Jitong's provocation or Su Tian's words with the small artists around him, they all heard them clearly. Han Baoping's gaze was calm as he looked at the confident Su Tian, but a touch of imperceptible probing flashed through his dark eyes. This young man, he's kind of interesting. Qin Jitong had always been proud and capricious, so naturally she could not allow someone to provoke her head. And she's always been conceited enough to think she's a powerhouse amongst the equal flow actresses. So much better than those faces who just scratch their heads and use scandal to get ahead. Thus Su Tian's almost provocative words just now could be said to have immediately clasped her lifeblood. You think I'm afraid? Qin Jitong rolled her eyes greatly at Su Tian and turned toward Han Baoping. Producer Han, I want to open up the audition and have the media broadcast the whole thing. Otherwise, some narrow-minded people won't be able to afford to lose. And after they go out, they'll go around spreading rumors that I was chosen as the female lead because of subterfuge. Let the media spin it? Han Baoping had never conducted a public audition before, and his expression gradually became serious when he heard Qin Jitong say that. Tong, don't be impulsive. You've fallen right into that kid's trick. The agent quickly followed over, trying to stop Qin Jitong from making a fuss. However, Qin Jitong didn't listen to advice, and when she saw that Han Baoping didn't take a stance right away, she simply aimed her spear at Morong Shui again. Morong Shui, do you dare to compete with me? How do you compare? Morong Shui stared at her warily. If you can't beat me in the audition, you have to tweet and admit that your mediocre singing skills are only hype, and that you're not qualified to participate in the musical honoring Xiao Tianho, and that you'll be my shadow assistant for a year without compensation during the rehearsals for the musical and during the tour. Qin Jitong's move could be considered a murderous one. If she wins, not only will Morong Shui not be able to star in the musical, but she will also have to serve tea to her, the rightful lead actress, during the musical tour, and watch her use it to soar. If Morong Shui's mind is not firm, I am afraid that it will be difficult to come out again in this life. Tong, the agent originally wanted to stop Qin Jitong, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, his movements were slightly stuttered, and he was also a bit hesitant. In fact, before when the musical was launched, Morong Shui's voice on the internet was very high, but whether or not to activate an artist in the entertainment industry, the fan's voice is often not the most important. The producer will be considered from a variety of comprehensive aspects, coupled with the investor's side of the pressure. So netizen public opinion is only since an insignificant link. Even so, artists want to be recognized by their fans after they get a certain announcement. If Qin Jitong was elected, some comments questioning her support for Morong Shui were bound to appear on the internet. After all, to the netizens, no work of small transparent belongs to the vulnerable group. These years the network public opinion has always been who is weak and who has the right. At that time, there might even be people questioning Qin Jitong's backdoor approach, and the role won't be worthy of the name. If Qin Jitong had won Morong Shui in the open audition, and Jin had admitted on Weibo that she was not as skilled as she was, then public opinion would have inevitably been favorable to Qin Jitong. Most importantly, in her opinion, if it was really an open audition, Qin Jitong, a singer who had majored in musical theater and even had a concert, could not possibly be afraid of a newcomer who only had one debut song. What's more, in order to get the role this time, Qin Jitong, in addition to blowing pillows on her godfather's side, also hired a vocal teacher from abroad at a high price for a month of intensive training. Whether it was the timing or the people, they were all on Qin Jitong's side. Meanwhile, Morong Shui originally didn't want to be so high profile, but now everyone's eyes in the audition booth were on her, making her have to open her mouth. What if my grades are better than yours? As soft as Morong Shui's character was, she still had a temper. Now that she was provoked by Qin Jitong in public, if she backed down, she wouldn't be able to raise her head in the entertainment industry in the future. What's more, this audition was her last hope, and it could only succeed and not fail. Can you beat me? Qin Jitong felt amused and opened her mouth casually. If you win, feel free to make any conditions you want. Okay, then I promise. Morong Shui gathered enough courage to meet Qin Jitong's gaze. If my grades are better than yours, then I want you and your manager to apologize to Brother Su. Su Tian was slightly stunned. He was curious about how Morong Shui would face Qin Jitong. Plus he didn't want Morong Shui to be a hothouse flower for the rest of her life. So he let go and let her face Qin Jitong's provocation alone. But he didn't expect that what Morong Shui wanted after her victory was just for them to apologize with him. Qin Jitong's agent stared up at the words. She is considered a big agent in the entertainment industry. Usually those small artists who just started their career have to greet her respectfully when they see her. How dare Morong Shui, a small transparent person, ask her to apologize? Qin Jitong didn't care about this request from Morong Shui. She gave a light humph and spoke. Whatever. Morong Shui sniffed and turned her head to Han Baoping. Producer Han, can we have the media broadcast the audition? Chapter 195 Preparing for the audition. Instead of answering directly, Producer Han consulted with the judges around him. Even though he didn't like the open audition and felt that it smacked of hype, the judges sent by the investors didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity for publicity. Plus the open audition was proposed by the contestants, so he was persuaded by the other judges to relent. It can be televised. I'll have someone contact the media. In fact, there was no need to contact. Those reporters from the entertainment newspapers knew that there was going to be a female lead casting today, and they were squatting in the neighborhood early in the morning. Immediately afterward, the official Good Times Like Dreams musical sent out a tweet announcing that in an hour's time, the casting for the female lead role would be broadcast live through the media. After the tweet was sent out, it immediately won the attention of countless fans and passers-by. The producer of the musical quickly struck a deal with a media outlet, and in another hour, the casting of the musical's female lead would be simulcast on the other party's video platform. As soon as the live broadcast room was opened, Qin Jitong's fans as well as passers-by who were watching flocked in. It took only 5 minutes for the popularity to break 1 million, and the traffic was still climbing, and soon it was on the top of current events. Su Tian laughed coldly in his heart when he saw that the producer had opened the live stream so painfully. It seems that the two judges sent by the investor regarded Morong Shui as a soft target that they could pinch at will, and couldn't wait for Qin Jitong to step on her to get to the top. However, this was exactly the result he wanted. Once the audition was publicized, then even if the investor wanted to make false claims to allow Qin Jitong to go through the back door, there was no room for manipulation. They didn't put Morong Shui in their eyes at all, but they couldn't imagine that a diamond in the rough that had already shown its first glimmer of light was standing in front of them at this time. On the contrary, Morong Shui, at this time, was anxious because of the upcoming live broadcast. Brother Su, shouldn't I have promised Qin Jitong? Morong Shui lowered her head in regret like a child who had done something wrong. I should have kept my head down. You're not low enough? Su Tian smiled and patted her shoulder. Of the audition singers who arrived today, you're the one who's dressed in the most understated way. Morong Shui sniffed and looked around, realizing that it was just as Su Tian had said. The artists present, no matter if they were auditioning for the female lead or supporting roles, were all dressed up as if they were ready to go on the red carpet at any time. She stood among them, supposedly the most inconspicuous of them all. Morong Shui was embarrassed. Sorry, I should have changed my clothes. It wasn't as if she could still not dress up. It was just that the clothes in her closet were all pretty much the same. Although Su Tian had previously claimed back the company's outstanding wages for her, after paying for her father's medical bills and rent, she was only able to maintain her usual daily expenses. Morong Shui really didn't have any extra money to buy herself a line. Even for an important occasion like today, she just wore a white dress and light makeup, not even eyeshadow. It was an oversight. I'll set you up with a styling team afterward. This was also the first time Su Tian had brought in an artist, so it was inevitable that he had not thought things through well. Even if Morong Shui really was born beautiful and her skin was so good that it didn't have a single blemish, under formal occasions, it was still necessary to dress up a little. There are so many naturally beautiful people in the entertainment industry, but no one dares to go vegan in the high-definition camera. That's because the lens and the light can expose flaws in the features and create flaws even when there aren't any. But the good thing was that Morong Shui's singing talent was enough to make people overlook her scantily clad outfit today, and for the artists under him, Su Tian still had that confidence. After this little episode, Morong Shui wasn't as nervous as she was just now. Brother Su, I'll perform well. Well, you can kill Qin Jitong in seconds with your normal performance. Morong Shui smiled embarrassedly at her words, but Su Tian's words still gave her great encouragement, causing her somewhat apprehensive heart to gradually become calm. Because of time constraints, the producers have decided to livestream only the casting of the female lead, and those who have come for the female lead retest have been given their sequential number cards. Live streaming means that the entire process is open, and there is no way to fudge either the singer's performance or the judges' scores. Also, other competitors watch from the stage while the contestants audition. In this way, you can be completely sure that there is no water in this audition selection. In order to mobilize the audience's emotions, the judges sent by the investor even had the host, who was temporarily hired, tell the story of the causes and consequences of this open audition in a very exaggerated manner. Of course, his words were very unfavorable to Morong Shui. The general idea was that Morong Shui, as a small transparency with no work whatsoever, met a senior like Qin Jitong, and instead of respecting her, she even brought her manager to speak out and provoke her, wanting to compete with her. Qin Jitong originally wanted to put the matter to rest, but Morong Shui went so far as to taunt her that her singing was not as good as her own, and started a rumor that as long as she was elected she was going through the back door. In order to prove her strength, Qin Jitong agrees to Morong Shui's request and asks for a public audition to prove her innocence. Even the producers, in order to increase the explosive point, deliberately said that Morong Shui was going to make a bet with Qin Jitong and wrote the content of the two people's bet on a whiteboard, which was ostentatiously hung at the top of the live broadcast room. When Qin Jitong's fans in the live broadcast room heard the fueled-up version of the cause, they were like lit gunpowder and almost blew up the live broadcast room. Fans, this is too much of a bully, isn't it? Do you do whatever you want just because you see that my Tong Tong has a good temper? Who the hell is Morong Shui? How dare you call our sister Tong's singing skills trash? Who is she? Why haven't I heard of her before? This Morong Shui is the debut of 3 years only one song of the small transparent. She dared to speak out of turn. I really did not expect. Even if her previous video tribute to Xiao Tianho was recognized by Han Productions. So what? She's not the only one who can sing. So what makes her think she's the leading lady? If Sister Tong got this opportunity through the back door, can the company's legal department sue her for defamation? Tong has been recognized as a powerhouse since her debut. She even hired a teacher from abroad for this musical, practicing her singing, form and dance every day. She has strength and is willing to work hard. Why should she be provoked by a small transparent rumor? I've heard that Morong Shui has changed a new agent. He likes to rub the heat and hype the most. The idea of shooting the video before was his idea. She is a backdrop that doesn't have a lot of fans. That microblogging can be followed. I guess I bought a lot of water army, right? It's just that Sister Tong has a good temper. If it were me, I would definitely not pay attention to this crazy dog Morong Shui, not to mention betting with her. Let her go crazy on her own. Isn't that right? When our Tong was on tour, she was still at home. And now she's talking out of her ass because she's a little hot. It's disgusting. I'm a passerby. I'm very annoyed with Morong Shui's behavior of having no limits for the sake of hype. I hope that later on in the audition she'll be hanged by Qin Jitong, because of the producer's deliberate guidance, as well as the fans massively swiping the screen to show solidarity for Qin Jitong. It made Morong Shui become an existence that everyone in the live broadcast room shouted at. There were also some unknown passers-by who said that all the goodwill they had previously accumulated because of the tribute video had been lost by Morong Shui. Seeing that the number of viewers in the live broadcast room broke 1 million, the producer, in order to brush the record, deliberately adjusted the order of the audition of Morong Shui and Qin Jitong, all delayed, not to mention that, in order to strive for a stark contrast, but also to let the two of them go on the stage one after the other. The previous singers who auditioned for the show either sang badly, or were too nervous and broke their voices, and there were others who did moderately well but were just too transparent to be placed in the entertainment industry, much less in the producer's consideration. Of course, during their audition, they were even sprayed by the already fiery Qin Jitong fans. Han Baoping was also a bit displeased with these indiscriminate audition singers. His face clouded over as if a storm was brewing. Because it was a public audition, he didn't say anything nasty. Otherwise, with his poisonous tongue, he would have already struck these artists into oblivion. In the end, the auditions of the other candidates were all over, and only Morong Shui and Qin Jitong had yet to audition. Chapter 196 Morong Shui on the field. One is a powerhouse actress sitting on nearly 10 million fans, and the other is a newcomer who was previously recognized by Han Productions with a nod of approval. So the competition is still very explosive. Qin Jitong's manager had just repeatedly confirmed Morong Shui's schedule some time ago in the background, and after determining that she was only training with the company's teacher who trained the trainees, her heart, which was still a bit apprehensive, completely fell back into her stomach. Those teachers hired by the company were okay to guide the undebuted trainees, but it was simply impossible to make any substantial progress for the artists. Previously, Morong Shue's debut commercial song was originally a vegetarian audition. She stood out from a group of inexperienced people, a foot into the entertainment industry, but it does not mean that all is well. Based on the 2 points that she had no field experience as well as no guidance from a famous teacher, she was not qualified to be compared to Qin Jitong. The two were not on the same starting line, and the winner was already decided before the bout even began. Qin Jitong's manager was now somewhat glad that it was Su Tian who had provoked her first, or else after the audition was broadcast live, there would be people questioning that they had chosen to compare themselves to someone who was inferior to Qin Jitong in every aspect, and that the victory was not a victory. It's important to realize that musicals aren't as easy as putting out a single, and require a much higher level of vocals and stage presence. You can fix your voice for a single, you can fake it live, but any fudging in a musical is cheating the consumer, and you'll get a complaint to the authorities if you don't get it right. There was once a popular actress who participated in a musical in order to dent her high-flying persona, only to be blown right off the stage by the audience because she sang out of tune. In the end, the persona didn't dent, but instead almost got into a lawsuit and ended up being blocked by a lot of big producers, and now has been reduced to taking commercial roles to make ends meet. Morong Shui doesn't have any advantage, and his agent who can only hype up and rub off on her is even letting her publicly compete with Qin Jitong, which is simply asking for death. Oh, don't you, Su Tian, want to tie up my artist? I'm about to show you what it means to make a fool of yourself. After all, not everyone can take the black and red route. A person with no background and still no fan base dares to play like this. Just wait for public opinion to be scolded until he retires. The host on stage received a note handed to him by a staff member. He quickly read it and stuffed it into his pocket before picking up the microphone and saying, next it was Qin Jitong and Morong Shue's turn to audition for the two of them, and to ensure fairness, the producers decided to have them sing the same clip from the musical. The re-audition is very demanding, requiring the auditioning artist to sing on the spot a chorus that they have never been exposed to before. This can test the singer's ability to improvise and also serve as a demon-spotting mirror to test the singing ability. The same chorus, then the one who auditions afterward has more preparation time, right? Please don't let Tong get the first audition. A row of pop-ups floated by in the live broadcast room, and it was clear that the fans felt that the person who auditioned after would have the advantage, and also felt that the cheeky Morong Shui might grab the upper hand. And just at this time, Qin Jitong was very generous and took the initiative to come forward. Then let me go first, so you don't say I'm bullying you. She glanced at Morong Shui very casually, then fell to the front of the stage. The judges at the judges' table on the stage didn't say anything else when they saw that Qin Jitong had already gone on stage. The 5-minute clock starts. After the host finished speaking, Qin Jitong carefully browsed through the sheet music and lyrics in her hands. These 5 minutes were for Qin Jitong's preparation time. Su Tian watched Qin Jitong on the stage with cold eyes, his gaze dark with mockery. Although on the surface it looked like Qin Jitong had less time to prepare, the one who auditioned first actually had an easy head start. It's like people picking out clothes in the mall and always end up thinking the first one is best after trying them on. Unless Morong Shui was able to crush Qin Jitong with her strength after her, both the judges and the audience would favor the first person who had less preparation time. If Morong Shui and Qin Jitong's singing and expression were not on par with each other, then the second person to appear on the stage was definitely at a disadvantage. This time, the casting about the female lead was a title that was handpicked by Han Productions. Even though the musical was not yet completely finished, he chose one of the fragments from the prototype for the singers who came to audition for the review to try out. Soon the 5 minutes were up. Qin Jitong confidently put down the lyrics prepared by the producer, and surprisingly, she wanted to sing off script, worthy of being Sister Tong. You can sing straight after only 5 minutes of watching. You don't even need to read the lines. Go Tong, kill Morong Shui in seconds. This is a professional singer, so many times better than that little transparency who only sang one spit song. Before Qin Jitong even sang, the fans in the live broadcast room started blowing up. A clean audition with no accompaniment and no metronome is a great test of a singer's hard work. But Qin Jitong is a musical theater major and has years of live experience, so she didn't panic at all and pulled the judges in the room into the world of music as soon as she opened her mouth. This time she deliberately added a little bit of singing from the opera to her vocals, which she had learned from following foreign singers in the meantime. When she first opened her mouth, she saw the awestruck looks of those judges on the judges' table, and knew that she had gotten it 9 out of 10 this time. In particular, Han Baoping, who had always been very demanding of singers, also stretched his tightly frowning brows and nodded his head in an unprecedented manner, which made Qin Jitong even more confident. After the performance, not only the judges' seat resounded with applause, even the live broadcast room was also brushed with the 4 words Heavenly Singing Queen. Qin Jitong's singing is really good. I, a passerby, was touched by her singing. Previously I heard that Qin Jitong is a powerhouse, and originally I didn't believe it, but after watching the live broadcast today, I think she's the one who can play Xiao Tianho in the musical in my mind. Morong Shui is so shameless, so arrogant when she puts out harsh words, but shrinks back when it comes to comparing her strength. She has more than 10 minutes more preparation time than Tong, and there is also Tong, a professional singer, as a demonstration, so it's just a pig that can memorize the lyrics and melody. This audition is so unfair. Does this Morong Shui really have no backstage? Then why is the producer of the musical so biased in favor of her? Humph. It's going to be her turn on stage soon. If she can't even sing well like this, that would be a disgrace. Morong Shui, it's your turn. Move faster. When it was Morong Shui's turn to go on stage, the host's attitude was very nonchalant. It was clearly going through the motions, but it looked as if Morong Shui was deliberately stalling. Chapter 197 replaced with Niejingjing. Han Baoping's brow furrowed again. He's seen the routine of worshipping the high and stepping on the low in the entertainment industry so many times that he doesn't bother. But the attitude of these people today is really a bit too much, especially now that it's still live. He's very much a word-of-mouth guy and doesn't want any negative press for the entire musical theater team. And at that moment, Morong Shui had already walked onto the stage after being reminded. Before she began to sing, the live studio pop-up screen is a series of boo sound. Brush screen brush almost cannot see Morong Shui's face. Facing Han Baoping and the judges, Morong Shui was still a bit nervous, but as soon as she opens her mouth, she leaves those distractions behind. Standing on the stage at this time, she had already forgotten her nervousness, the bet with Qin Jitong, and even forgot that she was still auditioning. She just had one thought in her mind, and that was to express the mood that she wanted to convey in the lyrics. Miraculously, as soon as Morong Shui opened her mouth, the pop-ups that had originally brushed the screen were instantly reduced by half. Aside from those hardcore fans of Qin Jitong who were still persevering in swiping the screen, the pop-ups of the passers-by all disappeared. If it came to singing, Morong Shui was no worse than Qin Jitong. Plus she had previously been reminded by Su Tian to pay attention to the emotions to be expressed in the lyrics, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she conquered everyone's ears. A touch of surprise surfaced in Han Baoping's original serious expression. His body leaned forward slightly, but his eyes closed slightly, as if he was not a judge at this time, but just an ordinary spectator enjoying the music. The sense of substitution in Morong Shui's song is just too strong. It shocked even the judges who were not looking at her favorably. When the song ended, the judges' table did not make a sound for a long time, and it was only when Morong Shui rushed to the judges' table and made a deep bow that the crowd reacted. "I'm done singing, please instruct the judges." After Morong Shui finished her song, she took a break from the world of music again and turned into that little girl who was a bit shy but had stubbornness hidden in her eyes. "Good. Very good." Han Baoping applauded excitedly and connected 3 good words. He looked at Morong Shui with glowing eyes as if he had picked up some treasure. "You sang the feeling I wanted." Qin Jitong, who was standing under the stage, looked at Morong Shui with an incredulous expression on her face. If it was before that, she was still confident, but after Morong Shui sang, she suddenly felt that the next situation was out of her control. Gosh, is this really an inexperienced newcomer? She sings so beautifully. I think she is more suitable for the heroine than Qin Jitong. When Morong Shui sang just now, it was as if I saw Xiao Tianho when she was young. Her singing captured the divine rhythm, but it was not just a clumsy imitation. Instead, she added her own understanding. Qin Jitong's vocals are impeccable, but she places too much emphasis on them and deliberately bites her words to emphasize that they are more or less contrived. Such a comparison emphasized the soul in Morong Shui's song. "Morong Shui, when I saw your cover of that song before, I thought you had potential, and today you really didn't let me down." While the other judges were still in shock, Han Baoping spoke calmly. With these words, he had decided that Morong Shui's performance was more satisfactory to him. Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Morong Shui had done it. Morong Shui actually defeated Qin Jitong. This is a shocking reversal. Impossible. How could that little transparency sing so well? She must have cheated. The brainwashed fans should stop. This is a public live audition, and all the people in the room will be able to testify. I felt before that although Qin Jitong's vocals were good, the song she sang couldn't impress me at all. It was as if she was completing a task. It was very rigid, and now that I've heard Morong Shui's song, it confirms even more that my previous feeling was right. Not to mention that Morong Shui sang 10 minutes after Qin Jitong. Even if Qin Jitong was given a year to practice, it would be impossible for her to surpass Morong Shui. Morong Shui proved herself with strength, and now in the live broadcast room, except for individual hard-mouthed Qin Jitong fans, public opinion has completely reversed. Qin Jitong's manager, who was standing under the stage, held her cell phone and looked at the pop-up comments in the live broadcast room, shaking with anger. This time, she was trying to use the Han-produced musical to hype up Qin Jitong, and she had already written a press release in advance to congratulate Qin Jitong on her successful election as the female lead in Han Baoping's musical. But she didn't expect Morong Shui to be so strong that instead of being a chaperone, she had made her family's Qin Jitong a stepping stone for others. The worst part was that the auditions just now were all simulcast out, and now they didn't even have a chance to save their lives. She was the one who had underestimated Morong Shui, but it couldn't be all her fault. How could she have thought that someone with such strength and good looks would only have one commercial song and never receive any more announcements after 3 years on the road? With Morong Shui's appearance, she could be packaged as a flow female love child even if she had a lack of 5 notes, not to mention that she had a naturally good voice. How is it possible that such a person is still a little transparent until now? And right at that moment, Han Baoping stood up from the judges' table and came in front of Morong Shui. I'm looking forward to what you do next. You're a heroine after my own heart. Morong Shui was first slightly stunned before revealing a look of surprise. Thanks, Producer Han. I'll definitely try my best. So far all the important roles of the musical Good Times have been finalized, and apart from Qin Jitong's fans, both Xiao Tianho's fans and musical theater lovers were happy with the result. Qin Jitong has always been conceited, thinking that she is the best candidate for the female lead role in A Good Day's Journey because of her talent and high popularity. At this moment, she lost to a small transparent outside the 18th line in front of the 10 million viewers in the live broadcast room, so it could be said that she had lost her face. Humph, we'll see. Qin Jitong blackened her face and turned around, stepping on her 7-centimeter high heels and walking towards the outside of the audition studio. Tong Tong, wait for me. Continuing to stay here would only be a self-inflicted humiliation. Qin Jitong's agent hurriedly chased after her. However, when she passed by Morong Shui and Su Tian, Morong Shui suddenly stood out and blocked her path. Broker Zhang, have you forgotten our previous agreement? Su Tian looked at Morong Shui with a smile on his face. This girl was actually unprecedentedly hardened. It was really congratulatory. Qin Jitong's agent's expression stagnated, but eventually she gritted her teeth and said with a resigned expression, I was wrong just now, and I apologize to you all. But if you want to be in the entertainment industry, it's better not to make too many enemies. She stretched her neck, looking unconvinced and disapproving of Morong Shui. People like you who only step on others to get to the top, even if you receive a big production, you won't be able to get red. After saying that, she gave Morong Shui a big blank stare before raising her head high and quickly going after Qin Jitong. On the other side, Su Tian confirmed some specific cooperation processes with the producer and then greeted Producer Han before taking Morong Shui back to the company. After returning to the company, Su Tian first let Morong Shui go to the cafeteria to eat, while he proceeded to prepare for the signing with the side of the musical producer. At the same time, he had to finalize Morong Shui's styling team and PR team as soon as possible. All of this was originally supposed to be completed before Morong Shui's retest, but because he had gone to the Lighthouse Kingdom with Tang Bingyan some time ago, the process of selecting the team had been delayed until now. It wasn't long before Morong Shui came back from the cafeteria with the fried rice she had packed for Su Tian in her hands. Brother Su, you should eat first. Morong Shui placed the lunchbox on Su Tian's desk. It's been a busy day. It's almost 5 o'clock now, and you haven't even eaten lunch yet. Thanks, I'll eat later. Su Tian finished replying to an email and looked up to signal Morong Shui to sit down. This is your first time to act in a musical, and it's also the female lead. With the launch of the musical, a lot of eyes are focused on you. You have to resist the pressure. Rehearsals and performances with the best posture. As for other aspects such as publicity and public relations, you don't need to worry about. Just as Su Tian was urging Morong Shui to take some precautions afterward, the newly recruited assistant, rushed in, so flustered that she just knocked on the door twice in a hurry and barged into the office without waiting for Su Tian to respond. Brother Su is not well. What's wrong? Su Tian saw Anran's anxious face and didn't blame her for barging into the office without his permission. The producer of the musical just contacted us and said that there's another candidate for the female lead, so there's no need for Yuki. Su Tian's expression stagnated. Are you telling the truth? Morong Shui, on the other hand, stood up from the sofa in a blur. Why the sudden change? Su Tian was worried that there would be this kind of situation, which is why he used a provocative method to get Qin Jitong to agree to a public audition, with the aim of preventing Qin Jitong's agent side from secretly making small moves. Now that Morong Shui's audition video is still hanging on the front page of Hot Search, how can the producer easily replace Morong Shui? Then who did the female lead change to? After a moment of surprise, Su Tian calmed down, switched to Niejingjing. Enran handed over a list of the finalized lineup for the musical. Su Tian suddenly saw that the name Niejingjing was written there on the female lead. Chapter 198. Thinking of him. He. Su Tian was originally still amazed at just who was tripping them up at such a critical time, but now that he saw the list, it all made sense. Niejingjing belongs to the black and red route in the entertainment circle, with a bad reputation, but she never lacks resources. Not only was she a daughter of a powerful family with countless connections and resources at her disposal, but she also had elders in her family who were one of the 4 major shareholders of a famous brokerage firm in the Lighthouse Kingdom. Otherwise, just based on Nie Jingjing's personality, if she didn't have a background in the entertainment industry, she wouldn't be able to have the development she has now, even if she was more wealthy and powerful. Brother Sue, what should we do now? The official announcement of the musical will soon be made over there. Anren had an expression that was on the verge of crying. She is Morong Shue's assistant. If Morong Shue loses this opportunity and is then knocked out cold by the company, I'm afraid that she won't have a good time in the future, or maybe she will have to look for a new job. Su Tian moved his fingers, which were a bit stiff from the long hours of keyboarding, and was about to open his mouth when, suddenly, the door to his office was, once again, pushed open. This time it was Du Xiaowei who came in. He was dressed like a male celebrity going to the red carpet today, in a pricey handmade suit with a fancy and very photogenic tie, polished leather shoes under his feet, and a diamond cuff pinned to his wrist. He looked like a peacock with a light-hearted look, looking at Su Tian with a few provocative gazes. Little Su, you've also just become an agent, and you're too inexperienced to understand the rules in the entertainment industry. As a senior, I feel I still need to mention you. A big project like the one producer Han is overseeing is not something a little rookie with just singing skills can take on. Su Tian's gaze was slightly cold as he stared at the condescending Du Xiaowei in the doorway, not saying a word. When Du Xiaowei saw this reaction from him, he raised his eyebrows even more, as if he had doubled back all the shame that Su Tian had brought to him before. Springing into action, after admiring the unwillingness, the loss of Su Tian, the loser, he looked at Morong Shue again and licked the corners of his lips. Little Shuer, you've been with me for so long. How come you still don't understand that to be able to make it in the entertainment industry, the most important thing is not talent and strength? You have no capital behind you, no connections, even if you are a lark, you can only nestle on a dry branch for the rest of your life. On the contrary, even if you are a crow, as long as I am willing to hold you up, you can be treated like 100 birds. It's a pity, it's a real pity. You were obviously able to make it big and become a household name as a traffic actress, but you didn't know what to do. But if you regret it, I can still give you another chance. He walked to Morong Shue's front and stared at her condescendingly, as if he was looking at prey that had already fallen into his plate. But I'm a person with a cleanliness fetish. I don't like the garbage that other people don't want. If you want me to give you some resources to make a living, you have to perform well. And when you've served me satisfactorily, maybe I'll even be able to share a song of mouth singing. Scram! Morong Shue's face turned pale and shivered as she cursed profanities for the first time in her life. Ha! Du Xiaowei was unimpressed by her attitude. In his eyes, all of Morong Shue's current reactions and behavior were nothing more than a dying struggle. Call me when you're ready. I'll wait for your call. He gave Morong Shue a dirty and lewd smile before turning away at a leisurely pace. Du Xiaowei's back disappeared in front of the office, and a dead silence fell over the chamber. It was only after a full minute of coldness that Morong Shue said to Su Tian as if she was resigned to her fate. Brother Su, it's all my fault for not being good enough. If I had performed a little better, I might have. Her voice trembled, her words incoherent under the near-destructive blow. If Su Tian hadn't been her manager, even if she had chosen a trainee who hadn't debuted, her situation might have been better than it was now. He's smart and driven, understands how marketing works, and will certainly do well by choosing a newcomer who won't be targeted. She's the one who got him into trouble. Either that, or give her up. Morong Shue wanted to tell Su Tian to leave her alone, that she was already deep in the mire and might not be able to get out of it in this lifetime. Letting Su Tian continue to be her manager would only be a waste of time, and might even drag him down with him if he wasn't careful. Just as she was about to gather the courage to ask Su Tian to terminate her contract, she only saw Su Tian suddenly get up and walk towards the door. As he walked, he said, "Wait here for me. Brother Su, where are you going?" Morong Shue subconsciously opened her mouth and asked, "Since Du Xiaowei is making small moves behind the scenes, we can't be so passive." Su Tian hooked up the corner of his mouth. Just a moment ago when Du Xiaowei came over to demonstrate, he had already thought of a way. Since Du Xiaowei dared to kill with a borrowed knife, he didn't mind letting this sharp knife in turn insert into the other party's soft underbelly. Su Tian walked out the door and stopped a random employee. "Did Nie Jingjing come to the company today?" "Here he is. He's in the exclusive lounge right now getting styled." The employee returned truthfully. Su Tian nodded, casually picking up the eyeliner to one side and drawing 2 strokes on his own eyelids. He then took the elevator upstairs and went straight to Nie Jingjing's lounge. Only Morong Shue and Anren were left in the office. Morong Shue ran to the door with some concern, saw that Su Tian's back had already disappeared into the elevator room, sighed helplessly, and silently went back to the sofa and sat down again. At this time, the exclusive lounge. Nia Jingjing was brushing her microblogging while beside her there were makeup artists and stylists picking out clothes for her. Sister Jingjing, what do you think of this dress? Too ugly. Nia Jingjing didn't even raise her eyelids. What about this necklace? The diamonds are too small to set off my noble and elegant demeanor. Sister Jingjing, I've bought you the strawberry Napoleon you asked for, but you're on a diet right now, so you can only eat half of it. Cut the crap. Am I the kind of person who gets fat after eating a little? Nia Jingjing glared at the executive assistant in dissatisfaction. Hurry up and bring it to me. Not being able to see the hoodie hottie, she was now left to quench her thirst with a snack. It would have been nice if this treat had also been specially bought for her by her hoodie man. Thinking of this, Nia Jingjing raised the tray with strawberry Napoleon in front of her, took a selfie with her cell phone, and then retouched the picture with P-Picture software and posted it on Weibo. Queen Nia Jingjing, the day after I didn't see the hoodie guy, I missed him. The acidic tweet, full of doggy drama, likewise earned its share of heat. Just pity the executive assistant beside her, so scared that her face was white as if she was going to faint at any time. Nia Jingjing finished her tweets, and when she saw that the styling team still hadn't come up with a plan that satisfied her, she couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with you guys? You're dragging your feet even picking out a dress. There are plenty of good styling teams out there. Do you really think I won't change? I'm sorry, Sister Jingjing. I'll go back to contact the sponsor side and bring over their new seasonal catalog for you to pick from. The stylist apologized in a panic. They could all feel that Nia Jingjing was in a bad mood in the past 2 days, and the slightest mishap would likely result in their own anger, so they could only be more and more careful in their actions. Humph, a bunch of losers. Next time, boo. Before Nia Jingjing's words fell, the door to the lounge was suddenly kicked open from outside. Chapter 199. Is it her hoodie guy? Everyone looked in the direction of the doorway in unison, only to see a young man in a light gray leisure suit walk in idly from outside, with a meaningful smile on his lips, who was so unruly as to not knock on the door. Nia Jingjing was about to have a fit, but she was stunned after seeing Su Tian. You. The man's eyes were so much like her hoodie boy's. Sister Jingjing, this is the company's new agent Su Tian. Nia Jingjing's executive assistant hurriedly said. It's probably because she knew that you took over the position of Morong Shue's musical female lead and came over to make an inquisition. So you're Su Tian. Although Nia Jingjing wanted to find the hoodie man, but after all, she had never seen the front of the person, and did not want to make a mess by recognizing the wrong person. And hoodie dudes had an irreplaceable place in her heart, not just any lookalike who could spam her. Su Tian, this is Sister Jingjing's lounge. If you barge in and make trouble without permission, I am allowed to call company security. Seeing that Nia Jingjing didn't take a stance, the executive assistant pointed at Su Tian in a fox-like manner and yelled, "Get the hell out of here!" Su Tian ignored the assistant and instead walked straight to Nia Jingjing's face, opening his phone's album and showing her the recently taken photos. After Nia Jingjing saw the photo, her eyes, which had been carefully retouched with a few hints of sultriness, instantly turned peachy. You know. Hush. Su Tian stretched out a finger and whispered, I know who you're looking for. Nia Jingjing was stunned, and through Su Tian's words, she quickly realized that the other party was not the hoodie handsome guy she was looking for. And then, she looked at the handsome man's eyes in the photo, and then at Su Tian's eyes that were not as delicate as earlier due to the 2 strokes of eyeliner he had purposely applied just before coming over. In contrast, Nia Jingjing subconsciously slapped her forehead. It's amazing that she could misrecognize her boyfriend's eyes when they're that good looking. It shouldn't. It really shouldn't. Who is it? Tell me who he is. Nia Jingjing's eyes were glowing as she tried to restrain her volume. Do you think my eyes resemble his? Su Tian asked. Aha. Nia Jingjing nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. The person in the photo is my brother, Su Tian said in an old-fashioned manner. Nia Jingjing's eyes widened in shock. The man who made her fall in love at first sight was the brother of the new agent hired by the company. This is too much of a coincidence, blah blah blah. Could it be? Is this the legendary fate? But it was thanks to Su Tian. Otherwise she didn't know when she would have to find someone. Su Tian had lowered his voice the entire time he spoke to Nia Jingjing, so the other people in the surrounding lounge did not hear what they were talking about. Nia Jingjing was worthy of being the first sister of green fruit music, and had great influence in the company. In the blink of an eye the security guards had gotten the message and quickly ran up. The burly bodyguard at the head held an electric baton in his hand and rushed inside the lounge nonchalantly, shouting, Who's being wild here? That's him. Nia Jingjing's executive assistant pointed at Su Tian and complained. He broke into Sister Jingjing's lounge without permission with the intention of misbehaving. You guys hurry up and take him away. If they really hurt Nia Jingjing, their careers would be over. The security guards followed the executive assistant's words and looked toward Su Tian, and in the next second, they all rushed toward him. However, before they could get close to Su Tian, they were interrupted by Nia Jingjing's stern voice. All of you get the hell out of here. Anyone who dares to touch a hair on his head, I'll get him out of the company. Nie Jingjing's words caused the surrounding crowd to freeze. The security guards who were about to pounce on Su Tian abruptly braked, and the expressions on their faces were brilliant. The executive assistant looked at Nie Jingjing in shock. Sister Jingjing, this man trespassed into your lounge and was disrespectful to you. Shouldn't he be blasted out? You shut up. Nie Jingjing glared fiercely at the executive assistant. Mr. Su is my guest of honor. It's your turn to tell him what to do. Your guest? The executive assistant was confused by Nie Jingjing's yelling. Mr. Su. Nie Jingjing ignored the executive assistant's dismay, but enthusiastically pulled Su Tian's arm over and made him sit on the sofa, and then even personally picked up the teacup on the coffee table and poured him a cup of hot tea. Mr. Su, if you need anything else, I'll go prepare it. When the people in the lounge saw Nie Jingjing treating Su Tian so attentively, they all froze in place with blank faces. What's going on? Nie Jingjing's messy temper was notoriously difficult to deal with. When had I ever seen her so attentive? The stylist next to him spoke in a trance. Sister Jingjing, he what him? Why don't you go get some fruit for Mr. Su, and you, don't just stand there. Turn up the air conditioning so Mr. Su doesn't catch a cold. The two stylists and makeup artist were completely dumbfounded. Nie Jingjing had never been the queen of being served. When had she ever served anyone else? How could she be so deferential to a new agent in the company? It's not scientific, but they didn't dare to disobey Nie Jingjing's order. So one went to get fruits and the other went to adjust the air conditioner. Nie Jingjing smiled like a flower as she stood in front of Su Tian and shushed him. Mr. Su, is this the right temperature now? Or would you like to have a snack? Cocoa Strawberry Napoleon. Your brother also. Su Tian slightly raised his eyes and swept a glance at Nie Jingjing, and the other party immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing and immediately silenced her voice. Now she could also see that Su Tian didn't seem to want to mention her brother in front of outsiders, so she also tried to restrain the excitement in her heart. Mr. Su, next time you have something to look for me, just make a call and give an order. Don't bother to make a trip yourself. The staff members, listening to Nie Jingjing's attentive to the point of no return, had their jaws dropped in shock, and the security guards also had a dish-ragged look on their faces, neither advancing nor retreating. Su Tian slowly lifted his teacup and took a sip before speaking faintly. It's not a big deal that I'm here to see you. I just heard that you're going to act as the female lead in the Han-produced musical Good as a Dream. Is there any such thing? Nie Jingjing's face suddenly changed when she heard Su Tian's words. She immediately realized that she had just snatched Morong Shue's position as the female lead, and Su Tian was here to find her to raise hell. She hadn't found the hoodie man yet, and she couldn't afford to give her male brother an impression of arrogance and bossiness now. Although there was no such thing as the concept of an elder brother being like a father in the modern world, and Su Tian couldn't care less if she wanted to fall in love with her family's male god. It would be troublesome in case Su Tian badmouthed herself in front of her male god and made him hate her. Mr. Su, you must have made a mistake. I have no intention of participating in a musical, right? Rehearsals for a musical are too tiring, and it's still a tour of several cities, so it might take a year and a half. Wouldn't it be better for me to release a few more albums if I have this time? Nie Jingjing can't sing, but she still has some talent in acting. If Su Tian hadn't already known her background, looking at her, she really did look like she was very innocent of not knowing anything about the role stealing. Oh, so I was wrong about you? Su Tian opened his mouth coolly, saying that he handed over the final list that Anren had brought to him. Chapter 200. Get Du Xiaowei here for me. No, how could you be wrong? Mr. Su, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Nie Jingjing received the list as if she had received a hot potato, swept a glance and couldn't wait to give it back to Su Tian. She nervously rubbed her hands and inwardly cursed Du Xiaowei. That idiot, 1,000,000 times. If it wasn't for Du Xiaowei's constant badmouthing of Su Tian in front of her, she wouldn't have acted on impulse to steal Morong Shue's musical leading lady. But she hadn't even known before that Su Tian was the hoodie guy's brother. If she had known, beating her to death would not have done such a thing as digging her own grave. Her male god didn't recognize himself, and by the looks of it, he shouldn't be mixing with the entertainment industry or paying attention to entertainment news, and she could still portray an image of a gentle lady in front of her male god. If Su Tian relented because of the musical and talked bad to the male god, leaving him with a snake-hearted impression, how could she still fall in love with him? In order to stabilize Su Tian and get him to take the heat off, Nie Jingjing very consciously put this pot on Du Xiaowei. Anyway, the fact that she would steal the female lead from Morong Shue was also egged on by Du Xiaowei, and he wasn't wronged at all. Thinking of this, Nie Jingjing put on an angry look and looked at the executive assistant beside her. Tell me, who in the world hid from me and picked up the female lead of A Good Day to Die Hard for me? The executive assistant was on the verge of tears. Sister Jingjing, this is not you. She's obviously the one who wanted to snatch it up, and said something about not letting a new agent arrogantly step on her head. So how come she doesn't remember it in the blink of an eye? how dare you pass the buck? Nie Jingjing didn't allow the executive assistant to explain, and continued to chide. Now you all have hardened your wings, right? How dare you take the liberty to make work arrangements for me? You immediately let Du Xiaowei get over here. I want to ask for clarification. The executive assistant, with tears swirling around her eyes, finally held her tongue and nodded, hurriedly running out of the restroom to find Du Xiaowei. The rest of the staff in the lounge had no idea what was going on and remained in a state of shocked bewilderment. Mr. Su, you calm down. I've asked someone to call Du Xiaowei. Eat an orange first. Nie Jingjing changed her face faster than turning over a book, and with a standard smile revealing 8 teeth picked up the orange sent over by the makeup artist, peeled off the peel with her own hands, and sent the pulp to Su Tian. Su Tian stared at her expressionlessly, without any movement in his hands. You don't like oranges, so I'll peel you a grape? Su Tian still looked at her expressionlessly without saying anything. Nie Jingjing vainly lowered her head and defended herself. Mr. Su, I am really wronged and aggrieved. Su Tian was too lazy to accompany this woman in her act, but he didn't immediately break down her lies either. Meanwhile, Du Xiaowei was humming a little song with his legs crossed, enjoying the joy of victory. With that brat Su Tian, how dare you fight me? As long as I, Du Xiaowei, am around, he'll have to spit out the duck in his hand. However, just when he was all smug, Nie Jingjing's executive assistant knocked on the door at a hurried pace. Why? It's not good. What's wrong? Du Xiaowei frowned and lectured. You are the one beside Jingjing. What does it look like to do something reckless? The executive assistant had an aggrieved look on her face, and in the end, she didn't dare to tell him what happened in the lounge just now. Sister Jingjing has something to look for you, and asked you to come over. And what does she do? Du Xiaowei has long been accustomed to Nie Jingjing's moodiness, and casually asked as he got up, is it that you want to go out to play again, or do you have your eye on another male star? I'm not really sure, the executive assistant said vaguely. You'd better go up and see. Du Xiaowei didn't think much about it and immediately walked towards Nie Jingjing's office. Jingjing, how do you? As soon as Du Xiaowei walked in the door, he saw Nie Jingjing standing by the coffee table peeling grapes like a little daughter-in-law. He was visibly stunned for a moment. After all, it was the assistant who usually did such small things for her. In the next second, he unexpectedly found Su Tian sitting on the sofa beside Nie Jingjing. After a short period of surprise, a flash of realization flashed across Du Xiaowei's eyes. Su Tian was naturally furious that Morong Shue's position as the female lead had been cut off. However, he dared to run directly to Nie Jingjing and even raise the blame, really not afraid to die and have to bump into the muzzle of the gun. Yesterday, Nie Jingjing was still furious over Su Tian comparing her to Morong Shue, a little transparent. Now that Su Tian had taken the initiative to send himself to the door, he definitely wouldn't have a good time, and he didn't need to do anything today. He only needed to surround Su Tian as a victor and watch Su Tian being suppressed by Nie Jingjing's tactics to the point where he couldn't raise his head and disappeared in front of his eyes in disgrace. He was eager to demonstrate in front of Su Tian, and without asking Nie Jingjing what she was looking for, he condescendingly said to Su Tian, this isn't a place where you can make trouble. Han production side is obviously more optimistic about Nie Jingjing, and there's no excuse for her to have replaced Morong Shui as the female lead in A Good Day's Journey. It's useless for you to come to us now. You have this time. You'd better go back and reflect on yourself. Nie Jingjing, who was serving tea and pouring water for Su Tian, immediately turned ugly when she saw that Du Xiaowei dared to speak to her boy god's own brother in such a questioning tone. However, without waiting for her to snap, Su Tian spoke first. You said that the female lead of Good Times Like Dreams has been changed to Nie Jingjing. When did this happen? As Morong Shue's agent, why wouldn't I know? Du Xiaowei was fully immersed in the pleasure of revenge, and did not have the heart to pay attention to Nie Jingjing's expression reaction. He took it all as Su Tian being unable to accept reality and still pretending to be confused with himself, so he immediately made a stern face and issued an expulsion order. If you don't know, just ask around. Our Jingjing has a lot of announcements lately and has to prepare for the rehearsal of the musical. She doesn't have time to waste on a sore loser like you. Losing this opportunity, Morong Shui would no longer have any hope of making a name for herself, and Su Tian, the agent, would become an outcast, abandoned by Guo Qishan. A brat with no qualifications nor roots. To even presume to compete with him was simply out of his depth. He has Nie Jingjing's trump card in his hand. Even if he can't bring other artists, he is more than able to rely on Nie Jingjing's background and status to soar, and step by step become a gold medal agent in the circle. Seeing that Su Tian was still sitting on the sofa without any movement, Du Xiaowei somewhat impatiently gestured at the security guards in the lounge. What are you all waiting for? Can't you see that Su Tian is affecting us? Hurry up and blow him out. If he affects our Jingjing, you won't be able to get your jobs back. The security guards looked at each other, but they did not dare to act rashly because of Nie Jingjing's attitude just now. Are you all deaf? Du Xiaowei cursed indignantly, All give me. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Nie Jingjing suddenly asked in a cold voice, Du Xiaowei, let me ask you, who gave you the qualification to pick up the musical Good Times Like Dreams for me without authorization? Chapter 201 Bring the male gods alone. Du Xiaowei froze violently. Jingjing, what are you talking about? It was clearly before you told me to. Shut the up. Queen Nie Jingjing's aura was in full swing as she pointed at Du Xiaowei's nose and scolded in a loud voice. You smarty pants. Thinking that just because you're my agent you can make decisions in my place? I've never asked you to help me compete for this female lead, and I don't want to act in any musicals. People Morong Shui has the strength to compete for the role of the female lead. Why are you following and adding to the chaos? And she's still an artist of our company. You even used underhanded tactics to steal a role from an artist of the same company. It's simply despicable and shameless. You, Nie Jingjing cursed for 2 minutes in one breath, not giving Du Xiaowei a chance to interrupt at all. Du Xiaowei was confused and looked at Nie Jingjing with a blank face, and the staff and the makeup artist didn't know when Nie Jingjing had such a high level of awareness. What's going on here? The thing about stealing resources from artists in the same company, she had done it with a straight face before. Su Tian also felt a bit amused when he saw Nie Jingjing's grandiose reaction. He really thought that this woman had chosen the wrong career. If she had positioned herself as an actress instead of a singer when she first entered the entertainment industry, I'm afraid that she could have won a movie queen by now. With this acting, who can believe that she was the one who instructed Du Xiaowei to cut off the female lead? Jingjing, what the hell is wrong with you today? Du Xiaowei, even if he was slow, had discovered her perversity. It was you who told me before that you must replace Morong Shui to play the female lead in a Korean production musical. So I talked to them. Shut up, shut the up. Nie Jingjing was enraged. The scandalous things you did have been dismantled, and now you want to turn around and slander me? When did I have to replace Morong Shui? Morong Shui is just a newcomer. As a senior in the company, I have no grudges against her. Is it a crime to fight her? No, you clearly said. Du Xiaowei was scolded. His red face desperately wanted to defend himself, but was interrupted by Nie Jingjing again and again. Don't be sophomoric. I never even told you I wanted to steal Morong Shui's role, and I've been working on a new album lately, and I've never been in a musical before, so what's the good reason to fold? What exactly do you have to gain by portraying me as a vicious woman who bullies newcomers in front of Agent Su? How can this? You be a wicked woman. I didn't think of it that way. Du Xiaowei held his anger in his heart, but he still had to explain. I'm your agent. How could I possibly smear your image? Oh, since you didn't intend to do that, you're just taking it upon yourself to invite blackness on my behalf. Nie Jingjing impatiently ordered. You immediately call the Han production side now and say that I won't take this female lead role and tell them to go find Morong Shui. What? Du Xiaowei's face was as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. He forced himself to put away the hostility in his eyes, and persuaded in a low voice, Jingjing, the producer's side have already decided that you are the female lead, and now the notices have been prepared, and will soon be officially announced, and you said at such a time that you won't take the role, so how can I explain it to the Han production and them all? It's all at this point in time. It's impossible for the producers to change the female lead. How could he easily let out the female lead that he had already fought for, or give it to Morong Shui? Su Tian sniffed and sneered. With broker Du's efficiency, there shouldn't be anything that can't be done yet, right? Morong Shui and I had just reached a verbal agreement with the production team of Good Times Like Dreams, and not more than a few hours later, we were notified that the female lead had been replaced. So I think you should be able to return the role if you want to do so now. Asshole, who the hell are you to interrupt me in Jingjing? Hearing Su Tian open his mouth, Du Xiaowei finally found a way to vent his anger, wrinkling his brows and pointing at Su Tian. He cursed, something that doesn't know how to be good. Immediately get the hell out of there. Snap. However, as soon as Du Xiaowei's words fell, he was slapped by Nie Jingjing. Du Xiaowei, have you grown up? Dare to yell and point fingers at my honored guest in front of me? Your guest? Du Xiaowei was struck dumb, and coupled with Nie Jingjing's name for Su Tian, he actually went into a bit of a trance for a moment. He's dreaming, isn't he? How could Nie Jingjing call Su Tian her honored guest? Isn't Su Tian a rookie who can only play smart? Nie Jingjing looked at Du Xiaowei's incredibly dumbfounded appearance and somewhat disgustedly drew out a sterilized wet towel and wiped her hands. She just had her nails done. She couldn't afford to have them broken because of this dumbass Du Xiaowei. If you ever disrespect Mr. Su again, I'll have someone tear your mouth off. Su Tian. He was speechless. This woman had watched too many palace dramas. Mr. Su. Du Xiaowei was even more in a trance, and that big face turned from white to green, from green to purple, and finally rose to red, like a palette that had been overturned. What's the rub? Nie Jingjing was eager to perform in front of Su Tian and was already a bit impatient. If you can't do this, then I'll just get a capable agent to do it. Change? Du Xiaowei's body shook violently, his eyes full of panic. If he really angered Nie Jingjing and was replaced by her, his future would be ruined. Faced with the two options of his own future and in suppressing Su Tian, Du Xiaowei decisively chose the former. Jingjing, calm down. It's my fault that I took the decision to accept the notice of the musical for you without asking you for permission. I'll think of a way to make up for it right now. I'll go call the producer's side and communicate with them, and I'm sure I won't make things difficult for you. After Du Xiaowei finished speaking, he greatly took out his cell phone and walked to where the door of the lounge was and dialed the number of the musical's producer. The producer's side was all set to make an official announcement, but Du Xiaowei suddenly contacted them and said that Nie Jingjing didn't have a schedule, so naturally they were furious and scolded Du Xiaowei to death. But Du Xiaowei had no choice but to lower his voice and apologize to the other party, giving up this position of the female lead. The ruckus on this side of the lounge attracted employees and small artists from other departments of green fruit music to gather around. When they saw Du Xiaowei's dishwater face being reprimanded by Nie Jingjing, they exchanged murmurs. Du Xiaowei finally calmed down the producer's anger by talking nicely. He sighed with relief, put away his cell phone and turned back to Nie Jingjing. Jingjing, I've pushed the role off with the producers of the musical. Now you're relieved, right? Alright, there's no more business for you here. Nie Jingjing rolled her eyes at him. Then, as if inviting credit, she came over to Su Tian's side with a pleasing face and said, Mr. Su, now that the matter has been explained clearly, it's all because of Du Xiaowei, this idiot, who took matters into his own hands, and I've already asked him to push the role. I'm really innocent, yes? Su Tian looked at her with a smirk, causing her heart to miss half a beat. Aha, the brother of a male god. It's true that he looks a lot like her male god. Even her brother looked so good, so her boy god must be handsome when he took off his mask. Little hearts popped up in Nie Jingjing's eyes again, but in order to get close to Su Tian to get the news of the male god, she put on a pitiful look of sincere repentance. Mr. Su, this time, after all, it's because of my poor discipline that I let the people under my hand offend you, so I'm planning to treat you to dinner tonight to make amends, if that's possible. If you can, it would be nice to bring the male gods along. Chapter 202 Accepting Nie Jingjing. Dinner won't be necessary. Su Tian had long since seen what the woman in front of him was playing at and waved his hand. I've been very busy lately. Nie Jingjing was a bit lost. Mr. Su, you won't be prejudiced against me in any way because of this incident, right? But she didn't end up asking the second half of the question. How could she just give up when she finally got a lead on the hoodie guy? But now that the other party already felt that she was a despicable woman who was stealing resources from him, what if she went back and complained to her male god, affecting his impression of her? Nie Jingjing had never had such a headache before. Most of the boyfriends she dated before were others chasing after her, and even if she took the initiative to pursue them, all she needed to do was to hook her finger and the other person would take the initiative to come up. This time was the first time she had chased after someone with such fanfare, and she ended up offending his brother before she even met the man. At this moment, Nie Jingjing's brain was racing, trying to come up with a way to quickly reverse Su Tian's impression. Suddenly, she realized something violently, and with a flurry of thoughts, she hastily opened her mouth. Mr. Su, you also know that I usually don't have a good reputation in the circle, and although I'm also at fault, the main problem is because my agent usually likes to fox and bully people too much. He only thinks of using my identity to woo people, but never cares if he will make enemies for me. Half of my reputation is corrupted by him. Su Tian watched Nie Jingjing's performance without moving. To talk about the ability to make enemies, if she, Nie Jingjing, calls second, no one would dare to call first. Although Du Xiaowei hadn't done much under Nie Jingjing's banner, it wasn't even worth mentioning compared to the hatred that the rightful owner had personally pulled. Mr. Su, I really didn't lie to you. I've long been dissatisfied with this current agent. Nie Jingjing was afraid that Su Tian wouldn't believe her words. When I heard that the company had a new young and talented manager before, I was especially looking forward to meeting you, only that I was abroad at that time and missed the opportunity, and at that time, I was thinking that whichever artist followed you would surely become a red-hot flow star of the Huaxia music scene in the future. Su Tian continued to watch Nie Jingjing perform. It seems that this woman will do anything to get information about the man in the hoodie. It's also fortunate that he was wearing a mask that day and didn't leave any clues. Otherwise it would have been a bit of a problem. When Du Xiaowei heard Nie Jingjing's words, his mouth opened wide enough to swallow an egg. Is Nie Jingjing possessed by someone today? How else could she stoop so low to please and flatter a man? However, Nie Jingjing did not pay the slightest attention to the other people's eyes that were as if they had seen a ghost, and continued to brag about pleasing this Su Tian, while at the same time, she also revealed her true purpose. Mr. Su, with an agent as good as you, whoever can be under you is truly the luckiest person in the whole world. I wonder if I can have this luck and be your man. Su Tian raised an eyebrow at his words. This woman, she's changing agents so casually? Du Xiaowei was originally just surprised by Nie Jingjing's abnormal behavior, But when he heard that Nie Jingjing wanted Su Tian to be her manager, his body suddenly trembled and a strong panic spread in his eyes. Mr. Su, I really want to take my singing career to the next level, and without an agent with excellent means, this wish will be hard to achieve, so I want you to be my agent. I'll be very obedient, and I don't need you to go out and look for resources for me, and if you think it's tiring to bring in 2 artists, I can hire another executive agent to assist you. How's that? Su Tian. Nie Jingjing even had to find him an assistant in order to be transferred to his staff? The fact that the other party could make such a decision was something Su Tian hadn't expected before. After all, for artists, if they don't have irreconcilable conflicts with their agents, or other force majeure, they usually don't change to a new agent easily. But in Nie Jingjing's case, changing an agent is as simple as going to the supermarket and picking out vegetables. It's just a split-second choice that doesn't require much thought at all. As soon as Nie Jingjing's words fell, the lounge fell into a dead silence. The surrounding crowd could hardly even believe their ears. They're dreaming, aren't they? Everything I just heard and saw was a dream. Otherwise how could Nie Jingjing suddenly change her agent? Du Xiaowei's body trembled slightly. His heart was cold. Jingjing, you can't replace me. I can replace whoever I want, and it's your turn to gab and tell me what to do. Nie Jingjing sneered. Du Xiaowei, don't forget your status. Is it because I've been too good-tempered for a while that you have the illusion that you can disobey me? You also don't look in the mirror to see if you're worthy? Nie Jingjing has changed 7 or 8 agents since her debut. Changing agents in her eyes could be no different than changing clothes and shoes. Anything she didn't like the look of, she could always replace it. And that, among other things, included people. She entered the entertainment industry just to have some casual fun and enjoy being courted by her fans. Sort of a spice in her boring life. So she doesn't put the company's rules and regulations in perspective. To put it bluntly, even if Guo Qishan was here, she wouldn't give face. Nie Jingjing's words disliked Du Xiaowei's speechlessness, and she didn't want to pay any more attention to Du Xiaowei, instead focusing all her attention on Su Tian. Mr. Su, think about it. As long as you're willing to have me, I promise I won't cause you any trouble and I'll do whatever you want, okay? Su Tian. He had heard many rumors about Nie Jingjing before. Unique personality and recklessness are all good comments. Nie Jingjing entered the entertainment industry as a plaything. She did not worry about the resources. As long as she wanted, she could ask the most professional music team in China to manipulate and produce albums for herself, and even perform in the famous music halls in Europe. An artist who comes with resources like this should be every agent's dream. But her origins and character dictate that she will never learn to behave. Don't look at her right now as a little sheep in front of Su Tian. But Su Tian knew very well that this woman would be revealed after she had achieved her goal. Just as Su Tian was weighing in his mind whether or not he really wanted to take Nie Jingjing and let her become the second artist under him, Du Xiaowei suddenly pointed at him and said in a spiteful tone, Jingjing, don't be fooled by this manly boy. He's a man with a bad heart and loves to sow discord. Nie Jingjing cast a dissatisfied glance at Du Xiaowei. Are you thinking I'm gullible? In the next moment, as if she was afraid that Su Tian would refuse, she smiled curtly at him. Her face-changing kung fu was top-notch. Mr. Su, don't take any notice of him. I think it's because he's trying to sow discord between us. We have nothing to do with each other. MS. Nya. Su Tian slightly hooked his lips, sizing up Nie Jingjing, who instantly changed her face again, revealing an expression of an abandoned little animal, then turned his words around. If you want to follow me, that's fine too. Really? Within a few short seconds, Nie Jingjing felt the ups and downs of life. Originally, when he heard Su Tian call himself Miss Nie, his heart was half cold, thinking that the other party would definitely reject him without mercy. But he never thought that right after that, he would throw out an olive branch to himself. Chapter 203. Really think I'm stupid and sweet? Mr. Su, are you really willing to take me? Nie Jingjing, whose eyebrows were exquisite with a few demonic winks, suddenly revealed a smile that overwhelmed the crowd. Aha! Su Tian nodded. Since Nie Jingjing wanted to follow him, why should he refuse? Other people can't handle a double-edged sword, but he is different, because he has a card in his hand that can seal this sword. Su Tian into the entertainment industry can not just want to be a small agent. The reason why he chose this road is because the Tang family industry, in addition to industrial and emerging technology industry, the largest proportion of input is the entertainment industry. Technology and industry required a lot of accumulated experience and knowledge reserves. Even if Su Tian returned to school to study now, he might not be able to make a name for himself. So entering the entertainment industry was his best option at the moment. Tang Bingyan's body had collapsed because of the endless years of work, and he could only grow up quickly to be able to protect the woman he loved. And at the moment, he only had one artist under him, Murong Shui, and even if she became popular through the musical A Good Day's Journey, she was only a singer who was just a little bit famous. In the superstar-studded entertainment industry, there are too many singers like Murong Shui. coupled with Du Xiaowei's side that had been eyeing to trip them up. It would take a long time for him to quickly accumulate his own connections and power. But now if he included Nie Jingjing under his name, many problems could be solved. Mr. Su, think it over. Once you agree you can't back out. Oh. Nie Jingjing saw that Su Tian had agreed so painfully, but instead, he himself was not sure in his heart. I only have Morong Shui in my hands. She's going to rehearsal in a while, and you're already a mature artist who's been on the road for a few years. Your work schedule has all been arranged and planned long ago, and I'll be able to cope with it when I take over as your manager. That's right, Mr. Su, there's no need for you to worry about plans or anything else, and there's no need for you to go out and connect me with resources. As long as you're my agent, nothing else needs to be done by you personally. I'll take care of it for you straight away. Nie Jingjing was overjoyed, and in her mind, she had already brainstormed the scene of the male god's family having dinner. Someone was unwise enough to bother her at this juncture. Jingjing, you, Du Xiaowei at this time is like just from the ghost gate in a circle general, the face of the iron blue look of fear also with a strong hatred, but he also had to try his best to hide his resentment in front of Nie Jingjing, not daring to let the other party see the signs. Why are you still here? At this moment, Nie Jingjing only had Su Tian in her eyes, and she didn't even bother to pay attention to the surrounding A, B, C, D backdrops. However, seeing that Du Xiaowei was still there, he also waved his hand obediently. It's just as well that you hurry to prepare the contract and handle the handover with Mr. Su. Du Xiaowei's body was shaking again. He came here today to see Su Tian's joke, but did not expect that he had become the joke. Obviously the people who were ruthlessly stepped on and suppressed by Nie Jingjing should be Su Tian and Morong Shui. Why had there suddenly been such a big change? Not only did he fail to step on Su Tian as hard as he wanted to, but instead he lost the money tree that is Nie Jingjing. It's a lost cause. What was most unacceptable to Du Xiaowei was that he didn't even know where exactly he had angered this auntie to make her ruthlessly replace himself. Obviously yesterday is still good. They are still together to discuss how to give Su Tian some color. Nie Jingjing, why suddenly? Du Xiaowei, what are you dawdling for? Nie Jingjing rushed at him and barked orders. Hurry up and go draft the contract for the handover procedures. Her voice brought Du Xiaowei back to his senses. Du Xiaowei shook his head in a panic and drove away the chaotic thoughts in his mind. No matter what the reason was for Nie Jingjing to dislike him and want to replace him, but now that the matter has come to this point, there is no point in thinking about it more. He has to do something about it, and he definitely can't just sit back and wait for it to happen. In order to be Nie Jingjing's manager, he had spent a lot of effort to get what he wanted. How could he let go so easily? Jingjing, I have diligently brought you up for such a long time, single-mindedly planning your future career, putting you first in every matter, thinking for you. It can be said to be a labor of love and hard work. How can you replace me just for the sake of a little white boy who can only play smart? Du Xiaowei's voice was sad, with a sobbing tone. Su Tian, how long has he been in the company before he was able to coax your environment with flowery words since? Is such a person reliable? You are now a popular actress. Every word and action has people staring to try to discredit. How can you trust him? An outsider? At this point in time? Jingjing, I'm the one who deserves your trust the most. You can't change me. Because the commotion on this side of the lounge was too great, word spread within the company, and many employees who had nothing to do ran up to see what was going on. They were all old employees who had been in the company for many years, so naturally they all knew what kind of behavior Du Xiaowei usually had. At this moment, when the crowd heard Du Xiaowei's words, they all had complex expressions and were quite speechless. It is a bit ridiculous that such a profitless villain dares to call himself conscientious. It's true that people are shameless. Nie Jingjing comes with her own resources. She doesn't need him to contribute at all. At most she's just doing PR. If she can't even do this little thing well, does she still deserve to be an agent? Although I can't figure out why Nie Jingjing would suddenly switch. People like Du Xiaowei should be blocked. He's so disgusting. The way he usually looks at the young trainees in the company is no different from a lecherous man. And he even runs to the practice room to comment on the young girls who are less than 20-something years old when there's nothing else to do. Who does he think he is? I've put up with him for a long time. He relies on the fact that he's Nie Jingjing's agent and has someone to back him up. He's getting more and more bossy and domineering in the company. No one can control him at all. If he was abandoned by Nie Jingjing, it would be a great joy. Without his big backer, I'll see how he can still run wild in the company. Despite the fact that Green Fruit Music has long been in a situation where Du Xiaowei is a dominant player, there are not a few people in the company who have a problem with him. Du Xiaowei usually didn't do much to suppress artists of different factions under false pretenses, and he didn't do much to bully others because of his bad character, but because he had Nie Jingjing as a backer, most people didn't dare to resist, and at most they would only complain a few times in private. Now that these employees see Nie Jingjing wanting to replace Du Xiaowei, they all feel that he is to blame, which really makes people's hearts ache. Facing Du Xiaowei's accusation, Nie Jingjing sneered. Du Xiaowei, how dare you say that you are dedicated? After you became my agent, how many benefits have you gotten? The things you did behind my back. Do you really think I don't know anything? Or do you see me as a dumb white girl who doesn't know anything but falling in love all day long? Who can be taken and fooled by you? Chapter 204. It's not a fever, is it? Du Xiaowei's face turned pale when he heard this. He suddenly realized that although Nie Jingjing didn't have her heart set on her career, she wasn't a silly white girl that could be easily coaxed. It turned out that she knew all the things he did behind Nie Jingjing's back, but she was just too lazy to pursue them. Seeing that his only remaining emotional card didn't work, he completely panicked. Jingjing, how can I say that I've been with you for so many years? You can't just say that you're going to change people. The good times were so many that he lost his proper vigilance and got more and more carried away. He had made a lot of enemies in the circle over the past few years, and this, coupled with the fact that he was a dominant player in green fruit music, had made Guo Qishan wary of him as well. If he loses Nie Jingjing again at this juncture, then his career will be completely ruined. Why can't I? Nie Jingjing lost her patience and directly took out her cell phone to call the company's HR department. Du Xiaowei, you think too highly of yourself. The commotion on this side of the lounge was too big. The manager of the Human Resources Department had already heard that Nie Jingjing wanted to replace Du Xiaowei and had specially called Guo Qishan's office to notify the other party of this news. Guo Qishan's side will naturally not interfere. After Nie Jingjing called the Human Resources Department, she simply explained a couple of things and said that she wanted Su Tian to be her manager, and the handover procedures were immediately prepared over there. The HR manager hurried upstairs to Nie Jingjing's lounge with the printed contract, finally calming Miss Nie's anger. She took the contract and signed her name without even looking at it, and then held the contract in front of Su Tian like a treasure, handing it over with both hands. Mr. Su, I've already signed the contract, as long as there's no problem on your side. From now on, I'm an artist under you. Nie Jingjing's delicate eyebrows blinked, her heart blossoming with joy. As long as you can become an artist under Su Tian and get on good terms with him, then isn't it just a matter of time before you ask for the contact information of the male god? Seeing that Nie Jingjing was so painstaking, Su Tian didn't hesitate and took the signing pen and signed at the end of the contract. Du Xiaowei's eyes watched in despair as the contract came into effect, and his legs almost fell to the ground. Mr. Su, from now on people can be your people. You can. Halfway through her words, Nie Jingjing suddenly felt that she couldn't give her male godbrother a very frivolous influence, so she immediately transformed into a serious and proper expression. Please teach me more in the future. Instruction is not to be talked about. Su Tian gave her a meaningful look. Just don't get me into trouble. Don't worry, I'll be good and definitely won't get you in trouble. Nie Jingjing made a swearing gesture. Look, I'm your person, shouldn't you? Should have given me the boy wonder's cell phone number. Now is not the time. Su Tian dismissed Nie Jingjing's request with a single sentence, getting up and walking towards the door. Nie Jingjing stared at Su Tian's back and thought, Su Tian and her boy god were worthy of being blood brothers. Even their backs were so similar. It is Su Tian's eyes compared with her male god is still inferior to a drop. Otherwise she really cannot tell the difference between these two people. Oh my god, Mr. Su and the god of men aren't twins, are they? Nie Jingjing covered her chest with a frightened look. Then what should I do if I can't tell who's who after we get married? Du Xiaowei left Nie Jingjing's lounge in a muddle, reaping a host of either contemptuous or gloating gazes along the way, but at this point he had no time to care. It was a long walk back to his office, and he sat back in his boss's chair in a daze, his mind blank. Nie Jingjing just kicked him out? Damn it, what gives that empty-headed the right? Just before Du Xiaowei's freshly brewed anger had a chance to explode, the cell phone that he had casually thrown on the table rang. Old Du, what's wrong with you? Nie Jingjing has been with you for so long, how can you still let her move under another agent? The voice coming from the other end of the phone was Guo Qishan's. Mr. Hua, it's all because of that kid Su Tian stirring up trouble, Du Xiaowei said hatefully. Jingjing and I have always had a good relationship, and it is impossible for her to dismiss me for no reason. It's no use explaining to me any more than you already have. Guo Qishan toned flat. I call you this time because the company received a report, said you use your authority to threaten trainees, and private and brand contact to ask for a bribe. The evidence I have printed out. If you do not believe you can come over to me. What? Du Xiaowei originally still wanted to sophistry, heard Guo Qishan say that he had evidence, quickly explained. Mr. Hua, things are not what you think. In fact, you don't have to explain. The evidence is overwhelming, and there's a joint report letter from the company's practicing students. You'd better think about how you should explain to the company's legal department. Mr. Hua, you're limited to returning all the benefits you embezzled within a week and apologizing to the trainee who threatened you, or else I'll have the legal affairs department prosecute you directly. After Guo Qishan finished speaking, he didn't give Du Xiaowei any more room to defend himself and directly hung up the phone. Du Xiaowei dialed back again, but the other party refused to answer. He stumbled towards the door. He wanted to go to Guo to plead for mercy, but he reached the door and retraced his steps in dismay. It's not working. He understands Guo character too well. The other side originally did not want to see the green fruit music side of his dominant situation. Hate to drive him out of the company. And now Guo caught his handle. Certainly is not likely to give him another chance. Meanwhile, the people waiting in Su Tian's office were sitting on pins and needles. Morong Shue's eyes reddened and she tried her best to hold back from crying. Her gaze was fixed dead center in the direction of the doorway, but her expression was tinged with trepidation and struggle, as if she was expecting Su Tian to come back, and paradoxically didn't want him to come back so soon. As the minutes ticked by, Anrun, who had run out to spy on the news, burst into the office. She was surprised to see Morong Shue's eyes reddening. Yuki, why are you still crying? Enron, I'm going to. Anrun's appearance seemed to have given Morong Shue courage and helped her make up her mind, causing her to abruptly bounce up from the sofa. I'm going to go back to Du Xiaowei's side, and no longer follow Brother Su. Ha? Anrun was confused. She went forward and touched Morong Shue's forehead. Are you running a fever, right? Why are you suddenly talking nonsense? I'm sober. Morong Shue was afraid that the courage in her heart would disappear in general, and said in a rapid speech, Brother Su is a good person. I can't keep dragging him down. She had thought about it just now. As long as she followed Su Tian, Du Xiaowei would target them endlessly. Only if she left Su Tian and went back to Du Xiaowei's side would the other party let him go. Chapter 205 Going Home to My Wife. Wait, you don't know that yet, do you? Anrun suddenly reacted and hurriedly explained to Morong Shue. Du Xiaowei has been kicked out of the company. You don't need to be afraid of him. Kicked out of the company? Morong Shue stared coldly at Anrun, still not reacting. Is this true? How did he suddenly get kicked out of the company in good time? Ugh, you really don't know what all just happened. Let me tell you. Anrun told Morong Shue what happened in Nie Jingjing's lounge earlier. Morong Shue stared incredulously, and at the end, she couldn't help but confirm. Anrun, are you telling the truth about all this? It's not a joke, right? How could I possibly joke with you like that? And there's also good news. Brother Su has now taken over Du Xiaowei's position and is already the manager of the acting department. Before Morong Shue could be happy for Su Tian, the office door was once again pushed open. Su Tian walked into the office, surprisingly followed by Nie Jingjing behind him. Nie Jingjing wore a simple-cut bright red bustier short dress today. Normally people wearing such a dress would look gaudy, but a demonic great beauty like Nie Jingjing could handle it perfectly. She stood with Morong Shue, who was wearing a rough dress, like a high and mighty queen, and the uninitiated little white flower by her side. In fact, Morong Shue's features are not worse than Nie Jingjing's. Careful observation will be even better. But on the aura, Morong Shue is not Nie Jingjing's opponent at all. Two different styles of women, each with their own characteristics. One is ostentatiously beautiful and aggressive, while the other is earthy and easily inspires a man's protectiveness. If Su Tian wanted to establish his power in the entertainment industry, he had to harness different types of artists. If an agent can only promote the same type of artist, then the highest achievement in this life can only be an agent. Su Tian's goal was not just to be a good agent, but to understand the entertainment industry and the operation of new media. Starting as an agent was the fastest and most reasonable way. Nie Jingjing. Anrun didn't expect Su Tian to have someone behind him and couldn't help but shout in shock. Nie Jingjing was the first sister of Qinghua music, and she was usually surrounded by people wherever she went, and the bodyguards, assistants, and makeup artists accompanying her could block the space around her. Even though Enron had been on board for a while, he still hadn't had the chance to get so close to Nie Jingjing. Now the enlarged version of Nie Jingjing was right in front of her. Her exquisite makeup and queen-like aura made her breathe a little and her cheeks flushed. Although Nie Jingjing's sultry stance in front of the screen has sucked in a lot of male fans for her, she also has a few female fans among the female stars. This woman, who has taken Siren in character to the extreme, is literally a man and a woman. Nie Jingjing heard Anrun's shocked cry and casually glanced at her, the corner of her lips slightly hooked. Little beauty, I'm Nie Jingjing. From now on, I'll be an artist under Mr. Su. We're all on the same team. Please teach me more in the future. Nie Jingjing. Me, I'm your fan. Anrun couldn't complete his excited words. Please, teach me more. Alright, you can do the recognizing part in private. Su Tian lightly coughed, signaling Nie Jingjing to settle down. Nie Jingjing immediately tightened her smile and ran to the sofa to sit squarely on the edge of the sofa in a self-conscious manner. When she saw Morong Shue, who was still standing dumbfounded, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows in disgust. Mr. Su, is she the Morong Shue you brought with you? Su Tian nodded and said to Morong Shue in a gentle manner. Nie Jingjing's brokerage contract will also be transferred to my hands, so from now on, you'll be colleagues. Nie Jingjing narrowed her eyes, a little offended that Su Tian was treating Morong Shue more gently than herself. Mr. Su, it's enough for you to have me as an artiste under you. The money I make for you in a year is more than this little girl will make in her entire life. So what are you wasting your time caring about her for? How about you split her agency deal and take care of me from now on? Morong Shue's face, who was still outside the situation, instantly faded from blood color. Her eyes were red but she stubbornly refused to shed tears, looking toward Su Tian with a nervous expression, her body shaking like a lily swaying in the wind. Su Tian's expression turned cold as he sniffed, and his tone became a few points harsher. Let me hear those words again, and you'll be on your own. This woman, Nya Jingjing, is really too restless, only just transferred to his subordinates, and her mind is starting to come alive. If she didn't give her a hard time, I'm afraid she would still bully Morong Shui in the future. Don't get mad, I'm just saying. Knowing that she had touched Su Tian's bottom line, Nya Jingjing hurriedly said curtly, I was wrong. Su Tian still had a stern face. This will not happen again. Even though Su Tian reprimanded Nya Jingjing, Morong Shui still had an expression that she was about to cry out, and the joy that she had originally felt because Du Xiaowei had been kicked out of the company was gone. Seeing that the atmosphere in the office had become heavy, Nya Jingjing got up and walked over to Su Tian. Mr. Su, there's nothing much going on right now. Why don't we go eat hot pot together? I'll set the place, even if it's to celebrate me joining your team. Let's talk about it later. I don't have time today, Su Tian said perfunctorily. It wasn't that he didn't give Nya Jingjing face, but he really didn't have the time right now. In addition to dealing with the handover procedures for Nya Jingjing's brokerage contract, Morong Shui would soon be starting work and he had to keep an eye on it. And even if he didn't have a job, he wanted to go home as early as possible to accompany Tang Bingyan. What about after work? Nya Jingjing was undeterred. There's no time after work either. Why are you so busy? What are you doing after work? Nya Jingjing broke the sandpot and asked to the end. Go back and accompany your wife. Su Tian replied dryly. Ha, Mr. Su, you got married? Nya Jingjing was taken aback. Then she reacted. Oh, it's to accompany your girlfriend, right? It's normal that men and women will call each other husband and wife. Mainly Su Tian is too young and so handsome. It's the age of confiscating hearts. The probability of marrying young should not be high. Without waiting for Su Tian to reply, Nya Jingjing she sighed and shrunk down in the corner and muttered in a small voice. Big brother, you have a girlfriend. When also set up your brother's marriage. Su Tian acted as if he hadn't heard anything, concentrating on answering emails and taking care of his work. As soon as his shift ended, he shut down his computer, grabbed his jacket and hurried out of the office. He had been in this company for less than 3 months, and now he had not only secured the musical female lead for Morong Shui, but he had also accidentally signed Nya Jingjing, kicking the company's biggest threat, Du Xiaowei, out of the game early. After his rebirth, his work was finally on track. He's no longer muddling through and moping around all day like he was in his former life, and things are trending in a good direction. It wasn't until now that he finally had the real sense of getting a new life. At this moment, he suddenly missed Tang Bingyan, the silly woman who had been true to herself for 2 lifetimes. When he hurried back to the Aroshiyama Hot Springs villa, he found Tang Bingyan sitting in the garden, while a white behemoth was sprawled at her feet. Seemingly sensing an outsider intruding, the behemoth raised its head violently, rushing in Su Tian's direction and letting out an incomparably ferocious roar. Chapter 206 didn't even get a single glance from Su Tian. Su Tian's footsteps lurched. Wei surprisingly brought Qing Shui back. Qing Shui was Tang Bingyan's pet, a giant snow lion. Because of the snow lion's aggressive nature, it had been kept in her separate compound in the imperial capital, cared for by a specialized beast tamer. I just don't know why, but now I've suddenly been received in Jiangcheng. In her previous life, Qing Shui was only submissive to Tang Bingyan, and when she faced him, she would only show her sharp teeth and make a deafening purring sound. Yet it was the same ferocious beast that had been vicious to Su Tian, not allowing him to get close, that had saved his life in the nick of time, even sacrificing itself. Seeing Qing Shui again, Su Tian's heart softened, but he didn't approach Qing Shui. Instead, he directly walked over in Tang Bingyan's direction and sat down far away from Qing Shui. After all, the current him should not recognize Qing Shui. Don't be afraid, Qing Shui won't hurt you. Tang Bingyan patted the snow lion's large head warningly, and the other party immediately quieted down, lowering his head and burying it into the soft lawn. It's called green snow? Su Tian feigned curiosity. It's a lion? Snow lion, Tang Bingyan replied. It was trapped in the mountains when it was a child and was picked up by me. And because Grandpa was afraid that it would hurt people, it has been kept in an uninhabited separate compound over in the imperial capital. However, the handler who was looking after him recently said he was in a precarious condition and had thoughts of trying to escape a few times, so I had him picked up. Su Tian's heart sank violently as he sniffed. Could it be that Qing Shui had sensed something and wanted to spend more time with Tang Bingyan as well? Thinking about Qing Shui's perversity and Zhang Zizhen's diagnosis of Tang Bingyan's condition, Su Tian suddenly panicked a little. Could it be that in this life, Tang Bingyan's situation would be even worse than in her previous life? Brother-in-law, you're back? Just then, a sweet female voice suddenly came from not far away. Su Tian followed the sound and looked over to find Tang Bingyan's cousin Tang Xin, who had just finished taking a shower. Walking out of the villa, she wore an outing-ready, buff-colored, loose-fitting lounge robe, the neckline of which extended to just below her collarbone, revealing a hidden line of breasts. She appeared to have just gotten out of the shower and her hair hadn't been blow-dried yet, with beads of water still on the ends. From time to time, droplets of water dripped down her chest and flowed down her body in a particularly tantalizing manner. It's been a while, did you miss me? In the blink of an eye, Tang Xin had already arrived in front of Su Tian, sitting directly on the chair next to him, and even deliberately moving the chair to a position alongside him. The young girl's body had a fragrant aroma of shower gel, a scent that mesmerized many men. Su Tian, however, frowned slightly and visibly leaned toward Tang Bingyan's side, pulling away from Tang Xin. This is a little too intentional for the flavor and comes off as tacky. He had always felt that Tang Xin was overly enthusiastic about himself and seemed to be carrying some sort of agenda. But after all, Tang Xin was Tang Bingyan's cousin, so most of the time, he just quietly watched the other party's clumsy performance and didn't bother to break it up. Brother-in-law, haven't seen you for so long, why are you still as uncommunicative as before? Su Tian ignored her. Tang Xin was a bit dissatisfied. As soon as you came back, all your attention was on your cousin's side. It's too obvious to be so biased. Su Tian, Tang Bingyan is his wife. If he doesn't favor her, he can't favor you? This third Miss Tang family also takes herself too seriously, but these words in the heart to think about it even if Tang Bingyan's physical condition is not considered good. He did not want to make trouble, so he pretended not to hear the words of Tangshin, focused on looking at Tang Bingyan Road. Honey, I have to tell you the good news. I was promoted by my boss today to become the manager of the company's acting department. This news, Su Tian wanted to be the first to share it with Tang Bingyan, and with an additional artist on hand, it's kind of past the trial period. Tang Bingyan's indifferent expression finally surfaced a bit of a smile upon hearing this. You're very talented. Su Tian couldn't help but hook his lips, and extremely naturally patted his ass. It's also your wife's honor. Maybe it's because I've been with you for a long time, and I've learned by ear that all those little tricks of deception in the company can't be hard to defeat me. Don't you know, when I first joined, there was a Du Xiaowei, who has always been looking at me in an unfavorable light. Su Tian narrated his work experience to Tang Bingyan as if no one else was there, without the slightest regard for Tang Xin, as if they were the only two couples in the garden at this time, and Tang Xin was just a decoration. Trying to provoke failed to be abused by the dog Tang Xin. Before Su Tian came over, she had added fuel to the fire and told Tang Bingyan all about how Su Tian had embraced Morong Shui on the left and Nye Jingjing on the right. Isn't Tang Bingyan extremely possessive and jealous? She thought that after the other party heard that Su Tian had signed another Nye Jingjing, she would definitely storm out and have a big fight with him. However, he didn't expect that Tang Bingyan had only slightly expressed her displeasure at that time, and now she was directly coaxed by Su Tian. Tang Xin reached out and tried to pat Su Tian's shoulder, trying to pull the other party's attention back. As a result, before she could get her hands on it, she heard Qing Shui, who was lying at Tang Bingyan's feet, hiss ow, scaring her so much that she almost fell off her chair. The snow lion rushed at Tang Xin and opened its bloody mouth, as if it was going to pounce at any moment, frightening Tang Xin to the point of losing her face. Tang Bingyan was such a monster to keep such a ferocious beast around. Qing Shui. Tang Bingyan patted Qing Shui's head once again, telling it to be quiet. But even when Qing Shui quieted down, she was still eyeing Tang Xin intently, looking like she was ready to pounce at any moment. Brother-in-law, I'm talking to you. Why do you keep ignoring me? Tang Xin's mouthful of white teeth were about to be clenched. Not even a single glance from Su Tian was exchanged. Only then did Su Tian give Tang Xin a sideways glance. I remember you went back to the imperial capital before. Why are you back again? Tang Xin. She stiffened her face and returned. Yes, when I heard that my cousin was sick, I purposely put off a few important parties, flew over from the imperial capital to see her, and brought her a lot of tonic. Thanks for your concern. Bingyan is much better. You can go to the party. Su Tian, what do you mean by that? Tang Xin's face turned from light to red in a wonderful way. Nothing more. I thought you said you had an important party? Su Tian's response remained muted. Your cousin and I will be going out in a while, and we won't have time to accompany you. Go out? Tang Xin sized up Tang Bingyan suspiciously. Isn't Tang Bingyan sick? Can she still go out at this time? Where are you going? My cousin is not well now. What if she catches a cold? Don't worry, her body is not as fragile as you think. I was busy with work a while ago, but now that I'm free, I'll spend more time with her. Su Tian smiled and looked at Tang Bingyan. and held her cold hand. I've heard that there's a Western restaurant that has good seafood. Do you want to go and try it? Humph. Who goes to a Western restaurant for seafood? Tang Xin muttered disgruntledly. Authentic diners all fly directly to the beach to have the fishermen catch them on the spot. Okay, wait for me to change my clothes. Tang Bingyan got up and walked towards the villa, and Wei, who was standing beside her, immediately put away the documents in front of her. Honey, I'll go up with you. Be careful. Su Tian skillfully held onto Tang Bingyan's arm before smoothly wrapping his arms around her waist. Chapter 207 Sister Husband. You play with me. And behind them, Tang Xin, who had once again been ignored, finally couldn't stand it anymore and completely exploded. Stop right there. You too. I flew all the way out here to see you guys. And what do you mean? You're just gonna leave me hanging? She was the third miss of the Tang family. Wherever she went she was treated like a star, and she had never received this kind of anger. Tang Bingyan calmly turned to glance at her. When are you leaving? Tang Xian's mouthful of old blood almost spewed out as she pointed at Tang Bingyan and said furiously, I just got here, okay? Is that how you treat your guests? Tang Bingyan raised her eyebrows slightly. You also know that you're a guest? You. Tang Xian covered her heaving chest, feeling her lungs were about to explode with anger. Tang Bingyan could always use the most indifferent tone to precisely step on her thunder points. I don't care. You guys don't want to get rid of me and act alone today. Whatever. Tang Bingyan dropped a sentence, and the two of them, Su Tian, headed towards the villa. If it weren't for the old man's recent labor over her health, Tang Xian wouldn't have been able to enter the villa at all. But even for the old man's sake, the most she could do was not blow her out of the room. Treating Tang Xian like air was the biggest concession she could make. Wife, this isn't good, is it? Su Tian glanced back at Tang Xian, who was furious. Tang Bingyan's gaze was slightly cold. Su Tian was seeing Tang Xian suffer in his own way, so he was heartbroken? However, the next second Su Tian said with some disgust, it's not easy for the two of us to have time for a solo date. How obtrusive is it to bring a light bulb? Tang Bingyan, why don't you follow the rules too? Honey, it's been a long time since we've had a candlelight dinner with just the two of us, Su Tian emphasized. It was hard for me to book a seat by the window, and it's also a couple's seat, so how inconvenient it is to bring Tang Xin with me. When the people at the restaurant ask us about it, how are we going to explain? We can't say she's our daughter, can we? Follow the class. Tang Bingyan was as calm as ever. Su Tian frowned at the words, a look of disgust on his face. How could there be such an eyeless follower? The boss dating her as a light bulb? Tang Xin walking behind. Does she really think she's a sick cat if she doesn't lose her temper? But thinking about the consequences of really pissing Tang Bingyan off, she pursed her red lips and ultimately didn't dare to say anything. In the end, Tang Xin, who had suffered a lot of suffocation and was almost aggrieved into a ball, was still indomitable and went out with Tang Bingyan Su Tian. Moreover, in order to suppress Tang Bingyan, she deliberately dressed up in a flamboyant manner. A beige small fragrance style celebrity jacket with an OL shirt and hip-hugging small skirt, holding $1 million diamond bag in her hands, and the gemstone at the center of the necklace on her neck is so big that it can blind the eyes of passers-by. On the contrary, Tang Bingyan and Su Tian were just wearing simple style trench coats. Tang Bingyan wore black, and Su Tian was wearing beige, which could just be matched as a couple's outfit. Tang Xin followed these two around, being as obtrusive as possible, not like a follower at all, but rather like a pet that the two of them had brought out. The harder Tang Xin tried to crush Tang Bingyan, the more she appeared to be pushing too hard. On the contrary, even if Tang Bingyan did not wear makeup, her face was a little pale with a sickly look, and the dusty and cold temperament between her hands and feet was enough to throw her off a few streets. Su Tian's eyes twitched slightly as he watched Tang Xin scratch her head in front of him, suddenly realizing the meaning of the term hot eyes. But even though Tang Xian's appearance was not as good as Tang Bingyan's, she was still an eye-catching big beauty walking on the road. Coupled with Su Tian and Tang Bingyan's deliberately low-key temperament, when they appeared at the entrance of the Western restaurant, they still drew the attention of the restaurant's dining guests. Tang Xin felt the stunning gazes of the passers-by and ruffled her hair somewhat proudly. And while she was planning to fool around in front of Tang Bingyan to show that those people were actually looking at her, she saw that the two of them, Su Tian and Tang Bingyan, had already walked towards their reserved positions. Tang Xin huffed and puffed and followed, only to find that there were only 2 seats. Waiter, annoyed, she rushed at the waiter leading the way next to her. Can't you see that there are 3 of us? Hurry up and add a chair for me. Just a moment. The waiter has never seen 3 people come to the couple's seat, slightly lowered his head to hide the surprise in his eyes, and quickly retreated. Soon, Tang Xian's chair was brought up. She wanted to ask the waiter to put the chair on Su Tian's side, but she saw that Su Tian deliberately moved the chair outward, not leaving a spot with her at all. Eventually she could only huff and puff and sit on the side, because the package Su Tian has already booked in advance. temporarily added a tang xin, can only be additional order. Of course, those air-freighted fresh ingredients that need to be pre-ordered are not to be ordered. Tang xin had always demanded a very high quality of food, so in the end, she could only order a salad and a glass of juice at random, enduring the loving atmosphere of the two people in front of her as if no one else was there. She was so angry that she could have gotten full. However, by the time everything they ordered came up, Tang xin suddenly realized that she was still too young. More than just being gasful, this forced dog food could still hold her up. It is not just to eat a black tiger shrimpet. Tang Bingyan is not without hands. Su Tian you as to every shrimp or peeled put her plate it. And can you two stop whispering? I can hear the whispers and call them whispers? Tang Xin was incomparably depressed after finishing a meal. Yet just when she thought this was the end, she realized that she was still too naive. After finishing his meal, Su Tian called the waiter to prepare the check. But the waiter walked over with a sign. We have an event in the store today. There will be prizes if you pass the level successfully. Do you want to participate? What activity? Tang Xin asked curiously. This activity is called heart to heart, which means that two people have to check the exact same picture and get it right 5 times in a row to get a souvenir prize. And by the end of the activity, the two guests with the most number of correct answers will also get a mysterious gift. Sorry, we don't need it. Su Tian could see Tang Bingyan's lack of interest. And he wasn't interested in this childish game either. Wait, who said no? I do. Tang Xin stopped the waiter who wanted to walk away. Brother-in-law, you play with me. You find someone else. Su Tian refused without even thinking about it. What a joke. How could he play this taciturn game with another woman in front of Tang Bingyan? What's more, he and Tang Xin didn't know each other well at all. Where was the tacit understanding to speak of? It's also embarrassing when you can't answer a single question correctly. How can I play if I don't know anyone else? Tang Xin was unforgiving. Brother-in-law, for the sake of me specially running over to visit you guys, why don't you play with me? And it's just a game. I'm sure Sister Bingyan won't mind. However, just at this time Tang Bingyan spoke. Chapter 2082 Mutual Understanding. You play with her. After Tang Bingyan finished speaking, she raised her eyes without a trace to look at Tang Xin, and then quickly withdrew her gaze. Look, cousin, she's agreed to it, so you can play with me. Brother-in-law. Tang Xin sniffed and said to the waiter without being told. Come up with the questions. We're ready. Well then, in a moment please ask the lady to write the chosen picture on this card. The waitress handed Tang Xin a pink card. Sir, take care not to peek. Oh. Su Tian nodded and looked directly in Tang Bingyan's direction. Here is the first level. The waiter pulls out a set of 4 photos of fruit. Which fruit do you like? Tang Xin glanced at Su Tian. Seeing that Su Tian's eyes were filled with nothing but Tang Bingyan, her heart felt like she had spilled a glass of lemon soda, filled with sour bubbles everywhere. Never mind. It definitely wouldn't work to let him pick his favorite. So I'll just pick his favorite myself. So Tang Xin wrote a number on the card. After the waitress saw Tang Xin write her answer, she took the photo to Su Tian. Cherries, apples, bananas, grapes. Su Tian only glanced at it and chose the apple according to his habits. I'm sorry, you answered wrong. The lady chose cherry. Tang Xian's eyes widened in surprise and she exclaimed, That's impossible. Don't you like cherry? Who says I like cherries? Su Tian felt a bit puzzled. The fruit I often eat is apples, but we're not familiar with it, so it's normal that you don't know about it. I think it's better to forget about it. Continue. Tang Xin was unconvinced and waved at the waiter to give him another card. Second question. The waitress brought out 4 more photos. This time spring, summer, fall, winter. This one is easy. Tang Xin wrote fall without hesitation after looking at the picture. By the time Su Tian chooses, he takes summer's picture instead. What's wrong with you people? Why don't you pick to your liking? Tang Xin was about to explode with anger. Did you do it on purpose? I just like summer. Su Tian found this woman very inexplicable. Again, Tang Xin clenched her teeth and asked for another card. Guests, you must answer at least 3 of the 5 questions correctly to have a souvenir. The waiter saw that it was hopeless for these 2 people to answer 5 questions correctly, and they had prepared some souvenirs in order to appease the guests who had failed to break through the barrier. But the rule was that they also had to answer at least 3 questions correctly. I'll definitely get it right this time, Tang Xin said with a tigerish face. Brother-in-law, you have to get it right this time. None of my business. I just chose it according to preference. Su Tian helplessly spread his hands. I chose it to your liking too. Tang Xin was even more aggravated. You obviously just. To my liking? How come I didn't know those were my preferences? Su Tian didn't want to listen to Tang Xion's nonsense anymore. So he said to the waiter, Let's begin. He and Tang Xion had only met a few times, not even friends, so how could the other party know his preferences? Instead of obsessively trying to guess what he wants to pick, you can just follow your feelings and pick whatever you feel like, and maybe you'll happen to pick the same one. This time, not to Su Tian's surprise, Tang Xin still chose the wrong one. The 4 pictures are of a medical kit, a long sword, a spatula, and a book. Su Tian chose the long sword, while Tang Xin chose the medical kit. How did you pick the wrong one again? Tang Xin was furious. I choose according to your preference every time, and you choose the wrong one every time. Big sister, you also said it's my preference, so naturally my choice will prevail. Su Tian's patience was also exhausted. Normally speaking, it should actually be the man to accommodate the woman's preferred choice, but he wasn't familiar with Tang Xin. For one thing, he didn't know the other party's preferences, and secondly, he hadn't wanted to play this tacit understanding test game with Tang Xin in the first place, so naturally he wouldn't accommodate her. And what you chose is outrageous. What man who doesn't want a handsome sword would choose a medical kit? He wouldn't pick the role of a nursemaid no matter what when he played the game. But you just know how to pick a medical kit. When Tang Xin heard Su Tian's words, she changed her spirited and hustling attitude and actually showed obvious aggression. But when she saw Su Tian's temperatureless eyes, she finally bit her lip unwillingly and stopped speaking. She didn't understand why Su Tian, who was usually pleasant to others, was so impatient with her. Obviously she's the one who knows Su Tian best. I wouldn't have picked that. Su Tian raised his eyes to the woman sitting across from him. Ask Bing Yan if you don't believe me. Humph, what does she know? Tang Xin muttered in a small voice. The voice was small, but it still reached Su Tian and Tang Bingyan's ears. Su Tian was speechless. If his wife doesn't know him, then I'm afraid no one in the world does. Tang Bingyan slightly glanced sideways at Tang Xin, a flash of complexity in her eyes, but she quickly moved her eyes away. Then you two won't have a chance to get the mystery prize, but we'll be holding special events like this in the restaurant in the future, so stay tuned. The waiter collected the photos from the table and turned to leave. Wait a minute. However, right at this moment, Tang Bingyan suddenly spoke. I want to try. Ma'am, it takes 2 for this game. The waitress stopped in her tracks. Su Tian hurriedly said, I'm with her. It's not the same 2 people, so it shouldn't be against the rules, right? Well, no offense. The waiter cheerfully gave the card to Tang Bingyan. Can you two start? Humph, I can't even guess correctly. I don't believe you can. Tang Xin grunted in defiance. Su Tian, however, looked at Tang Bingyan with some surprise. He had the impression that Tang Bingyan wouldn't like such childish games. Could it be that this was a deliberate attempt to prove to her the tacit understanding between the two after hearing Tang Xion's words just now? It turned out that Tang Bingyan also had this childish side. Su Tian couldn't help but tickle the corners of his lips. His wife's honor was also too cute. With that, he smiled and made a go for it. Gesture at Tang Bingyan. The mouthing of go. This is the first question. The waiter handed Tang Bingyan 4 pictures. Tang Bingyan quickly wrote her chosen photo on the card with a signature pen. After that the waiter showed the photo to Su Tian again. These 4 photos are of Western, Japanese, Chinese, and Korean food. Tang Xian peeked over to see the photo and whispered, Chinese food. In the next second, Su Tian picked up the photo of the Western food instead. Tang Bingyan flashed out the card, which clearly read, Western food. Su Tian smiled slightly. It was still his own wife who understood him, but they've all lived together for so long. It would be strange if they didn't understand this daily preference. Then the attendant brought out 4 more pictures. Next we look at the second question. This time it was the weather, and Tang Bingyan and Su Tian similarly chose a sunny day. Tang Xian no longer brushed her presents all the time like before, but instead stared at the photo in the waiter's hand with a hard face holding her shoulders. For the third question, Su Tian and Tang Bingyan once again chose the same photo. The waiter said, Congratulations to both of you. You've unlocked your souvenirs. Do you want to continue the challenge? Chapter 209 Su Tian being pressed and kissed by Tang Bingyan. Tang Bingyan nodded slightly. Continue. On the 4th and 5th passes, the two still made the same choice. The two of you are just so in tune. The waitress smiled and asked, at the risk of asking, are you a couple? There really aren't many customers who can answer 5 questions correctly in a row. After all, the 4 option questions reduce the chances of getting them right. And the best score in the restaurant before was only 7 questions. Su Tian smiled and nodded. Yes. Then he took stock of the time. It was now an hour before the restaurant closed, so maybe they would actually get the mystery prize. Go on. Su Tian spoke with considerable interest. Tang Bingyan had no objections and also signaled the waiter to continue. For the 6th question, the two once again chose the same photo. You two are so in tune. You only need to answer 1 more question correctly, and you'll be tied for first place with the previous guests. The waiter was also a bit excited. Tang Xian had originally been somewhat disdainful, but when she saw that Tang Bingyan and Su Tian had chosen the same photo one after another, her face became ugly. That couple over there got 6 questions right. Really? That's awesome too. Must be a very loving couple that knows each other. The guests sitting in the nearby seats cast envious gazes at Su Tian and Tang Bingyan, and at the same time, they were also very curious as to whether or not these two would be able to get their hands on the mysterious prize. Are you two ready? Here is the 7th question. The attendant brought out another set of 4. Those guests who were paying attention to the two of them, Su Tian and Tang Bingyan, also held their breath in anticipation of their answers. After waiting for Tang Bingyan to write down the numbers, Su Tian pulled out a photo from the waiter. The attendant glanced at Tang Bingyan's card and said excitedly, "Exactly." The surrounding guests spontaneously applauded, but Tang Xian froze and stared at another photo, muttering, "You're lying. You obviously don't like sweet things." Su Tian heard her complaint and gave her a somewhat surprised sideways glance. He didn't particularly like sweets, but he didn't hate them either, so just now he would subconsciously choose according to his habits. This Tang Xian clearly didn't know his preferences. Why does she still have to act like she knew him very well? Waiter, congratulations to both of you for answering the 7 questions correctly. Now you and the 2 previous guests are tied for first place and need to share the final mystery gift equally. Of course you can also choose to continue to answer the questions. If you answer correctly, you can enjoy the grand prize exclusively, but if you answer incorrectly, 1 point will be deducted and you will automatically become the second place. You can only take the souvenir. May I ask if you still want to continue to answer the questions? Bingyan, do you still want to play? Su Tian looked to Tang Bingyan for her opinion. Aha! Tang Bingyan nodded. She had little interest in the mysterious prize, but the game had begun and there was no point in stopping halfway. Then let's continue, Su Tian and the waiter said. Okay, here's level 8. The waiter once again took out 4 photos and gave them to Tang Bingyan and Su Tian to choose from. Tang Bingyan wrote the answer on the card first. Su Tian frowned slightly after seeing the photos. This time, the contents were unique. Surprisingly, they were all green plants. As he looked closer, it looked a bit like an herb. These were herbs he usually didn't come into contact with, but inexplicably, he felt that one of them was more familiar. He thought for a moment and finally chose the herb that felt familiar, but this time he wouldn't be sure he could choose the same as Tang Bingyan. After all, it wasn't his preference, so it was probably only a matter of chance as to what Tang Bingyan would choose. After Tang Xin, who had originally looked cold, saw those photos, her gaze flickered slightly. Purple lingerie. She glanced at Tang Bingyan with complicated eyes before pointing her finger towards one of the photos. What is purple lingrass? A medicinal herb? Su Tian was a little surprised that Tang Xian would recognize this kind of thing that ordinary people didn't even have the chance to come into contact with, and was even more surprised that she got it right this time. Well, it's herbs. This time Tang Xian's expression was calm, but Su Tian felt that her tone was somewhat sad. Without waiting for him to think about it carefully, the attendant next to him took the card in front of Tang Bingyan. Now let's get to the final results. She seemed to have noticed that the guests around her were paying attention to this side, so she also intentionally sold her story. Just how well will the two of you be able to pass through the barrier? Su Tian looked in Tang Bingyan's direction and realized that the other party's expression was still faint, with little reaction. Tang Bingyan's winning heart is extremely strong. If she chose the wrong one this time, she will probably care about it for a long time. He took a deep breath and found himself surprisingly nervous. At that moment, the host flipped over Tang Bingyan's card and exclaimed excitedly after seeing the contents on it. Let's congratulate the couple who once again made the same choice. The restaurant erupted in cheers. These two really do have too much in common, don't they? Could it be that the waitresses got through the questions ahead of time? Otherwise how could they have guessed so accurately? That can't be right. If the boss finds out about this, he'll be fired. It's not worth losing your job over a gift. But that last question was too hard, wasn't it? Who normally touches these herbs? Some of the surrounding guests envied, some questioned, some lamented, and some even blamed their boyfriends. Look at people. Why can't you guess what I picked? Then you should be the one to reflect. Can't you see they're women guessing which picture the man will pick? Seeing that a young couple is about to quarrel, the surrounding enthusiastic guests began to persuade the fight again. In fact, those last 4 pictures are the homework of our restaurant owner's daughter, who is now a student at the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and found this link set up by the restaurant to be interesting. So when we were preparing the pictures, we added the pictures of the herbs that we were going to distinguish for our own homework as a side title, and we don't want to deliberately make things difficult for all of you, and I hope that you will understand. The waiter explained this and the other guests stopped saying anything. After all, they weren't the ones who were given a hard time, and the ones who were given a hard time answered correctly, so naturally there was no need to hold on to that. Finally, I still want to congratulate you two for getting the mysterious gift prepared by the store, which is our store's super VIP membership card, limited to 1, unique, and can only be used by the 2 of you and cannot be loaned out. With this card you can order premium ingredients in advance that require reservations for more than a month. as well as 20% off in-store purchases, and there are gifts to redeem when you accumulate enough points. Although the guests who can dine at this restaurant are not short of money and don't care about any points for gifts, the ability to shorten the time it takes to reserve premium ingredients is still very appealing. In the beginning, the owner of this restaurant, in order to show that he treats every guest equally, made a rule that premium ingredients must be reserved more than a month in advance and no queue jumping is allowed. Therefore, even the rich and powerful merchants, even the VIP members of the store, had to wait for a month if they wanted to eat those precious ingredients. There was only one super VIP card, and it was for my use only, so it didn't harm the interests of other guests, and everyone had no problem with it. But they only envied Su Tian and Tang Bingyan for having such good luck. Su Tian received his membership card at the checkout and walked out of the restaurant with Tang Bingyan in a good mood. Honey, the seafood here is good, right? In the future, we won't have to wait so long in advance when we come over. But I didn't think you'd be able to choose the same thing as me for that last question. It's just a perfect match. By the way, how did you choose that picture? Do you recognize that herb? He, do you really think the two of you have a tacit understanding? Tang Xin, who was following behind the two, suddenly spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Su Tian frowned and glared back at her with some dissatisfaction. This light bulb was annoying, but he was a big man and her brother-in-law, so he couldn't really put words in his mouth. Anyway, there's no understanding with you at all, and I didn't guess a single question correctly. You're full of... I obviously guessed correctly. Tang Xin was furious and her face became more and more ugly. Yes, you got the last question right, Su Tian said in disbelief. 8 questions. If you can't get any of them right, that's just bad luck. Tang Xin was originally still very unconvinced, but after hearing Su Tian say this she suddenly quieted down. She didn't make any more noises, and her entire body was shrouded by a resentful aura that made her unapproachable. Su Tian was also too lazy to care about her. Coaxing this kind of unreasonable little girl was very annoying, and he really didn't have the obligation to coax her. As for Tang Bingyan's attitude towards Tang Xin had always been cold, so naturally, she wouldn't care why the other party was suddenly angry again. After returning to the mountain villa, Su Tian watched Tang Bingyan drink the medicine before going to the bathroom to take a shower. Su Tian stood under the shower and rubbed his hair with the shampoo's foam, a little tired from today's day's experience. The bathroom was quiet, and all that could be heard was the sound of rushing water. Suddenly, he remembered the pictures he had seen in the Western restaurant not long ago. I don't know why, but when he was choosing, after the last set of pictures, there was always something about them that gave him the illusion that he shouldn't have chosen them that way. Even though in the end he made his choice according to his own habits, it was to make it easier for Tang Bingyan to guess. But somewhere in the corner of his heart, there seemed to be a voice reminding him that you chose the wrong one. It's not the real answer. Maybe I'm just so tired I'm starting to ramble. After a long while, Su Tian smiled to himself. It was just a little game though. He did think too much. When he came out of the bathroom, he found that Tang Bingyan had already fallen asleep. She hadn't been sleeping very well lately, often losing sleep, and it was the first time she had fallen asleep so quickly. Just when Su Tian thought that the tranquilizing tonics Tang Bingyan had taken had worked, Tang Bingyan suddenly woke up during the night. Su Tian was still in a half-asleep state when he heard the commotion, and he subconsciously stretched out his hand to try and take Tang Bingyan into his arms, but he was suddenly pressed underneath by the person beside him. Wife, being pressed by Tang Bingyan. Su Tian was completely awake. Borrowing the moonlight from the window, he saw that Tang Bingyan's cool black eyes were completely devoid of sleep, but instead, they were filled with defensiveness like a traveler in the middle of a blizzard. Honey, what's wrong with you? He panicked a little. Tang Bingyan won't commit a crime at this time, right? Just as he subconsciously reached out to touch the cell phone on the nightstand, intending to call the family doctor over, Tang Bingyan suddenly pulled his hand and pressed it against the pillow, then leaned over and kissed. Chapter 210 Tang Bingyan's physical condition. Tang Bingyan's kiss was raw but not gentle at all, even with a few nibbles. Knowing that she was having an anxiety attack and was extremely unstable, Su Tian let her be and responded gently. Su Tian. Tang Bingyan suddenly raised her head, a fine, faint light emanating from her deep black eyes. Don't go near that woman. Which woman? Su Tian was bewildered. However, he soon realized that Tang Bingyan was talking about Tang Xin. It won't. Su Tian looked at her intently and assured her, other than you, I won't go near any woman. After his words fell, the anxious and violent factor that lingered around Tang Bingyan slowly receded. She loosened her grip on Su Tian and lay down beside him in a disengaged manner. After a moment, Su Tian heard her even breathing. Su Tian sighed helplessly. I didn't realize that Tang Bingyan's anxiety attacks were because of Tang Xin. He carefully got up and tucked her in, cradling her in his arms before he closed his eyes and fell asleep. But after the episode earlier, he couldn't sleep. Tang Bingyan and Tang Xin were not on good terms, something he had always known. But why would she be worried about being near Tang Xin? No matter what, he wouldn't be an animal enough to have anything to do with his sister-in-law, would he? Moreover, Tang Bingyan's reaction just now inexplicably made him think of that mysterious person who was behind the sixth elder Tang Jihui. Recently he had taken the time to go through everyone on the Tang family tree, including the side branches, but still hadn't found any clues. Could it be that this mysterious person is connected to Tang Xin? Throughout the night, Su Tian's mind was pondering over Tang Bingyan's condition as well as the mysterious person hiding behind the curtain who was attempting to subvert the Tang family. After Tang Bingyan got a satisfactory answer from him and fell asleep, he actually had insomnia until 4 or 5 in the morning before falling asleep in a daze. Day 2. Su Tian was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone, only to realize that his set alarm clock had been turned off. He subconsciously looked at his side and realized that Tang Bingyan was no longer there. He answered the phone, explained some precautions to Anren, the assistant who had asked him how to arrange a press release for Morong Shui, and hurried into the bathroom to wash up. When he came out of the shower and wanted to go to the study to look for Tang Bingyan, he saw 2 maids coming down the 4 flights of stairs with trays. They didn't see Su Tian and were still chatting in whispers. "What's wrong with Missy today?" "Surprisingly, she drank the tranquilizer I sent over so painfully. I also think it's amazing. Usually Missy would drag her feet until Mr. Su returns. When I went in today, she was in a video conference, listening to the group's senior management report. I saw that she didn't look too good and was worried that she would be thrown out, but it turned out that I had just put the tray on the writing table when Missy asked me if it was a tranquilizer. After I nodded, she drank it straight up without hesitation and gave me an address to buy her 2 boxes of preserves. Gosh, you're so lucky too. I hope Missy will be this nice when I deliver the medicine this afternoon." Su Tian, who was about to head to the 4th floor, paused slightly in his steps, a slight smile unconsciously surfacing on his lips. It seems that Tang Bingyan has figured it out and is willing to actively cooperate with the treatment, taking tranquilizer pills on schedule. If she could sleep enough for 8 hours during this recent period, coupled with her spleen and stomach conditioning, Tang Bingyan's body might really be able to pick up. Subsequently, Su Tian explained his work in advance with the company side, and then accompanied Tang Bingyan along with Elder Tang to go to Zhang Zizhen for a follow-up consultation. At this time, a week had passed since the last visit, and in the room Zhang Zizhen was wearing presbyopia glasses and holding his breath to take Tang Bingyan's pulse. Elder Tang, Su Tian, and Wei stood at the doorway, their gazes fixed on the 2 figures inside. Elder Tang, in particular, paced back and forth nervously, an air of agitation radiating all around him. "Grandpa, don't worry, Bingyan is going to be on a regular schedule for a while. Things might not be that bad." Seeing that Elder Tang was overly tense, and fearing that he would faint again in a moment, Su Tian stepped forward and reached out to hold his arm to comfort him. "Xiao Tian, it's been hard for you to take care of Bingyan during this period of time." Knowing that Su Tian had been taking care of Tang Bingyan without fail all this time, Elder Tang was suddenly relieved. It was true that Su Tian didn't come from a high background and didn't have much ability, but he could take care of Tang Bingyan at a time like this. Instead of thinking about how he could find another way out in case something happened to Tang Bingyan, and based on that alone, he was better than those door-to-door marriage partners. Wei, who was also following the inspection nearby, sighed silently, his heart incredibly heavy. Even though Missy's condition had slightly improved over the past few days, her physical condition was too bad to be cured by taking a few tonics and following a regular routine. And what worried him even more was that he didn't know who had spread the word about Dr. Zhang's diagnosis of Missy, and now the entire Tang family knew that Tang Bingyan was seriously ill, and after that they wouldn't be able to hide it even if they wanted to. A few minutes later, Zhang Zizhen waved his hand from the few people here guarding the outside, signaling for them to go in. "Binjian." When Elder Tang went in and saw Tang Bingyan's slightly pale face, he asked heartily, "Divine Dr. Zhang, how is my granddaughter's condition?" Tang Bingyan has a very serious gastric ulcer, and today at noon, after reading the documents for too long, she drank the tranquilizer that had become cold, and after that, she had stomach pain and nausea. In fact, that bowl of medicine was not to the extent of ice cold. Ordinary people would not be fine if they drank it, but not her. Su Tian could obviously feel Tang Bingyan's state getting worse and worse. The speed of the conditioning could not catch up with the speed of the body's deterioration. Zhang Zizhen glanced at Tang Bingyan, seemingly weighing his words. "Ms. Tang is doing a little better." Before Elder Tang could be happy, his words changed. "However, the rate of improvement is too slow to keep up with the deterioration of the body's organs. In Ms. Tang's current condition, changes like this aren't enough to help her manage her condition. I've just given Miss Tang a comprehensive checkup. Besides insomnia, anxiety and other neurological conditions, her heart, liver, spleen and stomach are all sick to some degree. Especially the heart and spleen are the most serious. Then will our Bingyan's situation continue to deteriorate? Elder Tang's face turned white and he almost planted himself on the ground. Fortunately, Su Tian was quick to hold him up, which prevented the old man from falling directly to the ground. At this moment, Su Tian's expression was even uglier than Elder Tang's, and it seemed that what he was most worried about had still happened. Divine Dr. Zhang, is there really no way at all? Elder Tang was undeterred. It's not like there isn't a way. Zhang Zizhen said in a serious tone, the ulcerated part of the stomach can be surgically removed, and after the surgery, you need to pay attention to your diet, otherwise you can live a normal life. But the problem of the heart is more troublesome. General heart surgery cannot avoid the chances of postoperative reoccurrence. If you find the right heart is the most secure program, but also to consider the rejection reaction. Once there is a rejection reaction then, may need to use an artificial heart. Chapter 211 Family Meeting. Artificial heart? Although Elder Tang didn't understand it, he knew that there must be a very high risk in this surgery. What are the chances of success? Regarding artificial hearts, there are only 3 successful cases in the Chinese medical world, and the patients are still in the observation stage. Elder Tang's body shuddered violently at his words, and then he mumbled to himself as if relieved. We can send Bingyan abroad for surgery. If it is determined that surgery is needed, it is best to find a heart source as soon as possible and to have the surgery completed within 6 months. If Ms. Tang's condition deteriorates more, the risk of surgery will be higher. That means the worst that can happen is that the heart transplant fails, rejection occurs, and an artificial heart is installed instead, right? Su Tian asked. And there's no guarantee of recovery? It can be interpreted that way. Zhang Zizhen sighed. Su Tian was kind to him. Why would he not want to save someone if he could? It was a pity that Tang Bingyan's body was deteriorating too fast, and these symptoms caused by years of accumulation usually seemed minor, but once they erupted, they would quickly crush the body, and even he couldn't do anything about it. Su Tian's heart sank suddenly. Could it be that in this life, one would have to let Tang Bingyan suffer the same pain? So what's the point of his rebirth? Dr. Zhang, if we don't perform surgery, is it possible to stop her body from continuing to deteriorate through Chinese medicine and acupuncture conditioning? Su Tian ultimately couldn't bear to see Tang Bingyan endure the pain of frequent surgeries. According to Ms. Tang's current condition, it is difficult, Zhang Zizhen said with difficulty. His main focus is Chinese medicine, and he would not recommend a patient to undergo an extremely risky surgery if the approach is feasible. But it's only been a week. Hasn't Bingyan's condition improved? You also said before that the human body's functions can heal themselves. If she is kept on a sensible routine and diet as much as possible for the next 6 months, along with active management, will that meet the criteria for not needing surgery? It's possible, but the odds are low, which is why I don't recommend you make that arrangement. That is, there's still a possibility of rehabilitating her without surgery? Su Tian pursued. Yes, but it's just too low, and the human body's various ailments aren't static data. And there's no guarantee that deterioration will suddenly occur during the period of conditioning and treatment. Zhang Zizhen paused before continuing. I can only guarantee that with conservative treatment according to what you just said, the chance of recovery is only 10%. With only 10%, Zhang Zizhen's words can be said to have blocked any other way back except for surgery. Of course all of the above is my personal advice, and in the end it is up to your family to decide. After Zhang Zizhen finished speaking, he arched his hand at the crowd present. I have something to go out later. Miss Tang can stay here and rest for a while before going back. Bingyan, why don't we just proceed with the surgery before it's too late? Elder Tang trembled as he looked toward Tang Bingyan. Tang Bingyan was silent for a moment, finally spitting out a few words. Call a family meeting. A meeting? Su Tian froze, and then realized that Tang Bingyan was going to make her physical condition public within the family. A lot of rumors had already been generated within the Tang family before, and rather than letting those people continue to speculate, it would be better to observe the attitudes of the elders and senior staff at the meeting. After receiving Tang Bingyan's instructions, Wei immediately went to notify the elders and executives of the imperial capital in Jiangcheng who were qualified to attend the meeting, and in order to convince them, he also made a special appointment with Zhang Zizhen to come to his door tomorrow. The next day, all those eligible to attend the meeting arrived at the Aroshiyama Hot Spring Villa, and Zhang Zizhen also arrived half an hour before the meeting began. His arrival further confirmed certain rumors from before, causing the elders present who had their own thoughts to change their complexion. It seemed that Tang Bingyan's body really couldn't last much longer, or else she wouldn't have held a large meeting at such a time. Elder Tang sat beside Tang Bingyan with a grave expression, and if he looked closely, he would find that his hands were trembling slightly. Tang Bingyan's deteriorating condition gave him a very big blow. Su Tian sat lowly in an unnoticed corner, unmoving and observing the reactions of the people present. After a moment of silence, someone took the lead. Elder, you and the family head invited us here. is there something important to announce? Ahem. Elder Tang coughed heavily. I believe that you all heard quite a bit of gossip about Bingyan's physical condition before. Today I took this opportunity to invite the Zhang Zizhen Zhang divine doctor who treated Bingyan over, wanting to explain the current situation to you all. And at the same time there's a decision concerning the future of the Tang family that also needs to be voted on by all of you in deliberation. A decision about the future of the Tang family? Elder Tang's words caused an uproar in the hall. The elders and also the top brass present in the room were talking to each other. It seemed that Tang Bingyan's situation really wasn't optimistic. The previous rumors about her being seriously ill should not be empty. If it was just a general illness, Tang Bingyan would definitely find a way to hide the news instead of making a big deal out of holding a family meeting. The sixth elder, Tang Jihui, who was sitting between a few elders, slightly hooked his lips, his gaze tinged with sarcasm. According to Tang Bingyan's usual style of behavior, he had originally thought that the other party would keep this matter under wraps. It seems that this girl must have realized that she couldn't hide it anymore, so she just broke it. The Grand Elder looked at Elder Tang with a sullen face and opened his mouth to ask, Old Family Master, the doctors have all been invited over. Is the Family Master seriously ill? Dr. Zhang will explain the situation to everyone. Elder Tang made a pleased gesture at Zhang Zizhen. Afterward, Zhang Zizhen spoke in detail about Tang Bingyan's condition and the people present one by one. As soon as Zhang Zizhen's words fell, Elder Tang took over. The main reason for inviting everyone here today is that Dr. Zhang suggested that Bingyan be allowed to have her heart replaced and her stomach removed as soon as possible. What are everyone's opinions on this? The hall was quiet for a moment, followed by an uproar. Obviously the crowd hadn't expected Tang Bingyan's condition to have gotten this serious. Previously, they had felt that the rumors were exaggerated and that they were intentionally trying to cause internal strife in the Tang family. But now, after hearing Zhang Zizhen's words, their faces had all become grave. Since Dr. Zhang has said so, then of course we should listen to the doctor. After reacting, the crowd spoke up. If we do the surgery now, if we follow up and recuperate properly, we may still be able to live for more than 10 years. And in the worst case scenario, if there is a rejection reaction, we can replace the artificial heart again then, which is better than waiting for death like this now.